Lin Qian walked out of the prison. The iron door slowly closed, and the sunlight shone on her shriveled face. She was wearing her old prison uniform, which was baggy and seemed particularly heavy as she walked. 5 years of darkness were finally over. She limped out of the prison, her steps slow and even laborious. A black Bentley was parked on the side of the road, and the window slowly rolled down, revealing a man's sinister face. The man glanced at her, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. After 5 years in jail, you still like to pretend. Lin Qian's heart ached suddenly, and her eyes felt sore unconsciously. She looked at the familiar face, Lin Yanshu, her biological brother. At the age of 15, she was brought back to the Lin family and came to this home from an orphanage. She tried to please him carefully, but she didn't expect that he would give false testimony for the sake of an adopted sister, which led to her being convicted of attempted murder and sentenced to 5 years in prison. 5 years later, he was still sarcastic towards her, as if nothing had changed. Lin Qian held back the bitterness in her heart, didn't look back, and continued to walk with dragging legs. It wasn't that she didn't want to walk faster, but she simply couldn't walk fast. Her indifference made Lin Yanshu feel irritated, and his eyes became even gloomier. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, a feeling of uneasy anger rising in his heart, and finally couldn't hold it back. Get in the car. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yanshu regretted it. He frowned slightly and said in a slightly softer tone, Mom and Dad knew that you were released from prison today, so they specially arranged a welcoming banquet for you. When Lin Qian heard the words Mom and Dad, a complex emotion surged in her heart. That was the name she had fantasized about for many years. When she was in the orphanage, she always thought that if she had parents, she would definitely be the spoiled little princess. However, 15 years later, she finally returned to the Lin family, only to find that the little princess was not her, but Lin Wanner, the adopted daughter. Lin Qian's mouth twitched slightly, and she lowered her head in self-mockery. In those years, she had suffered cold stares and grievances in the Lin family. Now that her 5-year sentence has ended, she no longer longs for family affection, and even no longer wants to return to that home. She walked slowly, and anger surged in Lin Yanshu's heart. He caught up with her step by step, grabbed her wrist, and pulled her toward the car door. Have you had enough of the trouble? Lin Qian slipped and fell heavily to the ground. He felt a sharp pain in his broken leg, and his face turned pale as paper in an instant. Lin Yanshu's face was gloomy, and his anger had not yet subsided. You are addicted to pretending to be weak, right? 5 years ago, it was you who pushed Lin down the stairs and turned her into a vegetable, and you also framed Wanner for it. You have been in prison for 5 years, but you still don't repent. Lin Qian felt extremely ironic. She had said that it was not she who pushed Gu Yilin, but Lin Wanner. However, no one believed her. Whether it was the Lin family or everyone else, they always stood on Lin Wanner's side. She was not innocent. She was wrong. She should not have returned to that home and should not have expected the family love that had never belonged to her. She lowered her head, took a step back quietly, and kept her distance from Lin Yanshu. Her deliberate alienation made Lin Yanshu very angry. The girl who always tried to please him in the past was now so cold. He tried to calm himself down and soften his tone. Come home with me. Lin Qian didn't look up. Her eyes were cold, and she didn't want to look at him anymore. At this moment, Lin Yanshu could no longer suppress his anger. When he was about to speak angrily, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Qian. Her body stiffened slightly. The voice that she hadn't heard in 5 years made her heart suddenly tighten. She turned her head and saw a pair of leather shoes appear in her field of vision. The man's low voice sounded again. Qian, congratulations on regaining your freedom. This was the voice of Lin Qian, her childhood sweetheart, and the person she once trusted the most. But the words that came out of his mouth caused an indescribable pain in her heart. She had never forgotten how Lin Qian defended Lin Wanner and sent her to prison 5 years ago. Lin Qian once promised that he would never let her suffer any injustice. But in the end, he pushed her into the abyss and personally helped the person who hurt her. Her gaze no longer lingered on Lin Qian, but turned to Lin Yanshu and said coldly, If you are not going home, let's go. Lin Qian knew that she could no longer escape. Lin Qian used to be her closest and most trusted person, but now, he is the person she hates the most and is the one she is most reluctant to face. Instead of facing him, she would rather choose to go with Lin Yanshu. At least, Lin Yanshu never had any illusions about her from the beginning to the end, and she was used to his disgust for her. Rather than suffer the deepest hurt from the person closest to her, she would rather bow her head in front of this cold person. Thinking back to the time when she first entered the Lin family, Lin Yanshu had warned her without hesitation, "Even if you and I are related by blood, in my heart, my only sister is Wanner. You'd better behave yourself. If I find out that you bully Wanner, I will not let you go." From that moment on, Lin Qian understood that he had never considered her a real sister. She had never expected anything, and since Lin Yanshu didn't give her hope, she wouldn't be too disappointed. Despite the psychological trauma she had suffered in his presence, she had gotten used to it and kept her expectations to a minimum. Prison taught her a profound lesson. When you have no power, no influence, and no one to rely on, the only thing you can do is to minimize the harm and live relatively safely. Those in prison often teased her, and when she had to choose between disfigurement and being slapped, she chose the slap. When she had the choice between kneeling and enduring humiliation, she chose kneeling. And when she had to choose between drinking toilet water and barking like a dog, she chose to bark like a dog. She had tried to resist, but each time she resisted, she only suffered more violence. In order to survive, she had to put aside her self-esteem and let others drive her. Even when she was thrown into a pile of criminals, she still survived by relying on her instinct of seeking benefits and avoiding harm. Lin Qian walked towards Lin Yanshu's parked black Bentley. When she passed Lu Chun, she remained calm and didn't even glance at him. Lu Chen's fingers gently stroked her t-shirt, and it seemed that even her existence had become out of reach. The empty touch made his whole body stiffen. After not seeing each other for 5 years, his heart was filled with overwhelming pain. The relationship that was once extremely close was now reduced to silent silence. He had been her childhood sweetheart, someone she had trusted, but now he was just a stranger she didn't want to face anymore. Once upon a time, she only had eyes for him, and her eyes were full of dependence and trust. But today, she avoided him coldly and was even unwilling to give him a glance. The scenes inside the car kept reminding her that she was totally out of place here. Sitting in the car, she looked at the feminine atmosphere in the car, the pink plush cushion decoration on the passenger seat, the strawberry teddy bear dolls placed on the seats, and the pendants on the rearview mirrors. All of this was incompatible with her life. It was filled with tenderness and love, making her feel like she had nothing to do with it all. Her eyes involuntarily fell on the handbag next to her, which contained a gorgeous dress. Just from the feather-decorated exterior, she could guess that the dress must be very expensive. However, the dress looked particularly luxurious compared to the rough jeans she was wearing. Her mood became increasingly heavy, and she felt deeply hurt by this injustice. Lin Yanshu looked at her and got no response. Finally, he spoke impatiently. "Mom and Dad have been missing you for the past 5 years. They have cried every day for you, and their hair has turned white with worry. When you go back, put away your temper and stop fighting with Wanner. Save Mom and Dad some trouble." Lin Qian's heart was filled with ridicule. She responded calmly, "Since my parents miss me so much, why don't they ever come to visit me in prison? According to the regulations, Lin Qian should be able to see them once a month, but I haven't seen them even once in 5 years. Am I too busy to spare even half an hour?" Her tone was calm, but every word she said pierced through Lin Yanshu's lies like a knife. A trace of panic and guilt flashed through Lin Yanshu's heart, and the words he wanted to blame her were stuck in his throat. His hands turned slightly white on the steering wheel as he tried to explain. "It's because you're too difficult to control. Mom and Dad hope that you can reform in peace in there, so they didn't come see you. Mom and Dad are doing this for your own good." "For my own good?" Lin Qian sneered, feeling bitter in her heart. She had paid 5 years of pain for this good. She no longer wanted to pay attention to Lin Yanshu, turned her eyes to the window, and continued to look at the passing scenery outside the car window. The car quickly drove into the Lin family villa, and Lin Yanshu looked very happy. He picked up the handbag on the back seat and walked out in a hurry. After walking a few steps, he seemed to remember something, stopped and turned around, with a trace of embarrassment on his face. "Go back and change into a proper dress and go to the banquet hall." As soon as he finished speaking, he left in a hurry. Lin Qian pushed open the door and entered the strange room. There were no windows here, and it was filled with clutter. The only furniture was a folding bed and an old desk. 5 years later, this place that used to be her home still lacks the warmth of home. Compared with the bright dormitory in the orphanage, this place is more like a cold cage. Lin Yanshu asked her to wear a decent dress, but when had she ever owned a dress? All the clothes she once had were just the most ordinary school uniform and the cheap clothes she bought from working part-time on Pinduoduo. In Lin Yanshu's eyes, those cheap clothes were nothing but a source of shame. She remembered that she once wore a newly bought dress to ask Lin Yanshu to see it, but he just frowned with disdain. "What are you wearing? Can't you learn from Warner and dress more elegantly? Take it off quickly. Don't wear out and embarrass our Lin family." Lin Weiner's generosity and propriety is nothing more than an accumulation of money and resources, but she has nothing. The Lin family could neither give her enough love nor money, but always criticized her for not being generous and decent. She still couldn't understand why they brought her back to this home. It seemed that her existence was only to highlight the glory of Lin Warner, the fake daughter. She is no longer sad about the injustice of the past. In the past, she might have been sad because of the injustice done to her family, but now she has learned to let it go. She understood a truth. The one who is not loved is the one who is treated as the third party. Her role in this family had long been determined, and her feelings were always irrelevant. 5 years ago, she received an admission letter from Peking University and Tsinghua University, two of the top universities in China, but the Lin family held a grand graduation banquet for Lin Warner. That banquet not only attracted the celebrities of Hypocrisy, but also focused everyone's attention on the 18-year-old Lin Warner. She was wearing a high-end princess dress worth millions, a diamond-studded crown, and standing next to the Lin couple, she looked like a princess. And she, dressed in rustic clothes, was like an ugly duckling that accidentally strayed into a flock of swans. She was taken away by the police in public, missing out on her college life. It was only 5 years later that she stood at the doorstep of this home again. At this time, Lin Qian was wearing her old blue and white high school uniform and walking towards the banquet hall. On the way, the servant's whispers made her feel that she still didn't fit in. Who is this person? Why is he here wearing a high school uniform? She felt bitter and angry when she heard their discussions. The banquet was about to begin, and the servant reminded her to change into her uniform and pay attention to her appearance when serving the guests. After all, the guests coming today were all celebrities in Haiqing. After hearing this, Lin Qian felt more and more bored and felt that she could not become one with all this no matter what. She was not a welcome guest, but a labor camp prisoner who was forced to cater to others. She did not want to be burdened by this hypocritical scene any longer, so she turned around and wanted to leave. However, Lin Yanshu came towards her and saw that she was still in her school uniform, his eyes full of disgust. He walked over quickly, his tone impatient. "Didn't I tell you to change into a dress? Why did you come here dressed like this? Do you know what the occasion is today?" Lin Qian opened her mouth to explain, but he interrupted her mercilessly. "When you were released from prison, your eyes were not eyes, and your nose was not a nose. Now that you are back home, you want to play the victim in front of everyone to gain sympathy and act like we owe you something. Lin Qian, you are so despicable. There is no cure." He reached out to grab her, cursing, "Go back and change your clothes. Don't embarrass yourself here." Lin Qian dodged to the side, feeling a deep disgust in her heart. His disgusted look was as if he was treating an enemy instead of his own sister. She was used to such looks and had long been numb. No matter how he sneered at her, she was not moved at all. 5 years in prison had already worn away her self-esteem. She raised her head and looked at Lin Yanshu. There was no trace of humiliation or cowardice in her eyes, only indifference and alienation. "I don't have a dress." Lin Yanshu was furious, frowning. "There is no dress. Don't you know how to buy one?" Lin Qian took a deep breath, knowing that he was deeply prejudiced against her and all explanations were meaningless. She had tried to explain once, but the more she explained, the more he felt she was covering up. She had given up all explanations and just said coldly, "I have no money." Lin Yanshu was furious. During the 3 years you were at home, you had no worries about food or clothing, and the company would deposit 500,000 pocket money into your card every month, which totaled 18 million in 3 years. Are you saying that you don't even have enough money to buy a few dresses for yourself? You deliberately wore cheap goods. Didn't you just want to tell others that the Lin family treated you unfairly? Lin Qian, don't be too selfish. You've been making trouble for so long, and we've already compensated you. That's enough. Lin Qian knew it would be like this. No matter what she said, she would only receive more and more accusations and injustices. She stared at him intently. Suddenly, she felt a little funny, but she didn't even force a smile. "Why are you looking at me like that? I didn't say anything wrong." Lin Yanshu seemed a little impatient and asked back coldly, Lin Qian sneered in her heart, and the anger in her heart gradually grew. She didn't want to make trouble anymore, but Lin Yanshu's attitude made her feel extremely malicious. She caught a glimpse of someone walking towards her and suddenly decided that if she was going to make a fuss, she had to make it bigger. She had lost all face and didn't care about anything. She couldn't help but say, "I have never received any money from the company's finance department, not to mention 500,000 yuan, not even 50 yuan. Mr. Lin, before you wrongly accuse me, can you find a more decent reason?" Lin Yanshu's expression instantly became gloomier. "You really won't cry until you see the coffin. Lin Qian, you forced me to do this. Don't blame me for not giving you face." Before he finished speaking, he took out his cell phone, dialed the company's finance department, and turned on the speakerphone. "Help me check how much money the company deposits into Lin Qian's bank card every month." The hesitant voice of the finance department came from the other end of the phone. "Lin Qian? Is it Miss?" "Yes." "President, if it is Miss Lin Qian, there is no need to check." Lin Yanshu frowned and said in an unhappy tone, "What do you mean?" "The company's finance department has never transferred money to Miss Lin Qian's bank card." The finance department's voice was very clear. "What?" Lin Yanshu could hardly believe what he heard. The next words made him almost unable to breathe. "Madam said that Miss Lin Qian came from a place like an orphanage. Her vision is narrow, and she doesn't have any reliable friends around her. In order to prevent her from learning bad things, she didn't give her pocket money." "Didn't you give me pocket money?" Lin Yanshu's heart was shocked, and he was stunned. "By the way, Madam also increased Miss Warner's monthly allowance from 500,000 to 1 million to compensate Miss Warner. She was afraid that she would be sad." At this moment, Lin Yanshu felt as if he had been struck by lightning. All his memories were suddenly completely overturned, as if he had never noticed these details. He stood there in a daze, his mouth opened but nothing came out. More and more people gathered around and heard the voice coming from the phone. They all whispered to each other, and their shocked eyes fell on Lin Qian. Although the Lin family is not the richest in Haicheng, they also have a place among the wealthy families. It is very normal for the children of wealthy families to have hundreds of thousands or even millions of pocket money every month. However, what they heard today was a shocking fact. The daughter of the Lin family had never received any pocket money. Everyone was stunned and whispered. Lin Qian was dressed shabbily and didn't even have a decent dress to wear to the banquet, which made her look particularly awkward. If Lin Qian was the biological daughter of the Lin family, how could she not even have pocket money? However, as an adopted daughter, Lin Warner could get a monthly allowance of 1 million and was spoiled by everyone. This exposed fact shocked the guests even more and also made the Lin family lose face. Lin Yanshu's face turned red instantly. He had never thought that such a shameful thing would happen in his family. He couldn't believe that the Lin family would not even give hundreds of thousands of pocket money to their own daughter. He coldly questioned Lin Qian. "Even if the finance department didn't give you money, your parents should have given you pocket money, right?" Lin Qian raised her head and looked at her parents with sarcasm on her face and replied calmly, "You can ask Mr. and Mrs. Lin in person whether they gave me pocket money. After all, you don't believe me, but you should believe them." After hearing Lin Qian's words, Lin's father and mother stiffened slightly. Their eyes filled with shame, and they did not dare to look her in the eye. "Dad, Mom, you must have given her pocket money, right?" Lin Yanshu turned to his parents, his voice full of anxiety. Father Lin's eyes flickered, and his tone was unsteady. "I thought you would give it to her, so I—" Mother Lin's eyes were blurred with tears. She whispered, "I also thought you would—" "Qian, why didn't you tell me earlier that you had no money? If you had told me earlier, I would have given you money. It's all my fault for not finding out earlier, so you've been wronged. You have to believe that I treat you and Warner equally." Lin Qian looked at her expressionlessly, with a hint of sneer in her heart. She finally knew that it was her biological mother who forbade the finance department to give her money, and she had been ignored. What made her even more sad was that Lin's mother actually increased Lin Warner's pocket money to 1 million, worried that her adopted daughter would be wronged. As a noble lady, she ate and wore the finest food and clothing. Even her socks could cost hundreds of dollars, but she pretended not to see that Lin Qian was dressed shabbily. It's not that she doesn't see it, but she doesn't care at all. The so-called equal treatment is just a hypocritical gesture in front of outsiders. Under Lin Qian's cold gaze, Lin's mother felt very embarrassed and finally lowered her head. Lin Qian ignored her mother's apology and continued to watch coldly. Under the watchful eyes of the public, All the hypocrisy of the Lin family seemed so ridiculous, and Lin Yanshu's guilt disappeared. He said coldly, "You have a mouth, but you can't tell me? We are not the worms in your stomach. Who knows what you were thinking? If you had told us earlier, would we still be short of your money?" Lin Qian's voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible with a hint of coldness. "I told you, but you didn't take it seriously." Lin Yanshu couldn't help but frown and was about to deny it when suddenly a memory emerged in his mind. He remembered that it was an afternoon and the four members of the family were sitting around the sofa, chatting and laughing. Lin Qian walked over, clutching the hem of her school uniform tightly with nervousness, a blush on her face. She held it in for a long time and finally whispered, "Dad, Mom, can you give me 5,000 for tuition?" Bang! Lin Yanshu suddenly threw the newspaper in his hand onto the coffee table and glared at him. "Money, money, money. You only know how to ask for money. Did you come back to this family just to ask for money? If the Lin family had no money, would you not come back? I really don't know why my parents insisted on bringing you back." He continued sarcastically, "If you have nothing to do, read more books and see the gap between you and Warner." In the monthly exam for the first year of high school, Warner ranked 10th. "How about you?" Lin Qian lowered her head, her voice choked with sobs. I'm first." All right. You still have the nerve to say that when you're last." Lin Yanshu interrupted her impatiently. Lin Qian's tears began to flow, feeling that she was deeply wronged, but Lin Yanshu remained indifferent. At the same time, Warner's coquettishness attracted all the attention. Lin Yanshu quickly said to Lin Warner in a doting manner, "Warner, what reward do you want? 1 million is fine. Don't even mention 100,000. Brother will buy it for you." Lin Qian turned and ran away, tears blurring her vision, while her parents sighed. If only Qian was half as sensible as Warner. Lin Qian's memory was suddenly interrupted by Lin Yanshu's words. She looked at him coldly. "Young Master Lin, do you remember now?" Lin Yanshu responded angrily. "It's because you are a poor student and ranked last. How dare you ask for money? How dare I reward you?" Lin Qian's eyes were cold and full of sarcasm. "So, Master Lin doesn't even know which school I go to?" Lin Yanshu's expression froze, and he suddenly realized something. He asked in astonishment, "Aren't you studying at Shenghui High School?" Shenghui is the best aristocratic school in Haiqing. Lin Warner graduated from there. Lin Yanshu naturally thought that Lin Qian was also studying at Shenghui. His voice began to tremble. "Dad, Mom, after Lin Qian came back, did you transfer her school record here?" Father Lin's face turned red, but he couldn't speak. Mother Lin was also stunned, her eyes full of panic and helplessness. The two stood there, unable to speak. Lin Yanshu's face turned pale, and all his perceptions of Lin Qian instantly collapsed. He asked in a low, trembling voice, Qian, where did you go to school for 3 years of high school?" Lin Qian looked at everything in front of her, her heart full of bitterness and self-mockery. Her life should have changed because of her 10 years of hard work, but in the end, all her efforts were overturned by a casual remark from the Lin family. Her studies and her dreams were ultimately unable to withstand the oppression of power and family. She studied hard and pursued a bright future. Once upon a time, she thought she had the ability to overcome all difficulties. But she was wrong. Despite her best efforts, she could not compete with the privileged class who never paid any price for their efforts. She dreams of being admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University, pursuing a master's degree or even a doctorate, and becoming a mentor who can change the fate of others. However, reality gave her a resounding slap in the face. She never became the person she had dreamed of becoming. Instead, she became a labor camp prisoner spurned by society, with an indelible stain on her body forever. Lin Qian whispered, "Haiqing No. 1 Middle School." These 4 words hit Lin's father, Lin's mother, and Lin Yanshu's hearts like a 1,000-pound stone, making them almost unable to breathe. Haiqing No. 1 High School is the high school with the highest admission score in Haiqing. Unlike Shenghui, it only looks at money and not grades. Anyone who could rank first in the grade every year in such a school was destined to have extraordinary ability and could definitely go to Tsinghua or Peking University. Lin Qian's grades once seemed to have her future predetermined. Lin Yanshu was excited and said in disbelief, "Impossible. You are lying. Haiqing No. 1 Middle School is so far from home, and you rode a broken bicycle every day." Before he finished speaking, he seemed to suddenly realize something and stop talking. Lin Qian sneered and said calmly, I would rather ride a bicycle than go to school with Lin Wanner, because we are not in the same school at all. She added calmly, I never eat breakfast with you, because Haiching number 1 middle school starts early morning self-study at 6 o'clock, and I have to get up at 4 o'clock every day and ride for 2 hours to go to school. I never go home at noon, because I don't have enough time to go home. I don't have money to eat, so I can only drink water until the afternoon. I reluctantly go home at night, but you guys have already eaten. I can only eat leftovers, and you still say I am born to be a cheap person. I eat leftovers voraciously, like a starving ghost reincarnated. Hearing this, Lin's mother finally couldn't hold back her tears and lowered her head with a guilty look on her face. Qian, I'm sorry. I didn't know you suffered so much. It's all my fault. Lin Qian looked at her mother with tears streaming down her face, but her expression was as calm as water. I've not been by your side since I was a child, and I understand that you have no feelings for me. I have long been accustomed to this, and no matter how hard it is, I will not feel bitter. Mother Lin's crying stopped abruptly. A trace of uneasiness flashed at her eyes. She recalled the moment 5 years ago when she had personally asked Lin Qian to take the blame. I beg you, Qian, you are stronger than Wanner. You can take care of yourself in the orphanage. I believe you will get used to prison. Just take the blame for Wanner. 5 years of memories flooded into her mind like a tide, and Lin's mother covered her chest in pain, as if she would faint at the next moment. Lin Qian looked at her shaky figure, feeling only irony in her heart. She once tried to defend herself, but the surveillance video that could prove her innocence had already been deleted under the manipulation of Lin's mother, making it impossible for her to defend herself in court. It was Lin's mother who deprived her of all opportunities in order to protect her baby, Lin Wanner. Lin Yanshu's voice suddenly turned cold. Enough. Stop being so sarcastic here. It was our negligence before, but you are also responsible. You are jealous of Wanner's good life, so you are taking revenge on us in this way. Mother Lin also hurriedly advised, Yanshu, don't say that about your sister. Mom, you're still protecting her. She's just taking advantage of our debt to her to become lawless. Otherwise, why would she push Gu Yilin down the stairs and turn her into a vegetable and frame Wanner for it? We sent her to prison for 5 years, and she was filled with resentment, which is why she made such a scene in front of outsiders. Mother Lin felt guilty and looked at Lin Qian evasively, but she only saw Lin Qian looking at her coldly with a slight smile on her lips. Mother Lin suddenly felt a chill and was extremely flustered. Okay, stop talking. Father Lin finally spoke, his voice full of majesty. Qian, why didn't you tell me you were coming home? If I had known you were coming back, your mother and I could have prepared a dress for you. Lin Qian asked calmly. Didn't you know that I was released from prison today? Of course I didn't know. If I knew, Dad would have asked the driver to pick you up. Qian, how did you get back? Lin Qian turned to Lin Yanshu, her eyes flashing with coldness. I came back in Mr. Lin's car because Mr. Lin said you prepared a welcoming banquet for me. A welcoming banquet? Isn't today the birthday banquet for Miss Lin Wanner of the Lin family? Yes, the invitation I received said it was for the birthday party of Miss Lin Wanner, the eldest daughter of the Lin family. When did it become a welcoming party for her release from prison? The guests around began to whisper, and the embarrassment on Lin Yanshu's face became more and more obvious. He stammered and tried to explain, but could not utter a word. Lin Qian watched all this, and her self-mockery grew stronger. The Lin family only remembered that today was Lin Wanner's birthday. So how could they have thought that today was also the day she was released from prison? Lin Yanshu's so-called welcoming banquet was just her taking advantage of Lin Wanner's birthday banquet. The bitterness in her heart gradually spread, and she finally realized what she was expecting. When she turned around and was about to leave, a white figure suddenly rushed over. Lin Qian wanted to dodge, but was unable to do so due to her disabled legs. Bang! The moment the man hit her, she was knocked to the ground. She felt severe pain in her elbows and legs, and her face became even paler. She tried hard to hold back the pain, but when she looked up, she saw Lin's father, Lin's mother, and Lin Yanshu protecting Lin Wanner, who was wearing a white feather dress, in the middle, with concern on their faces. Wanner, are you okay? Does it hurt? Lin Wanner's eyes were filled with tears, and she cried pitifully, Mom, Dad, brother, it hurts so much. In an instant, the Lin family members gathered around and anxiously asked Lin Wanner where it hurt, and even suspected that Lin Qian had hurt her. Lin Yanshu immediately yelled at Lin Qian, Don't you have eyes when you walk? Lin Qian's inner fire suddenly erupted, and she stood up with difficulty with her hands. Although the pain in her legs made her stagger a little, her eyes were flashing with cold anger. She clenched her teeth and stared at Lin Yanshu fiercely. "Mr. Lin, you are so quick-witted. It was obviously she who bumped into me, but you accused me without any reason. What's the matter? It's become a habit for you to accuse me. Doesn't it cost anything?" Lin Yanshu was stunned for a moment. His expression became even uglier, and he was about to retort, but was left speechless by her words. "With so many eyes watching you, am I the one who is blind, or is it you, Mr. Lin, who is blind?" Lin Qian's tone was chilling, and her words were like a sharp blade, piercing Lin Yanshu's heart. Lin Yanshu looked around hurriedly, only to find that all the guests were looking at him with a subtle expression. Although these Haiqing dignitaries looked down on Lin Qian, a labor camp prisoner, their good upbringing made them unwilling to confuse right and wrong. Soon, someone couldn't help but speak up for Lin Qian. "Young Master Lin, it was indeed Lin Wanner who hit her. We all saw it." One voice took the lead, and the other guests nodded in agreement. Lin Yanshu's face instantly turned gloomy, and his eyes were cold. He had already determined in his heart that Lin Qian was deliberately trying to ruin Lin Wanner's birthday party and embarrass the Lin family in front of the dignitaries of Haiqing. He knew Lin Qian very well. She was narrow-minded, vindictive, and even capable of framing others. Who knew what more outrageous things she would do? He sneered and frowned, his voice low. "Even if Wanner bumped into you, it was accidental. Couldn't you have avoided it? You clearly did it on purpose." Lin Qian's blood surged instantly, and her head was buzzing like thunder. She almost lost her mind. Dodge? She couldn't even walk fast, so how could she dodge? Suddenly, she thought of something. When she was released from prison, Lin Yanshu mocked her and thought that her lameness was fake. Lin Yanshu only saw that Lin Wanner was hit by her, but did not see that she was also knocked down by Lin Wanner. She sneered in her heart. Since Lin Yanshu liked to humiliate her so much, she no longer cared about their face and decided to let them see how painful she was. She immediately lifted her sleeves, revealing the wound on her arm, which was bleeding. The bright red blood formed a sharp contrast with her pale skin, which was shocking. She raised her arms high so that everyone could see clearly. "Did I have to fall like this on purpose? I got myself covered in bruises just to get a scolding from Master Lin. What am I, a cheap person?" Her voice was filled with tears, and her eyes turned red because of grievance. When Lin Yanshu saw her scarred palms, his eyes fixed, his face flushed, and for a moment he didn't dare to look her in the eye. "Qian, you're hurt. Does it hurt?" Mother Lin quickly let go of Lin Wanner and ran forward, trying to comfort Lin Qian. She blew gently, her eyes full of heartache, as if she was the one who was hurt. Lin Wanner stood aside, her eyes red and tears streaming. Seeing Lin Qian's wound, she said aggrievedly, "Sister, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it." She continued to plead. "There was something wrong with my dress. I don't know how the high-end dress my brother specially ordered for me got damaged. I was so anxious that I accidentally bumped into you." Lin Wanner continued, "Don't be angry with your brother, okay? Your brother misunderstood you because he was worried about me. I can apologize to you on your behalf." When she spoke, her eyes were full of innocence and timidity, and her eyes were sparkling with tears. She looked like a wounded child, and even her crying was so beautiful. Every time Lin Qian was wronged in the Lin family, Lin Wanner always acted like a victim. 5 years have passed, and she still hasn't changed at all. "Do you mean to say that just because my brother is worried about you, you can just accuse me?" Lin Qian's tone was as cold as ice. His eyes were as sharp as swords, and his whole body exuded a chill that made people afraid to approach him. "No, it's not like that." Lin Wanner was so frightened by Lin Qian's words that she shrank into Lin's mother's arms, tears falling down in big drops. "Sister, how could you misunderstand me like this?" Mother Lin hugged her distressfully and sighed softly. "Qian, you really misunderstood Wanner. Wanner has always been sensible, not like what you said. Today is Wanner's birthday. You should quickly apologize to Wanner and say happy birthday, and this matter will be over." Lin Qian raised her eyebrows slightly, her eyes stern. "This isn't the first time this has happened. Doesn't Madame Lin really know whether I misunderstood her or not? Should I remind Madame Lin of what happened 5 years ago?" "That's enough." Lin's mother suddenly interrupted her, her face pale and full of guilt. "Don't say any more." Lin Qian sneered, her voice sarcastic. "Huh, 5 years ago, Madame Lin still chose Lin Wanner as always, even though she never really cared about me. She took a deep breath, endured the pain, straightened her spine, determined not to continue to pretend, and turned to walk towards the door. But she had just taken 2 steps when a strong hand grabbed her arm. Explain. Lin Yanshu's voice was cold and hard, as if he was trying to control himself from exploding with anger. Lin Qian turned around and looked at him coldly. What do you want to explain? Lin Yanshu frowned, as if hesitating about something, and finally asked in a suppressed tone, What's wrong with Wanner's dress? The haute couture dress Lin Wanner was wearing was incredibly beautiful, with layers of feathers, but there was a large piece of feather missing from the hem of her skirt, which had obviously been torn off by someone. Lin Qian took a deep breath and said in a cold voice, So, Mr. Lin thinks that I deliberately damaged your sister's dress? Her words were full of sharp rhetorical questions. Lin Yanshu replied eagerly, You're the only one who got into my car during the whole process, and you're the only one who had the opportunity to touch the dress. Lin Wanner's tears suddenly welled up again, and she sobbed, Sister, why do you do this? Although Lin's mother felt distressed, she still did not dare to blame Lin Qian. She just sighed softly. Qian, Mom knows that you have resentment in your heart, so you did this. Let's forget about this matter today, but in the future, you must not. Lin Qian laughed contemptuously, and her words cut through the silence like a knife. TSK, everything in the dash cam can be checked. Young Master Lin doesn't dare to check it. What is he afraid of? What are you afraid of? Her eyes were blazing, and her voice was as firm as iron. If I don't check the surveillance, will I bear this injustice? Lin Qian's anger was like magma, erupting instantly. She stood up straight, and although the pain in her leg made her stagger, she did not stop her steps. She clenched her fists and stared at Lin Yanshu angrily. Mr. Lin is so quick-witted. It was clearly her own fault, but you wrongly accused me without any reason. Do you think it's easy to wrongly accuse me without any cost? Lin Yanshu was furious and was about to retort, but was silenced by Lin Qian's sharp gaze. There are dozens of pairs of eyes watching here. Am I the one who is blind, or is it you, Mr. Lin, who is blind? Every word Lin Qian said was like a knife, piercing Lin Yanshu's heart with precision. The guests around were whispering to each other, unwilling to get involved, but the subtle expressions in their eyes revealed their positions. It can be seen that although they cannot agree with Lin Qian's identity, they are unable to defend Lin Yanshu in the current situation. Finally, someone couldn't help but speak up. Mr. Lin, it was indeed Lin Wanner who bumped into him. We all saw it. The others also nodded in agreement. Lin Yanshu's face suddenly turned gloomy, and a feeling of dissatisfaction emerged in his heart. He had already determined that Lin Qian was deliberately causing trouble and putting Lin Wanner's birthday party in trouble. He knew a sister like Lin Qian too well. She was narrow-minded and extremely vengeful, so it was not surprising that she would do something like this. He said coldly, Even if Wanner bumped into you, it was accidental. Couldn't you have avoided it? You clearly did it on purpose. Hearing this, Lin Qian's blood rushed up, her head was buzzing, and the anger and pain almost made her lose her mind. She couldn't stand it any longer and asked, Hide? I can't even walk without a limp. How can I hide? You said I bumped into you on purpose. That's ridiculous. She suddenly realized that Lin Yanshu's prejudice against her had never changed. He never believed her pain, but instead attributed everything she did to malice and conspiracy. In that case, she no longer cared about these people's faces and simply rolled up her sleeves. The bloody arm was glaringly visible under the light, with drops of blood dripping from her fingertips and silently onto the floor. Lin Qian raised her arm high so that everyone present could clearly see her wound. Did I have to fall like this on purpose? Did I hurt myself like this just to get scolded by Master Lin? Well, am I a bitch? Her words pierced the hearts of everyone present like a knife. Lin Yanshu's face turned pale in an instant, and a trace of guilt flashed in his eyes, but he suppressed it with all his strength. Upon seeing this, Mother Lin hurriedly let go of Lin Wanner and rushed towards Lin Qian. She wanted to check her wound with distress, but was afraid to touch her pain. Qian, you are hurt. Does it hurt? Lin's mother's voice was full of anxiety and worry, as if she was the victim. Seeing this, Lin Wanner's eyes sparkled with tears, and she quickly rushed to Lin Qian. Sister, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I just bumped into you in a hurry, and I misunderstood you because I was worried about me. Don't be angry, okay? I apologize to you on behalf of my brother. As she spoke, she lowered her eyelashes and cried bitterly, looking exactly like a victim. She had used this tactic many times in the Lin family, but Lin Qian was no longer moved by this hypocritical disguise. Lin Qian sneered. Her tone was icy. So, just because your brother is worried about you, you could just frame me and put the blame on me? Lin Wanner shrank back, almost unable to bear Lin Qian's gaze. Sister, how could you misunderstand me like this? Mother Lin looked at the confrontation between the two, her eyes full of helplessness and anxiety, but she still chose to excuse Lin Wanner. Qian, you really misunderstood Wanner. Mother Lin continued. Wanner has always been very sensible. Today is her birthday, and we should all be living happily. Why bother dwelling on the past? You should apologize to Wanner, and we can let this matter go. Lin Qian raised her eyebrows and said sarcastically, This isn't the first time this has happened. Doesn't Mrs. Lin really know whether I misunderstood her or not? You don't want me to mention what happened 5 years ago. Should I remind you guys? Mother Lin's face turned pale in an instant, and she interrupted hurriedly. That's enough. Stop talking. Lin Qian sneered and sneered. 5 years ago, Madam Lin was already on Lin Wanner's side, and 5 years later, it is still the same. You can't bear to see her suffer any injustice, but you are willing to let me bear everything. Her words were filled with endless sarcasm and disappointment. She endured the pain and turned around to leave the Lin family. She was no longer willing to endure the hypocrisy and injustice and decided to leave this hurtful place. However, she had just taken 2 steps when her arm was suddenly grabbed tightly by a strong hand. Explain. Lin Yanshu's voice was full of coldness. He held her arm tightly, and his tone was icy but with a hint of shock. Lin Qian turned around and looked at him coldly. What do you want to explain? Lin Yanshu hesitated for a moment, took a deep breath, and asked in a suppressed tone, What's the matter with Wanner's dress? He looked at Lin Wanner's gorgeous haute couture dress. The feather decoration made it look dazzling, but there was obvious damage on the hem, as if it had been torn off intentionally. Lin Qian asked back coldly, Are you saying that I deliberately damaged her dress? There was a hint of provocation in her words. Lin Yanshu answered word by word. During the whole process, you were the only one who got into my car, and you were the only one who had the opportunity to touch the dress. Lin Wanna looked at Lin Qian, tears welling up in her eyes again. Sister, why did you do this? Mother Lin stood aside, her eyes full of helplessness and powerlessness, but she still did not dare to blame Lin Qian. She just sighed softly. Qian, Mom knows that you have resentment in your heart, so you did this. Let's forget about what happened today, but don't do it again in the future. Lin Qian laughed coldly. TSK, since the surveillance can prove everything, why don't you check it out? What are you afraid of? If you don't check the surveillance, can I just let this injustice go? Her voice was calm but firm, and she looked them straight in the eye, waiting for their response. Lin Yanshu's eyes were fixed on Lin Qian's horrible legs, and he was extremely shocked. Her legs were as small as dead branches, covered with crisscrossing scars, and her muscles were atrophied. She looked fragile and painful, completely different from the healthy Lin Qian in his memory. The leg that had once been straight and full of life was now so twisted and fragile that he could hardly believe what he was seeing. His heart felt like it had been hit by a heavy punch. He couldn't breathe, and his heart was filled with self-blame and regret. He already knew very well that what prison brought to Lin Qian was not only physical torture, but more importantly, her irreparable psychological trauma. Lin Yanshu stood there in a daze, muttering to himself, How could this happen? She was fine when she was imprisoned. How come in just 5 years He suddenly realized something. His lips trembled, but he could no longer speak. For 5 years, Lin Qian went through endless torture, and he never really cared about her pain. During this time, he completely ignored her life and didn't even realize how her body and mind were being damaged. He felt his heart being torn apart bit by bit. His eyes became wet unconsciously, and the regret in his heart almost suffocated him. At this moment, Wu Ma's voice called back his sanity. Master, the eldest lady's room is over here. Wu Ma's tone was full of concern, but he didn't pay attention to her words. All the anxiety and guilt were churning in his heart, and he subconsciously followed Wu Ma in a hurried and flustered pace. Lin Yanshu didn't stop until they came to a dim little room. Is this where she lives? His voice was low, his eyes full of shock. The room was small and dark, full of clutter, without even a window. The whole space looked like a forgotten corner. Wumon nodded and sighed softly. Yes, master, this is the eldest lady's room. She has been living here. Lin Yanshu's heartbeat was like thunder. He couldn't understand at all. He knew that his family had enough rooms. So why was Lin Qian arranged to live in such a place? This room was not only simple, but also depressing and suffocating. There were no windows, and it was surrounded by clutter, and even the air seemed to be blocked. Why does she live here? Lin Yanshu's voice trembled. He could not suppress the anger and self-blame in his heart. He had never cared about her life until this moment, when he realized that the pain she was enduring was far beyond his comprehension. A trace of helplessness flashed across Wu Ma's eyes, and she sighed. My lady, life has been very difficult. You know that. Lin Yanshu suddenly felt a chill rising from the bottom of his heart, and his face became paler and paler. For 5 years, he never thought that her pain was so severe, and he never paid any attention to it. And her silence, her patience, were so deep and desperate. He didn't dare to look any further, turned around and hugged Lin Qian tightly, then walked out of the dark room desperately. At this moment, his heart was filled with guilt and regret. He felt more and more that he had done too many wrong things and failed too many responsibilities. Lin Qian's body trembled slightly, but she did not resist. In her eyes, there seemed to be no hope at all, only deep disappointment. She did not expect anyone's mercy, but just hoped to escape from this suffocating land as soon as possible. Chapter 9. A vicious person like her should be left to fend for herself. In this small space, there was only a tattered folding bed and a few simple daily necessities. The rest were all miscellaneous items. The walls were yellowed and smelled musty, and there were spider webs in the corners. Seeing this living environment, Lin Yanshu was furious. Annie Wu, how do you do things? Qian is my biological sister. Who allowed you to let her live here? Wu Ma was aggrieved and helpless. Master, wasn't it you who let Miss move in the first place? Have you forgotten? When will I? Halfway through his words, Lin Yanshu suddenly fell silent. 8 years ago, on the day Lin Qian was brought home, he let her choose a room. Lin Qian chose the guest room next to his bedroom, but he immediately refused. I want to make this room into a study. You can choose another one. Then Lin Qian chose the room next to Wanner's bedroom, but he refused again. Wanner wants to make this room into a studio. You can't live in it. Finally, Lin Qian chose to live in the attic, but he still refused. You are my Lin family's daughter. If outsiders knew that you lived in the attic, wouldn't it make people laugh at our Lin family? Aunt Wu, is there no other room in the house? Yes, there is, but there's only a storage room left. Then clean up the utility room and let her live in it temporarily. He thought that the utility room would be like the guest room, with north-south ventilation and excellent lighting, but he didn't expect that the utility room didn't even have windows. His mind involuntarily emerged the days and nights that Lin Qian spent in this cold and lonely room, and the pain in his heart became more intense. In such a big villa, even his servants had their own independent bedrooms, but his own sister had to live in a dark and damp utility room for 3 years. The realization almost suffocated him. Lin Yanshu exuded a low pressure all over his body. Aunt Wu hesitated and said, The utility room is damp. Why don't you send Miss to my room? No need. Lin Yanshu refused flatly. At this moment, his heart seemed to be deeply pierced by countless fine needles, each of which brought guilt and pity, which were tangled together and difficult to describe. He took a deep breath and said, Call Jin Xiao and ask him to come to my room. With that said, he held the unconscious Lin Qian tightly in his arms and walked straight towards his bedroom. Looking at Lin Yanshu's slightly anxious back, Annie Wu was happy for Lin Qian. The eldest young master still cared about the eldest young lady after all. In the past, he always threw the eldest young lady aside and ignored her, but today he finally acted like a brother. She quickly called Lu Jinxiu. Hello? Dr. Lu, my eldest daughter is sick. Please come quickly. 5 minutes later, Lin Yanshu's door was pushed open, and the voice came before the person arrived. Master Lin, how much of a sister control do you have? Wanner was sick, but you didn't let her just lie down in her room and rest. Instead, you had to toss her to your room. Why her? Lu Jinxiu walked in as he spoke, but when he saw the pale Lin Qian lying on the bed, the mockery on his face instantly disappeared and was replaced by contempt. I don't treat prisoners. He picked up the medicine box and was about to leave. Jin Xiao. Lin Yanshu frowned and called him, his voice low but full of unquestionable determination. She is my sister. Don't call her a labor camp prisoner. The indifference on Lu Jinxiu's face was like frost. She is your sister, but what about Wan'er? She is only related to you by blood, while Wan'er is the relative who grew up with you. Gu Yilin, the good eldest daughter of the Gu family, was turned into a vegetable by her. She was only in prison for 5 short years. After she was released, she can still live a normal life. But who will give Gu Yilin a chance to wake up? Gu Yilin's life has been ruined by her. A trace of embarrassment appeared on Lin Yanshu's face, and his hands clenched and unclenched unconsciously. On one hand, he felt guilty about Lin Qian, and their blood ties were thicker than water. And on the other hand, he felt the great injustice suffered by Wan'er and Gu Yilin after being bullied. He felt like he was caught between 2 huge rocks, unable to move forward or backward. She is my biological sister, after all. His voice was a little weak, but he still insisted stubbornly. Lu Jinxiu looked coldly at Lin Qian's thin and withered face, and a mocking sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. That's none of my business. A woman with such a vicious mind. Even if you cure her, she will only bring harm to others. Jinxiu, Lin Yanshu emphasized his tone, staring at Lu Jinxiu without blinking, his eyes filled with both pleading and a firmness that would not tolerate rejection. Then help her check her body, especially her right leg. The 2 men just stared at each other. After a moment, Lu Jinxiu was defeated. He sighed helplessly. I can check her, but don't expect me to treat her. He walked back to the bed, put down the medicine box, and roughly pulled up Lin Qian's trouser legs, muttering from time to time, I don't know why you worry so much about her. People like her should just fend for themselves. The complaints stopped abruptly. His eyes fell on Lin Qian's bony legs, and his vision seemed to be glued to the twisted, broken legs. The shock in his eyes hit his brain in waves. Lin Qian's right leg had a calf bone twisted at a weird angle, with the skin tightly attached to the protruding bone, with almost no excess fat. The scar at the broken end was like a hideous centipede, winding on the pale, almost transparent skin, with some dark red bruises around it. Lu Jinxiu slowly raised his slender fingers with distinct joints and gently touched the place where her broken leg was. Every inch of the touch made him terrified. His fingers trembled unconsciously, although he was full of resistance and disgust towards Lin Qian. As a doctor, he could immediately judge how serious the leg injury was from a professional perspective. Her legs, were they like this before? This sentence, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly aroused the fierceness in Lin Yanshu's eyes. How is it possible? Her legs were fine during the 3 years she was at home. Lu Jinxiu understood what Lin Qian meant. She thought that the injury on Lin Qian's leg might have been sustained in prison. Suppressing his inner fear, Lu Jinxiu continued to examine Lin Qian's body. As the inspection progressed, his brows furrowed more and more, and the expression on his face became more and more solemn. Lin Qian's physical condition was terrible. Long-term malnutrition made her body extremely weak. She had many old and new wounds all over her body, and no one knew what had beaten her. Lu Jinxiu couldn't bear to watch it any longer. He stood up and said in a hoarse voice, Yanshu, come out for a moment. Bringing Lu Jinxiu to the study, Lin Yanshu said seriously, go ahead. Lu Jinxiu tried to calm himself down, organized his words, and slowly said, do you know the hardness of human bones? Lin Yanshu shook his head. Lu Jinxiu looked at him and said word by word, human bones are very hard, especially the tibia and fibula of the legs. To cause a comminuted fracture, it usually involves a high-energy impact, such as a serious traffic accident or a fall from a height. Because she was in prison, traffic accidents and falls from heights were unlikely, and her legs looked more like they were caused by a blunt object. Judging from the condition of the wound, she received basically no professional treatment after the injury, and the leg bones were not reconnected and healed over time, which caused her legs to become twisted and deformed. The pain during this process is unimaginable to ordinary people. It is a miracle that she can hold on until now. As Lin Yanshu listened to Lu Jinxiu's words, his body began to tremble slightly uncontrollably. He clenched his fists tightly, and his knuckles turned white from the force. His eyes were instantly bloodshot, and his anger was like raging magma rolling in his chest, seeming to swallow him whole. In prison, how dare they? The scene of Lin Qian being tortured in prison, with her frail body being hit again and again by blunt objects, kept appearing in his mind. The dull pain in his heart made his vision go dark for a while, and it took him a long time to suppress his anger. Jin Xiao, can Qian's legs recover? Lu Jinxiu shook his head reluctantly. Her leg injury has been going on for at least 3 years. It's too late to treat it now. Lin Qian stood there in a daze. He didn't know when Lu Jinxiu left. When he came to his senses, he had already slumped down in the chair. My mind was in a mess, and I took out a cigarette out of habit, but my shaking hands couldn't light it. Lin Qian painfully threw the unlit cigarette in his hand to the ground, holding his head with both hands, with his 10 fingers deeply inserted into his hair. His body was curled up and trembling slightly and suppressed. Heavy gasps came from his throat from time to time. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Only his pain continued to spread. After a long time, his breathing gradually stabilized. He slowly raised his head, picked up the phone with a cold face, and quickly made a call. Secretary Qian, help me find out what Lin Qian went through during those 5 years in prison. Find out every detail. The voice was low and cold, and every word seemed to contain ice. Chapter 10. My sister is not someone who can be bullied. After hanging up the phone, he sat in a chair, looking ahead with empty eyes. Lin Yanshu was in a daze for a long time before he got up and walked out of the study. Standing in front of the bedroom door, he didn't have the courage to push it open. The tightly closed door was like an invisible barrier, separating him from Lin Qian, who was lying inside. It's obviously her own fault that she became like this. But his heart still felt painful and depressed. While he was hesitating, a servant came running over in a hurry. Master, the eldest lady's birthday party is about to begin. You should hurry over. Lin Yanshu hesitated for a moment, took a deep look at the bedroom, and finally turned around silently and followed the servant. In the banquet hall, Lin Wanner was surrounded by everyone, like a princess surrounded by stars. She stood in front of the gorgeous cake, and everyone sang happy birthday to her in unison. The singing stopped, she took a deep breath, and then blew out the candle in one breath. In an instant, colorful balloons and streamers flew out, and everyone cheered happy birthday to Lin Wanner. The sound echoed in the banquet hall for a long time. Lin Yanshu stood in the crowd, looking at the bright, smiling faces, and his mind couldn't help but emerge with the image of Lin Qian lying weak and pale on the bed. He wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. Everyone gathered around the cake, happily sharing it, but Lin Yanshu walked alone to the champagne tower in the corner, picked up a glass of champagne, tilted his head back, and drank it. The wine flowed down the corners of his mouth and wet his collar. But he ignored it and drank one cup after another, as if he was fighting against the pain and guilt in his heart. Soon, he began to stagger and sway, and the shouts and laughter of the people around him became vague and distant in his ears. With the last bit of vague consciousness he had, he staggered out of the banquet hall. Before he even reached the bedroom, he felt a surge of discomfort in his stomach. He rushed to the bathroom and vomited violently while holding onto the sink. After vomiting, he gasped for breath, and his confused mind finally became a little clearer. I turned on the faucet and poured cold water on my face. This time my mind was completely clear. He supported himself on the sink with both hands, raised his water-stained face, and looked towards the mirror. In the mirror, his hair was messy and stuck to his forehead, with water droplets sliding down his hair, making his angular face look even sharper. He laughed at himself. I did nothing wrong. Why torture myself? It's crazy. At this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. I took it out and saw that it was Secretary Qian calling. Lin Yanshu wiped the water droplets from his face before answering the call. Hello, boss. I've found out everything you asked me to find out. Speak. Lin Yanshu's voice was cold. Secretary Qian hesitated. Lin Yanshu was unhappy. What? President, you have to be mentally prepared. Secretary Qian's voice was unusually suppressed. Lin Yanshu's heart shrank, realizing that Secretary Qian's next words might be cruel, but he still said firmly, well, go ahead. Secretary Qian on the other end of the phone took a deep breath and then told Lin Qian about what happened in prison. Boss, Miss Lin Qian has been beaten almost every day since she entered prison, including but not limited to slapping her in the face, forcing her to drink toilet water, not allowing her to sleep, forcing her to kneel and kowtow, and being humiliated by being stabbed with a needle if she doesn't obey. Lin Yanshu's fingers gripping the phone suddenly tightened, and even his breathing became disordered. He gritted his teeth and said, where did the needle come from in prison? Because Miss Lin Qian wants to learn embroidery in prison. So, Lin Yanshu's forehead was bulging with veins, and he suppressed his anger and said, continue. The worst time Miss Lin Qian was beaten was when the prisoners broke 6 wooden sticks as thick as an adult's arm and broke her leg. She was sent directly to the hospital. Lin Yanshu felt as if his heart was being dug out. The pain made his whole body tremble, and his eyes turned bloodshot. Boss, I also found out that someone asked those prisoners to take special care of Miss Lin Qian, and all the prisoners who beat her had their sentences reduced. A year ago, Miss Lin Qian was hospitalized again, but I didn't find out why she was hospitalized that time. She must have been beaten pretty badly, because after she was discharged from the hospital, the prison moved her to a single room, and she wasn't beaten again. This time, Lin Yanshu's anger was particularly fierce, and he couldn't suppress it no matter how hard he tried. Who? Secretary Qin has been following Lin Yanshu ever since he took the position of president. He knows his boss best, and immediately realized what he was referring to. Yes, Mr. Gu Beichun, Gu Yilin's brother, Lin Wanner's betrothed fiancé. To be precise, he should be Lin Qian's fiancé. After all, Lin Qian is the real daughter of the Lin family. The air seemed to freeze, and the silence lasted for a long time. Secretary Qin's cautious voice came, President, cancel all cooperation with Gu's and do our utmost to block Gu's industries. Lin Yanshu's voice was hoarse and cold, and Secretary Qin couldn't help but tremble in his heart when he heard it. President, if you do this, our Lin Group's business will also be affected. Do as I say. Also, I don't want to see those people who bullied Qian come out of prison in one piece. Okay. Lin Yanshu slowly put down his phone, his hands hanging limply at both sides of his body, his mind full of Lin Qian's struggle when she was beaten. She used to be an innocent girl with a bright smile, but now she has been tortured beyond recognition. Although she made a mistake, the law has sentenced her to 5 years in prison. She really shouldn't be bullied so wantonly. After a long time, he walked out of the bathroom. Standing in front of the bedroom door again, he prepared himself mentally before pushing the door open. However, before he could step in, he heard Lin Qian's low plea for mercy. I was wrong. I am guilty. Don't hit me. The nightmare sounds were like knives, stabbing Lin Yanshu so hard that he no longer had the courage to take another step. He quickly closed the door to block out the sound from inside and hurried into the study. Late at night, the study was pitch black. Lin Yanshu's phone kept ringing for a long time, but no one answered it until it hung up automatically. On the other side, Lin's father, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by the ringing of the phone. He fumbled around on the bedside table and found his phone. Hello. I don't know what was said on the other end of the phone. Father Lin, who was still sleepy the previous second, suddenly sat up from the bed the next second. What? This roar also woke up Lin's mother. Why are you making such a fuss so late at night? Father Lin was so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick. That bastard Lin Yanshu actually terminated the cooperation with Gu's. In less than one night, Gu's company lost 1 billion yuan. Impossible. How was that impossible? Beichun even called to ask for an explanation. Father Lin threw off the quilt and got out of bed. He angrily walked into Lin Yanshu's bedroom and kicked the door open. Chapter 11. Sleeping in your brother's room. Do you still have shame? After Lin's father entered the room, he began to question, Lin Yanshu, get out of here. Why did you remove the order without permission? The rest of the words were stuck in his throat. He stared blankly at Lin Qian lying on the bed, his brain unable to think for a moment. Lin Qian was awakened by his roar. She slowly opened her eyes and was also stunned. She couldn't react to where she was. As soon as Lin's mother came in, she exclaimed, Qian, why are you sleeping in your brother's bed? Lin Qian stood there in a daze. Brother? Lin Yanshu? Didn't he hate her? Why did he carry her into his room? You know, during the 3 years at the Lin family, Lin Wanner could enter and leave his bedroom at will, but she was never allowed to set foot inside. Lin's father and mother both looked very unhappy. They looked around for Lin Yanshu, but there was no sign of Lin Yanshu in the bedroom. Father Lin asked Lin Qian with a serious face, Where is your brother? Lin Qian glanced at him calmly and said nothing. She got out of bed slowly and then limped out. But Lin's father and mother stood at the door, blocking her way. Seeing that the two had no intention of moving away, Lin Qian frowned slightly and said, Please make way. Father Lin was angry because Gu and Lin had stopped cooperating. Now Lin Qian's attitude towards him was as indifferent as a stranger, which made him even more furious. I'm your father, and this is how you treat your elders? You really have no manners at all. I don't know who gave you all these bad habits. Lin's mother hurriedly tried to smooth things over, Mr. Lin, why are you so harsh to your daughter? If you have anything to say, just talk it over nicely. Father Lin snorted coldly. Then ask her why she ran to her brother's room instead of sleeping in her own bedroom. You're in your 20s, and you're not a kid anymore. You're causing trouble on your first day back. Even if he's your own brother, you can't come over and sleep in his bed in the middle of the night, right? I was mean to her for her own good. Why wouldn't I be mean to Warner? Warner wouldn't do such a dirty thing. Who knows what she was thinking? Maybe. All right. Lin's mother interrupted him hurriedly. But even if he didn't say it, anyone could guess what he was going to say. Lin Qian's heart ached. She knew that the Lin family didn't like her, but she never thought that her image in her biological father's heart would be so bad. Lin Yanshu is her biological brother. What could she be thinking? People who can say such things are truly despicable. She concealed the hurt in her eyes, and when she raised her eyes, her expression was silent. Are you done? If you're done, please move aside. I'm going out. Father Lin was so angry that his chest heaved. He stood there motionless, his eyes becoming increasingly cold and fierce. Mother Lin's worry became even worse. Qian, why are you so stubborn? Tell your father where your brother is. I don't know. As she said that, she turned sideways and tried to squeeze past the two of them. Suddenly, a big cold hand grabbed my arm and threw it back hard. Lin Qian fell to the ground immediately, and her injured leg was twisted again. She lay on the ground in so much pain that she couldn't get up. Mother Lin exclaimed, "Old Lin, you are crazy. If you don't make it clear today, don't even think about walking out of this door." Lin Qian endured the pain and looked up. She met the fierce gaze of Lin's father. The other party's eyes were full of malice, not like the look of a father looking at his daughter, but more like looking at a prey that he could do whatever he wanted. She hated this look and couldn't help wanting to escape. She slowly stood up with her hands on the ground, pretending to be calm, and said, "I really don't know where young Master Lin is. Instead of asking me, why don't you give him a call?" Yes, call. Lin's mother quickly called Lin Yanshu. The next second, they heard the phone ringing from the study next to the bedroom. Father and Mother Lin looked at each other and hurried to the study. As soon as I opened the door, a strong smell of alcohol hit me in the face. When I turned on a light, I saw Lin Yanshu sitting on the ground with his back against the wall, with empty wine bottles at his feet. Stimulated by the light, Lin Yanshu frowned and slowly opened his eyes. Seeing this, Father Lin became even angrier and pointed at him and yelled, "Look at what you look like now." Lin Yanshu shook the bottle in his hand nonchalantly, and when he saw that there was no wine in it, he threw it aside. Father Lin was furious. "Tell me, why did you suddenly terminate the cooperation with Goose? Goose is an important partner of ours. Besides, Bachin and Warner are still engaged. Have you considered the company and Warner's feelings before doing this?" Lin Yanshu raised a mocking smile, his voice a little hoarse and drunken. When Gu Beichun ordered people to bully Qian, did he ever consider these things? "What are you talking about?" Lin Yanshu sneered and struggled to stand up. Gu Beichun, he instigated the prisoners in the prison to beat Qian, slap her, force her to kneel, fill the toilet with water, prick her with needles. Do you know why Qian's leg is lame? Because Qian's leg was broken. As he counted them one by one, Lin's father and mother widened their eyes. Impossible. Lin Yanshu tapped a few times on his phone, and the next second, Lin's father and mother's phones rang. Take a look. This is the information that Secretary Qin found. In the materials, lines of cold text and shocking photos ruthlessly expose the inhuman treatment Lin Qian suffered in prison. Mother Lin's hands unconsciously covered her mouth and tears welled up in her eyes. Father Lin's expression became complicated, his brows knitted, and after a long while he slowly spoke. "Yanshu, you are still too impulsive." Lin Yanshu raised his eyes expressionlessly. "Are you asking me to watch my sister being beaten and do nothing?" Father Lin was silent for a long time, then sighed heavily. "You are hurting your own side while hurting the enemy. There is no benefit to our Lin family in dissolving the cooperation between the two companies." As if to confirm his words, his cell phone rang immediately. After answering the call, Lin's father's face became even uglier. "Yanshu, because of your decision, our Lin group lost 1 billion. Lin Yanshu's expression changed. His lips trembled slightly, but in the end he just pursed his lips tightly and remained silent. Lin's mother, who was standing by, had already lost her composure. She paced anxiously, rubbing her hands together. "What should I do? What should I do?" Father Lin exhaled slowly. The only way is to resume cooperation with Gu's. After that, he dialed Gu Beichen's number. The moment the phone was connected, the air in the study seemed to freeze. Father Lin's expression kept changing as the call progressed, his brows sometimes furrowed and sometimes relaxed. Finally, the call ended and Father Lin slowly put down the phone. Seeing this, Mother Lin asked with a trembling expectation in her voice, "What did Beichen say?" "He said that he could work with me again, but he asked Qian to go to the hospital in person tomorrow to kowtow and apologize to his sister." At this moment, Lin Wanner's voice suddenly rang out. "Sister, it's so late. What are you doing standing at the door of my brother's study?" Chapter 12, If you don't want to live in this house, get out. No one will stop you. Lin Qian looked at Lin Wanner calmly. Before she did anything, Lin Wanner seemed to be frightened. She trembled and kept backing away, her face pale. "Sister, please don't look at me with such hatred, okay? I'm scared." Father Lin angrily pushed Lin Qian away and roared, "What are you going to do to Wanner?" Lin Qian lost her balance and staggered backwards, hitting the railing and nearly falling from the second floor, but no one cared. Both Mr. and Mrs. Lin protected Lin Wanner and looked at her warily. Lin Yanshu opened his mouth to blame her, but when the words came to his lips, he thought of the bullying she suffered in prison, and he couldn't say those hurtful words. Lin Qian's brows were cold, but her slightly raised lips still revealed her sarcasm. This is her family. As long as Lin Wanner showed the slightest sign of grievance, she would become the target of public criticism. When she cared about this family, their looks or words could affect her mood. Now she doesn't care anymore. Even when faced with her misunderstandings, her heart is calm and she doesn't have any emotional fluctuations. She didn't explain and lowered her eyes. This look of her not caring about what others said made Lin Yanshu feel heartbroken. He couldn't help but ask, "You got hit, does it hurt?" Lin Qian raised her eyes and looked at him in surprise. For a moment, she was unable to connect him with a man who was used to verbally humiliating her. Habits are terrible. She was not used to his slight concern for her. "It doesn't hurt." The pain from a bump was not even 1/10 of the pain from a broken leg. "Just now, did you hear everything?" Lin Qian was stunned at first, then realized what he was referring to and said softly. And so, there was no further news. "Is that it?" In order to vent her anger, he interrupted the cooperation with Gu Corporation, causing Gu Corporation and Lin Corporation to lose 1 billion yuan overnight. After paying such a huge price, can I get even a word of gratitude from her? A feeling of depression spread from his heart straight to his stomach, as if he had swallowed 100 needles, and his stomach suddenly began to churn. His stomach trouble came back. As if punishing Lin Qian, Lin Yanshu looked at her intently with a pale face. In the past, whenever he had stomachache, Lin Qian was always the most anxious one. He looked at her with hopeful eyes, hoping to see anxiety and heartache on her face. Even if she just said a simple word of concern, everything he did today would be worth it. But there was no expression on Lin Qian's face. Her gaze didn't even stay on him for a second, let alone any sign of pity. "If there's nothing else, I'll go back first." Her expression was calm, but the words she spoke were so ruthless, like a blunt knife, cutting people's hearts and leaving them bloody. Under the gaze of 4 pairs of eyes, she turned around and walked down the stairs step by step with a staggering but extremely firm step. Lin Yanshu leaned on the railing with both hands and looked at Lin Qian with pain and disappointment in his eyes. It shouldn't be like this. She clearly cared about him so much in the past. When he had a stomachache, she cried while looking for medicine for him, wishing she could bear it all for him. Why don't you care now? "Lin Qian," he shouted, enduring the pain. Lin Qian paused subconsciously. Seeing this, Lin Yanshu's eyes sparked with hope, and even his voice became softer unconsciously, with a hint of grievance. "Qian, my stomach hurts." This was considered as giving Lin Qian a way out. But who said that she has to take the opportunity if he gives her a way out? Lin Qian raised her eyes and looked up at Lin Yanshu, with a hint of sarcasm at the corner of her lips. "Mr. Lin has a stomachache. You should call a doctor, not me." Lin Yanshu heard the sound of her own heart breaking, and all her expectations seemed ridiculous under her calm expression. Pain instantly swept through his body. He could no longer support himself and slid to his knees on the ground. But his hands were tightly grasping the railing, and he stared at Lin Qian through the gap between the railings. Lin Qian just turned around and didn't intend to pay any attention to him. Her ruthlessness made Lin's father furious. He yelled at Lin Qian's back, "Lin Qian, Get back here and get medicine for your brother right away." Mother Lin cried and begged her. "Qian, you took care of your brother when he had a stomachache before. How could you just stand by and watch? We are blood relatives. Why did you make such a fuss?" Even Lin Wanner began to condemn her confidently. "Sister, I know you have been in prison for 5 years, and you feel resentful, but you can't joke with my brother's life. Don't you know best which medicine is most effective for my brother?" Lin Qian stopped again. The Lin family thought she was persuaded. However, when she turned her head, they found that she was smiling. However, there was a knife hidden in that smile. "It turns out that you didn't fail to see my efforts, but you saw them but didn't care at all. If that's the case, then I will take it back. From now on, whether your Lin family is good or bad, dead or alive, it has nothing to do with me. Anyway, you have no feelings for me, and it just so happens that my feelings for you have also worn out." These words were like a blow to the head, hitting Lin Yanshu's heart hard. Mother Lin cried even more sadly, looking at Lin Qian with tearful eyes. "Qian, it's not like that. You are my daughter, born after 10 months of pregnancy and longing for you. How could I not care about you?" Father Lin's face turned pale and blue, and this time he was really angry. "Why did we give birth to a rebellious girl like you? If I had known that you would be so disobedient and vicious, and so jealous, and always targeting Wanner and bullying her, I should not have brought you back in the first place, so that you would not make the house a mess." Mother Lin's crying became quieter. She pulled Father Lin and said, "Don't talk about your daughter like that." Father Lin snorted coldly and glared at Lin Qian fiercely. Lin Wanner advised, "Dad, it's reasonable for my sister to blame me. I took my sister's position as the daughter of the Lin family, and I also enjoyed the love of my family that should not belong to me. As long as my sister is happy, I am willing to endure anything." As she spoke, she sobbed softly. "Sister, I can leave, but I just hope you won't make our parents angry again and don't stand by and watch my brother die, okay?" Lin Qian just calmly watched their performance. After they finished speaking, she said slowly, "Finished? Then I'm going back to sleep." Her indifferent look directly pissed off Lin's father. Father Lin pointed at Lin Qian, his eyes full of disappointment. "Didn't you say you have no feelings for this family? Then why did you come back? You are a labor camp prisoner who has been in prison for 5 years. You are a stain on the entire Lin family. Who allowed you to come back? You can leave right now. No one will stop you. We have been so happy during the years you were away from home. As soon as you come back, you give us a cold shoulder, as if we owe you something. Remember, just because your mother and I gave birth to you, we don't owe you anything in this life." Chapter 13, Leaving the Lin Family. I'm going to Gangsheng to lay down. Although she had known for a long time that they didn't care about her, Lin Qian's heart still ached at the words his father said. He didn't even want to pretend that he didn't love her. Fortunately, she hid it very well, and no one could see the hurt in her heart from her stubborn appearance. "Okay," she said lightly. Father Lin frowned. "What did you say?" Looking up, looking solemnly at the family of 4 standing on the second floor, Lin Qian said calmly, "Okay, I will leave the Lin family now and sever ties with the Lin family from today. Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin, rest assured, I will never bother you in the future. Even if I die outside, I will never come back," she added in her heart. After saying this, I no longer had any attachment to this home. She had been hurt badly during those 3 years and had already learned her lesson. How could she dare to expect family love that did not belong to her? This time, she walked very fast. Her broken leg was very painful, but she gritted her teeth and persisted. Finally, there was light in her dark eyes. It was the light that was about to remove the shackles and embrace freedom. In a moment, she opened the door to the living room and walked out. She had no reluctance at all, nor did she look back. Her back was resolute. Lin Yanshu's pupils suddenly shrank. He wanted to chase after Lin Qian, but the pain in his stomach was so severe that he didn't even have the strength to stand up. He could only scream at the slowly closing door. "Lin Qian, come back here." This roar echoed in the huge living room and consumed all his strength. But Lin Qian didn't turn around. She only vaguely heard someone yelling something. She didn't hear exactly what was said. After all, the door behind her was closed, and her right ear was not good. No matter what was being yelled at, it had nothing to do with her anymore. The moment I stepped out of the Lin family villa, my suppressed nerves finally relaxed. She walked briskly for about 5 minutes before a person appeared on the opposite side. In the middle of the night, Lin Qian's heart couldn't help but rise when she suddenly saw the man. She subconsciously avoided the street light and stood in the dark shadow. The man was in a hurry, and when he got closer, she recognized him at a glance. Lu Jinxiu, Lin Yanshu's friend. Her deepest impression of Lu Jinxiu could be summed up in 4 words: sarcastic and mean. She still remembered the first time she met him. He scanned her from head to toe and casually commented, "You look so poor. If you didn't look a bit like Yanshu, you really wouldn't know you were a member of the Lin family." When he said this, Lin Yanshu was right beside him. He did not stop Lu Jinxiu's ill will towards her, but just snorted in an ambiguous manner. At that time, what she cared about most was not Lu Jinxiu's deliberate difficulties, but her brother's cold and indifferent attitude. She was only 15 years old at that time. She had a family, but when she was bullied, no family member stood up to protect her. She felt like a stray dog at that time. So miserable. Lu Jinxiu walked past her without noticing her in the shadow of the corner. Her eyes followed his figure until he entered the Lin family villa, and then she realized that he was most likely treating Lin Yanshu. Walking out from the shadows, Lin Qian quickened his pace. Originally, she planned to find a hotel to stay for one night and then look for a job the next morning. Now, she has changed her mind and she wants to leave Haicheng. She heard what the 3 members of the Lin family said in the study. It was obvious that Father Lin wanted to follow Gu Beichen's wishes and let her go to the hospital and kneel in front of Gu Yilin's bed to apologize. But why? Lin's father and mother clearly knew that Gu Yilin was pushed down the stairs by Lin Wanner and became a vegetable, but they still insisted on letting her take the blame for Lin Wanner. She longed for her parents' love and paid the price of 5 years in prison, a broken leg, deafness, and a loss of kidney. Her body was already riddled with holes and could not bear the weight. Now, they want her to pay for Lin Yanshu's impulsiveness. For the sake of Lin's enterprise, Lin Qian is sure that the Lin family will come to her again. She hated the Lin family and was even more afraid of Gu Beichen. She had experienced Gu Beichen's torture methods in prison. That was the darkest time in her life. She didn't want to experience it again. Her body could no longer withstand the torture. Therefore, she must leave Haicheng as soon as possible, escape far away, go to a place where they cannot find her, and spend the rest of her life in peace. She counted the money in her hand, a full 2,000 yuan, all given to her by Aunt Wu. Thinking of Aunt Wu, Lin Qian's eyes became moist. I don't know if I will have the chance to repay her in the future. She stood on the roadside and took a long time to hail a taxi. "Where are you going?" the driver asked as he rolled down the window. "Master, how much does it cost to go to South City Railway Station? You want to go out of Haicheng? If it's daytime, 300 would be enough, but it's so late now. It must be more expensive, 550. Can you accept it?" Lin Qian got into the car without hesitation. She had made up her mind to leave Haicheng as soon as possible, and when she arrived at Nanjing Railway Station, she would take a train to Gangsheng in northeastern China. It was said that the houses there were the cheapest in the country, with a set costing only tens of thousands of yuan, which was most suitable for people like her to live in. As long as she doesn't go to developed cities or crowded places and just stays in a remote, cold, and resource-depleted city like Gangsheng, I believe the Lin family will never find her in their lifetime. As she imagined her life lying alone in Gangsheng, hope began to grow in her cold heart. Leaning against the car window, looking at the beautiful night view of Haicheng City Center. Skyscrapers are lined up one after another, and their exterior walls are decorated with colorful neon lights. Some are flashing fashionable brand logos, and some are displaying exquisite advertisements, adding color to this prosperous city. The warm yellow glow of the street lamps spread across Lin Qian's face, adding a touch of softness to her. There were few cars on the road, and the taxi sped along. 2 hours later, she finally showed up at South City Railway Station. Lin Qian took her ID card to the ticket office to buy a ticket, and luckily, she got a ticket for a train that departed at 1 a.m. She only had to wait another hour before she could embark on her journey to Gangsheng. There were fewer people in the waiting room of the train station at night, so she found a quiet and deserted corner and sat down to rest. In a daze, she heard what seemed to be an announcement on the platform. She was tired and sleepy at this time, and her right ear had poor hearing, so she couldn't hear anything clearly for a while. About 5 minutes later, the announcement was heard from the platform again. "Hello, passengers. The XX train from Nanjing to Gangsheng has started checking tickets. Passengers who are taking the XX train, please pack your luggage and go to the XX ticket gate to check in and board the train." Lin Qian was startled and quickly opened her eyes. She looked towards the ticket gate in a hurry. At this time, there were already passengers queuing up for ticket checking. Lin Qian couldn't suppress her excitement. As long as her ticket was checked and she boarded the train, the Lin family would never be able to find her again. She didn't delay any longer and hurriedly got up and walked to the ticket gate to queue up. She followed the person in front of her closely, and when it was her turn, she immediately handed her ticket to the ticket inspector. Just as the ticket inspector was about to reach out to take the ticket, a big hand suddenly reached out from the side and tightly wrapped Lin Qian's slender hand and the ticket in her hand. Lin Qian looked back, and her pupils suddenly contracted. Chapter 14. Run as far away as possible and never be found by someone who has hurt you. Lin Yanshu? How come he is here? The man in front of her had anger in his eyes. His appearance was like an icy snake, tightly wrapping around Lin Qian. Lin Qian was terrified and struggled desperately. But Lin Yanshu's strength was amazing. He held on tightly and refused to let go. His face was pale, and he gnashed his teeth like a living devil. Where are you going so late? Lin Qian didn't care to listen to what he said. All she wanted was to escape. Let me go. Lin Yanshu was like a mad beast. He ignored Lin Qian's struggle and resistance and dragged her out of the ticket gate. Lin Qian's feet left 2 long marks on the ground. Her bag fell to the ground, and her clothes and change were scattered all over the floor. There was a huge power disparity between men and women, and no matter how she struggled, she couldn't break free. She felt that her body was like a fragile leaf, being swept away by a powerful force, and she had no power to resist. No, she doesn't want to go back. Once the Lin family pushed her towards Gu Beichun, she would die with that man's ruthless methods. In desperation, she called for help to the crowd at the ticket gate. I don't know him. He is a human trafficker. Help me. Lin Qian's heart-wrenching cry for help echoed in the empty train station, immediately attracting the attention of the passengers. Most people hesitated. However, there were also some kind-hearted people who stepped forward to stop them, but they were stopped in their tracks by Lin Yanshu's words, "She's my sister." She had some conflicts with her family and wanted to run away from home. Are you sure you want to intervene? The travelers hesitated. Lin Yanshu is tall and straight, wearing a hand-tailored black suit, and he exudes the aura of a superior from head to toe. He doesn't look like a human trafficker at all. I'm not his sister. I'm not. Lin Qian's voice was tearful. Her eyes were red, and tears kept falling. Even so, no one came forward to rescue her. Lin Qian felt despair rising in his heart, but she still didn't want to give up saving herself. Even if there is a glimmer of hope, she will try her best to pull herself out of the quagmire of suffering. Her eyes quickly swept across the crowd, finally settling on the face of a woman in her 50s whose eyes met hers. Lin Qian burst into tears and cried out to the woman, "Mom." The aunt, who was originally standing at the ticket gate hesitating whether to help, changed her expression instantly when she heard Lin Qian call her mom. Hope grew in Lin Qian's heart, and she continued to ask her aunt for help. "Mom, save me." Annie's body seemed to be driven by some force, and she rushed towards Lin Qian desperately. Not only her, but all the women in the station, young and old, all turned around when they heard Lin Qian's repeated shouts of "Mom, save me." Auntie quickly stood in front of Lin Qian, forcefully opened Lin Yanshu's hand, and shouted, "What do you want to do? You are not allowed to take her away." Lin Yanshu staggered after being pushed, and a trace of anger flashed across his face. "This is our family affair. Don't meddle in it." The aunt held Lin Qian tightly with both hands, like a hen protecting her chicks, with a firm look in her eyes. "What kind of household chores are these? I only heard my daughter screaming for help." Lin Yanshu didn't want to waste time talking to her, and tried to snatch Lin Qian from her arms. Just then, a group of women surrounded Lin Yanshu. "You look like a decent person, but I didn't expect you to be a human trafficker. Human traffickers should be beaten. Beat him, beat him, beat him." At this moment, the woman's maternal spirit awakened. She kicked and punched Lin Yanshu, making it impossible for Lin Yanshu to catch Lin Qian again. It was the first time in her life that she was protected by so many people, and Lin Qian cried even harder. The aunt patted her back and coaxed her. "Don't cry, girl. If you don't want to go with your brother, then we won't go." Lin Qian's crying suddenly stopped, and she looked at the aunt in front of her with tearful eyes and extreme shock. "You know he's not a human trafficker. The custom-made suit he was wearing cost at least 6 figures, and the watch he was wearing was a Vacheron Constantine watch worth $1 million. No human trafficker would dress like him." Lin Qian looked at Lin Yanshu. At this moment, Lin Yanshu was surrounded by people and couldn't get away at all. "Why?" The aunt raised her hand and touched her head. "Because you don't want to. Even if he is your biological brother, he has no right to restrict you. Family members don't necessarily have to be related by blood, and being related by blood doesn't necessarily mean you are a good family. If your family members make you unhappy and only bring you pain, then they're not your family members, but shackles that bind you. You can give it up calmly without any moral burden. A child surrounded by love will not be as skinny as you. I believe you must have suffered a great injustice, so you want to escape at all costs. Lin Qian burst into tears. The understanding that her family could not give her, she actually felt it from a strange aunt. Thank you, Auntie, thank you. She had nothing else to say except thank you. Her aunt gave her a push, and she involuntarily took a few steps forward. Run away quickly. The farther the better. Never let the person who hurt you find you again. Lin Qian looked at her aunt deeply, then ran out of the station sobbing. At this moment, she even forgot that one of her legs was broken. There was only one thought in my mind: escape. If Lin Yanshu can find the Nanchang railway station, he will definitely be able to find out that she is going to Gangsheng. I can't go to Gangsheng anymore, and my ID card can't be used anymore. She had to hide, pick up trash, beg, or even rely on her own legs to get to a place far, far away from Haicheng. She heard Lin Yanshu's voice behind her, but she didn't turn around. This time, she will definitely be able to escape successfully. The exit of the train station was right in front of her, and hope appeared in Lin Qian's eyes. Just as she stepped out of the exit, a big hand holding a handkerchief suddenly covered her mouth and nose. Before she could struggle, her brain went blank and her consciousness gradually became blurred. Faintly, she seemed to hear a teasing voice. Yanshu, your sister is such a worry. Go home. When Lin Qian regained consciousness, she was already in the car. She just opened her eyes, and Lin Yanshu's cold and sarcastic voice came to her ears. She'd wakes up? At this moment, her heart sank to the bottom. She tried her best to save herself, but after going around in circles, she was still caught by Lin Yanshu. This made her previous efforts seem ridiculous. She didn't make a fuss or pay any attention to Lin Yanshu, but went straight to open the car door. Why? You want to jump out of the car? The doors are locked, so don't bother. The man's voice rose slightly, as if he was mocking her for overestimating her own abilities. Lin Qian looked back at him expressionlessly. Lin Yanshu, do you think you are amazing because you can control my life? Lin Yanshu looked non-committal. This look of everything being under control is what Lin Qian hates the most. If you have the guts, then watch me every day. Otherwise, if I can escape once, I can escape a second time. Lin Yanshu's face darkened. You dare. Chapter 15, don't die in my car. I think it's unlucky. I have nothing left. What else can I be afraid of? Lin Yanshu stared at her intently, and Lin Qian looked back at him without showing any weakness. For the first time, Lin Yanshu saw Lin Qian's disgust for him in her eyes. She actually hates him? In his impression, Lin Qian should be obedient to him, submissive, and always put his feelings first. During those 3 years, he had long been accustomed to her obedience and her unreserved admiration for him, and he could not accept that her attitude had changed so quickly. For her, he was willing to offend Gu Beichen. Gu Beichen is Wanner's fiancé, and as a result, he hurt Wanner as well. He has done so much. What else is she dissatisfied with? Lin Qian, he said fiercely, if you dare to escape again, I will fire Aunt Wu. Lin Qian's heart sank. Aunt Wu was the only person in the entire Lin family who treated her well. If she lost her job because of her, she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. She clenched her hands into fists and pretended not to care. You fired your own servant. What does it have to do with me? As long as she doesn't care, Wuma won't be fired by Lin Yanshu, right? As he was thinking this, Lin Yanshu sneered, really? Then I will not only have to expel Wuma, but also expel Wuma's daughter from school. Wuma's daughter is called Shun, and she is a sophomore this year. 5 years ago, when she was still in the 3rd year of junior high school, she rode a bicycle in the rain to deliver her college entrance examination admission ticket. Because the road was slippery and wet, she unfortunately broke her right hand and almost couldn't take the junior high school entrance examination. When she returned home after the college entrance examination, Wu's mother told her that someone had thrown her admission ticket into the trash can. If Wu Ma hadn't discovered it in time, it would have been taken away and disposed of by the sanitation workers. She owed too many favors to Wu Ma and Shinman. If she and her daughter lost their jobs and studies because of me, it would be more painful than killing her. Lin Qian's whole body was tense, but the anger in her heart was almost uncontrollable. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Lin Yanshu thought she was still unwilling to compromise and continued to sneer, I heard that Wu Ma's daughter is a good student and has been receiving scholarships for many years. If she is expelled from school. Pa! A loud slap interrupted Lin Yanshu's words and knocked his head off course. Lu Jinxiu's eyes widened when he saw all this in the rearview mirror. Lin Qian beat Lin Yanshu. He could never have dreamed of such a ridiculous thing, but it actually happened. He thought Lin Qian was a quail, but he didn't expect that she would show her claws. This really proves the saying that even a rabbit bites when it is cornered. Compared to her humble self, Lin Qian's resistance aroused his interest. Lu Jinxiu smiled and said, "Yanshu, does it hurt?" Lin Yanshu's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip from it. Lin Qian was thin and had not eaten or drunk anything for a whole day and night, so the slap on her face was so light that it didn't hurt at all. But being slapped in the face wasn't a question of whether his face hurt or not. Lin Yanshu felt heartache. His sister shouldn't be so disobedient. Lin Yanshu was completely enraged by this sudden slap. His eyes were instantly bloodshot. He suddenly stretched out his hands, grabbed Lin Qian's neck like an iron clamp, and pressed her hard on the seat. Lin Qian only felt a sharp pain in her neck and difficulty breathing. Her lungs felt like they were about to explode, and every breath became extremely difficult. Slowly, her face began to turn purple. Lu Jinxiu hurriedly said, "Yanshu, stop pinching her. If you continue, she will be strangled to death. It would be better if you die." Lin Yanshu said the harsh words, but his hands were weak. Lu Jinxiu was unhappy. "Don't die in my car. I think it's unlucky." Lin Yanshu suddenly pushed Lin Qian away. Lin Qian collapsed on the side of the seat like a broken rag doll and began to cough violently. Lin Yanshu glared at Lin Qian fiercely and roared, "Listen to me. This is the last time you disobey me. If you dare to do this again, the fate of Aunt Wu and her daughter will be worse than you can imagine." His voice echoed in the small car, carrying an unquestionable intimidation. Lin Qian lowered her eyelids, hiding the look of annoyance in her eyes. No one spoke along the way. An hour later, they returned to the Lin family. As soon as she got off the car, Lin's mother came up to her and held Lin Qian's hand. Lin Qian quickly pulled her hand back as if she had been electrocuted. Mother Lin's hands froze in midair. A flash of embarrassment flashed across her face, but she quickly adjusted her expression and said distressfully, "Qian, why are you so stubborn? Your father only said those words in anger. Why did you take them seriously? Don't do this again next time. You don't know how worried I am." Lin Warner also hurried forward, took Mother Lin's arm, and echoed, "Sister, you really scared us to death." Lin Qian had a cold expression and stood there quietly. After they finished talking, she walked straight inside. Lin Qian's attitude angered Lin Yanshu again. He shouted, "Lin Qian, stop right there. Mom and Wanna care about you. Can't you feel it?" Lin Qian paused, turned around, looked at Lin's mother and Lin Warner's hair, which had not yet completely dried in their pajamas, and sneered, "Mrs. Lin and Miss Lin, are you worried about me when I'm taking a bath or when I'm sleeping?" It was obvious that the mother and daughter took a bath and prepared to go to bed after she left the Lin family, so they had no time to worry about her. The air fell into an awkward silence. Mother Lin's eyes unconsciously avoided. Lin Yanshu was stunned and opened his mouth, wanting to say something to explain, but found that he could not come up with any reason at all. Lin Qian had long seen the hypocrisy of this family, so she was not surprised by what happened tonight. She walked straight into the villa without looking at anyone. The night is getting darker. Lin Yanshu lay on the soft big bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. After struggling for a long time, he couldn't help but get up and go downstairs to Lin Qian's utility room. That's not where people live. To put it bluntly, even the doghouse at home is more luxurious than this storage room. Standing in front of the utility room door, he hesitated for a long time and didn't dare to knock on the door, but he didn't want to leave. He hesitated like this and stood in front of the door for half an hour. Finally, he felt a slight pain in his stomach and had to leave. The next day, Lin Qian slept well, not sure if it was because she was too tired last night or because she was too relaxed after leaving prison. Compared to her, the four members of the Lin family all looked unhappy. Especially Lin Yanshu. There were large patches of blue under his eyes, and it was obvious that he didn't sleep well last night. The family sat around the dining table. Father Lin said seriously, "Qian, the driver will take you to Haicheng First People's Hospital in a while. As long as Beichin feels your sincerity, I believe he will never embarrass you and will continue to cooperate with our Lin group." Lin Qian lowered his eyes, looked at his nose and his heart, and remained silent. Father Lin was furious when he saw this. Are you dumb? Lin's mother quickly tried to smooth things over. Let's eat first. We can talk after dinner if we have anything to say. We had Western food this morning. The maid placed the prepared breakfast in front of Lin's father, mother, Lin Yanshu, and Lin Qian. The only one missing was Lin Qian's. Chapter 16, I am your father, so you must obey me. The atmosphere in the restaurant instantly dropped to freezing point, and everyone's movements seemed to be paused. Father Lin frowned slightly, but said nothing. A look of discomfort flashed across Lin's mother's face, and for a moment she couldn't think of a way to ease the embarrassment. Only Lin Yanshu slammed the knife and fork in his hand on the table with a bang, scaring the servants. What's going on? The maid shrank her neck, lowered her head, and whispered, Master, our family has always prepared meals for 4 people, so? Her explanation seemed feeble and powerless. Not only did it fail to calm Lin Yanshu down, it actually added fuel to the fire. So what? Were you blind and didn't see my biological sister coming back? Or did you see it, but deliberately didn't do your part as my sister? Master, the maid wanted to explain, but was interrupted impatiently by Lin Yanshu. You are fired. The maid was terrified and looked at Lin Qian for help, but she saw that Lin Qian kept her head down, not knowing what she was thinking. Father Lin coughed and said, Auntie Wu, go make another one. Hey, Aunt Wu had a happy look on her face and hurried into the kitchen. Lin Qian's eyes rolled, and she immediately put on a concerned expression, pushing her breakfast in front of Lin Qian. Lin Qian didn't look at her or say anything, but she didn't reject her kindness either. She was really hungry, so she picked up the chopsticks and started eating. She moved slowly and steadily, as if all the embarrassment and disputes around her had nothing to do with her. Lin Qian looked at her expectantly, as if waiting for her to say something to her, but after waiting for a long time, Lin Qian didn't even look at her. Her mood slowly turned into loss, and she looked like she had been wronged. Father Lin knocked on the table to remind Lin Qian, but Lin Qian continued to eat breakfast without even raising his head. Cough. He coughed hard. Lin Qian remained unmoved. Mother Lin couldn't bear to watch this anymore, and said with a hint of disappointment, Qian, look how much your sister cares about you. Why don't you thank your sister quickly? I've been working on this for a long time. Oh, even eating breakfast is not relaxing. What is this? A compliance test? She had been obedient for 3 years, but still couldn't win their true love. If she continued to obey them obediently, she would only remember the food and not the beating. Lin Qian put down her chopsticks and glanced at them. What should I thank her for? Should I thank her for taking over my life? Or should I thank her for sowing discord and framing me? Or should I thank her for the 5 years of imprisonment she brought me? I just ate her breakfast, and you asked me to thank her. In the 3 years I've been in this house, I have not had a single breakfast or lunch. When I come home at night, I not only have to eat your leftovers, but I'm also verbally humiliated by you. Shouldn't your whole family apologize to me first? They asked her to do something that they couldn't do. It was really double standards. Mother Lin's eyes became more and more disappointed. It's all in the past. Why can't you let it go? The harm was done to me, and you tell me it's over? Why? Mother Lin covered her chest in grief. Father Lin's anger could no longer be suppressed and exploded. Because I'm your father, you have to obey me. Lin Qian, let me tell you, don't think you can do whatever you want when you return home. This family doesn't need you, and it doesn't need you. If you have any resentment towards us, you could just get out right away. I never said you're welcome back to this family. Lin Qian suddenly sneered, her laughter full of sarcasm. Is this the home I want to return to? Mr. Lin, have you forgotten everything that happened last night so quickly? You clearly want to use me to resume cooperation with Gu Corporation, but you're making it sound like I'm the one who's clinging to this family. Why are you so noble? Do you think I deserve to be degraded to nothing by you? Shut up. Father Lin was so angry that his whole body was shaking. He suddenly stood up from his seat, walked quickly to Lin Qian, and slapped her in the face without saying a word. Pa! The slap was so heavy that Lin Qian fell onto the dining table. The plate in front of her fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Looking at her face again, it was swollen instantly. The corners of her mouth were cracked, and blood slowly seeped out and dripped onto the white tablecloth, which was particularly glaring. My right ear, which already had poor hearing, became instantly deafened by the huge impact, and my brain was buzzing, as if countless bees were flying around my ear. Does this slap hurt? For Lin Qian, it didn't actually hurt. After all, She was used to being beaten in prison. But just because it doesn't hurt doesn't mean she doesn't hate it. Lin Qian turned her head with a cold expression. Lin's father's face was full of anger, and there was no trace of father-daughter love in his eyes. Lin's mother looked heartbroken, but did not do anything to stop her. Lin Yanshu frowned, and a hint of complexity flashed in his eyes, but he quickly returned to indifference. Lin Warner had no time to hide the gloating in her eyes. The grievances that had been suppressed in my heart for many years suddenly erupted like a volcano. Lin Qian exerted force with both hands and overturned the dining table in front of her. There was a loud crash, and cutlery and food were scattered all over the floor, with cups and plates in a mess. Lin's father and mother were so shocked by this sudden action that they took a few steps back, and Lin Warner even screamed in fear. "Lin Qian, you're crazy." Lin Yanshu roared. "Why are you doing this to me?" Lin Qian screamed. "What did I do wrong to deserve this?" Her tears burst out, mixed with the blood at the corners of her mouth, and slid down her cheeks. Mother Lin took a step forward and tried to hold Lin Qian back, but she pushed him away. Qian, calm down. We are all family. Why can't we talk it out calmly? Why make such a fuss?" Father Lin's eyes widened in anger, and he pointed at Lin Qian and scolded, "You unfilial daughter! How dare you act wildly here? Look at what you look like now. You are simply a disgrace to the Lin family." Lin Warner hid behind Lin's father and whispered, "Sister, please don't be like this. It's all my fault. Please don't be angry, okay?" Lin Qian couldn't hear what they were saying at all. She only saw their mouths opening and closing, either in anger, disappointment, or grievance. She was like a trapped beast, roaring desperately, but she couldn't even hear the sound of her own roar. She stumbled out, but the scene in front of her became blurry, and she felt dizzy. He used up his last bit of strength to try to keep his balance, but his body was shaking uncontrollably, his knees bent, and he fell forward. Qian. Lin Yanshu rushed forward and hugged Lin Qian tightly in his arms the moment she fell to the ground. His arms trembled slightly as he held Lin Qian carefully. He was fine just now. What happened now? Lin's mother was so anxious that tears were falling. She was at a loss. Father Lin snorted, "I don't know her yet. She has no other skills, but she is best at pretending." "Enough." Lin Yanshu's forehead veins bulged. Qian has fainted, and you are still here, making sarcastic remarks. I even doubt whether Qian is your biological daughter. After saying that, he hugged Lin Qian and strode upstairs. Father Lin was so angry that he almost jumped up and down. If she wasn't my daughter, she wouldn't even have the chance to throw a tantrum in front of me. Chapter 17, One bed, two different people sleeping together. Lin Qian woke up in Lin Yanshu's room again. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Auntie Wu sitting beside the bed, applying medicine to her swollen face with a cotton swab and a look of concern. Seeing that she was awake, he hurriedly asked with concern, "Miss, are you feeling unwell anywhere else?" Lin Qian stared blankly at her moving lips, tears falling silently. Aunt Wu was so anxious that her eyes turned red. "What's wrong, miss? Did I hurt you?" Lin Qian couldn't hear what Aunt Wu was saying. The slap from Lin's father made her already poor hearing in her right ear even worse, and she could only vaguely hear slight sounds. However, she knew lip reading and understood what Mama said. Before she went to prison, she couldn't read lips. The reason for this now is that after she lost hearing in her left ear, she often cannot hear clearly the orders given to her by those people, which leads to them torturing her even more fiercely. In order to avoid being beaten, she forced herself to learn lip reading. Even if she couldn't hear clearly, she could understand what they meant through lip reading. Lin Qian suppressed her bitterness and forced herself to smile. "Auntie Wu, I'm fine. I'm just too hungry." Thinking of the bad things that happened in the morning, Wu Ma felt sorry for Lin Qian in her heart. The eldest lady is so kind and sensible. Why can't the gentleman, his wife, and the eldest young master see it? "What would you like to eat, young lady?" "Noodles and clear soup." "Okay, I'll do it right away." Lin Qian nodded, sat up, and leaned against the head of the bed, looking out the window with lifeless eyes. After an unknown amount of time, the door was pushed open again. Lin Qian thought it was Wu Ma, but turned out to be Lin's mother. When Mother Lin met her indifferent eyes, her heart ached, but she did not retreat. Instead, she sat down beside the bed. Qian, Mom made you some clear noodle soup. Come try it." She wanted to feed her herself, but Lin Qian dodged her. "I'll do it myself." Lin Qian reached out to take the dishes and chopsticks. Looking down at the bowl of clear soup noodles, the white noodles are clearly visible, The clear soup is covered with a layer of tender green onions, and there is a poached egg. There is not too much seasoning, but it is fragrant. Lin Qian picked up the noodles and put them in her mouth, chewing slowly. Suddenly, the familiar taste filled her mouth and her whole body became warm. How are the noodles Mom made? Lin's mother looked at her expectantly. Lin Qian paused while eating noodles and asked, "Did you make this?" "Yes. Even Water has never eaten noodles made by her mother. You're the first." When she said this, she seemed to be expressing her love for Lin Qian, her biological daughter. However, Lin Qian was not moved. Instead, she smiled sarcastically, said nothing, and continued eating noodles. Lin's mother must not know the special meaning of Qingtang noodles to her. A simple bowl of clear soup noodles kept her warm throughout the winter. After so many years, she still clearly remembers the first time Wu Ma made clear soup noodles for her was in the winter of her freshman year in high school. On a dark night, she rode her bike back home in the snow and wind. The whole villa was in darkness and no one left a light on for her. The Lin family ate and drank their fill and went to bed early, but she was shivering from the cold and could only fill her stomach with cold food. As a result, her stomach began to churn that night, and she didn't feel better until she vomited out everything she had eaten. It was Wu Ma who found out she was sick when she got up at night, took care of her, and cooked her a bowl of steaming clear soup noodles. It was also from this day that Wu Ma would leave the lights on for her every night and wait for her to come home from school to make her clear soup noodles, small wontons, multigrain porridge, and other stomach-nourishing and easily digestible foods. Everyone in the Lin family knew that Lin Yanshu had a bad stomach, but no one knew that she had also developed stomach problems since returning to the Lin family. She never had stomach problems in the orphanage. When I returned to my home, I was hungry one day and full the next, which upset my stomach. How ironic. She would never forget the taste of the clear soup noodles made by Wu Ma, so how could she not tell who made the bowl of noodles in her hand? She drank up all the soup in her bowl of noodles. Mother Lin had a happy look on her face. "Is it delicious?" Staring at her lips, Lin Qian went straight to the point. "Just say what you want to say. There's no need to beat around the bush with me." This emotionless sentence instantly distanced the relationship between mother and daughter. Mother Lin frowned, looking unhappy. "Qian, Mom is really good to you. Why don't you let go of your grudge?" Lin Qian didn't say a word, just stared at her. His eyes seemed to be able to see through her heart. Under such gazes, Lin's mother gradually lost the battle. "Qian, what do you want me to do in order for you to accept me?" Lin Qian still didn't say anything, because she knew that even if she said it, she couldn't do it, so there was no point in talking to a deaf person. Mother Lin spoke sweetly and tenderly, but all she got in return was Lin Qian's indifference. Finally, she sighed helplessly and said earnestly, "Qian, you may be angry, but you can't just sit back and do nothing about Lin's enterprise. If the Lin and Gu companies don't cooperate, the losses of the Lin family will become greater and greater. You're a member of the Lin family, and you should contribute to the Lin family." To be honest, Lin Qian always thought that Lin's mother was a pretty good person. Today, I realized that she was overthinking it. There are two kinds of people sleeping in the same bed. Lin's mother and the other people in the Lin family are all the same. Even if he wanted to pretend to care about her, he should have done it more realistically, but she didn't even want to pretend. She used the clear soup noodles made by Wu Ma to fool her and talked about benevolence and morality. At this moment, Lin Qian felt extremely sad because she had the same blood as the Lin family members in her body. "Go out." "What?" "Either you go out or I go out." Lin Qian lifted the quilt and pretended to get out of bed. "How come you become so unreasonable in just 5 years?" Mother Lin's chest heaved with anger. Lin Qian sneered. "You are living a carefree life outside, so 5 years is of course too short for you. But I was either beaten or scolded in prison. These 5 years should have been borne by Lin Warner. It was you who deleted the surveillance footage and caused me to go to jail, leaving a stain on my life. Is this what you call sincerity? Then I beg you, please don't be sincere to me. I can't bear it. You are unreasonable." "Yes, I am unreasonable. You should ignore me from now on." Mother Lin turned around angrily, too embarrassed to continue facing Lin Qian. Lin Qian lay in Lin Yanshu's room for a whole day. At night, Lin's father came in and pointed at her nose and cursed at her. The reason was that Lin's company lost another billion yuan in one day. As long as Lin does not cooperate with Gu, the losses will not stop. Lin Qian kept smiling at Lin's father the whole time. Her behavior almost made Lin's father angry to death. Before leaving, Lin Yanshu looked at her deeply. Originally, She didn't understand the meaning of this look until the next day. When she woke up, Lin Qian found that her right ear had regained some hearing. As soon as she went downstairs, she heard two servants talking about Wu Ma. Why didn't Aunt Wu come today? I heard that something happened to her daughter, and the school seems to be planning to expel her daughter. Lin Qian suddenly looked at Lin Yanshu, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room reading a newspaper. As if he had sensed something, Lin Yanshu turned around and looked at her, giving her an ambiguous smile. Chapter 18, If you dare to hurt Wu Ma, I will die with you. Those words of warning instantly came to mind. Lin Qian's chest heaved violently, and the strands of hair on her forehead trembled slightly because of her anger. She stared at Lin Yanshu intently. Her eyes seemed to want to cut him into pieces. Did you do this? Lin Yanshu sat up straight, his hands folded casually on his legs, his face calm. His whole person was very noble. What do you mean I did it? I don't understand what you were talking about. Shun Man was expelled from school. Did you instigate someone to do that? Lin Qian's voice seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth. Lin Yanshu, I warn you, don't touch Wu Ma and Shun Man otherwise. He narrowed his eyes, with danger in his eyes. She was just the daughter of a servant, but Lin Qian had such a big reaction. She can be so caring towards outsiders, but she is so cold and mean to her own brother. Is this reasonable? I felt more and more unbalanced, and asked through gritted teeth, what else do you want to do? Lin Qian said fiercely, I will die with you. Lin Yanshu's heart ached. I'm your elder brother, and this is your attitude? Lin Qian didn't answer, but her ruthless eyes said it all. The two looked at each other, and the air was filled with tension. Suddenly, the ringing of a cell phone broke the silence. Lin Yanshu took a look and saw that it was Wu Ma calling. He curled his lips at Lin Qian and answered the call in Lin Qian's expectation. Suddenly, Wu Ma's anxious and helpless voice came out. Master, please help me. I'm really at a loss, so I called you. Can you use the Lin family's connections to not let the school expel Man? I only have this one daughter. I raised her with great difficulty. She's about to graduate from college. If she's expelled now, her life will be ruined. Lin Yanshu listened to Wu Ma's crying, but his eyes were always on Lin Qian, observing her every reaction. Lin Qian unconsciously clenched her hands into fists, her nails digging deep into her palms. Aunt Wu didn't even know that the instigator of all this was Lin Yanshu, and she was so foolish as to ask Lin Yanshu for help. Although she knew the whole story, she was powerless to help Wu Ma and could only place her hopes on Lin Yanshu again. Lin Qian suppressed her anger and said, help her. Lin Yanshu raised his eyebrows and covered the receiver with his hand. You can help her. Go and apologize to Gu Yilin. As long as you get Gu Beichen's forgiveness, Auntie Wu's daughter will be fine. Lin Qian was so angry that her eyes turned red, but she had to compromise. Okay, I promise you. Seeing her compromise, Lin Yanshu said to Wu Ma without hesitation, don't worry, your daughter will be fine. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yanshu stood up and said, I'll drive you. No, I could take a taxi myself. Lin Qian refused flatly. I drive fast. Lin Yanshu continued to insist. However, Lin Qian's next words were like a loud slap in the face, leaving him no mercy at all. I only heard her say lightly, looking at you makes me sick. After saying that, she turned and left. Lin Yanshu's face turned red, and the veins on his forehead were throbbing. He tried to suppress his anger, but failed. In a rage, he kicked the coffee table in front of him. The tea set was overturned in an instant. The delicate teacups smashed to pieces on the ground. The tea splashed everywhere and wet the surrounding carpet. Lin Qian, don't go too far. He stared at Lin Qian's departing back. He just didn't understand. He had deliberately shown weakness in front of her. So why couldn't she be more obedient like before? Why did she have to confront him head on? Lin Qian could always accurately hit the most vulnerable part of his heart and make him feel heartbroken, and she was very good at it. Lin Qian did not stop for a moment and walked out of the Lin family in a moment. At the doorstep of her home, she ran into Lu Jinxiu. Lu Jinxiu looked like a nonchalant young man, and his eyes scanned Lin Qian from head to toe without any hesitation. TSK, your face is swollen and your leg is lame. You look so pitiful. No matter how pitiful she looked, no one felt sorry for her. Lin Qian ignored him and walked past him indifferently. Lu Jinxiu frowned. Because he was Lin Yanshu's friend, whenever he came to the Lin family, Lin Qian would busy herself around like a servant, serving him tea and water, and was extremely enthusiastic. Why is it like this now? Such a double reversal makes him a little uncomfortable. Hey, where are you going? I'll take you there. Lin Qian still ignored him. Her disregard immediately aroused Lu Jinxiu's competitive spirit. He caught up with Lin Qian and grabbed her wrist. I'm talking to you, are you deaf? If Master Lu wants, you can not only treat me as a deaf person, but also as a dumb person. As long as Master Lu is happy, you can think whatever you want. I only have one request. From now on, ignore me and treat me as air, okay? Ew, I haven't offended you. Why are you mad at me? Just treat me as a lunatic. Lin Qian pulled her hand back and walked away without looking back. You are sick. Lu Jinxiu stood there in a daze, looking at her limping back. Thinking of the horrific wound on her leg, he felt very uncomfortable. Haiqing First People's Hospital. Lin Qian pushed open the VIP ward where Gu Yilin was and stood in front of the bed. The woman on the bed was very different for what he remembered. As the daughter of the Gu group, Gu Yilin has a sweet appearance, dresses fashionably, and looks as pretty as a doll. But now, she's like a withered leaf in the autumn wind. Her full muscles have disappeared, leaving only a layer of pale skin tightly wrapped around her bones. His cheeks were sunken, his cheekbones were high, his limbs were like skinny branches, and his muscles had all atrophied. Seeing her like this, Lin Qian couldn't help but feel a sense of sympathy, and her heart began to ache bit by bit. In fact, Gu Yilin and she did not have a good relationship. It was Gu Yilin who unilaterally hated her and targeted her. The reason is simple, because Gu Yilin and Lin Wanner grew up together and are very good friends. All of Gu Yilin's understanding of her was based on Lin Wanner's oral narration. She didn't know what Lin Wanner had said to Gu Yilin, but she was sure that it was not something good. Otherwise, Gu Yilin would not have firmly believed that she was bullying Lin Wanner. Until now, she still couldn't understand why Lin Wanner pushed Gu Yilin down the stairs when they were obviously good friends. What she couldn't understand even more was that Lin's father was clearly by Lin Wanner's side. So why did he allow Lin Wanner to commit the crime? And in the end, he framed her. It was also her bad luck that she appeared at that place at that time and witnessed the father and daughter's attempted murder. She was also seen by Lin's mother, who arrived at the scene first. It is precisely because Gu Yilin and Lin Wanner are good friends that Lin Yanshu and Gu Beichun do not believe that Lin Wanner would harm Gu Yilin. They all agreed that she was framing Lin Wanner. Chapter 19. Gu Beichun forced her to kneel down and kowtow to admit her fault. Lin Qian looked at Gu Yilin steadily. Gu Yilin, I am Lin Qian. You hate me so much, you should be able to recognize my voice, right? I heard that some vegetative patients have some conscious activities. I wonder if you're conscious now. If so, when will you wake up? Lin Qian talked a lot, but the person on the bed didn't respond at all. The smell of disinfectant in a ward permeated the air. The white walls and bed sheets looked particularly glaring, making Gu Yilin's skinny body look even more frail. Lin Qian slowly sat down beside the bed, her eyes never leaving Gu Yilin's pale face. You know what? Everyone thinks I harmed you, but I am innocent. No one knows this better than you. You were in a coma for 5 years, and I was in prison for 5 years instead of Lin Wanner. You have no idea how painful it is to be in prison. They stabbed me with needles, beat me with sticks, and even dug out one of my kidneys. Your brother specially asked someone to take care of me in order to avenge you. The sunlight outside the window poured in through the gaps in the curtains, forming mottled shadows on the ground, but it was unable to dispel the gloom in the ward. Lin Qian took a deep breath, forced back her tears, and continued. I still remember the first time I saw you. Your smile was so bright, like a princess. At that time, I envied you so much. You had a family that loved you, a rich life, and so many friends. And even though I returned to the Lin family, I always felt like an outsider. Now, I have become a labor camp prisoner despised by everyone. But it's obviously Lin Wanner who hurt you, not me. She was overwhelmed by a huge sense of grievance, and her tears flowed uncontrollably. Lin Qian raised her hand to wipe away her tears, but she didn't notice that Gu Yilin, who had not reacted until now, suddenly moved her eyeballs. After she finished crying, Lin Qian stood up and said, Gu Yilin, you must get better soon. I'm going back now. I'll come to see you when I have time. As soon as Lin Qian walked out of the ward, she looked up and met a pair of eyes as deep as a cold pond. The man in front of him was wearing a neat black suit. He was tall and straight, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His facial features were as handsome as a sculpture, yet with cold and hard lines. His sword-like eyebrows slanted into his temples. His eyes were as deep as the dark night, His thin lips were tightly pursed under his high nose bridge, his jaw lines were taut, and his whole body exuded a cold aura. Just a glance, and Lin Qian's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Her legs went weak, and every muscle seemed to be clenched by fear. She almost shook like a sieve. Her heart was beating wildly in her chest, as if it was going to burst through her chest, causing her breathing to become rapid. The man approached slowly with steady yet oppressive steps, while Lin Qian retreated step by step. In panic, her back hit the door of the ward with a dull bang. The man's eyes were fixed on her, making Lin Qian feel like a prey trapped in a desperate situation, being pinned down by the hunter's cold gaze with nowhere to escape. Finally, under the man's relentless pressure, Lin Qian was forced back to the ward. The man's tall figure almost completely enveloped her. The air in the ward seemed to be frozen at this moment, leaving only Lin Qian's violently heaving chest and disordered breathing, which seemed particularly clear in this suffocating silence. She was forced by the man and fell in the hospital bed, with no way to retreat. Mr. Gu Beichen's brows knitted unnoticeably, and his low, cold voice was full of oppression. Are you afraid of me? Lin Qian lowered her eyes, not daring to even breathe. Afraid? How can I not be afraid? She had experienced all of his methods in prison. They could destroy her dignity and make her suffer, but they could also keep her from dying and keep her alive. When facing the Lin family, she still had the courage to resist. But when facing him, all my courage vanished and fear spread throughout my body. Her eyes were filled with panic, and her hands were tightly clutching the corners of her clothes, her knuckles turning white from the force. Mr. Gu, I've already made everything clear to Miss Gu. Can I go now? Her voice was rapid and trembling, and her tone was trembling slightly because of excessive fear. She didn't dare to look up and look directly into Gu Beichen's eyes, but she could feel the extreme coldness coming from the man. He raised his head slightly, as if he was looking down at an insignificant ant. Explain clearly? His lips curled up in a cold arc. Your father promised me that you would kneel down and kowtow to my sister until I'm satisfied. Lin Qian's face turned pale in an instant. She raised her head abruptly and looked at the man. Under the man's aggressive gaze, she lowered her head again. All the humiliation and pain she had endured in prison in the past flashed through her mind like a kaleidoscope. Those days of torture that made her live a life worse than death made her subconsciously want to crawl at the man's feet and kneel down to beg for mercy. Gu Beichen took a step forward, and the sense of oppression emanating from his body became stronger, like a snow mountain that was about to collapse, giving people a suffocating pressure. Why? You don't want to? Or do you think 5 years in jail is enough to pay back what you owe Yilin? Lin Qian's body was shaking like a leaf in the wind. She wanted to escape, but her legs seemed to be nailed to the ground, and she couldn't move at all. She wanted to explain, but she knew he wouldn't listen. She had explained it 5 years ago, but he didn't believe a word she said, otherwise he wouldn't have specially sent someone to look after her in prison. She was afraid of him, a fear that penetrated her soul. Lin Qian slowly bent her knees and knelt down straight. I'm guilty. I count on Miss Gu Yilin and admit my mistake. I beg Mr. Gu to forgive me. As he finished speaking, he knocked his head heavily to the ground, making a dull and loud bang-bang sound over and over again, and each time seemed to use up all his strength. What is dignity? In order to survive, she had long since lost her dignity. Gu Beichen watched all this quietly, but his mood did not improve because of Lin Qian's surrender. Instead, he became even angrier. This was the scene he had always been looking forward to seeing, but now that he finally saw it, he did not feel the slightest bit of pleasure in his heart. Instead, an indescribable irritation spread in his heart. Lin Qian's forehead was broken, and bright red blood flowed down her cheek and dripped onto the white ground, gradually staining a small patch of glaring red. But she seemed to have lost her sense of pain, and she kept repeating the action of kowtowing mechanically, and kept muttering, I am guilty, I was wrong. Please let me go, Mr. Gu. Each word was accompanied by the sound of forehead hitting the ground. Gu Beichun clenched his fists, a storm raging in his eyes. He didn't notice that as Lin Qian kowtowed and begged for mercy, Gu Yilin's eyes moved back and forth several times on the bed, and a crystal tear slowly slid down from the corner of her eye and disappeared into the pillowcase. Chapter 20. You are so talented. It would be a pity if you don't do scientific research. Looking at Lin Qian's blood-stained face, Gu Beichen became even more irritated. There was no sense of satisfaction after revenge in his heart, only endless annoyance. His eyes were cold, and he opened his thin lips slightly. Go away. However, Lin Qian pretended not to hear and kept kowtowing. The bang 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 sounded like heavy hammers hitting Gu Beichen's heart. Gu Beichen's temples were throbbing, and he was even angrier. I told you to get out. Didn't you hear me? Lin Qian's mind went blank, and her ears were buzzing. She could not hear the sound around her and could only kowtow and beg for mercy instinctively. Gu Beichun had a cold face, strode forward, and stretched out his hand to pick up the woman who was begging on the ground. Unexpectedly, when Lin Qian saw Gu Beichun's hand reaching out, she was like a frightened bird. She instinctively shrank into a ball, holding her head with both hands, crying and begging for mercy. Don't hit me. The scene of being beaten all over her body in prison instantly emerged in her mind. The endless darkness and pain made her completely collapse at this moment. Gu Beichen's pupils suddenly shrank and his hands froze in midair, not moving for a long time. His eyes fell straight on Lin Qian's huddled figure, and all kinds of emotions intertwined in his heart, making him feel mixed for a moment. For a moment, he seemed to see the innocent Lin Qian of that year. She was shy and loved to laugh at that time, and her pair of bright eyes seemed to be scattered with stars, shining slowly. The first time I heard about her was from my teacher. The teacher praised her generously in front of him. Beichun, your biggest competitor in this physics competition is Lin Qian, a freshman from Haichen No. 1 High School. That girl is definitely a natural talent. The 16-year-old boy was full of unwillingness to admit defeat. My talent is definitely not worse than hers. As a top student at Shanghui Noble High School who had always topped the rankings, he did not take Lin Qian seriously. Until he lost to Lin Qian in the competition, he couldn't stop and kept losing. And he was like a possessed man. As long as there was a competition organized by Lin Qian, he would definitely participate. After a long time, even he couldn't figure out whether he was doing it to prove himself or to see her. During the 3 years of high school, in all competitions without exception, Lin Qian always came first and he came second. Until now, he still remembers his teacher sighing. Geniuses like Lin Qian are the cutting-edge talents that the country needs and are destined to make great contributions to the country's development. After hearing this, he was convinced. During the last competition, he asked her if she was so persistent in participating in the competition in order to get noticed by the people above. She said, "No, the first place winner of the competition gets money, but I only do it for the money. My dream is to be a teacher, to teach students and watch them become successful. Then I will realize my value. You are so talented, it's a pity not to do scientific research." She smiled and asked him, "What about you?" "Me? I want to go back and inherit the family business." "Lin Qian, you are so talented, it's a shame not to do scientific research." The two looked at each other and laughed. At that time, he was even glad that Lin Qian's dream was not to become a scientist. Otherwise, even if he was the heir to the Gu group, he would not be worthy of her. He had fought hard against the arranged marriage between himself and Lin Wanner. He didn't want either Lin Wanner or the real daughter that the Lin family had found. It was not until he met Lin Qian at Lin Wanner's graduation banquet that he realized that the girl he had been thinking about was the real daughter of the Lin family. The one who was actually betrothed to him was Lin Qian. When he heard the news, he was overwhelmed with joy. If only those things hadn't happened later, how great it would have been. In my memory, the lively, cheerful, bright, and charming Lin Qian has changed. The woman before me no longer had the vigor and vitality she once had. The emotions in Gu Beichen's eyes changed. His throat seemed to be choked by something. He wanted to say something, but felt that any word seemed so pale and powerless at this moment. Lin Qian in front of him, with her trembling body and frightened eyes, was like a sharp knife, piercing straight into the softest part of his heart, causing a crack to appear in his originally iron-hard heart. "You can go now." Gu Beichen finally spoke. His voice was no longer cold and tough, but instead carried a hint of barely perceptible fatigue. He slowly lowered his hand and clenched it into a fist. Lin Qian was still huddled on the ground. He frowned slightly, and an urge suddenly surged in his heart to hold her in his arms and comfort her. But as soon as the thought appeared, he suppressed it fiercely. "I told you to go away." Lin Qian couldn't hear what Gu Beichen was saying. The blood mixed with tears blurred her eyes, and she couldn't see his lips clearly. She raised her hand in panic to wipe the blood and tears off her face, her eyes wide open, staring fixedly at Gu Beichen's lips. Finally, she understood what he meant. "Rol." He was telling her to get lost. "Are you going to let her go?" An indescribable ecstasy welled up in my heart, a feeling of relief, disbelief, and more importantly, relief for surviving the disaster. Get out, I'll get out right now. Her voice was trembling and hoarse. She ignored the pain in her knees and forehead and used her hands and feet to get up from the ground. Her injured leg made it almost impossible for her to stand steadily. She staggered several times and almost fell, but her instinct for survival kept her holding on. She was afraid that Gu Beichun would suddenly change his mind, so she didn't dare to delay for a moment and rushed out desperately. Gu Beichun stood there for a long time, until the embarrassed figure completely disappeared from his sight. He slowly withdrew his gaze. He sat down on the bed and gently stroked Gu Yilin's sunken eyebrows with his fingers. Lin, if I let her go so easily, will you be angry with your brother? But what to do? He could never bear to be cruel to her. Gu Yilin still lay there quietly without any response. The lights in the hospital corridor were a bit dazzling. Lin Qian squinted his eyes and stumbled forward. Her body seemed to be out of control, and she kept bumping into walls and passersby, but she no longer cared about that. She ignored the strange looks from passersby. At this moment, she had only one thought in her mind, which was to stay as far away from Gu Beichun as possible. She was afraid that if she walked too slowly, Gu Beichun would catch up with her again. Because he was running too fast, he didn't notice the person coming out of the consultation room next to him. She crashed straight into the other person, and the rebound force made her fall backwards. The next second, a strong hand appeared around her waist, and with a light pull, she fell into the other's arms. Qian, a familiar yet unfamiliar man's voice came from above my head. As soon as she raised her eyes, she met Lin Qian's gentle eyes, and her resistance was even reflected in his pupils. As if she had been electrocuted, she pushed him away, then lowered her eyes and walked away. But after taking only 2 steps, her wrist was grabbed by Lin Qian's big hand. He didn't have to exert any effort, and she was helpless. Chapter 21, Don't touch me. Stay away from me. We will never see each other again. Lin Qian noticed the wound on her head, and his eyes showed distress. You are injured. Lin Qian just stared at the ground coldly, without saying a word. Who hurt you? Tell me, and I'll help you vent your anger. Lin Qian narrowed his eyes, and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. However, his concerns sounded so ridiculous to Lin Qian. He said he was the one who protected her. He was the one who sent her to prison. 5 years ago, she wished he could appear in court as her defense attorney. But in the court, he sat opposite her. As Lin Wanner's defense lawyer, he listed all the evidence against her one by one with an expressionless face. Every word was like a sharp blade, stabbing her fiercely and nailing her mercilessly to the pillar of shame, causing her to lose her freedom, dignity, studies, and future. She trusted him once, but he stabbed her in the back. The lesson she learned once cost her half her life. How could she dare to trust him again? If Gu Beichun was the person she feared the most, then Lin Qian was the person she hated and disliked the most. After all, they had been dependent on each other for more than 10 years, and that is more than 10 years of love. How could he give up so easily? She was so envious of Lin Wanner, who had also had a relationship with the Lin family for more than 10 years. For her, the Lin family would rather let their own daughter take the blame than let Lin Wanner suffer even a little bit of harm. Seeing that she remained silent and had a cold and distant attitude, pain and guilt appeared on Lin Qian's face. Qian, are you still blaming me? I had my reasons for what happened back then. Can you please forgive me? I promise that I will never let you suffer any injustice again. Lin Qian was not interested in his difficulties. She had to endure everything that she shouldn't have to endure. No amount of explanation could make up for the hurt she had suffered. Her legs will never recover. Her left ear will be permanently deaf, and the kidney that was removed from her will never return to her body. With all these bloody facts before her eyes, how could she forgive the executioner? Lin Qian tried to pull her hand away, but Lin Qian's grip was too tight and she couldn't break free. Lin Qian finally raised her eyes to look at him. There seemed to be 1,000-year-old ice in her eyes. They were extremely cold and disgusting. Such a look almost suffocated Lin Qian. He felt as if his chest was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand. At that moment, he was almost drowned by the disgust and indifference in Lin Qian's eyes. I only heard her say coldly, "Let go." Lin Qian's fingers tightened subconsciously, his eyes locked on Lin Qian. Qian, I'll take you to bandage your wound, okay? His voice was so soft, almost cautious. However, to Lin Qian, this just sounded hypocritical, which only increased her dislike for him. I told you to let go. Don't you understand? Lin Qian did not hide her disgust at all. Lu Qian's heart felt like it was pierced by thousands of steel needles, and the pain instantly spread throughout his body. He looked at Lin Qian's resolute and cold face, his lips trembling as he uttered two words with difficulty, Qian Qian. This call was filled with his endless regret, as if he was begging Lin Qian to change her mind. But what he got in return was only Lin Qian's deeper annoyance. Lin Qian's patience had reached its limit, and a hint of madness flashed in her eyes. Suddenly, she slammed her head against the wall. The wound that had just healed suddenly burst, and blood gushed out again, flowing down her cheek, making her face look hideous and terrifying. She looked at Lu Qian with blood all over her face. There was no trace of pain in her eyes, only the determination to burn her boats and cross the river. Are you going to let go? Lu Qian was so shocked by her sudden act of self-abuse that he stood there in a daze. You're not going to let go, are you? Lin Qian slammed the wall again. Bang, bang, bang. The dull and heart-pounding sound of banging against the wall echoed in the corridor, and each sound was like a heavy hammer hitting Lu Qian's heart. His face turned pale, and he almost couldn't stand. Are you crazy? His voice was trembling. Just to get rid of me. Are you even going to ignore your own body? Lin Qian seemed to be in a state of madness. As long as Lu Qian didn't let go, she would continue to repeat the action of banging her head against the wall. Blood splattered on the ground, forming shocking pools of blood, and her face turned pale due to excessive blood loss. Lu Qian was tortured to death by Lin Qian's crazy behavior, and the pain spread from the depths of his soul to every corner of his body. Why don't you take care of your body? Why do you torture me by hurting yourself? Lu Qian's voice was hoarse and trembling. He held Lin Qian tightly in his arms, as if he wanted to rub her into his body. Don't take care of your body? How ridiculous. If taking care of one's body was useful, why would she be deaf and lame? Either let me go, or I'll die in front of you. She struggled desperately, trying to hit the wall again. She had very little strength left, but her stubbornness did not diminish in the slightest. Every struggle aggravated her wound, and blood kept gushing out from her forehead, flowing down her cheeks and dripping onto Lu Qian's arm. The warm touch was like boiling magma, burning his heart. Lu Qian looked at Lin Qian in horror. Qian, don't be like this. I'll let go right now. Lu Qian's hands slowly loosened, and the indescribable reluctance was like millions of ants gnawing at his heart. Lin Qian's body shook after losing Lu Qian's support. But before Lu Qian wanted to support her again, she stood firm with her tenacious will. Don't touch me. Stay away from me. We will part ways and never see each other again. Lin Qian's voice was cold and resolute, and every word was like an insurmountable chasm between her and Lu Qian. After saying that, she limped towards the hospital exit. Her staggering steps were like broken drum beats, hitting Lu Qian's heart again and again. He didn't dare to get any closer, but he was worried about her leaving alone, so he could only keep a distance from Lin Qian and follow her closely. Lin Qian didn't want to go home so early. After returning, she would face endless abuse from the Lin family. She sat down on a bench outside the hospital and stared blankly at the vehicles passing by on both sides of the road. Lu Qian stood not far behind her, staring at her without blinking. The blood on Lin Qian's forehead was so glaring that it hurt his eyes. Suddenly, he stopped the woman who was walking by and said something to her. The woman showed a hint of surprise at first, then nodded and hurried away. Not long after, the woman appeared again with a bag in her hand. She walked straight to Lin Qian and said softly, "Girl, your head is bleeding a lot. Let me help you deal with it." Lin Qian looked at the disinfectant, cotton swabs, and gauze in the bag. Her heart moved slightly, and she turned around to look back. Lu Qian quickly hid himself. Lin Qian glanced around and didn't see him, so she smiled softly at the woman and said, "Thank you." Lu Qian walked out quietly and saw Lin Qian sitting obediently and letting the woman treat her wound. He felt relieved, but his heart ached even more. Chapter 22, If giving birth to me will bring me suffering, then please don't give birth to me. Lin Qian sat on the bench for a long, long time until it was getting dark and the street lights were lit one by one. The dim light shone on her, and she just sat there quietly. She stared into the distance with empty eyes. The passing cars whizzed past, and the wind blew her hair, just like her messy life. Lu Qian stood in the shadows, not far away, watching her silently. Looking at her thin back, his heart seemed to be pierced deeply by countless tiny needles, and the pain spread to every corner of his body. He wanted to go up to her, hug her tightly, and tell her that he regretted it and that he was willing to atone for the decision he had made. As long as she gave him a chance, he would do whatever he wanted to make up for it. But he didn't dare. He was afraid that his approach would again cause her disgust and resistance, and that the gap between them would become even more unbridgeable because of his actions. He could only stand behind her and watch from a distance. As the night grew darker, Lin Qian finally stood up slowly, dragging his heavy and tired body, and walked step by step towards the direction of the Lin family. Lu Chun immediately came back to his senses and fell far behind her. Lin Qian returned to the Lin family only after it was completely dark. As soon as she approached, she saw Aunt Wu standing in front of the villa door, looking around anxiously. When she saw her coming back, the worry on her face disappeared in an instant, and she came to greet her with a smile. "Miss, you're finally back." As Aunt Wu spoke, she looked at Lin Qian carefully. When she saw the gauze bandaged on her forehead and her pale face, distress flashed in her eyes. "Miss, what happened to you?" Lin Qian shook her head slightly. "It's okay." Wu Ma was still a little worried. "Are you really okay?" "Yeah." She nodded gently, then took a deep breath, suppressed the bitterness in her heart, tried to make her voice sound steady, and asked, "Auntie Wu, how is Man-Man?" Wu Ma's face instantly broke into a smile. That smile was full of relief and gratitude. Thanks to the young master's arrangement, the school will not expel Man-Man. After she finished speaking, she sighed. "If it weren't for the young master's help, I don't know what to do. Miss, the young master is actually a very good person. As long as the misunderstanding between you is resolved, he will definitely be a good brother." Lin Qian didn't say anything, but a hint of sarcasm appeared on her lips. Looking at Wu Ma's grateful expression towards Lin Yanshu, she felt sadness welling up from the bottom of her heart. It's ironic that a person like Lin Yanshu can make the victim grateful to him after hurting others. She didn't ask Wu Ma what happened to Shun Man at school. To her, it didn't matter what happened. What mattered was that she knew that Lin Yanshu was the culprit. As long as Lin Yanshu wants, he can find 10,000 ways to torture people. This time he used Man-Man to control her. Next time it might be Wu Ma. She really wanted to just leave like this. But she couldn't allow Wu Ma and Shun Man to be hurt by that madman Lin Yanshu. Lin Qian forced a smile and said to Aunt Wu, "I'm glad Man-Man is okay." After saying that, he dragged his feet towards the villa. "As soon as I came in, I saw the Lin family of four sitting around the dining table and having a happy meal. The table was filled with delicious dishes. The four of them were talking and laughing, looking very happy. It was so warm. However, her appearance broke this warmth. Lin Yanshu put down his chopsticks, with an undisguised look of disgust on his face. Without a single word of concern, he started with a barrage of sarcasm. "You still remember to come back? I thought you ran away from home again." Mother Lin frowned and glared at Lin Yanshu. "Yanshu, how can you talk to your sister like that?" As she said that, she smiled and waved at Lin Qian. "Qian, don't bother with your brother. Come over and have dinner." Her smile looked very gentle, but Lin Qian refused calmly. "No, you guys eat." She really had no appetite to face this family. Mother Lin's face froze, but she continued, "How can you not eat at night? It's bad for your stomach. You should eat something." Glancing around the table, Lin Qian raised the corner of her mouth sarcastically. "Sorry, I'm still not used to eating leftovers." Her words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly freezing the smile on Lin's mother's face. The originally relaxed and happy atmosphere at the dinner table suddenly became very depressing. Father Lin frowned and looked at Lin Qian with dissatisfaction, ruthlessly releasing his father's majesty. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Lin Wanner quickly put down the bowl and chopsticks in her hands, her eyes full of sincere concern. "Sister, we have been waiting for you for a long time, but when we saw that you hadn't come back, we thought you had eaten outside, so we started eating. We just started eating too, so don't be angry, come and sit down." Mother Lin seemed to have found the steps and agreed repeatedly. Yes, Qian, eat a little. What I cooked tonight is your favorite." Lin Yanshu slammed his chopsticks on the table and warned with narrowed eyes. "Lin Qian, your parents and Wanner are very worried about you. We don't blame you for coming back so late. Don't be ungrateful. Stop your unreasonable behavior immediately. If you want to eat, come over and sit down. Don't always act like the whole family owes you something." Lin Qian looked at these hypocritical faces, and the anger in her heart burned even more vigorously. She just wants to be alone and quiet. Why is it so difficult? Why is it so difficult for them to not cause trouble for her and treat her as heir? She was calm and composed. but in their eyes she was making a fuss. Do you have to force her? Good. Make some noise. Then she will make a scene for them to see. Lin Qian took a deep breath and pointed at the leftovers on the table. There are 6 dishes and 1 soup in total, and they're almost all gone. Lin Warner, tell me, did you just eat this? Lin Warner's expression froze, and she tried to explain, but she seemed to be stuck and couldn't say anything. Then, Lin Qian turned to Lin's mother. Dear Madam Lin, how do you want me to eat? Licking the plate. Qian I. Before Mrs. Lin could explain, Lin Qian interrupted her. You said they were all my favorites, so tell me, what do I like to eat? Lin's mother avoided her gaze. You can't tell, right? Then let me tell you. I have a hard life, and I am never picky about food. As long as it can fill my stomach, I can eat it. The only thing I won't eat is things I'm allergic to. Unfortunately, I am allergic to 3 of the 6 dishes on the table. I am allergic to seafood, so I cannot eat hairy crabs and prawns. I am also allergic to pineapples, so I cannot eat pineapple chicken nuggets either. Like a string of cannonballs, Lin's mother's face turned red. But that's not all. Lin Qian turned her attention to Lin Yanshu again. Didn't your parents say they care about me? Is this what you call care? They treat me with food that I'm allergic to and even say it's my favorite. Do you want this care? Lin Yanshu's face turned pale in an instant. He never expected that Lin Qian would embarrass the whole family just because his mother said something politely to ease the atmosphere. He wanted to get angry, but what Lin Qian said was the truth. He felt a surge of anger stuck in his heart, unable to get out or out. Father Lin was so angry at Lin Qian's words that he was shaking all over, and the muscles on his face were twisted with anger. He slammed the chopsticks in his hand hard on the dining table, making a loud bang sound, and the dishes and chopsticks on the table were shaken slightly. You are such a rebellious girl. His eyes widened with anger. Your mother and I gave birth to you, and now we are your enemies? Lin Qian looked at the furious look on Father Lin's face. Did I ask you to give birth to me? If you gave birth to me just to bring me suffering, I would rather you didn't give birth to me. Chapter 23, you say you love me, but where is your love? Father Lin was so angry that his whole body was shaking and his chest was heaving violently. Mother Lin was heartbroken. Tears welled up in her eyes uncontrollably. She covered her chest with her hands and cried, Qian, it's not like that. Mom and Dad gave birth to you because they love you. Really, you have to believe us. Lin Qian was almost amused by her words, and she really laughed. But there was no warmth in that smile. It was full of mockery and sadness. Love her? She was standing right in front of them, with gauze wrapped around her head. Even Aunt Wu could see it, but her own flesh and blood couldn't. He didn't show any concern at all. He just blamed her. Lin Qian's eyes turned red with anger. She pointed at her forehead, her voice sharp with anger. It's been 10 minutes since I came in, right? In these 10 minutes, has anyone asked me what the wound on my forehead was? Do you really not see it? Or are you pretending not to see it? Or maybe you see it, but don't care at all. Mrs. Lin, you have crippled me, yet you tell me you love me. Do you have a nerve to do that? Her voice echoed in the room, carrying endless questions, and every word was like a sharp blade, stabbing everyone present. You keep saying you love me, but where is your love? Lin Qian's tears finally burst out and flowed freely down her cheeks. Her body swayed slightly because of her excitement. Mother Lin's crying suddenly stopped. After Lin Qian's reminder, she finally noticed the wound on Lin Qian's forehead and a large amount of blood on her clothes. Mother Lin wanted to go forward and hug Lin Qian out of distress, but was frightened by the indifference and resistance in her eyes and stopped. Qian, what's wrong with your head? Lin Warner exclaimed. Ah, sister, you are hurt. There was a flash of anxiety in Lin Yanshu's eyes, but that trace of anxiety was fleeting. As if he thought of something, his expression turned into contempt. He sneered, and the laugh was particularly harsh. No wonder you have been so sarcastic since you came in. It turns out you wanted to use the self-torture tactic to attract our attention. He raised his head slightly, his eyes full of disdain. Lin Qian, put away your little tricks. It will only annoy people. Mother Lin's eyes were filled with suspicion and slight disappointment. She frowned slightly. Qian, is that so? How can you scare us with your injury, kid? Father Lin snorted coldly. It's true that a dog can't change its eating habits. Lin Qian never expected to get such a result. Her body froze instantly, as if a basin of cold water had been poured over her from head to toe, and her heart seemed to have fallen into an ice cellar. She thought that no matter how cold his family was, they would not turn a blind eye to her pain. But now reality slapped her hard in the face. Not only did they turn a blind eye, they also suspected that she was using self-torture to pretend to be pitiful in order to gain sympathy. At this moment, Lin Qian's fatigue reached its peak. She didn't want to argue with them anymore, because there's no point in saying more. Whatever you think. Lin Qian straightened her back. Even though tears were welling up in her eyes, she refused to let them fall. She didn't want to show any weakness in front of these people. She walked quickly towards the utility room. "Stop right there." Lin Yanshu stood up suddenly and shouted loudly, with contempt and anger still on his face. Lin Qian paused, turned around, and looked at him, her eyes extremely cold. Being looked at in such a manner, Lin Yanshu's heart suddenly tightened, his mind went blank, and he completely forgot what he was going to say next. Lin Qian stared at the Lin family for a long time, and the sight of the family of four made her scalp tingle. Then she turned around and continued walking forward. Lin Wanner fearfully held on her mother's arm. "Mom, my sister's look was so scary just now." Mother Lin patted her arm soothingly. She also felt terrified and had a feeling that Lin Qian was determined to die with them. "Qian has changed a lot since 5 years ago. She has no manners at all." Father Lin snorted coldly. "She is far inferior to Wanner. If I had known that I would give birth to something like her, I would have never given birth to her." Mother Lin sighed. "You should also stop talking. After all, she's a girl. If you say such harsh words, she will lose face." Father Lin got angry on the spot, and his roar was so loud that even Lin Qian, who had entered the utility room, could hear it clearly. "I'm her father. How can I give her face? She's so presumptuous because I usually give her too much face. I should have set rules for her when she first came into the house." "Say less." The restaurant was noisy for a long time before the noise died down. Lin Qian leaned against the door and slowly slid down to sit on the ground. The room was pitch black. She hugged her arms tightly and buried her head between her knees. Tears finally burst out her eyes. The pain and grievances that had been suppressed for so long poured out at this moment like a flood. She cried silently, her tears soaking her clothes, but could not wash away the pain in her heart. When she came to this home, her heart was full of longing, imagining that this would be the warmest harbor, but she didn't expect it to become a cold cage that left her covered in wounds. Everything she had suffered was caused by these so-called relatives before her. After an unknown amount of time, her crying gradually became weaker. She groped her way to lie down on the bed, staring blankly at the dark ceiling, tears still streaming from the corners of her eyes. In a mixture of extreme sleepiness and pain, she finally fell into a drowsy sleep. However, she did not find peace in her sleep. The horrific scenes of being beaten in prison came back to her mind like a ghost. A look of fear appeared on her face. She struggled and twisted on the bed, crying out, "Help! Mom! Mom! Save me!" Those cries were filled with fear and despair, as if she had returned to those dark days in hell. Just when she was immersed in the abyss of nightmare and unable to extricate herself, suddenly, a warm, big hand gently fell on her back, patting her rhythmically, accompanied by a gentle, coaxing voice. "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Mommy is here." The voice was old and full of concern, like a ray of light penetrating the darkness, trying to dispel the fear in her heart. Lin Qian subconsciously leaned towards the source of warmth in her sleep. Her frown gradually relaxed, and the cries from her mouth gradually subsided. The door of the utility room was open, and the light from the corridor shone in. Only then could she see clearly that the person who patted Lin Qian was not Lin's mother, but Aunt Wu. Aunt Wu sighed silently, her face full of heartache, but she was helpless. She was just a servant and had no say, so she could only try her best to be nice to the young lady. The next day, after Lin Qian woke up, she was in a trance for a long time. Last night, she seemed to dream that Lin's mother hugged her and coaxed her and comforted her. Lin Qian sneered. She was really crazy and had all kinds of unrealistic fantasies. Chapter 24, it's just a minor injury. It won't kill anyone. Why make a fuss? Dining room. Father Lin, Mother Lin, Lin Yanshu, and Lin Wanner had already sat down, but this time they rarely started eating first. Seeing Lin Qian coming out, Lin's mother immediately stood up, walked over, took her hand, and said enthusiastically, Qian, you must be hungry so early in the morning. Come and have breakfast." Having said that, he pulled her to the dining table. Father Lin sat in the main seat. Lin Yanshu was on his right, Mother Lin was on his left, and Lin Wanner was naturally next to Mother Lin. Lin Qian had only two choices, either to stay next to Lin Yanshu or to stay next to Lin Wanner. Lin Qian doesn't like either of these two people. If she has to choose one, she would choose to be with Lin Yanshu. Lin Qian sat down next to Lin Yanshu expressionlessly, without saying a word, picked up the spoon, and silently ate the wontons in front of her. The four people from the Lin family all looked at her, each with a different expression. Father Lin was obviously angry, but was suppressed by Mother Lin, so he barely avoided getting angry at Lin Qian. Mother Lin looked a little embarrassed and wanted to remind Lin Qian to greet the elders before eating, but when she thought of what happened last night, she swallowed the words back. Lin Wanner's eyes flashed with resentment, but she still forced a smile. "Sister, these wontons were made specially for you by Aunt Wu. Are they delicious?" There was a hint of coquettishness and flattery in her voice, but Lin Qian pretended not to hear it. She didn't even bother to look at her, and only focused on the wontons in the bowl. Seeing this, Lin Yanshu took a deep breath, trying his best to suppress the anger that was about to burst out, and a stiff arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Qian, after breakfast, go and take off the gauze on your head. You are not injured, and if you keep the gauze on your head, people who don't know will think that you are being wronged in this family." Lin Qian paused in his eating, a hint of sarcasm appearing on the corner of his mouth, but he still didn't say anything. After a moment, he continued eating as if nothing had happened. This time she ate very quickly, finishing the bowl of wonton in no time. She picked up the napkin on the table and wiped her mouth, then looked up and said to them, "I'm done. You guys take your time." Lin Yanshu could no longer suppress his anger and started to accuse her. "Lin Qian, who are you showing off your innocent face to?" Lin Qian looked at him coldly, without any emotion in her eyes. This made Lin Yanshu even more angry. He suddenly raised his hand to pull the gauze on Lin Qian's head and said viciously, "I want to see if your head is really injured or if you are addicted to pretending to be weak." The moment the gauze was pulled off, Lin Qian felt a sharp pain on her forehead. The scar that had just scabbed over was ruthlessly torn apart. Blood instantly gushed out, slowly flowing down her cheek, dyeing Lin Qian's face red. "I told you were pretending." The following words were all stuck in his throat. Lin Yanshu's pupils suddenly shrank, and he looked at Lin Qian, whose head was bleeding, in disbelief. Seeing this, Lin's mother exclaimed, her eyes red with distress, "Qian, what happened to your forehead?" Lin Wanner's eyes flashed with a hint of pleasure, but soon turned into a look of horror, and she whispered, "Sister, are you okay?" Lin Qian seemed to feel no pain. Her eyes were empty and cold, and the blood that kept sliding down her cheeks stained her eyes with a blood-red color. Her eyes slowly swept over the family of four in front of her. In her eyes, they seemed like evil spirits from hell, devouring her soul and trampling on her dignity. "Are you satisfied now?" His voice was hoarse and not hysterical, but it was like a heavy hammer hitting them hard. However, Father Lin didn't even frown and said nonchalantly, "It's just a minor injury. It won't kill anyone. Why make a fuss?" Quiet, deathly silence. Lin Qian gripped the table tightly with both hands, her fingers turning white from the force, and she looked like she was going to overturn the table again. Having learned from the previous lesson of having the table overturned, Lin's father was shocked. He quickly put his hands on the table and stared at Lin Qian's every move. Lin's mother, Lin Yanshu, and Lin Wanner also thought that she would go crazy and overturn the table, so they hurried to hold it down. Mother Lin's hands were shaking. Her eyes were full of nervousness and anxiety. "Qian, calm down first. Your father didn't mean that. He thinks your injury is not serious. He is concerned about you." Even she herself felt that the excuse she gave to Father Lin was lame and was embarrassed to continue. Lin Qian looked at Lin's mother. Her gaze seemed to penetrate her soul. Lin's mother blushed and her eyes dodged, not daring to meet her gaze. The atmosphere in the restaurant was extremely tense. The blood from her forehead continued to flow down her cheeks and drip onto the dining table. The bright red bloodstains were shocking, just like her broken heart. "Care about me?" As if squeezing out the words from between his teeth. "You really care about me? Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, thank you for your concern." After Lin Qian finished speaking, she turned around and left without giving the Lin family a chance to explain. Lin Yanshu just felt irritated. He was no longer in the mood to eat breakfast. "Dad, Mom, I'm going to the company." After saying that, he left too. After getting in the car, Lin Yanshu's eyes fell on the blood-stained gauze in his hand. In an instant, Dense pain spread from the depths of his heart to his entire body, making his heart suddenly tighten. He leaned back in his chair, and the scene of Lin Qian leaving home yesterday morning involuntarily emerged in his mind. She was fine at that time, but when she came back at night, she had gauze on her head. What happened to her yesterday? Was she bullied? Qian is his biological sister. Even if she has made mistakes before, not everyone can bully her. Lin Yanshu clenched his hands unconsciously and then loosened them after a long time. He picked up his phone and made a call. Gu Beichun. Lin Yanshu gritted his teeth and asked, "Did you hit Qian's head? Is that why you called me?" The man's voice was calm, without any emotion. "I warn you, no matter what Qian has done, she has already paid the price for it. She is the eldest daughter of my Lin family. You can't just hurt her if you want to." Beep, beep, beep. Before Lin Yanshu could finish his words, the other end hung up the phone. Lin Yanshu was so angry that he threw his phone on the passenger seat. Fuck. It took Lin Yanshu a long time to calm his tangled mood. He let out a long breath, then started the car and headed for the company. When he arrived at the company, he had no intention of working. His mind was filled with Lin Qian's bloody face, which made him restless. After enduring for an hour with great difficulty, he could no longer hold back and picked up his phone to call Aunt Wu. "Aunt Wu, how is Qian? Has the wound on her forehead been treated?" Chapter 25. I beat her. She deserved it. She owed it to Lin. "Don't worry, young master. I've already dealt with it for the young lady. Auntie Wu, clean up my bedroom and let Qian live in it. Don't live in the utility room anymore." Aunt Wu was slightly stunned on the other end of the phone and then happily agreed. "Okay, master, I'll go and pack it up right away. The young lady has really suffered these days, and it's time to move to a better place to live." Lin Yanshu said softly and hung up the phone. He is her biological brother. No matter how ignorant she is, the blood relationship between them cannot be severed. Now, Qian must be able to feel his concern for her, right? He seemed to have seen Lin Qian's surprised and touched expression after she moved into his room. A warm feeling welled up in his heart. He couldn't help but look forward to Lin Qian's reaction after returning home. He even thought that if Lin Qian was in a good mood, she might come to the company in person to bring him meals as she did before. The corners of his mouth rose unconsciously, and the gloom on his face gradually dissipated. After finally making it to the end of the workday, employees clocked out one after another, and the sounds of footsteps and conversations gradually dissipated in the corridor. Secretary Qin knocked on the door and entered, placing the documents on the desk. "CEO, it's time to get off work. Aren't you going to eat?" Lin Yanshu had a faint smile on his face. "My sister will bring the food over later." "It's great to have a sister who loves you. I don't have that blessing." Secretary Qin joked and then left. The corners of Lin Yanshu's mouth were about to stretch to his ears. Time passed by minute, and it was almost time to go to work. Employees started to clock in for work one after another, but Lin Yanshu didn't even see Lin Qian's shadow. "I hope nothing happened to Qian on the way." Lin Yanshu quickly picked up his phone and called home. The phone rang several times before it was picked up by Aunt Wu. Lin Yanshu asked hurriedly, "Aunt Wu, how long has Qian been out of the house?" Wu Ma was confused by the question. "Master, the eldest lady has been at home the whole time. She didn't go out." Lin Yanshu's grip on the phone tightened slightly. "Didn't leave home? She didn't bring him food? In the past, wasn't she the one who loved bringing him meals? Why not send it now?" He had already compromised and even taken the initiative to show his goodwill to her, so why was she still making a fuss? Only then did he realize that all his previous expectations were nothing but a self-indulgent fantasy. How could he be so sure that Lin Qian would easily forgive him and bring him meals as considerately as before? Wu Ma didn't hear Lin Yanshu speak for a long time, so she asked cautiously, "Master, do you have something to do with Miss? Do you want me to call Miss over to answer the phone?" Lin Yanshu came back to his senses and refused. "No thanks." After hanging up the phone, he felt terrible. At this moment, Secretary Qin came in and asked, "Boss, what delicious food did the young lady bring you today?" As he spoke, he looked around the office and asked, "Hey, where's the lunchbox?" Lin Yanshu looked at him coldly. His gaze was like an ice knife in the cold winter, making Secretary Qin's scalp numb instantly. He smiled awkwardly, realizing that he had said the wrong thing, and quickly changed the subject. "President, this document is the information about the land in the eastern suburbs that you asked me to compile a few days ago. According to reliable information, the land will be auctioned in half a month." "Well, put it down." After Secretary Qin left, Lin Yanshu was stunned for a long time before he started to deal with the work at hand. The above policy will plan the land in the eastern suburbs into a business district. As long as the policy remains unchanged, acquiring this land will be a big business that is sure to make money. However, it's not just the Lin family that's eyeing this piece of land. There's also the Gu family, and it seems that even people in North City are very interested in this piece of land. Wanner and Gu Beicheng are engaged. It will be a win-win situation for the two families to work together to develop the Dongjiao project. What he is currently undecided about is the attitude of North City. Beijing is the capital of China. The foundation of the big families in Beijing far exceeds that of the Lin and Gu families. If Beijing swallows up Dongjiao for itself, the Lin and Gu families will be in trouble. Lin Yanshu was overwhelmed by his work and family problems. Lin Yanshu worked until late at night before leaving the company. However, he was in a bad mood and did not go home. Instead, he drove to Shengshi Bar. The lights in the bar were dim, and the ambiguous light flickered and swayed on the dance floor, reflecting the blurry figures of men and women. Lin Yanshu entered the bar, walked straight to the bar, found an empty seat, and sat down. He raised his hand to signal the bartender to give him a glass of strong liquor. The bartender looked at him, quickly mixed a glass, and placed it in front of him. Lin Yanshu picked up the wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. The spicy wine slid down his throat, making him frown slightly, but it seemed that at this moment he found an outlet to vent his inner depression. Lin Yanshu drank one cup after another, and his eyes gradually became blurred. Damn Lin Qian. My temper is becoming more and more stubborn. She was not like this 5 years ago. Wasn't it just that she was in jail for 5 years? She was no longer like this. Who told her to push Gu Yilin down the stairs and turn her into a vegetable? It was her own fault that she went to jail. It was as if he, as her brother, had wronged her. If it weren't for the fact that she was the daughter of the Lin family, with the strength of the Gu family, they would have made her spend the rest of her life in prison for more than just 5 years. He has no conscience. He really has no conscience. The more Lin Yanshu thought about it, the angrier he became. He took another sip of the liquor, and the smell of alcohol on his body became even stronger. The bartender mixed another drink and placed it on the bar. Just as Lin Yanshu was about to reach out to take it, a large, bony hand took the drink away before him. Lin Yanshu turned his head in annoyance, his eyes full of anger and impatience, and shouted loudly, "Who the hell are you?" The man ignored him, but raised his head and drank the wine in one gulp. Lin Yanshu shook his head, trying to clear himself up, and then he saw clearly that the person coming was Gu Beicheng. It would have been fine if he hadn't seen him. Seeing him, Lin Yanshu was even more furious. The strong smell of alcohol came from his mouth. He pointed at Gu Beicheng's nose and cursed. "You beat my sister's head and made it bleed. Are you still a man?" As he said this, he raised his fist and punched towards Gu Beicheng, regardless of his already shaky body. Gu Beicheng frowned unhappily, not wanting to bother with the drunkard, so he slightly tilted his body and easily dodged Lin Yanshu's random punch. Lin Yanshu used too much force and missed the target, falling onto the bar, with the drinks on the bar scattered all over the floor. Lin Yanshu glared at Gu Beicheng with red eyes and was about to punch him again. Gu Beicheng grabbed his hand and pressed it hard on the bar. "If you want to go crazy, go home and don't go crazy in my store. You bastard, you beat my sister like that, and you still think it right?" Gu Beicheng's expression suddenly turned cold. "Lin Yanshu, listen to me. First of all, I didn't hit her. Secondly, even if I did hit her, she deserved it. She owed it to Lin. Chapter 26. Lin Wanner uses her old tricks again and frames Lin Qian. Lin Yanshu roared, "You're talking nonsense. The law has already sentenced Qian to 5 years. She has already paid off what she owed your sister." Gu Beichen's expression was icy. "Pay off? She served 5 years in prison and was able to come out alive and kicking, but my sister will have to stay in a vegetative state in a hospital bed for the rest of her life. Tell me this is called paying off. As long as my sister doesn't wake up, Lin Qian will never be able to repay the debt she owes." "Shut up." Lin Yanshu became more and more emotional. His eyes were red, and his voice became hoarse with anger. Qian was in prison, beaten and scolded, stabbed with needles, forced to kneel, and even had a leg broken. She used to love to laugh, but now she is indifferent and taciturn, and she is as gloomy as a different person. She has suffered so much. Why can't she pay it back? He staggered back a few steps, knocking over the stool behind him, but he was unaware of it. He just stared at Gu Beicheng, his chest heaving violently. "My sister has become a cripple. He yelled at Gu Beichun, "Are you satisfied now?" Gu Beichun's heart suddenly ached, as if it was being tightly grasped and torn by an invisible hand. Lin Qian turned Lin into a vegetable, but he still subconsciously felt sorry for her. He is sorry to Lin. He is not a good brother. Gu Beichun suppressed his unnecessary heartache and said, "She deserved this. How can the suffering she endured in prison be compared to the suffering Lin has endured? My sister had a bright future, but it was ruined by her." He said this with a sneer on his face. Yanshu, don't forget, Lin Qian tried to frame Warner, and it was you who testified and sent her to jail. You care about her now, but she probably hates you so much. When Lin Yanshu heard what Gu Beichun said, his heart ached. He just hoped that Lin Qian could reform herself and become a new person in prison. He never thought that she would be bullied like that in there. Rage burned his mind, and he punched Gu Beichun again. Gu Beichun swiftly dodged by moving sideways easily. Lin Yanshu fell forward and landed heavily on the bar, supporting himself with his hands and gasping for breath. "Give me a drink," he shouted drunkenly to the bartender. The bartender said nothing and continued to mix his drink. Lin Yanshu grabbed the wine glass, tilted his head back, and drank it down. The wine flowed down the corners of his mouth and soaked his collar. Gu Beichun sat aside, holding the wine glass tightly in his hand until his knuckles turned white. He seemed to be drinking calmly, but his heart was already in turmoil. "Lin Qian, you are so outstanding and have a bright future. But you just want to hurt Lin. Really, damn." Inside the bar, lights flickered and people moved their bodies to the electronic music, making it so joyful and lively. Little did they know that the Lin family had already been in great chaos. Lin Warner leaned in her mother's arms, tears falling one by one. Her sobs were particularly clear in the silent living room, and each sob seemed to be accusing Lin Qian of her crimes. Mutter Lin hoped Lin Warner tightly. Although she didn't say anything, her eyes were full of blame and disappointment towards Lin Qian. Father Lin was already furious, his face livid. He pointed at Lin Qian and shouted, "You pushed Warner down the stairs. Did you also want her to become a vegetable? 5 years ago, you were so vicious that you murdered Gu Yilin. You have been in jail for 5 years, but you still haven't changed your ways. You are so cruel. Kneel down and kowtow to Warner to apologize." Lin Qian looked at Lin's father coldly, with an indescribable sadness welling up in her heart. She really didn't understand why her biological father was so mean to her. Lin Qian's heart had already been broken, but facing the condemnation from Lin's father and mother, she still couldn't suppress the anger in her heart. Others may not know, but Mr. Lin, don't you? When Lin Warner pushed Gu Yilin down the stairs, you were standing right beside her and watched. How come you've told so many lies that even you take them seriously? Lin Qian sneered with disdain. Father Lin was so angry at Lin Qian's words that he was shaking all over, and his face turned from ashen to the color of liver. "Shut up. Did you hit a sore spot, Mr. Lin? 5 years ago, Lin Warner pushed Gu Yilin down the stairs and framed me. 5 years later, she staged her own fall down the stairs and framed me. You clearly know how vicious she is, but you still want to frame me. You're not blind, you just turn a blind eye. Sometimes I really doubt whether I am your biological daughter or your enemy. You persecute me against your conscience for the sake of an adopted daughter. Lin Warner is not the child of you and your mistress, right? Otherwise, why would you cherish her so much?" As soon as these words were spoken, Father Lin became furious, as if his secret had been discovered. "You rebellious girl, if I don't teach you a lesson today, I'm not your father." In a rage, Lin's father untied his belt, raised his hand high, and slapped Lin Qian on the face. The belt hit Lin Qian with a sharp sound, leaving a shocking blood mark on her arm. The pain was like a sharp knife, instantly cutting her skin and piercing straight into her bones. Lin Qian couldn't help but let out a painful groan and subconsciously curled up her body, trying to avoid the beatings that were falling like raindrops. But Father Lin was so angry that he whipped her with great force each time, hitting her back, shoulders, and legs again and again. Lin's mother watched from the side, with pity and heartache flashing in her eyes. Her hand rose up unconsciously, as if she wanted to stop Father Lin. But when her eyes fell on the pitiful appearance of Lin Warner in her arms, the trace of heartache was instantly suppressed by her reason. Her lips were pursed into a straight line, and in the end she still stood where she was and did not take that step. Wu Ma was extremely worried and advised, "Sir, please stop beating her. The young lady is already injured. If you continue beating her, she will get hurt." At this moment, Father Lin was like a mad beast. The force with which he whipped Lin Qian not only did not decrease, but became even heavier. The belt whistled in the air, making a terrifying sound, and hit Lin Qian's already scarred body hard. Lin Qian's body was covered in bloodstains, with new wounds constantly overlapping the old ones. Blood slowly seeped out, staining her thin clothes red. Her face was as pale as paper, her lips were bloodless, and her body was shaking with pain. She wanted to dodge, but her broken legs made it difficult for her to move, and she couldn't escape at all. She wanted to resist, but she felt so powerless in front of an adult man like Lin's father. Lin Qian, who had been gritting her teeth to endure the pain, finally couldn't help but shed tears for her own weakness. When Aunt Wu saw her crying, her eyes turned red with heartache. She didn't believe that Lin Qian would push Lin Warner down the stairs. On the contrary, Lin Warner had ulterior motives and said that she had framed Lin Qian, and she absolutely believed it. Aunt Wu gritted her teeth, rushed over regardless of everything, and used her body to protect Lin Qian. The belt hit Wu Ma's back hard. With a snap sound, Wu Ma hugged Lin Qian tightly, muttering, "Miss, don't be afraid." Lin Qian's pupils suddenly shrank, and she cried out, "Auntie Wu." Aunt Wu gave her a weak smile. "Miss, I'm fine. Don't cry." How could she not cry? Auntie Wu is just a nanny. As long as she pretends not to see it, it has nothing to do with her. But in order to protect her, Wu Ma was beaten by Lin's father, the bastard, and it hurt more than the beating she received. Father Lin was enraged by Wu Ma's behavior. His eyes widened with anger, and he shouted, "Get out of my way! No one can stop me from teaching this unfilial daughter a lesson today." Lin Qian suddenly raised her eyes and looked at Lin's father with a cold look filled with murderous intent. Chapter 27. If you don't raise me, I can repay you by cutting off my finger. How about I cut off my finger to repay your kindness? Lin Ziyuan, if you touch Auntie Wu again, I will kill you. Lin Qian called out the name, her desperate look stabbing at Lin's father like a cold blade. Father Lin was frightened by Lin Qian's look and stood there in a daze for a moment. But soon, his anger surged again like a raging tide, and he was even more furious. "You bastard, you dare to threaten me? I'll beat you to death." Having said that, he started to beat Lin Qian without any reason, like a madman. Aunt Wu hurriedly used her body to block Lin Qian again. The belt hit Wu Ma mercilessly. Wu Ma's body shook a few times, but she still stood stubbornly. Lin Qian's tears flowed even more violently. Kill him, kill him, kill him. This was the only thought left in her mind. Her life had been ruined, and she had no future. When she was released from prison, she originally wanted to find a place where no one knew her to spend the rest of her life. But the Lin family refused to let her go. They will continue to torture her. She was living in too much pain. There was no need to continue like this. She might as well die. If she doesn't want to live anymore, then no one should live anymore. Let's die together. She used all her strength to push Wu Ma away, and Wu Ma staggered back a few steps. She endured the pain in her leg and rushed into the kitchen. When he came out again, he was holding a kitchen knife in his hand, his eyes fixed on Lin's father, and walked straight towards him. When Father Lin saw the kitchen knife in Lin Qian's hand, a trace of fear flashed through his heart, but he still shouted firmly, "Lin Qian, what do you want to do with a knife? Are you crazy?" "Crazy? Yes, I'm crazy. You guys drove me crazy." Lin Qian roared at the top of his lungs, his eyes already red. She raised the kitchen knife and chopped at Lin's father regardless. At that moment, there was no hesitation or fear in her eyes, only endless hatred. Father Lin was frightened by the sudden attack, and his face turned pale, and his body instinctively dodged to the side. The kitchen knife passed by his ears with a sharp sound and hit the huge vase behind him that was as tall as a person. There was a loud crack, and the vase was instantly chopped into pieces, with fragments flying everywhere and scattering all over the ground. This thrilling scene made everyone present widen their eyes in horror, which showed that Lin Qian was determined to kill him, and it was not just a verbal threat. Now Father Lin was really scared. His legs began to tremble slightly uncontrollably, and he stepped back repeatedly. He never imagined that Lin Qian, who had silently endured all the beatings, scoldings, and humiliations, would now die with him. As the saying goes, the poor are afraid of the powerful, and the powerful are afraid of the desperate. When she doesn't care about her own life anymore, she becomes afraid of others. Father Lin shouted in horror, Lin Qian, you are committing a crime. I don't want to live anymore, so why should I be afraid of committing a crime? Lin Qian continued to hack at Lin's father. Father Lin was so frightened that he pissed himself and shit himself, and he no longer had the dignity of the head of the family. At this time, Lin's mother finally came back to her senses from Lin Wanner's weak state. She rushed over to stop Lin Qian. Qian put down the knife. What are you doing? Can't we talk peacefully as a family? Talk nicely? Ha ha. Lin Qian laughed as if she had heard a huge joke, tears streaming down her face. When I wanted to talk nicely, you didn't give me a chance. When I didn't want to talk nicely, you started to blackmail me morally. I deserve to be bullied by your family, don't I? No, no. Mother Lin kept shaking her head. Seeing Lin Qian losing her mind, her heart felt like it was being torn apart and the pain went deep into her bones. Qian, listen to what Mom has to say. It's not what you think. Tell Mom what's bothering you. I will listen carefully. Lin Qian laughed miserably. It's too late. Mrs. Lin, I don't want to say anything. I won't do anything to you because you gave birth to me. But Lin Ziyuan and Lin Wanner must die today. After I kill them both, I will turn myself in. The blood color on Lin's mother's face faded instantly, and her eyes opened wide with fear. Qian, don't do this. Killing someone means paying with your life. You're still so young. You will definitely regret it. Mommy begs you to put down the knife? Okay. Mother Lin begged, her voice hoarse from extreme fear and anxiety. See, that's human nature. When she made things worse and wanted to drag them down with her, they would be able to compromise. But she doesn't need it anymore. I regret it. What I regret most is returning to this home. Mrs. Lin, tell me, have you ever felt any regret for everything you did to me? Where were you when I was imprisoned and tortured? Where were you when I was bullied and had my legs broken? In your hearts, there was only that outsider, Lin Wanner, and there was never a place for me, right? You keep saying that I'm an evildoer and a criminal. But who is the real perpetrator? It was Lin Wanner. She got me into prison, but you turned a blind eye and even acted as an accomplice, pinning all the charges on me. Now that I'm out, you're still torturing me. I did nothing wrong. Why did all the blame fall on me? Tell me, tell me. Lin Qian yelled, scaring her mother so much that she trembled helplessly. Qian, it's not like that. What's that? Can't tell? It seems that what I said is right. Then let's destroy it together. Lin Qian raised the kitchen knife high again. The blade flashed a cold light under the light, and she chopped straight at Lin Wanner, who was behind Lin's mother. Mother Lin was horrified. Her eyes widened like bells. She didn't have time to think, and instinctively opened her arms and hugged Lin Qian tightly, shouting at the same time, Wanner, run. Go find your brother. Lin Qian was like a mad, trapped beast. Mrs. Lin, let me go. Mother Lin burst into tears. Qian, I'm not Mrs. Lin. I'm your mother. You are not. I am. I gave birth to you. Qian, listen to your mother and stop making trouble, okay? Lin Qian's struggle suddenly stopped, which gave her mother a glimmer of hope, thinking that she had listened to her words. However, the next second, a mocking laugh came from Lin Qian's throat. You gave birth to me? You're relying on your kindness to me to blackmail me? Then I'll return your kindness to you. Lin Qian said coldly, with a chilling indifference in her eyes. Mother Lin was startled, and an ominous premonition came to her mind. She felt that something even more terrible was about to happen. Her hands subconsciously tightened, and she hugged Lin Qian tightly, as if this could prevent the impending disaster. Lin Qian didn't know where she got the strength from, but she broke free from Lin's mother in an instant. She put her hands on the table and looked at Lin's mother. If you don't raise a child, you can repay it by cutting off your finger. If you raise a child, you can repay it by cutting off your head. But if you don't raise a child, you will never be able to repay it. Mrs. Lin, your kindness to me is only worth one finger. As she spoke, she raised a knife in her hand and pointed it at her finger. Chapter 28, if you want to die, go ahead and die by yourself. Don't drag us down with you. We don't owe you anything. Lin Wanner suddenly opened the door and rushed out, but bumped into a hard chest. When she looked up and found that it was Lin Yanshu, she burst into tears. Brother, save me. Lin Qian wants to kill me. Lin Yanshu reeked of alcohol, but he was mostly sober now. Upon hearing what Lin Wanner said, he frowned and was about to get angry at Lin Qian. But the next second, he heard a sharp scream from Lin's mother. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw Lin Qian raised his knife and chopped off the little finger of his left hand. Blood gushed out instantly, dripping onto the ground, forming a shocking blood flower. Lin Yanshu's pupils suddenly shrank. He couldn't believe his eyes. Lin Qian was so cruel to him. There was a sharp pain in my heart, and the drunkenness disappeared instantly. He shouted, "Lin Qian, what are you doing?" As he said this, he was about to rush over, but Lin Wanner held him tightly. "Brother, Lin Qian is crazy. I'm so scared." Lin Yanshu couldn't break free, and his impatience reached its peak. He pushed Lin Wanner away mercilessly. Lin Wanner was pushed by the sudden force and staggered, almost falling to the ground. She widened her eyes in disbelief and watched Lin Yanshu rush to Lin Qian regardless of everything. Lin Yanshu looked at her bloody left hand, his heart aching, his voice trembling. "Qian, are you crazy? How could you be so cruel to yourself?" Lin Qian seemed not to have heard his words and didn't care about the severed finger. She looked at Lin's mother with empty eyes. "I have repaid your kindness in giving birth to me. From now on, we owe each other nothing." Mother Lin's face turned pale as paper, her body trembling violently and uncontrollably, and she shook her head desperately. "No, no." Lin Qian ignored her and continued, "I must avenge Lin Qian and Lin Wanner for persecuting me today. They must die. All of them must die." Lin Qian tightly gripped the blood-stained knife, his eyes piercing through the air, staring fiercely at Lin's father. Father Lin looked at Lin Qian, who was approaching step by step, and felt a chill rising from his spine and spreading throughout his body in an instant. His legs seemed to have lost the support of their bones and began to tremble softly. Every tremor was accompanied by the chattering of his teeth. The fear almost suffocated him. "Qian, Daddy knows he was wrong. Daddy promises that he will never hit you again and will treat you well, okay?" "No, you don't know you're wrong. You know you're going to die. Lin Qian, you beat me to a pulp. There's nothing left for me to live for. Please die with me." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Qian suddenly exerted his strength, like a mad beast, and rushed towards Lin's father with a knife in hand. Father Lin was so frightened when he saw this that he almost lost control of his bladder. In a panic, he shouted at Lin Yanshu at the top of his lungs, "Yanshu, what are you still standing there for? Quickly subdue this lunatic." Lin Yanshu was very anxious when he saw Lin Qian losing control. He rushed forward and held her arms tightly with his hands like iron clamps, preventing her from swinging the knife in her hand. "Qian, calm down." Lin Qian had gone mad at this time. She struggled desperately, trying to break free from Lin Yanshu's control. Her eyes were red and filled with hatred, as if she had lost all her sanity. At this moment, Lin's mother suddenly walked up to Lin Qian. There was no longer any pain or guilt on her face, but instead there was overwhelming anger. She raised her hand high and slapped Lin Qian hard without saying anything. "Pa!" Crisp and loud. It was as if the pause button was pressed, and there was a moment of dead silence. "How long are you going to make trouble?" Lin's mother's voice was sharp and cold, like a sharp blade, piercing straight into Lin Qian's heart. "Since you came back, there hasn't been a single peaceful day in this family. Our whole family has to live by your face. You made a fuss. What else do you want? Don't you want to die? If you want to die, go ahead and die by yourself. Don't drag us down with you. We don't owe you anything." Every word was like a sharp arrow dipped in poison, shooting towards Lin Qian's scarred soul. Lin Qian's body suddenly stiffened. She looked at Lin's mother. The madness in her eyes gradually faded away, replaced by endless emptiness and despair. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but she couldn't utter a word. At this moment, she felt as if she had fallen into an endless dark abyss and was abandoned by the whole world. There is nothing more cruel than a mother telling her own child to die. Lin Qian's body instantly collapsed like a deflated ball, and she felt dizzy. My eyes gradually lost focus, and everything began to become blurry. Finally, she could no longer hold on. Her eyelids slowly closed, and she fainted. Lin Yanshu exclaimed and quickly picked up Lin Qian. Aunt Wu looked at her pale face and the bloody, severed finger, and her heart ached to the extreme. "Master, please send Miss to the hospital quickly." As she said this, she picked up the severed finger on the ground and held it tightly in her palm. Lin Yanshu could no longer care about anything else. He hugged Lin Qian tightly, turned around, and walked out quickly. Father Lin snorted when he saw this. "Why send her to the hospital? Just leave her out here to die. She deserves to die for being so ungrateful." Mother Lin seemed to come to her senses suddenly and felt extremely regretful when she thought about what she had just said. How could she say such cruel words to Qian? What happened to her just now? When she heard Lin's father's vicious words again, she was filled with rage and exploded instantly like a lit powder keg. Lin Qian, you bastard! Lin's mother roared and rushed to Lin's father, slapping him hard in the face. This slap was even harder than the one she had given Lin Qian before. Father Lin was shocked by this sudden slap. He widened his eyes and asked, "What are you crazy about? If you hadn't insisted on beating Qian, how could she become like this?" Lin's mother's voice was filled with tears, and her tears rolled down like beads from a broken string. "I didn't see you stopping me when I beat her," Father Lin roared. Mother Lin's tears flowed even more violently. Her legs went limp and she collapsed to the ground, holding her head in her hands, and fell into deep self-blame. Lin Warner's eyes flickered, and no one knew what she was thinking. The lights in the hospital looked particularly bright in the night. Lin Yanshu rushed into the emergency room, holding Lin Qian. Doctors quickly surrounded them, put Lin Qian on a stretcher, and began intensive rescue work. Lin Yanshu sat on the cold chair outside the emergency room, feeling as if he was being weighed down by a huge rock and unable to breathe. His eyes were fixed on the closed door of the emergency room, feeling anxious and uneasy. Aunt Wu stood aside, her eyes full of worry. She looked at Lin Yanshu from time to time, as if she wanted to say something but didn't know how to start. Finally, Lin Yanshu couldn't help but raise his head and looked at Aunt Wu. He asked in a hoarse voice, "Aunt Wu, what happened? Why did Qian become like this?" Chapter 29. My sister had one kidney removed. Mother Wu glanced at the operating room, her eyes full of heartache, yet helpless. The eldest lady was beaten by the master. In fact, Lin Yanshu had already noticed the bruises on Lin Qian's body. The bloodstains were particularly eye-catching on her thin and pale skin. But all his attention was focused on her shocking, severed finger, and in comparison, the injuries on her body seemed less eye-catching. Lin Yanshu closed his eyes, took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down, and asked, "Why did my dad beat her?" Mother Wu was silent for a moment, with a hint of hesitation on her face. It's not that she didn't want to say it, but she was afraid that Lin Yanshu wouldn't believe it even if she said it. But if he didn't say it now, the young master would hear the reversed version from Lin Warner's mouth. Finally, she said, "Miss Warner said that Miss pushed her downstairs, so the master was very angry and beat Miss with a belt." After she finished speaking, she noticed that Lin Yanshu's brows were furrowed, as if he was about to blame Lin Qian. Wu Ma immediately added, "Master, don't blame me for being nosy. I don't think the young lady would do such a thing." To put it bluntly, knowing that the master and the mistress were at home, the eldest lady was itching for a beating, so she had to hurt Miss Warner. Miss Warner was not hurt at all, and the eldest lady was beaten by the master with bruises all over her body. "It hurts me to see it." As Aunt Wu spoke, her eyes reddened, and she gently wiped the corners of her eyes with her hand. Lin Yanshu clenched his fists tightly. He naturally felt distressed to see Lin Qian injured like this, but Warner had been well-behaved and sensible since she was a child, and he did not believe that Warner would deliberately frame Lin Qian. What's more, Lin Qian has a criminal record. Seeing his expression change, Wu Ma couldn't help but say, "Master, the prejudice between you and the sir and the madam against the young lady seems a little too." Before Aunt Wu could finish, Lin Yanshu gave her a cold look and said, "Aunt Wu, you talk too much." His eyes were so terrifying that Wu Ma's heart trembled, and she quickly shut up. She must have lost her mind and actually started to make up stories about her employer. But what happened tonight was really unfair to the young lady. As an outsider, she felt heartbroken when she saw the eldest lady being tortured. The Lin family, they were too cruel. Lin Yanshu was in an upset mood. He stood up and paced back and forth at the door of the emergency room. After an unknown amount of time, the door of the emergency room slowly opened and the doctor came out. Lin Yanshu immediately went over to him and asked anxiously, "Jinxiu, how is my sister?" Lu Jinxiu took off his mask and said to Aunt Wu with a serious look, "Aunt Wu, push her to the ward first." Aunt Wu nodded and pushed the bed to the ward. At this moment, only Lu Jinxiu and Lin Yanshu were left outside the operating room. Seeing Lu Jinxiu's serious face, Lin Yanshu became nervous. Is Qian's injury particularly serious this time? Lu Jinxiu looked at him and shook his head gently. "They are just superficial injuries. The fingers have been reattached. They just look scary, but they're not too serious." "That's good." Lin Yanshu was relieved immediately, but Lu Jinxiu kept frowning, and he felt something was wrong. What's with that expression on your face? Lu Jinxiu's lips moved slightly, but he swallowed his words back, his eyes revealing an indescribable solemnity. Seeing that he was hesitant to speak, Lin Yanshu felt more and more uneasy, and his voice unconsciously raised a few degrees. Just say what you want to say, don't hesitate. Lu Jinxiu took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind. He looked at Lin Yanshu intently. When I was treating her wound, I found an old wound as long as a palm on her lower back. Lin Yanshu's eyes suddenly became sharp. He knew Lu Jinxiu too well. Things could never be that simple. If you have something to say, just say it. Lu Jinxiu's Adam's apple rolled up and down, and he spoke with difficulty. Yanshu, the location of Lin Qian's scar? The left kidney is missing. From what I observed, the scar should be 1 year old. A year ago, she was in prison. Lin Yanshu felt a buzzing sound in his head, as if he was hit by a bolt from the blue, and his whole body froze in place. He opened his eyes wide and stared at Lu Jinxiu, his face full of shock and disbelief. Jinxiu, stop joking. She is in prison. How could she be missing her left kidney? It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. Lu Jinxiu pursed his lips, silently took out his mobile phone, called up the photos he had taken, and handed them to Lin Yanshu. In the photo, the scar on Lin Qian's lower back was twisted hideously, like a centipede crawling on her skin. The scar was dark in color, and the surrounding skin had some slight wrinkles. Seeing the photo, Lin Yanshu's face turned pale instantly. His sister had one of her kidneys removed in prison. His body began to shake violently, his legs seemed to lose the strength to support him, and he almost fell to the ground. Lu Jinxiu was quick to reach out and support him. Yanshu, how are you? Lin Yanshu was in extreme pain and felt a suffocating pain in his chest, as if a pair of invisible hands were tightly grasping his heart, making it impossible for him to breathe. At the same time, he was extremely angry and his teeth were chattering. He used all his willpower to suppress the pain, and after he stood firm, he gently pushed Lu Jinxiu away. His voice was colder than ever before. Jinxiu, go to the ward to see my sister first. What about you? Lu Jinxiu asked with concern. I want to find out who dared to attack my sister, Lin Yanshu. Lu Jinxiu patted his shoulder and left. Lin Yanshu stood there for a long time before leaving. In the car, his figure was hidden in the darkness, with only the faint red light from the cigarette but flickering, illuminating his cold and gloomy face. The information that Secretary Qin had found for him flashed through his mind. Lin Qian had been to the hospital once a year ago, and since then, she was transferred out of her original dormitory. If she was forced to have her kidney removed a year ago, then her body must have been extremely weak after losing a kidney, and she could no longer withstand the beatings, so she was transferred. It all seems to make sense. Thinking of this, Lin Yanshu's heart felt like it was being stabbed by countless steel needles, and the pain was so severe that he could hardly breathe. He sat up straight abruptly and quickly dialed Secretary Qin's number. Secretary Qin, you need to dig through the information you gave me about Lin Qian's visit to the hospital a year ago. No matter what method you use, you must find out which hospital she went to, what happened, who took her there, and who she came into contact with. I want all the details. After explaining, he hung up the phone. Cigarettes burned between his fingers, one after another. I don't know how many cigarettes he smoked, but I know that he stayed in the car for a long time before getting out and going to the hospital again. Standing in front of Lin Qian's ward door, he didn't dare to go in for a moment. While he was hesitating, Lu Jinxiu's voice came from the ward. Awake. How do you feel? There was no sound from inside for a long time. Then Lu Jinxiu said, Why is it that every time I see you, you are always covered in wounds? Chapter 31 is the daughter of my Lin family. Lin Qian is just a prisoner. After Lu Jinxiu finished speaking, there was still no response from Lin Qian in the ward. Lin Yanshu hesitated whether to push the door open now, but at this moment, he heard Lu Jinxiu's voice again. Your body is yours. You must take good care of it. I thought Lin Qian would remain silent as before, but this time Lin Qian spoke. Her voice was very soft, but also very cold. Lin Ziyuan insisted on hitting me. What's the point of me taking care of my body? Lu Jinxiu didn't expect her to say that. After thinking for a while, he said, If he hits you, you can hide. But if you stand still, you'll be beaten all over. Lin Qian stared at him in a daze, making Lu Jinxiu feel uncomfortable all over. Why are you looking at me like that? Lin Qian was silent. It seemed that Lu Jinxiu cared about her. Actually, it's not. Just like when you're sick, the person who truly cares about you will take you to see a doctor and get medicine and take care of you. instead of just telling you to drink more hot water. She could have ignored it, but Lu Jinxiu frowned, as if he cared about her, but she didn't know how to appreciate it. Lin Qian looked weak. How do you know I was standing still and letting him hit me? I can hardly walk fast. How can you let me hide? Her question made Lu Jinxiu feel like he was being questioned. To be honest, Lin Qian's original intention was not to question him. She was just stating the facts. But Lu Jinxiu is a young master, and young masters like him hate being contradicted the most. As soon as he got upset, he started to speak without restraint. Uncle Lin is an easygoing person. If you hadn't made him unhappy, why would he hit you? If he got beaten, you should look for the reason in yourself and don't blame others for everything. She was beaten, and she was looking for the reason in herself? Lin Qian's heart ached. As a weak person, her resistance is like an egg hitting a rock. She is not a rich lady. She is just a woman at the bottom of society who has been oppressed and tamed. Obviously, she was the one who was bullied, but in return, she was the one who was taught a lesson. She felt so tired instantly. She didn't want to have any more meaningless arguments and said coldly, "Get out." Lu Jinxiu's face was full of astonishment. "What did you say?" "I asked you to get out." Although Lin Qian's voice was still weak from her illness, her attitude was very firm. Lu Jinxiu had never been driven away so rudely before. Anger appeared on his face. "You really don't know what's good for you." After saying that, he turned and left. But after taking 2 steps, he felt unsatisfied. So he turned his head and said, "You deserve the suffering you have endured for what you have done." These words were like a sharp knife, piercing Lin Qian's heart. Lin Qian's face turned pale, and she felt as if all the blood in her body had frozen at that moment. She bit her lower lip tightly until blood oozed out of it. The rusty smell filled her mouth, but she was completely unaware of it. She knew very well that no one in this world could truly understand her pain. No one would stand by her side, support her, and seek justice for her. Even in the eyes of others, her suffering was her own fault, and she deserved it. But why? Outside the ward door, Lu Jinxiu bumped into Lin Yanshu and said unhappily, "I advise you not to go in. She is angry now. If you go in, you'll only be scolded." Lin Yanshu's gaze passed through the glass on the door and rested on Lin Qian's thin and scarred body in the ward. "How is she doing?" Lu Jinxiu snorted. "She still has the energy to argue with me. She is in good health. By the way, why did your father beat her?" To be honest, he did beat her pretty hard. Lin Yanshu did not answer. He just looked at Lin Qian quietly. His heart felt like it was being pulled hard and it hurt a lot. Seeing that he didn't answer, Lu Jinxiu continued to mutter, "Is it because she bullied Wanner, so?" "Don't talk nonsense." Lin Yanshu interrupted him harshly. His brows twisted into a deep shone shape. "Isn't it?" Lu Jinxiu asked persistently. "No." "Okay." Seeing that he didn't want to talk more, he didn't ask anymore. "I have something else to do, so I'll go do it first. You should go back and rest." Lin Yanshu stood outside the ward, staring at Lin Qian without blinking. After a long time, he slowly turned around and walked away with heavy steps. The next day, the sunlight shines through the window into the spacious and bright kitchen of the Lin family villa. Aunt Wu stood in front of the cooking table and carefully put the meals she prepared for Lin Qian into the thermos bucket one by one. She got up early in the morning to prepare these meals specifically for Lin Qian. Aunt Wu thought that if the young lady could eat better in the hospital, she might feel better. Just when she was about to take the bird's nest, a slender, white hand suddenly reached out. Wu Ma looked up and saw Lin Wanner picking up the bird's nest and about to eat it. She didn't have time to think about it and hurriedly stopped her. "Second, miss, this is for the eldest lady." Lin Wanner narrowed her eyes and said in an arrogant and disdainful tone, "Auntie Wu, remember your own identity. You are only a servant of my Lin family, not the master of the Lin family." Aunt Wu was stunned. She knew that she had no right to lecture Lin Wanner, but Lin Wanner seemed to have never recognized her own identity. Aunt Wu said helplessly, "Second, miss, the eldest lady is injured. Let this bowl of bird's nest be given to the eldest lady to nourish her body." Lin Wanner's expression immediately turned sour, and she sneered, "Why? Only she deserves to be nourished, and I don't deserve it, right?" "Second, miss, that's not what I meant." Aunt Wu tried to explain. "What I meant is that the eldest miss is very weak now, and there is only this bowl of bird's nest left at home. So I wanted to give it to her to supplement her nutrition." "You mean to say that I am unworthy?" Lin Wanner raised her voice and insisted. "What's wrong with me eating bird's nest in my own home? Do I need a servant like you to tell me what to do?" You just look down on me because I'm not my parents' biological daughter. Aunt Wu quickly shook her head and said anxiously, "Second miss, I really didn't mean that." Lin Wanner seemed to have suffered a great injustice. Her eyes instantly turned red and tears fell from her eyes. At this time, Lin's father and mother just came downstairs to have breakfast. When they heard the quarrel coming from the kitchen, they couldn't help but frown. "What's wrong? Why are you making so much noise?" Father Lin's voice was majestic and powerful. Mother Lin came over quickly and saw Lin Wanner crying. She asked distressedly, "What's wrong with Wanner? Why are you crying?" When Lin Wanner saw her mother, she seemed to have found support and threw herself in her arms. "Mom, Aunt Wu looks down on me. She actually said that I am not my parents' biological daughter and I don't deserve to eat birds' nest." After hearing this, Lin's mother's face darkened and her eyes stabbed at Wu's mother like a knife. "You talk to my daughter like this?" Mother Wu shook her head hurriedly. She never expected that Lin Wanner would confuse right and wrong and talk nonsense. At this moment, she deeply felt Lin Qian's anger and powerlessness at being framed. "Madam, I never said from the beginning that the second young lady doesn't deserve to eat birds' nests. I just said that this bird's nest should be taken to the hospital to supplement the nutrition of the eldest young lady." Lin's mother was still dissatisfied with this explanation. "Auntie Wu, do you mean that Wanner is wrongly accusing you?" "I..." Before Aunt Wu could finish, Father Lin shouted, "Aunt Wu, I think you're getting confused with age and can't even tell the difference between the primary and the secondary. Wanner is the legitimate daughter of my Lin family. As for Lin Qian, that evil creature has no manners at all. She wanted to kill me with a knife last night. How could she be worthy of eating something as precious as bird's nest? A prisoner like her deserves to spend her whole life in prison." Chapter 31. Qian is my biological daughter. Can't I just pity her and treat her better? After hearing what Lin's father said, Aunt Wu was so angry that she was shaking. As biological parents, they failed to take good care of their own daughter, causing her to be lost at birth. This is their dereliction of duty as parents. They could adopt another daughter to comfort themselves after losing her. But what about the eldest lady? He was thrown into an orphanage and suffered so much before he grew up to the age of 15. I finally returned home and thought I would have a peaceful life, but those 3 years were filled with misery. After much difficulty getting admitted to Peking University, or Tsinghua University, he didn't even have a graduation banquet and was falsely accused and thrown into jail. After he was released from prison, he was so thin that his bones were visible and his legs were lame. One can imagine how much abuse and beatings he suffered in prison. After finally being released from prison, he had to endure a new round of torture from his family of demons. Normally, Lin Wanner dislikes bird's nest because it is the saliva of swallows and is the thing she hates to eat the most. Now there's only one bowl left, and she wanted to give it to the eldest lady, but Lin Wanner started to snatch it. She didn't believe that Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin didn't know that Lin Wanner didn't like bird's nests. They knew it clearly, but still chose to favor Lin Wanner, completely ignoring the fact that the eldest lady had broken a finger and was now lying in the hospital. The eldest lady was really unlucky to be reborn as a child of the Lin family. She has a daughter of her own, and she couldn't even imagine how heartbroken she would be if her daughter was tortured like this. The heartache for Lin Qian and the anger towards the Lin family rushed to his head. Aunt Wu wanted to pour the boiling hot food in the thermos bucket onto Father Lin's vicious and arrogant face. But her daughter needed money for schooling, and she needed this job in the Lin family. Aunt Wu lowered her eyes and suppressed her indignation. Lin Wanner's eyes flickered with ill intent, and she couldn't suppress her smug lips. She doesn't like bird's nest, but she wouldn't let Lin Qian eat a bite, even if she was feeding it to the dog. Doesn't Aunt Wu feel sorry for Lin Qian? Today, she would let this damn old woman lose her job because of Lin Qian to see whether she felt sorry for herself or Lin Qian. Thinking of this, she was about to add fuel to the fire. But at this moment, there was a loud bang, which frightened the 4 people present so much that they trembled all over. After their pounding hearts calmed down, 4 pairs of eyes looked at the same time and found a vase smashed on the floor in the middle of the living room, and Lin Yanshu was standing on the 2nd floor, looking at Lin Wanner with a cold expression. When she met his gaze, a trace of panic flashed across Lin Wanner's face, and she quickly put away her smug look. Lin Yanshu glanced at her coldly, then walked down the stairs, each step carrying a sense of oppression. Lin Yanshu's aura was so strong that even Lin's father and mother were shocked for a moment. His steps were steady and powerful, and every step was like a heavy hammer hitting the floor, making the hearts of those present tense. He walked up to Lin Qian, and without any hesitation, snatched the bird's nest from her hand and smashed it to the ground. The bowl was broken into pieces, and the bird's nest was scattered everywhere. Ah! Lin Qian was frightened by his sudden action and screamed, hugging her mother's waist tightly. "What were you laughing at just now?" Lin Yanshu's eyes were fixed on Lin Qian's face. "Tell me." Lin Qian trembled even more. "Brother, I'm not laughing." Mother Lin was shocked and angry. "Yanshu, you are crazy. You scared your sister." Lin Yanshu looked directly into his mother's eyes. "Mom, is Qian the only one in your eyes? Isn't Qian your biological daughter? You forced her to chop off her fingers last night to repay you for giving birth to her, and you don't feel sorry for her at all?" Mother Lin turned pale when asked by him and stammered, "Of course I feel bad." Her voice was as light as the wind and lacked any persuasiveness. Lin Yanshu yelled, "If you feel bad for her, why would you rather give the bird's nest to Qian than to Qian when you knew she didn't like it? Qian has become so thin. Mom, you really can't see. Don't you know who needs more nutrition? Do you know that Qian lost not only a finger, but also—" He suddenly paused here. Whenever he thought of what Jinxiu said last night, that Qian was missing her left kidney, his heart ached as if it was stabbed with a knife. Qian is only 23 years old. She is so young, but she has been in jail for 5 years. Her leg is broken, and one of her kidneys is gone. Her future is foreseeable at a glance. Lin Yanshu's eyes were bloodshot, and he felt heartbroken. "Mom, Qian is your biological daughter. Can't you just pity her and be nice to her?" Mother Lin was speechless. Facing Lin Yanshu's questioning, a deep sense of guilt flashed across her face, and tears couldn't help falling. "That's enough," Father Lin suddenly shouted, his face terribly gloomy. "You are becoming more and more disrespectful. How can you talk to your mother like that? What sin did I commit to give birth to a daughter with such a corrupt character like Lin Qian? Lin Qian has a vicious mind and is unpopular. She deserves it. She wanted to chop off her fingers of her own accord. No one forced her to do so. In my opinion, both of her hands should be chopped off. She still pushes people down the stairs without any hesitation." Father Lin was so furious that he told so many lies that he even believed them himself. He put the blame on Lin Qian one after another without blinking an eye. Lin Yanshu met his father's gaze, his face full of disappointment. "When my mother gave birth to Qian, she repeatedly told you to take good care of Qian, but you fell asleep and Qian was stolen away. If Qian had not been lost, she would have received a good education since childhood and would definitely not be worse than Qian. After all, we owed her, so why do you say she deserved it? She was stolen at birth. Did she deserve it? Did she deserve to grow up in an orphanage? A rich girl living like a stray dog. Didn't she deserve it?" Listening to Lin Yanshu's sharp and merciless accusations, Father Lin felt his head buzzing and his blood rushed to his forehead. The anger in his eyes seemed to burst out. It was the shame and indignation after his dignity was destroyed. You rebellious son." Father Lin suddenly raised his hand and slapped Lin Yanshu hard in the face. Lin Yanshu's head was knocked to one side by the huge force, and blood instantly seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The glimmer of hope that had remained in his eyes was now completely extinguished. After Qian broke her arms and legs, lost her kidneys, and became a cripple, he finally felt guilty and decided to treat her better. But all seems too late. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing an extremely sarcastic smile, which looked particularly glaring against the backdrop of blood. As he laughed, his eyes could no longer hold back the surging tears, and the hot tears rolled down uncontrollably. "Qian, you must be very sorry for returning to this home." After Lin Yanshu finished speaking, he raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He did not even glance at Lin's father, Lin's mother, and Lin Qian. Instead, he said to Aunt Wu, go and deliver food to Qian. Just buy her whatever Qian wants to eat. If anyone dares to snatch it from Qian, I don't mind chopping off his hand." The voice was as cold and hard as ice, making people shudder. Chapter 32. The Prince of Beijing is coming to visit, and the Lin family wants to marry Lin Qian to him for a marriage alliance. Wu Ma's eyes were red, but she nodded vigorously with satisfaction. "Okay, I'll go right away." After Lin Yanshu finished his instructions, he left without looking back. Wu Ma was about to leave with the thermos bucket, but Lin's mother stopped her. "Wu Ma, I'll go with you." As he said this, he took Lin Wanner's hand away from his waist. Lin Wanner's pupil shrank. Lin Yanshu's threatening words just now were obviously directed at her. If she had known that Lin Yanshu was standing on the second floor watching, she would not have snatched the bird's nest. It was really not worth it. She was annoyed in her heart, but her face was still pitiful. "Mom, I want to go to the hospital with you to see my sister." Mother Lin looked embarrassed, but still firmly refused. "Qian has a misunderstanding about you. You should stay at home." After saying that, Lin's mother and Wu's mother went out together. When only Lin Wanner and her father were left, Lin Wanner could no longer pretend and stamped her feet in anger. "Ever since that bitch Lin Qian came home, my brother's attitude towards her has changed. He was so mean to me just now because of her. Dad, you must help me teach Lin Qian a lesson. Otherwise, when she steals the hearts of mom and brother, she will stand on my head." Her voice was sharp and piercing, completely different from her usual well-behaved appearance in front of others. At this moment, she was like a peacock with its feathers plucked, frustrated and ugly. Father Lin sat on the sofa with a gloomy face, his hands crossed over his chest, and his face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. I don't know what he was thinking about, but his gloomy face slowly relaxed, and he comforted her. "Don't worry, that little bastard won't be able to make any waves." Lin Wanner's eyes suddenly lit up. "Dad, have you thought a way to deal with her?" Father Lin curled his lips. "In a few days, people from the Fu family in North City will come to our Haicheng to bid for the project in the eastern suburbs. If the Fu family is determined to take that piece of land, even if our Lin family and Gu family join forces, they may not be opponents. If we want to get a share of that project, the best way is to get married." Lin Wanner frowned. "Dad, you don't want Lin Qian to marry someone from the Fu family, do you? You want her to marry into the top wealthy family in the capital. This is not a punishment for her. It's a reward for her." "I don't agree." Father Lin laughed. "Silly girl. How could I let that little bastard climb over your head? It is said that the prince of the Fu family is not good at that, has a cruel personality, and is ruthless. He likes to train women to satisfy his perverted hobbies." The more Lin Wanner listened, the more excited she became. That would be great if that was the case. With Lin Qian's broken body, she would probably die after a few beatings from the prince, right? It was just right, so she didn't have to dirty her hands. Lin Wanner approached her father, her eyes flashing with venom, and asked anxiously, "Dad, when are you going to do it? Don't let my brother know. He is so focused on protecting Lin Qian right now. If he finds out, he will definitely have a big fight with you." Father Lin snorted coldly and said nonchalantly, "I have my own arrangements. Just pretend you know nothing for the next few days and don't show your true colors." Lin Wanner nodded quickly in agreement. "I understand. I'm just waiting to see that bitch Lin Qian crying for her parents and being tortured by the prince of the Fu family until she is unable to live or die." In the hospital, Lin Qian was staring blankly out the window. At this time, Lin's mother and Wu's mother walked into the ward together. Hearing the noise, she turned around and saw Lin's mother with a cold look in her eyes. Mother Lin walked to the bedside, sat down, looked at Lin Qian's thin and pale face, and said distressfully, Qian, you must be hungry, Mom will give you. You are not my mother." Lin Qian denied it flatly. Mother Lin was startled, her heart aching, but she still pretended to be calm. "Whether you admit it or not, I am your mother, and this will never change." "You are not. If you don't raise your child, you can return the lost finger." "So you are not," Lin Qian repeated. After hearing what Lin Qian said, Lin's mother's eyes instantly turned red. Tears welled up in her eyes. Qian, do you hate me so much? What do you want me to do in order for you to accept me?" Lin Qian just remained silent. She will never accept her in this life. Seeing her silence, Lin's mother felt upset. She choked up and said, Qian, can you eat first? After eating, you can be angry with me any way you want." Her tone was almost pleading. Lin Qian simply said, "Mrs. Lin, I don't mean to be angry with you. I have repaid your kindness. From now on, we are strangers." The tone was so distant that there wasn't even a hint of the intimacy that a daughter should have toward her mother. Mother Lin's heart ached again. She forced a smile and said, Okay, you're not angry with me. Eat first. If you have anything to say, we can talk after dinner. Get out." Lin Qian's voice was as cold as ice, leaving no room for negotiation. Qian, Mother Lin wanted to make one last effort, but Lin Qian's next words directly shattered all her courage. I only heard her say softly, "Looking at you, I can't eat." Mother Lin was struck by lightning. Her body shook violently. Her face turned pale, and tears welled up in her eyes. Just as they were about to fall, she quickly turned around and fled out of the ward. Outside the ward, she leaned against the cold wall, covered her mouth, and tried hard not to cry out, but suppressed sobs still came out of her throat uncontrollably. She didn't know how long she cried. When she finally calmed down, she looked inside through the glass window on the door. I found that Aunt Wu was sitting in front of Lin Qian's bed, feeding Lin Qian one spoonful of food at a time. Lin Qian, who was so cold when facing her, actually smiled when facing Wu Ma. Those lifeless eyes now had light in them. She couldn't hear what the two were saying. She could only see Lin Qian and Wu Ma talking and laughing. It seems that they're the real mother and daughter. This scene hurt her deeply. She even wanted to rush over, pull Wu Ma away, and sit on the seat herself. But she didn't dare. After spending some time together, she finally realized that Qian didn't care about her and didn't want her as her mother anymore. This result was unacceptable to her. Qian is her biological daughter. Even if they're broken bones, they're still connected. How could she just sever the relationship with her? She waited outside the door for a long time before Aunt Wu came out. As soon as Wu Ma came out, she saw Lin Ma and looked surprised. She thought Lin's mother had left, but she didn't expect she was still there. "Ma'am, shall we go back now?" Mother Lin glanced at Mother Wu with dissatisfaction. "You go back first." As she said this, she was about to enter the ward again. Wu Ma was a little hesitant. "Madam, why don't we go back first? The young lady is tired." Mother Lin frowned. "Why? Do I need your consent to see my own daughter?" "That's not what I meant." "Then why don't you leave?" Mother Wu wanted to persuade her further, but when she met the warning look from Mother Lin, she could only sigh. Mother Lin snorted coldly and pushed the door open. This time, Lin Qian did not drive her away. Something should be said face to face. Even if she didn't do it for herself, she had to consider Wu Ma and Shun Man. Without waiting for Lin's mother to sit down beside the bed, Lin Qian pointed to the chair opposite. "Sit over there." Mother Lin paused. She was a little hurt by Lin Qian's resistance, but she still sat down obediently. Before she could speak, Lin Qian looked in her eyes and said, "I know what you want to say to me. If you want to get my forgiveness, it's not impossible, but I have one request. As long as you can do it, I will forgive you." Chapter 33, You Can't Do This or That. "Mrs. Lin, what can you do?" Mother Lin said expectantly. "Qian, feel free to ask for anything you want. As long as I can get your forgiveness, I can ask you to do anything." She said it with great confidence, her eyes full of determination. With a look like that, anyone would easily believe what she said. But Lin Qian didn't believe a word of it. "Really?" she asked calmly. Mother Lin nodded vigorously. "Qian, trust Mom, okay? This time, Mom will definitely not let you down again." Lin Qian looked at her, a hint of mockery flashing across his eyes. "Okay." Seeing that she agreed, Lin's mother couldn't help but smile, but the next second, her smile froze on her face. Lin Qian only said, "As long as you kick Lin Warner out of the house and sever your adoption relationship with her, I will forgive you." Mother Lin's hands suddenly clenched the corner of her clothes, and she was in a dilemma. She looked at Lin Qian with pleading eyes, but was met with Lin Qian's cold, unyielding gaze. There was a dead silence in the ward. After a long while, Lin's mother spoke in a dry voice. "Qian, want her. After all, she has been in our family for so many years. Your father and I have always treated her as our own daughter. We are suddenly going to drive her away and sever ties with her. What will people outside say about our family? Besides, she hasn't done anything wrong. This makes me..." Lin Qian sneered. "If she really didn't do anything wrong, why did you delete that surveillance video, Madam Lin?" Mother Lin was choked and couldn't utter a word in rebuttal. "Mrs. Lin, stop making excuses for yourself. You don't care what outsiders say about the Lin family. After all, 5 years ago, at the graduation banquet, when the police took me away in front of all the celebrities in Haicheng, you never cared about the reputation of the Lin family. In the final analysis, you are biased. Admit it, Lin Warner is a treasure in your heart, but I am just a weed in your heart." Mother Lin was heartbroken. She raised her hands and covered her chest tightly, her eyes full of sorrow. Qian, Lin Qian looked at her mother's distressed expression and felt that it was hypocritical. She said softly, "It's okay if you can't do it. I had expected this result and didn't expect you to do anything for me." Lin's mother burst into tears and kept shaking her head. A voice in her heart told her that if she didn't coax Lin Qian this time, their mother-daughter relationship would end. She took a step forward and held Lin Qian's hands tightly with both of her hands. Her voice was trembling and anxious. Qian, don't say that. Can you give Mom another chance? As long as Wanner can stay, I will do whatever you ask me to do. Lin Qian remained silent. Seeing that Lin Qian was silent, Lin's mother became more anxious. Qian, I know that I have made you suffer a lot, but I love you. I just don't know how to express it. Not good at expressing yourself? Lin Wanner's room is the largest and best in the Lin family. Lin Wanner has 1 million pocket money every month. The dress Lin Wanner wears for her birthday costs at least 1 million. Lin Wanner's dress is custom-made from head to toe. Even a cup of coffee costs 4 figures. She expressed her love for Lin Wanner so strongly. When it comes to her, she just can't express herself. How ridiculous. After all, it was just that Lin's mother never took her seriously. That is, not cherishing it well, but also not willing to let it go. However, this no longer matters to her. If 5 years in prison still can't make her see everything clearly, then her life will be in vain. Lin Qian raised her eyes and looked at her mother for a long time. Her gaze was like a mountain, so heavy that Lin's mother dared not look at her. Lin Qian spoke slowly. Okay, then I'll give you another chance. Lin Wanner can continue to stay in the Lin family, as long as Madame Lin kowtows 3 times and climbs the 999 steps of the Facade temple to pray for the blessing of peace and safety from Master Sion. I will forgive you. How do you say that? Mother Lin's face was even paler than before. Her lips were trembling, and her eyes were full of fear and embarrassment. The 999 steps of the Facade temple are steep and dangerous. Normally, it would take a lot of energy for young people to climb them. Moreover, she is already 50 years old. No matter how well she takes care of herself, her physical fitness is not as good as that of young people. Moreover, with 3 bows and 9 kowtows and a kowtow after each step, her pampered body would definitely get her knees and forehead bruised. She is the wife of the chairman of the Lin group. It would be so embarrassing for her to be seen bowing and kowtowing. What if someone took a video and posted it online? How would she survive in the circle of rich ladies in Haicheng? What's more, not everyone can see Master Sion of the Facade temple. She only saves those who are predestined to be saved. What if Master Sion didn't want to see her? Then all her previous efforts would be in vain. After analyzing the pros and cons, Lin's mother looked embarrassed. Qian, can you change your request? Lin Qian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Her laughter was extremely mocking. Mrs. Lin, you want to get my forgiveness again, and you keep bargaining with me. Do you think I'm a vegetable market? Mother Lin's face flushed instantly. She lowered her head, feeling extremely guilty, and stammered, Qian, it's not that I don't want to, it's just that I'm too old to climb the mountain. Lin Qian had a look of disappointment, with endless indifference in her eyes. She was clearly unwilling to give, yet unwilling to admit it. This is not okay, and that is not okay. What kind of request can you give me? Do you really want to compensate me? I think you are here to laugh at me. Lin's mother was heartbroken by Lin Qian's questioning. Tears welled up in her eyes. She said in a sobbing voice, No, Qian, you must believe in me and give me one last chance. Lin Qian just looked at her coldly. That gaze seemed to penetrate her heart. I've already given you the opportunity, but you didn't cherish it. Your so-called motherly love is just lip service. No, that's not the case. Mother Lin shook her head desperately, almost on the verge of a breakdown. Qian, this is the last time. It's really the last time. Tell me what you want. Whatever you want, I will give it to you. Really? Lin Qian closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to calm her inner turmoil. When he opened his eyes again, the determination in his eyes made Lin's mother's heart tighten. Okay, Madam Lin, since you are so persistent, I will trust you once more. But this is the last time. If you can't do it again, we will go our separate ways for the rest of our lives. Mother Lin nodded hurriedly as if she had been pardoned, but the panic in her eyes revealed her inner anxiety. She stared at Lin Qian without blinking, her whole body tense with nervousness. You say. Lin Qian looked at her. The Lin family has raised Lin Wanner for 23 years, and they have spent more than 100 million on her. Mother Lin was startled. Qian, do you want money? Lin Qian didn't beat around the bush. You can't give me what I want. All you can give me is money. I don't need you to give me 100 million. I just want 10 million. If you can do that, then everything that happened before will be written off. 10 million is not a lot for Lin's mother, but it is not a small amount either. It would take some time to prepare for her to take it out all at once. Compared with the previous 2 conditions, this 10 million requirement is the easiest to achieve for her. Mother Lin was afraid that Lin Qian would go back on her word, so she quickly agreed, "Okay, I promise you." Seeing that she agreed, Lin Qian had nothing more to say to her. "You can go back. I'm tired." "Okay, I'll go." Looking at Lin's mother's departing back, Lin Qian's lips curled up in a sarcastic arc. From the beginning to the end, her purpose was very clear, just to get money. But she also knew that if she asked for 10 million from the beginning, Lin's mother would never agree. If she wasn't willing to give her 500,000 yuan in pocket money every month, how could she expect Lin's mother to agree to give her 10 million yuan? Therefore, she had to make two requests that seemed excessive to Lin's mother and that she could not possibly fulfill. In this way, when she asks Lin's mother for money again, she will agree without hesitation. Chapter 34. Send away my weak spot, and I can kill everyone without any scruples. The next day, Aunt Wu came to bring her food, as usual. However, this time, Lin's mother did not come along, but Shun Man came with Wu Ma. A 20-year-old college student with clear eyes and no scheming. His whole body exudes the glow of youth. Looking at herself, she is only 3 years older than Shun Man, but she is like a withered flower. She has long lost her innocence and is left with only vicissitudes of life. As soon as Shun Man saw Lin Qian, her eyes turned red involuntarily. She held up Lin Qian's injured left hand. Not only were Lin Qian's fingers broken, but the back of her hand and arm were also covered with marks from being beaten by Lin's father with a belt. The bloodstains turned purple, which was shocking. Shun Man said distressfully, "The Lin family really went too far. How could they beat you like this? Qian, please leave the Lin family and stop staying with that family of demons." Shun Man really cares about her, and Lin Qian can feel it. During the 5 years she was in prison, no one from the Lin family came to see her. Only Wu Ma and Shun Man would take time to visit her in prison, allowing her to still feel the beauty of the world. They, mother and daughter, are good people, so she must protect them at all costs. Lin Qian smiled and looked at Shun Man. "Listen to Man. Really?" Surprise flashed in Shun Man's eyes. "Yes, really." Lin Qian nodded. However, before leaving the Lin family, she had to find a way out for Wu Ma and Shun Man, and she must not allow Lin Yanshu to use them as weaknesses to control her. Thinking of this, Lin Qian changed the subject and asked about Shun Man's situation at school. Man, how you doing in school?" "Not bad. I get a scholarship every semester." Seeing her confident face, Lin Qian comforted her. Man, do you want to study abroad?" Shun Man paused, desire appearing in her eyes. But her family has no money. Her mother gave birth to her when she was in her 40s, and her father unfortunately passed away when she was in elementary school. It was her mother who raised her alone with great difficulty. Her mother had worked very hard to support her through college, so how could she dare to dream of studying abroad? "I don't want to." Although she said it firmly, Lin Qian still noticed a change in her mood. If you have the opportunity to study abroad and don't have to worry about money, would you be willing to go? Shun Man smiled bitterly. "Of course I am willing, but there is no such good thing in the world, so I can only think about it in my heart." After hearing this answer, Lin Qian's heart finally calmed down. It's easy for Man to go abroad if she wants. As soon as she gets the 10 million, she will immediately send Wu Ma and Shun Man abroad. Shun Man completed her studies abroad, and Wu Ma was able to take care of her daughter. As long as he sent the mother and daughter away, Lin Yanshu would no longer be able to control her. She wanted to leave the Lin family, and no one could stop her. Even if the Lin family didn't let her go, the worst that could happen to her was that she would die with them and leave all her money to Wu Ma and Shun Man. This is why she asked Lin's mother for 10 million. Her fate was already bitter enough, and she couldn't let the people who cared about her fall into her same situation. For the next 2 days, Lin Qian's life was very peaceful. That morning, after Lin Wana washed up and went downstairs to have breakfast, she unexpectedly did not see Lin's father, Lin's mother, and Lin Yanshu. Lin Wana looked at the breakfast already prepared on the table and asked doubtfully, "Are my parents and brother not up yet?" The servant said. The master and the young master didn't even have time to eat breakfast in the morning before they hurried to the company. The lady ate a few bites and also left. Lin Wana knew that because of the East Suburbs project in recent days, her father and brother had been very busy, leaving home early and returning late every day. But it was rare for her mother to get up so early today. "Do you know where my mother is doing?" she asked again. The servant shook his head. "I'm not sure about that, but Madam took a lot of bags." Lin Wana was even more confused, but she didn't think much about it. After taking a look at the breakfast, she lost her appetite. After going upstairs to change her clothes, she drove away from home. In a few days, the land in the eastern suburbs will be auctioned. Most of the celebrities in Haicheng will attend, and she will also be invited. She has to buy some dresses and jewelry for herself, and she must not be outdone by other women. Lin Qian drove to the most luxurious shopping mall in Haicheng. She walked into a top-notch custom dress shop. She often came to this shop, so the clerk knew her. Seeing her, his face immediately filled with smiles. Ms. Lin, you came at a coincidence. Today, our store has received several limited edition dresses that were airlifted from Paris. The designs are unique and the materials are top-notch. When you wear them, you will definitely become the focus of the whole audience. Lin Qian's lips curled up with a smug arc, like a proud peacock. Her fingers gently stroked across the exquisite dresses. The envious eyes of the women at the auction appeared in her mind, and the men looked at her with amazement and admiration. The more she thought about it, the happier she became, and she finally chose a floor-length dress inlaid with Swarovski crystals. The hem of the dress sparkled as she walked, like a starry sky. The salesperson's eyes were full of amazement, and he could not express his praise enough, not forgetting to promote other products. Ms. Lin, our store not only has dresses, but also handbags that go with them. Would you like to take a look? Lin Qian was already flattered by the compliments, and without even thinking, she said, "Where is the bag? Take me to see it." Ms. Lin, this way, please. Lin Qian followed the salesperson to the bag area. When she arrived, she noticed several big brand bags at a glance. Her eyes widened instantly, full of disbelief. These bags. The salesperson saw her stop and followed her gaze. Those are second-hand bags. A noble lady brought them here to sell, just now. Do you like them, Miss Lin? Lin Qian didn't fancy them, but she recognized those bags. Most of those bags are Hermes and are limited editions worldwide. The cheapest one costs less than 1 million yuan when you buy it. The reason why she knew this so clearly was because these bags clearly belonged to her mother. At this moment, she finally realized why the maid said her mother took a lot of bags with her when she went out. It turned out that she was selling them. But why is this? As the wife of the chairman of the Lin Group, she shouldn't be short of money, right? Since she has enough money, why would she sell her bags? These are the bags she usually doesn't want to carry? There must be something fishy going on here. An ominous premonition arose in Lin Qian's heart. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind in an instant. There's been no news of any financial crisis at home recently. Although the competition for the East Suburbs project is fierce, given the Lin family's financial situation, they do not have to rely on selling bags to raise funds. Not for the family, not for the company. Then the only possibility is... She suddenly thought of something, took out her cell phone, and hurriedly called Lin's mother. The call was connected, and the gentle voice of Lin's mother came from the other side. "My dear daughter, are you awake?" "I'm up, Mom. Where have you been?" "I'm driving to the hospital to see Qian. Is there anything wrong?" Lin Qian's fingers gripping the phone kept tightening. She went to see Lin Qian right after selling the bag, so she had to suspect that her mother wanted to secretly give the money from selling the bag to Lin Qian. She would never allow this to happen. Everything in the Lin family belongs to her, and that bitch Lin Qian is not worthy of taking a single penny. Chapter 35. A bitch with a vicious mind like you. Do you deserve 10 million? It's okay, Mom. Please be careful on the road. Lin Qian pretended to be calm and said this. After hanging up the phone, she immediately called Lin's father. As soon as the phone was connected, she said anxiously, "Dad, please go to the hospital quickly. My mom actually sold her bag and is now going to the hospital to give the money to that bitch Lin Qian. Qian, don't worry. Dad will rush over to stop it now." Lin Qian raised her eyebrows proudly and continued to choose bags and jewelry. Hospital. This time when Lin's mother faced Lin Qian again, she was obviously much more confident. Lin Qian was very good at reading people's faces. When she saw her happy face, she knew that her mother had most likely gathered the 10 million yuan she wanted. She was a little impatient, but still pretended to be indifferent. Mother Lin sat directly beside the bed, took Lin Qian's hand affectionately, first asked about her physical condition with concern, and then took out a card. "Qian, Mom said that as long as it's your request, I will do my best to fulfill it. Here's 10 million. After you take it, we will put aside our past grudges and never care about the past again." Lin Qian was delighted in her heart, but on the surface, she remained calm. As long as she had this 10 million, she would no longer have to worry about the threats from the Lin family. Lin Qian was just about to take the card from Lin's mother's hand, But at this moment, the door of the ward was kicked open forcefully from the outside. Lin Qian and her mother were both startled by the sudden loud noise. Lin's father rushed in and slapped Lin Qian's hand without saying a word, then snatched the card from Lin's mother's hand. Mother Lin was confused. Ziyuan, what are you doing? Why didn't you discuss it with me before giving her the money? Lin's father's face was full of anger, and he looked at Lin Qian as if he was an enemy. Mother Lin rolled her eyes at him and said, "Oh, it's not much money, just 10 million. I owed Qian these years, so I should give her some money. 10 million? Does she deserve that much money? She's incompetent at anything and only brings shame to our Lin family. If she were as sensible as Warner, we would give her the 10 million. But she refused to change despite repeated admonitions and almost stabbed me with a knife. I must not let an ungrateful person like her take advantage of my hard-earned money." Father Lin said angrily and put the card in his pocket. Lin Qian's hands were beaten red. She stubbornly endured the pain without saying a word, just staring at Lin's father. Father Lin looked at her fearlessly and sneered. "You want money? It's not impossible. As long as you are willing to marry to consolidate the Lin Group's position as a wealthy family in Haicheng, I can give you the 10 million as a dowry. If you're not willing, then you can't get a penny." After saying that, Father Lin pulled Mother Lin out. Mother Lin looked conflicted, but she couldn't persuade Father Lin. As soon as they left the ward, Lin's mother pushed away Lin's father. "Why are you so mean to Qian? As long as you give her the 10 million, she will forgive the past. We will still be a family in the future. Why do you have to go against your daughter?" "It's not that I want to go against her. It's that she doesn't really treat us as a family. If she dared to stab her father once, she might do it a second time. Are you really comfortable leaving a time bomb like her at home? She might explode any day and kill us all. Rather than keeping her as an uncertain factor around, it would be better to marry her off quickly, which would also promote cooperation between the Lin Group and the Fu family in North City." But Mother Lin hesitated as Father Lin continued. "The Fu family in Beicheng wants to compete with our Lin family for the East Suburbs project. We have no chance of winning. If we can use Lin Qian as a marriage partner to achieve win-win cooperation between the two families, that would be the best outcome. If you don't want to sacrifice her, then we can only sacrifice our Warner. Are you willing to marry Warner to Beicheng?" Mother Lin shook her head without even thinking. Although Warner is not her biological daughter, she is better than her own daughter. She's a lovely girl that she raised with all her efforts. She didn't want her precious daughter to marry someone from another province, where she would have no one to support her if she was bullied by her husband's family. She couldn't bear the thought of Warner being wronged. She took a deep look at the pale Lin Qian lying on the hospital bed, pursed her lips, and finally just sighed without saying anything. In the ward, Lin Qian heard all of this and was so angry that she was shaking all over. She clenched her hands into fists, and her nails were digging into her palms. She never imagined that Father Lin would be so cruel and treat her like a commodity, manipulating her at will in exchange for commercial benefits. Lin's mother, who had been crying and begging for her forgiveness 2 days ago, chose to sacrifice her own daughter once she encountered something involving Lin Warner. Haha, these people really say one thing and do another. How ironic. It took her a while to suppress the anger in her heart. If you want to send Man abroad, you need money. But what she lacks most now is money. What to do? Now, it seems that she has no choice but to obey Lin's father's arrangements. Perhaps marriage is a good way for her to leave the Lin family in her current situation. She didn't know what kind of family the Fu family in Beicheng was, but no matter how difficult it was to get along with them, they were always better than the Lin family. Not only can she leave the Lin family, but she can also get a dowry of 10 million. With the money, she can send Wu Ma and Man abroad, and the Lin family will not be able to control her in the future. This way, we can have the best of both worlds. But having her fate arranged like this still made her feel suffocated. Lin Qian got out of bed, limped out of the ward, and planned to go to the stairwell to get some fresh air. In the stairwell, "President, I've seen that piece of land. It's very suitable for planning into a business district to develop the economy. If we take this piece of land, we can not only expand our company's business, but also gain a foothold in Haicheng. The business exchanges between Beicheng and Haicheng will also become smoother. However, we are not the only ones who have set our eyes on this piece of land. There are also many wealthy families in Haicheng who are planning to take it over. The first to bear the brunt are the Lin family and the Gu family. Especially the Lin family. They are planning to form a marriage alliance with you, the president, for a win-win cooperation. What do you think?" The man didn't say anything, but just glanced at assistantly indifferently. Assistant immediately shut up and made an okay gesture. Then, President, do you have anything else to tell me? If not, I will go and handle my official business first. Well, go ahead. The man's voice was light, but it revealed an irresistible majesty. Assistant left. The man leaned against the wall and lit a cigarette. The stairwell was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Lin Qian thought there was no one here, but when she walked in, she found there was someone there. Perhaps hearing footsteps, the man looked up. The two of them, one standing on the high steps and the other standing at the bottom of the steps, just looked at each other. The moment she saw the man clearly, Lin Qian was stunned. The man was dressed in a black suit, tall and straight, with a face that looked like a carefully crafted work of art, with sharp edges and smooth features, and eyes as deep and mysterious as the night sky. He just stood there quietly, doing nothing, but he exuded a powerful aura that made people intimidated. Chapter 36, I worked to earn money to support you, but after you graduated, you sent me to prison. The strange man in front of him was very handsome. Even top handsome guys like Lin Yanshu and Goop Baichun pale in comparison to him. Lin Qian was stunned for a moment, but quickly came back to her senses. She just wanted to find a deserted place to stay quietly for a while, but she didn't expect there to be someone in the stairwell. I wanted to turn around and leave, but I had already entered. He's just a strange man, nothing to worry about. Thinking of this, Lin Qian felt relieved. She supported her heavy legs and slowly walked down the stairs. When she passed by the man, the cigarette in his hand just floated over, and a strong smell of tobacco penetrated into her nose, making her brain dizzy for a moment. Lin Qian paused and looked at the man. Coincidentally, the man was also looking at her. Seeing her frowning slightly, he said very politely, "Sorry." As he said this, he was about to put out the cigarette, but the next second, Lin Qian stopped him. "Sir, do you have any more cigarettes? Can you give me one?" The man was obviously stunned for a moment and looked at Lin Qian with some surprise. The woman in front of him looked pale and her eyes were tired. It was obvious that she was worried. He didn't say anything, took out a cigarette from the box, and handed it to Lin Qian. "Thank you." Lin Qian thanked him softly, took the cigarette, and put it in her mouth in imitation of him. A friction sound was heard in my ears, and then a slender finger with distinct joints appeared in front of me. The flame flickered in the dim stairwell, illuminating the faces of the two people. Lin Qian was slightly startled, lowered her head, lit a cigarette with the man's hand, and took a deep puff. The smell of nicotine instantly spread through her lungs. She almost choked and coughed, so she quickly spat out the cigarette in her mouth. The man saw that she didn't know how to smoke, and his eyebrows raised slightly, but he didn't say anything, just silently withdrew his hand. Lin Qian slowly sat down on the steps, smoking in silence. I have seen many men smoking when they are in a bad mood, but only when I smoke myself do I understand that smoking cannot relieve her inner depression. The stairwell fell into silence, with only the occasional faint crackling sound of burning cigarettes and the occasional smoke rings exhaled by the two people slowly dissipating in the air. The man finished his cigarette first and threw the butt into the trash can next to him. He lifted his long legs and climbed the steps one by one, his footsteps echoing in the stairwell. Before stepping out of the stairwell, he lowered his eyes and glanced down, and saw Lin Qian's motionless, thin, and lonely back, and the sparks flashing on her fingertips. He paused for a moment and then continued walking out. Lin Qian sat in the stairwell for a long time before leaving. She was in a daze and felt exhausted. She just wanted to go back to the ward and lie down to rest. However, when she pushed open the door of the ward, she found that there was already someone inside, and it was the person she least wanted to see. He sat quietly by the window, the sunlight shining on him, giving him a soft glow. But Lin Qian knew that he was not a gentle person. Instead, he was as sharp as a knife and could destroy anyone beyond redemption. Lu Chun raised his eyes and saw that it was Lin Qian. He immediately stood up and walked over to help her, but Lin Qian cleverly dodged him. Lu Chen's hands froze in midair. He clenched his fists and pretended not to care. "Qian, where have you been?" Lin Qian ignored him and went straight to bed. Lu Chen's face showed embarrassment. "Qian, do you want to eat some fruit? I'll peel it for you." Lin Qian glanced at Lu Chun coldly, with obvious annoyance in her tone. Lawyer Lu is a very busy man. He would not come to me for nothing. There is no need to waste time. Let's talk about business. Her indifference made Lu Chun feel uncomfortable, but he didn't dare to continue to be polite. Instead, he asked directly, "Qian, did you push Wanted down the stairs?" No wonder he came to see her. It turned out to be for Lin Qian again. 5 years ago, in order to protect Lin Qian, he framed her and sent her to prison. 5 years later, when he heard that Lin Qian was pushed down the stairs by her, was he starting to feel sorry for her again and planning to take action against her? Yes, I did it. Lin Qian originally thought that Lin Qian would deny it and explain, but no, she actually admitted it readily. He looked at her with disbelief. Lin Qian just looked at him coldly, her eyes full of sarcasm. I wonder how Lawyer Lu plans to punish me this time? Send me to prison again. How many years? 5 years? Or 10 years? Every word was like a sharp blade, cutting into Lin Qian's heart. Lin Qian felt as if something was choking his throat, and he couldn't speak for a long time. Qian, you and I are childhood sweethearts. You know I won't do that to you. Lin Qian. If she hadn't spent 5 years in jail, she would have believed it. Unfortunately, no matter how many sweet words Lin Qian said, she would no longer believe them. She didn't want to see Lin Qian, and she didn't want to hear him say these half-truths. If Lawyer Lu is not trying to send me to jail, then you can go out. If you want to sue me, I'm always here to help. Lin Qian said with a sad heart. Qian, I came here just to care about you. Lin Qian was very indifferent. No need. Her repeated rejections nearly broke Lin Qian's sanity. He took a step forward, his eyes full of anxiety and pain. Qian, what do you want me to do to make peace with me? Can't you feel my concern for you at all? Since you were released from prison, I have found opportunities to visit you whenever I have time. How many times have you ignored me? What do you want? Tell me. Lin Qian finally looked him straight in the eye, her gaze like two icy blades. I have been wrongfully imprisoned for 5 years, and I have not felt wronged, but you, a lawyer who used false testimony as evidence, are the first to feel wronged. Lawyer Lu studied law. Don't you know how important innocence is to a person? Lin Qian's face turned pale, and his heart felt bitter. He didn't want this to happen, but he had no choice. Lin Qian was kind to him. If she hadn't sponsored him to go to college, he would not have been able to graduate successfully. From this point, we can see that although Lin Qian is the daughter of a wealthy family, she does not have the arrogance of wealthy people. She's a good girl with a kind heart. He didn't believe that Lin Qian would push Gu Yilin down the stairs. Under the circumstances where both the Lin couple pointed out Lin Qian, even if he didn't believe that it was Lin Qian who did it, only Lin Qian could do such a thing. He looked at Lin Qian with a sad face, hoping that she could understand his difficulties. There was helplessness and struggle in his eyes. Qian, no matter what happened in the past, people should always look forward. Why do you have to keep holding on to the past? When Lin Qian heard his words, she felt like she had heard a huge joke. Unless you are whipped, you will never know the pain. Only today did she see clearly that Lin Qian was such a person, a fool who wrongly accused her without any reason. She was wronged, but she couldn't care about it. If she did, it would mean she was narrow-minded and was holding on to the past. She hates it so much. I hate myself for only seeing his true face now. If she had known that he was this kind of person, why would she work so hard for money and participate in various competitions just to earn more money so that Lin Qian could concentrate on his studies during college? She was also afraid that Lin Qian would worry. So, she never dared to give him money in person and could only help him through anonymous funding. She never imagined that the law student she supported would use the knowledge he learned to send her to prison as the first thing he did after graduation. Finally, she was asked to look forward. Chapter 37. 5 years in jail plus $10 is enough to pay off your 15 years of care for me. Lin Qian thought Lin Qian was hilarious, and she really couldn't help but burst out laughing. He said he cared about her, but his real purpose in coming to see her was to question her whether she had pushed Lin Qian down the stairs. When he asked this question, what he wanted to hear was not her explanation. In fact, he already had the answer in his heart. He told her not to dwell on the past and to look forward. But it was obvious that she did nothing wrong and all the accusations were put on her by him. He clearly made a mistake, but he didn't know it and still asked her to be magnanimous. Why should he? Who is he? Amid Lin Qian's mocking laughter, Lin Qian's face became increasingly gloomy. He felt that Lin Qian's laughter became increasingly harsh, piercing his eardrums and causing them to hurt. Stop laughing. Lin Qian shouted in a low voice, with a hint of suppressed anger in his tone. Lin Qian was still smiling. Her eyes were red from laughing, and the hatred in her eyes turned into reality, as if she wanted to tear Lin Qian's disguise to pieces. I told you to stop laughing. Lin Qian was angry and raised his voice a few degrees. He then reached out and covered Lin Qian's mouth and pressed her hard on the bed. His eyes were bloodshot. Why did you become like this? Why can't you just listen to me? Lin Qian wanted to struggle, but the power gap between men and women made it impossible for her to break free. Lu Qian's big hand not only covered her mouth, but even her nose. Lin Qian couldn't breathe, and his face quickly turned red. It was unclear whether Lu Qian had not noticed her pain or simply did not care about her pain, and he held her down tightly as if punishing her. The suffocation made Lin Qian's brain begin to feel dizzy. Just before she was about to suffocate to death, Wu Ma's voice suddenly appeared. "Stop!" She didn't care and raised the thermos in her hand and smashed it on Lu Qian's head. Lu Qian was hit so hard that he let go of his hands. Immediately, with a flying kick, Wu Ma was kicked out. When Lin Qian saw Wu Ma being kicked away, her heart suddenly tightened. "Wu Ma," she screamed, her voice full of fear and anger. The thermos fell heavily to the ground, and most of the boiling chicken soup inside poured onto Aunt Wu, who screamed in pain. Her face and arms immediately turned bright red. Lin Qian's eyes instantly became bloodshot, and she grabbed the apple from the bedside table and smashed it hard on Lu Qian. "Lu Qian, get out of here. I don't want to see you again." "I leave? What qualifications do you have to ask me to leave? Don't forget, you have grown up because I have been protecting you. When you were bullied, I stood up for you and fought for you. When you said you wanted to eat fruit, I found it for you. I have done so much for you, but what have you done for me? When you were beaten and scolded in the orphanage, why didn't you tell me to get out?" Lu Qian said, walking towards Lin Qian again. Lin Qian was so angry that her whole body was shaking. She grabbed the fruit knife from the fruit basket and waved it at Lu Qian, forcing Lu Qian to not dare to come any closer. His eyes were fixed on the fruit knife in Lin Qian's hand. "Lin Qian, are you crazy? Do you really want to hurt me with a knife?" "Yes, I'm crazy. You drove me crazy." Lin Qian's hand was shaking violently. The blade drew messy light and shadows in the air, and her eyes were red. What Lu Qian said was right. The time she spent in the orphanage was her best memory of her childhood. Because of this, even though Lu Qian sent her to jail, she still couldn't completely hate him because he had protected her wholeheartedly when they were young. Those 5 years in jail were to pay off the 15 years of care he had given her. There was already a rift between them, and it was difficult to mend the broken mirror. She just wanted to stay away from him and maintain her last bit of dignity. But Lu Qian kept chasing him and refused to give up. You have to force her not to care and force her to choose to forgive. "What do you want me to do in exchange for you letting me go?" Lin Qian yelled hysterically, waving the knife in his hand even more frantically. "When I was in the orphanage, I trusted you with all my heart and thought you were my only support in this world. You said you would not let anyone bully me and that you would be a lawyer and send all those who bullied me to jail. But what did you do? Did you do what you promised me? I don't care about you breaking your promise, and I don't care about you sending me to jail to take the blame for Lin Wanner's crime. Why won't you let me go? I was tortured in a dark prison for 5 years, but that's not enough to offset your 15 years of care, right? Okay, I'll give it back to you. I'll give it all back to you." There was determination in Lin Qian's eyes. She slowly turned the tip of the knife, pointed it at herself, and stabbed it into her shoulder without hesitation. The skin on her shoulder was instantly cut by the sharp blade, and blood gushed out like a spring. The bright red blood was like a blooming red spider lily, slowly sliding down her arm and staining the bedsheet with a deep red. But there was no expression on her face, as if she felt no pain. She had suffered far more serious injuries in prison and was used to all kinds of injuries. She didn't frown, but stared at Lu Qian without blinking, her lips trembling slightly as she uttered 3 words. "Is that enough?" Lu Qian had been stunned by her action. His face was pale as he saw the blood gushing out of Lin Qian's shoulder. The glaring red color made his eyes hurt. "Not enough." Lin Qian's voice was frighteningly calm, as if she was talking about something that had nothing to do with her. After saying that, she tightened her grip on the hilt and pulled out the knife with force. As she drew the sword, more blood splashed out. A few drops splashed onto her face, mixed with something on her cheek that was not sure whether it was sweat or tears. She looked embarrassed and determined. Without hesitation, she thrust the knife into her shoulder again, her eyes filled with endless madness and exhaustion. "Is it enough this time? You are crazy, crazy." Lu Qian's voice became hoarse and dry. He felt that Lin Qian in front of him was so strange that it scared him. Lin Qian did not answer, but spoke with her actions. She drew her knife again and stabbed it into her shoulder, one after another, without mercy and without the slightest pause. A full $10. Every time the blade penetrated deeper, Her body trembled slightly, but the determination in her eyes never changed. In the blink of an eye, her shoulder was covered in blood, and the whole ward was filled with the smell of blood. Wuma no longer cared about the burns on her body and rushed over distressed. "Miss, stop now." She hugged Lin Qian tightly and glared at Lin Qian with hatred. "Why don't you get out of here now? Are you trying to kill my young lady?" Compared to Wu Ma's excitement, Lin Qian looked at Lin Qian with extremely indifferent eyes. 5 years in prison plus the 10 knives I just received, are they worth the 15 years you spent caring for me in the orphanage? Lin Qian's heart was already broken by Lin Qian's determination. No, it's not like that. It shouldn't be like this. He came here just to care about her. How did it end up like this? She was the girl he had protected and loved for more than 10 years. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Lin Qian threw the fruit knife at his feet. "If you're still not satisfied, Attorney Liu, then pick up the knife and I'll let you stab me until you're satisfied." Chapter 38, since the Fu family in North City is so good, why don't you marry Lin Wanner to them? Lin Qian's lips trembled violently, his eyes fixed on the bloody wound on Lin Qian's shoulder. The bright red blood seemed like a sharp sword, piercing into his heart. His throat seemed to be choked by something. He wanted to say something, but couldn't utter a word. A deep feeling of agony swept through his whole body. He had fantasized about meeting Lin Qian again countless times. He thought that they could be like before, and although they had experienced ups and downs, they would still be able to accompany each other in the end. But now, everything was out of his control. He was afraid to face Lin Qian, who was full of hatred, afraid to see the endless indifference in her eyes. He no longer had the face to stand here and face Lin Qian. He turned around with difficulty, staggering and panicking, and rushed out of the ward as if escaping. As Lin Qian left, Lin Qian was like a deflated ball. Her tense body suddenly lost its strength and slowly fell backwards. "Miss!" Aunt Wu was extremely worried and shouted anxiously, "Doctor, help me." When Lin Qian woke up, she was no longer in the ward. She looked around. The room was decorated in the pink style of a princess room, and for a moment she couldn't tell where she was. She sat up suddenly, which affected the wound on her shoulder, and she couldn't help but groan. After enduring the piercing pain, she lifted up her collar to take a look. The wound had been treated, and a white bandage was wrapped around her shoulder with a faint trace of blood. Lin Qian got out of bed and walked straight out. The moment she opened the door, she realized that she had returned to the Lin family. The room she was in was Lin Yanshu's bedroom. She didn't know when it was decorated in a princess style. Lin Qian frowned slightly and looked towards the first floor. There were many people sitting on the sofa in the living room on the first floor. Father Lin, Mother Lin, Lin Yanshu, and Lin Wanner, a family of 4, were all there. Not only them, there was also a handsome and noble man, Gu Beichen. Lin Wanner was the first to notice Lin Qian standing on the second floor. She said with surprise, "Sister, you finally woke up." Lin Qian's eyes turned cold when he heard this. Wake up? She was clearly in a coma, and she didn't even know how she was discharged from the hospital and returned to the Lin family. But when Lin Wanner said her unconsciousness, it became her sleepiness. Lin Qian looked at Lin Wanner coldly, feeling disgusted. Lin Wanner seemed to be frightened. She shrank back timidly, and her eyes instantly turned red. Sister, did I say something wrong?" Upon seeing this, Mother Lin hurriedly hugged Lin Wanner and patted her back to comfort her. When she looked up at Lin Qian, although she didn't say anything, her face was full of condemnation, as if she was blaming Lin Qian for bullying Lin Wanner. Father Lin was not as gentle as Mother Lin. Without saying a word, he began to scold Lin Qian. "How dare you glare at your sister? You are in your 20s, and you spend all day either eating or sleeping. You were sleeping when I picked you up yesterday, and you were still sleeping when we got home. After a night, it was already noon, and you just woke up. What else can you do besides eating and sleeping? Why did I give birth to a useless daughter like you?" Father Lin scolded her without caring that there were outsiders at home. "All you do is eat and sleep? Ha, ha ha, that's ridiculous." He couldn't even see that his own daughter was injured and unconscious, so how could he be worthy of humiliating her? I have long seen through the nature of their family, so this insult is no longer a problem for Lin Qian. She looked at Lin's father's face, which was flushed with anger, and there was no emotion in her eyes. "Have you scolded enough, Mr. Lin?" Lin Qian's voice was cold, and her expression was calm. Father Lin was choked by her sudden question and forgot what to say for a moment. He just widened his eyes and glared at her fiercely. Lin Qian curled her lips, sneered silently, and was about to go back to her room. But then she heard Father Lin yelling at her, "Stop right there, come down, I have something to discuss with you." The voice was filled with unquestionable majesty and habitual command. She didn't want to get close to this hypocritical and pretentious family for even a second. The disgust that rose from the bottom of her heart made her want to escape from this hypocritical world immediately. The farther the better. However, thinking of the 10 million, she compromised. She slowly walked down the stairs, walked to the sofa, and sat down, her cold eyes sweeping over everyone present. Father Lin picked up the teacup in front of him, blew gently on the tea leaves floating on the surface, and took a sip. "You are not a child anymore. It is not a good idea to stay at home all the time. Your mother and I have discussed this. The Fu family in Beicheng is one of the most powerful families in Kyoto. You will marry into this family to enjoy a good life. Although you have a bad character, you are our biological child after all, and as your parents we still think of you, so your dowry will certainly not be left out." As soon as these words were spoken, Gu Beichen's hand holding the teacup suddenly tightened. So this is what Lin Ziyuan meant when he said there was a way to cooperate with the Fu family in North City. But this is not what he wants to see. An indescribable feeling of confusion in his heart grew stronger and stronger. He raised his head and drank the tea in the cup in one gulp, and only then was he able to suppress the inexplicable emotion. Mother Lin's face was full of smiles. She leaned forward, took Lin Qian's hand, and patted it gently. "Qian, your father and I are reluctant to let you go, but a girl cannot stay at home. You will get married sooner or later. You can still choose a good one while you are young. If you are older, they will be the ones left over by others. The Fu family in North City is a well-known and prestigious family, even better than our Lin family." Lin Qian withdrew her hand without leaving a trace, lowered her eyes, and said nothing. "Ding Ding is good? If it's really that good, will it still be her turn?" They just wanted to use her for marriage to consolidate the Lin family's wealthy status. They wouldn't allow her to refuse, and she had no reason to refuse. Lin Qian remained silent. But Lin Yanshu reacted fiercely. "Dad, Mom, you want to marry Qian to that prince in the Beijing circle? Why didn't you discuss it with me in advance?" "No, I don't agree." Father Lin's face darkened. Lin's mother immediately tried to smooth things over. "Yanshu, stop talking nonsense." "I'm not talking nonsense. The prince of the Fu family in North City is not easy to get along with." And he... "Shut up." Before he could finish his words, Lin's father interrupted him with a shout, his eyes full of warning. Lin Yanshu clenched his fists. "Qian doesn't even know the prince. She won't agree." The conversation turned to Lin Qian, and everyone present looked at her. Lin Qian raised her eyes, met Lin Yanshu's gaze, and said without hesitation, "I agree." Her voice was clear and loud, echoing in the quiet living room. Father Lin, Mother Lin, and Lin Waner all looked delighted. Lin Yanshu looked very ugly. Gu Beichen stared at Lin Qian's face, his grip on the teacup tightening again and again. With a crack, the powerful hand strength actually crushed the teacup. The glass scratched the palm of his hand, and blood dripped onto the white carpet, turning into an alluring crimson. Lin Waner exclaimed and said distressfully, "Brother Beichun, you are injured. Aunt Wu, hurry up and get the medical kit." Gu Beichun seemed not to feel any pain and stared at Lin Qian with sharp eyes. Chapter 39, If You Don't Let Me Marry Him, Should I Marry You? Lin Qian's eyes simply swept across his bleeding hand without even a frown. Her nonchalant look instantly brought Gu Beichun back to 5 years ago. That was the last time she participated in a competition in her senior year of high school. He had a fever of 39 degrees that day, but he still insisted on participating in the competition in order to see her. When she learned that he had a high fever, she was so anxious that her eyes turned red. She supported him and scolded him. "Are you stupid? You are so feverish. Why are you still participating in the competition?" Seeing her caring for him, he felt warm inside and thought that his trip was worth it. But she became even angrier. "You are about to be burned into a fool, and you can still laugh." Lin Qian, who never missed any competition, missed it only that time because of him. She was so thin that she almost had to use a carrier to drag him to the nearest clinic. He was lying on the hospital bed, receiving a 4 drip, and she was staying by his side. They were so close back then, but now they are like strangers. The little girl who would cry anxiously when he had a fever now had no expression on her face when she saw him bleeding. Does she just not care? Aunt Wu quickly brought the medicine box to bandage him. Lin Wanner was so distressed that she almost cried. Tears welled up in her eyes, and her voice was choked with sobs. Brother Beichun, why are you so careless? Just bear with it, and I'll bandage it soon. Gu Beichun seemed unaware. His eyes were fixed on Lin Qian, unable to move away at all. He looked at Lin Qian's calm face, and an indescribable emotion surged in his heart. Lin Qian folded her hands on her knees, like a cold sculpture. The tenderness in her heart that used to worry about his illness had long since turned to dust after 5 years in prison. All that remained was her fear of him. After bandaging the wound, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yanshu glared at Lin Qian. Are you so impatient to leave this home? Or do you think that by marrying into the Fu family in North City, you could become a rich wife and live a life of luxury? Lin Qian, why are you so materialistic? It happens again. Regardless of the consequences, I just assumed the dirtiest thoughts about her. But it doesn't matter. She no longer cares what he thinks of her. As long as he is happy. Lin Qian did not deny it. Yes, I just want to marry him and make him my rich wife. Her tone was calm, without a trace of emotion, as if she was talking about something very normal. Lin Yanshu's face was distorted, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. The Prince of North City had a bad reputation, and considering Qian's current physical condition, marrying him would only hasten her death. You may marry her, but you may not live to enjoy happiness. I don't agree. Lin Qian smiled, with a mocking smile. Your parents agree, and I agree too. Why do you disagree? Because I'm your brother. I've never admitted it. Lin Yanshu was so angry at Lin Qian's indifferent attitude that he trembled all over. He took a step forward, his finger almost poking Lin Qian's nose. Lin Qian, don't think that marrying into the Fu family is a good thing. Do you know what kind of person the prince of the Fu family is? He has a bad reputation and is a playboy. He has changed women one after another. How can you have a good life if you marry him? Lin Qian raised her head slightly to avoid his aggressive fingers, without any sign of retreat in her eyes. So what? This is better than being treated as a thorn in your side in this family. Her voice was cold and echoed in the spacious living room, as if every word contained ice. Father Lin frowned and put down the teacup in his hand heavily with a clang. Yanshu, that's enough. This is a family decision. You can't mess around. Mother Lin also quickly stood up, took Lin Yanshu's arm, and softly advised. Yanshu, don't make trouble. It's a blessing for your sister to marry him, and our Lin family will also benefit from it. As she spoke, she winked at Lin Yanshu, signaling him not to be impulsive. Lin Yanshu shook off his mother's hand, his chest heaving violently. He stared at Lin Qian intently. His eyes seemed to see through her. Unfortunately, Lin Qian ignored him. Lin Yanshu walked away angrily. Father and Mother Lin looked at each other, then stood up and left. Lin Wanner understood that her parents must have gone to persuade her brother, and she had to go and see what was going on. Brother Beichun, please stay for a moment. I want to see my parents and brother. Even she went upstairs. Only Lin Qian and Gu Beichun were left in the living room. Lin Qian didn't want to face him alone. She had seen how terrible this man was in prison. Facing him alone would make her feel suffocated and would remind her of the most painful past in prison that she could not bear to recall. She stood up suddenly, and because she stood up too quickly, her calf hit the coffee table and it hurt, but she didn't care about that and just wanted to escape. She walked away quickly, not returning to Lin Yanshu's bedroom, but heading straight to the utility room. Just as she entered and was about to close the door, a strong hand pushed the door open, closed it, and pushed her against it. The distance between them was very close, so close that she could smell the faint scent of cologne mixed with tobacco on his body, and so close that she could see her own terrified reflection in his beautiful yet cold phoenix eyes. Gu Beichun saw all her panic and resistance. He was angry and hateful towards her like this, but when he felt her thin body, he had no place to vent all his anger. He just stared at the weak and pitiful woman in his hands. Her body trembled under his big palm, as she pressed her slender hands hard against his chest, trying her best to prevent him from getting any closer. This stubbornness made him feel distressed and moved for no reason, but when he thought of her determination to marry into the Fu family in North City in the living room, the jealousy in his heart spread like wild weeds. Gu Beichun stared at Lin Qian. His eyes seemed to want to eat her alive, and he couldn't help but sarcastically said, "Are you so impatient to get married?" Every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, with a strong sense of bitterness and unwillingness. Lin Qian pushed him hard, but the man was like a wall that she couldn't push away. She was angry and anxious, her face flushed red. "It has nothing to do with you." Gu Beichen's eyes darkened, and he gritted his teeth. "It has nothing to do with me? Lin Qian, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. What? You want to just walk away after hurting my sister like that? Have you asked me if I agree?" When he thought about Lin Qian marrying another man, the jealousy was like a raging fire that almost swallowed him up. "Lin Qian, don't be silly. The Fu family is not a place for you to stay. And the prince of the Fu family is not someone you can mess with." Gu Beichen's voice softened a little, but the anxiety in his eyes became more intense. Lin Qian was very afraid of him, but at this moment, she just looked at him quietly. After a long while, she spoke. "I can't provoke him? How can I provoke you? Chapter 40 Qian can endure more hardship than you, so let her marry the violent maniac." Gu Beichen's heart sank at Lin Qian's words, as if her words had hit him in the most vulnerable part. He almost believed that there was a different feeling hidden in her words, but when he met her in different eyes, he realized that her words were just a mockery. But even so, he took it seriously for a moment and was deeply moved. Realizing that she had never had any different feelings for him, his eyes, which contained a complex emotion, turned unusually red. This look frightened Lin Qian so much that she couldn't help but push him again. The man stood still like a mountain, his aura gloomy and terrifying. "Do you think I will allow you to marry another man?" The ambiguity of these words actually made Lin Qian's heart beat faster. Lin Qian met his paranoid eyes, then quickly lowered her eyes anxiously. "Who I marry is none of your business." Gu Beichen frowned slightly and suddenly sneered. The laughter echoed in this small storage room, carrying a creepy and depressing feeling. "It's none of my business? You sound so easy. As long as my sister is still alive, your life belongs to the Gu family. Do you think it's none of my business?" As he spoke, he slightly exerted force on the hands that were holding Lin Qian's shoulders, as if he wanted to rub all the obsession of the past few years into this gentle squeeze. There was a piercing pain in the injured shoulder, but Lin Qian gritted her teeth and endured it. Only her hands were shaking slightly. Gu Beichen's palm, which had just been bandaged, began to bleed again because of the force he applied. But he seemed not to feel any pain, or as if he was punishing himself and Lin Qian. He kept exerting force, and blood flowed out, staining Lin Qian's clothes red. For a moment, it was impossible to tell whether the blood was Gu Beichen's or Lin Qian's. Gu Beichen hated himself for being like this. He once loved her deeply and even planned to get into the same university as her and confess his love to her. At that time, his heart was full of longing for the future. As a result, all his expectations were shattered by Lin Qian. 5 whole years had passed, and he thought he could forget her. But when he heard that she was going to marry someone else, he couldn't suppress the jealousy in his heart. It felt like countless bugs were gnawing at his heart. How could he like her? She harmed Lin. She was just a prisoner. She didn't deserve it. Gu Beichen just stared at Lin Qian in a daze. The surging emotions in his eyes slowly calmed down and finally turned into a coldness. The cold eyes were like an ice cellar in the cold winter, without a trace of warmth. The big hand that had imprisoned Lin Qian finally loosened. Lin Qian huddled in the corner, and her thin eyelids did not tremble until Gu Beichen opened the door and left. At the same time, in the study, Lin Yanshu stood in front of his parents with an excited look on his face. "Dad, Mom, you knew that the prince of the Fu family had a bad reputation, so why did you let Qian marry him? After all, she's your biological daughter. No matter how much you dislike her, you can't harm her." Father Lin slammed the table and shouted angrily, "Asshole, why are you trying to harm her? With her status, it would be a blessing for her to marry the one from the Fu family." Lin Yanshu looked at his father with strange eyes, his lips trembling slightly. "Dad, Qian's body was tortured and broken in the 5 years in prison. You let her marry a violent maniac. Do you think her life is too long?" When Lin Yanshu thought of Lin Qian's frail and incomplete body and the uncertainty she had to face with the Fu family, he was filled with anger and worry. Father Lin was so angry that his face turned blue, his eyes widened, and his voice became louder. "If she doesn't marry him, do you want Warner to marry him?" Lin Yanshu's body stiffened, and he couldn't help but look at Lin Warner. He met her sad eyes and felt sorry for her. But he was unwilling to let Lin Qian be the sacrifice, but no buts. Father Lin interrupted him, his tone slightly softened. "The auction will start in a few days, and the Fu family in Beicheng is determined to get the land in the eastern suburbs. Even if our Lin family and Gu family join forces, we may not be able to compete with the Fu family. Once the land in the eastern suburbs falls into the hands of the Fu family, our Lin family's business position in Haicheng will be eroded bit by bit. Father Lin frowned and continued with a worried look on his face. The higher-ups have issued a document to focus on supporting the Dongjiao project. When Dongjiao is completed, Haicheng's business will be transferred to Dongjiao little by little. If Dongjiao falls into the hands of the Fu family, then the economic lifeline of Haicheng will be in the hands of the Fu family. Lin and Gu are no match for Fu, so the only solution is to settle for the next best thing and choose to cooperate with Fu. So marriage is the best solution. Lin Yanshu clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, and his heart was filled with guilt towards Lin Qian. Mother Lin sobbed softly. Yanshu, we don't want this to happen, but with so many employees to support our family business, we really have no other choice. Do you think your father and I feel good about it? These past few days, I couldn't sleep well when I thought about Qian having to suffer that. I am her biological mother, and my love for her is no less than that of you as her brother. Although the Fu family has a bad reputation, his family background is excellent. Besides, rumors may not be credible. Maybe the prince of the Fu family is not as cruel as the rumors say. She raised her hand and wiped away her tears. Lin Yanshu was silent. He understood his parents' concerns. In the face of family interests, personal happiness seemed so insignificant. Father Lin, Mother Lin, and Lin Yanshu were all silent, and the atmosphere in the study was a little awkward for a moment. At this time, Lin Wanner sobbed and said, Mom and Dad, I am willing to marry the prince of the Fu family in place of my sister. After she said this, all three of them looked at her. Lin Wanner's eyes were red, with tears in them. She was obviously extremely sad, but she forced herself to smile. As long as I can contribute to the development of the Lin group, I am willing to do anything. I'm not my parents' biological daughter. I should have left when my sister came back to this family. But I was still young at that time, and I loved my parents and brother so much that I was reluctant to leave. But now I have grown up and can contribute to the Lin group. I am willing to marry for the benefit of the family. After she said this sensibly, she couldn't hold back her tears anymore, and her voice became more hoarse. Mom and Dad, after I get married, will you disown me? Lin's mother also started to cry. She hugged Lin Wanner into her arms and cried, Silly child, what are you talking about? In my heart, you will always be my biological daughter. How can I bear to let you marry such an unstable person? Let's not marry. Father Lin was also moved by the scene of the deep love between mother and daughter. He sighed and looked at Lin Yanshu. Wanner is so sensible and beautiful. We have raised her in our hands for more than 20 years. Do you really have the heart to let her go through an arranged marriage? Lin Wanner turned her head and said, Dad, it's okay with me. I can do anything as long as it can help our family. As she spoke, she sniffed her red nose and smiled again. The more she acted like this, the more Lin Yanshu couldn't bear it. He closed his eyes tightly and said, Qian can endure more hardships than you. Chapter 41. You are my biological child. My parents always care about me. The meaning of this statement couldn't be more obvious. Just because Lin Qian is able to endure hardships and has been suffering since she was a child, she deserves to be a pawn in a marriage and suffer all her life. If Lin Qian heard this, even though she no longer had any expectations for this family, she would still feel angry and aggrieved at the feeling of being manipulated like a pawn. Mother Lin burst into laughter and gently stroked Lin Wanner's hair. Wanner, don't be sad. You and Beichun are engaged, so we definitely can't let you marry into the Fu family. Just be Beichun's fiancé with peace of mind. When the Dongjiao project stabilizes, your father and I will go to the Gu family to discuss your marriage. When Lin Wanner heard this, her face turned red, and she felt both shy and expectant. Father Lin looked at their loving mother and filial son, and finally smiled. Beichun is still outside. You and your daughter should go and accompany Beichun first. Yanshu and I have something to discuss. Lin's mother and Lin Wanner left. Lin Yanshu looked at their backs as they left, and then thought of Lin Qian's intention to go to the marriage alliance. He felt an inexplicable uneasiness in his heart. He wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, he said nothing. After they left, the study fell into a dead silence. Father Lin sighed heavily, sat back in his chair tiredly, raised his hand, and rubbed his brow. Yanshu, I know you feel sorry for Qian, but there is nothing we can do about it. The rise and fall of the Lin family depends on this, and we have no choice. I know. Lin Wana looked in the direction of the sofa, but she didn't see Gu Beichen or Lin Qian. Just as he was wondering, Gu Beichen walked out from deep in the corridor on the first floor. Lin Wana was stunned for a moment. Why would Brother Beichen go there out of the blue? Suddenly thinking of something, Lin Wana's eyes showed surprise. The utility room at the end of the corridor is Lin Qian's room. Could it be? I had some vague guesses in my mind, and a strong hatred surged in my heart. Lin Qian, you bitch, you actually dare to seduce Brother Beichen right under my nose. It seems that the lesson I gave you is not enough. While thinking this in her heart, Lin Wana smiled brightly. Brother Beichen, where have you been? Gu Beichen said perfunctorily, just taking a walk. It's getting late, I'll go back first. He looked normal, and there was no sign of anything unusual. Lin Wana said reluctantly, let's finish lunch before leaving. No. Having said that, Gu Beichen left the Lin family without looking back. Lin Wana's eyes followed the direction where Gu Beichen left until his figure completely disappeared. Then she looked at the closed door at the end of the corridor, narrowed her eyes, and jealousy was like a poisonous snake winding around in her heart. She turned her head and smiled at Lin's mother. Mom, it's almost time for dinner. I'll go upstairs and call my sister. Lin's mother, who was sitting on the sofa, nodded with satisfaction and watched Lin Wana run upstairs happily, her eyes full of doting. Lin Wana's main purpose was not to call Lin Qian downstairs to eat, but to see whether Lin Qian was in Lin Yanshu's bedroom. As she expected, when she opened the door, Lin Qian was not inside. Looking at the room, full of high-end princess style, Lin Wana gritted her teeth. Ever since Lin Qian was admitted to the hospital, her brother immediately hired someone to renovate the bedroom. She underestimated Lin Qian. She had only been back home for a few days, and she had already taken away her brother's attention. There was a fierce look in her eyes. Since Lin Qian was not in the bedroom, she must be in the utility room. Once she thought about what would happen between Lin Qian and Gu Beichen in the utility room, her hatred was like a raging fire, almost burning her sanity to ashes. Her brother's favor is hers. Brother Beichen is also hers. Lin Qian, you are such a shameless thing. You dare to get your hands on something that doesn't belong to you. You deserve to die. Lin Wana's hatred for Lin Qian was as strong as fire. In just a moment, she had figured out how to deal with Lin Qian. She went downstairs with a thump. Seeing that she was the only one there, Mother Lin couldn't help but ask, Wana, where is your sister? Lin Wana looked disappointed. Sister is not in brother's bedroom. She must have returned to her room. Mother Lin's expression froze. She already knew that the room where Lin Qian lived was a utility room. When Lin Yanshu brought her to the utility room, her heart ached so much that it almost couldn't beat. She couldn't imagine that Lin Qian had lived in a dark and damp windowless storage room for 3 whole years. So, when Lin Yanshu wanted to transform his bedroom into a princess style that girls would like, just to give Lin Qian a surprise, she agreed very much and hoped that this would ease the mother-daughter relationship between them. However, from the time Lin Qian woke up until now, she had neither expressed gratitude nor felt touched. That would have been fine, but she actually went back to the storage room again. This was clearly like rubbing salt into her heart, deliberately trying to make her feel uneasy. Mother Lin's face showed sadness, but also a little annoyed. She was angry that what Lin Qian did was so disheartening, and she was annoyed at why her temper was so stubborn. Just as she was about to get up and go to the utility room, Lin Wana called her, Mom, let me go. My sister and I are of the same age, so there are some things that I would be more suitable to say. Mother Lin sat back on the sofa. Wana was right. Lin Qian was just a junior. Did she, as an elder, have to bow down and ask for favors? It's getting more and more outrageous. Thinking of this, Lin's mother signaled Lin Wana to call Lin Qian. The moment Lin Wana turned around, the expression on her face became fierce. She walked step by step to the door of the utility room, and without even knocking, she pushed the door open and walked in. Oh, sleeping in broad daylight, sister is really comfortable. Lin Qian suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were as cold as ice. Get out. Lin Wana looked as if she had heard some ridiculous joke. She sneered with disdain. Let me go. You don't deserve it. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, her eyes full of contempt. Don't think you can show off to me just because you are my parents' biological daughter. Don't you see who is the daughter my parents care about the most? So what if you were a real daughter? You are still a bastard who is loved by no one. She held her chin high, as if Lin Qian was a lowly speck of dust. I'm warning you, Brother Beichen is my man, not someone you can dream of. Lin Qian was calm. She slowly sat up from the folding bed and stood in front of Lin Wana. Your man? You can't keep him under control. If you could keep your man under control, why would Gu Beichun chase me to the utility room and not allow me to marry the prince of the Fu family? She moved her lips slightly closer to Lin Wanner and said jokingly, "Do you want to know what Gu Beichun said to me?" Lin Wanner gritted her teeth and asked, "What did Brother Beichun say to you?" "He said that I can't mess with the prince of the Fu family, but Gu Beichun, allowed me to mess with him." Lin Wanner seemed to have been hit in a sore spot, and the expression on her face instantly became ferocious. She raised her hand and slapped Lin Qian in the face. "You shameless bitch." Lin Qian dodged her attack with a slight movement, then slapped Lin Wanner hard in the face with her backhand. Chapter 42, you said you loved me, but you also drove me crazy. Lin Qian showed no mercy in this slap. From childhood to adulthood, she has been used to doing dirty and tiring work, and the strength in her hands is not comparable to that of a spoiled young lady like Lin Wanner. After this slap, the corner of Lin Wanner's mouth was broken and blood immediately flowed out. The blood beads slowly slid down her chin and dyed her carefully selected white dress red. Lin Wanner's mind went blank. She widened her eyes and looked at Lin Qian in disbelief. When she came to her senses, the hatred in her heart overwhelmed her like a surging tide, and she wished she could kill Lin Qian right now. "Bitch, you dare to hit me? I will make you pay a heavy price." After saying that, she screamed and ran out of the utility room. Mother Lin was sitting in the living room drinking tea leisurely, and Lin Wanner's scream startled her and made her stand up suddenly. The next second, she saw Lin Wanner covering her face and rushing over crying, "Mom, save me." The cry was full of helplessness, as if one had suffered a great injustice. Mother Lin rushed forward with a look of heartache and supported the staggering Lin Wanner, checking her injuries with a look of heartache. When Lin Wanner put down her hand that was covering her face, the bright red palm print immediately came into view. "Wanner, what's going on?" Mother Lin's voice was trembling a little. Her eyes were full of anger, and she was already convinced that it was Lin Qian who had committed the crime. Lin Wanner cried bitterly, sobbing and complaining, "Mom, it's my sister. I went to call her for dinner with good intentions, but she hit me without saying a word. What did I do wrong? Why did she target me like this?" Ooh. Mother Lin was so angry that she was shaking all over. "Lin Qian, get out here." Lin Qian was not surprised at all to hear Lin's mother's roar. She had thought of this result the moment she slapped Lin Wanner, but she did not regret it. She walked out slowly and calmly, facing the anger of Lin's mother. "Qian, how could you hit Wanner? She's your sister." What Lin's mother talked about was how to beat Wanner, not why to beat Wanner. From this sentence, we can see that Lin's mother doesn't care at all about why Lin Qian beat Lin Wanner. She only cares about the fact that Lin Wanner was beaten. She just pushed all the blame onto Lin Qian without asking for any reason. Lin Qian looked at Lin's mother, smiling. "Madam Lin, aren't you going to ask me why I hit her?" Mrs. Lin's breath was choked, and she was speechless for a moment. But when she saw Lin Wanner crying in her arms, she made up her mind. No matter what the reason is, you can't hit people. Look at what you have done to your sister's face. Qian, please don't be so willful anymore, okay? Apologize to your sister quickly. Good one no matter what the reason is. Even though she knew that Mother Lin favored Lin Wanner, she still didn't ask her any more questions. In order to protect Lin Wanner, she did not hesitate to frame her own daughter. Hadn't she already felt how cruel Lin's mother was to her? However, Lin Qian still refused to accept and refused to give up. What if I say that she attacked me first and I was just fighting back in self-defense? Impossible. Wanner has been well-behaved and sensible since she was a child. How could she hit you for no reason? You just came back a few days ago and you caused chaos at home. I think you did it on purpose. Her words came like a string of cannonballs, one after another, and she was so eager to convict Lin Qian. But under Lin Qian's increasingly cold gaze, Lin's mother's subsequent words became less and less confident. "Go on, why don't you continue?" Lin Qian clenched her fists tightly. "Are you too weak to speak? Or are you too scared to speak? Since Mrs. Lin won't say it, let me say it for you. Your so-called well-behaved and sensible daughter pushed her best friend down the stairs 5 years ago, and he became a vegetable. She was also the well-behaved and sensible daughter in your words. 5 years later, on the day I returned home, she falsely accused me of damaging the dress she wore to her birthday party, making me the target of public criticism in front of all the guests in Haiqing. She is still the well-behaved and sensible daughter you mentioned. She used the same old tricks to frame me for pushing her down the stairs, causing me to be beaten with a belt by Lin Qian and forcing me to cut off my fingers to repay you. Even when I was in the hospital, she still didn't let me go and told Lawyer Liu about the incident. What? Are you really eager for me to be sued by Lawyer Liu? Lin Qian's accusations and questioning made Lin's mother's heart ache and tears instantly fell. Qian, Mrs. Lin, Lin Qian shouted, do you really not know what Lin Warner did? Or are you pretending not to know? Are you really unaware of the injustice I've suffered? Or are you happy to see the inhuman torture I have endured? No, it's not like that. Lin's mother was already crying. Her crocodile tears not only failed to make Lin Qian soften her heart, but only made Lin Qian annoyed. That's clearly what you did. What excuses do you have? You keep treating me like a fool. Seeing me looking forward to your motherly love, you feel very accomplished. You must laugh out loud in the middle of the night, right? No, I didn't. Qian, listen to my mother's explanation. My love for you is the same as my love for Warner. Ha, ha. Lin Qian suddenly laughed out loud. Tears were about to come out of her eyes. Her stomach hurt so much from laughing, and the wound on her shoulder felt like it was being torn apart. The pain made her more awake. You're the one who said you loved me, but you're also the one who drove me crazy. I, Lin Qian, was a top student in Haiqing No. 1 Middle School, the top scorer in the provincial college entrance examination, and a student of Peking University and Tsinghua University 5 years ago. Now look at what I am like 5 years later. I am a lunatic, a cripple, and a labor camp prisoner who can never hold my head up. Isn't it you who caused me to become like this? You loved Lin Warner, so you chose to protect her under your wings. But you loved me, so you chose to push me into hell. What qualifications do you have to say that your love for me is the same as your love for her? Mother Lin was heartbroken after hearing what Lin Qian said. She shook her head desperately. No, that's not the case. Lin Warner looked like a weak little white flower and looked at Lin Qian with tears in her eyes. Sister, I know you hate me. It's fine if you bully me alone, but why do you also bully Mom? Mother Lin hugged Lin Warner and cried, Warner, don't say anything more. It's all Mom's fault. Then the mother and daughter hugged each other and cried bitterly. Lin Qian coldly watched the performance of this mother and daughter duo. This scene happened to be seen by Lin's father and Lin Yanshu, who walked out of the study. Father Lin didn't give Lin Qian any time to explain. He immediately scolded Lin Qian. You rebellious girl, you started making trouble again as soon as you got home. When you were in the hospital, your mother and your sister were so worried about you that they lost their appetite. Don't you feel anything at all? Lin Qian raised her eyes and glanced coldly at Lin's father. There was no respect in her eyes, only endless ridicule. Her cracked lips curled up slightly, and although she didn't say a word, her half-smile was more powerful than if she had said anything. Father Lin was so angry at her behavior that his face turned blue and veins bulged on his forehead. He strode downstairs, raised his hand, and hit Lin Qian. Chapter 43. Father Lin was so angry that he suffered from respiratory alkalosis, but Lin Qian just watched with a nonchalant look on her face. Lin Yanshu hurriedly stopped his father. Dad, don't be impulsive. Let's talk it over. Father Lin glared at Lin Qian. Let go of me, Yanshu. I will teach this disrespectful guy a lesson today. Lin Yanshu held on to Lin's father tightly, not letting him get close to Lin Qian at all. Lin Qian looked at Lin's father coldly, feeling extremely annoyed with this nominal father. This old dang really only remembers the food and not the beating. When she fought with him with a knife, she was so scared that she almost wet her pants. Only a few days later, he dared to attack her again. She could feel the malice that Lin's father had towards her. This malice was different from that of Lin's mother and Lin Yanshu. It was a disgust that came from the bottom of his heart. Even though he is her biological father, every time he sees her, he feels like he is his enemy. Under Lin Qian's cold gaze, Father Lin angrily shouted, Why don't you apologize to your mother and Warner? Apologize? Why should I apologize? Lin Qian asked back. Father Lin's eyes widened with anger. You hurt Warner and made your mother cry. Shouldn't you apologize? I hit Lin Warner because she deserved it. As for Madame Lin crying, it was because she did too many shameful things. It has nothing to do with me. Lin Qian showed no weakness and spoke every word with force. When Father Lin heard this, he was so angry that his whole body trembled, and he was about to pounce on Lin Qian again. Lin Yanshu held Father Lin tightly and said to Lin Qian anxiously, Qian, can't you say less? Lin Qian crossed her arms and sneered. Your dad is about to hit me, and I can't even talk back? Qian. Lin Yanshu frowned, disapproving. That's your father too. Lin Qian sneered. My father died a long time ago. I'm an orphan. When Father Lin heard Lin Qian's outrageous words, his anger erupted like a volcano. His eyes widened. The veins on his neck were clearly visible, and his cheeks bulged like a toad. With trembling fingers, he pointed at Lin Qian and cursed. You unlucky star! Since you came back, there's been no peace in our family. You are here just to collect debts. After hearing this, Lin Qian sneered and retorted, I can't bear the title of unlucky star. I think Mr. Lin is more suitable for this title. If you hadn't slept like a dead pig and ignored me when I was just born, how could I have been stolen away and become an orphan? If you hadn't proposed to adopt Lin Wanner, I wouldn't have been repeatedly schemed by this fake daughter after returning to the Lin family. It is you, an old bitch, who has disturbed the peace of our home. It is obviously you, an old bitch, who caused the situation today, but you put all the blame on a weak woman like me. Not only are you a jinx, you're also an irresponsible wimp. Lin Qian cursed heartily, venting out all the resentment and grievances that had been pent up for many years. These words were like sharp blades, stabbing Lin's father with every word. As the chairman of the Lin Group, Father Lin is used to being high and mighty and has always been flattered. Although he is over 50 years old, he is well maintained with a tall and slender figure. He doesn't look like a man obsessed with sex and money at all. He is simply the perfect man among uncles and has nothing to do with old women. But even such an outstanding person was scolded by his own daughter. He was so angry that his heart ached, his chest rose and fell violently, and his breathing was rapid. He opened his mouth, and his throat seemed to be choked by something, and he couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. What do you mean by you? If I were you, I would not have the face to die in public to apologize the moment I lost the child. Look at you. You don't feel guilty at all. Not only are you still full of energy, but you even have the nerve to beat and scold me. What's your right? Because you are old and you are right. Lin Qian continued to fight with all her might, no longer wanting to compromise in this so-called home and allow themselves to be bullied by them. Since she is not allowed to have an easy life, she will kill everyone. Mother Lin, who was standing by, was so shocked when she heard Lin Qian insulting Lin's father that she covered her mouth, her face full of fear and anxiety. She screamed, Qian, how can you talk to your father like that? You're going too far. Lin Wanner also stopped crying and hid behind her mother, muttering softly, Sister, how could you curse Dad to death? You are so unfilial. Lin Qian seemed to have heard a huge joke. Am I overdoing it? Am I unfilial? Ask yourselves if you are worthy of me. How have you treated me over the years? Have you ever considered me a family member? I will look like you, just like the people you are. Understand. Hearing these outrageous words, Father Lin was completely furious. His eyes were bloodshot, like an enraged bull. He struggled to break free from Lin Yanshu and raised his fist to hit Lin Qian. This time, Lin Yanshu and Lin's mother looked on coldly, as if they were intending for Lin's father to teach her a lesson. Just as Lin's father's fist was about to fall, Aunt Wu suddenly rushed over and protected Lin Qian. Master, you can't hit her. The young lady is still injured. Father Lin roared, Get out of here. I will beat this uneducated bitch to death today. As he said that, he punched Wuma in the face. Wuma closed her eyes and waited to be beaten. However, after waiting for a long time, Lin's father's fist did not fall. Mother Wu was puzzled and slowly opened her eyes. What she saw was that Lin Qian had taken out a shiny wallpaper knife at some point, with the tip of the knife pointed directly at Father Lin. Lin Qian's eyes were as cold as thousand-year-old ice. She held the knife tightly, her hand not shaking at all. As long as Lin's father dared to make a move, the knife would pierce into his fist without mercy. The air froze instantly, and everyone gasped. The anger on Father Lin's face had not yet faded, but there was a hint of horror. How dare she use a knife on him for the second time? Lin Qian looked at Father Lin coldly, as if she wanted to cut him into pieces. Try to move again? Don't you want to hit me? Today I want to see which is faster, your fist or my knife. She found this knife in the utility room and put it in her pocket for self-defense. She didn't expect to use it so soon. Father Lin's anger was like ignited gunpowder, but he could do nothing to Lin Qian. He could only breathe heavily and make a wheezing sound, like a broken blower. His intense and rapid breathing not only failed to ease his anger, but made breathing even more difficult. His brain was dizzy, his heart rate increased, and soon his limbs became numb, and he fell heavily to the ground with a thump. At this moment, Lin's mother, Lin Yanshu, and Lin Wanner were all frightened. "Old Lin, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me." Mother Lin rushed to Father Lin, shaking his body with trembling hands. Lin Wanner really cried this time. She looked at Lin Qian fiercely, her eyes full of resentment. "It's all because of you that Dad became like this." Lin Qian looked indifferent, and even had a smile in her eyes, just watching coldly. Wuma was also frightened. "Miss, what happened to the master?" Lin Qian explained nonchalantly. "Excessive carbon dioxide excretion due to excessive lung ventilation causes a primary decrease in plasma H2C, O3 concentration or PaCO2, leading to a pathological state in which the blood pH value increases." Wuma didn't understand. "What do you mean?" "It's respiratory alkalosis." Anyone knew that Lin Qian was smart, but she didn't expect that she even knew all this. She asked anxiously, "Miss, what should we do?" "What to do? If you can cure him, cure him. If you can't cure him, let him die." Chapter 44. Lin Qian was sick, but he ignored her. Lin Wanner's dog was sick, and she spent 100,000. Seeing Lin Qian being so indifferent, Lin Yanshu couldn't help but shout, "Lin Qian!" Lin Qian pretended not to hear anything. She walked straight to the restaurant, sat down, picked up her chopsticks, and started eating. This attitude of not caring about Lin's father's life or death made Lin's mother and Lin Yanshu feel chilled. Mother Lin cried, Qian, do you still have a heart? Your father is like this. How can you still have the heart to eat?" Lin Qian picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in her mouth to chew. "It smells so good." It's funny to say this was the first time in her 23 years of life that she had tasted such delicious braised pork. When I was in the orphanage, there was no braised pork to eat. After returning to the Lin family, they ate leftovers and cold rice. What's even more ridiculous is that she didn't have the chance to eat hot and delicious meals until she was in prison. If Gu Beichun hadn't specially asked someone to look after her in prison, she really felt that life in prison was much better than life in the orphanage and the Lin family. After she swallowed all the food in her mouth, she said slowly, "Hasn't my heart been broken by your heartless family? What? You can't stand me treating you the same way you treated me before." I still remember that during the spring festival of her senior year in high school, she had a high fever for 3 consecutive days and 3 nights. She was so feverish that she couldn't get out of bed and had to lie in the utility room for 3 days. But no one in the Lin family looked at her, let alone brought her a sip of water or a bite of food, leaving her to fend for herself. It was not until 3 days later, when Wuma came back from the spring festival holiday, that she discovered that she was so sick that she was breathing more than she was breathing. If Wuma had come back a day later, she would have died in the utility room. I'm afraid that even if she dies, the Lin family won't even notice. Seeing how pitiful she was, Wuma couldn't help but mention the matter to Lin's father and mother. What did Lin's father say? "She is very lucky. How could she die of illness? In my opinion, she is pretending to be sick to gain sympathy. I know her better than you. Aunt Wu, if you are too free, go and sweep the snow at the door." Mother Lin sighed. "Qian is such a jerk. Even if she wants to fight with us, she can't hide in her room for 3 days without eating or drinking. What if she starves herself to death?" It turned out that Lin's mother knew that she had not eaten or drunk anything for 3 days, but she never took it seriously. She went to the kitchen to get some water because she was thirsty, but when she heard these words, a chill spread from the soles of her feet to her whole body, as if she were in an ice cave. Mother Lin cried even harder. Qian, have we ever watched you die without saving you? You can't speak against your conscience. Look, they don't even remember what they did. What does this mean? It means they never took her seriously. Her life is not even as good as Lin Wanner's dog. The dog that Lin Wanner raised fell ill shortly after she recovered from her illness. The Lin family of 4 hurriedly rushed the dog to the pet hospital. They spent more than 100,000 yuan on treatment, but the dog's life could not be saved. After the dog died, the family cried their hearts out and even held a funeral for the dog. Those who knew thought that the Lin family's dog died, while those who didn't know thought that their parents had died. Is this the end of the matter? No. Lin Wanner attributed the dog's death to her, insisting that the dog was infected by her, and that was why it became sick and died. But it was obvious that the dog that lived for 18 years died of old age. But the Lin family would rather believe Lin Wanner's unfounded words than the veterinary doctor's diagnosis. In order to vent his anger on the dog, Lin's father punished her by making her stand in the snow. Mother Lin still sighed with a look of heartache, but did not take any substantial action. She was malnourished since childhood and did not have her first period until she was 17, and her periods were very rare. The day she was punished to stand was the day she had her period, and her frozen period was pulled back. She fainted from the cold, and it was Wu Ma who took care of her again. This illness lasted for another half-month. Since then, her menstruation was delayed for half a year. When it came again, the menstrual flow was even less, and she also suffered from dysmenorrhea. All of this is thanks to the Lin family. She was so stupid before. Even though she was treated so cruelly, she, who lacked love, still had hope for them. It was not until she was sent to prison that she finally accumulated enough disappointment and saw through the true face of this family. Lin Wanner was filled with hatred and cried to Lin Qian, "If anything happens to Dad, I won't let you go." Lin Qian paused in her eating and slammed her chopsticks on the table with a bang. "You won't let me go? Why do you have to not let me go?" She stared at Lin Wanner. "Isn't it because of you that your father became like this?" Lin Qian stood up and walked towards Lin Wanner step by step. "Were you the first to enter my room? Were you the first to provoke me? Were you the first to hit me, and I was forced to fight back? And were you the first to run to Madame Lin to complain?" Her voice kept rising. "You started the trouble. Your dear father got angry with me because he saw you being wronged. He ended up getting so angry that he got respiratory alkalosis. Everything started because of you, and now you're starting to blame me." Lin Qian stood in front of Lin Wanner, and at the same moment she finished speaking, she raised her hand. With a crisp sound of "pa," Lin Wanner was slapped hard on the face. "I really gave you face." After this slap, a red palm print instantly appeared on Lin Wanner's other cheek, and now it was symmetrical on both sides. Seeing this, Lin's mother rushed over screaming, "Lin Qian, why are you hitting someone again? Are you going to make a scene?" Lin Qian sneered and dodged Lin's mother sideways. Mrs. Lin missed and fell to the ground with a thud. Lin Yanshu was furious and could no longer suppress his anger. He pushed Lin Qian hard and yelled, "Lin Qian, that's enough." Lin Qian staggered and almost fell on her back. Lin Yanshu was startled and reached out to help her, but the next second she fell into Wu Ma's arms. His outstretched hand froze for a moment, and then he slowly retracted it, and the worry on his face disappeared. As soon as Lin Qian stood firm, she heard Lin Yanshu's accusation. "No matter what happened, you can't just hit Wanner. Besides, Dad is not feeling well now. How long are you going to continue making trouble?" Lin Qian's face was full of sarcasm. "Since I knew your father was unwell, I didn't see you call 120 for him, let alone give him first aid. I think you were hoping that Lao Dang will die soon so that you can inherit the company." "Shut up." Lin Yanshu wanted to sew Lin Qian's mouth shut. "Why have you become so unreasonable?" Lin Yanshu looked disappointed. In recent days, he had been frowning all day because of Lin Qian's matter. Not only was she not moved, she was always sarcastic to him. He was also worried that she would be wronged after marrying into the Fu family in North City. It seemed that his worries were unnecessary. With her personality, she would only ask for it if she suffered some grievances. During their argument, Father Lin became stiff and his face turned purple, as if he was about to suffocate to death. Lin's mother, Lin Yanshu, and Lin Wanner no longer had time to bother Lin Qian. "What should I do? What should I do? Dad looks like he's in so much pain and he can't hold on any longer." Lin Wanner cried bitterly. She was really worried about Father Lin, because in this family she had to rely on him the most, and only Father Lin's love for her was the purest. Lin Yanshu took out a cell phone and called Lu Jinxiu. The call went through, but no one answered. Mother Lin was like an ant on hot pot, having already lost her composure. Lin Qian looked down coldly at Lin's father, who was lying on the ground. She really hoped that Father Lin would die instantly. But if he really died, I'm afraid the Lin family would hold her responsible again and would not let her off easily. Her 10 million was also gone. Thinking of this, Lin Qian said, "Andy Wu, go to the kitchen and get a garbage bag." Chapter 45, if you want to be nice to me, just give me money. Don't do those useless things to me. Although Aunt Wu was confused, she still did as she was told and got a black garbage bag from the kitchen. Lin Qian directly put the garbage bag on Lin's father's head. This action shocked and angered Lin's mother, Lin Yanshu, and Lin Wanner. "Lin Qian, how can you be so vicious? Dad is in this state, and you actually want to suffocate him with a garbage bag. Are you still a human being?" Lin Wanner raised her hand to hit Lin Qian, but was pushed away by Lin Qian. "If you don't understand, just shut up." Lin Qian roared, shocking everyone present. She glanced at them coldly, The main purpose of putting a plastic bag on your head is to increase the concentration of carbon dioxide in the body. When a patient hyperventilates, they exhale too much carbon dioxide, causing the carbon dioxide level in the body to drop, which in turn causes the blood pH to rise and symptoms of alkalosis to appear. By placing a plastic bag over the mouth and nose, the patient's exhaled carbon dioxide is re-inhaled, which reduces carbon dioxide excretion and helps restore normal acid-base balance. Lin Warner, weren't you a good student when you were in Shanhui High School? Weren't you able to rank in the top 10 in your grade? How come you don't even understand such a simple principle as balancing the pH value? Lin Qian said sarcastically, her tone full of disdain. Lin Warner's face turned red with anger at Lin Qian's words, but she remained silent and did not refute. After a while, Father Lin finally recovered slowly. He pulled the garbage bag off his head and threw it to the ground, then got up and was about to attack Lin Qian. Lin Qian's cold voice sounded, "I advise Mr. Lin to stay rational. Otherwise, if he gets sick again, he won't be so lucky. You rebellious girl." Lin Qian glanced at him indifferently, snorted coldly, and turned to go upstairs. Father Lin said angrily, "If you are so stubborn, don't live upstairs. Go back to your utility room." Lin Qian stood on the stairs, looking down at Lin's father. "I didn't live here before because I didn't want to owe you anything. Now I want to live here because I saved your life. In my eyes, your life is only worth the value of a room. Otherwise, what I want is not just a room, but the whole villa. The whole villa is mine, and you are the ones who should leave." You are making excuses." Father Lin was so angry that he was about to have another attack. Seeing this, Lin Yanshu hurriedly picked up the plastic bag on the ground and put it over Lin's father's head. Father Lin kept breathing in and out, and the plastic bag on his head was flattened and inflated, which was so funny. Lin Qian curled her lips. When she no longer cared, she could go crazy without restraint. Seeing them unhappy made her feel happier than ever before. Back in a bedroom, Lin Qian lay on a soft big bed and exhaled deeply. I have to say, the big bed is comfortable. If she had not been stolen at birth, she would have woken up in such a comfortable big bed every day for more than 20 years. Close your eyes and feel this hard-earned tranquility. About 10 minutes later, there was a knock on her door, 3 very rhythmic knocks. From the strength and rhythm, she knew it must be Aunt Wu, because the people from the Lin family always broke in and had no manners at all. Enter. It was indeed Annie Wu, holding a bowl of steaming hot noodles in her hand. "Miss, come and have a bowl of noodles." Lin Qian sat up and leaned against the head of the bed, taking the noodles from Wu Ma's hand. As always, the Yanshu noodles contain noodles, vegetables, and eggs, and are garnished with chopped green onions and a few drops of sesame oil. The whole bowl of noodles is extremely fragrant. The young lady only ate a few bites just now. She must still be hungry. Lin Qian's eyes turned red. "Thank you, Auntie Wu." In the entire Lin family, only Aunt Wu was kind to her. She cared for her and took care of her. Whenever she was beaten, Wu Ma would come forward to protect her. If it weren't for Wu Ma, she would have died many times. "Thanks to you, I can survive in this family." When she said this, she couldn't help but choked up. Seeing her eyes moist, Wu Ma felt distressed. She hesitated for a moment and suddenly said, "Miss, why don't you sneak away tonight?" Lin Qian's eyes were slightly red, and a warm current surged in her heart. She looked up at Aunt Wu, and her voice trembled slightly. "Aunt Wu, I know you are good to me, but I can't leave." "Why? Miss, are you reluctant to leave this family?" "Miss, you don't know how cruel the master is. Your shoulder wound was just sutured yesterday, and the anesthetic hasn't worn off yet, but the master insisted on taking you home just to marry the prince of the Fu family." Annie Wu's eyes were full of heartache and anger. She couldn't understand how parents could be so cruel to their own children. Even though the eldest daughter was not raised by me, blood is thicker than water, so how can I not love her? It would be fine if they didn't love her, but they also hurt the young lady wantonly. The eldest lady has a hard life. What Wu Ma didn't say was that Lin's father was not only cruel, he was simply insane. Yesterday in a ward, he saw Lin Qian lying in bed and couldn't be woken up no matter what he did. Without caring whether Lin Qian's injuries had healed or not, he forcibly pulled her off the bed and threw her to the ground. The wound that had just been sutured was torn again, blood soaked the hospital gown, and he was pushed into the operating room to be sutured again. Annie Wu didn't dare to say it out loud. The truth was so cruel, and she was afraid that Lin Qian couldn't accept it. Maybe there's nothing wrong with marrying into the Fu family. Lin Qian smiled and comforted Mother Wu. Miss, why are you doing this? You have suffered so much injustice in this family. They don't deserve you to do this at all. Lin Qian remained silent. Of course, she knew that the Lin family was not worthy. But Wu Ma and Shun Man are worth everything she gives to them. She took a deep breath and said, "Wow, this noodle smells so good. I have to eat it quickly, or it will become clumpy." As she spoke, she began to eat noodles in big mouthfuls. Aunt Wu sighed inwardly, thinking that the eldest lady was too kind-hearted. Anyone who was treated like this would hate it immensely. He ate the whole bowl of noodles. Not even any soup was left. After Aunt Wu left with the dishes, the forced smile on Lin Qian's face slowly collapsed. She swore secretly in her heart, "Aunt Wu, wait a little longer. When I marry into the Fu family and get a dowry of 10 million, I will send you and Man abroad. You and your daughter are my weakness, and only when you are out of the control of the Lin family can I have no scruples." From that day on, Lin Qian stayed in her bedroom all day long. "I only go downstairs to eat and try to avoid contact with the Lin family at other times." Everything was calm and peaceful, and Lin Wanner was also surprisingly quiet, not actively looking for trouble with her. 7 days passed in a flash. That morning, after she finished washing up, she went downstairs to have breakfast. When she opened the door, she saw Lin's mother standing outside with a shopping bag in her hand. Lin Qian said coldly, "What's the matter?" These days, Lin Qian has been maintaining this cold attitude. Lin's mother tried to get close to her several times, but she brushed them off without leaving a trace. Mother Lin had a loving look on her face as she handed the shopping bag to Lin Qian as if offering a treasure. "Qian, try it on quickly. This is the dress that Mom picked especially for you." Lin Qian was unmoved. "Mrs. Lin, please speak up. There's no need to be so attentive." This sentence immediately made Lin's mother embarrassed, and her smile froze on her face. "Qian, do we have to be so awkward as mother and daughter? Mom just wanted to give you a dress and fulfill her motherly responsibilities. Don't you even want to give me such a chance?" Lin Qian grinned. Her smile was so ironic. "You didn't fulfill your responsibilities earlier, and you didn't fulfill your responsibilities later, and now you want to fulfill your responsibilities? I won't talk about whether it's too late or not, but can you please put some effort into the mother-daughter show you want to have with me? Instead of giving me a dress, why not just give me money? When I have money, I can buy whatever I want instead of me having to accept whatever you want to buy for me. You can only wear formal attire at banquets. You obviously need something from me. So why bother using the excuse of being responsible to highlight your own noble character? Tell me, is there a banquet tonight? And the prince of the Fu family will be at the banquet. So you need me to show up in a formal dress?" Lin Qian's every word was full of gems, and she didn't give any face to Lin's mother. Mother Lin's tears fell as if there was a switch on. She shook her head aggrievedly. "Qian, it's not like that. How can you think of your mother like this?" "Oh, so I misunderstood you? Since you're not introducing me to the prince of the Fu family, then there is no need for me to wear this dress. You can take it. I don't like it. You should just give me the money." He spread his hands towards Lin's mother. Mother Lin was stunned where she stood, at a loss as to what to do next. Chapter 46. A box of Su embroidery is not worth a ton of gold. Lin Qian's display of Su embroidery skills amazes everyone. Lin Qian looked at Lin's mother's embarrassed look without any sympathy in her heart. She just felt happy. She was about to close the door, but Lin's mother seemed to have made up her mind and held the door open. "Qian, there will be an auction in Haicheng tonight. The prince of the Fu family will be present. Mommy is preparing a dress for you because she hopes you can see your future husband with your own eyes. So, if I'm not satisfied with what I see, you won't let me marry him?" Mother Lin. The marriage was decided unilaterally by the Lin family for Lin Qian, and Lin Qian had no right to refuse. Whether she agrees or not, she will marry him. In that case, what difference does it make whether she sees it or not? Lin's mother wanted to sacrifice her for an alliance, but didn't want to bear the stigma of selling her daughter for fame and fortune. So she spoke so righteously and pretended to be thinking about her. She was really like a whore, trying to put on a chastity memorial. Even if Lin's mother openly showed that she didn't care about her, she wouldn't be so annoyed. He doesn't love her, but pretends to care about her. He gives her hope again and again, but pushes her into the fire pit again and again. She was like a clown, being played around by the Lin family. This is what is most infuriating. Lin Qian had clear eyes and had seen through it all. Lin's mother's face turned red. Lin Qian didn't say anything, but reached out and took out a dress from the shopping bag. The dress was a red halter dress with a simple design and a conventional style. It was obvious that she had just bought it from the mall just for show. But even the pretense was done so carelessly. Mrs. Lin is so thoughtful. She deliberately emphasized the word thoughtful. Lin's mother naturally heard such obvious sarcasm. She smiled awkwardly. Qian, if you don't like it, Mom will pick another one for you. Lin Qian threw the dress to her mother and said, "My wounds haven't healed yet. Are you sure you want to wear the dress?" Although the wounds from Lin's father's beating with a belt no longer hurt, the bruises on his arms, back and thighs were still very obvious. The most serious injury is her shoulder. The wound has healed, but there is still a large scar. If she wears a sling, the injury will be exposed. Mother Lin realized this belatedly and showed a guilty look on her face. "It was my fault for neglecting it. I apologize to you." "No need to apologize. Just give me the money and I'll buy it myself. What you bought won't fit." Her body was seriously deficient. The consequence of not getting enough nutrition at her age of growth and development was that her figure was extremely skinny and small, and the parts that should have developed had not developed at all. Everyone in the Lin family has a model figure. Father Lin is 185 centimeters tall, Lin Yanshu is 188 centimeters tall, and Mother Lin is 170 centimeters tall. Judging from the genes of this family, it is impossible for Lin Qian's height to be lower than 170 centimeters. However, Lin Qian's face was only 160. If it weren't for the fact that this face perfectly inherited all the advantages of Lin's father and mother and was not bright and beautiful, no one would believe that she was the real daughter of the Lin family. The dress that Lin's mother had just taken out was obviously not her size, but was bought according to Lin Wanner's size. Lin Wanner is tall, with a curvy figure, and she is well-fed. Although she is thin, she is not as skinny as Lin Qian, so Lin Qian can't wear Lin Wanner's size. Mother Lin felt hot all over and wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She didn't want to continue facing Lin Qian, so she quickly took out a card and handed it to Lin Qian. "Here, there's 100,000 yuan in it. Take it first, and if it's not enough, ask Mom for more." After saying that, she ran away. Lin Qian simply packed herself up and left the Lin family with her bank card. She took a taxi directly to the mall, and instead of buying a dress, she went into a suit shop. Wearing a suit is both dignified and can cover up the injuries on her body, which is perfect for her. Following the recommendation of the shop assistant, Lin Qian entered the cloakroom with a black suit. When she came out after changing it, she was about to look in the mirror when she saw a handsome man wearing frameless glasses with a worried look on his face. Is it really impossible to repair it? The clerk touched the suit in his hand and shook his head in embarrassment. "Sir, the material of your suit is really high-end, and the hole was burned by a cigarette, but it is difficult to repair it to be exactly the same as the original. It requires a very professional high-end clothing restorer to do it." The man's face fell when he heard this. It's over. Our CEO is going to attend a very important banquet tonight. This suit was specially tailored for this banquet. It's too late to go back to North City to repair it now." The clerk said regretfully, "Sir, I'm sorry, we can't repair it. Why don't you ask another store?" "I have asked all the famous suit shops in Haiqing." Lin Qian glanced at the suit in the man's arms. Having lived in the Lin family for 3 years, she had seen many high-end custom-made items, but the dress in the man's arms was much more high-end than anything she had seen before. Both the fabric and the cut are top-notch. This kind of suit is tailor-made according to the wearer's size, and there is no other like it on the market. Even if it needs to be repaired, it will not be able to be repaired in a short time, and the repair price is expensive, starting at least 5 figures. Perhaps because Lin Qian looked for too long, the man with glasses noticed her. Lin Qian was wearing a black suit that she had just changed into. The cut of the suit perfectly outlined her slender waist. Although her shoulders were thin, they were made to look more powerful by the suit's shoulder pads. The black fabric made her skin look as white as snow. The smooth lines of the neckline extended to her slender neck. Her whole body exuded a simple and capable temperament. The man thought Lin Qian was the store manager, so he hurried over and asked eagerly, "Is it really impossible to repair it? As long as it can be repaired before dark, I'll pay any price." Lin Qian was stunned, realizing that this man mistook her for the store manager. She wanted to refuse, but when she met the man's hopeful eyes, the feeling of being suddenly needed made it difficult for her to refuse for a moment. As if possessed by some strange force, she asked, "Embroidery, is that okay?" The man felt a little embarrassed. It was a good suit, but now there was an extra embroidery on the chest. That didn't look good, right? But now it seems that there is no other way except this one. He gritted his teeth and asked, "What kind of embroidery can you do? How good is it?" "I can do Suzhou embroidery. My level should be okay." She learned the Suzhou embroidery skills in Haiqing prison. No matter how the inmates in the prison beat her, they never destroyed her hands, because the embroidery made by her hands was the best in the prison. It seems that the prison guards also value her hands, but she didn't know how good it was. Maybe it was just relatively better compared to other prisoners. The man looked at her doubtfully. "Suzhou embroidery? It's the best of the 4 famous embroidery styles. Can you really do it?" It's not that the man looks down on Lin Qian. It's just that Lin Qian is too young. As the saying goes, 10,000 ounces of gold are not as good as a box of Suzhou embroidery. The embroidery process is extremely difficult. The craftsmanship is complicated and the cost is high, so it is known as soft gold. The girl in front of me is only in her early 20s. It is not easy for her to embroider Suzhou embroidery well. Lin Qian was not arrogant and just said, "I don't know if I can do it, but you definitely can't wear this dress with a hole in it to the party." That's exactly the truth. It seems we can only try our best to save the situation. The man gritted his teeth, handed the suit to Lin Qian, and kept praying in his heart. "Amit Ba, God bless. Please make it work. The auction tonight is too important for the president." Lin Qian carefully looked at the hole burned by the cigarette, but gently stroking the surrounding fabric with her fingers, and already began to think about the embroidery pattern in her mind. "Do you have embroidery thread?" she asked the clerk. The clerk nodded and brought her all the needles and thread she would need. Lin Qian sat at the table, her eyes becoming focused. Before embroidering, she split the thread into 48 parts. Just this one move stunned the man with glasses and the shop clerk. The man with glasses' heart was beating wildly with excitement. Just based on this one move, he could tell that Lin Qian was not an amateur, but a professional. Chapter 47. Lin Wanner sees the prince of the Fu family and is amazed by him and begins to envy Lin Qian. The silver needle in Lin Qian's hand was like a nimble fish shuttling between the black fabrics. Suzhou embroidery emphasizes delicate needlework, even stitches, and bright silk threads. When Lin Qian gave acupuncture, every needle was precise and the strength was just right. The embroidery thread wrapped around her fingertips, either flat or intertwined, gradually outlining a delicate peony. The petals are layered and lifelike, and the stamens are lightly embellished with gold thread, gleaming under the light, as if hiding the morning dew, making the whole flower instantly come alive. After a long time, Lin Qian finally put down her needle. She looked at her work carefully, and after confirming that it was correct, she showed it to the man. The man could not wait to go over to her. When he saw the embroidery on the suit, his eyes widened instantly, his mouth slightly opened, his face full of shock and amazement. This is so beautiful. This is not just a repair. It's clearly the icing on the cake." The shop assistants around also exclaimed in admiration, looking at Lin Qian with eyes full of admiration. Lin Qian raised a faint smile. "As long as you're satisfied." The man nodded repeatedly and was so excited that he was a little incoherent. "Thank you so much. You help a lot. I don't know how to repay you. You can ask for any amount of money." Lin Qian waved her hand. "No need. It's just a small favor. Just consider it as a little kindness on my part. I've been having too many worries lately, so I'll just consider it as a way to change my luck." The man thanked Lin Qian profusely and left in a hurry. Lin Qian came out of the suit shop and realized that it was dark outside. The street lights were on, casting a soft glow on the street. She took a taxi back to the Lin family again, but no one from the Lin family of 4 was waiting for her, as they had already left for the auction. Lin Qian didn't care. Since they were unwilling to wait for her, she simply didn't go. Unexpectedly, the driver stopped in front of her, rolled down the window, and said impatiently, "Get in the car, Mr. and Mrs. Let me take you there." Lin Qian stood there without moving, looking at him expressionlessly. "Come down and open the car door for me." The driver's scalp tingled under Lin Qian's unblinking gaze, but he still refused to accept it. "You don't have hands. Can't you drive yourself?" Lin Qian narrowed her eyes. A driver dared to look at her coldly. Needless to say, it must be the Lin family who benefited. It seems that those idiots from the Lin family haven't figured out the situation yet. Now, it wasn't her who was begging them, but they who were begging her. For the benefit of the Lin group, he allowed her to marry the prince of the Fu family, but he still couldn't get his attitude right and really thought that she, Lin Qian, was easy to control. Lin Qian didn't bother with the driver and turned around and walked into the villa without looking back. Now it was the driver's turn to be anxious. The gentleman and the lady solemnly instructed that Lin Qian must be sent to the auction site. He didn't expect that just because he was a little tough, this little bitch would turn her back on him and refuse to go. The driver hurriedly got out of the car and chased into the villa. He didn't dare to pretend anymore and just put on a smile. "Miss, what are you doing? The gentleman and the lady are still waiting at the auction. If you don't go now, you will miss it." Lin Qian sat on the sofa, calmly poured herself a cup of tea, sipped it slowly, and didn't even glance at the driver. The driver was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He said all the nice things he could and almost knelt down to Lin Qian. Lin Qian then raised her eyes and said, "As a driver, you should know your own identity. Don't be the first to take action if it's none of your business." "Yes, yes, yes." The driver was not convinced, but nodded repeatedly. "Miss, it's all my fault. You'd better come with me quickly." Lin Qian drank another cup of tea leisurely. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening, and the auction was set to start at 8 o'clock. The driver was so anxious that he was sweating and regretting his decision. It was not until half an hour later that Lin Qian put down the teacup and said, "Let's go." The driver came to the front of the car, as if he had been pardoned, and took the initiative to open the back door for Lin Qian. "Miss, please get in." Only then did Lin Qian get into the car with satisfaction. Meanwhile, the auction was already halfway through. The Lin family of 3 sat in the VIP seats. Father Lin's face grew darker and darker. He lowered his voice and said, "The auction has already started for such a long time. Why hasn't that bastard Lin Qian arrived yet?" Mother Lin also looked anxious. "Old Lin, do you have Qian's phone number? Call her and ask her." "How could I have her phone number?" "You don't." Father Lin replied, unhappily. "If I had, I would have beaten her long ago." Mother Lin stamped her feet anxiously. How could this child be so careless? Didn't we tell her that tonight's banquet was very important? Father Lin gritted his teeth in anger. In my opinion, that bastard did it on purpose. Lin Yanshu frowned, took out his cell phone, and said while dialing, "I'll ask the driver at home." The call was quickly connected, and he yelled into the receiver, "Why hasn't Lin Qian arrived yet?" "Master, we just left home." The driver's voice was somewhat helpless. When Lin Yanshu heard this, he immediately became furious. "What's going on? Didn't I tell you that the auction would start at 8 o'clock? It's already 8:30, and you only left after telling me?" The driver was about to explain that it was because of Lin Qian, but Lin Yanshu was already extremely impatient and said, "Make sure she is there before the auction ends." After that, he hung up the phone. Lin Wanner, who had been silent the whole time, now focused all her attention on the prince of the Fu family in North City. She had only heard that the other party was extremely unstable in character because of his weakness in that aspect. Not only was he cruel and ruthless, he was also very perverted, and he loved to torture women the most. In her imagination, the prince of the Fu family should look fierce, but she didn't expect that he would be so handsome. That face was simply a work of art, with deep contours and smooth lines, all of which showed his nobleness. She stared at the prince of the Fu family without blinking, feeling that the rumors were not credible. At this moment, she suddenly didn't want Lin Qian to marry him anymore. Lin Qian was just an unloved little bitch. She deserved to be trampled under my feet. Why did she marry into a wealthy family in North City? Why did she have a man who was more handsome than her fiancé, Gu Beichen? In particular, this man is not only good-looking, but also very tasteful. Her eyes moved down and landed on the handmade, tailor-made suit on the man. Putting aside the texture and tailoring of this suit, the bright red peony embroidered on the chest of the suit is simply the finishing touch, elevating this suit to a level higher than haute couture. Could a man with such good taste really be as bad as the rumors say? Lin Wanner expressed doubt. If this prince is really as the rumors say, and Lin Qian marries him, she would naturally be happy to see it happen. But if the rumors are false, then Lin Qian has gotten a great bargain. No, she couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Thinking of this, Lin Wanner picked up her phone and sent a message to the driver. When the driver saw this, he secretly glanced at Lin Qian through the rearview mirror and found that she was leaning back in her seat with her eyes closed and resting. A dark light flashed in the driver's eyes. Chapter 48, the auction officially begins. The Fu family in Beicheng is too powerful. The atmosphere at the auction was tense and heated. The planning map and detailed introduction of the East Suburbs land were projected on the big screen, and for a moment, everyone's attention was attracted. The host's voice rang out in the venue. "Next, we will auction the heavyweight item of this auction, the Dongjiao land." This land has a unique geographical location and huge potential for future development. The reserve price is 1 billion yuan, and the minimum bid must not be less than 10 million each time. Bidders are welcome to bid enthusiastically. Everyone knew that once this piece of land was bought, it would undoubtedly be like holding a goose that lays golden eggs. Lin Yanshu was the first to raise his sign, his voice steady and powerful, 1 billion and 50 million. His eyes were determined. As the representative of the Lin family, he was determined to win this auction. Winning this piece of land would not only expand the industrial map of the Lin Group, but also make him proud in the Haicheng business circle. Before he finished speaking, Gu Beichun did not want to be outdone. 1.1 billion. Gu Beichun was wearing a dark suit, and his hair was meticulously groomed. With these two people opening the bidding, others became even more enthusiastic in bidding, and the price soared. The atmosphere in the venue was as tense as a fully drawn bowstring, ready to explode at any moment. Seeing this, some small families and companies shook their heads and sighed, knowing that they were no longer able to participate in this competition and could only be spectators, watching the business giants fight each other. Soon, the price soared to 2 billion, and at this point, fewer and fewer people were bidding. At this time, Li, the special assistant who had been silent beside the prince of the Fu family, slowly raised the sign and said in a calm voice, 3 billion. He looked indifferent, but the price he called out was like a bombshell, silencing the noise in the venue. The Lin family members all looked very ugly. They had thought that the Fu family in North City was powerful, but they did not expect it to be so strong. Others raised the price by 10 million or 100 million, but the Fu family raised the price by 1 billion right away. 3 billion. This amount of money has almost exceeded the budget limit of the Lin family, but now he is in a dilemma. If he retreats, all his previous efforts will be wasted. Lin Yanshu looked at Gu Beichun beside him. Gu Beichun frowned slightly, tapped the armrest of the seat with his fingers, thought for a moment, and nodded to Lin Yanshu. There is no choice but for the two companies to cooperate. Once the land in the eastern suburbs is acquired, the two companies will develop it together. With Gu Beichun's financial support, Lin Yanshu became more confident. He raised his sign again and directly shouted out 3.5 billion. He did not forget to raise his eyebrows provocatively towards the prince of the Fu family. As a result, the man from the Fu family didn't even look at him. Even assistantly remained calm and made another bid, 4.5 billion. The price is still increased by 1 billion. Lin Yanshu didn't believe it, 5 billion. Special assistantly, 6 billion. Lin Yanshu, 6.5 billion. Special assistantly, 8 billion. What? Lin Yanshu and Gu Beichun stood up suddenly, looking at the prince of the Fu family and assistantly in disbelief. 8 billion yuan. This is almost beyond the value of the land in the eastern suburbs. Lin Yanshu glared at the man fiercely. Fu Shiye, are you crazy? Fu Shiye, the prince of the Fu family in North City. He finally turned his head to look at Lin Yanshu and said calmly, make an offer. The man's face was calm, as if to say, no matter what price you offer, I will continue to raise the price. This calmness made Lin Yanshu feel uneasy. The combined funds of the Lin family and the Gu family are no more than 10 billion. Once the amount exceeds that of the Lin family, they will probably face the crisis of a broken capital chain. Father Lin sat aside, his face so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it, his lips tightly pursed, but he was powerless and could only watch. Gu Beichun was not much better. Although he remained calm on the surface, the anxiety in his eyes became more and more obvious. The Gu family has mobilized a large amount of funds for this auction. If it fails, it will be a huge blow to the group. Lin Yanshu gritted his teeth and said, 8.5 billion. Before he could even finish his words, assistantly raised his sign, 10 billion. The conference hall fell into a long silence. Lin Yanshu and Gu Beichun looked at each other and saw helplessness and dejection in each other's eyes. They knew that they had lost this battle. 10 billion once, 10 billion twice, 10 billion 3 times. Deal. The host excitedly dropped the hammer, and the East Suburbs land was officially won by the Fu family. Everyone in the Lin and Gu families was in an extremely depressed mood. Father Lin was furious, but because of the occasion, he had to suppress his anger. Lin Yanshu sat dejectedly on the chair. As they expected, the Fu family of Beichun was indeed a century-old family. They took out 10 billion without even batting an eyelid. The father and son looked at each other and could only accept it helplessly. It seems that the only way for Lin Qian and Fu Shiya to participate in the Dongjiao project is to get married. Lin Yanshu took a deep breath, stood up, straightened his clothes, and tried to maintain his dignity. He walked up to Fu Shiya and extended his hand in a friendly manner. I have heard of the Fu family's great reputation for a long time. After meeting you today, I find that you are indeed as powerful as the rumors say. Fu Shiya didn't have any special expression, but he shook hands with Lin Yanshu politely. Father Lin suppressed his unhappiness and said with a smile, "Since the auction is over, why don't we go to the banquet hall to talk? What do you think, Mr. Fu?" Fu Shiya said, lightly, and before leaving, he gave assistantly a look. Special Assistant Li understood and immediately followed the host to handle the land transfer procedures in Dongjiao. When they arrived at the banquet hall, Lin Qian also arrived. The driver saw Lin Wanner at a glance. He quickly came over, put something in her hand, and said softly, "Wanner, this is what you wanted." After giving it to him, the driver left quickly. Lin Wanner glanced at Lin Qian and saw that Lin Qian was looking around the entire banquet hall. Lin Wanner picked up a glass of juice, sprinkled the medicine powder the driver gave her into the juice, and shook it well, then called the waiter. "Please give her this drink." She raised her chin in Lin Qian's direction. The waiter nodded in agreement and walked over to Lin Qian with the drink. Lin Qian didn't think much about it. It was normal for waiters to serve drinks at a banquet. Besides, she hadn't eaten anything at night and was a little hungry, so she took her drink and walked to the pastry area, eating the pastry while drinking the drink. When Lin Wanner saw her drink it, there was ill intention in her eyes. She twisted her waist and walked in front of Lin Qian. "You look so ignorant, as if you have never eaten good food in your life. It's really shameful." Just as Lin Qian was about to eat the cake in her hand, she heard Lin Wanner's annoying voice. "Lin Wanner, did I give you face? You'd better stay away from me, or I'll slap the cake on your face." Then who's embarrassed? Me or you? Lin Wanner's face turned ugly after being scolded, and she wanted to tear Lin Qian's seductive and charming face to pieces. But she had not lost her mind. Thinking of the glass of juice with added ingredients that Lin Qian drank, her mood instantly improved. "Bitch, you can only be proud now." Lin Qian could hear the hidden meaning in her words. "What do you mean? Explain yourself clearly." Chapter 49. She was drugged and ruined, and Lin Qian ran into the arms of the Fu family prince. Lin Wanner opened her lips and said silently, "I spiked the juice you just drank, so just wait for your disgrace." She thought Lin Qian didn't understand, but in fact, Lin Qian could read lips and she understood. Lin Qian's pupils constricted. At the same time, her body began to heat up. The heat was sudden and fierce, and it hit her only remaining rational defense line wave after wave like a tide. Her cheeks quickly flushed abnormally. Meeting Lin Wanner's malicious eyes, Lin Qian became furious and rushed over to hit Lin Wanner, but Lin Wanner dodged her easily and looked at her with a smile on her face, crossing her arms. "Little bitch, haven't you been very proud these days? Aren't you going to marry Fu Shiya, the prince of the Fu family? I want to see if Fu Shiya is still willing to marry a slut like you after you strip naked in front of everyone. I want to ruin your reputation in front of the celebrities in Haicheng and let everyone see your lowly appearance. Ha ha ha." Lin Qian felt that the scenery in front of her eyes began to shake, and the lights in the banquet hall, which were originally gorgeous and dazzling, now seemed to flicker like ghosts. The feeling of heat made her want to take off all her clothes. Lin Qian hugged her arms tightly with both hands, her nails almost digging into her flesh, tried to use the pain to awaken some clarity of mind. Her eyes looked around in panic. The guests were all immersed in conversation, and no one noticed her. She couldn't lose her mind in front of so many people. She had to leave the banquet hall immediately. Lin Qian gritted her teeth, turned around, and rushed towards the door of the banquet hall. Unexpectedly, Lin Wanner refused to give in. She quickly grabbed Lin Qian's arm and said loudly, "Sister, our parents are over there. Let's go together." While speaking, he pulled Lin Qian hard. When Lin's father, mother, and Lin Yanshu heard Lin Wanner's voice, they all looked over at the same time. Seeing Lin Qian, Lin's mother hurriedly greeted her. "Qian Qian is here. Come here quickly. Mom will introduce you to Mr. Fu." Lin Qian was extremely anxious. If she stayed any longer, she would lose control of herself. Her body had begun to tremble slightly uncontrollably due to the effects of the drug, and her forehead was covered with beads of sweat. Lin Qian bit her tongue and used all her strength to push Lin Wanner away. The force was so great that Lin Qian staggered and fell directly on the table next to her. The wine, drinks, and cakes on the table fell to the ground. She looked so miserable for a moment that attracted the attention of the guests around her. Amidst the exclamations, Lin Qian limped away. No matter how Lin's father and mother yelled and scolded, she ignored them. Fu Shiria looked at the slender figure in the black suit and felt that he looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. However, he didn't care too much about it. After all, he was not an important person. Lin Qian stumbled out of the banquet hall. Her legs seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and her body swayed uncontrollably from side to side, knocking over several pots of delicate decorative flowers along the way. There was a mess behind her, but she had no time to care. She was panting and just wanted to leave here quickly and find a deserted place to endure the effects of the medicine. But she was blocked by a tall figure. Qian, have you been drinking? Lu Chen's familiar yet somewhat surprised voice sounded. He frowned slightly, raised his hand, and placed it on Lin Qian's hot forehead. The moment Lin Qian felt the slightly cool fingers touching her skin, her brain buzzed and went blank in an instant. The power of the medicine in her body was like a raging beast, driving her hands to uncontrollably cling to his broad and strong shoulders. Her cheeks were getting hotter and hotter, and her eyes were full of confusion. Her eyes, which were usually cold, were now out of focus, and she could only act on instinct. Lin Qian's sudden approach made Lu Chen's breathing suddenly choke. His body froze, and he subconsciously wanted to retreat, but he was reluctant to move even a little bit. The distance between them was almost ambiguous. He could clearly smell the faint scent of soap on her body. The sweet smell lingered at the tip of his nose and tickled his heartstrings. Even the soft hair on her face could be seen clearly. Under the dim light, it was glowing with a hazy halo. Her delicate facial features looked even more beautiful and charming under the effect of the drug. His Adam's apple rolled unconsciously, and Lu Chen's big hand seemed to be possessed by a ghost and wrapped around Lin Qian's slender waist. The touch seemed so soft and boneless that it made his heart tremble violently. His voice was hoarse and trembling slightly. Qian, what's wrong with you? At this moment, Lin Qian's cheeks were not only flushed, but also her lips were bright red. The color was extremely alluring, and the whole person was as beautiful as a rose bud about to bloom, exuding an irresistible charm that could easily arouse people's deepest desires. Lin Qian had no idea how alluring she looked at the moment. The heat in her body was like a raging fire. Only instinct drove her to get closer to Lu Qian, wanting to absorb a bit of coolness. Her breathing was rapid and disordered, spraying on Lu Qian's neck with a scorching temperature, which gradually caused Lu Qian's sanity to show signs of collapse. The hands around her waist tightened, pulling her forcefully into his arms. The aura on him was like a key, instantly prying open the gate of memory. Once upon a time, this breath accompanied her through countless warm moments, but later, it turned into a sharp blade, stabbing her heart again and again. The familiar feeling made Lin Qian's brain clearer. She struggled to open her heavy eyelids and saw Lu Qian's handsome face close to her. His eyebrows, his features, and all the past love, hatred, and vengeance came to her mind all at once. Lin Qian pushed him away fiercely, raised her arm, and slapped him hard. "Stay away from me." The obvious hatred and disdain in his eyes stung Lu Qian's heart and made him turn pale instantly. He opened his mouth and wanted to explain, but his throat seemed to be blocked and no sound came out. Lin Qian turned around and staggered towards the elevator, her steps light but determined. Her figure disappeared behind the elevator door, leaving Lu Qian alone, standing there blankly, his hand still on his slapped cheek, his eyes full of loneliness. The elevator descended rapidly. Lin Qian leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. The effect of the drug became more and more powerful, and her vision became more and more blurred. After getting out of the elevator, she moved her feet almost instinctively. The noise in the hotel lobby seemed like a thick barrier in her ears. After leaving the hotel, the world in front of me seemed to be covered with a layer of mist, with blurry lights and shadows swaying everywhere. Lin Qian felt dizzy and stumbled. She fell forward and crashed into a strong embrace. The rebounding force made her fall backwards, and her body instinctively grabbed the man's collar. The man was pulled down by her, and surprise appeared in his pair of cold phoenix eyes. "President, I've already handed over the land in the eastern suburbs. Special Assistant Lee walked to his boss's car with the documents in his hand and a happy face, and what he saw was the explosive scene of his cold-blooded boss pressing a little girl on the hood of the car. The second half of the sentence got stuck in his throat, and he was completely stunned. Chapter 50. I thought it was a blooming iron tree, but it turned out to be a late stage of straight male cancer. Fu Shiria looked at the confused Lin Qian in his arms and unexpectedly discovered that she was the girl who asked him for a cigarette when he met her in the hospital stairwell a few days ago. At that time, she was thin and had a lonely look in her eyes. She sat on the steps smoking, looking like an abandoned little animal, so pitiful. She is completely different now than she was then. Her cheeks were as red as ripe peaches. Her eyes were tightly closed. Her long eyelashes kept trembling, and the loose hair on her forehead was soaked with sweat and stuck to her smooth forehead in a messy manner. Those bright red lips were slightly opened. Her breath was full of hot air, and a few unbearable moans escaped unconsciously. The little hand seemed to be out of control and groped around in front of him. With a hiss, it tore open his collar. In an instant, a firm and strong chest was exposed in the night, and the jade-like skin exuded an alluring luster. Assistant Lee's eyes widened like bells, his mouth became a standard O shape, and his jaw almost dropped to the ground in shock. He secretly complained in his heart. Boss is a stubborn person. He is usually cold as ice and seems to be insulated from women. I didn't expect that he would be so extravagant and exciting in private. When I think of the old lady sighing all day long because of her boss marriage, and the 80-year-old lady's hair turning white with worry, isn't this scene a ready-made surprise? He took out his cell phone from his pocket in a cunning manner, and with a lightning speed, he took a picture of this erotic scene with a click. He quickly tapped the screen with his fingers and sent it to the old lady. Thinking that the old lady would surely smile from ear to ear after receiving the photo, he couldn't help but smile. Assistant Lee was immersed in his beautiful fantasy when he saw his president chop the girl's slender neck accurately with a clean and sharp hand. Lin Qian, who was twisting restlessly in Fu Shiria's arms the previous second, fell softly into his arms the next second and became motionless. Li Tezu's full of expectations vanished in an instant, and the expression on his face solidified into a big dumbness. Is this something a human would do? Shouldn't the correct way to open it be that the domineering president picks up the pretty girl with one hand, opens the car door with the other hand, gently places the woman on the leather seat, and then presses his tall body on her in the spacious rear compartment? It's a natural progression? Based on his years of experience in reading novels about domineering CEOs, this is how things should develop. Why does his boss not play by the rules at all? Assistant Lee blinked, but in return he got a cold look from Fu Shiria. Have you seen enough? Special Assistant Lee came back to his senses with a start, walked forward with a smile, and was about to report the handover of the East Suburb land. But when his eyes inadvertently fell on Lin Qian's face, he blurted out in surprise, Why is it her? Do you know him? Fu Shiria raised his eyebrows slightly. Yes, she is the girl who embroidered the peony on your suit, President. It turned out to be her. Fu Shiria whispered, his eyes falling on Lin Qian's defenseless, sleeping face again, as if thinking about something. The Dongjiao project is very important to his expansion of Haiqing's business. The suit he is wearing is specially prepared for formal occasions such as auctions. He just didn't expect that a hole would be burned in the suit intentionally. Although he didn't know who did it, it was probably the families in Haicheng who were bidding against him. Restoring a haute couture suit is a very delicate and difficult job that not everyone can do. He had no hope, but the Suzhou embroidered peony on the chest of the suit gave him a big surprise. He even felt that the needlework looked very familiar, very much like the pine and crane longevity he bought at an auction a year ago for 30 million yuan. That embroidery was specially bought for his grandmother's birthday. His grandmother liked Suzhou embroidery, but she especially liked the pine and crane Yannian piece he gave her. For this reason, he wanted to buy a few more works of the pine and crane Yannian embroiderer, but was told that there were only 2 works of this embroiderer on the market. Pine and crane prolong life is one of them. The other piece is called National Beauty and Heavenly Fragrance. The embroidery on this piece is more sophisticated than that on pine and crane longevity. It's a pity that it is a half-finished product. It was about to be finished, but for some reason the embroiderer suddenly stopped embroidering a month ago. He thought that maybe the embroiderer had died in an accident. Otherwise, why would she give up her work? President Fu Shiria came back to his senses, looked at the Sioux embroidered peony on his chest, and then glanced at Lin Qian in his arms. If her Suzhou embroidery skills are very high, it might be possible to ask her to complete the national beauty and heavenly fragrance. In this way, I can give my grandmother another surprise on her birthday this year. Fu Shiria carried Lin Qian into the car and noticed that something was wrong with Lin Qian, as if she had been drugged. He said decisively, "Let's go to the hospital." When Lin Qian opened her eyes again, she found herself in the hospital. The deadly heat in my body has faded away, and my consciousness is very clear. Thinking back to Lin Wanner's vicious face and actions at the banquet, Lin Qian's heart was filled with hatred. She got out of bed and left the hospital. After Assistant Li completed the admission procedures, he ran to buy some daily necessities. When he returned to the ward, he found that the bed was empty. Half an hour later, Lin Qian took a taxi back to the Lin family. As soon as she pushed the door open and walked in, before she could even stand firmly on her feet, Lin's father's abuse came at her like a storm. "How dare you come back, you rebellious girl?" Before he could finish his words, a teacup was thrown at Lin Qian. Lin Qian's eyes froze, and she dodged to the side. The teacup fell to the ground with a crash and broke into several pieces. Father Lin was furious. "You still dare to hide? I will beat you to death, you uneducated thing." Lin Wanner acted as if she was thinking of Lin Qian and said, "Dad, calm down first. I believe that my sister didn't mean it. She pushed you down at the banquet, causing you to get dirty and embarrassed in front of everyone. She did it on purpose because she couldn't bear to see you do well and want to take revenge on our Lin family by hurting you." Father Lin's eyes were wide open, and he was obviously furious. Lin Qian kneeled down. Lin Qian looked coldly at the father and daughter as they sang the same tune. She straightened her back, staring at Father Lin with a sharp gaze, her voice cold and hard without a trace of warmth. "Why should I kneel? It was Lin Wanner who drugged me at the banquet and wanted to ruin my reputation. Why don't you question her and blame me instead?" Lin Wanner's eyes instantly filled with tears, and she choked up and said, "Sister, you pushed me down and embarrassed me in front of everyone. I can let it go, but you can't spit blood at me." When Father Lin heard Lin Qian's rebuttal, he shouted, "How dare you quibble? Wanner has always been well-behaved and sensible. How could she do such a despicable thing? If you don't apologize to Wanner today, I will teach you a lesson about the rules." Mother Lin stood aside. Although there was a hint of hesitation in her eyes, she still followed what Father Lin said and echoed, "Qian, just give in and admit your mistakes. Don't make things so awkward as a family." Lin Yanshu also frowned. "Qian, you really went too far today. Hurry up and apologize to Wanner." Lin Qian looked at these familiar yet unfamiliar faces, and the hatred in her heart erupted like a volcano, reaching its peak in an instant. All her forbearance was completely out of control at this moment. The grievances and anger that had been pent up for many years surged out like a flood that broke through a dam. Her eyes were instantly bloodshot, and there was endless madness in her eyes. "You all side with her and force me. Okay, very good." Lin Qian looked like a trapped beast that had lost its mind. Since they can't give her justice, she will seek justice for herself. She rushed over, grabbed the ashtray on the coffee table, pressed Lin Wanner under her, and smashed it down. "Ah!" Lin Wanner let out a shrill scream, her eyes full of fear. Lin Qian was filled with hatred, and he hit Lin Wanner on the head again and again. "Die, all of you." Chapter 51. So what if she was a mother? She still smashed her own daughter's head and made her bleed. Father Lin was so distressed when he saw this that he shouted, "Stop!" He rushed forward to hit Lin Qian, and his raised hand made a sound of wind. Seeing that the situation was not good, Wu Ma instinctively rushed over to stop Lin's father. "Sir, you can't fight. If you hurt the young lady, she won't be able to marry Mr. Fu. Get out of here. Today I'm going to beat her to death, this troublemaker." Father Lin picked up the potted plant on the coffee table and pointed it at Lin Qian's head. It is obvious that as a father, he does not have the slightest affection for his biological daughter, Lin Qian. Every time he attacked, he intended to beat Lin Qian to death. Aunt Wu stood between Lin Ziyuan and Lin Qian, refusing to let him hurt Lin Qian no matter what. Lin Qian kept smashing the ashtray in his hand on Lin Wanner's head, and after a few hits, Lin Wanner's head was broken and bleeding. Lin Yanshu was anxious and rushed over to pull Lin Qian. "How long are you going to go crazy?" Lin Qian threw the ashtray in her hand, and it hit Lin Yanshu right on the forehead. Suddenly, blood gushed out and flowed down his cheeks. Lin Yanshu groaned, covered his forehead, and staggered back a few steps. Looking at Lin Wanner again, blood was gushing out. She was lying on the ground, holding her head with her hands, wailing. But Lin Qian did not let her go. The hatred in her eyes made her completely lose her mind. Her hands fell like raindrops, slapping Lin Wanner's face left and right madly. Each slap was accompanied by a crisp sound. Lin Wanner's cheeks quickly became red and swollen, and blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. Mother Lin rushed over crying, "Qian, stop hitting me. Stop now." Lin Qian's eyes were already red with anger, and she turned a deaf ear to everything outside. Over the years, she has been patient again and again, almost becoming a ninja turtle, but she has not been able to gain even an ounce of sincerity from this family. She'd had enough and was going to put an end to it today. Kill Lin Wanner first, then kill Lin Ziyuan. Lin Qian's hands were shaking, not because of fear, but because of extreme anger. She took out a wallpaper knife from her pocket, held it high, and was about to stab Lin Wanner's neck. "Don't." Lin's mother was so shocked and angry that her voice changed. In a panic, she picked up the blood-stained ashtray on the ground and, with all her strength, smashed it on the back of Lin Qian's head. With a dull bang, the wallpaper knife in Lin Qian's hand fell to the ground with a clang. She slowly turned her head and saw Lin's mother throwing away the ashtray in panic and looking at her helplessly. "Qian, Mom didn't mean it. It's you who didn't listen to my advice. I can't help it." Lin Qian's eyesight gradually became blurred, and she fell heavily to the ground, without making any sound. Mother Wu was extremely anxious, but everyone around her was only focusing on Lin Wanner. Lin Yanshu carried Lin Wanner horizontally upstairs, and Lin's mother followed closely behind. No one cared about Lin Qian from beginning to end. Aunt Wu felt distressed and couldn't help but said, "Mr. Lin, the young lady has lost a lot of blood. Please save her." Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Lin's father. "Auntie Wu, our Lin family doesn't need a servant like you who has no tact. You are fired. Get out now." His tone was extremely cold, without a trace of warmth. Wu Ma had tears in her eyes, but she still felt sorry for Lin Qian. Even though she was fired, she still had to say something. "Mr. Lin, I really don't understand. The eldest daughter is your biological daughter. Why are you so mean to her? The eldest daughter didn't grow up with you, Mr. and Mrs. Lin. She finally came home. Shouldn't she be cherished? Do you have a heart? Shut up. It's not your place as a nanny to interfere in my family affairs. Get out." Father Lin roared, his voice full of anger and unquestionableness. Aunt Wu didn't move, her expression firm. "I can leave, but I have to bandage Mrs. Wound first." Mrs. Lin showed no mercy and hit Lin Qian's fragile head hard with the sharp edge of the ashtray. A large triangular cut was made on the back of his head, and blood gushed out, staining the carpet red. Just as Wu Ma was about to get the medicine box, she was dragged out by Lin's father and thrown outside the villa. Father Lin looked at Lin Qian, who was lying unconscious on the ground with blood gushing out of the back of his head. There was no trace of guilt or heartache in his eyes, only annoyance. He kicked again in disgust, leaving blood stains on his leather shoes. He frowned and cursed in a low voice. What a jinx, he only causes trouble all day long. Lin Qian lay on the ground. No one cared about her, leaving her to fend for herself on the cold floor. Outside the villa, it started to drizzle without knowing when. The rain was light at first, but it became heavier as time went on, quickly soaking Wu Ma's thin clothes. Aunt Wu held onto the iron gate outside the villa with both hands. Tears and rain mixed on her face, and she shouted desperately, "Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, please have mercy on the eldest daughter, because she is your own flesh and blood. The wound on the back of her head is bleeding all the time. If we don't treat it quickly, she will die." Her voice had become hoarse from anxiety and shouting, and it fluttered in the wind and rain, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea, and there was no response from inside the villa. Every drop of rain that hit the ground seemed to hit Wu Ma's broken heart. She was filled with sorrow, and the image of Lin Qian lying lifeless in a pool of blood kept appearing in her mind. "My young lady, how could you suffer so much?" After an unknown amount of time, Lin Qian slowly woke up with a sharp pain in the back of her head and bouts of dizziness. "What I saw was an empty, dim, and cold living room. My family members were nowhere to be seen. There was only a large and shocking pool of blood, indicating the tragic conflict that had just taken place." She slowly tightened her fingers and clenched her fists. The hatred in her eyes was like a burning flame, I will definitely get back what you owe me 1,000 times. She supported her exhausted body and left the Lin family villa. As soon as she got outside, she saw Aunt Wu, who was drenched by the rain, and Lin Qian's tears instantly flowed out. I am sorry, Aunt Wu. It's all my fault. Aunt Wu rushed to Lin Qian and held her with trembling hands. Miss, you are finally awake. Come on my back. I will carry you to the hospital. Lin Qian wanted to refuse, but saw that Aunt Wu had already half knelt down. Her heart warmed. She said nothing more and gently lay on Wu Ma's back. The rain was falling heavily, with big raindrops falling with a crackling sound. Aunt Wu was struggling to move forward in the mud, taking one deep step and one shallow step. She was old, and her back, which was not strong to begin with, was bent even further by Lin Qian's weight. Every step she took seemed to use up all her strength, but she clenched her teeth and held Lin Qian's legs tightly with both hands, fearing that she would fall if she was not careful. Lin Qian couldn't help but have tears in her eyes again. The rain kept sliding down Wu Ma's hair and dripping onto the back of her hand. It was icy cold, but her heart was filled with a warmth she had never felt before. The cold memories of being ignored and hurt by her family in the past now formed a sharp contrast with Wu Ma's passionate care, making her cherish this rare warmth even more. Aunt Wu carried Lin Qian on her back and staggered to the side of the road. She was extremely anxious. She stretched her neck and waved desperately at the speeding cars, shouting, "Stop! Please stop!" The rain poured into her mouth, choking her and making her cough, but she didn't dare to stop for a moment. Cars sped past them, splashing large amounts of water. The freezing cold water poured over their heads, soaking them through and making them look even more miserable. Aunt Wu's body swayed, and she was almost knocked down by the impact. She gritted her teeth, used all her strength to steady herself, and lifted Lin Qian up with both hands. "Miss, hold on a little longer." Lin Qian's consciousness became increasingly blurred. His hot forehead was pressed tightly against Wu Ma's cold neck, and he uttered a few painful murmurs from time to time. She only felt cold all over, the coldness seeping out from her bones, and the scene in front of her eyes gradually became unreal and unclear. Just when Aunt Wu was almost in despair, a black Rolls-Royce slowly stopped in front of them. The car window rolled down, revealing the man's signature pair of cold and clear phoenix eyes. His gaze swept across the two of them and landed on Lin Qian's pale face. Wu Ma seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw, her eyes full of pleading. "Sir, please save our eldest daughter. She is injured, and her life will be in danger if she is not treated." Chapter 52, Who Are You to the Patient? I am the patient's fiancé. The blood on Lin Qian's head flowed to the ground under the rain, forming a series of shocking red marks. Fu Xie frowned. How come she had made herself look so miserable after just a while? He didn't say anything. His face was expressionless as usual, but he opened the car door and motioned for Wu Ma and Lin Qian to get in. The car sped towards the hospital. Fu Shirye said nothing the entire time, and it was unclear what he was thinking. After arriving at the hospital, Lin Qian was quickly pushed to the emergency room by medical staff. The light in the corridor was pale, illuminating Wu Ma's anxious and tired face. After a while, the doctor came in hurriedly, his face solemn. The patient has lost too much blood due to a severe head injury and has an infection after being caught in the rain. The condition is very critical. Who is the patient's family member? We're going to perform surgery on the patient now, and the family members need to sign the consent form for the surgery. Wu Ma stammered, "Can a babysitter be used?" The doctor shook his head and said firmly, "It must be the patient's family. Please contact them as soon as possible. Time is running out, and we can't afford to delay." Mother Wu frantically took out her cell phone and dialed Lin's father's number with trembling fingers, but she couldn't get through. Lin's father had blocked her. She didn't give up and called Lin's mother again. When the call was connected, Wu Ma cried out anxiously as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. "Madam," the young lady. Before she could finish, she was interrupted by Lin's mother. "Auntie Wu, you are becoming more and more confused about your own identity. Lin Qian is our daughter, and we educate our own child. It is not your turn as a nanny to meddle in other people's affairs. You are fired, and don't call me again." As soon as he finished speaking, the phone was hung up mercilessly. The beep sound was like a heavy hammer hitting Aunt Wu's heart hard. Aunt Wu was almost going crazy, but she still insisted on calling Lin Yanshu. Lin Yanshu had just bandaged the wound on his head. When he saw Aunt Wu calling, he guessed it must be about Lin Qian. He answered the call impatiently. What's the matter? Wu Ma pleaded in tears. Master, the young lady's life is in danger now. Can you come immediately? Thinking of the wounds on his and Lin Wanner's heads, Lin Yanshu's anger suddenly rose up. Wasn't he good enough for her? What on earth is she still making a fuss about? Either threatening her father with a knife or hitting Wan with an ashtray, Lin Qian became more and more ignorant. If she doesn't change her temper, she'll probably die. Lin Yanshu immediately said in a cold voice, her life or death has nothing to do with me. After saying that, he hung up the phone without mercy. That resolute attitude shattered Wu Ma's last glimmer of hope. Aunt Wu stood helplessly in the hospital corridor. She looked at Fu Shiye with eyes asking for help. Sir, please be a good person and save my lady. Having worked as a servant in the Lin family for more than 10 years, she could tell at a glance that the gentleman in front of her came from a distinguished family. A rich and powerful man could solve her predicament with just one sentence. She looked at Fu Shiye as if he was looking at a life-saving straw. Seeing this, the doctor urged again, the patient's condition is very critical. If we delay any further, his life will be in danger. Where are the family members? Sign quickly. The tone was anxious and serious, and the corridor was filled with a tense atmosphere. Fu Shiye frowned slightly, glanced at the peony on his chest, and thought of the unfinished embroidery, heavenly fragrance, and national beauty. He looked at the doctor and said, I'll sign it. The doctor looked at Fu Shiye. He had an upright posture, a transcendent temperament, and his every move exuded an innate nobility and majesty. Such demeanor seemed out of place in the hospital corridor filled with the smell of disinfectant, yet extremely eye-catching, as if it had its own light. The doctor couldn't help but ask, who are you, the patient? This question stumped Fu Shiye for a moment. He and she were strangers who had only met twice. In order to get Lin Qian to have surgery as soon as possible, Aunt Wu said without hesitation, he is my young lady's fiancé. After saying this, Aunt Wu looked at Fu Shiye with pleading eyes. Fu Shiye's gaze lingered on Wu Ma's face for a moment, but in the end, he said nothing. He picked up the pen and fluently signed his name on the consent form for the surgery. When the doctor entered the operating room, Aunt Wu thanked Fu Shiye profusely. Her eyes reddened. Sir, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, my young lady would have been beyond saving today. Fu Shiye's expression was always indifferent. He sat on the bench in the corridor with his long legs crossed. The operation lasted a very long time. The sky was turning pale, but the door of the operating room had not yet been opened. Fu Shiye's cell phone suddenly rang, breaking the depressing silence. He slowly opened his eyes, not showing any signs of fatigue from not having rested for a long time. He still exuded a noble aura that was completely different from the surrounding environment. He took out his cell phone from his pocket with his bony fingers, and the word grandma was particularly eye-catching on the caller ID. Grandma! Fu Shiye's voice was still faint. The old lady on the other end of the phone smiled happily. You little bastard, why didn't you tell Grandma when you found a granddaughter-in-law for me? Granddaughter-in-law? How come he doesn't know it himself? Thinking of Grandma urging her to get married every other day, I couldn't help but think that the old lady might be urging her to get married in disguise. So I said, Grandma, do you have anything else to say? Can't you call my oldest grandson if there's nothing else? No. Okay. Don't scare my granddaughter-in-law away with your sullen personality. Tell Grandma where you are now, and I'll go find you. I won't feel at ease until I see my granddaughter-in-law with my own eyes. Grandma, if you have nothing else to say, I'll hang up. Fu Shiye didn't want to talk about this topic at this time, so he simply hung up the phone. North City, the old house of the Fu family. The white-haired, kind-faced old lady looked at the hung-up phone and sighed helplessly. I don't know who this brat inherited his cold personality from. There are rumors that he likes to play with women, but I hope he can be more fickle, at least to prove that he is popular with women. Now that's great. He's almost 30 years old, and not only does he not have a girlfriend, he's also not in a relationship. For a moment, I doubted whether he liked men. For so many years, I've been worried about his marriage. Now there is finally some progress. I have to take care of it myself, so that the girl will not be mad at him because of his cold personality. Aunt Lee listened to the old lady's nagging and asked with a smile, Madam, how did you know that the young master found a girlfriend? The old lady smiled and opened the chat box of Special Assistant Lee. Special Assistant Lee sent it to me last night. I just saw it when I woke up this morning. Aunt Lee, please come and help me take a look at this child. Aunt Lee hurried over. In the photo, Lin Qian was pressed on the hood of a Rolls-Royce by Fu Shiya. The dim light at night cast a layer of warm light on the two of them, making them look extremely ambiguous. When the old lady saw the photo for the first time, she was so excited that she felt like her great-grandson was waving at her. "Aunt Lee, how is it?" In the photo, only Lin Qian's profile is shown, but from her high nose bridge, full forehead, and bright red lips, it is not difficult to tell that she is a very beautiful girl. However, Aunt Lee always felt that she had seen this face somewhere before, but the profile of the face made her unable to remember where she had seen it. "The girl is good, but she's too thin." The old lady also looked at Lin Qian in the photo. Lin Qian was grabbing Fu Shiya's collar with both hands. The slender bones of her arms were clearly visible. She did look a little thin. "She's indeed too thin, Aunt Lee. Please help me pack my luggage now. I want to go to Haicheng immediately to nourish my granddaughter-in-law." Chapter 53. If I can get my granddaughter-in-law back in good health this year, I will have a great-grandson next year. "Madam," Aunt Lee hurriedly stopped her. "I just checked the weather forecast. Haicheng has had heavy to torrential rains these days. If you go there now, the roads are slippery and unsafe, and your clothes will be wet, which doesn't seem dignified enough. After all, this is a big event for you to meet your future granddaughter-in-law." When the old lady heard this, she felt that what Aunt Lee said made sense, so she said, "Well, I'll go after the rain stops. I can't let my granddaughter-in-law think that I, as a grandmother, don't value her. We can't scare away the granddaughter-in-law we finally got. All right, Aunt Lee, go see if you have any donkey hide gelatin, cordyceps, deer antlers, etc. at home. If not, go buy some more. My granddaughter-in-law is too thin and must be deficient in qi and blood. These things are the best for nourishing the body. As soon as the rain stops in Haicheng, we will take the supplies and go there immediately. Granddaughter-in-law's health depends entirely on your specialty medicinal food for nourishment. If we take good care of my granddaughter-in-law this year, maybe she'll give the Fu family a big fat grandson next year." Oh, this day finally has something to look forward to. The old lady was so happy that she couldn't clap her hands together. She was laughing so hard that her teeth were showing. Aunt Lee was also happy. The eldest young master is good in every way except that his personality is a little too cold. I don't know how the news spread outside, but the eldest young master was portrayed as a playboy who loved women. There were also rumors that the eldest young master was not good in that aspect. The old lady was so scared that she made appointments for more than 10 andrologists for the eldest young master. Fortunately, she was stopped by Special Assistant Lee. Special Assistant Lee said, "In the novels about overbearing CEOs, this type of CEO is a typical Buddhist in the Beijing circle and is very popular. Don't worry, old lady. The CEO is in good health." The old lady was unhappy when she heard this. "What do you mean he is a Buddhist or not? If he continues like this, he will have to be a monk for the rest of his life. A normal man would have children running around by the age of 30. If he is not sick, how can he not touch women?" Assistant Lee, "Tell me the truth. Does Yi like men?" Assistant Lee felt a chill, and since he couldn't communicate with the old lady, he ran away quickly. Aunt Lee glanced at the old lady, sitting on the sofa, and shook her head. It is true that an old person in the family is like a treasure. Now that she knew that the eldest young master had a girlfriend, the old lady felt relieved. Haicheng, Lin family. After a night, Lin's mother finally realized and remembered Lin Qian. Thinking of how Lin Qian fainted yesterday due to blood flow in the back of her brain, her heart began to ache. Why is Qian so stubborn? Wanner has such a good personality. Why can't she like her? It seems that Wanner is still being blamed for her status as the daughter of the Lin family. This child is really hard to describe. Mother Lin walked downstairs sighing. The carpet that was stained with blood last night had been pulled down by the servants, and the entire living room was clean, as if what happened last night had never happened. Mother Lin walked straight to the utility room and hesitated for a moment before knocking on the door gently. I waited for a long time, but no one answered. "Qian, are you awake?" Still no one answered. She pushed the door gently and found that it was not locked. The door opened with a creaky sound, and there was no trace of Lin Qian in the utility room. Mother Lin's heart sank suddenly, without caring about anything else. She went upstairs with her skirt lifted up and pushed open the door of the princess room, specially decorated for Lin Qian. Everything in the room was neatly arranged, and the bed showed no signs of having been moved. Mother Lin's heart suddenly rose to her throat, and she suddenly regretted what she had done to Lin Qian yesterday. She regretted not controlling her emotions and regretted not caring about Lin Qian's injuries in time. The image of Lin Qian fainting kept appearing in her mind. The blood-covered head and pale face made her heart ache like a knife. She frantically called a servant over and asked anxiously, "Where's Qian?" The servant shook her head and said, "Madam, when we woke up this morning, we didn't see Miss Lin Qian." Mother Lin was in a state of disorientation, as if all her strength had been drained from her, and she leaned weakly against the wall. When Lin Yanshu came out of the bedroom, he saw his mother looking distraught. He asked with concern, "Mom, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" Mother Lin looked up at Lin Yanshu. Her eyes reddened and her voice trembled. "Qian is gone." This time, even Lin Yanshu started to get anxious. Why is he missing? Wasn't he home yesterday? Mother Lin collapsed against the wall, tears pouring out like a flood. Her body couldn't stop shaking. She covered her face with her hands and sobbed. "It's all my fault. I forced Qian away. If anything happened to her, how would I live?" Lin Yanshu suddenly remembered the call from Wu Ma last night. He quickly took out his cell phone and called, but was told that he had been blocked by the other party. His face darkened. "Mom, call Aunt Wu." Mother Lin dialed the number with trembling hands, but the result was the same as Lin Yanshu's. She was also blocked. Lin Yanshu calmed down and said, "Mom, let's check the surveillance video." The two hurried to the monitoring room, and as the surveillance footage played, their expressions gradually changed from confusion to horror. In the surveillance video, Lin Qian dragged her bloody body out of the villa, and the 60-year-old Wu Ma carried her bloody body on her back and walked slowly forward in the heavy rain. When Lin's mother saw this scene, she covered her mouth with her hands and burst into tears. "Qian, my Qian." Lin Yanshu stared at the screen closely. The picture was like a sharp knife, cutting his heart again and again. "Auntie Wu must have sent Qian to the hospital. Let's go to the hospital to find her now." Along the way, Lin Yanshu drove very fast, and the wipers were swinging frantically, but it was still difficult to clear away the heavy rain. Lin's mother sat in the passenger seat, looking out the window with empty eyes, her hands clenched tightly, her nails almost digging into her palms, and she kept repeating to herself that Lin Qian was safe. Hospital. Lin Qian woke up slowly. Her head felt dizzy, and there was a dull pain in the back of her head, but this pain was insignificant compared to the pain in her heart. Her eyes stared at the snow-white ceiling of the ward with empty eyes, and the scenes of last night flashed through her mind like a kaleidoscope. Especially the cold and heartless look on Lin's mother's face as she hit her on the back of the head with an ashtray made her so heartbroken that she could hardly breathe. Tears slid uncontrollably from the corners of my eyes, first one drop, then two drops, and then a dam burst, instantly soaking the pillow. I am clearly the biological daughter born after Mother Lin carried her mother for 10 months. Why does my life become so worthless in front of Lin Warner, the adopted daughter? I've obviously long been accustomed to the Lin family's coldness and ruthlessness. But her heart still hurts so much. Lin Qian took a deep breath and forced herself to hold back all the grievances and tears. There's nothing to cry about. They were just insignificant people. They didn't deserve her tears. Just as I wiped away my tears, the door of the ward was pushed open. She thought it was Aunt Wu, but when she turned around, she met Mother Lin's red eyes from crying. Seeing Lin Qian, Lin's mother cried even harder. Qian, are you trying to scare your mother to death? Why did you leave secretly? It was raining so hard and it was so cold at night. Do you know how worried your mother was about you? If anything happened to you, how would I live?" She rushed over and was about to hug Lin Qian's thin body, but before she could touch Lin Qian, she was pushed away by Lin Qian. Chapter 54. My name is not on the Lin family's household registration book. I am not a member of the Lin family. Lin Qian's heart was filled with ridicule and indifference. She felt extremely disgusted watching Lin's mother acting like this. Last night, Lin's mother ruthlessly hit her with an ashtray. She looked so cruel. How could she be worried at all? You left her lying in a pool of blood, regardless of her life or death. Now you're pretending to be a loving mother. Isn't it a little fake? Lin Qian's rejection made her mother feel heartbroken. Qian, I really know I was wrong this time. Can you forgive me again?" Seeing that Lin Qian was unmoved, Lin Yanshu hurriedly said, Qian, Mom was indeed impulsive yesterday, but she regretted it very much afterwards. She didn't sleep a wink the whole night to find you, and she almost searched all over Haicheng. We are a family. Blood is thicker than water. Even if the bones are broken, the tendons are still connected. Look at how Mom is now. She's really afraid of losing you. She didn't believe a word Lin Yanshu said. They kept saying that they had searched all over Haichang looking for her, but they were full of energy and didn't look tired at all. It was obvious that they had a good rest last night, and only realized that she was missing early in the morning. If she had not woken up from her coma last night, had not been carried away by Wu Ma, and had not been sent to the hospital for emergency treatment in time. So, now she's just a cold corpse. She was alive because of her good fortune, not because of the Lin family's concern for her. Lin Qian didn't look at them, and her expression showed no emotion. Her nonchalant look immediately made Yanshu feel a little nervous. He didn't like the way she was now. Even if Lin Qian lost her temper with them and made a big fuss like she usually did, it would still be better than her current expressionless and silent look. At least her temper proved that she cared about them. Lin Yanshu was anxious and angry. What do you want? Tell me, what should we do to satisfy you? In a short 1 month since you were released from prison, how many times have you made trouble? Your whole family pampers you, loves you, and tolerates you, but you're still not satisfied and make trouble again and again. Why did Mom hit you? It was you who made a scene in the banquet hall and pushed Warner down, bringing shame to our Lin family. After returning home, not only did you not apologize to Warner, you even beat her up. You were wrong first, so don't you allow Mom to teach you? You are my daughter. What's wrong with your parents' education? Lin Qian listened to Lin Yanshu's series of questions. A hint of sarcasm appeared on the corner of her mouth, but her eyes were still cold as ice. She knew in her heart that it was pointless to argue with them. Countless experiences in the past had made her realize that in this so-called home, the truth was never important. Their hearts and eyes were filled with only Lin Warner. So, there is nothing to explain. However, Aunt Wu, who was standing outside the ward and heard everything clearly, could no longer bear it. She strode into the ward, squeezed past Lin's mother and Lin Yanshu, walked to Lin Qian's bed, and placed the thermos heavily on the cabinet. Wu Ma's chest heaved violently, and her eyes were red, filled with anger and heartache. If it weren't for that kind gentleman last night, the young lady would have died from her severe injuries and wound infection. The eldest young lady had just woken up and hadn't eaten a single bite of food or drunk a single drop of water. She was extremely tired. Instead of showing any concern, the Lin family came over to disturb her rest and scolded her. Is this something a human can do? She endured it again and again, but her values would not allow her to watch the young lady suffer such humiliation and remain indifferent. Any person with normal values would not be able to turn a blind eye. Master, please be conscientious when speaking. What kind of life has the young lady been living these years? In prison, she was bullied and bruised all over. Has any of you ever visited her in prison? When Mr. Lin beat her with a belt, did any of you try to stop him? Mrs. Lin always protected Lin Warner and forced her own daughter to cut off her fingers to repay you for giving birth to her. Can you understand her pain? Aunt Wu became more and more excited, her voice trembling. You keep saying that the whole family dotes on, loves, and tolerates the eldest lady, but why don't I see it? Mother Lin's face turned pale in an instant. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to refute, but she couldn't utter a word. Lin Yanshu's face was also filled with shock. He subconsciously looked at Lin Qian, but Lin Qian still had a calm expression. Every time the eldest daughter was wronged, you always blamed her without any reason. Have you ever really cared about what she has been through? You beat and scold her. Is this your way of pampering her? You push her to death and make her suffer. Is this what you call love? Aunt Wu said with tears in her eyes. Lin Qian looked at the emotional Wu Ma and felt a warm feeling in her heart. But this warmth also made her eyes sore. Over the years, only Aunt Wu truly loved and protected her. She patted Wu Ma's hand gently, signaling her not to be too angry. It's not worth it because the Lin family will be angry. Mother Lin seemed to come back to her senses. She said in a choked voice, Annie Wu, how can you say that? We're doing this for Qian's own good. She is too willful and always causes trouble. For her own good? Wu Ma laughed in anger. Madam, look at the state of Miss now, and you still dare to say that you are doing this for her own good? You have been biased over the years, and you ask yourself, have you really treated Miss as your own daughter? It's okay not to love. After all, feelings need to be cultivated. It's understandable that the young lady didn't grow up by your side, so she doesn't have feelings for you. But you don't love her, and you want to hurt her. After all, you carried her for 10 months and gave birth to her. How can you be so cruel? Mother Lin looked at Lin Qian in panic, but found that Lin Qian didn't even look at her. Instead, she looked at Aunt Wu with an extremely sincere look, as if she regarded Aunt Wu as her own mother. In her eyes, her biological mother was like stinky dog shit, and she felt sick if she looked at her for even a second. All her previous concern for the Lin family was gone, and her longing for home was completely gone. The scenes from the past flashed through her mind like lightning. The cautious look on Lin Qian's face when he tried to get close to her, and the moments when she ruthlessly ignored him, all became the sharpest thorns at this moment, pricking her heart. At this moment, Lin's mother even forgot to cry. She realized that Lin Qian really didn't care about them this time. She didn't argue or make a fuss. They really weren't important to her anymore. Mother Lin panicked and grabbed Lin Qian's slender hand. Qian, no matter what, I am your mother. Lin Qian pushed her hand away. Legally speaking, I have no relationship with your Lin family. These words hit Mother Lin hard on the head like a blow. She suddenly widened her eyes, as if she had thought of something, and staggered back 2 steps. Lin Yanshu couldn't bear to watch it anymore and shouted angrily, Lin Qian, do you think it's fun to say these meaningless words? What do you mean by meaningless? Master Lin, you know that my name has never been on your family's household registration book, right? Impossible. Is it possible? Just ask your mother and you'll know. Lin Yanshu looked at his mother abruptly. Mom, what she said is not true, right? Lin Qian was found 8 years ago and had been at home for 3 whole years, so her household registration should have been moved here long ago. He thought that Lin's mother would give him a positive answer with confidence, but Lin's mother hesitated and was so nervous that she seemed to be breaking. Lin Yanshu's heart suddenly tightened. Is it true that there is no such thing in our household registration book? Mother Lin covered her face and sobbed. Qian, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Lin Qian suddenly sneered. No wonder the servants of the Lin family look down on me and call me Miss Lin Wanner. When it comes to me, I'm Miss Lin Qian. There's nothing wrong with what they call me. After all, Mr. and Mrs. Lin never intended to acknowledge me. I'm just a guest in your house. I'm not a member of the Lin family. Can you guys leave now? Chapter 55. One is hypocritical and the other is heartless. You two are really a perfect match. Mother Lin suddenly raised her head, her eyes full of determination, as if she had become a different person in an instant. She stared at Lin Qian without blinking, and the sadness she had just felt was long gone. Whether you admit it or not, I carried you in my womb for 10 months and gave birth to you. Your blood ties with the Lin family will never be severed. As a member of the Lin family, you have the obligation to contribute to the Lin family. Don't forget what you promised me and your father. If you go back on your word and disregard the Lin family's foundation, you won't get what you want. Her eyes were filled with unquestionable firmness. Her lips were tightly pursed, and every word she said was powerful. Lin Qian was not surprised at all. She had expected Lin's mother to do this. Seeing that family ties could not hold her back, she began to use the 10 million as a threat. Even if she still doesn't agree, the Lin family can still use Wu Ma and Shun Man to threaten her. She had to agree to her marriage with the prince of the Fu family, whether she wanted to or not. Her heart had long been broken, and facing their persecution again, she could no longer feel the slightest bit of heartache or surprise. Lin Qian understood that her mother came to the hospital to see her not because she really cared about her, but her real purpose was just to arrange a marriage between her and the prince of the Fu family in order to consolidate the Lin family's foundation. Are you done? If you are, please leave. Lin Qian drove them away in a flat tone without a trace of warmth. She turned her head away, unwilling to look at the 2 faces that disgusted her. Lin's mother felt heartbroken. How she wished that Lin Qian would long for her love and care as she did before. She would be content even if she shed a tear. But no, nothing. The more pain in her heart, the more poisonous the words she spoke. I don't think anything is wrong with you. Get out of the hospital as soon as possible. Your father and I will find an opportunity to arrange a meeting between you and Mr. Fu. After saying that, she turned around quickly and fled out of the ward. Lin Yanshu looked at Lin Qian deeply, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he sighed helplessly and left quickly with Lin's mother. The ward suddenly became quiet, so quiet that one could hear Lin Qian's slightly trembling breathing. She clenched the quilt with both hands, tightening and tightening, and her heart seemed to be pulled by something, and it hurt so much. She told herself that she couldn't cry and couldn't show weakness. These people were not worth a single tear from her. Soon, the fingers loosened and all the resentment disappeared with Wu Ma's caring words. Miss, are you hungry? Aunt Wu opened a thermos, and immediately the delicious chicken soup warmed up the entire ward. Lin Qian drank the chicken soup and subconsciously said, I really envy Man for having such a good mother like you. When Aunt Wu heard this, she felt sad and distressed, and her eyes instantly turned red, but she forced herself to suppress the bitterness. She sat down beside Lin Qian's bed and said, "Miss, we don't want to stay in a Lin family anymore. They have never treated you sincerely. Let's cut off all ties with them and live a peaceful life in a place where no one can find us." Lin Qian also wanted to. She was eager to break free from this cage-like home. But as soon as the thought came to her mind, she immediately dismissed it. If she just left, how could the Lin family let Wu-Ma go so easily? And what about man-man studies? I must leave the Lin family. After she marries the prince of the Fu family and gets 10 million, she will leave immediately. Not only will she leave, but she will also send Wu-Ma and Man-Man away. But she couldn't say these words to Wu-Ma. She could only remain silent. Lin Qian's eyes were empty, and she was absent-minded even when eating. She swallowed mechanically, and the food tasted like chewing wax. Wu-Ma continued to persuade her, "Miss, I can see that you have long been disappointed with the Lin family. You wanted to leave the Lin family the day you were released from prison. Why are you reluctant to leave now? Did the Lin family threaten you?" Lin Qian pursed her lips, not daring to look at Aunt Wu's concerned gaze, and stammered, "No." The faint sound seemed to be blown away by a gust of wind. Annie Wu wanted to ask more, but seeing that Lin Qian didn't want to say more, she didn't ask any more. She just sighed secretly, her eyes full of helplessness and pity. The next day came in a flash. The morning light shone through the gap in the window and onto Lin Qian's hospital bed. Perhaps because of the good sleep, Lin Qian felt that her head didn't hurt as much as yesterday, and her confused mind became clearer. She slowly got out of bed and wanted to go outside to get some fresh air. But as soon as I walked into the corridor, I heard a familiar and cute voice. Lin Qian looked up and saw Lin Wanner and Lu Chun walking towards them, talking and laughing, shoulder to shoulder. Lin Wanner was wearing a white dress today, with plain makeup on her face and a thick gauze wrapped around her forehead. From head to toe, she exuded the pure and flawless temperament of a little white flower, so frail that people couldn't help but want to protect her. When she saw Lin Qian, the smile on Lin Wanner's face froze instantly. Panic flashed in her eyes. Her body trembled, and she called out timidly, "Sister." Lu Chun seemed to have not expected to meet Lin Qian in the corridor. He was slightly stunned, his eyes showing guilt and a hint of unspeakable pity. Lin Qian looked calm. These two people, one is hypocritical and pretentious, the other is heartless and ungrateful. They are really a perfect match. She paused only for a moment, and then continued forward, as if she had never seen them. Lin Wanner bit her lip, looking scared, but pretending to be calm. She spoke softly. "Are you feeling better, sister? Brother Lu and I came to see you specially. I wonder where you are going, sister." Lin Qian didn't want to pay attention to her, but she couldn't resist Lin Wanner, who kept getting closer to her. It was obvious that she was trying to make her unhappy. Lin Qian walked up to Lin Wanner step by step. Without waiting for Lin Wanner to react, she raised her hand high and slapped her hard in the face. This slap made Lin Wanner stagger. Her delicate makeup was a little ruined by the strong force, and a red palm print instantly appeared on her fair cheek. Lu Qian was quick to act and grabbed Lin Wanner's waist to steady her. He then pushed Lin Qian hard, his face full of anger. "Lin Qian, you are really going too far. Wanner came to the hospital to care about you, but you beat her up without asking any questions. What on earth do you want to do?" His voice rose in anger and echoed in the corridor, attracting the attention of several passing medical staff. Lin Qian was pushed by Lu Chun and almost fell down, and her anger suddenly flared up. He rushed forward and slapped Lu Chun hard in the face. "Pa!" The slap was so crisp and loud that it hurt Lin Qian's palm. Lu Chen's face was hit crooked, his eyes were wide open, and his pupils were full of shock. Lin Qian shook her hands. "How dare you ask me what I want to do? I also want to ask what Lin Wanna wants to do. She knows that I hate her so much, but she always comes to me. She is sincerely trying to make me unhappy, so why can't I hit her? And you, who do you think you are to question me?" Lu Chun turned around and looked at Lin Qian with extremely unfamiliar eyes. The Lin Qian in my memory is a simple, kind, sunny, and cheerful girl. She liked to chase after him and call him Brother Lu Chun all the time. She said, "Brother Lu Chun is a great hero in my mind. With you by my side, I am not afraid of anything." But now, the same mouth said completely opposite words. The great hero in her mouth turned into nothing. Lu Chun stared at Lin Qian, as if he was meeting her for the first time, his eyes full of shock and unfamiliarity. Qian, why have you become so unreasonable? 5 years in prison. Hasn't it made you realize that beating people is illegal? He seemed to be trying to use the law to suppress Lin Qian, but his voice trembled slightly. Really? Lin Qian raised her chin provocatively, not fearing at all. Then lawyer Lu can go to court and sue me. Chapter 56, I feel sick when I see you. Please don't appear in front of me in the future. Lin Qian's unmoved attitude made Lu Qian feel like he was punching cotton with nowhere to put his force. All the anger and accusations in his heart were silently dissolved by her nonchalant look. It was so uncomfortable to hold it in his heart. When Lin Qian saw Lu Qian being beaten, her eyes immediately turned red. Brother Lu Qian, how are you? Without waiting for Lu Qian to answer, she pointed the finger at Lin Qian. Sister, it's fine if you hit me. But why did you hit Brother Lu too? Do you know that Brother Lu was very worried when he heard that you were injured? So he came with me to the hospital to see you. Is this how you treat people who care about you? Tears welled up in her eyes, and she looked pitiful, as if she was the victim who had suffered all the injustice. And Lin Qian was the unreasonable villain. Lin Qian was most annoyed by Lin Qian's fake concern. Her pretentiousness made her stomach churn. She knew what Lin Qian was planning. She just wanted to use Lu Qian to deal with her. In the past, if she was misunderstood by her childhood sweetheart, she would be so heartbroken that she couldn't breathe. But now, Lu Qian is nothing to her. Lin Qian raised his hand, as if to hit him. Lin Qian was so frightened that her face turned pale. She shrank back and immediately hid behind Lu Qian. She only dared to stick out her little head and looked at Lin Qian timidly, muttering softly, Sister, you really are going too far. But there was clearly a gloating look in her eyes. That's enough. Lu Qian grabbed Lin Qian's hand, unconsciously increasing the strength in his hand, his eyes full of suppressed anger. You have to know, when to go crazy, no one is obligated to tolerate your bad temper. If you keep hitting people, don't blame me for... Pa! Lin Qian slapped Lu Qian in the face with her other hand again, interrupting his subsequent preaching cleanly. Lu Qian was completely stunned. He stared at Lin Qian with eyes wide open in disbelief. It took him a while to come back to his senses. He gritted his teeth and yelled, Lin Qian, Pa! Another slap came down, this time with more force than the previous one, causing Lu Qian's head to tilt to one side. 3 consecutive slaps turned Lu Qian's originally fair and handsome face red, with fingerprints clearly visible. His elegant appearance of the past was no longer there. Lin Qian looked at him fearlessly, without a trace of retreat in her eyes. How much I trusted him before. How much I hate him now. Those beautiful memories have long turned to ashes after being hurt and betrayed by him time and time again, and all that remains now is endless hatred. I said, who do you think you are? How can an outsider like you get involved in our affairs? Even if I am not well received, I am still Lin Qian's sister in name. As a sister, I should teach my sister a lesson. This is a family relationship. Lawyer Lu is overreaching. Lu Qian's lips trembled slightly. His eyes were full of sadness and a sense of confusion, as if he had lost something very important in his life. His lips trembled for a long time before he squeezed out a word of grievance. Qian, you hit me. There was endless loneliness in his voice. They grew up together and had been friends for 15 years. He would stand up for her when she was bullied by other children. She would share a share of food with him when he was sick. Those scenes of laughing and playing together in the orphanage, those moments of sharing and warmth, have they all vanished like smoke? How could she be so decisive and abandon him just like that? Did she really not care about him at all? Isn't he her brother Lu Qian? How can he be considered an outsider? He didn't want to be an outsider who had nothing to do with her. Obviously, they should be the closest relatives. Lin Qian just looked at him coldly, without any expression. Her eyes were like 2 cold swords, piercing straight at Lu Qian. In her opinion, what Lu Qian asked was really absurd. I just hit him a few times, and you can't accept it? So how did he treat her? When she needed him the most, he sent her to prison without hesitation for Lin Qian. What kind of life did she live in prison for those 5 years? Every day was filled with endless darkness and despair, and the instigator of all this was him, Lu Qian. After doing so many excessive things to her, shouldn't she be beaten? Lu Qian's eyes gradually turned red. He tried to find a trace of past warmth in Lin Qian's cold eyes, but he only saw disgust as deep as the abyss. Lin Qian stood aside, feeling secretly proud in her heart. She hoped that the relationship between Lu Qian and Lin Qian would completely break down. But on the surface, she pretended to be worried, pulled the corner of Lin Qian's clothes, and said softly, "Brother Lin Qian, don't be sad. Sister may still be angry." After comforting Lin Qian, her eyes were filled with tears, and she looked at Lin Qian aggrievedly. "Sister, don't blame Brother Lin Qian. Blame me if you want to. This is all my fault. It's my fault, and you deserve to hit me." Her voice was tearful and sounded pitiful. If someone didn't know the truth, they would be deceived by her appearance. Lin Qian snorted coldly. "Put away your hypocrisy, Lin Wanner. I have recorded every single thing you have done." She won't touch her now. Once she has settled the compromise between Wu Ma and Man Man and has no worries, she will drag Lin Wanner to die. Anyway, she won't live for many years with this broken body. Before she died, she took Lin Wanner with her, so she didn't lose out. Lin Qian's face was full of disgust. She said to Lin Qian and Lin Wanner, "I feel sick when I see you. Please don't disgust me in the name of visiting me anymore." "Sister, how can you do this?" Lin Wanner wanted to pretend to argue a few more times, but when she saw Lin Qian's raised hand, the words that were about to come out of her mouth were instantly scared back. She could only shut up obediently, but a trace of resentment flashed in her eyes. Lin Qian looked at Lin Qian and wanted to get closer to her, even if it was just to say a few more words, but he didn't dare to get closer. He could only look at her with eyes full of pain and helplessness. After hesitating for a long time, he spoke with difficulty. "Qian, you are not emotionally stable today. I will come to see you in a few days." Lin Qian's voice was a little hoarse, and after he finished speaking, he pulled Lin Wanner away. As soon as they left, Lin Qian finally breathed a sigh of relief. "It's really unlucky. My mood, which was originally pretty good, now turned terrible." Lin Qian just wanted to leave the hospital as soon as possible and breathe some fresh air outside. However, as soon as she looked up, she was met with a pair of deep and cold black eyes. The man looked at her like an eagle staring at its prey, with a strong sense of oppression. He approached her step by step. Lin Qian's pupils suddenly contracted, and a strong sense of uneasiness surged in her heart. "Gu Beichun, why is he here? What is he doing?" As the distance between Gu Beichun and her continued to shorten, Lin Qian's breathing became rapid and disordered. Gu Beichun was the person she least wanted to face, and also the person she would never dare to offend easily, because he was really too cruel, and his brutal methods made Lin Qian's fear of him almost engraved in her bones. Just by seeing him, her body began to tremble slightly uncontrollably. She wanted to run away, but her legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. Gu Beichun walked up to Lin Qian, stopped, and looked down at her with a look full of aggression. Chapter 57. Gu Yilin regains consciousness. Gu Beichun is overjoyed. Seeing Gu Beichun, Lin Qian's mind kept replaying the scene of being beaten in prison. They grabbed her hair with hideous faces and forced her to look up. "Don't blame us. Mr. Gu promised that as long as we take good care of you, he will find a way to reduce our sentence." They didn't say who Mr. Gu was, but she knew that this Mr. Gu must be Gu Beichun. He is the only one who has the ability to reach into the prison. The 3 years of high school competitions made her mistakenly believe that Gu Beichun was a gentle and elegant young man from a wealthy family. But after entering the prison, she found out that gentleness and refinement were just a protective color of this young master, and the real him was cruel, merciless, and vindictive. She stepped back suddenly, as if she had just woken up from a dream. As if he was escaping from a flood or a beast, the fear in his pupils almost became physical. This avoidant look irritated Gu Beichun, and his eyes showed displeasure. As Lin Qian retreated, Gu Beichun approached her. Lin Qian was frightened and felt dizzy. She kept backing away and was about to fall. Seeing this, Gu Beichun quickly reached out his hand, grabbed her waist, and forcefully pulled her into his arms. The big hand on her waist tightened subconsciously, and he couldn't help but frown when he felt her slender waist as wide as a palm. "Why are you so thin?" Lin Qian was so frightened by Gu Beichun's sudden action that her heart trembled violently. She instinctively wanted to struggle, but her body seemed to be bound by invisible ropes, and she could not move. She could clearly feel the cold aura emanating from Gu Beichun, the arrogance of someone who had been in the business world for a long time and had a firm grasp on the overall situation, which made it difficult for her to even breathe. Gu Beichun looked down at Lin Qian in his arms. Her originally clear eyes were now filled with fear and anxiety. Her long eyelashes were trembling slightly, like a frightened deer. He raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. "What are you hiding from?" His voice was low and magnetic, but it sounded particularly harsh in this tense atmosphere. Lin Qian tried hard to break free from Gu Beichen's arms, but his arms were like an iron hoop, holding her tightly, making her unable to move. She raised her head and saw Gu Beichen's handsome face very close to her, so close that they could smell each other's breath. Lin Qian lowered her eyes in fear, put her hands on his broad and strong chest, and pushed him away with all her strength. "Let me go." Even though she tried her best to stay calm, the trembling in her voice still exposed her inner anxiety. To her, Gu Beichen was like a knife hanging around her neck, which could take her life at any time and anywhere. Only by staying away from him could she ensure her personal safety. Gu Beichen looked at the panic in Lin Qian's eyes and felt a little reluctant, but he quickly returned to his usual indifference. "Why are you panicking? One is my own sister, and the other is the person I have liked for 3 years. He should be the one suffering the most, but Lin Qian always looks like he has suffered a great injustice. What's even more hateful is that he actually feels distressed. How could he be worthy of Lin, who is lying on the hospital bed?" Thinking of this, Gu Beichun pushed Lin Qian away from his arms. Lin Qian lost her balance and stumbled back several steps. If her shoulder hadn't hit the wall to give her a footing, she would have fallen on her back. But even if I didn't fall, my shoulder, which had not yet healed, still felt a piercing pain. Lin Qian gritted her teeth and endured it. So she didn't cry out in pain, but the bulging blue veins on her forehead still exposed her pain. Her face turned pale, and cold sweat instantly broke out, soaking her hair. When Gu Beichen saw this, he couldn't help but want to reach out to help her, but he forced himself to hold back. He raised his hands and put them down again, struggling internally. An inexplicable sadness spread in my heart. Seeing Lin Qian in such pain, those deeply buried emotions began to stir again. After Lin Qian stood firm, she hesitated for a moment, but finally mustered up the courage to turn around and took a tentative step forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Gu Beichen didn't follow her, nor did he call her. Lin Qian's anxious heart finally settled down. She felt like she had walked through the gates of hell. She didn't dare look back, but just kept quickening her pace. Looking at her thin and limping back, Gu Beichen couldn't bear it anymore and called out, "Lin Qian." The sound is very light and soft, like a spring breeze blowing. Lin Qian did not hear Gu Beichen's voice. Ever since her mother hit her on the head, her hearing had become worse. The only remaining ear also suffers from deafness from time to time. Seeing that she didn't stop, Gu Beichen thought that she didn't want to face him, but there were some things he still wanted to say, and this time he raised his voice. "Fu Shiye is not easy to get along with. You'd better not marry him." Fu Shiye is a very powerful figure in the business world. Without his iron-fisted tactics, it would be impossible for him to control the huge Fu family business. The Fu family is a top wealthy family. No, to be precise, it's a chaebol family. There are so many rules in a family like that, and Lin Qian would never be happy if she married into that family. He thought that Lin Qian would look back this time, but she didn't. Lin Qian couldn't hear anything. At this moment, there was only a buzzing sound in her ears. She no longer had time to leave the hospital for some fresh air and just wanted to hide back in the ward as soon as possible. Gu Beichen stood there in a daze, looking at her gradually receding figure. It seemed as if there was an insurmountable chasm between the two of them. But the surging desire in his heart made him not want to become a stranger to her. "Catch up." The voice in his heart was shouting, as if once he let go, the two of them would never meet again. He was eager to catch her. But at this moment, the ringing of his cell phone interrupted his steps. After hesitating for a moment, he took out his cell phone, and it turned out to be Gu Yilin's attending physician calling. He suppressed the surging emotions in his heart and answered the call. "Hello. Mr. Gu, please come to the hospital as soon as possible. Your sister is showing signs of waking up." Hearing this, Gu Beichun was overjoyed. He looked at Lin Qian's back deeply. There was still a trace of attachment in his eyes, but it was soon replaced by worry for his sister. He turned and ran towards the ward where Gu Yilin was, his footsteps so hurried that they raised a gust of wind. Gu Beichun rushed into the ward and anxiously asked about his sister's condition. The doctor told him, "We observed that your sister's fingers would bend slightly from time to time, and there was brain wave activity, which proves that your sister is conscious." Gu Beichun was surprised and delighted. "That is to say, my sister can hear us talking now." "Doctor, that's the theory. Gu Yilin's current condition is like sleep paralysis. Her brain is clear, but her body cannot move. Gu Beichun sat down beside Gu Yilin's bed and held her hand. Lin, can you hear your brother talking? Gu Yilin on the bed rolled her eyes. Gu Beichun was surprised and delighted when he saw this. He stroked Gu Yilin's cheek gently, his eyes slightly reddened. Lin, you finally reacted. You don't know how worried I have been about you in the past 5 years. After the excitement, his eyes turned cold again. He lowered his head and whispered in Gu Yilin's ear. Tell me, was it Lin Qian who made you like this? He got the answer 5 years ago, but during these 5 years, he still held out a glimmer of hope. How he hoped that this was all a misunderstanding and that his sister had encountered some other accident. But when he saw the tears streaming down Gu Yilin's eyes, all his hopes were shattered. Is it really Lin Qian? Gu Beichun's voice turned cold, his hands clenched unconsciously, his knuckles turned white from the force. Gu Yilin's tears flowed even harder, as if she had a lot to say, but she couldn't open her eyes or speak. She was like being trapped in her body. She knew what was happening in the outside world, but she was powerless to stop it. Chapter 58. Go to Haicheng immediately. I want to see my granddaughter-in-law right away. Seeing his sister burst into tears when she heard Lin Qian's name, Gu Beichun felt as if he had swallowed millions of needles and was in great pain. On the one hand, he really didn't want to believe that Lin Qian, who was beautiful and intelligent in his eyes, could be such a cruel person. On the other hand, his sister's silent crying was like a sharp sword, constantly piercing his heart. His eyes were fixed on Gu Yilin's tearful face. He clenched his teeth, his throat seemed to be blocked, and he said with difficulty, Lin, don't be sad. Brother will not let anyone hurt you again. Even though Lin Qian has been in prison for 5 years, it is difficult to atone for his sins. Brother will definitely seek justice for you. Even so, his heart seemed to be torn in two. No, it's not Lin Qian, it's Lin Wanner. Gu Yilin's tears kept flowing. She wished she could speak at this moment, or even just open her eyes. But she was trapped in this immobile body and could only allow the misunderstanding to continue to deepen. A few days passed in the blink of an eye, and that morning, the rain in Haicheng finally stopped. Mrs. Fu, who was in North City, could no longer sit still. Aunt Li, is it still raining in Haicheng? No more. Aunt Li saw that the old lady was anxious and said with a smile, Then let's go to Haicheng quickly and try to arrive at noon so that we can see our granddaughter-in-law in the afternoon. The old lady became happier and happier as she thought about it. She wished she could appear in front of Lin Qian immediately to take a good look at her granddaughter-in-law, to be able to make sure Ye's iron tree bloom. I believe that my granddaughter-in-law must be a very well-behaved and sensible child. Madam, the luggage has been packed long ago. We can set off now, Aunt Li said as she supported the old lady. The two set off immediately. The old lady kept talking about Lin Qian along the way. She was so happy that a smile always hung on her face. However, as happy as they were when they left, they were disappointed when they arrived in Haicheng because the old lady couldn't adapt to the local climate. The old lady was very old, and her body couldn't bear all this. Aunt Li saw that this was not going to work. Madam, why don't we call the young master first and have him pick you up? The old lady was stubborn and stopped him immediately. No. What if my granddaughter-in-law comes along and sees me in such a sickly state? It would be so bad. If the child comes to take care of me, how can she date Shi? Aunt Li, if my granddaughter-in-law misunderstands that Shi is a baby boy and stops dating him, Shi will become a lonely man. With his personality, he will be single for the rest of his life. I finally have a granddaughter-in-law. I have to hold on to her and not let her run away. Aunt Li, that shouldn't be the case, right? Let's go to the hospital first. When I feel better, I'll call Shi. I must look my best when I see my granddaughter-in-law. So, Aunt Li helped the old lady to Haicheng First People's Hospital. Along the way, the old lady kept blaming herself. It's all my fault that I ruined the chance to meet my grandson's wife. Lin Qian had a very peaceful life these past few days. The injury on her head was no longer serious, and she should have been discharged from the hospital long ago. But she didn't want to go back to that suffocating home, so the longer she could stay in the hospital, the better. Lin Qian leaned on the bed, staring out the window, lost in thought. At this time, 2 nurses came in to change her dressing. When removing the gauze, Lin Qian didn't even frown, as if she didn't feel any pain. Over the past few days, the nurse has become accustomed to Lin Qian's endurance. The nurse chatted with Lin Qian while changing her dressing. It's a miracle. Who said it wasn't true? A vegetative patient who had been sleeping for 5 years actually woke up. Yes, unfortunately, although she is conscious, her body cannot move. Since she is already conscious, it is only a matter of time before she wakes up completely. Hearing this, Lin Qian turned around suddenly. The nurse was startled. Is it hurting you? Just bear with it for now. It will be fine soon. Lin Qian stared at the nurse without blinking, her voice trembling. Is the vegetative patient you're talking about called Gu Yilin? Huh? How did you know? It's really Gu Yilin. Gu Yilin regained consciousness. Does this mean that she will be able to clear her name soon? Thinking of this, Lin Qian suddenly laughed out loud, and then started crying while laughing. Her crying and laughing appearance scared the nurse. What's wrong with you? Happy. I am happy for that vegetable man. The two nurses looked at each other with surprise, but did not ask any more questions. They changed Lin Qian's medicine and left. Lin Qian couldn't stop her tears from falling, and she felt mixed emotions. She endured 5 years of injustice, 5 years in prison, and those days and nights of torture alone in silence. And now, Gu Yilin has regained consciousness. It is like a ray of light suddenly appearing in the darkness, giving her hope of clearing her grievances. After Lin Qian calmed down, she decided to go meet Gu Yilin. As soon as Lin Qian got out of bed, Auntie Wu came in carrying a thermos bucket. Miss, where are you going? Lin Qian was excited. Auntie Wu, Gu Yilin is conscious now. She can prove that I wasn't the one who pushed her at Lin Wanner's graduation banquet 5 years ago. Wu Ma was also surprised. Really? Yes, the nurse just said that I need to see her right away. Lin Qian's voice was full of urgency. But Aunt Wu hesitated. Miss, you know that the Gu family is very hostile to you because of this matter. If they knew that you went to see Gu Yilin at this time, they would think that you had bad intentions towards her. Lin Qian was stunned. She was so excited just now that she had forgotten all this. However, the next second, her pupil shrank. Since she knew everything, was it possible that Lin Wanner also knew it? Gu Yilin was able to prove her innocence, so she would never do anything bad to Gu Yilin. But Lin Wanner was different. She was the culprit who pushed Gu Yilin down the stairs and turned her into a vegetable. The one who least wanted Gu Yilin to wake up was Lin Wanner. If Lin Wanner knew that Gu Yilin had woken up, no, she was going to see Gu Yilin now. Even if Gu Beichun misunderstood her, she had to convince Gu Beichun to take Gu Yilin home from the hospital. Only in the Gu family would Gu Yilin be safest. Lin Wanner must not be allowed to get close to Gu Yilin. Lin Qian looked anxious. Auntie Wu, it was Lin Wanner who pushed Gu Yilin back then. If Lin Wanner knew that Gu Yilin had woken up, she would definitely do something bad to her. I have to go over and take a look. Aunt Wu looked at Lin Qian's determined eyes. Although she was full of worry, she still nodded and said, Then I'll go with you. Lin Qian jogged all the way. As soon as he arrived at the door of Gu Yilin's ward, he was stopped by the man guarding outside. When Lin Qian saw the man's face clearly, she was struck by lightning, because this man was none other than the Lin family's driver. It was he who sent her to the auction last time. He is Lin Wanner's exclusive driver. Mother Wu once told her that he had been picking up and dropping off Lin Wanner since she started kindergarten. All in all, he has been Lin Wanner's full-time driver for nearly 20 years. He was standing guard at the door of the ward, which meant Lin Wanner was inside. Chapter 59. Lin Wanner wanted to strangle Gu Yilin to death, but Lin Qian happened to see her committing the crime. Lin Qian's eyes were wide open, burning with rage. She stared at the driver in front of her and said word by word, Get out of the way. However, the driver acted as if he didn't hear it. His eyes were full of disdain, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. He looked as if Lin Qian was just garbage in his eyes. He looked at Lin Qian with contempt, and even deliberately turned his nose up at her, and snorted, without even moving. Lin Qian's anger suddenly rose up. I told you to get out of the way. Her voice rose several notches, with a hint of hysteria. After saying that, she reached out to push him angrily, but the driver was tall and strong, and his body was as strong as a small hill. Lin Qian felt that when she pushed him, it was like pushing an indestructible wall, and she couldn't push it open at all. Suddenly, the driver slapped Lin Qian in the face with a slap as big as a palm leaf fan. The speed was so fast that it caused a gust of wind. Aunt Wu had been following Lin Qian closely, and when she saw this scene, she was immediately horrified. She didn't have time to think and rushed over to pull Lin Qian away. Pop! The slap landed hard on Wu Ma's face. Wu Ma's body was like a fallen leaf and was blown directly to the ground. Auntie Wu, Lin Qian's eyes were full of heartache, and her eye sockets were red due to anger and excitement. However, Aunt Wu endured the pain and slowly got up from the ground. She pointed a trembling finger at the driver and cursed. "You are just the driver of the Lin family, and you actually hit the eldest lady." The driver, however, looked disdainful and even had a sarcastic smile on his face. What a bullshit eldest daughter. How could she be worthy of it? The Lin family only has one eldest daughter, and that is Wan'er. Who the hell is she, Lin Qian? Lin Qian clenched her fists and trembled with anger. Mrs. Fu and Aunt Li had completed the hospitalization procedures and were walking towards the ward when they saw the driver, acting like a big shot, scolding Lin Qian. Old Madame Fu's gaze fell on Lin Qian. Her eyes suddenly widened, and she began to look at her carefully. "Why does that girl look so much like my granddaughter-in-law?" Aunt Li looked carefully and saw that it was indeed the girl in the photo. No wonder she felt she looked familiar when she saw the photo, but didn't recognize her at first. Now that she saw her in person, she suddenly remembered that this was the girl she rescued at South City Railway Station more than a month ago. At that time, the child was about to be caught by her brother and taken home. She called her mother, and she felt soft-hearted and saved her. Aunt Li hurriedly asked, "Madam, do you still remember the girl I told you about at the South City Railway Station more than a month ago?" "Remember? Why are you talking about this suddenly?" Aunt Li pointed at Lin Qian and said excitedly, "That girl is her." "What?" The old lady was so shocked that she almost lost her balance. When Aunt Li told her about this, she thought that her family must have treated her badly, so she ran away in the middle of the night. It was so dangerous at night. A girl would rather take the risk of going to the train station than go home. She must have suffered a great injustice. When she heard Aunt Li's words, she felt so distressed. Unexpectedly, the child turned out to be her granddaughter-in-law, and the old lady felt doubly heartbroken. The driver raised his fist and looked like he was going to hit Lin Qian fiercely, like a vicious beast waiting to devour its prey. The old lady was furious. She was outraged that someone dared to bully her granddaughter-in-law. The old lady also had a hot temper. She walked up to the driver without saying a word, picked up her walking stick, and started hitting him. "A grown man is bullying a little girl. I told you not to bully others. I will beat you to death." The old lady showed no mercy and hit the driver on the head with her crutch. After a few hits, the driver's face was bruised and swollen. Lin Qian was stunned by this sudden change. She never expected that a strange old lady would suddenly appear to help her. Just as she was stunned, the driver reacted and became furious. "You old woman, you are looking for death." He grabbed the old lady's walking stick, and with a slight pull, he easily snatched the walking stick from the old lady's hand, raised it up, and smashed it down on the old lady's head. Lin Qian came back to her senses. Her pupils suddenly shrank, and without time to think, she rushed over and hugged the old lady tightly. With a bang, the crutch hit Lin Qian's back hard. Lin Qian groaned, her body shaking involuntarily due to the severe pain, but she still held Mrs. Fu tightly and asked weakly, "Grandma, are you okay?" Before she met Lin Qian, the old lady was full of love and pity for her granddaughter-in-law. Now, seeing this child protecting her so selflessly, the old lady was deeply moved and her heart melted. "Grandma's fine. How are you, kid?" "I'm fine." Lin Qian gritted her teeth, endured the burning pain in her back, and tried to make her voice sound calmer, but her face had already turned pale. When the driver saw that he failed to hit the old lady, he became even angrier and raised his crutch high again, ready to hit her again. Aunt Li was quick-witted and rushed forward, pushing the driver away with force. She opened her arms to protect Lin Qian and the old lady and shouted, "If you dare to move again, try." The driver's eyes were red. "You old meddler. You even dare to meddle in the affairs of our Lin family. Even if I beat you to death or cripple you today, no one will dare to say anything." As he spoke, he raised his cane again. Mother Wu was extremely anxious and looked around eagerly and happened to see the potted plants on the ground. She didn't have time to think about it. She only wanted to stop the driver's violence. She picked up the potted plant and smashed it hard on the driver's head with all her strength. With a dull thud, the potted plant shattered above the driver's head, with dirt and branches scattering all over the ground. The driver was knocked dizzy by the heavy blow, staggered, and fell to the ground. Aunt Wu panted heavily. "Miss, hurry up and go in." Lin Qian didn't care about anything else. She quickly let go of Mrs. Fu, pushed open the door of the ward, and rushed in. Wu Ma followed closely behind. Mrs. Fu and Aunt Li didn't know what was going on, but seeing how nervous Lin Qian was, they followed her into the ward. After coming in, I saw Lin Wanner's hands tightly strangling Gu Yilin's neck. Gu Yilin's face turned red and her lips turned purple due to extreme lack of oxygen. Lin Qian was stimulated by this scene. She rushed forward like crazy, grabbed Lin Wanner's hair with both hands, and tore it hard. Lin Wanner, let go, you let go. Feeling a tearing pain in her scalp, Lin Wanner was forced to let go of her hands and started fighting with Lin Qian while screaming. At this moment, Lin Wanner's ferocious look had long lost the timidity she had pretended to be in the past. Her long nails scratched bloody marks on Lin Qian's arm. Mrs. Fu was heartbroken when she saw Lin Qian was injured. She pointed at Lin Wanner and said, "Aunt Li, quickly pull this crazy woman away." Aunt Li and Aunt Wu each grabbed one of Lin Wanner's arms and held her tightly. No matter how Lin Wanner struggled, she could not break free. Lin Qian didn't care about Lin Wanner at all and hurried to see Gu Yilin. At this moment, Gu Yilin was like a dead person, lying there lifelessly, without even the slightest rise and fall of her chest. Lin Qian was struck by lightning. Her eyes widened with fear and her lips trembled as she spoke. "Gu Yilin? Gu Yilin." She shook her hard, but Gu Yilin didn't respond. She placed her trembling hand under Gu Yilin's nose and felt carefully, but could not sense any breath at all. Lin Qian felt like her world was collapsing. "Doctor!" Lin Qian wanted to rush out and shout, but her legs felt like they were filled with lead, so heavy that she couldn't move at all. She leaned forward, her hands tightly grasping Gu Yilin's shoulders, tears pouring out of her eyes like a flood. "Anyway, call a doctor quickly." Lin Qian's voice was already hoarse. Mother Wu also realized that the situation was critical. She let go of Lin Wanner in a panic and turned to run towards the ward door. However, as soon as he reached the door, he was blocked by 3 tall figures. The man in the front had a gloomy face, and his cold aura seemed to be wrapped in ice. He shot a pair of sinister eyes at Lin Qian, gritting his teeth. "Lin Qian, what are you doing to Lin? Chapter 60. Lin just regained consciousness, and you can't wait to kill her to silence her, right? When Lin Qian heard this question filled with tremendous anger, she suddenly raised her head, and her face full of tear marks looked particularly glaring in the sunlight. She looked at the aggressive man in front of her and knew that he had misunderstood. She kept shaking her head. The fear engraved in her bones made her lips tremble. Gu Bei-chan, listen to my explanation. It's not what you see, it's Lin Wanner." The man didn't listen to her explanation at all. He strode in the ward and pulled Lin Qian away from Gu Yilin. Lin Qian's frail body was pulled back by this great force, and her back hit heavily into a hard chest. At that moment, she felt as if all the bones in her body were about to fall apart. Before she could react, a pair of large hands grabbed her thin shoulders and turned her around. She met a pair of deep eyes. In the first 14 years of her life, these eyes had looked at her with infinite tenderness and affection. But now, there was only deep disappointment and blame. Lu Chen's brows were furrowed, and there seemed to be a storm raging in his eyes. "Qian, how did you become like this? Are you still the innocent and kind you were before? Can you give me back the person you were before?" Looking at Lu Chen, who was both familiar and unfamiliar, Lin Qian burst into tears uncontrollably, her eyes filled with despair. She never changed, he did, but he never admitted that he had changed his heart. Her shoulders trembled slightly, her hands hung helplessly at her sides, and she seemed to have lost all her strength. Lu Chen, her voice was hoarse, filled with endless grievances and sorrow. But before she finished speaking, her emotions burst out in an instant, and she yelled hysterically at Lu Chen, "It's not me." But Lu Chen didn't believe it. Not only did he not believe it, his eyes were as if he was looking at a madman who was trying to cover up his crimes. He loosened his grip on Lin Qian's shoulders, as if in disgust. The next second, Lin Qian was treated even more roughly. A big hand suddenly grabbed her head and twisted it forcefully, forcing her to look at Gu Yilin, who lay lifeless on the hospital bed. Lin Yanshu's face was filled with anger. He asked loudly, "We all saw it. You still dare to quibble? If it weren't for you, where did the marks on Lin's neck come from? Lin Qian, why are you becoming more and more vicious? Lin just regained consciousness, and you can't wait to strangle her to death to silence her, right?" Lin Yanshu felt a sharp pain in his heart. How could his own sister be such a person? He was even angry about her being bullied in prison. It seems that he was too naive. Even if she was beaten, scolded, and bullied, Lin Qian could not change her vicious nature. Perhaps for someone like her, It is best to stay in a place as cruel as prison. Every word Lin Yanshu uttered was like a sharp knife, stabbing Lin Qian's heart. Lin Qian's body was shaking violently. She shook her head desperately. It wasn't me. It really wasn't me. It was Lin Wanner. She was the one who pinched Gu Yilin. Her voice gradually became desperate, almost a scream in the end. But Gu Beichun, Lu Chun, and Lin Yanshu still looked at her with anger. You are still the same as you were 5 years ago. You have not changed your bad habits. 5 years ago, you pushed Linlin down the stairs and framed Wanner for it. 5 years later, you strangled Linlin to death and framed Wanner for it. You used the same trick twice. Do you think we are fools? Lin Qian, a vicious person like you really deserves to die. The three of them, one after another, convicted Lin Qian of the crime. Just like 5 years ago, no matter how she explained or how much she cried, no one believed her innocence. This time, Lin Qian felt as if the world was spinning. For a moment, she seemed to have returned to 5 years ago. It was the same at that time. Her brother, childhood sweetheart, and nominal fiancé all stood on the same front and criticized her, wishing they could drown her with their spit. 5 years passed in a blink of an eye. The time and place were different, but these people still accused her of murder in the same way. When Mrs. Fu saw these men treating her granddaughter-in-law so roughly and putting the blame of murder on her, she immediately became angry. She stepped forward and opened Lin Yanshu's hand, standing in front of Lin Qian like a hen protecting her chicks. What's wrong with you people? You are making random accusations without any basis for truth. It was clearly that woman who wanted to strangle the patient in the bed. Old Madam Fu pointed the finger at Lin Wanner. Aunt Li and Aunt Wu also echoed. Yes, we all saw it. Gu Beichun, Lu Chun, and Lin Yanshu looked at Lin Wanner at the same time. No, it wasn't me. It was Lin Qian who pinched Lin Lin. I was doing this to protect Lin Lin. Lin Wanner defended herself anxiously, her voice filled with tears. Lin Wanner's hair was a mess at the moment, with a few strands scattered around her cheeks. After being soaked by tears, they stuck to her face, making her look miserable. The bloody scratches on her face caused by Lin Qian were particularly eye-catching, contrasting with her tearful appearance, making her look even more pitiful. She sobbed, her body trembling slightly, her voice full of tears. It wasn't me, it really wasn't me. Linlin is my good friend. How could I hurt Linlin? It was obviously Lin Qian. She suddenly rushed in and attacked Linlin. I tried to stop her, and she even scratched me. As she spoke, she began to sob again, and anyone who saw her would feel pity for her. Gu Beichun's already angry eyes were now even more bloodshot and red. He turned around abruptly, grabbed Lin Qian's neck, and threw her against the wall. You still dare to quibble. Lin Qian only felt that her back was struck by lightning, and a painful feeling instantly spread throughout her body. Her head felt dizzy after the impact, and her vision became blurry. His neck was strangled, and he couldn't breathe, and his face gradually turned blue and purple. But she ignored her own pain and squeezed out a weak voice from her throat. Call a doctor, help. Old Mrs. Fu was so angry that she almost died. In her 80 years of life, she had never met such an unreasonable and ignorant person. No wonder my granddaughter-in-law tried her best to escape. It turned out that there was such a group of brainless and violent idiots around her. If it were her, she would have to escape too. The old lady was anxious and angry, and hit Gu Beichun on the arm with her walking stick. Gu Beichun felt pain, and the hand that was pinching Lin Qian's neck instantly lost its strength. Mrs. Fu took the opportunity to pull Lin Qian into her arms, hugged her tightly, and said angrily, "If you don't call a doctor, the patient will really be beyond help." Gu Beichun's body trembled, and he glared at Lin Qian fiercely. He no longer cared about anything else and rushed out to find a doctor. Lin Qian looked at Gu Beichun's receding back. It was not until this moment that she realized something was wrong. There was such a big commotion in the ward that it was impossible for the doctors and nurses not to notice it. But for such a long time, no doctor or nurse came to check on the situation, as if there was no doctor on this floor. It is absolutely impossible to have no doctor, unless both the doctors and nurses have been sent away in advance. Lin Qian looked at Lin Wanner suddenly, and just happened to not miss the pride in Lin Wanner's eyes. Chapter 61. Lin Qian desperately rescues Gu Yilin, and she finally wakes up from her vegetative state. A chill surged in Lin Qian's heart. If all this was planned by Lin Wanner in advance, it would be impossible for Gu Beichun to find a doctor in a short time. No, we can't just sit there and wait for death. Gu Yilin must not die. She had been framed once 5 years ago. This time, she absolutely could not let the tragedy of the past happen again, and she had to give Gu Yilin first aid immediately. Grandma, let me go. I want to save Gu Yilin. Mrs. Fu hesitated for a moment, her eyes full of worry, but she still let go of her hand. Just as Lin Qian took a step towards Gu Yilin, Lin Yanshu stepped in front of her, and Lu Chen quickly blocked her way from the other side. Lin Yanshu rebuked with an icy look in his eyes. Lin Qian, are you done yet? You just wanted to kill Lin, and now you want to kill her in front of us? How could you become so evil? You are simply a vicious woman with all the bad intentions in your heart. Lu Chen also had a look of extreme disappointment on his face and agreed, Qian, I advise you to stop right now. If you still insist on not changing your ways, what awaits you will no longer be as simple as 5 years in prison. With the strength of the Gu family, they can keep you in prison for the rest of your life. By then, even if you and I are childhood sweethearts, I will no longer care about this friendship. Get out of the way. If you don't save her, she will be doomed. Are you going to watch her die? Lin Qian was anxious and angry. However, Lin Yanshu and Lu Chen still didn't believe her. Lin Wanner said hypocritically, Sister, even if you don't like Lin, you can't kill her. Even if she wakes up and reveals your past crimes, you have already been in prison for 5 years, and the law will not continue to pursue it. You really don't have to kill Lin. Lin Yanshu clenched his fists and taunted, Lin Qian, look at how you look now, like a crazy woman. You should be locked up for life and never released. Lu Chen frowned. How long are you going to persist in your delusion? Do you have to send yourself to jail before you give up? Seeing that they still refused to give in, Lin Qian's anger burned fiercely. She knew it was futile to explain to them, so she stopped talking and grabbed a fruit knife from the fruit basket on the bedside table, waving it wildly in the air. Get out of here. All of you get out of here, dash, Lin Qian shouted at the top of her lungs, her eyes bloodshot, like a demon crawling out of hell. She didn't care about anything. Once Gu Yilin died, her own life would be over too. For her own sake, she couldn't let Gu Yilin die. Lin Yanshu and Lu Chen were startled by this sudden change and quickly dodged backwards. But Lin Yanshu was still a little slow to dodge, and the blade scraped past his face, and blood immediately flowed out. Lin Qian, you're crazy. Lin Yanshu covered his face and yelled. Lin Qian's eyes were red, and her voice was hoarse and firm. Get lost. If you dare to come closer, I will kill you too. Lin Yanshu felt angry and upset. His own sister actually stabbed him. He had no doubt that Lin Qian had shown no mercy at all. If he had dodged a little slower, it would have been his neck that was injured instead of his face. Lin Yanshu looked at Lin Qian with lingering fear and didn't dare to get close to her anymore. Lu Chen was also shocked by Lin Qian's crazy behavior. He just stood there blankly, looking at Lin Qian in front of him carefully. He felt that she was so unfamiliar. The sunny and cheerful girl with a bright smile in his memory was completely different from the fierce and fearless person in front of him who seemed to be mentally ill. Lin Qian, how did you become like this? Lu Chen murmured to himself, his voice full of confusion and pain. Lin Qian didn't care what they thought of her. She only had one thought in her mind, saving Gu Yilin. At this moment, Mrs. Fu, Aunt Li, and Aunt Wu rushed over and separated Lin Yanshu, Lu Chen, and Lin Qian. Aunt Wu looked at Lin Qian firmly and said loudly, Miss, just do whatever you want to do. I will always support you. Mrs. Fu and Aunt Li also nodded heavily, their eyes full of trust and encouragement. This scene made Lin Qian feel so aggrieved and touched that her tears suddenly fell. Her relatives never believed her and kept hurting her. All the warmth she felt was given by Wu Ma and strangers. Her family abandoned her, but the world did not abandon her. She didn't know whether her situation was fortunate or unfortunate. She had many words of gratitude in her heart, but at such a tense moment, she couldn't say anything. Lin Qian turned around abruptly, threw away the fruit knife stained with Lin Yanshu's blood, walked a few steps to Gu Yilin's bed, and began to perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation on Gu Yilin. Her hands pressed Gu Yilin's chest quickly and forcefully, calling out over and over again, Gu Yilin, you must wake up, you can't die. I've been in prison for 5 years because of you. Do you want me to be sentenced to death because of your death? She is not afraid of death, but she couldn't accept that her enemy was still alive after her death. Lin Wanner was shocked and frightened when she saw Lin Qian desperately trying to give first aid to Gu Yilin. She had used all her strength when she pinched Gu Yilin just now. However, before she could confirm whether Gu Yilin was dead, Lin Qian rushed in. She was really worried that Gu Yilin would be saved by Lin Qian. There was a flash of panic in her eyes, but at this moment everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Qian and Gu Yilin, so no one noticed her guilty look. Time passed minute by minute. Sweat poured down Lin Qian's forehead, soaking her clothes. Her arms were numb and almost unconscious due to long-term and high-intensity pressure, but she relied on her tenacious will to repeat every movement mechanically and precisely. Looking at Gu Yilin's unresponsive face, Lin Qian was extremely anxious. Come alive, come alive. She pinched Gu Yilin's nose carefully, took a deep breath, lowered her head, pressed her lips together, slowly blew the air in, and began to give Gu Yilin artificial respiration. Lin Wanner, who was standing aside, saw that Gu Yilin showed no signs of waking up, and her heart, which had been hanging in the air, slowly calmed down. A barely perceptible sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she thought, Gu Yilin must be dead. Now she is nothing to be afraid of. Looking at Lin Qian, who was desperately trying to rescue Gu Yilin, Lin Yanshu and Lin Qian felt mixed emotions. If Lin Qian really wanted to strangle Gu Yilin to death, why did she try to save her at all costs? Isn't this a waste of time? Or did she do this just to put on a show in front of them? Based on their understanding of Lin Qian, the most likely possibility is that she's putting on an act in order to escape sanctions. The two people's eyes flickered and finally turned into firm contempt. Lin Qian, don't think that your hypocritical first aid can wash away the crime you committed against Lin. Lin Yanshu said with a frown. Lu Chan sighed. Qian, you disappoint me so much. Old Mrs. Fu really didn't want to listen to these two idiots. They were all dressed very elegantly and looked like people with higher education, but judging from what they had just done and said, they were extremely stupid. The old lady was so angry that she could no longer bear it and shouted, Shut up. The voice was like a loud bell, and the aura of a person who had been in power for a long time was so majestic that it actually stopped Lin Yanshu and Lu Chen. Lin Qian felt her strength gradually fading away. Her arms felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead, and her lips were numb. She gritted her teeth, squeezed Gu Yilin's chest hard again, and then performed artificial respiration again. Just when she was about to despair, Gu Yilin, who had been unresponsive on the hospital bed, suddenly coughed. The breath that had been held in her heart finally eased, and then she slowly opened her eyes. Seeing this, Lin Qian was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes. She held Gu Yilin's hand tightly. Just as she was about to complain, Gu Beichen hurried over with a doctor. When Gu Beichen saw Gu Yilin woke up, he was happy at first, but then he saw Lin Qian standing beside the bed. The smile on his face disappeared instantly, and he glared at her again. Lin Qian, stay away from my sister. Chapter 62. Gu Yilin, don't cry first. I need you to prove my innocence. When Lin Qian heard Gu Beichen's roar, her body trembled slightly, but she quickly calmed down. Gu Yilin woke up, and she would be cleared of the charge of murder soon. Now, she wasn't the one to be afraid of. It was Lin Wanner. There are also Lin Yanshu, Lu Chun, and Gu Beichen, the people who hurt her. She was very curious about their expressions when they learned the truth. Lin Qian straightened her back. She had never been more confident than she was now. There was a faint sneer on her lips, and she looked at him teasingly. Meeting her calm eyes, Gu Beichen's heart skipped a beat. It was at this moment that he realized that Lin Qian had changed. The whole person's temperament has undergone a drastic change from the inside out. In the past, when Lin Qian saw him, he was like a mouse seeing a cat, and his whole body trembled. But now, not only did she dare to look him in the face, she also dared to look at him with mocking eyes, as if she was looking at a complete loser. She stood beside the bed, holding Gu Yilin, who was lying on the bed with one hand. The two men were both skinny, had sallow complexions, and even the pinch marks on their necks were almost identical. For a moment, Gu Beichen actually had the illusion that Lin Qian and Gu Yilin shared the same suffering. A dense fear spread in his heart, and he didn't dare to think about why he was afraid and what he was afraid of. It seemed that after figuring everything out, he would fall into eternal damnation. Gu Beichen withdrew his gaze from Lin Qian, suppressed the emotions that were about to burst out, and asked the doctor to examine Gu Yilin. The ward suddenly fell into deathly silence. Almost everyone's eyes were on Gu Yilin, except Lin Qian, who looked straight at Lin Wanner with sharp eyes. Lin Wanner's face was filled with fear at this moment, and she was like a frightened bird, her body trembling slightly, uncontrollably. She screamed wildly in her heart. Why wasn't Gu Yilin strangled to death? Why couldn't she just die? What terrified her was not only the fact that she pushed Gu Yilin down the stairs, but even more so, everything she and Lin's father had said back then was heard by Gu Yilin without missing a word. Once Gu Yilin spoke out, neither she nor Lin's father would have a good ending. This is also the reason why she wanted to push Gu Yilin down the stairs and kill her. While everyone's attention was focused on Gu Yilin, she wanted to leave and quickly inform her father, and then the three of them had to escape immediately. But as soon as she took a step towards the door, Lin Qian's teasing voice sounded like a ghost. "Miss Lin, why are you leaving? Don't you want to see with your own eyes that your best friend is safe and sound?" Lin Wanner was stunned and looked at Lin Qian in horror. Lin Qian's words also made everyone's attention fall on Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner's face was pale, and her eyes were full of panic and fear. Lu Chun and Lin Yanshu also noticed something strange and cast doubtful looks at Lin Wanner. Lin Yanshu asked with concern, "Wanner, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so bad?" Lin Wanner twisted her hands together nervously, her eyes wandering around, and she stammered, I suddenly feel unwell." Lu Chan took a step forward and gently supported her. "Since you are not feeling well, I will take you to see a doctor." As he said this, he was about to take Lin Wanner away. "Stop!" Lin Qian roared, scaring both Lin Wanner and Lu Chun. Lu Chan frowned unhappily and was about to preach when he was interrupted by Lin Qian with a cold face. "There's a doctor here. If you take her out, you'll have to queue up for an appointment. It's so troublesome." With just one sentence, Lu Chun didn't even dare to fart. He didn't like Lin Qian's strong attitude, but what she said made sense. At this time, the doctor finished examining Gu Yilin. "Congratulations, Mr. Gu. Your sister can be considered a blessing in disguise." When someone grabbed her neck, it stimulated her strong desire to survive. Originally, she was just conscious, and it would take a long time for her to wake up completely. However, under the stimulation of near death, her brain kept sending resistance commands to her body, which caused her to wake up early. However, thanks to the timely rescue, otherwise Miss Gu Yilin would have suffocated to death. The doctor's easy-to-understand explanation made it understandable to everyone present. In other words, when Gu Yilin was being strangled, her resistance caused her to wake up early. However, she had been a vegetable for 5 years, and her body functions had long since deteriorated. Although she had regained consciousness, she was unable to resist at all. She could only allow others to strangle her neck and strangle her to death. Gu Beichun breathed a sigh of relief and turned his gaze to Lin Qian again, suppressing his anger and saying, "Lin Qian, do you have anything else to say?" Lin Qian smiled. "Mr. Gu, you shouldn't be asking me this. You should be asking Lin Wanner. Also, I forgot to tell you that I was the one who rescued Gu Yilin because no one wanted her to be alive more than I did." Aunt Wu also chimed in, "Boss Gu, during the time you went to see the doctor, my eldest daughter was desperately trying to save your sister. If you don't believe me, you can ask young Master Lin and Lawyer Lu." Gu Beichun looked at them, and both men looked unhappy. "Oh," Lin Qian snorted coldly. "At this point, do you still think I'm the one who wants to strangle Gu Yilin? If I wanted to strangle her, I wouldn't save her at all costs. It's always been Lin Wanner who hurt Gu Yilin, and only you 3 idiots would be fooled by her." Lin Wanner was so scared that she stepped back repeatedly and kept saying, "It's not me. It's really not me. Don't listen to her nonsense." Lin Qian sneered, "You still want to quibble now? Just ask Gu Yilin, and you'll know whether it's true or not." Lin Qian ignored the flustered Lin Wanner and walked to Gu Yilin with steady steps. She leaned over slightly and asked softly, "Gu Yilin, I'm Lin Qian. Do you still recognize me?" Gu Yilin has been in a vegetative state for 5 years, and Lin Qian is really worried that she will develop symptoms of amnesia, so she asked this question. Her eyes were fixed on Gu Yilin, not missing any subtle expression on her face. As a result, when Gu Yilin's eyes met Lin Qian, tears burst out like a flood, falling down in big drops. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she had accumulated thousands of words and was eager to confide them to Lin Qian, but her mouth opened and closed, and no clear syllable came out of her throat. Only the painful whimpering sound echoed in the ward. Lin Qian was stunned. Gu Yilin's behavior didn't seem like she didn't know her. "But since I know her, why should I cry?" "Gu Yilin, stop crying and make yourself clear first." Lin Qian was a little anxious. She was not afraid that Gu Yilin would cry, but with Gu Beichun's personality, he would definitely misunderstand her again. As expected, as soon as this thought came to her mind, Gu Beiqian gnashed his teeth and roared at her. Lin Qian, you scared Lin to tears, and you still dare to say it wasn't you? As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Beiqian's big hand grabbed her slender wrist and threw her away. How long are you going to bully Lin? Gu Yilin saw with her own eyes how rudely her brother treated Lin Qian, and her tears flowed even harder. Not only did Gu Beiqian fail to notice Gu Yilin's abnormality, he also comforted her. Lin, don't be afraid. Just say whatever you want to say. With your brother here, Lin Qian won't dare to hurt you. Chapter 63. If Lin Qian hadn't hurt Lin, then what would his 5 years of revenge mean? Lin Qian was thrown aside by Gu Beiqian and staggered a few steps before she could steady herself. Seeing this, Gu Yilin was extremely anxious. She clutched the quilt tightly. She wanted to tell her brother the truth, to expose Lin Wanner's evil deeds, and to defend Lin Qian. However, it felt like something was choking my throat. All the words I wanted to say turned into painful sobs in my throat, and I couldn't say anything. Her eyes moved back and forth between Lin Qian and Gu Beiqian, her heart tightening. Lin Qian had done nothing wrong, but was framed and imprisoned for 5 years, while the real murderer was at large and almost strangled her to death. Lin Qian is already so miserable, yet she is still misunderstood by her brother. Obviously, 5 years ago, my brother liked Lin Qian so much, but now, she has become his enemy. She wanted to roar, wanted to break through this unspeakable barrier, but her body would not obey her. The more anxious you are, the more tears you cry. This look made Gu Beiqian feel extremely distressed, and he just wanted to find an outlet to vent all his anger. He ignored it and directed his attack at Lin Qian again. Lin Qian, what did you do to Lin? Why can't she speak? Lin Qian also wanted to know why. Gu Yilin had clearly woken up. This was what she had been waiting for a long time. She was about to be cleared of all charges, but Gu Yilin just kept crying without saying a word. Gu Yilin, say something. Tell them, I wasn't the one who pushed you back then, and I wasn't the one who pinched you today. It was all done by Lin Wanner. Go ahead, just say something. Enough. Gu Beiqian stared at Lin Qian. He wanted to hate her, but his heart couldn't help liking her. Struggling between hatred and love, his eyes were filled with pain. Lin has been scared by you. How long are you going to keep pretending? Well, Gu Yilin cried sadly. Brother, you bastard. Don't yell at Lin Qian and don't hurt her anymore. Sooner or later you will regret it. She had 1,000 things to say, but they all changed when they reached her lips. The scene in the entire ward was extremely chaotic. Lin Qian took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She looked at the doctor for help. Doctor, why can't Gu Yilin speak? The doctor did a simple checkup on Gu Yilin. She had no problems except for the deterioration of her body functions. The doctor comforted her. The patient has been a vegetative for 5 years. Her body functions, including her language system, have deteriorated. It is normal for her to be unable to speak for a while. As long as she works hard on rehabilitation, she will have no problem speaking. So that's what is happening. Gu Beiqian and others finally put their minds at ease. But Lin Qian felt like being struck by lightning. She can wait, but Lin Wanner will never wait for Gu Yilin to recover. She will definitely find a way to kill her before Gu Yilin fully recovers. If something happens to Gu Yilin during this period, he will become the biggest suspect. No matter what method she uses, she will make the truth known today. Lin Qian went to see Lin Wanner, and sure enough, she heaved a sigh of relief. Her drooping eyes kept moving, and it was obvious that she was thinking of a way to deal with Gu Yilin. Lin Qian gritted her teeth. Lin Wanner, today, I will make sure that you will never recover. Her brain worked rapidly, and in the next second, she came up with a solution. Lin Qian walked towards Gu Yilin and was about to use her own method to verify something, but before she could open her mouth, Gu Beiqian stopped her with a warning look in his eyes. Lin Qian, what do you want to do now? Lin Qian looked at Gu Beiqian with a firm gaze. I have a way to make Gu Yilin tell me who is the murderer who turned her into a vegetable. Gu Beiqian was stunned, not knowing for a moment whether he should believe her. While she was hesitating, Lin Yanshu suddenly came over and grabbed Lin Qian's arm. Qian, stop messing around. Since Lin is fine, just behave yourself. We won't mind the fact that you almost strangled Lin to death. Lu Qian also came over and sighed. Qian, after going through so much, you should also make some progress. Apologize to Lin and Wanner immediately, and forget about what happened today. Lin Qian looked at her brother and childhood sweetheart with indifference. These two people were the ones she hated the most right now. A president and a lawyer, both are highly educated people, But whenever they encounter anything related to Lin Wanner, they become brainless idiots, which is extremely annoying. You think I'm using this as an excuse to protect Lin Wanner? Why? Are you so afraid that I'll expose Lin Wanner's hypocritical, true face in public? Lin Qian. Lin Yanshu raised his voice and scolded, "Don't push your luck." As a result, Lin Qian's voice was 1 degree higher than his. Lin Yanshu, shut up. Lin Qian was displeased and was about to say something, but Lin Qian suddenly turned around and looked at him fiercely. You also shut up. You have no right to lecture me, and you have no right to restrict what I want to do. Don't force me to slap you. Otherwise, slapping you will just be a matter of convenience. Lin Yanshu and Lin Qian looked very unhappy and felt very embarrassed. But they had seen Lin Qian's madness before, and if she continued to make trouble, they would be the only ones to be embarrassed. Lin Qian forcefully pushed Lin Wanner in front of Gu Yilin. The moment Gu Yilin saw Lin Wanner, her already pale face turned even paler, and her whole body began to tremble involuntarily. The hatred and fear in her pupils almost burst out. Any smart person could see that Gu Yilin's rejection of Lin Wanner was completely different from the intimacy that good friends should have. Gu Beichen frowned, feeling that his sister's reaction was very wrong. Lin, what's wrong with you? Gu Beichen asked nervously. What's wrong? Lin Qian sneered. Of course it's because I saw my enemy. Lin Qian, stop slandering me. Lin Yanshu couldn't help but scold Lin Qian again. You will know in a moment whether I am slandering you or not. Lin Qian's eyes revealed an unquestionable certainty. She looked at Gu Yilin, her tone gentle but firm. Gu Yilin, I know you can't speak now, and I don't need you to speak. You just need to blink to express whether you agree or disagree with what I say next. If I'm right, blink once. If I'm wrong, blink twice. If you understand, blink once and tell me. As soon as these words came out, Gu Yilin immediately blinked hard. Lin Qian's lips curled up in a big arc, showing a kind of pleasure that had been suppressed for a long time. Lin Wanner, today is the day you die. Lin Wanner's heart was beating like a drum. She began to struggle. Sister, I feel so uncomfortable. I want to see a doctor. Lin Qianli ignored her. Seeing her struggling, Wu Ma helped Lin Qian control her. Then, Lin Qian asked Gu Yilin in a resolute voice, 5 years ago, when the Lin family held a graduation banquet for Lin Wanner, was it me who pushed you down the stairs? Gu Yilin looked at Lin Qian with eyes that were filled with guilt. She blinked twice firmly and forcefully without even a hint of hesitation. After getting this answer, Gu Beichen stood there as if struck by lightning. No, is it really not Lin Qian? He has always believed that it was Lin Qian who harmed his sister. He hated her so much that he was willing to use all means to put her in jail. But at this moment, Gu Yilin's reaction was like a heavy hammer, hitting his heart hard, completely shattering the cognition he had built up over the past 5 years. His hands unconsciously clenched into fists. If Lin Qian really had never done anything to hurt Lin, then what was the point of his crazy revenge on Lin Qian over the past 5 years? Chapter 64 Gu Yilin told them that the real murderer who harmed you was Lin Wanner. Lin Yanshu widened his eyes and stared at Gu Yilin, as if he couldn't believe what he saw. As Lin Qian's biological brother, he has always favored Lin Wanner, turned a deaf ear to Lin Qian's grievances and excuses, and even added insult to injury when Lin Qian was in the most difficult time. And he was also the witness back then. It was he who identified in court with certainty that the murderer was Lin Qian. At this moment, he felt dizzy, his legs went weak, and he almost couldn't stand. Lin Qian's face was filled with shock and panic. As a lawyer, he should have pursued the truth and upheld justice. But he repeatedly lost his mind in Lin Wanner's affairs, blindly defending her and even trying to persuade Lin Qian to take the blame. At that time, he absolutely did not believe that the murderer was the simple and kind-hearted Lin Wanner. In addition, the Lin family members said that Lin Qian framed him, so he agreed with the Lin family statement. It was not until this moment that he realized that what he had insisted on was wrong. Fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead, and his eyes were wandering. Lin Qian took in all their expressions. I thought I would feel relieved when I saw how devastated they were, but it didn't. Her heart became more bitter. Even if the injustice was cleared, those bloody 5 years could not be erased from her memory, and the harm she suffered would follow her for the rest of her life. She hated them, loathed them, and hated them. If you have to suffer, then suffer with her. No one else should stay out of it. Lin Qian asked Gu Yilin again, Gu Yilin, Tell them if it was Lin Wanner who pushed you down the stairs that year. With just one sentence, Lin Yanshu, Lin Qian, and Gu Beichen all gasped. They suddenly don't want to know the answer anymore. Once they get a definite answer, the beliefs they hold will collapse completely. The consequences they will face will be extremely terrible and beyond their ability to bear. Lin Yanshu suddenly interrupted. Qian, Lin just woke up. Her body is still very weak. Let her have a good rest. I will take you home. As he said this, he was about to pull Lin Qian, but Lin Qian dodged him. Lin Qian tried to smooth things over with a smile, but his smile was so forced that he didn't even dare to look Lin Qian in the eye. Qian, your brother is right. There are so many of us making a fuss and disturbing Ms. Gu's rest. Can we talk about it later? Lin Qian's face was as cold as ice. Are you scared? Are you so scared of knowing the truth? Or are you afraid that the pure, beautiful, and kind person in your heart is actually a complete vicious woman? You can't accept that you are being treated like a fool. The two gritted their teeth, but no longer had the courage to lecture Lin Qian. The look he gave Lin Qian was even filled with cautious pleading. Oh, Lin Qian laughed sarcastically and then looked at Gu Beichen. Her eyes were like sharp arrows, with great penetrating power. Even though she said nothing, Gu Beichen still understood the deep meaning behind them. Gu Beichen, as your biological brother, don't you want to know the real murderer? Gu Beichen's face turned pale in an instant, and his eyes were full of struggle and pain. On the one hand, he was afraid to hear the answer he didn't want to accept and to face the unforgivable mistakes he had made in the past 5 years. On the other hand, as Gu Yilin's biological brother, he was eager to know the truth and seek justice for his sister. These two completely different emotions collided violently in his heart, putting him in a dilemma. Seeing him hesitate, Lin Qian just found it ridiculous. She kept saying that 5 years in jail could not make up for the crime she committed against Gu Yilin. She really thought he was a good brother who would give up everything for his sister, but when the truth was about to come out, he actually backed down. Just to protect Lin Wanner, he would even let his own sister suffer? Gu Beichen, you're nothing special. Lin Qian took a step back and moved to Gu Yilin's side, standing on the same front with her. Gu Yilin, she said with full energy, tell them whether the real culprit who pushed you down the stairs and turned you into a vegetable was Lin Wanner. The time for revenge has finally arrived. Gu Yilin closed her eyes firmly. At this moment, Lin Wanner was already trembling like a ball. Lin Yanshu, Lin Qian, and Gu Beichen had fear in their eyes and were even unwilling to face the truth. They just wanted to escape. Seeing their pain, Lin Qian finally felt a sense of satisfaction at having her revenge, and her lips gradually curled up. However, just when Gu Yilin was about to open her eyes, an angry woman's voice suddenly came. What are all of you doing in the ward? Don't you know the patient needs rest? A woman in a white coat walked in front, followed closely by Lin's father and mother. When Lin Wanner saw the woman, it was as if she had seen a savior. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she wanted to throw herself in her arms and tell her about her grievances, but she endured it. The woman's eyes were extremely gentle when they fell on Lin Wanner, but she quickly put away all her gentleness and looked at Lin Qian and the others with unusual seriousness. Are you going to let the patient rest? When the Dr. Gu Beichen saw the woman, he hurriedly asked, Dean, why are you here? If I hadn't come, the roof of the ward would have been blown off by these insignificant people. Get out and don't disturb the patient's rest. The woman put her hands in her pockets and had a very tough attitude. Lin Qian stood there without moving. She had been paying attention to the expressions of Lin Yanshu, Lin Qian, and Gu Beichen. She never expected that these three people breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Lin Yanshu was the first to react and nodded quickly. The dean is right. We didn't think it through. Let's go now. As he said that, he pulled Lin Wanner and pretended to leave the ward. Lin Qian sternly said, no one is allowed to leave until you see the real murderer with your own eyes. Lin Yanshu paused and looked back at Lin Qian, already full of impatience. Qian, are you done yet? Can't you talk about it at home? Why do you have to make a scene in the hospital? Ha! Lin Qian suddenly laughed, her laugh so ironically. The real culprit is about to be revealed, but you are unwilling to bear witness. Urging me to go home is just an excuse. Today, if I don't mean to be serious, none of you will be able to leave. You, Lin Yanshu was shaking with anger. Lin Wanner, who was held tightly in his arms, already had red eyes and looked like she had been badly bullied. Sister, I always treat you as my own sister, but why do you always target me? If I do something wrong, can't you just tell me and I will change? As she spoke, she began to sob. "Shut up. You have no right to speak here." Lin Qian was angry and raised his hand to hit Lin Wanner. However, before the slap could land, the dean grabbed her hand firmly and then shook it away. "This is a hospital, not a court. If you have any problems, go to the right place to solve them. Don't disturb the patients here." The female dean looked at Lin Qian with a warning look and a hint of disgust. Looking at Lin's father and mother behind her, although they didn't say anything, they looked at her with condemning eyes. It seemed as if she made trouble again, they would be rude to her. Lin Qian took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. She squinted her eyes and looked at the headmistress. Gu Yilin was just about to identify Lin Wanner as the murderer in public, but at this critical moment, the female dean suddenly appeared at an opportune time. The scolding just now seemed to be directed at someone present, but his gaze was clearly directed at her. Just now, when she wanted to teach Lin Wanner a lesson, she was stopped, and the other party's hand was so strong that it almost crushed her wrist. She never believed in coincidences. Too many coincidences were intentional. There is definitely something wrong with this female dean. "Excuse me, Dean, what is your relationship with Lin Wanner? Why do you only protect her as soon as you come in?" Lin Qian asked. The dean's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. "Little girl, don't speak without basis. I am just performing my duties as the dean and maintaining order in the hospital." Chapter 65, No one cares about the truth. They only care about Lin Wanner. Lin Qian snorted coldly, not buying it at all. "Maintaining order? I think you are protecting Lin Wanner." The patients didn't complain about the noise. They didn't feel tired, and they didn't want to rest. "You must have something to hide if you're in such a hurry to kick us out. How can you talk like that?" The dean's voice rose 8 octaves, with anger flashing in her eyes. "I'm just saying this. Even though you're the dean, you have no right to stop a patient from identifying the real murderer who hurt her. If you continue to stop her, I have to suspect that you are intentionally protecting the real murderer. Gu Yilin must identify the murderer today, and no one can stop her." Lin Qian's tough attitude immediately angered the female dean. The female dean's face was gloomy, and veins on her forehead were throbbing slightly. She wanted to tear Lin Qian's mouth apart, but she couldn't get angry in front of so many people. "You are simply unreasonable. If you continue to be so unreasonable, I will ask the security guards to kick you out." Lin Qian was not afraid at all. Instead, she took a step forward and stared straight into the eyes of the female dean. "You can yell as much as you want. By then, everyone in the hospital will know that the dean is protecting a murderer. I want to see if you can still keep your position as dean." As soon as these words came out, the dean's body suddenly stiffened, and the hand that was stretched out to press the call bell also stopped in midair. When Father Lin saw the headmistress being bullied, distress flashed across his eyes. He rushed forward and grabbed Lin Qian's arm, his eyes wide open. "You rebellious girl, aren't you ashamed enough? Get the hell out of here and go home." Lin Qian struggled to free herself from her father's hand, her eyes red. "You have always favored Lin Wanner, the adopted daughter, and made me, her biological daughter, suffer injustice for 5 years. You're not ashamed, so why should I be afraid? Today I must seek justice." "You?" Father Lin's face turned blue with anger, but he was helpless in the face of Lin Qian's toughness. Mother Lin was so anxious that she was about to cry. "Qian, stop making a fuss. Can't we go home and solve the problem slowly?" Lin Qian looked at her mother, her eyes full of disappointment. "Go home? Go home and wait for you to remove the evidence of Lin Wanner's crime. You are really a good pair of parents who value your daughter as your life. You are afraid that Lin Wanner, your adopted daughter, will be punished if the truth comes out. But you have never been afraid that your biological daughter like me would be wronged or punished." As Lin Qian continued to question, Lin's father's face became darker and darker. Lin's mother was already in tears, crying out of breath, and her whole body was on the verge of collapse. "Qian, you're not like that. You're my daughter, born after 10 months of pregnancy. How could I bear to let you suffer any injustice? I do this for your own good." To do good for her means to let her suffer injustice again and again. I've been taking the blame for someone for 5 years. What I want now is for Gu Yilin to identify the culprit on the spot. If Madame Lin really wants this for my own good, she shouldn't stop me. This is not only unfair to me, but even more unfair to Gu Yilin. Father and Mother Lin were speechless. No one knew the truth of the matter better than the two of them. Father Lin was the one who saw Lin Wanner push Gu Yilin down the stairs. Lin's mother was the one who saw the surveillance footage of Lin Warner committing the crime. At the beginning, Lin Qian had no evidence, and no one paid any attention to her no matter how she protested her innocence. Now that the victim, Gu Yilin, has regained consciousness, how could she miss the opportunity to prove her innocence and Lin Warner's guilt? The headmistress was heartbroken when she saw Lin Warner's frightened expression. She was even more furious when she saw Lin Qian being so arrogant. She pointed at Lin Qian's nose and said, "If you continue to make trouble, I will call the police." Hearing the female dean's words, "call the police," Lin Qian sneered, "Call the police? Okay, call the police now, so I can tear off someone's hypocritical mask in front of the police." The female dean was only threatening Lin Qian. How could she dare to really call the police? She just gritted her teeth and stared at Lin Qian fiercely. Lin Qian felt that the dean's attitude was increasingly abnormal. But at this moment, she just wanted to prove her innocence as soon as possible, so she didn't care why the dean always protected Lin Warner against her. Perhaps the dean was bribed by the Lin couple. Seeing that she was hesitant to move, Lin Qian said, "Aren't you going to call the police? Why don't you call them?" The female dean is in a difficult situation. Lin Qian took out her cell phone and said, "Since you don't want to call the police, I will do it for you. It's been 5 years, and it's time for the truth to come out." As she said that, she dialed 110. Just as she was about to press the dial button, a big hand suddenly reached out, snatched her phone, and threw it to the ground, smashing it to pieces. Lin Qian looked up, only to see a large hand slapping her hard onto Gu Yilin's hospital bed. Lin Qian only felt a burning pain in her cheeks and a buzzing in her ears. "You rebellious girl. You are still embarrassing me here. Do you want to bring disgrace to our Lin family?" Father Lin was like an angry lion. His eyes seemed to spit fire. He raised his hands while scolding her, as if he would beat her to death to vent his anger. Lin Qian didn't care about the burning pain on her face. Her heart and eyes were full of Gu Yilin. Gu Yilin had just woken up from a vegetative state. She was already weak and fainted after being hit by Lin Qian's body. "Gu Yilin! Gu Yilin!" Lin Qian called out with a trembling voice, tears flowing uncontrollably. "Gu Yilin, wake up. Please, just hold on a little longer. If we can't prove Lin Warner's guilt today, it will be difficult to get her to confess in the future." Father Lin, Mother Lin, Lin Yanshu, and Lin Warner, even Lin Qian and the female dean, all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Gu Yilin unconscious. Gu Beichen rushed over, pushed Lin Qian away, and called out worriedly, Lin, what's wrong with you? Don't scare your brother." But no matter how he called, Gu Yilin did not wake up. He felt pain in his heart and glared at Lin Qian angrily. "It's all your fault. If you hadn't been making such a fuss, Lin wouldn't have fainted. If anything happens to Lin, I won't let you go." As he spoke, he picked up Gu Yilin and said to the female dean and the doctor, "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and say my sister." A barely perceptible glimmer of pride flashed across the female director's eyes. She hurriedly pulled the doctor and escorted Gu Beichen out of the ward. Lin Qian wanted to chase after him, but was stopped by Lin's father. "You bastard, get back home right now." Seeing that Lin Warner was about to be identified, these people tried to stop her one by one. Lin Qian felt dizzy, and an unprecedented despair enveloped her. She threw her head back and laughed, and the laughter echoed in the ward, but it was filled with endless sadness and madness, as if she was crazy. "You hurt me. You all hurt me." Father Lin was startled by her sudden behavior, but then he became furious, kicked Lin Qian to the ground, and raised his fist to hit her. Mrs. Fu, Aunt Li, and Aunt Wu rushed forward to hold Father Lin. After watching the whole process, Mrs. Fu roughly understood what happened to Lin Qian. The more she understood, the more distressed she felt. She felt that the Lin family was simply not human. Are there any parents like you? You don't love your own daughter, but you protect an adopted daughter who has done many evil things. Do you have any heart? You old hags, it's none of your business to meddle in my family affairs. Get out of here. Father Lin waved his hand and waved the 3 old ladies away. He raised his fist and pointed it at Lin Qian. During the whole process, Lin's mother, Lin Yanshu, and Lin Qian watched, and no one stepped forward to stop Lin's father from committing violence against Lin Qian. The fist was about to land on Lin Qian, but the next second, a scream like a pig being slaughtered came out of Lin's father's mouth. Lin Qian was seen holding a fruit knife in her hand, and the knife stabbed straight into Lin's father's arm. The bloody tip of the knife pierced through the flesh, revealing the sharp end. Lin Qian seemed to be suddenly aroused by all her anger. Her mind flashed through all the experiences of the past 5 years, the injustices, the misunderstandings, the pain. Innocence, I don't want it anymore. I want your lives. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his sword and blood splattered on Lin Qian's face. She was like an evil ghost, stabbing Lin's father in the heart with another ruthless knife. Chapter 66. Lin Qian wants to kill Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner pushes her mother out to block the knife. Lin Qian's eyes were red. Her murderous intention towards Lin's father was definitely not just talk. At this moment, Father Lin was finally completely overwhelmed by fear. The resolute look on Lin Qian's face when she wanted to kill him some time ago suddenly flashed through his mind. This time, Lin Qian's murderous intent was even stronger, and her determination was frightening. Excessive shock and fear caused Father Lin's pupils to dilate rapidly, and his legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead, making it almost impossible for him to move. The knife was about to pierce Lin's father's heart. Lin's mother, who was standing next to him, pushed him hard, and Lin's father's body tilted to one side. The fatal knife that was originally going to pierce his heart hit his shoulder firmly, and the blade directly penetrated his shoulder. Father Lin's shrill screams echoed in the ward, and the sound seemed to break through the ceiling. Lin Qian drew his sword without any hesitation. At this moment, there was no mercy in her eyes, only endless hatred, and she was already bloodthirsty. This time, she aimed at Lin's father's belly. Father Lin felt an unprecedented fear. While enduring the severe pain in his shoulder, he begged for mercy. Qian, Dad really knows he was wrong this time. Please don't kill me. But Lin Qian was not moved at all. She turned a deaf ear to Lin's father's words and stabbed out with the knife in her hand without hesitation. Each of these 3 consecutive slashes carried with it the resentment that had been pent up for years, and she didn't even blink. Just as she had roared before, she wanted his life. Father Lin was so frightened that he became incontinent. He no longer cared about anything else and turned around and ran out of the ward. The third knife stabbed him in the buttocks. After being stabbed 3 times, Father Lin knew that if he stopped, only death would await him. At this moment, he had already forgotten his wife and children and just wanted to escape from this hellish ward as soon as possible. After Lin's father escaped, Lin Qian's murderous gaze slowly turned to Lin Wanner. Lin Qian was covered in blood, the bright red blood dripping down her arms and the corners of her clothes, gathering into a small pool of blood on the ground. Her hair was scattered around her face, strands of it soaked in blood, sticking to her bloodless yet crazy face. At this moment, she was like a god of death walking out from the depths of hell, exuding a terrifying aura. Lin Wanner looked at Lin Qian, who was approaching step by step with horror, her lips trembling, but she couldn't even utter a complete sentence to beg for mercy. Every time Lin Qian took a step closer, she would try her best to shrink back, as if this would allow her to avoid the murderous intent that was as real as a tangible thing. Lin Wanner, aren't you very good at pretending? Lin Qian's voice was hoarse and cold, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth. For the past 5 years, I have been living a miserable life in prison, while you have been free and at ease, enjoying everything that belongs to me. Today is the day for you to pay me back. Sister, please don't kill me. I was wrong. Lin Wanner's voice was trembling violently. Her eyes were fixed on the knife in Lin Qian's hand. Her face was as pale as paper, beads of sweat mixed with the powder on her face. She looked embarrassed and pitiful. Lin Qian was unmoved. There was no warmth in her eyes. Wrong? Why didn't you feel you were wrong when you framed me 5 years ago? It's too late to admit your mistake now. He raised the knife in his hand high again and stabbed at Lin Wanner with an unstoppable momentum. Seeing this, Lin Yanshu yelled in fear and raised his hand to stop Lin Qian. Lin Qian, that's enough. Killing is against the law. Before he could finish his words, Lin Qian's knife had already fallen, accurately piercing his hand that was trying to stop him, and blood gushed out from between his fingers. Lin Yanshu let out a scream. The sound was filled with piercing pain, and his handsome face was distorted in pain. Lin Qian drew back the knife without hesitation, still looking at Lin Wanner with cold eyes. Lin Wanner was extremely panicked. Her instinct for survival made her lose her mind. Without thinking, she pushed her mother Lin out to block the knife. Mother Lin's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. She never expected that her beloved daughter would do such a thing at the critical moment of life and death. Lin Qian's knife pierced Lin's mother's lower abdomen. Mother Lin first looked at Lin Qian in disbelief. Then she slowly turned around and met Lin Wanner's horrified gaze. "Mom, I didn't mean it. I really didn't mean it." Lin Wanner cried and shouted, then turned around and fled the scene without hesitation, leaving her mother collapsed in a pool of blood. Tears welled up in Lin's mother's eyes. It was unclear whether those tears were caused by the pain from the knife wound, or because she was deeply hurt by Lin Wanner's actions. Lin Qian loosened her grip on the knife handle and suddenly threw her head back and laughed. The laughter was sad and desolate, echoing in the ward. "You are really Lin Wanner's good father, good mother, and good brother. Mrs. Lin, it must be a happy feeling to be pushed out by your beloved daughter to block the knife, right?" "Ha ha ha." Lin Qian smiled, but tears welled up in her eyes. The tears and blood on his face mixed together and slid down his cheeks, making him look like he had crawled out of a pile of dead bodies. She pointed at herself angrily. "I, your blood relative, have tried my best to be good to you and have lowered myself to the dust just to get your recognition. But what have you done? You have never seen my efforts. In your eyes, everything I do is wrong, and no matter how much I contribute, it is taken for granted. No matter how bad Lin Wanner is, she is good in your eyes. You think her shit smells good. When faced with life and death, she still abandoned you and ran away. Don't you think it's ridiculous?" "Ha ha." Lin Yanshu collapsed to the side, his face full of pain, his hands hanging limply, blood still flowing, staining the ground beneath his feet red. Lin's mother looked at Lin Qian with a guilty look in her eyes. Qian. This Qian was gentle and affectionate, as if Lin Qian was her most beloved daughter. Lin Qian's laughter suddenly stopped. She seemed to have been hurt the most. She yelled at Lin's mother, "Don't call me." Tears flowed silently and uncontrollably, and her heart was filled with sadness. She knew that she had committed an unforgivable crime by deliberately killing someone. They would send her to prison themselves, just like they did 5 years ago. It was enough to go into that place once. She didn't want to go through those dark days again. Since she was released from prison, she has tried to escape, trying to get rid of the trick of fate. She has tried to fight back, wanting to seek justice for herself. She has tried to make the truth known to the world, letting everyone know her injustice. She also tried to kill Lin Ziyuan and Lin Wanner, but all failed. She was not a bad person, but she ended up being deserted by her friends and relatives and was covered in injuries. A real villain, but she lives a happy and fulfilling life, becoming a princess that all women envy. Her life was a joke. Even though it was so tragic, she still couldn't bear it and was reluctant to kill Lin Yanshu and Lin's mother, just because these two people had given her some warmth in the past years. She hated herself for being so useless. She made a mess of her life and had no attachment to this world anymore. It would be better to die. Once she dies, there will be no more pain. Injustice or innocence will have nothing to do with her anymore. Lin Qian retreated to the window step by step, turned over, and sat on the window without hesitation, with her feet hanging in the air. The wind outside the window blew gently, ruffling her hair. Just jump and it's all over. Chapter 67. Lin Qian chooses to jump off the building in despair, and Lin's mother and Lin Yanshu are heartbroken. When Mrs. Fu, Aunt Li, and Aunt Wu saw Lin Qian climb up to the window, they all widened their eyes in horror. Old Madame Fu was the first to react. She shouted in a trembling voice, "Come down quickly, girl. It's dangerous up there." Aunt Li also shouted, "Child, there is no hurdle that cannot be overcome. Don't do anything stupid." Wu Ma was already sobbing and begging. "Miss, no matter what difficulties you encounter, Wu Ma will accompany you. Can you come down?" Lin Qian looked at them, and her crazy look finally calmed down. A gentle smile suddenly appeared on her tear-stained little face. She looked at Aunt Wu seriously and said, "Aunt Wu, the luckiest thing in my life is meeting you. If it weren't for you, I would have died in the first year after returning to the Lin family. It was you who gave me a second life. Every time the Lin family bullied me, you protected me and took care of me. You're the only warmth I feel in the Lin family. I have fantasized countless times that when I become successful, I will definitely repay you. I will buy a big house for Aunt Wu, and I will treat Man as my own sister, paying for her to go to college and sending her to study abroad." But her voice gradually choked up, but all my fantasies became empty. I was framed by my own parents and brother. They sent me to prison, and I couldn't go to Peking University or Tsinghua University. I was injured and sick. I am now a useless person and can no longer repay you. When Aunt Wu thought about the harsh treatment Lin Qian had endured in the Lin family for 3 years, she burst into tears. Miss, everything will be fine. It's not going to get better. Lin Qian shook her head, her eyes filled with despair. The Lin family won't let me go. I don't want to go to jail anymore. The people in jail beat me. I feel so much pain every day. Annie Wu was already crying uncontrollably, and even Mrs. Fu and Annie Lee had red eyes. How could a good child be tortured into this state? Mrs. Fu suppressed her indignation and comforted her in a soft voice with a loving look in her eyes. Girl, they don't want you, but Grandma wants you. Come with me, and I will protect you. Lin Qian shook her head. She couldn't let the Lin family target such a kind-hearted grandma because of her. Aunt Lee also hurriedly persuaded. Child, the difficulties are only temporary, and everything will be fine. It's not going to get better. Her legs were lame for the rest of her life, and the kidney she lost would never grow back. She tried her best to get into Peking University and Tsinghua University, but she never had the chance to go to school again. Her life was ruined. She looked at Mrs. Fu, Grandma. Thank you. Then she looked at Aunt Lee. She remembered Aunt Lee. At the train station, it was Aunt Lee who first stood up to protect her. At that time, she called her mother. Aunt Lee was really like a mother to her, holding her in her arms. Even if it was only for a short time, it made her unforgettable for the rest of her life. It is said that a child with a mother is a treasure, and a child without a mother is like a weed. But why is it that she lives worse than a weed, even though she has a mother? Lin Qian stared at Aunt Lee seriously, and, as if she was seeing her for the first time, she called out sincerely, Thank you, Mom. She won't call the word Mom easily. Once you say it, you're giving your true heart. 8 years ago, when she saw Lin's mother for the first time, she called her mother with tears in her eyes. She cherishes this hard-earned mother even more. But she was just being too sentimental. Her mother didn't care about her as a daughter. Therefore, after being released from prison, she only called Lin's mother Mrs. Lin. The cry of Mom made Aunt Lee unable to control her tears any longer. Mother Lin's body trembled. The voice contained tenderness and longing for her mother. For a moment, she thought that Lin Qian was calling her. She stared at Lin Qian in a daze, but Lin Qian didn't even glance at her. Qian, I am the mother. You would rather call a stranger Mom than me? Do you hate me that much? Realizing that she was really going to lose Lin Qian's love for her, Lin's mother felt a heart-wrenching pain that was several times more painful than being stabbed in the stomach. Lin Qian's tears were still flowing. Life is so tiring. I don't want to hold on any longer. Mrs. Fu was extremely worried. She took 2 trembling steps forward, her voice filled with unprecedented anxiety and earnestness. Girl, don't be impulsive. If you jump, Grandma's heart will be broken. You are still young, and there are many days ahead of you. There are many wonderful things in this world waiting for you to experience. Aunt Lee was so anxious that she didn't know what to do. Child, there's no need to be sad for someone who is not worth it. I will be your mother from now on, and you will be my daughter, okay? Miss, please come down. Lin Qian looked at them, her eyes mixed with despair and relief. I know you treat me well, but I'm really tired. This world is unfair to me. I've worked so hard for so long, but I still can't escape the fate of being hurt. Old Madame Fu gritted her teeth and said, Girl, Grandma promises you that as long as you come down, Grandma will never let anyone hurt you again. I will definitely help you get justice and let those who hurt you get the punishment they deserve. Lin Qian smiled sadly. Justice? Where is justice in this world? They have harmed me to this point. Even if they are punished, my life will never go back to the way it was before. I can never repay you for all the kindness you have shown me in this lifetime. I'm sorry. After saying that, she closed her eyes and leaned back like a kite with a broken string falling out of the window. Don't want. Old Mrs. Fu, Aunt Lee, and Aunt Wu cried out in despair. At the critical moment, Lu Chun rushed forward, hugged Lin Qian's waist tightly, and pulled her back from the window. After Lin Qian was pulled back to the ward, she had already fainted. Mrs. Fu, Aunt Lee, and Aunt Wu rushed over and surrounded her, protecting her tightly. Lu Chen's hands were trembling, as if he was afraid that the person in his arms would disappear if he let go. It was also at the moment when he hugged her that he clearly felt that she had already become skin and bones. She was almost weightless in his arms, as if she would break if she was bent slightly. Lu Chen's heart clenched into a knot. Thinking of her desperate words, hot tears welled up in his eyes and fell on Lin Qian's face, which was covered with blood and tears. Lin Yanshu stood there in a daze. The scene of Lin Qian's determination to die seemed to be engraved in his mind, leaving him completely unable to react. His eyes were empty and confused, as if his soul had been taken away. Mother Lin cried and crawled towards Lin Qian, calling out, "Qian Qian, my daughter." Her voice was filled with endless regret and pain. Seeing this, Auntie Wu's eyes instantly widened, her anger burning like a flame. She suddenly blocked in front of Lin Qian and shouted, "Mrs. Lin, stop being so hypocritical. The eldest lady ended up like this because of your family. You are not qualified to call her daughter. You are not worthy. No one in the Lin family is worthy. Go away and don't touch the eldest lady." As she spoke, she forcefully opened the hand that Lin's mother had extended to her. After being pushed by Mother Wu, Lin's mother collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. At this moment, there was a noisy sound of footsteps outside the ward. The next second, Lin Wanner and the female dean rushed in with the police. Chapter 68. If you want to commit suicide, can you find a place where no one is around? Lin Wanner pointed at Lin Qian and said to the police, "Uncle Police, she is the one who wants to kill someone. Hurry up and arrest her. As long as we can put this bitch in jail again, and then find a chance to kill Gu Yilin before this sickly girl can't speak, no one in this world will be able to threaten her anymore." Malice and pleasure quickly flashed across Lin Wanner's eyes, as if she had already seen Lin Qian's embarrassed look when she was taken away by the police. The female dean looked at Lin Qian with eyes that seemed to want to skin her alive. The little bitch actually dared to use a knife on Wanner. She must be tired of living. It seems that the prisoners were too lenient towards her when she was in prison. When that little bitch Lin Qian comes in again this time, I will make her die in there. Police comrade, I can testify that she not only tried to strangle a patient in our hospital, but also stabbed someone with a knife. Police comrades, please arrest her quickly. Otherwise, our hospital will be in a panic and the treatment of patients will be seriously affected. Upon hearing this, the police took out handcuffs and was about to take Lin Qian away. Seeing this, Lin's mother climbed up from the ground, enduring the severe pain in her stomach, and said, "Don't touch my daughter." Her eyes were firm and her tone was resolute. 5 years ago, she had already let Qian Qian down once. This time, she absolutely could not watch her being taken away. Even Lin Yanshu stood up and said, "My sister didn't mean to kill anyone." There was a hint of fatigue in his voice, but his attitude was very determined. Seeing that Lin Yanshu and Lin's mother favored Lin Qian, Lin Wanner was filled with hatred, but she still pretended to be very worried about them. "Mom, brother, you were all stabbed by Lin Qian. Lin Qian deliberately killed people. If we don't put her in jail, when she wakes up, she will kill us again like she did today." Lin Yanshu angrily shouted, "Shut up. I said no, police comrade, please go back. There is no need to waste police resources on our family affairs." Qian Qian's body was already riddled with wounds, and she could no longer withstand another imprisonment. Gu Yilin said that it was not Qian Qian who caused her to become a vegetable, which means that Qian Qian was wrongly imprisoned for 5 years. She endured all the punishments that she shouldn't have to endure. Broken legs, removed kidneys, a healthy body has become like this. She used to be a top student at Haicheng No. 1 middle school, and her academic performance was very good, but it was delayed because she went to prison. Looking at the emaciated Lin Qian in Lu Chen's arms, and thinking of the 5 years she was bullied in prison, Lin Yanshu even felt pain in breathing. "Brother," Lin Wanner wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lin Yanshu's glare. The police were not in a position to interfere too much in other people's family affairs. They simply expressed concern about the injuries of Lin's mother and Lin Yanshu, asked them to deal with them as soon as possible, and then left. As soon as the police left, the tension in Lin's mother and Lin Yanshu relaxed, and the feeling of fatigue doubled. Mother Lin lost too much blood, and her body was shaky. She finally couldn't hold on and fainted in a pool of blood with a plop. Lin Yanshu's face was as pale as paper, his legs were weak, and he almost fell down. Lin Wanner and the female dean looked at each other and saw disappointment in each other's eyes, but they quickly calmed down and hurriedly asked people to take Lin's mother and Lin Yanshu away for rescue. As soon as they left, the ward became quiet. Lu Chun looked at the unconscious Lin Qian with anxiety in his heart and subconsciously planned to pick her up and take her to receive proper treatment. However, Wu Ma pushed him away like a mother animal protecting her calf and roared with her eyes wide open, "Don't think that just because you saved the young lady, you can offset the fact that you sent her to prison 5 years ago. None of the Lin family, you, and Gu Beichen are good people. Lu Chun staggered after being pushed by Wu Ma, and it seemed as if his soul had been sucked out of him. Wu Ma's words were like a sharp blade, piercing straight into his heart. His lips trembled slightly. He wanted to explain himself, but he felt that all his words were so pale and powerless. The scene of Gu Yilin denying that Lin Qian had harmed her emerged uncontrollably in his mind. That scene was like a heavy hammer, hitting his nerves again and again, giving him a splitting headache. His eyes were filled with pain, and his body was trembling slightly. Back then, he simply thought that Wanner was innocent and kind, and would never harm his good friend Gu Yilin. Wanner must have been framed. Qian is stronger than Wanner. She has been the one who can endure the most hardships since she was a child. She is Wanner's sister. What does it matter if she goes to jail for 5 years instead of Wanner? She'll be only 23 years old when she is released from prison, which is the best age of her life. It is never too late for her to do anything she wants. He never thought that his decision would cause Qian to be bullied, become physically disabled, and completely rewrite her life. Now that the truth is before him, he has no idea how to make amends except regret. Lu Chun watched as Aunt Wu squatted down and gently carried Lin Qian on her back. She looked so cautious, as if she was carrying the most precious baby in the world. With the support of Mrs. Fu and Aunt Li, they slowly left Gu Yilin's ward step by step. Lu Chun stood there like a sculpture, his eyes empty and his heart filled with pain and self-blame. The sunlight shone on him through the window, but could not bring him any warmth. His soul seemed to be pulled out of his body, leaving only an empty shell, trembling in this guilt-filled atmosphere. Qian, Lu Chun finally murmured in a low voice, tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. He looked more vulnerable than ever before. It was already dark when Lin Qian woke up. There was no light on in the ward. Only the light from the corridor came in through the glass on the door, forming an irregular light and shadow on the ground. Lin Qian seemed to have lost her soul. She lay on the bed for a long time, without blinking, so long that it seemed as if time had stood still. Then she slowly lifted the quilt and dragged her scar body off the bed. Her movements were slow and stiff, like a puppet worn out by time. He opened the door and walked out quietly, with unsteady steps, all the way through the hospital corridor. The dim light reflected her thin and lonely back, making her look particularly desolate. She just walked out of the hospital like a wandering soul, walking aimlessly. She didn't know how long she had walked, let alone how far she had walked, but she came to an overpass. Stand still and look quietly at the dark river water below, which flows silently in the night. After a while, Lin Qian slowly raised her legs and was about to climb over the guardrail to end this nightmare-like life. Suddenly, a deep male voice came from my ear. Suicide? Lin Qian paused. She felt that the voice sounded familiar, but at the moment she was determined to die, she didn't care at all, didn't look at the man, and continued to mechanically flip through the guardrail. The man's calm voice sounded again. If you want to commit suicide, can you find a place where no one is around? Lin Qian paused again. She was about to die, so why would she care whether there was anyone around? But the man said, if I don't care, I'll seem too cold-blooded. If I do care, I'll be interfering with your fate. It won't do me any good whether I care or not. This time, Lin Qian finally turned around, and when she saw the man clearly, she discovered that she knew him. This man was the one who gave her a cigarette in the stairwell not long ago. The man held a cigarette in his hand, and white smoke curled up and was blown everywhere by the night wind, blurring the man's angular and deep face. He tapped the cigarette with his slender index finger, and the ash fell off. It was just a slight movement, but he looked so noble and elegant. Want one? Fu Shiye raised his eyebrows to signal Lin Qian. Chapter 69, my tattoo, is worth tens of millions, so why should I suffer in the Lin family? Lin Qian looked at him. Her eyes were calm, like a pool of stagnant water. After a moment, she slowly put down her legs, turned around and faced the man, her voice hoarse as if it had been polished by sandpaper. If you don't want to interfere with my fate, why do you care about me? Fu Shiye took a puff of cigarette and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. The smoke ring slowly rose and dissipated in the air. His eyes fell on Lin Qian through the smoke. Life is like a play. Sometimes, with one more audience, the plot will be different. I want to see how the play of life will turn out if you don't die today. Lin Qian was stunned. The man in front of her had a cold expression from beginning to end, almost indifferent. He doesn't care whether others are dead or alive. But even such a cold person, his words that didn't sound like persuasion still moved Lin Qian slightly. Who wants to die when they can live? In the drama of life, if it can be performed wonderfully, who would want to mess it up? Lin Qian's eyes were sad. I messed up my acting a long time ago. There's nothing to watch. Fu Shui didn't care. That's not necessarily true. The most exciting part is often at the end. Lin Qian was silent. She looked down at her scarred body, as if thinking about what the man said. After a long while, she raised her head, and there was a faint light in her eyes. Do you think I can start over? Why not? Anytime you want. Lin Qian had mixed feelings. The man's words were like a ray of light in the darkness, illuminating her desperate world. At this moment, a cold wind blew and Lin Qian couldn't help but shiver. Seeing this, Fu Shui took off his black coat and handed it to Lin Qian. Put it on, don't catch a cold. Lin Qian hesitated for a moment, but still took the coat and put it on. A faint smell of tobacco and the man's body temperature made her feel a long-lost warmth. Thanks. You really want to thank me? Lin Qian looked at him in confusion. Don't you want to say thank you? Lin Qian was a little confused. Her eyes were wide open, like two black gemstones filled with stars of doubt. Fu Shui looked at her dazed look, his deep and cold phoenix eyes curved slightly. A playful look emerged in his eyes, and even his lips unconsciously raised an imperceptible arc. I heard you can embroider? His voice was still cold, but it carried an irresistible temptation. Lin Qian was confused, not understanding how he knew that. Fu Shui raised his chin at her. Lin Qian hesitated for a moment, then slowly lowered her head and saw a peony embroidered on the chest of the coat she was wearing. The peony embroidery is exquisite, with layered petals that look lifelike. Isn't this embroidered by her? He suddenly raised his head and looked at Fu Shui in disbelief. The two people looked at each other, and although they didn't say anything, everything was implied. Peony, you embroidered very well. Fu Shui took out his phone and clicked on a photo. This embroidery is gorgeous and is a masterpiece of Suzhou embroidery. It's a pity that the embroiderer didn't finish it. If you can complete it, it will be a thank you gift to me. In the photo, the beautiful peony embroidery is stunning, with delicate needlework and perfect color matching of the silk threads. Every stitch and every thread seems to contain life. The petals of the blooming peony are layered and gorgeous, with colors spreading from the pistil. The stitches on the edges of the petals are fine, and the transition is natural. The veins of the leaves are also embroidered so lifelike that they seem to sway gently in the breeze. The overall embroidery is dignified and elegant, showing the grace and luxury of the peony. Everything is good, but it is a pity that it is a half-finished product. When Lin Qian saw the embroidery, her pupils shrank. Wasn't this embroidered by her when she was in prison? The reason why it was not finished was that she was released from prison before the embroidery was completed. How did the things in the prison fall into his hands? Sir, how did you get this embroidery? I bought it in auction. Was it bought in auction? Can her embroidery be auctioned? When she was in prison, the guards praised her for her good embroidery skills, but she herself had no idea how good they were. She just thought her skills were better than those of other people in the prison. She never expected that the things she embroidered would be worthy of being auctioned. Lin Qian tightly grasped Fu Shui's phone, her voice trembling. Excuse me, sir, how much did you spend on this embroidery? Fu Shui keenly noticed the change in her mood and looked at her inquiringly. 20 million. In fact, the value of this national beauty and heavenly fragrance is more than 20 million, and it is far more precious than the pine and crane longevity, which was sold for 30 million. It's a pity that national beauty and heavenly fragrance is a semi-finished product. Even if it only lacks the finishing touches, its value will be greatly reduced. After all, even if you find another embroiderer to finish the work, it will be a work completed by two people, and there will be some differences in needlework techniques. The peony embroidered on his suit jacket was done with almost the same needlework as that of national beauty and heavenly fragrance. If she were to complete it, she probably wouldn't be able to tell the difference, Fu Shui thought. 20 million? The thing she embroidered could actually be auctioned for 20 million? Lin Qian's shock was like surging waves, rolling over and over in her heart. Her eyes widened, and the words 20 million that Fu Shui said kept echoing in her mind. This number was like a thunderclap, instantly shattering her perception of her own embroidery skills. Lin Qian was so shocked that her fingers were shaking and she accidentally tapped the phone screen. In an instant, the photo slid, and the embroidery of pine and crane longevity was revealed. The crane's postures are lifelike, as if they would fly up with a gentle blow. The texture of the pine branches is delicate and realistic, and the branches are vigorous and powerful. Every detail demonstrates the embroiderer's superb skills. Lin Qian was shocked again. Songhayanian is also her work. Fu Shiye said calmly, I spent 30 million to buy this pine and crane painting last year as a birthday gift for my grandmother. My grandmother liked it very much, so I bought the work of the same embroiderer again this year. When Lin Qian heard the number 30 million, she seemed to be frozen. Her eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and her mouth was slightly open as if she wanted to say something, but the huge impact blocked her throat. 20 million? 30 million? The figure she would never dare to dream of was the price her embroidery could be sold for. No wonder when she was in prison, no matter how the prisoners beat her, her hands were never hurt at all. No wonder every time she was embroidering seriously, the prison guard were always by her side to escort her. It turned out that her hands were so valuable. After the surprise, Lin Qian felt a huge sadness in her heart. If she had known earlier that her work was so valuable, why would she have endured so much in the Lin family for 10 million yuan? The grievances and resentments of the past surged into Lin Qian's heart like a tide. Her eyes gradually turned red. She bit her lips, trying to suppress the surging emotions in her heart. But the more you suppress it, the more wronged you feel. Lin Qian just lay down on the guardrail of the overpass and started crying. Fu Shiye was at a loss for a moment. In his 28 years of life, this was the first time a woman cried in front of him, and her crying made him upset. He sighed, took out a cigarette, and handed it over. Want to smoke? Lin Qian looked up, tears welling up in her eyes. Are you comforting me? But I don't like smoking at all. Fu Shiye wanted to frown, but then he relaxed his brows again, as if he was afraid that Lin Qian would misunderstand that he was impatient. He opened his thin lips and said, I'll buy you a drink. Woo-woo, Lin Qian sobbed. Will you feel less sad if you drink? Okay, I'll drink, but I don't have any money. It's okay. I'll treat you. You're such a nice person. Fu Shiye, who was given the nice guy card, didn't know what to say. A good guy? This is the first time someone has described him this way. Chapter 70. Lin Qian drank too much and cried, and made a scene in front of Fu Shiye. He has always considered himself to be cold-hearted, always acting according to his own wishes and purposes and never taking other people's opinions into consideration. In his opinion, there are no absolutely good or bad people in this world, only interests and means. Everything he did was just to achieve his own goals and maintain his own status and interests. He never denied the rumors about his decisiveness and ruthlessness. Instead, he felt that those were abilities he needed to survive in this complex world. But at this moment, Lin Qian's words, "You are such a good person," made him feel like he was hit by some strange power. Fu Shiye curled his lips. Since the little girl said he was a good man, he would continue to be a good man. Wait for me. Then he turned around. Lin Qian leaned against the guardrail, staring at Fu Shiye without blinking, and saw him walk with his long legs to the back of the Rolls-Royce and reach out to open the trunk. Fu Shiye's eyes fell on the 2 bottles of red wine. This wine was originally prepared for cooperation negotiations on the East Suburbs project, but now it is used to coax the little girl. Fu Shiye took the red wine, turned back, and handed it to Lin Qian. Drink it. Lin Qian didn't bother to be polite with him and blew directly into the bottle. Looking at her heroic appearance, Fu Shiye actually had a smile in his eyes. Special Assistant Li, who watched the whole process in the car, was stunned. No, isn't this how you drink red wine? That was Romani Connie worth more than $500,000 a bottle, but it tasted like beer when I drank it. Assistant Li was speechless. Looking at his cold-hearted and aloof boss, he just let the little girl cook a drink with a faint smile on his thin lips. He had never seen his boss be so gentle and kind to any woman before. It was really strange. Special Assistant Li quickly picked up his phone, took a picture of Fu Shiye and Lin Qian standing on the overpass, and sent it to the old lady. At this moment, Mrs. Fu was extremely anxious. Not only her, but also Aunt Li, Aunt Wu, Lin Yanshu, Lu Chun, and Gu Beichen were all as anxious as ants on a hot pan because of Lin Qian's sudden disappearance. They searched frantically for Lin Qian, fearing that she would do something stupid. But after searching for 2 hours, there was still nothing. Just when Mrs. Fu was at a loss, Assistant Li sent her the photos he had taken. The moment she saw the photo, Mrs. Fu's heart suddenly settled down. But then, Seeing Lin Qian holding the bottle and drinking to drown her sorrows and pain, her heart clenched again. The old lady's eyes were red, and she murmured to herself, "How much pain is this child in?" The old lady has always held traditional ideas and is very opposed to girls drinking. But when facing Lin Qian, she is filled with pity. Drink. Drinking a lot will help you forget the pain for a while. After calming down a little, the old lady quickly called Fu Shiya. At this moment, Lin Qian had finished one bottle. Her pale little face was flushed, adding a bit of vitality to her. Her head felt a little heavy, but she still picked up the second bottle. Fu Shiya was about to persuade her to drink less when the phone rang. Helplessly, he answered the phone, and immediately the voice of Mrs. Fu was heard from the other end. "Shiyi, is Qian with you?" Shallow. He looked at Lin Qian and saw that she had already finished her second bottle. "Shiyi, Qian is a good child. Grandma likes her very much. But this child has a very hard life and has suffered a lot. You must take good care of her. When she finishes drinking, take her directly back to where you live. Remember, don't bully her, or I will never let you go." The old lady became more and more excited as she spoke, and she actually started to cry out of heartache. Listening to his grandmother's sobbing exhortation on the other end of the phone, Fu Shiya couldn't help but feel a little bitter in his heart and hurriedly comforted her. "Don't worry, Grandma." The old lady was still worried. "Shiyi, Qian is in a bad mood right now. You should comfort her more." "Yeah," Fu Shiya responded. "Also, this child has suffered a lot of grievances and feels bad. You need to care for her more, talk to her more, and enlighten her." "Grandma, I know what's going on." The old lady gave a lot of instructions, from preparing sobering soup for Lin Qian to making sure to cover her with a blanket at night, no matter how big or small. Fu Shiya listened patiently, responding from time to time. At this time, Lin Qian was already drunk. She dropped the empty bottle in her hand, and her whole body staggered, about to fall. Fu Shiya quickly reached out to hold her. Lin Qian followed his strength and fell softly on him. Her eyes were blurry and confused. She looked up and asked, "Who are you?" Fu Shiya hung up the phone in a hurry and supported her. "You've drunk too much." Lin Qian seemed not to have heard what he said. She pointed her index finger at his tall nose and said in an unclear but very serious voice, "Lin Yanshu, right? You are Lin Yanshu." As he spoke, he suddenly became emotional and frowned. "Lin Yanshu, I hate you. You're not my brother. Get out. I don't need a brother like you anymore." After saying that, she pushed Fu Shiya with all her strength. To Fu Shiya, that little bit of strength was just like a kitten scratching its itch, but she herself lost her balance due to using too much force and fell backwards. Fu Shiya stretched out his arms and firmly embraced her slender waist. "I'm not Lin Yanshu," he explained patiently. "Not Lin Yanshu." Lin Qian tilted her head and blinked hard, trying to see the person in front of her clearly. "Then you must be Lu Chun. Lu Chun is not a good guy either." She puffed up her cheeks angrily. "The person I hate the most is you. We grew up together in an orphanage, childhood sweethearts. You said you would protect me, but you helped Lin want or bully me. You said you would learn the law and send the people who bully me to jail, but you sent me to jail." Speaking of the sad part, Lin Qian's tears fell down in big drops. She raised her fist and shook it in the air a few times. "Do you know that just because you said to study the law to protect me, I worked desperately to earn money to support you to go to college? Do you know that in order not to hurt your self-esteem, I have been anonymously supporting you? I have been sincere to you. Why did you let me take the blame for Lin Wanner? Oh, the night is like water, and the moonlight shines on the overpass, covering everything with a layer of silver gauze." Lin Qian cried so hard that her face was covered with tears, and her tears sparkled brightly in the moonlight. "Stop crying," Fu Shiya said softly. It was rare for him to be so patient. "I'm about to cry." Lin Qian kept sobbing. "No, I don't need you. You're just pretending to be nice." Lin Qian pushed Fu Shiya away with force, staggering a few times but standing firm stubbornly. She pointed at Fu Shiya with trembling fingers. "Lu Chun, I hate you the most. I will never forgive you in my life. You are a bastard." The breeze blew gently, blowing up the hair in front of her forehead and blowing away the crystal tears on her cheeks. Fu Shiya watched her cry quietly, and his originally stern face softened a little at this moment. It was not until she cried until she was exhausted that he slowly walked forward, bent down, and gently passed his arms through Lin Qian's legs and back, and picked her up steadily. Lin Qian, who is only 1.6 meters tall, is petite and extremely thin. In the arms of the tall and straight Fu Shiya, she looked so small and pitiful. Her head rested weakly on Fu Shiya's broad chest, with a few strands of hair scattered messily beside her cheeks. The moonlight stretched their shadows long, interweaving them on the ground. Chapter 71, the eldest lady is so unlucky that she has to meet these psychopaths. Inside the car, Assistant Lee, who was driving silently, suddenly heard his boss asking questions. "You told Grandma?" Fu Shiya's voice was indifferent, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. Assistant Lee looked at him quietly through the rearview mirror and saw that Fu Shiya's face was calm, as if he was just asking casually. "It's so hard to guess what my boss is thinking." Special Assistant Lee could only laugh. "President, I am just trying to make the old lady feel at ease." Fu Shiya said coldly, "Stop talking too much." Assistant Lee smiled and said, "Boss, how can I be considered as being nosy? I'm just thinking about you, boss." After saying that, he glanced at Lin Qian in the rearview mirror again. Judging from their appearance, she and his CEO were a perfect match, except that she was too short and thin. "Boss, you don't like it?" Fu Shiya glanced over with sharp eyes. Assistant Lee quickly shut up and drove at ease. Lin Qian's breathing gradually became steady, but she would still occasionally let out a slight sob. Fu Shiya sat beside her, frowned slightly, reached out, and patted her gently, trying to comfort her. However, Lin Qian didn't seem to notice it. She just murmured a few words in her sleep, her voice unclear. Fu Shiya looked at her for a long time. He didn't know if he was affected by her emotions, but he was obviously in a bad mood tonight. He felt irritated and wanted to smoke, so he took out a cigarette out of habit and was about to light it when he paused. He glanced at the fragile Lin Qian beside him, put the cigarette back, and turned his head to look out the window. The lights of Haicheng were rapidly receding before his eyes, like countless twinkling stars flowing. Fu Shiya's profile looked particularly cold under the reflection of the streetlights. Assistant Lee, find out all her information before tomorrow. Good. Lin Yanshu, Lu Chun, and Gu Beichan searched for Lin Qian all night, but still could not find any trace of her. When they returned to the ward where Lin Qian had originally been and faced the empty bed, their emotions burst out completely at that moment. Gu Beichan's face turned red with pain and self-blame. He approached Lin Yanshu step by step like a mad beast, and then punched Lin Yanshu in the face, roaring, "It's all your fault. If you, the Lin family, hadn't always treated her as one of their own, how could Qian be so depressed? How could she leave alone in the middle of the night? It's all your fault that she has become like this dash. She almost jumped off the building yesterday." He didn't dare to imagine what irrational behavior Lin Qian would do after leaving the hospital in the middle of the night. Lin Yanshu was caught off guard, staggered back a few steps, and blood instantly flowed from the corner of his mouth. His eyes instantly turned red, and he punched Gu Beichan in the face with his backhand. "Do you think you were a good person? Our Lin family didn't treat Qian well, but she lived in the Lin family safely and healthily for 3 years. And what about you? You are the culprit who allowed Qian to be abused in prison. All the injuries on Qian were caused by you." As Lin Yanshu spoke, his heart felt like it was pierced deeply by countless needles. He knew he was wrong, and he had decided to be a good brother and make it up to her. But why did she suddenly disappear? Why do you have to be so stubborn? You're obviously a weak girl. Why can't you be as gentle as Wanner? Lin Yanshu's eyes turned red with self-blame and anger. Gu Beichan's forehead was bulging with veins when he heard this. "I didn't." He was almost shouting, and his voice echoed in the ward. He loved Lin Qian so much. How could he bear to let Lin Qian suffer in prison? Lin Yanshu's face was full of sarcasm. "You dare to do it but not take responsibility. What kind of man are you?" "I said I didn't." Gu Beichan punched Lin Yanshu again. Lin Yanshu was not to be outdone and kicked Gu Beichan hard, and the two of them started fighting instantly. Lin Yanshu's eyes were red, his eye sockets were filled with tears, and his hands' movements became more and more fierce. Gu Beichan's eyes also turned red, and he fought back hard. The two people refused to give in and seemed to want to punish themselves in this self-abuse way. Lu Chun rushed forward anxiously, trying to separate Lin Yanshu and Gu Beichan, who were struggling with each other. He reached out to pull Lin Yanshu's arm, but Lin Yanshu, who was out of control, swung his arm violently, broke free from Lu Chen's hand, and hit Lu Chun in the chest with his elbow. Lu Chen snorted and took a few steps back. Before Lu Chun could steady himself, Gu Beichan accidentally threw another punch in the chaos, landing heavily on Lu Chen's shoulder. Lin Qian's body shook. Pain flashed across his face, and he felt angry and anxious. Are you crazy? Lin Qian roared. Yanshu turned his head and stared at Lin Qian fiercely, pointing his finger at him with trembling hands. Didn't you grow up with Qian? Why did you send her to prison with your own hands? Why? Every word was like a sharp knife, piercing straight into Lin Qian's heart. Lin Qian's face turned pale in an instant, and those unbearable past memories flooded into his mind like a tide. Shut up, shut up. Lin Qian seemed to have his most painful reverse scale touched, and his rationality collapsed instantly. His eyes turned red, and he threw a punch desperately, hitting Lin Yanshu hard in the face. This punch exhausted all his strength, and blood gushed out from the corner of Lin Yanshu's mouth again. You fucking... The already messy ward was now even more chaotic, with scattered debris all over the floor, and four stand tilted to the ground, and broken glass scattered everywhere. The three of them wrestled in the small space. Their clothes were torn into pieces, and their faces and bodies were covered in bruises. In the chaos of the fight, no one noticed a figure that appeared at the door of the ward. Aunt Wu looked at the scene in front of her coldly, and found it extremely absurd. The young lady is so unlucky to have met these psychopaths. The three of them were people whom the eldest lady had treated sincerely, but what they got in return was 5 years in prison. They never look for reasons within themselves, but only shift the blame to others. Auntie Wu had already been informed by Auntie Li that Lin Qian had been found. She came to the ward this time just to pack up the eldest lady's things and go through the discharge procedures. I just didn't expect to see the three of them go crazy. Aunt Wu turned away indifferently, not intending to tell them the news about Lin Qian, because they don't deserve it. When everything calmed down, Lin Yanshu slumped in a chair beside him, covering his face with his hands, his shoulders trembling slightly. Gu Beichun was breathing heavily, leaning against the wall, looking at the ground with empty eyes. Lin Qian looked out the window, looking like he had lost his soul. Fu family villa. Fu Shiye stood in front of the French window, holding a thick stack of documents in his hand. Assistant Li was extremely efficient and found out all of Lin Qian's experiences from childhood to adulthood in just one night. After Fu Shiye finished reading Lin Qian's information, his face became heavy. The content of the information is so heartbreaking that every word is heartbreaking. Lin Qian, who is only 23 years old, has hardly had a good day in the past 23 years. She never felt the warmth of home during her childhood in an orphanage. She returned to the Lin family as a teenager, thinking she had finally found someone to rely on, but she did not expect that she would be greeted with 3 years of cold violence. She finally graduated from high school and was about to go to Peking University or Tsinghua University, but she was framed and sent to prison. He has been sitting firmly on the top spot in Haichu No. 1 Middle School for 3 years. For 3 years, we have consistently ranked first in physics competitions. I got a high score of 741 in the college entrance examination. With such outstanding grades and such strong learning talent, even if he entered Peking University or Tsinghua University, the two top universities in China, he would definitely not be the last one in the class. Pity. Fu Shiye is a cold-hearted person, but after seeing Lin Qian's experience, he couldn't help but frown. Assistant Li, who was standing behind him, felt the low pressure coming from his boss, and his face became gloomy. Miss Lin's life was so miserable. He didn't even dare to imagine how such a thin girl could have survived. This was not just a day or two, but a full 23 years. Just as I was feeling indignant about this, old Mrs. Fu came in with Aunt Li and Aunt Wu. Fu Shiye hurriedly handed the information to Assistant Li and said, "Keep it well and don't let Grandma see it." Assistant Li quickly put it away. "Grandma, why are you here?" Fu Shiye asked. The old lady looked excited. "Shiye, where's Qian Qian? She's still sleeping. It's almost 10 o'clock, and the child hasn't woken up yet?" The old lady was worried and went upstairs to see Lin Qian. Fu Shiye didn't take it too seriously, thinking that Lin Qian drank too much last night, and that's why she slept until now. As a result, not long after the old lady went upstairs, she cried out, "Qian Qian, what's wrong with you? Don't scare Grandma." Fu Shiye was startled and hurried upstairs. Chapter 72. Knowing that Lin Qian only has one kidney, Wu Ma and others shed tears of heartache. Lin Qian curled up on the bed, her face flushed and her whole body hot, as if she had just been taken out of the stove. Her lips were cracked, and she kept moaning in pain, her hands tightly grasping the sheets, as if this could ease the discomfort that was surging in her body. Old Mrs. Fu was so anxious that she didn't know what to do. Aunt Li and Aunt Wu's eyes were red with heartache. When they saw Lin Qian in such pain, it was like a knife cutting their hearts. After Fu Shiye came in, he immediately picked up Lin Qian and rushed downstairs. He could clearly feel the burning heat of Lin Qian's body, and the heat seemed to burn him. Go to the hospital, Fu Shiye said briefly and forcefully. Everyone hurried downstairs and got into the car. On the way, Wu Ma suddenly thought of something and said anxiously, "Don't go to Haiqing First People's Hospital, go to Haiqing Second People's Hospital." The Lin family, Lu Chun and Gu Beichen, are all in the First People's Hospital. They're a group of mentally ill people. The eldest lady must not let her meet them again. Every time she meets them, she will be in trouble. This time, no matter what, the eldest daughter must be taken away from the Lin family. Li Tezu stepped on the accelerator even harder, and the car sped forward like an arrow. It took less than 20 minutes to reach Haicheng Second People's Hospital. At this moment, Lu Jinxiu and his colleagues had just finished their academic conference at Haicheng Second People's Hospital and were preparing to return to Haicheng First People's Hospital. As they walked, they discussed what had happened at the meeting. Although Lu Jinxiu always looks arrogant and cynical, as a backbone doctor of Haicheng First People's Hospital, he has extremely high attainments in the field of medicine. Therefore, he often participates in academic conferences and seminars as a representative of outstanding doctors. Just as they were about to walk out of the hospital building, talking and laughing, Fu Shiye, holding Lin Qian, passed by Lu Jinxiu and ran straight to the emergency room. Mrs. Fu, Aunt Li, and Aunt Wu followed behind them, panting. At that moment, Lu Jinxiu's figure obviously paused, and a hint of surprise and confusion flashed in his eyes. He subconsciously turned his head to look back, but he only saw Fu Shiye's tall and straight figure gradually walking away, and the long hair of the woman in his arms swaying in the wind. He frowned. Maybe he had seen it wrong? How could Lin Qian be carried to Haicheng Second People's Hospital by someone? The Second People's Hospital is located in the suburbs of Haicheng, too far from the city center, so the Lin family only goes to the First People's Hospital in the city center. He shook his head, thinking that perhaps he had been too tired recently and had misjudged the person. He didn't pay much attention to it and turned around to continue chatting and laughing with the doctors. The topic returned to the previous case discussion. In the emergency room, doctors quickly examined Lin Qian. After a busy period, a doctor walked up to Fu Shiye with a frown. "Are you the patient's husband?" Fu Shiye was stunned for a moment by the doctor's question. "I don't." "Yes, he is the patient's husband, and I am the patient's grandmother." "Doctor, how is my granddaughter-in-law?" Mrs. Fu asked anxiously. Upon hearing this, the doctor started to scold him. "How can you be a family member? You knew that the patient only had one kidney, but you still let her drink so much alcohol. Are you trying to kill her? One kidney has a poor alcohol metabolism capacity, and the patient has consumed a large amount of alcohol. Now the alcohol in her body is seriously exceeded. Fortunately, the other kidney is very healthy. Otherwise, given her poor physical condition, she would have died from multiple organ damage caused by drinking too much. You brought him here not too late. He hasn't suffered multiple organ damage yet. However, his condition is still very critical. We will do our best to treat him." When Mrs. Fu heard this, she almost collapsed to the ground and was quickly supported by Aunt Li. Aunt Wu's eyes widened, and she stood there in a daze. A kidney? How could the young lady have only one kidney? When the doctor returned to the emergency room, Mrs. Fu looked at Aunt Wu with a tired face. "Aunt Wu, how come Qian only has one kidney?" Wu Ma was greatly shocked. "How is it possible? My eldest daughter was in good health when she was imprisoned 5 years ago." In one sentence, it was like throwing a bomb into a calm river. Mrs. Fu, Aunt Li, and Fu Shiye's pupils all shrank. She was fine before going to prison, but was missing a kidney after being released, which means that her kidney was removed while she was serving her sentence. The air fell into deathly silence. Fu Shiye thought of the information he saw this morning. Special Assistant Li did not find out that Lin Qian had lost a kidney, but based on the torture she had suffered over the years, it was not difficult to infer that the kidney she lost was most likely related to the people who hurt her. How deep is the hatred and resentment that requires treating a weak girl like this? He thought he was ruthless, but he wouldn't be so cruel. The waiting time seemed extremely long, and every minute and every second was tormenting everyone's heart. Old Mrs. Fu kept praying on her chest, hoping that God would keep Lin Qian safe and sound. Aunt Li and Aunt Wu shed tears silently, feeling sad for Lin Qian's experience. After an unknown amount of time, the door of the emergency room opened again, and the doctor walked out tiredly, took off his mask, and said, "The patient's condition is temporarily stable, but he still needs to be hospitalized for observation for a period of time, and we still need to closely monitor the changes in his condition." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and their anxious hearts were somewhat relieved. Haicheng First People's Hospital. Lin Yanshu had an untidy beard, and his eyes showed fatigue and endless regret. The high-spirited look of the past was long gone. He walked towards the ward where Lin's father was in a daze. As soon as I reached the door, the dean opened it and walked out. I don't know if it's because the ward is too hot, but the director's whole face is red, especially her lips, which look a little swollen. The headmistress was startled when she unexpectedly bumped into Lin Yanshu at the door. She looked away, obviously feeling guilty. "Young Master Lin is here," Lin Yanshu said him casually. His mind was all on Lin Qian. Those chaotic thoughts were entangled with him like vines, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. He didn't even look at the dean and went straight into the ward. Father Lin was injured in his arms, shoulders, and buttocks. Although he bled a lot, they were not vital parts, so it was no big deal. When Lin Yanshu came in, Lin's father was pulling up his trousers with a satisfied look on his face. Lin Yanshu didn't think much about it. He just thought that he had just finished using the toilet. At the moment, he didn't have time to explore too much. He slowly walked to the chair and sat down with a dejected look on his face, as if all the strength in his body had been drained away. Seeing this, Father Lin frowned and asked, "Has that little bitch Lin Qian been found yet?" When Lin Yanshu heard this, he frowned suddenly, with a flash of anger and disbelief in his eyes. "Dad, Qian is your daughter. How can you call her a little bitch?" Father Lin snorted coldly. "She's going to kill me. I don't have a daughter as unfilial as her." Lin Yanshu frowned even more tightly. "Dad, Qian's life or death is uncertain. Can you please stop being angry with her?" Father Lin curled his lips in disapproval, his eyes full of indifference. "It would be better if she died outside, so that I don't have to worry every day." Lin Yanshu's face darkened instantly. "Dad, Qian is your biological daughter, no matter what, so why do you not care about her life or death?" Father Lin looked impatient. With a girl like her, even if she were to stick with Mr. Fu, he might not be interested in her. If a worthless thing dies, it's dead. What's the big deal? Okay, don't look for her anymore. It's better to find a few beauties in Haicheng and give them to Mr. Fu. As long as Mr. Fu is happy, there will be no problem for our Lin family to cooperate with him. Lin Yanshu stared at his father blankly. At this moment, he felt that the father in front of him was extremely strange. How could the father who once had some dignity, but was still kind in his heart, say such cold-blooded words at this moment? Chapter 73. Lin Qian is just a worthless bitch. What's wrong with sacrificing herself? Lin Yanshu's face became increasingly ugly. He took a deep breath and tried to keep himself calm, but his voice was already trembling noticeably. "Dad, Qian is nowhere to be found. Why are you still thinking about cooperating with Mr. Fu? If you had given some of your concern for Wanner to Qian, she wouldn't be so desperate." "Dad, who is your biological daughter in your heart?" he asked word by word, almost gritting his teeth. Father Lin seemed to be offended. He slammed the table beside the bed and shouted angrily, "If that evil creature Lin Qian disappears, will we all die? It's not me who made her disappear. She can die wherever she wants. I'll feel better if she's not around." Father Lin's face flushed red, his eyes full of resentment. "Since that evil creature came back home, I haven't had a single day of peace." As he spoke, he gasped and said in a more resolute tone, "It's better if she never comes back. Whether she lives or dies has nothing to do with me. What I care about most now is the Lin family's business." There was a chilling indifference in Mr. Lin's eyes, and he totally disregarded the relationship between father and daughter. When Lin Yanshu heard these cruel words from his father, he felt as if cold water was poured over his head, chilling him to the core. He stared at Father Lin without blinking, his lips trembling slightly as he asked the question that had been weighing on his mind all night. "Dad, 5 years ago you knew that Gu Yilin was not pushed down the stairs by Qian, right?" Lin Yanshu stared at Lin's father, not missing any change in expression on his face. Father Lin's expression froze, and a hint of panic flashed across his eyes, but he quickly calmed down. "What do you mean by that? So, I guess, right? You really knew that it wasn't Qian who did it." There was a slight tremor in Lin Yanshu's voice, but more of it was anger and disappointment. Father Lin was silent for a moment, then said in a cold voice, "It's all in the past. Let's not talk about it. Yanshu, the most important thing for us now is to reach an agreement with President Fu to jointly develop the Dongjiao project. Everything else is trivial. Small matter? Ha ha." Lin Yanshu suddenly burst into laughter crazily. His laughter was so sarcastic that tears came out of his eyes. "You knew Qian was innocent, but you still told me with certainty that she was the murderer. You also asked me to identify Qian as the murderer in court. What did Qian do wrong that you treated her like this? She is your daughter, but you pushed her into the abyss with your own hands and asked me to help you harm her. She is my biological sister. She must have been very desperate when her own brother pointed the finger at her. No wonder she didn't want to forgive me after I got out of prison. So that's it. Ha ha." Although Lin Yanshu was smiling, his heart hurt more than if he was crying. "That's enough." Father Lin interrupted him angrily, his eyes full of warnings. "Now is not the time to pursue these things. Calm down." Lin Yanshu's eyes were red. His chest was heaving violently. He glared at Lin's father and said word by word, "You ignored Qian's life and death. Let her bear the false charges. Let her suffer those inhuman tortures in prison. Aren't you afraid of retribution?" Father Lin was so angry that he was shaking all over. He pointed at Lin Yanshu and his voice was trembling. "How dare you talk to me like that? I did all this for the Lin family's reputation. Lin Qian is a useless girl. So what if she sacrifices herself?" "Sacrifice?" Lin Yanshu laughed bitterly. "Qian was beaten in prison, her leg was broken, and someone cut out one of her kidneys. Don't you feel guilty or have a guilty conscience?" When Lin's father heard that Lin Qian was missing a kidney, his face changed slightly, but he still pretended to be calm. She was a troublemaker to begin with. She was probably the one who provoked someone else when she was beaten in prison. As for her missing kidney, it is very likely that she was injured in a fight and had it removed. This only means that she deserves it. Don't make a fuss here. The most urgent thing now is to solve the Lin family's business problems. Didn't I ask you to check Mr. Fu's phone number not long ago? Did you find it? If you did, call Mr. Fu and arrange a dinner. Lin Yanshu stood up slowly, his eyes full of disappointment. "Dad, I used to respect you and listen to you, but I cannot agree with you on this matter, let alone do what you say. I will definitely find out the truth of that year and give Qian justice." After saying this, he turned and walked away with firm steps. Father Lin was so angry that he shouted behind him, "Stop right there. If you dare to investigate, don't acknowledge me as your father anymore, and don't even think about interfering in any of the Lin family's affairs." Lin Yanshu turned a deaf ear to him. He had only one thought in his mind, to find Lin Qian, make up for what he had owed her over the years, and clear her name. Just as Lin Yanshu was about to leave, Lin Wanner walked in carrying a thermos bucket. With a sweet smile on her face, she said softly, "Dad, I made chicken soup for you myself." After she finished speaking, she noticed Lin Yanshu, who looked angry. Thinking of what happened yesterday, her heart tightened and she couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. But thinking of Lin Yanshu's protection of her, she relaxed again and smiled at him. "Brother is here too. Do you want to eat with Dad?" Lin Yanshu said nothing with a gloomy face. He walked step by step to Lin Wanner, raised his hands suddenly and grabbed her shoulders, his eyes full of questions. "Qian is missing. Are you happy?" Lin Wanner was frightened by his sudden action and her face turned pale. She said timidly, "Brother, I didn't." "You still dare to say you don't have it." Lin Yanshu's voice was almost squeezed out from between his teeth. "Qian is missing, and you are the only daughter left in the Lin family. Isn't this what you want?" Lin Wanner seemed to have been greatly insulted and immediately burst into tears. She choked up and said, "Brother, how could you think of me like this? We have been siblings for more than 20 years. Don't you know what kind of person I am?" In Lin Yanshu's heart, Lin Wanner has always been a gentle, kind, simple, and harmless good sister. It was because he firmly believed this that he favored her time and time again. When Gu Yilin fell down the stairs and became a vegetable, he never doubted Lin Wanner at all and directly pointed the finger at Lin Qian. But everything that happened yesterday told him that he was wrong. Although he successfully prevented Gu Yilin from accusing Lin Wanner, anyone who is not a fool can see that there is something fishy going on. Lin Yanshu pressed Lin Wanner heavily against the wall. Lin Wanner's back hurt so much that she groaned in pain. Her tears fell even more. Her eyes were full of fear and helplessness. "Brother, you hurt me." Father Lin felt very distressed when he saw his precious daughter being bullied. He didn't care about his injuries and struggled to get out of bed. Because he moved too quickly, the wounds on his body were affected. He gasped in pain, but still gritted his teeth and endured it. He angrily slapped Lin Yanshu in the face. "You bastard, let go of your sister." Lin Yanshu's face tilted to one side due to the slap. When Lu Jinxiu walked in, he saw the three of them arguing. He returned to the hospital and heard that Lin's father and mother were injured, so he rushed over to check on Lin's father's injuries. Unexpectedly, he saw this scene as soon as he entered the door. Lu Jinxiu hurriedly pulled Lin Yanshu out of the ward and said in a reproachful tone, "Yanshu, your father is still injured. Why did you go to his ward to make trouble?" Lin Yanshu's eyes were red, and he suppressed his emotions that were about to collapse and briefly told him what happened yesterday. Then he continued, "Jinxiu, you know Qianqian's legs are not in good condition, and she has lost a kidney. Her body is very weak. I am worried." His voice was filled with fatigue. Lu Jinxiu was stunned. Lin Qian was missing. The image of the frail woman in his arms, who looked very much like Lin Qian, quickly flashed through his mind. Chapter 74. Lu Jinxiu realized that he was being used as a pawn and was furious and prepared to help Lin Qian. Could that woman be Lin Qian? He was about to tell Lin Yanshu about this, but when the words came to his lips, he swallowed them back. Although he had been conducting academic research during this period, he had heard some news about the Lin family. In just 2 months since Lin Qian was released from prison, she has been hospitalized several times, and each time her injuries were very serious. The news spread among the doctors and nurses. Which good person is hospitalized with injuries every other day? This made him wonder, did Lin Qian really bully Lin Wanner, as the Lin family said? Since she bullied Lin Wanner, why was it Lin Qian instead of Lin Wanner who was injured and hospitalized every time? Last time he was covered in whip marks, and his little finger was broken. This time, there was a bloody hole on the back of his head, and he almost lost his life due to infection. Lu Jinxiu thought about the last time Lin Qianxian escaped to Nanshang in the middle of the night and wanted to take the train to Gangshan. It was obvious that she didn't want to stay in the Lin family at all and just wanted to escape as far away as possible. It was Lin Yanshu and him who forced her back. At that time, he was biased towards Lin Wanner and treated Lin Qian very badly. Only afterwards did Lin Qian realize that she was extremely disappointed with the Lin family, which was why she was unwilling to return. This time, I'm afraid he was heartbroken by the Lin family, so he left when no one was paying attention, right? He was so absorbed in his thoughts that he didn't even hear Lin Yanshu talking to him. Jinxiu. Lu Jinxiu came back to his senses. What's wrong? Where do you think Qianqian will go? Will she escape to another city like last time? Lin Yanshu frowned. Lu Jinxiu said perfunctorily, maybe. Qianqian is penniless and weak. What if a girl like her meets a bad guy outside? Why is she so stubborn? Why can't she talk to her family about something and keep making trouble? Listening to Lin Yanshu's chattering and thinking about what he just said about Gu Yilin waking up yesterday and being almost strangled to death, Lu Jinxiu wanted him to shut up. Gu Yilin admitted that it was not Lin Qian who wanted to harm her back then. Her waking up would only benefit Lin Qian and not harm her. Lin Qian must be crazy to strangle her to death. The answer is self-evident. Although he didn't want to admit it, the fact was the fact. He could see it, and he didn't believe that Lin Yanshu couldn't see it. The only possibility was that Lin Yanshu saw it, but didn't want to know the answer. It was obvious that he was intentionally protecting her. It would be strange if Lin Qian didn't make a fuss. If he were Lin Qian, he would be accused of attempted murder by his own brother in court and spent 5 years in prison wrongly. He would even want to kill someone. It's no wonder that Lin Qian wanted to run away. It's really because the Lin family's attitude towards her and Lin Wanner was too hypocritical. When he thought about how he had been prejudiced against Lin Qian over the years and how he had spoken bad words to her every time they met, he became furious. He is the dignified young Master Lu, who has always been upright and honest, but he was used as a gun by others and was shot wherever he was pointed like a fool. Through the glass on the ward door, Lu Jinxiu saw Lin's father comforting the crying Lin Wanner with a distressed look on his face, and his face immediately darkened. Lin Ziyuan is really confused. Instead of loving and protecting his own daughter who was wronged, he feels sorry for his adopted daughter. I still have work to do, so I won't continue talking to you. After saying that, he left without looking back. Lu Jinxiu did not return to his own clinic, but turned and walked towards the monitoring room. Gu Yilin is staying in the VIP ward, and her room is monitored to facilitate observation of her condition. However, when he arrived at the monitoring room and wanted to call up the surveillance footage, the words "video file has been deleted" appeared on the computer screen. Lu Jinxiu's eyes turned cold in an instant. He thought about it and decided to check the surveillance footage of Lin Qian and Lin Qian entering Gu Yilin's ward. As a result, the surveillance video in the ward corridor was also deleted. Lu Jinxiu's face became increasingly gloomy, and he felt that things were not simple. The hospital's surveillance footage cannot be viewed casually, even by medical staff. Not many people have the authority to view the footage. He has the authority because he is a key doctor at Haicheng First People's Hospital. Because of this, the person who could enter the monitoring room and delete the surveillance footage without anyone noticing must not be an ordinary medical staff, who is helping the real murderer. Lin Yanshu's expression became more and more solemn. It seemed that he had to ask Gu Yilin in person. Gu Yilin's ward. Lu Jinxiu knocked on the door gently, pushed it open, and walked in. At this time, Gu Yilin was lying quietly on the hospital bed, staring at the ceiling with empty eyes. Lu Jinxiu walked to the bedside and first showed concern for her health, but all he got in return was Gu Yilin's silence. He sighed softly, then changed the subject and said, "I know everything that happened in your ward yesterday." Gu Yilin seemed not to have heard his words. She continued to lie there motionless without any reaction. "Gu Yilin, don't you want the person who really hurt you to be brought to justice? Think, how could she not want to?" But she saw clearly what happened yesterday. Lin's father, Lin's mother, Lin Yanshu, Lu Qian, and even her brother Gu Beichun were all intentionally favoring Lin Qian. She clearly had the opportunity to identify Lin Qian, but they stopped her again and again. Lin Qian is so important to them. It was so important that we could ignore her pain and the unexpected misfortune that Lin Qian had suffered for 5 years. Lu Jinxiu has always had a good relationship with the Lin family, so he must be of the same kind. Gu Yilin ignored his questions and just lay there quietly. Lu Jinxiu gave a lot of advice, but Gu Yilin didn't react at all from beginning to end, like an emotionless puppet. This stubborn look gave Lu Jinxiu a headache. He stared at Gu Yilin in a daze and said in a deep voice, "Lin Qian is missing." When Gu Yilin heard the words, "Lin Qian is missing," her originally empty eyes suddenly fluctuated, as if she was severely hurt by something. Lu Jinxiu keenly caught her subtle change and was secretly delighted, knowing that his words had worked. He struck while the iron was hot and said, "The Lin family, Lu Qian, and your brother are all looking for her. You should know what will happen when they find her." Thinking of how the group of bastards had beaten and humiliated Lin Qian yesterday, Gu Yilin made a woo sound in her throat and tears rolled down her cheeks. She tried desperately to speak, but only vague sounds came out of her throat. She was so anxious that she could only let the tears fall. Lu Jinxiu wiped her tears and said, "Don't cry. Everything will be fine." After Gu Yilin calmed down, Lu Jinxiu said softly, "You should also take good care of yourself. Only when you recover from your illness can you help Lin Qian identify the real culprit who harmed you." After a few words of advice, he did not stay any longer. He wanted to go to Haicheng Second People's Hospital to check it out. When the car drove out of the garage, he saw 2 people from a distance. Coincidentally, he knew both of them. One was Shun Wanru, the dean of their hospital, and the other was Lin Weiner's exclusive driver. He didn't remember the other person's name. He only knew that his surname was Shun. When Lu Jinxiu saw Shun Wanru and the driver, he couldn't help but wonder how these 2 people got together. Chapter 75, Lu Jinxiu gave Lin Qian red roses, so that Fu Shiye could see it. Lu Jinxiu didn't care too much. He drove out of Haicheng First People's Hospital and headed towards Haicheng Second People's Hospital. But halfway through the journey, he seemed to suddenly remember something and stopped the car in front of the flower shop. Today is the weekend, and many people come to buy flowers. Lu Jinxiu was wearing casual clothes. He was tall and handsome, with his hair combed meticulously. He exuded cynicism from head to toe. The clerk in the flower shop noticed him at once and immediately greeted him with a smile. "Sir, are you buying flowers for someone?" "Yeah," he responded lazily. "Since we're going to see Lin Qian, it would be bad to go empty-handed. She was so pitiful, so I just bought her a bouquet of flowers to cheer her up." In fact, the real reason was that he always treated her badly in the past. So today he took the opportunity to visit her in the hospital and gave her a bouquet of flowers to apologize to his past self. But he is the eldest son, so he certainly would not apologize. The clerk asked again, "Sir, is this for a man or a woman?" "Female." Lu Jinxiu answered casually. The clerk glanced at Lin Qian. It seems that this man is a young master. He bought flowers for a girl, definitely trying to pursue her and please her. Her smile deepened. Leave it to us, sir. We guarantee that you'll be satisfied. Lin Qian didn't say anything. Anyway, he didn't know much about sending flowers, so it would be right to leave it to the florist. He just had to wait to get the flowers. Thinking of this, he stood at the door of the flower shop and smoked. The unruly Mr. Liu successfully attracted the attention of passers-by with his handsome looks and cynical temperament. Girls, in particular, frequently glanced at him sideways. Some people are even eager to try and want to go online and ask for WeChat. After a long time, a beautiful young girl finally plucked up the courage, took out her cell phone, and walked towards Lin Qian step by step. Just as the girl was about to walk up to Lin Qian, the clerk suddenly came out. Sir, the flowers you requested are ready. 99 gorgeous red roses were placed in front of Lin Qian. Lin Qian, even though he didn't know much about flowers, he knew what the red rose represented. Red roses are obviously not appropriate to give to Lin Qian, a patient. He wanted to refuse it, but there were many people watching him. He was Mr. Liu and a key doctor at Haicheng First People's Hospital. He couldn't do such a humiliating thing as returning the product. Anyway, Lin Qian has no sense of romance, so she probably won't understand what it means if I give her red roses. Thinking of this, Lin Qian silently took the flowers. The clerk winked at him. Come on, I'm rooting for you. Lin Qian. Looking at the girl who ran over to ask Lin Qian's WeChat, when she saw the big bouquet of red roses, she instantly realized that he had a girlfriend and ran away with embarrassment and a red face. Lin Qian casually took out the bills and handed them to the clerk, not even bothering to ask for change. The clerk took the money and said with a big smile, Sir, take care. Lin Qian returned to the car with the flowers and placed them on the passenger seat. He started the car and continued driving toward Haicheng Second People's Hospital. On the way, he couldn't help but take a look at the bouquet of flowers, imagining Lin Qian's grateful look when she saw such a large bouquet of flowers, and his lips curled up slightly. Haicheng Second People's Hospital. Although Lin Qian is not working here, the medical staff here all know him because he often comes here to discuss academic issues, and he is handsome. Seeing him holding such a large bouquet of bright red roses, they all looked at him with gossipy expressions, their eyes full of ambiguity and curiosity. Dr. Liu, are you going to see the patient? A nurse asked jokingly. Lin Qian smiled slightly. Yes, a patient. A very sick person. He came to the nurse's station and asked casually, Excuse me, is there someone named Lin Qian living here? The nurse was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Oh, Lin Qian, she's in Ward 12 on the 3rd floor. It's no wonder that the nurse was impressed by Lin Qian. It's because Lin Qian's husband is so handsome, even more handsome than Dr. Liu. But, Dr. Liu, isn't it not very nice for you to go to see someone else's wife with such a big bouquet of red roses? Lin Qian didn't care about other people's strange looks. He thanked her and strode into Lin Qian's ward. I thought I would see Lin Qian lying sick in bed, but the ward was empty with no one there. Lin Qian's heart sank suddenly. Could it be that Lin Qian had already left? As he was wondering, he heard the sound of flushing in the bathroom. The next second, Lin Qian, wearing a hospital gown, walked out. When she saw Lin Qian without any warning, her mind went blank. By the time she reacted, her already pale face had lost even more color. How did Lin Qian find his way here? Doesn't that mean the Lin family also knows that she is here? Lin Qian felt cold all over, and without giving it time to think, she turned around and ran. Seeing her running, Lin Qian threw the rose in his arms on the bed, caught up with Lin Qian in 2 or 3 steps, grabbed her wrist, and pulled her back forcefully. Why are you running? Can I eat you? Lin Qian's eyes widened in horror. She struggled desperately, but couldn't break free. Her eyes were filled with fear. What do you want to do? Did the Lin family ask you to come? Whenever she thought about being caught and that family framing her without asking any questions, her body couldn't stop shaking. Lin Qian felt a little helpless. He let go of Lin Qian's wrist and said, I just came to see you. Don't think so badly of me. Look at me. Lin Qian said sarcastically. You are all in the same group. You all want to harm me. Lin Qian felt very aggrieved because of being misunderstood. The young master's temper instantly surged up in his heart. He grabbed the red rose on the bed and threw it forcefully into Lin Qian's arms, saying angrily, If I wanted to harm you, would I have bought flowers to see you? You're really a dog biting Lu Dongbin and not knowing the kindness of a good person. Lin Qian was surprised by the sudden appearance of flowers. The 99 roses were heavy. When they were thrown into her arms, they hit her chest and hurt her. She couldn't control her tears and fell. This left Lu Jinxiu at a loss as to what to do. "Hey, why are you crying?" Lu Jinxiu said irritably, with a hint of annoyance in his voice. "Don't you like red roses? If you don't like them, just say it. Why are you crying?" He had never experienced such an embarrassing situation. It was the first time he gave flowers to someone, and he actually cried because the person didn't like them. "Don't cry, it's annoying. Just tell me what you like and I'll buy it for you." "Ah, I really owe her that." He was not afraid of Lin Qian's cold words to him, but he was afraid of her pitiful look as if she had been bullied by him. Lu Jinxiu was harsh in his words, but he reached out to take the red rose from Lin Qian's arms and threw it into the trash can. Just as his hand was about to touch the rose, a person appeared at the door of the ward. "It seems I came at the wrong time." Lu Jinxiu paused and turned to look at the person at the door. The man was tall and straight, wearing a well-tailored high-end suit that highlighted his noble appearance. His facial lines were cold and hard. His features were deep and three-dimensional, and he wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his high nose. His deep eyes examined the two people in the ward through the lenses. He exuded a powerful aura that made people feel oppressed for no reason. "Who are you?" Fu Shiye did not answer immediately. His eyes moved away from Lu Jinxiu and fell on Lin Qian. When he saw Lin Qian holding a large bouquet of red roses with tears in her eyes, he narrowed his eyes. "Are you so moved by receiving a bouquet of flowers?" Chapter 76. Fu Shiye is calm, reserved and well-mannered, like a noble son for a wealthy family on TV. Fu Shiye walked into the ward and went straight to Lin Qian. He gently took the red rose from her arms and placed it on the table beside her. "Are you hungry? Grandma made this. Try it." He put the thermos in his hand on the dining table. Lu Jinxiu felt unhappy as he was completely ignored. Who is this person? So awesome. Lu Jinxiu looked Fu Shiye up and down, secretly marveling at the other party's powerful aura. But the eldest young master's pride made him unwilling to lose in momentum. So he held his head high and chest out, trying hard to release his domineering aura. Fu Shiye ignored him, took out the food from the thermos one by one and arranged them, then sat on the chair by the window. Lin Qian was indeed hungry, but with Lu Jinxiu here, she felt so scared that she couldn't eat. Her face was pale, and there was panic in her eyes. She asked, "Lu Jinxiu, what do you want from me?" Originally, Lu Jinxiu thought that since he came to see her with flowers, she, a patient, should be grateful and burst into tears. As a result, not only was she not grateful, she acted as if she saw a ghost when she saw him, and from the way she sounded, it seemed like she didn't want to see him at all. Lu Jinxiu just felt humiliated and unhappy, so his tone was naturally very aggressive. "Is there nothing wrong with me coming to see you?" Lin Qian lowered her eyes. If nothing happened, she wouldn't even be worthy of being noticed by young Master Lu. Besides, every time we met in the past, I had to face his verbal ridicule. How could she expect him to come to see her when she was treated like this? What's more, he has a close relationship with the Lin family. If he is found, it means that the Lin family will know about it soon. In order to gain a foothold in the East Suburbs project, those crazy people in the Lin family wanted to sacrifice her and marry her to the prince of the Fu family in North City. For the sake of Wu Ma and Shen Man, she wanted to compromise. But since she learned last night that her embroidery could be sold at a sky-high price, she no longer wanted to let herself down. But the prerequisite is that her whereabouts must not be discovered by the Lin family. Otherwise, she will be caught again. As long as she's given enough time, she can make money from Suzhou embroidery. Once Wu Ma and Shun Man are sent away, she will have no weaknesses. By then, she would not be afraid, even if she and the Lin family were to fight to the death. Lin Qian picked up the spoon absent-mindedly and scooped up the wolfberry pigeon soup in front of her, but it tasted like chewing wax, and she couldn't taste anything. Seeing that she looked unwelcome, Lu Jinxiu frowned. He had always been complimented by others, and he had never been treated with such disdain. Feeling extremely unhappy, he took out a cigarette. As a result, before he could light up, a deep voice interrupted him, "Don't smoke." Fu Shiye's eyes revealed an unquestionable majesty. Lu Jinxiu felt a little guilty for some reason, but he still refused to give in. "Is it your business whether I smoke or not?" Fu Shiye was not annoyed, but just said calmly, "This is the ward." Lu Jinxiu gritted his teeth and stuffed the cigarette and lighter back into his pocket. Lin Qian didn't say anything, but "You're being nosy." As he spoke, his eyes kept glancing at Lin Qian. Lin Qian paused while scooping the soup. I'm not used to the smell of smoke. Lu Jinxiu was immediately unhappy. No, who is Lin Qian? Why are you protecting him so much? I've known you for more than 8 years. How come I didn't know you knew such a person? Lin Qian just felt that Lu Jinxiu was inexplicable. She didn't say anything, but he exploded like a firecracker. Seeing that she remained silent, Lu Jinxiu was so angry that his head was buzzing. I came to see her with good intentions, but not only did she not welcome me, she also helped a man who appeared out of nowhere. Ugh, you don't like him, right? He left. Lu Jinxiu walked out angrily. Lin Qian was anxious. Lu Jinxiu, who had just walked to the door, stopped but did not turn around. However, when he heard Lin Qian's anxious voice, he felt satisfied and felt much better than before. Could you please not tell the Lin family about my being here? Lin Qian's voice was filled with a hint of pleading. Lu Jinxiu is not an unreasonable person. Since everyone knows that Lin Qian was wronged, how could he help the evil? His tone softened. Don't worry, I won't tell them. After a pause, he added, I won't tell Lu Chun and Gu Beichun either. Lin Qian finally let go of the worry in her heart and said, thank you. Her thank you immediately made Lu Jinxiu's anger disappear. Even his voice became lighter. You should take good care of yourself. I will come to see you when I have time. Having said that, he left. The ward suddenly became silent. Lin Qian felt much better and had a good appetite. She continued to eat, and Fu Shiya sat by the window, reading a book. The sunlight shone through the window onto him, outlining his tall and slender figure. He was reading intently, the sunlight casting a faint shadow on his face, making his features look even more profound. His fingers gently pinched the corner of the page, turning it from time to time as he progressed in reading. The pair of gold-rimmed glasses reflected a faint light under the sunlight, making his eyebrows and eyes look even deeper. Lin Qian raised her eyes inadvertently and saw this scene, and a different kind of warmth surged in her heart. There are all kinds of people around her, but not many of them treat her well. She originally thought that Lu Chun, who grew up with her childhood sweetheart, was sincere to her, but the facts gave her a loud slap in the face. People from wealthy families look down upon her poverty. The Lin family is like this, Gu Beichun is like this, Lu Jinxiu is even more like this, and there are many more, to the extent that her stereotype of people from wealthy families is that they are sarcastic and mean. Until I met Fu Shiya. He was the most special of all the wealthy people she had ever seen. Calm, reserved, and well-mannered, just like the noble young man raised by a well-established aristocratic family in a TV drama. Fu Shiya seemed to notice her gaze and looked up from the book. Lin Qian's breath was caught in her throat when she suddenly met his deep eyes. Fu Shiya seemed not to notice her embarrassment and asked softly, is it still to your liking? Lin Qian came back to her senses, her face slightly flushed. Grandma's cooking is delicious. After saying that, Lin Qian pursed her lips and suddenly remembered that she had drunk 2 bottles of red wine from him last night. Although she didn't know the value of the red wine, she knew that his car was a Rolls-Royce. Anyone who could afford such a car must have a valuable bottle of wine. But she drank it all, leaving not a drop for him. Thinking of this, I just feel ashamed. She also didn't remember whether she got drunk or not. She thought that she didn't get drunk or anything like that. She thought she was a good person and shouldn't be a bad drinker. Thinking of this, Lin Qian said sincerely, Mr. Fu, I will return the price of those 2 bottles of wine yesterday. Seeing her obedient appearance, Fu Shiya raised the corners of his mouth slightly and couldn't help but want to tease her. 500,000 a bottle. 500,000? Lin Qian's pupils trembled. So, after I finished doing it, I drank 1,000,000 in one breath and lost a house. Lin Qian's face turned red with embarrassment. I'll give it back to you. Fu Shiya put down the book and looked at her intently. Seeing her shocked and embarrassed expression, he couldn't help but find it interesting. So how are you going to pay it back? Chapter 77, Fu Shiya wants to get Lin Qian and starts to plan slowly. She's extremely poor now and has no money at all, but she is staying in a VIP ward. It goes without saying that it must be Mr. Fu who has paid for her medical expenses. She owes Mr. Fu a huge favor. Lin Qian's face instantly turned red to her ears. I can embroider, and I can sell embroidery to make money. I just need Mr. Fu to give me some time. Fu Shiya, however, had a playful look on his face. He leaned back in his chair, supporting his chin with one hand. But I'm not short of money. Lin Qian was stunned. Yes, how could someone who can afford a Rolls-Royce worth tens of millions and can easily buy a bottle of wine worth $500,000 be short of money? Lin Qian just felt hot all over. She and he were from two different worlds. She wanted to repay him, but she had nothing to offer. She lowered her head, feeling frustrated. So what does Mr. Fu want? Fu Shiya leaned back in his chair, looking at her deeply, as if he was thinking about something. Lin Qian felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by him, and her fingers tightly grasped the spoon. Fu Shiya looked at Lin Qian's uneasy look and pondered in his heart. In recent years, his grandmother has been urging him to get married more and more frequently. The old lady's eager and expectant eyes really gave him a headache. It's just that he has never been interested in getting married, but it's clear from his grandmother's attitude that she will not give up until she achieves her goal. Rather than marrying a rich girl who is well-matched but full of calculations, and then getting bored with you all day long after marriage, it is better to marry a woman who is pleasing to your grandmother and who will not pester you or cause you trouble. The woman in front of me meets this standard. Although her family relationships are a bit messy, it's not a big problem. The worst that can happen is that the Lin family will go bankrupt and they won't be able to thrive anymore. Fu Shiya thought so in his heart, as if it would be as easy as a snap of a finger to bankrupt the wealthy Lin family in Haicheng. Of course, he was worried that Lin Qian would not agree to this request. He had some understanding of Lin Qian's character. She was kind and had a strong sense of self-esteem, and she would never easily accept such conditions just for his help. It seems that this matter cannot be rushed and needs to be planned slowly and step by step. Fu Shiya was thinking about all this in his mind, his eyes never leaving Lin Qian. He was already figuring out how to lead her step by step into the trap he had designed. However, Lin Qian was completely unaware of Fu Shiya's inner thoughts at this time. She only felt that Fu Shiya's gaze stayed on her for too long. The strong sense of oppression made her feel a little breathless, as if she was being targeted like a prey. She suppressed the strong feeling of oppression and told herself that she was overthinking it. Mr. Fu is handsome and rich. He has seen all kinds of women. There is no way he would pay attention to a sickly woman like me. She raised her head and forced a smile. Mr. Fu, I will try my best to repay your money and favors. Don't worry. Seeing this, Fu Shiya raised his eyebrows slightly. The arc of his mouth deepened, and his voice was low and gentle. Don't worry, I don't insist that you pay it back immediately, but I suddenly thought that there may be something more valuable than money. He paused for a moment to observe Lin Qian's reaction. Seeing her confusion, he continued, Grandma's birthday is in a month. Didn't you promise to help me finish National Beauty and Heavenly Fragrance last night? As long as your needlework is exactly the same as hers and no one can tell, I'll pay you back. How about that? Lin Qian raised her head, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Is that all? She was right. Mr. Fu was a good man. He saw that she had no money, so he didn't want to make things difficult for her. He just asked her to finish writing National Beauty. Okay, I will definitely embroider it well. It was originally embroidered by her, so it was only right for her to finish it. She looked at Fu Shiya with eyes full of gratitude. Fu Shiya smiled slightly and said, When you get better, you can stay at my house for a while. Lin Qian's eyes widened in shock. Live, live in his house. This is not good. The next second, Fu Shiya added, I can only feel at ease when I see you embroidering. Lin Qian understood immediately. Mr. Fu spent $20 million to shoot National Beauty and Heavenly Fragrance, so it is understandable that he was worried that she would not be able to embroider it well. Lin Qian smiled, okay. Fu Shiya looked at her with a deeper look, and the smile on his lips deepened. The little girl is so gullible. Lin Qian's face flushed slightly, and she quickly lowered her head to continue eating. Fu Shiya also continued reading. Lin Qian occasionally looked up at his focused profile, and an inexplicable sense of security surged in her heart. Special Assistant Lee stood outside the ward, his expression as if he had eaten bitter melon, and the muscles on his face were almost twisted together. Just now, Lin's father called him, and he didn't know where the other party got his phone number from. Father Lin's flattering voice echoed in his mind, and he was speechless. Last time at the banquet, the Lin family shamelessly wanted to form an alliance with the boss, which was disgusting enough. Now they're even looking for beautiful women to accompany the boss for dinner. This Lin family will do anything to achieve their goal. They're simply sick. Assistant Lee couldn't help but mutter. They tortured their own daughter like this. It's obvious that they are not from a good family, and they still have the nerve to show their courtesy here. He looked through the ward window and took a look at the scene inside. Lin Qian was sitting at the dining table, eating quietly, while Fu Shiria was leaning on a chair by the window, reading a book attentively. The sunlight, shining on them, created a very harmonious atmosphere. Miss Lin has won the favor of the old lady and the boss, so her character must be good. It's true that good shoots come from bad bamboo. Special Assistant Li felt a little more sympathy for Lin Qian. Haicheng First People's Hospital. Lin Qian slammed his phone onto the bed, his face looking gloomy as if water could drip out of it. Seeing this, Lin Warner was startled and hurried forward to ask, "Dad, what's wrong? Doesn't Mr. Fu still agree?" Father Lin gritted his teeth and said viciously, "That guy's surname Fu is really stubborn. Last time he wanted that little bitch Lin Qian to marry him, but he refused. This time I invited him to dinner and even found a few beautiful women to accompany him, but he was rejected again." Father Lin's chest was heaving violently, and he was obviously very angry. Lin Warner couldn't help but frown after hearing this, and asked in surprise, "Isn't it rumored that the man surnamed Fu loves to play with women, and he plays with them in a particularly fancy way? Why would he refuse so many times? Who knows?" Father Lin became angrier and angrier as he thought about it. He punched the table, and everything on the table shook. If the East Suburb project cannot be obtained, the Lin family will have no place to stand in Haicheng in the future. How can he not be anxious? Lin Warner's eyes rolled around, and suddenly she thought of something, and her pupils shrank. "Dad, do you think it's possible that the rumors are wrong? In fact, the prince of the Fu family is not interested in women." Lin Qian frowned and pondered for a moment. "No matter if he is good at women or not, we must participate in this Dongjiao project. Since he is not interested in these, let's change our thinking." Lin Warner thought for a moment and said, "Dad, I heard that the old lady of the Fu family has a birthday next month. Why don't we prepare a generous gift and visit her in person? Maybe we can take this opportunity to establish a relationship with the Fu family." Chapter 78. Eye contact in public. Lin's father felt extremely excited. After hearing what Lin Warner said, Lin Qian's eyes lit up. "Warner, you are still quick-witted. This method is feasible. As long as we can please old Madame Fu, we are not afraid that Fu Shiria will not give in." Lin Warner smiled proudly. "However, we have to think carefully about what gift to give. We must give it to the old lady's heart." Father Lin nodded, but soon frowned again. The Fu family is the most aristocratic family in North City. They've seen all kinds of good things. It's not easy to make the gift that old lady Fu likes. Besides, there will definitely be many people from wealthy families attending Mrs. Fu's birthday party. Every gift they send will be extremely rare and priceless. It will not be easy for us to attract Mrs. Fu's attention with the things we send. This is indeed a difficult problem, but Lin Warner smiled and said, "As long as you cater to her preferences, there is no need to worry that she will dislike it." At this point, Lin Warner's eyes flickered and she said, "Dad, I want to go to North City." Father Lin immediately understood what she meant. "Do you want to go to North City in person to find out what old lady Fu likes?" Lin Warner nodded. "No matter what, our Lin family must get a share of the East Suburbs project. As long as this matter is done, Dad will have a firm foothold in the company, and the people on the board of directors will be more convinced of you. Then I can ask the board of directors to put pressure on my mother, and maybe I can get all the remaining shares in her hands. Then the entire Lin group will belong to my father and me." Father Lin nodded without hesitation. "It would be good for you to go to Beicheng and avoid the limelight. I think Gu Beicheng has already doubted you." Lin Warner thought so too. It seemed that Gu Beicheng stopped Gu Yilin from identifying her for her own good, but in fact it was not the case. Gu Beicheng had never liked her, and his heart was always filled with that bitch Lin Qian. He was afraid that he would not be able to face Lin Qian after hearing the truth. Once it is proven that Lin Qian is not the murderer who hurt Gu Yilin, all the harm he has done to Lin Qian will become a complete joke, and there will be no possibility for him and Lin Qian to be together anymore. There was actually another reason why she insisted on going to North City. That is, she wanted to see with her own eyes whether the prince of the Fu family was really as the rumors said. If so, no matter how handsome he is, he can never be your type. If not, such an excellent man can only be possessed by her. As the father and daughter were discussing, Lin's mother rushed in hurriedly from outside. Mother Lin's face was pale, her eyes were full of anxiety and worry, and she loudly questioned Father Lin. "Lin's on. Chanchan has been missing for so long. How can you still lie in bed? Aren't you anxious at all?" Father Lin was immersed in his plan with Lin Warner and was interrupted by Mother Lin's sudden questioning. His expression instantly turned a little ugly, and he waved his hand impatiently with a very cold tone. Since that little bitch wants to leave, let her go. Our Lin family won't make much difference if she's not there. When Mother Lin heard these cruel words, her heart fell into an ice cellar. Her eyes quickly filled with tears, which rolled around in her eye sockets and finally burst out. She choked up and said, Qian is also our daughter. How could you be so cruel to her? She was lost by you when she was little, and she suffered so much. Don't you feel guilty? When Father Lin heard Mother Lin's question, he sneered, and there was a hint of sarcasm on his face. I am cruel? I feel guilty? Don't forget, you were the one who deleted the surveillance video. You destroyed the evidence that proved her innocence. If we talk about cruelty, I'm not as cruel as you. Mother Lin was deeply touched by Father Lin's words, and her body trembled slightly. Her face was full of pain and regret, and tears kept flowing down. She choked with sobs, her voice filled with endless grievances. It's all for Wanner. Wanner is young, and it was unintentional. I just don't want her to bear such a serious crime at such a young age. Are you blaming me now? I was confused at that time. Were you confused too? Seeing her mother's reaction, Lin Wanner immediately made an extremely aggrieved expression, threw herself into her mother's arms with tears in her eyes, and said with a sob, Mom, I didn't mean it back then. I regret it very much. If I had known that my sister would be hurt so much, I would have surrendered myself no matter what I said. Seeing her heartbroken look, Mother Lin felt distressed, and her anger dissipated a lot. She gently stroked Lin Wanner's hair, trying to comfort her. Her voice became much softer, and she said softly, Wanner, I don't blame you. You are my daughter, and no one knows your character better than me. Lin Wanner looked pitiful on the surface, but her eyes were full of mockery. She sneered inwardly. What a gullible fool. He can fool her with just a few hypocritical performances. Her eyes quietly looked towards the door of the ward, and happened to meet the eyes of the female dean, Shan Wanru, who was standing outside the door. A smug expression flashed across their faces, and Shan Wanru even secretly gave Lin Wanner a thumbs up. This made Lin Wanner feel even more proud. This is called repairing the plank road in the open while marching through Chunsong in secret. The feeling of playing Lin's mother around is so wonderful and fulfilling, ha ha ha. Father Lin also noticed Shan Wanru standing outside the door, and his eyes immediately became much softer. When he thought of her passionate appearance this morning, he felt even more addicted. He wished that the old bitch Lin's mother would get out of here immediately so that he could do it with Wanru again. A malicious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he nodded slightly to Shan Wanru. Shan Wanru just felt that this sneaky feeling was too exciting. She bit her lips and lifted the corner of her white coat with her fingers, immediately revealing the black stockings hidden underneath. This made Lin's father even more furious, and he wished he could bring the man to justice on the spot. However, since Lin's mother was present, he couldn't do it too obviously. I could only perfunctorily say, Hey, I'm not afraid of anything, except the tears of you and your daughter. Can't I just send someone to find that evildoer right now? As he spoke, he picked up his phone and apparently was sending messages to his men to find Lin Qian. In fact, he was sending a message to Shan Wanru. The words were so explicit that Shan Wanru, who was standing outside the door, felt her body burning and her legs going weak. Mother Lin was completely unaware of the little actions between Father Lin, Lin Wanner, and Shan Wanru. She also held her baby daughter in her arms, patting her back gently and comforting her. Mother Lin sighed inwardly. How could she blame Wanner for what happened 5 years ago? If you want to blame someone, blame Gu Yilin for not standing firmly, and also blame Lin Qian for just happening to be there. If Lin Qian hadn't been there, how could she have taken the blame for Wanner? Everything is fate. Chapter 79, Lin Qian faces charges of hit and run and lets you experience the feeling of being wronged. Mother Lin comforted Lin Wanner for a long time before she calmed her down. Lin Wanner smiled sweetly at her mother. Mom, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. You're still hurt in the stomach, but you're trying to comfort me. Mom, please go back to the ward and rest. Don't get tired. Seeing her daughter being so thoughtful, Mother Lin felt comforted and her original fatigue dissipated a lot. She patted Lin Wanner's back gently and said softly, Silly child, Mom is fine. As long as you are fine, Mom will be relieved. Mother Lin turned to look at Father Lin with a serious look in her eyes. Ziyuan, please arrange more people to look for Qian. After all, she is our daughter. No matter what she did, we can't just ignore her. Although Father Lin was reluctant, he still nodded and responded perfunctorily. After Lin's mother finished her instructions, she took Lin Wanner out of the ward. At the door of the ward, they met Shun Wanru, who looked kind. Mother Lin smiled and said politely and gently, "President Shun is here." Shun Wanru smiled and responded, "Well, I just wanted to go to the ward to see Mrs. Lin, but I came back empty-handed. So I came to see Mr. Lin, and I didn't expect Mrs. Lin to be there too. Mrs. Lin looks well, so she must be fine now." Mother Lin said gratefully, "Thanks to Dean Shin's care, the wound on my stomach is not serious." Shun Wanru said with a serious tone, "Even if it's not serious, you should rest more. After all, your health is the most important thing." Lin Wanner immediately pulled her mother and acted coquettishly. "Mom, you have to listen to the doctor. I'll take you back to the ward." Mother Lin nodded and let Lin Wanner support her as she slowly walked towards the ward. Shun Wanru looked at the backs of Lin's mother and Lin Wanner as they left, and the pride in her eyes was about to overflow. After they walked away, Shun Wanru pushed the door open and entered the ward, then locked the door. Father Lin couldn't wait any longer. His eyes were full of anxiety. In order to avoid being discovered, he pulled Shun Wanru into the bathroom, tore off her black stockings, and impatiently pressed her against the wall. Shun Wanru was not to be outdone and actively responded to Lin's father's actions, her eyes full of indulgence and desire. Soon, there were charming sounds coming from the bathroom. The voices were low and rapid. It lasted for 5 full minutes before the noise in the bathroom completely subsided. Shun Wanru had a look of satisfaction on her face a second ago, but as she left the ward, the smile on her face disappeared without a trace. It's getting less and less useful. For the next 3 days, Lin Qian stayed in Haiching's Second People's Hospital to recuperate. However, as if they had agreed, Lu Jinxiu would appear at her ward door on time every day, holding a large bouquet of flowers in his hand. Lin Qian actually didn't want to see him, for she was worried that someone from the Lin family would notice something and come looking for him. Early in the morning on the 4th day, Special Assistant Li completed the discharge procedures for her. Less than half an hour after she left, Lu Jinxiu appeared with flowers. The result is predictable. He came up empty-handed. When he learned that Lin Qian was discharged from the hospital, he was so angry that his nose was crooked. "You're so good, Lin Qian. I come to see you every day, but you didn't even tell me in advance that you were leaving the hospital." What made him even more angry was that he didn't even have Lin Qian's contact information. The more Lu Jinxiu thought about it, the angrier he became. He threw the flowers directly into the trash can and left the hospital angrily. Lin Qian sat in the back seat and assistantly drove the car slowly along the streets of Haicheng. After a while, the car stopped and waited for the traffic light. Lin Qian turned her face slightly and slowly rolled down the car window. A breeze blew gently on her face, bringing a hint of coolness, but it also blew away the haze that had accumulated in her heart these days. She closed her eyes, feeling the caress of the wind, and a long-lost sense of relief appeared at the corners of her mouth. The green light came on, and the car slowly moved forward. Just then, a black Maybach drove from the opposite lane and just passed by Lin Qian's car. The driver accidentally turned around and saw Lin Qian rolling up the car window. Although only her profile was revealed, he recognized her at a glance. Lu Qian's heart skipped a beat and almost jumped out of his throat. He yelled, "Qian Qian." The sound was particularly abrupt in the traffic, attracting the attention of people around. At this moment, Lu Qian didn't care about anything else, not even the traffic violation. His mind and eyes were filled with the thought of grabbing Lin Qian and never letting her leave again. He subconsciously turned the steering wheel sharply, completely ignoring the surrounding traffic conditions. The car suddenly changed lanes, and the surrounding vehicles instantly became chaotic, with horns honking one after another. There was a loud bang, and his car collided with the car next to it. The car body was shaking violently, but Lu Qian seemed to be unaware of it. Lu Qian quickly opened the car door, and without even bothering to check his injuries, he ran in the direction Lin Qian had left. While running, he shouted, "Qian Qian, don't go." Seeing this, the owner of the car that was hit immediately got out of the car and chased after Lu Qian, angrily cursing. "Do you know how to drive? You hit the car, and you still want to escape, right?" He grabbed Lu Qian's clothes, but was thrown away mercilessly by Lu Qian. Lu Qian's mind was only on Lin Qian at this moment. When he was stopped by someone, he didn't think twice and punched the man to the ground and continued to chase forward. Lin Qian was sitting in the car. Just as she rolled up the window, she heard a loud noise behind her. She subconsciously looked back and assistantly also glanced at the rearview mirror and frowned. It seems like there was a car accident behind. Lin Qian's heart tightened as she vaguely heard someone calling her name. Her heart suddenly shrank, and a feeling of uneasiness surged in her heart. Assistantly, drive quickly. Lin Qian suppressed her inner uneasiness and urged assistantly to speed up. Lin Qian didn't feel relieved until she returned safely to the Fu family villa. At the door of the villa, Mrs. Fu, Aunt Li, and Aunt Wu had been waiting there for a long time. When they saw Lin Qian coming back, the three old ladies rushed over like old hens waiting for their beloved children to come home. But when they saw Lin Qian with a pale face, the three of them felt nervous at the same time. What's going on? There was obvious concern and worry in Mrs. Fu's voice. Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Auntie Wu also came over and touched Lin Qian's forehead. Aunt Li also looked anxious and looked at her with a concerned look. Why do you look so bad? Facing the concerned looks from the three of them, Lin Qian felt deeply moved. She shook her head slightly and was about to say something, but before she could open her mouth, assistantly explained, Ms. Lin was frightened by the car accident just now. When the three old ladies heard that a car accident had happened, they were shocked and their faces turned pale in an instant. She quickly checked Lin Qian's body. Girl, are you hurt? Let Grandma take a look. As Mrs. Fu spoke, she took Lin Qian's hand and examined it carefully. Lin Qian quickly grabbed Mrs. Fu's hand and comforted her. Grandma, I'm fine. Someone else had a car accident. Hearing this, the three old ladies finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the expressions on their faces relaxed a lot. It's all right, it's all right. At this moment, the others Lin Qian mentioned, Lu Chun, had been subdued by the traffic police. But his eyes were still looking around, as if looking for Lin Qian. When the traffic police put him into the police car, he realized that he had caused a big disaster. He was taken to the police station and is expected to face charges of hit and run. Chapter 80 Administrative Detention is too easy for him. Arrange someone to take good care of him. CEO, today I was picking up Miss Lin from the hospital and encountered a car accident on the way. I seemed to hear someone calling Miss Lin's name, so I specially ordered someone to investigate and found out that one of the people in the car accident was Miss Lin's childhood sweetheart. He has now been taken away by the traffic police. However, since no one was injured and no crime was committed, he will be fined between 200 yuan and 2,000 yuan, detained for up to 15 days, and his driver's license will be revoked. President, do we need to work on this matter? Fu Shiye sat with his legs crossed at the desk in the study. After listening to what Assistant Li said, his slender and beautiful fingers tapped lightly on the table, making a crisp sound. Special Assistant Li stood aside, waiting patiently for his instructions. Then let's deal with it to the maximum extent possible. Fu Shiye's voice was low and powerful. Assistant Li nodded and said, if the president has no other instructions, I will do it. Yeah. Fu Shiye waved his hand, indicating that he could leave. However, just as Assistant Li reached the door of the study, he was stopped by Fu Shiye again. He stopped and turned to look at Fu Shiye with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Fu Shiye thought of how Lin Qian was imprisoned for 5 years, had a broken leg, and lost a kidney because of Lu Chun. His eyes were deep and cold. Administrative detention is too painless a punishment for Lu Chun. Assistant Li looked at his boss's uncertain expression and asked cautiously, what else does the president want me to do? Arrange the people inside to take good care of him. Fu Shiye's voice was cold. I don't want to see him come out in one piece. Assistant Li's pupils shrank slightly, and he instantly understood what Fu Shiye meant. The boss is going to avenge his future wife. I just started pursuing her, and I'm already protecting her like this. He didn't even dare to think about how protective the president would be if Miss Lin really married the president. A hint of excitement flashed across Assistant Li's face. When his wife found out what the president had done for her, she would definitely be deeply moved. Don't worry, President. I will definitely handle this matter properly. After saying this, Assistant Li stepped out. Fu Shiye took out a cigarette and lit it. With the cigarette between her slender fingers, she slowly brought it close to her thin lips and took a light puff. The white cigarette but instantly ignited into a small cluster of bright flames. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of coldness that was imperceptible to others flashed in his deep eyes. The smoke slowly came out from his lips. At first, it was a small ball of condensed white, and then gradually dissipated and diffused in the air, enveloping him completely, as if adding a layer of mysterious and dangerous aura to him. He leaned back in his chair, his legs still elegantly crossed, one hand casually resting on the armrest, and the other hand flicking the ashes from his cigarette from time to time, looking indescribably casual. However, before he could finish smoking, Aunt Lee's voice came from outside the door. "Master, it's time to eat." "Okay," Fushia responded. He slowly put out the cigarette in the ashtray, his movements elegant and cold. However, he did not leave the study immediately, but opened the study window. Fresh air rushed in, dispelling the smell of cigarette smoke from the study and from myself. He straightened his clothes and then walked downstairs. At a glance, one could see Grandma, Aunt Lee, and Aunt Wu surrounding Lin Qian. The atmosphere was warm and peaceful. Old Mrs. Fu held Lin Qian's hand, just like she had treated him when he was a child, full of love and care. "Qian, don't feel restrained when you are here. From now on, this is your home. Just tell Grandma what you want to eat, and she will ask Aunt Lee to make it for you." Aunt Lee brought out a plate of freshly braised pork from the kitchen. "Miss Qian, I don't know what you like to eat, so I just made a few of my specialties. Come and try them." When Aunt Wu saw that it was braised pork, her smile deepened. "Aunt Lee, our eldest daughter likes to eat braised pork." "Really? If you like it, then eat more." Mrs. Fu picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece for Lin Qian. She looked at her expectantly. "Qian, come and try your Aunt Lee's cooking." In her 23 years of life, Lin Qian had never been treated so attentively. Suddenly, she felt overwhelmed and touched at the same time as being treated like a treasure. Her nose felt sore, and she had the urge to cry. She suppressed her emotion and said, "Grandma, Mr. Fu hasn't come yet. Let's wait for him." Mrs. Fu said nonchalantly, "No need to wait for that brat. Qian is hungry, so eat first." Hearing this, Fu Shiye smiled helplessly and said, "It seems that my position as the number one in Grandma's heart is no longer secure." Mrs. Fu rolled her eyes at him and said, "How dare you come down? I thought you weren't hungry anymore." He just wanted to get rid of the smell of smoke on his body first. After all, Lin Qian was weak and couldn't stand the smell of smoke. "Okay, it's my fault." Fu Shiye did not argue. Just as he was about to sit opposite Lin Qian, he was forcefully pulled over by old lady Fu and pressed next to Lin Qian. "Fu Shiye, Lin Qian. Okay, let's eat." The old lady was afraid that Lin Qian would feel embarrassed, so she kept picking up food for her. Aunt Lee and Aunt Wu also kept picking food for her. Lin Qian didn't have time to eat it because the food was piled up like a small mountain in her bowl. Seeing that Lin Qian was too embarrassed to say anything, Fu Shiye took the initiative to help her out. "Grandma, if you keep picking it up, she won't have to eat tonight." As he spoke, he took half of the food in Lin Qian's bowl. Lin Qian looked at him in surprise. Fu Shiye's mouth curled up unconsciously. "Eat more, you are too thin." As soon as these words came out, Mrs. Fu smiled until her eyes narrowed into slits, and she joked, "Oh, my eldest grandson has finally come to his senses and knows how to care for others." Aunt Lee and Aunt Wu were also covering their mouths and laughing. Lin Qian's face instantly turned red like a ripe apple. She lowered her head and ate her meal in silence. The atmosphere was particularly warm during the meal. Old Madame Fu sat in the main seat. Lin Qian sat next to her, and Fu Shiye sat on the other side of Lin Qian. Aunt Lee and Aunt Wu sat opposite, picking up food for Lin Qian from time to time, with kind smiles on their faces. Lin Qian felt a little embarrassed by everyone's enthusiasm, but she felt warm in her heart. This meal was the most delicious, happiest, and warmest one Lin Qian had ever had in her life. It actually gave her a homely feeling. After the meal, Lin Qian stood up and took the initiative to clean up the dishes, but was stopped by Aunt Lee and Aunt Wu. Aunt Lee smiled and said, "Miss Qian, you have just been discharged from the hospital and your body has not fully recovered yet. Don't worry about these things. We will do it." Aunt Wu also agreed. "Yes, miss, your Aunt Lee and I are here. Please go to the living room and rest." Mrs. Fu pushed Lin Qian to Fu Shiye's side and said meaningfully, "You young people have a common language, so have a good chat." After saying that, she pulled Aunt Lee and Aunt Wu to hide in the kitchen. Fu Shiye and Lin Qian were the only ones left in the living room. The two of them sat on the sofa, and the atmosphere was a little subtle. Fu Shiye's low and gentle voice broke the silence first. "Embroidery requires a lot of tools and materials. I know a shop that has a wide range of silk thread colors, and the quality of the embroidery frames is also good. I'll take you to have a look later." Lin Qian's eyes lit up and she nodded expectantly. "Thank you, Mr. Fu." Fu Shiya looked at her and smiled slightly. He looked very serious when he had no expression on his face, and his aura was so strong that it was full of oppression. But once he smiled, it was like melting a glacier. Lin Qian looked at him, smiling, and was a little dazed for a moment. In the kitchen, Mrs. Fu, Aunt Li, and Aunt Wu pretended to be busy while occasionally peeking out to peek. Mrs. Fu smiled and said in a low voice, "Look, these two children are so compatible. Sure he really cares about Qian Qian." Aunt Li nodded in agreement. "Yes, the eldest master is usually so serious, but he is much gentler in front of Miss Qian Qian." Chapter 81. Going out to sell embroidery thread, unexpectedly met Gu Beichen. In the kitchen, the three old ladies pretended to be busy while secretly poking their heads out from time to time to observe Fu Shiya and Lin Qian. Every time Lin Qian looked back, they would immediately pretend to be busy and continue with what they were doing for fear of being discovered. The atmosphere between Fu Shiya and Lin Qian was very relaxed and pleasant. "Mr. Fu, if you have nothing to do now, let's go buy needles and thread. Although the embroidery of national beauty and heavenly fragrance is just finishing, it will take at least a month to embroider. I will try to finish it before Grandma's birthday party." Fu Shiya nodded, a doting smile on his face. "Everything is up to you." Hearing this, Lin Qian felt a little embarrassed. She glanced at him and saw that he looked normal. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that she had been overthinking. They both stood up at the same time and walked out. Mrs. Fu was so happy when she saw this that she couldn't even clap her hands together. "I knew that Sure Yi would like such a good child like Qian Qian. Look, the two of them are going on a date." Aunt Li was so happy that her teeth were showing. "Yes, in all these years, I have never seen the young master be so close to any girl." Aunt Wu was sincerely happy for Lin Qian. Since leaving the Lin family, the eldest lady's mood has been getting better and better, and she is no longer depressed all day as before. Fu Shiya drove the car slowly into the city. Soon, they came to a shop called Xiaoyun Pavilion. Fu Shiya parked the car, opened the door, and gentlemanly extended his hand to protect Lin Qian's head. "We're here." Lin Qian was flattered again and thanked him, and the two of them walked into the store together. Xiaoyun Pavilion. The decoration inside the store is antique and full of the charm of traditional embroidery. Lin Qian's eyes were immediately attracted by the dazzling array of embroidery materials. Silk threads of various colors, exquisite embroidery cloths, small embroidery needles, and delicate embroidery frames are neatly placed on the shelves. She walked gently to the shelf and carefully selected the materials she needed. Fu Shiya followed her silently, his eyes always on Lin Qian. He looked at her concentrating on choosing, and a soft feeling welled up in his heart. Lin Qian picked up some materials from time to time, examined them carefully, and then put them into the shopping cart. Fu Shiya waited patiently, and occasionally helped her get some high objects according to her needs. About half an hour later, Lin Qian finally selected the silk thread, embroidery needles, and other items she wanted to buy. After paying the bill, they walked out of the store, the sun shining on their bodies, making them feel warm. However, this comfort was instantly broken by a familiar voice. What a coincidence to meet Mr. Fu here. Fu Shiya raised his eyes when he heard the voice, and saw Gu Beichen walking towards him with steady steps. He was wearing a well-tailored suit and had a seemingly gentle smile on his face, but his eyes held a deeper meaning that was hard to fathom. Although he was talking to Fu Shiya, his eyes were always fixed on Lin Qian, who had her back to him. When Lin Qian heard the familiar voice, she was stunned for a moment. She subconsciously grabbed Fu Shiya's arm, raised her head, and there was a hint of fear and uneasiness in her eyes. Her originally rosy face turned pale in an instant, and her body trembled slightly uncontrollably. Fu Shiya thought of the information that Assistant Li had investigated and instantly understood what Lin Qian was afraid of. Gu Beichen approached step by step, his eyes fixed on Lin Qian. He felt that this woman's figure resembled Lin Qian, and doubts grew in his heart. It was only because he thought that Lin Qian and Fu Shiya probably had no connection that he did not recognize her hastily. He just wanted to get closer and see the other person's face clearly. Noticing Gu Beichen's intention, Fu Shiya frowned slightly and without hesitation, hugged Lin Qian into his arms, burying her face in his chest. "Mr. Gu, is there anything I can do for you?" he said indifferently. Gu Beichun ignored Fu Shurye's indifference and stood in front of him. Nothing, I just met Mr. Fu and came to say hello. After that, he looked at Lin Qian again, raised his eyebrows slightly, and asked with a hint of inquiry, "Who is this?" Lin Qian's heart was beating like thunder. She clenched the corner of her clothes so tightly that her nails almost dug into her palms. Fu Shurye's voice was steady and powerful, "My fiancé." Hearing this, Lin Qian's heart began beating faster involuntarily, as if it was about to jump out of her throat. She pressed tightly against Fu Shurye's chest and could clearly feel his strong heartbeat, beat after beat, intertwined with her own panicked heartbeat. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely tense, as if the air had condensed into substance. Everything around them seemed to have quieted down, with only their breathing and heartbeats clearly audible. Gu Beichun's expression froze instantly, and the smile on his face became a little unnatural. He looked Lin Qian up and down without giving up. The more he looked, the more familiar she seemed to him. His doubts grew stronger and stronger. Finally, he couldn't help but speak. "So you're Mr. Fu's fiancé?" "Hello, I'm Gu Beichun." Lin Qian's body was stiff, and she pressed tightly against Fu Shurye. She didn't dare to make a sound, because if she did, Gu Beichun would hear it as her voice. Fu Shurye narrowed his eyes, with a dangerous look in them. "My fiancé is not feeling well, so I can't say hello to Mr. Gu." As he spoke, he exerted a little force with one hand and easily and steadily picked up Lin Qian sideways. Lin Qian subconsciously wrapped her arms around his neck and buried her head deeply in his arms. Fu Shurye quickly opened the car door with his other hand, doing it in one smooth move. Seeing this, Gu Beichun took a step forward, trying to see the face of the person in his arms, but Lin Qian hid her face tightly, so he couldn't see it at all. The next second, Fu Shurye gently placed Lin Qian on the back seat, with his entire upper body resting on her. The distance between the two was so close that they could clearly smell each other's breath. The warm breath sprayed on Lin Qian's smooth neck, making her heart beat faster again. Lin Qian only felt her cheeks burning, her eyes widened, full of panic and nervousness. Fu Shurye lowered his head slightly, leaned close to her ear, and whispered softly, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." That gentle yet firm voice seemed to have a magical power that gradually calmed Lin Qian's restless heart. After saying that, Fu Shurye slowly stood up, exited the car, and closed the door. He turned to face Gu Beichun, his eyes instantly becoming cold, like a sharp blade in the cold night. "Boss Gu, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first." After saying that, he was about to sit in the driver's seat. Gu Beichun looked at the closed car door, a hint of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. The car film blocked his view, and he couldn't see the woman inside at all. But his intuition told him that the woman was most likely Lin Qian. Suddenly, he reached out and opened the car door. Chapter 82, "If you dare to hurt Mr. Fu, I will beat you to death without a wrench." Gu Beichun suddenly opened the car door. A gust of cold wind rushed into the car, and Lin Qian shrank back in fear. Gu Beichun leaned over to look at Lin Qian in the car, but before he could see clearly, Fu Shurye punched him in the face. He took several steps back before he could stand firm. He raised his hand to touch the corner of his mouth, but saw bright red blood on his fingers. The Gu family is one of the top wealthy families in Haicheng. Others always greet him with a smile, and he has never been beaten in the street. Even though he knew that Fu Shurye was the prince of the Fu family in North City and was someone he could not mess with casually, being slapped in the face in public still made him extremely angry. In a rage, he rushed over and punched Fu Shurye. Fu Shurye responded to him without giving in. Lin Qian gripped the edge of the car door tightly with both hands, her knuckles turning white, and watched Fu Shurye and Gu Beichun wrestling with each other. The dull sound of fists hitting flesh struck her hard again and again. Lin Qian was extremely anxious. It's all her fault. If it weren't for her, Mr. Fu wouldn't have been beaten. From the first time she met Mr. Fu, she could tell that this man was different from other rich young masters. He was so noble and elegant. If she choked on a cigarette, he would apologize to her and never smoke in front of her again. When she wanted to commit suicide, he would stop her and generously treat her to a bottle of red wine worth 500,000 yuan. When she almost died from alcohol poisoning, he sent her to the hospital and paid for her medical expenses. She didn't think Mr. Fu would want anything from her because she had no money, no looks, and was a sickly woman. There was really nothing that Mr. Fu could want from her. The only reason Mr. Fu was nice to her was that he was a good man with noble character. However, such a good man was beaten by a madman like Gu Beichun because of himself. While Lin Qian felt extremely guilty, she also hated Gu Beichun to the core. He had someone look after her while she was in prison. Even after she was released from prison, he still wouldn't let her go. Even though he knew that she was not the real murderer who turned Gu Yilin into a vegetable, he still kept pursuing her. Now, he is arrogantly hurting Mr. Fu in front of her. Lin Qian's mind kept replaying every detail of her time with Fu Shiya. No matter how afraid Lin Qian was of Gu Beichun, the strong hatred she felt at this moment made her overcome her fear. Her eyes scanned the car anxiously, finally landing on the wrench in the corner. She suddenly picked up the wrench, opened the car door, and appeared behind Gu Beichun. At this time, Gu Beichun was raising his hand to fight back. Without hesitation, Lin Qian smashed Gu Beichun's head with a wrench. Gu Beichun only felt a sharp pain, his eyes went dark, his body lost balance, and he fell heavily to the ground. Lin Qian watched Gu Beichun fall to the ground, blood spreading around his head. She regained her senses instantly and froze. Her hands shook violently and uncontrollably, and the wrench in her hand fell to the ground with a clang. Her eyes were full of fear, her teeth were chattering, and her lips had turned pale from excessive tension. Her legs were weak, and she could barely stand. If Fu Shiya hadn't quickly caught her, she would have collapsed to the ground. In the past, she was not afraid to use a knife on the Lin family. That was because she was too desperate and wanted to die with them. At that time, she felt that her life was already dark, with no future and no hope, so she was not afraid even if she had to pay a heavy price. But it's different now. She knew that her embroidery was talented and valuable, and her future was no longer bleak. She can use her embroidery skills to make money, change her own destiny, and let Wu Ma and Man Man live a good life. When life has hope, who will want to die? Mr. Fu, will I go to jail? I don't want to go to jail. Those 5 years had already left her with serious psychological trauma. She would rather die than go in there again. Fu Shiya comforted her softly. Don't be afraid. I'll take care of everything. Get in the car first. Lin Qian nodded and got into the car with a trembling body. Fu Shiya dialed 120, then stood beside Gu Beichun and waited quietly. After Gu Beichun was taken away by the ambulance, Fu Shiya drove away with Lin Qian. The car slowly drove into the garage of the Fu family villa. Lin Qian's emotions have not yet completely calmed down. Seeing this, Fu Shiya was not in a hurry and sat in the driver's seat to accompany her. After a long time, Lin Qian finally calmed down a little. She looked at Fu Shiya and said in a trembling voice, Mr. Fu, don't worry. If anything happens to Gu Beichun, I will take full responsibility and will never cause any trouble for you. Fu Shiya turned around and met Lin Qian's nervous eyes. He sighed softly and said in a gentle tone, I said, don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Lin Qian's tears immediately flowed out. No one had ever said such words to her before. Even if it was just comfort, she felt extremely warm and touched. Fu Shiya had no experience in coaxing girls, so he could only take out a few pieces of paper from the tissue box placed on the passenger seat and handed them to her. Don't cry. If Grandma finds out that you cried, she will be worried. Lin Qian's tears choked as she thought of her grandmother's kind and gentle face. She was always so caring towards her, always asking about her well-being and loving her like her own granddaughter. If she really found that her eyes were red and swollen from crying, she would inevitably worry. She quickly took the tissue handed to her by Fu Shiya and wiped her tears, then took deep breaths and tried hard to hold back her tears, not forgetting to smile at Fu Shiya. But that smile was somewhat forced, a bit tired, and also revealed a hint of uneasiness. Seeing her like this, Fu Shiya knew that her mind was still full of Gu Beichun, who had a bloody head. If she couldn't be sure of Gu Beichun's safety, she would probably be distracted all day. Helplessly, he could only call Assistant Li and ask him to go to the hospital to check on Gu Beichun's condition. Neither of them spoke in the car, and the atmosphere was a bit depressing at the moment. About 15 minutes later, Assistant Li called, and Fu Shiya even turned on the speakerphone. Boss, Gu Beichun only has a slight concussion and is not in danger of death. After hanging up the phone, Fu Shiya looked at Lin Qian and said, Can you rest assured now? Lin Qian nodded, a trace of relief finally appearing on her face. Thank you, Mr. Fu. Fu Shiya raised a warm smile. Can we get off now? Lin Qian nodded somewhat embarrassedly. Two people entered the villa one after the other. When Mrs. Fu saw Lin Qian, her eyes sparkled with gold. She pulled her aside and asked her all sorts of questions. She wished that she would marry her eldest grandson right there and give her a big fat great-grandson right away. Lin Qian's face turned red when she was asked, and she instantly forgot about Gu Beiqin. Fu Shiye went directly to the study and called Assistant Li again. Special Assistant Li, who was about to leave the hospital, was completely confused after hearing what his boss said. "Boss, are you sure you want to do this?" After Fu Shiye finished his instructions, he hung up the phone. Assistant Li glanced at his phone and twitched his lips speechlessly. After following the president for so many years, this was the first time he had done such a thing. However, it was Gu Beiqin who offended the president and the future president's wife, so he deserved to be humiliated. Chapter 83. Gu Beiqin was humiliated by money. Yanshu was drunk. Special Assistant Li shook his head helplessly and then went to the bank according to Fu Shiye's instructions. Inside the bank, he quickly took out a thick bag of cash. Not long after, Special Assistant Li appeared in Gu Beiqin's ward with the bag of money. At this time, Gu Beiqin had just woken up, with thick gauze wrapped around his head. When he saw Special Assistant Li coming in, he did not hide the disgust in his eyes, because he knew that Special Assistant Li was Fu Shiye's man. Although he didn't fully understand Fu Shiye, there was one thing he was very sure of. That was that Fu Shiye was very arrogant. People like Fu Shiye will never admit their mistakes, even if they are beaten. Now, his special assistant appeared in his ward, which must be something bad. Therefore, he looked at Assistant Li coldly and spoke bluntly, like training a dog. "Did I let you in? Get out." Assistant Li had a calm expression and was not moved at all by Gu Beiqin's words. He walked slowly to the bedside and poured all the money in the bag onto Gu Beiqin's bed. 10 stacks of brand new banknotes. With a mocking smile on his face, he picked up a wad of money and shook it in front of Gu Beiqin. "This is the medical expenses our President Fu gave you. Our president said that 100,000 yuan is more than enough to pay for the medical expenses. Mr. Gu can use the rest to buy some supplements to nourish your brain." Gu Beiqin's face turned pale in an instant, and he stared at Assistant Li with fire in his eyes. Humiliation. A blatant humiliation. 100,000 yuan is indeed a lot for ordinary people, and it is indeed very sincere. But he is the eldest son of the Gu family in Haicheng, and the 100,000 yuan cannot even buy the leather shoes on his feet. Even though his head was cut open, in Fu Shiye's eyes, it was only worth a mere 100,000 yuan. He also said something to help him build up his brain. Isn't this yin yang, and he has no brains? Gu Beiqin only felt a surge of anger rushing to his forehead. Veins popped up on his neck, and his whole body was twisted with anger. He grabbed the money on the bed and threw it hard at Assistant Li. "Roll!" Assistant Li was agile and dodged easily, and the flying money didn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Looking at Gu Beiqin's crazy look, Special Assistant Li was secretly happy, but his face remained calm. "Boss Gu, why are you doing this? Why don't you appreciate my CEO's kindness?" The calmer Assistant Li was, the more it seemed that Gu Beiqin was like a madman. He was so angry that he wanted to cut the bastard who humiliated him into pieces. Ignoring the pain from his wound, he struggled to get out of bed to beat Assistant Li, but he stumbled and fell to the ground. Assistant Li laughed without giving any face. "Looking at Mr. Gu, who is so energetic, I think his wounds are probably healed. You should have a good rest. I have to go back and tell my CEO the good news that you are not going to die." After saying that, he strode out of the ward and considerately closed the door for him. However, before the door closed, Li gave Gu Beiqin a big smile. "Boss Gu by zero." His asking for a beating look made Gu Beiqin so angry that he fell backwards. In the ward, the only sounds left were Gu Beiqin's heavy breathing and the glaring banknotes, as if silently mocking his embarrassment. It took him a long time to calm down. Although he didn't see who hit his head, he knew it was the fiancée that Fu Shiye mentioned. The appearance of Fu Shiye and that woman at that time was really strange. He just wanted to take a look at the woman's face, but Fu Shiye was so excited. He narrowed his eyes. Perhaps that woman would be the key to his winning the East Suburbs project. He took out his cell phone and called his assistant. "Help me check Fu Shiye's fiancée. The more detailed, the better." Wait until the call is hung up. He sat on the hospital bed and thought of Lin Qian again. 4 or 5 days have passed, but there is still no news from Lin Qian. She was penniless and injured. Where would she go with her broken body? Gu Beiqin was having a headache thinking about it. He thought about it and called Lin Yanshu. After the call was made, no one answered. Gu Beichen frowned, anxiety rising in his heart. He redialed again and again, but no one answered each time. This damn Lin Yanshu, why can't I even get through to him on the phone? Gu Beichen angrily threw his phone onto the table. The Lin family on the other side. Lin Yanshu was already drunk, and the alcohol was like a sharp knife, cutting his stomach wantonly. At this moment, his stomach felt like it was churning, and the pain was so severe that he could hardly breathe. Lin Yanshu curled up like a shrimp, holding onto the toilet and vomiting violently. Beads of sweat the size of beans kept rolling down his forehead, and he made retching sounds in his throat. The churning in his stomach made him feel like his internal organs were about to be vomited out. After vomiting, the discomfort showed no sign of abating. His stomach felt like it was being cut by a knife. The pain became more and more severe, and he almost fainted. Lin Yanshu stumbled out of the bathroom, as if he had lost all his strength, and walked to the sofa with unsteady steps. He collapsed on the sofa with a plop, holding his stomach tightly with both hands, and kept shouting, "Qian, my stomach hurts. Medicine." When Mr. and Mrs. Lin heard the sound and walked into his room, they saw the mess in front of them and couldn't help but gasp. The floor was littered with empty wine bottles, emitting a pungent smell of alcohol, and Lin Yanshu was curled up on the sofa, his face as pale as paper, his lips bloodless, and he looked extremely pitiful. Mother Lin walked forward distressfully, squatted down, and gently stroked Lin Yanshu's forehead. "Yanshu, why are you so drunk?" Lin's father frowned, and when he heard him calling Lin Qian, he immediately became furious. Lin Qian, what's so good about that little bitch? Compared with Wanner, there's a world of difference. If he hadn't needed her, he would never have taken her back from the orphanage 8 years ago. A poor girl like her deserves to stay in an orphanage. It's already merciful enough that they didn't throw her into the mountains to be used as a tool for giving birth. Thinking of this, Lin's father scolded Lin Yanshu. "Look at what you are like now. You don't even go to the company, and you just drink all day. Do you want to become a useless person?" Lin Yanshu slowly opened his eyes and saw his parents. A complex emotion flashed in his eyes, including pain, guilt, but more of helplessness. "Dad, Mom, I feel sad." His voice was weak and hoarse, and every word seemed to be spoken with all his strength. Mother Lin's eyes were red, and she choked up and said, "You feel bad, but so do we? Look at what you've done to yourself." Lin Yanshu closed his eyes in pain, tears rolling down from the corners of his eyes. At this moment, he finally remembered Lin Qian's kindness. Originally, during the 3 years that Lin Qian took care of him, his stomach problems had healed. But since she went to prison, his stomach started to ache again the following year. It has become more and more frequent in the past 2 years. Knowing this, he still drinks a lot of alcohol, as if punishing himself in this way will make Qian come back. I was really wrong," Lin Yanshu muttered to himself. Mother Lin felt a pang of sadness when she saw her son in pain. She gently patted Lin Yanshu's shoulder and comforted him. Okay, don't blame yourself." What she longed for most was the love of her family. She wouldn't really be so cruel as to abandon us. She'll come back when she calms down. However, Lin's father did not think so. That evil creature Lin Qian almost killed their entire family. It's too late to hate them, so how could they come back? Although he hated Lin Qian, he didn't want her to really die. After all, her other kidney is still very healthy. What if he needed again? Chapter 84. Lin Yanshu's stomach aches, and he finally regrets it. Father Lin was calculating something in his mind, but he pretended to be concerned and tried to make his tone sound gentler. "Yanshu, don't worry. I'll send someone to look for Qian. She has no money and can't go far." When Lin Yanshu heard what his father said, he said nothing. He no longer had the strength to respond. His mind was filled with Lin Qian's image. All the kindness that Lin Qian had shown him turned into sharp needles, piercing his heart again and again. He regretted why he didn't trust Lin Qian more and why he didn't stand up to protect her when she needed him most. If he treated Qian better after she was released from prison, would she not have run away from home? When he thought about how Lin Qian had been in jail for 5 years for no reason and had become disabled in prison, which would never allow her to recover, he felt so painful that he almost suffocated. Lin Yanshu curled up on the sofa, clutching the pillow tightly with both hands and burying his face deeply in it. His shoulders were shaking slightly, and suppressed sobs came from his throat from time to time. This heart-wrenching look made Lin's mother feel extremely distressed. He also felt a little more resentful towards Lin Qian. Isn't it just a little bit of injustice that makes you run away from home? In her opinion, Lin Qian was deliberately making their family uneasy. She regretted letting Lin Qian into the family 8 years ago. Ever since she came back, she either bullied Warner or made the house a mess. She has not been reformed in prison after 5 years. I really don't know how she was reformed in prison. I'm afraid the prison guards have been treating her preferentially because she's the daughter of the Lin group. No wonder his temper is getting worse. How could she give birth to such a disappointing and undisciplined daughter? It's really annoying and gives me a headache. Now, Yanshu was so angry at Lin Qian that he had a stomach attack. If Yanshu was unable to recover from this, she would never forgive Lin Qian. Mother Lin was angry, but she still gently patted Lin Yanshu on the back and comforted him. Don't worry, your father has sent people to look for her, and I believe we will find Qian soon. Mom will have someone make you some stomach-nourishing porridge. After you finish eating, have a good rest. Your health is important. After comforting Lin Yanshu, Lin's mother took Lin's father out. About half an hour later, the servant brought a bowl of pumpkin and millet porridge and said softly, "Master, drink some porridge to warm your stomach." Lin Yanshu smelled a familiar smell, and he propped up his tired body to sit up. He took the porridge weakly, tasted it, and immediately spat it back into the bowl. Why does it taste wrong? The servant was puzzled. Isn't it just porridge? It doesn't taste like that. Then, she heard Lin Yanshu say weakly, "It tastes different from what I ate before." The servant was stunned for a moment, looked at the pumpkin millet porridge, and then immediately understood. "Master, the porridge you ate before was cooked by Aunt Wu herself for more than 2 hours. Mother Wu said that if you want the porridge to taste good, you have to cook it slowly over low heat to boil out the rice oil. Then the porridge will be thick and nourishing to the stomach." Mrs. Wu also said that this practice was taught by the eldest daughter. Lin Qian grew up in an orphanage and shouldn't have known how to make porridge. However, the director of the orphanage was a very good person. In order to keep the children in the orphanage healthy, he came up with the idea of making stomach-nourishing porridge for them every day. Children in the orphanage don't usually have very nutritious food to eat, and porridge is very cheap, though a little difficult to prepare. If the stomach is well maintained, children will be less likely to get sick. During the 15 years that Lin Qian spent in the orphanage, she never had any stomach problems and was rarely sick. Although her life was difficult, she was in good health. Her stomach problems were caused by the years of eating alternately, cold and hot, after returning to the Lin family. During the 3 years she spent at the Lin family, every winter was the most difficult time for her. If Wu Ma had not discovered that she had a stomachache at night and vomited continuously, and often made her some easily digestible noodles, wontons, and other foods to warm her stomach, she would have died from the pain of her stomachache. But even so, she was still foolishly worried about Lin Yanshu's stomach problems at that time, and told Wu Ma the dean's method of making stomach-nourishing porridge. I hope Aunt Wu will make more porridge for my brother when she doesn't have time to take care of him. After Lin Qian was imprisoned, Wu Ma continued to make porridge for Lin Yanshu according to the method she taught her. However, Aunt Wu was old, and without Lin Qian to remind him frequently, Lin Yanshu could not eat once every 10 days or half a month. Over time, his stomach problems recurred. Lin Yanshu's face darkened when he heard what the servant said. "Then go ahead and make it for me. I want it to be exactly the same as before." The servant was in a dilemma. "Master, it's not that I don't want to make it for you, but it really takes too long. I have to watch it for more than 2 hours and stir it from time to time to prevent it from sticking to the pot. Besides, I really don't know how Aunt Wu makes it. Who would have a time to watch Wu Ma cook porridge? It takes her more than 2 hours. What's more, they were unwilling to do this because Wu Ma had sacrificed her own rest time, and they didn't pay her more." Lin Yanshu felt bitter. It seemed that he would not be able to eat the porridge. "Then bring the stomach medicine." The servant said with a bitter face, "Master, we don't know where you keep your medicine, nor do we know what kind of medicine you take. Wu Ma always brought it to you." After hearing this, Lin Yanshu felt his stomach hurt even more. The pain came over him in waves like a surging tide, almost drowning him. He helplessly curled up on the sofa again, his hands tightly covering his abdomen, his face full of pain. The servant sighed softly, picked up the porridge, and slowly walked out of the room. The room fell into deathly silence again. Lin Yanshu was still curled up on the sofa, his eyes empty and confused. There is no stomach-nourishing porridge and no stomach medicine. He could only endure the waves of pain. I don't know how long it took, but when my stomach finally stopped hurting so much, it was already dark. Lin Yanshu propped himself up and went downstairs. The whole villa was quiet. Father and Mother Lin had already gone to bed. He walked slowly to the kitchen and got himself a glass of warm water. The warmth flowed down my throat into my stomach. After drinking it, I finally felt a little better in my stomach. After standing there in a daze for a long while, he took a step, not to go back to his room, but to the utility room. The moment I opened the door, a stuffy and humid smell immediately hit me in the face. The smell was mixed with a stale scent, which made Lin Qian frown. After a while of adjusting, I walked in, looked around, and finally my eyes fell on the old desk in the corner. The desk was a little mottled and didn't fit in with the style of the Lin family villa. No one knew where it came from. The desk was filled with books, all of which were used by Lin Qian during her 3 years of high school. Lin Yanshu walked to the desk, sat down, and flipped through the book. Each book was filled with Lin Qian's notes. Those notes seemed particularly blurry under the dim light, but they hurt Lin Yanshu's heart so clearly. He seemed to be able to see Lin Qian sitting at the desk, writing seriously. On the day Lin Qian was released from prison and returned home, she said that she was the top student in her grade at Haiqing No. 1 Middle School. She once looked forward to the future with great hope, believing that she could change her destiny through knowledge. However, all her efforts in her studies were wasted because of her imprisonment. Chapter 85. The past was so painful that Lin Yanshu was so distressed that he vomited blood. Lin Yanshu took a deep breath and temporarily suppressed his guilt towards Lin Qian. He opened the desk drawer. All of a sudden, a drawer full of award certificates came into view. The bright red and gold colors were particularly eye-catching in the dim utility room, but they were also like a heavy hammer that hit his heart hard, shocking him so much that he was speechless. His hands trembled uncontrollably as he slowly reached out and took out the certificates. One by one, he opened them carefully. 6 years of elementary school, 3 years of junior high school, and 3 years of high school, a total of 12 years of award certificates, like a silent documentary, tell of Lin Qian's excellence and hard work. 3 good students, outstanding class leaders, academic competition awards. Each certificate carries a heavy honor and is full of gold. These awards are like sharp knives, piercing his heart deeply. Behind every award certificate lies Lin Qian's past hard work. During those 12 years, she was regarded as a model student and an excellent student by her teachers and classmates, and was the object of everyone's praise. But what happens after returning to the Lin family? She was labeled as sinister, vicious, troublemaker, and narrow-minded. Even in the eyes of her family, she is not as good as those idle young hooligans out there. The more he looked at the awards, the more he felt like a stupid idiot. Over the years, he actually didn't understand Lin Qian at all and always looked at her with prejudice. Lin Yanshu's hands were shaking more and more violently, and the certificate rustled in his hands. He didn't dare to face it, and suddenly stuffed all the thick stack of certificates in his hand into the drawer. Even his breathing became heavier. It took him a long time to calm himself down and hesitantly wondered whether to open another drawer. Driven by curiosity, he put his hand on the drawer of the desk again, and when he was about to open it, his fingers stopped involuntarily. An inexplicable fear and curiosity intertwined in his heart, driving him to slowly pull it open again. When the admission letter from Peking University and Tsinghua University came into his sight, the gold-plated font and the solemn school emblem were like a strong light, instantly making his eyes go blank. His pupils dilated rapidly, his eyes were full of disbelief, his mouth was slightly open, but no sound came out. How is this possible? He muttered to himself, his voice trembling violently. Peking University and Tsinghua University are the top universities that countless students dream of. Millions of candidates strive for them, and countless others fail. However, Lin Qian, his sister who he has always misunderstood, hurt and despised, actually got the admission ticket to this top university. His hand reached out to the admission letter uncontrollably, as if he was touching an extremely precious and fragile treasure. The moment his fingertips touched the paper, his whole body shook as if he was hit by an electric current. Involuntarily, he recalled his distrust of Lin Qian, how he allowed her to be misunderstood by her family, how she was shocked when she was identified as the murderer in court, and how he was indifferent to her after she was imprisoned. Every memory was like a sharp knife, stabbing hard into his heart. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, and his breathing became rapid and heavy, like a drowning man struggling desperately. Lin Yanshu felt dizzy, his eyes gradually turned red, and his vision became blurred. I ruined her. I ruined her life with my own hands. Lin Yanshu murmured in pain, tears flowing uncontrollably, sliding down her cheeks, dripping onto the admission letter, quickly spreading out. His face was filled with regret and self-blame, and he seemed to have lost all his strength. He slumped in the chair, his eyes empty and desperate, as if the whole world was collapsing at this moment. He realized that the harm he had caused to Lin Qian was far deeper than he had imagined, and these awards and admission letters were evidence of his crimes that he could never atone for. Lin Yanshu's body shook, his vision went dark, and he almost fainted. He was breathing heavily and trying his best to support himself so as not to fall down. After a lot of effort, the dizziness subsided a little and my emotions calmed down a little. He raised his hand and wiped the tears from his face with the back of his trembling hand. Just as he was about to gently put the admission letter back into the drawer, he caught a glimpse of a slightly old diary in the corner. His hand stopped in midair. At this moment, he was extremely conflicted. Reason told him not to open it, as the contents inside might make him more painful and guilty. However, the surging curiosity and desire to understand Lin Qian's heart made him unable to resist. Finally, his hands seemed to have a will of their own, and he picked up the diary uncontrollably. When I opened the first page, a family photo appeared before my eyes. In the photo, my parents are sitting in the middle with smiles on their faces, and my mother is holding Fu Bao in her arms. Fu Bao is the dog that the whole family loves. The dog lived for 18 years and finally died of old age. After Fu Bao passed away, the whole family was immersed in grief and even held a funeral for it. Because I was so sad, I never kept the dog again after that. But Fu Bao's room has been preserved to this day, and his favorite toys are still intact inside. He stood next to his father, while Warner snuggled up to her mother. A family of 4, so happy. However, Lin Qian was placed in a position separated from him by one person. His thoughts were instantly brought back to the scene of taking the family photo that day. That day was May Day, the weather was particularly good, and the flowers in the garden were in bloom. Warner suggested that the family take a family photo in the garden. The 4 members of their family were all ready. Warner suddenly remembered that Fu Bao had not arrived yet, so she called out to Fu Bao loudly. It was Lin Qian who brought Fu Bao over and asked him carefully, "Brother, what are you doing?" He said very perfunctorily that he wanted to take a family photo. At that time, Lin Qian's eyes were sparkling with excitement, thinking that she would also be included in the family photo. When taking pictures, she would take the initiative to stand close to me. At that time, except Warner, he did not allow any woman to get close to him. Lin Qian's approach made him very uncomfortable, and he subconsciously pushed her away without noticing the loneliness and grievance in Lin Qian's eyes. He still remembered that after taking the photos, Warner suggested that the family go on a trip together during the May Day holiday. Of course, he and his parents would not disagree, so they packed their bags immediately and went on a trip with a family of 4 plus a dog. They did not return home until the last night of the vacation. He remembered very clearly that night the whole family and Lin Qian had their first quarrel in history. Just because Lin Qian asked, "Why don't you take me with you on your trip?" She was already very tired after the trip, and she had a questioning expression on her face. He immediately became furious. "You are not a member of our Lin family. Why should we take you with us?" Even a dog can be in the center of the family portrait, but his own sister is separated from them by a person. Even the dog has a separate room, which is cleaned spotlessly by the nanny every day and filled with Fu Bao's favorite things. But his own sister had to live in a dark and damp storage room with only a few shabby pieces of furniture placed randomly. Even the dog can be taken on a trip, but his own sister has to stay at home obediently. Every month, they spend 5 figures on dog grooming, deworming, dog food, various fish oils, calcium tablets, and vitamins. In order to provide Fu Bao with the best living environment, they never skimp on spending. His younger sister, on the other hand, didn't get a penny and had to rely on part-time jobs and scholarships to pay for her schooling. Various scenes played continuously in his mind like slides. Lin Yanshu's stomach seemed to be pierced by a sharp knife, and he spat out a mouthful of blood onto the desk. It turns out that people can really vomit blood when they are in extreme pain and stimulation. His heart ached so much. Chapter 86. Lin Yanshu vomited blood and fainted. Lu Chen's leg was broken. Heartbroken Lin Yanshu burst into tears as he looked at the family photo. Blood mixed with tears blurred Lin Qian's face in the photo. Lin Yanshu wiped it hastily, but the more he wiped, the more blood appeared, staining Lin Qian's entire body red. It was as if a mockery of her ruined life, always covered in blood. Just one photo filled Lin Yinshu's mind with bad memories. He was so heartbroken that he almost fainted. He no longer had the courage to look through Lin Qian's diary. He suddenly put the diary into the drawer and closed it without hesitation. He clutched the family photo tightly in his hand and tried to leave the storage room. But the moment he stood up, he felt dizzy and fell to the ground, spitting blood again. His stomach felt like it was broken into pieces and was in great pain. He struggled on the ground for a long time, but couldn't stand up. She could only take out her cell phone with trembling hands and call Lin Qian. The call was connected, and Lin Qian's voice came from the receiver with a bit of doubt. Yanshu, why are you looking for me so late? Lin Yanshu opened his mouth, but found that his throat seemed to be blocked, and he could not make a sound. Only the sounds of violent coughing and spitting blood could be heard. Lin Qian's voice suddenly became tense. What's wrong with you? What happened? After a long while, Lin Yanshu finally squeezed out a few words with difficulty. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. His voice was tearful, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from the depths of his broken soul. Lin Qian was confused for a moment, but after hearing Lin Yanshu's painful voice, he vaguely guessed that it was related to Lin Qian and hurriedly said, Don't panic. Tell me slowly. Where are you now? Lin Yanshu seemed not to hear his words and just kept talking to herself. I saw her award certificate, her admission letter, and the family photo. How could I do this to her? How could I? Lin Qian remained silent, not knowing how to comfort her at this moment. So he could only say, Calm down first. I'll come to you right away. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yanshu was still lying on the ground, staring blankly ahead. His mind kept replaying every detail of Lin Qian's time in this family. The grievances that he had ignored and the expectations that he had ruthlessly trampled upon all came flooding in like a tide, completely drowning him. He looked at the family portrait in his hand that was stained with blood and tears and seemed to see Lin Qian's desperate eyes and close his eyes in pain. How should he make amends? What should he do? Lin Qian hurried to the Lin family. At this time, Lin's father and mother, who were in deep sleep, were awakened. When they saw Lin Qian with a solemn face, they had an ominous premonition in their hearts. At Lin Qian's urging, they began to look for Lin Yanshu. I searched almost every room I could find, but couldn't find it. Lin Qian took out his cell phone and called Lin Yanshu. The phone rang, and the three of them followed the sound and found the utility room. The door was half open, and I could vaguely see someone lying on the ground. Lin Qian was startled and quickly pushed the door open. Instantly, a strong smell of blood rushed towards him, causing him to pause slightly. Lin Yanshu was seen lying on the cold ground, and the surrounding area had been dyed a glaring dark red by the blood he had vomited. His face was as pale as paper, without a trace of blood. There was a long blood stain at the corner of his mouth, and bright red blood was flowing down his chin. But even in such a tragic situation, one hand still tightly grasped the family photo, soaked in blood. Lin Qian walked forward quickly and squatted beside Lin Yanshu. Yanshu, wake up. Lin Yanshu had no reaction. When father and mother Lin saw Lin Yanshu lying on the ground covered in blood, they were both stunned and then let out a heart-wrenching scream. Lin's mother immediately burst into tears. It was fine during the day. Why is it like this now? As she cried, she seemed to suddenly remember something and stopped crying abruptly. She glanced around the storage room. Not only did she not feel guilty for Lin Qian living in such a damp and dark environment, but she blamed Lin Qian for all the blame for Lin Yanshu vomiting blood and fainting. It's all Lin Qian's fault. If she hadn't provoked Yanshu again and again, how could Yanshu become like this? He's her own brother. How could she be so cruel? If anything happens to Yanshu, I will never let her go, Lin's mother said while crying. After hearing what Lin's mother said, Father Lin seemed to have found an outlet for his anger. His face was full of anger. He snorted heavily and echoed. That Jinx has never been quiet since she came into our Lin family. She has messed up our good family. Yanshu was so sincere to her, but she turned evil into evil and harmed Yanshu like this. Father Lin's voice echoed in the storage room with unquestionable arrogance. Mother Lin cried even louder. That heartless man deliberately harmed Yanshu like this just to make us suffer and to take revenge on us. Lin Qian looked at this unreasonable couple, anger rising in his heart. Yanshu was already in such a state, but the two of them didn't want to rush to rescue him, and they even had the mind to curse Lin Qian. He stepped forward, stood in front of Lin Yanshu, and shouted, "Enough! Now is not the time to shirk responsibility. Hurry up and help carry him to the car and send him to the hospital. Having said that, he no longer paid attention to Lin's father and mother and leaned over to hug Lin Yanshu. Lin's father and mother finally woke up from their dream and came over to help in a hurry. The three of them finally lifted Lin Yanshu into the car. Along the way, Lin's father and mother kept muttering about their dissatisfaction with Lin Qian. If the surgery didn't require family member signatures, Lu Jinxiu really wanted to kick them both out of the car. Haicheng First People's Hospital. Gu Beichun still had gauze tied on his head. He couldn't sleep late at night, so he slowly walked out of the ward and planned to get some fresh air. The night in the hospital was eerily quiet. The lights in the long corridor were dim and soft, but without a trace of warmth, and there was almost no other person to be seen. He was alone, his footsteps echoing in the empty corridor, his lonely figure dragging its feet in the silent hallway. But the next moment, the silence was broken by the sound of hurried footsteps and painful groans. He looked up and saw two beds being pushed by medical staff, rushing towards him in a hurry. The medical staff ran very fast with anxious looks on their faces. He stood where he was, and those people ran quickly past him on both sides, creating a slight air current. Although they ran very fast, Gu Beichun could still clearly see the person on the hospital bed. One of them was covered in blood and unconscious, with dried blood on the corners of his lips. It was Lin Yanshu. Another one was wailing in pain on the hospital bed, his legs bent in an extremely twisted posture, as if they were broken. This person turned out to be Lu Qian. Gu Beichun looked at the hospital bed rushing past and was shocked. His already pale face became even uglier. He subconsciously turned around, his eyes following the two beds, and his footsteps followed them unconsciously, all the way to the door of the emergency room. Chapter 87. Gu Yilin's arrival terrifies Lin's father and mother. Lin's father and mother stood outside the emergency room, pacing anxiously. When he saw Gu Beichun coming over, Father Lin saw that he had gauze wrapped around his head and asked in surprise, "Mr. Gu, what's wrong with your head?" Gu Beichun was slightly startled, then perfunctorily said, "It was an accident. What happened to Yanshu?" Thinking of Lin Yanshu's miserable appearance of spitting blood, Lin's father's eyes became extremely cold, and curses against Lin Qian came out of his mouth without thinking. "It's all Lin Qian's fault. I don't know what she said to Yanshu, but she made him so angry that he vomited blood. That bitch just can't bear to see the Lin family doing well. She is no longer in our Lin family, but she is still secretly harming us. She is so despicable." Lin's father's face was full of anger, as if he could cover up the wrong things they had done to Lin Qian by scolding her. Mother Lin also echoed Father Lin's words and said with a sad face, "Qian Qian is too ignorant. She's like a debt collector. She can do nothing but cause trouble for the family. She actually harmed Yanshu like this time. She is so cruel. Our sincerity was trampled upon by her and is worthless." Alas, Gu Beichun just listened quietly with a puzzled expression on his face. There was a hint of contemplation in his eyes, as if he was weighing whether what Lin's father and mother said was true. No one knew whether he believed it or not. He just stood there with a calm expression, not expressing any opinions. He just lowered his eyes slightly, as if thinking about something. Just then, a mocking laugh suddenly rang out. The laughter was extremely hoarse and seemed particularly abrupt in the silent corridor. Lin's father and mother and Gu Beichun turned around at the same time and saw the caregiver pushing Gu Yilin in a wheelchair towards them. When Mr. and Mrs. Lin saw Gu Yilin, their pupils suddenly contracted. The arrogance he had when he scolded Lin Qian just now was immediately replaced by deep fear and panic. Father Lin's face turned pale in an instant, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Mother Lin seemed as if an invisible hand had grabbed her heart. Her body leaned back involuntarily, her eyes full of fear. No one knows what happened back then better than these two couples. Father Lin saw with his own eyes Lin Wanner pushing Gu Yilin down the stairs. Although Lin's mother didn't see how Gu Yilin rolled down the stairs, she chose to stand by and watch when Gu Yilin asked her for help. She also pointed at the frightened Lin Qian and said, "Qian Qian, why did you want to harm Mr. Gu's sister?" It was also after her reminder that Lin Wanner and Lin's father both agreed to a unified statement, insisting that it was Lin Qian who committed the murder intentionally. Later, Lin's mother deleted the only surveillance video that could prove Lin Qian's innocence. These two people have something to hide, so how could they not feel guilty when they saw Gu Yilin? However, Father Lin has been working in the business world for many years and has seen many big scenes. The intricate business games and intrigues have already honed his ability to quickly regain his composure. In just a moment, he suppressed all his emotions. But the uneasiness hidden in his eyes was like a deep, dark river, secretly surging beneath the calm surface of the lake. But Lin's mother is different. Since she married Lin Ziyuan, she has become a little wife. Now, seeing Gu Yilin waking up, he just felt scared. Her voice trembled. "What are you going to do?" Gu Yilin's smile stopped abruptly, and there was no expression on her face. Because she had been in a vegetative state for 5 years and had been lying in bed all year round, her face was pale and bloodless, and her cheeks were sunken, making her eyes look particularly large and sinister, which was creepy. Gu Beichen saw her and hurried over to her, saying with concern, Lin, why did you come out? Your body hasn't fully recovered yet. You need to rest more." Gu Yilin's eyes moved, and her gaze fell on Gu Beichen. She stared at him straight with cold eyes. Lin, what's wrong with you?" There was a hint of uneasiness in Gu Beichen's voice. He tried to read something from Gu Yilin's expression, but her face was like a pool of stagnant water, without any ripples. It has been less than a week since Gu Yilin woke up, and her body functions have not recovered yet. But even so, she has been practicing speaking hard these past few days, just to clear Lin Qian's name and identify Lin Wanner as the real murderer. What she found most ironic was that in the past few days, her biological brother Gu Beichen had never asked her about the murderer who turned her into a vegetable. As long as he asked, she could tell him by blinking or nodding, even if she couldn't speak. "Yes, it's Lin Wanner. Brother, you have to avenge me and send Lin Wanner to prison." But no, not even once. The brother who used to hold her in the palm of his hand became so strange and hateful in order to protect the person who hurt her. Her heart seemed to be torn into countless pieces, each piece soaked in blood. Gu Yilin's lips suddenly curled up into a strange smile, as she tried her best to squeeze out 2 words from her throat. "Retribution." Her voice was weak and hoarse, but it echoed in the silent corridor, like a sharp blade, piercing straight into the hearts of everyone present. After saying that, she started laughing. Her laughter was dry and crazy. Gu Beichen's head injury was retribution. Lin Yanshu's vomiting blood was retribution. It was retribution for Lin Qian to have his legs broken. The law of nature is clear, and retribution will come. It's not that I don't want to retaliate. It's just that the time has not come yet. She believed that anyone who hurt Lin Qian would be punished accordingly. And she firmly believed this must be just the beginning. She grinned, looking excited, crazy, and scary. Gu Beichen's face turned pale in an instant. He was filled with hatred and anger, but the other party was his sister, and he couldn't do anything to her. He could only scold the nurse. "Push her away. She is weak now. She can't make trouble here." When the nurse heard Gu Beichen's order, he hurriedly pushed the wheelchair. Gu Yilin's body leaned weakly on the wheelchair, without any ability to resist, but her eyes were fixed on Gu Beichen. The disgust and hatred in her eyes were like materialized arrows, shooting straight at him. She had so many cruel words she wanted to say, but she couldn't. She could only repeat over and over, "Retribution, retribution." Gu Beichen just felt a splitting headache. Obviously, everything he did to Lin Qian was for Lin. What I got in return was Lin's resentment. He didn't know why it turned out like this. Gu Beichen stood there, watching Gu Yilin gradually disappear at the end of the corridor, but the resentment seemed to permeate the air, making him unable to get rid of it. After an unknown amount of time, the door of the emergency room slowly opened. Lu Jinxiu took off his mask and said tiredly, "Yanshu has a perforated stomach. He is out of danger for the time being, but he needs to stay in a hospital for observation." When Mr. and Mrs. Lin heard this, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. But then, Lin's mother began to wipe away her tears again. This is all Lin Qian's fault. If it weren't for her, how could Yanshu have suffered this kind of suffering? Lu Jinxiu couldn't bear to listen any longer and said coldly, "Stop deceiving yourselves. Lin Qian is the one who was hurt. Yanshu is like this now because of his own guilt and self-blame. If you really care about Yanshu, then you should reflect on what you have done to Lin Qian over the years." After saying this, he ignored the shocked expressions of Lin's father and mother, turned around, and went into the emergency room and pushed Lin Yanshu out. On the other side, in the emergency room, Lin Qian was also pushed out, his entire calf wrapped in thick bandages. Chapter 88, You Are My Biological Sister. Everything I do is for you. Lin Qian was still in a coma because the effect of the anesthetic had not yet worn off. Even so, his brows were still furrowed, as if he was suffering unspeakable pain even in his coma. After first aid, Yanshu fell into a coma. Gu Beichun looked at the two people being pushed into the ward by medical staff, and his mood was very gloomy. It seemed that since Lin Qian disappeared, those who had hurt her have suffered misfortune one after another. Gu Beichun's heart ached terribly when he thought that Lin Qian was not the real murderer who turned Lin into a vegetable, and then thought about what Lin Qian had experienced in prison over the past 5 years. Is this retribution? The harm they had done to Lin Qian finally came back to haunt them. Gu Beichun stood outside the ward for a long time, then slowly left with heavy steps. I originally wanted to return to my ward, but thinking of Gu Yilin's crazy look just now, he still felt uneasy, so he turned around and went into Gu Yilin's ward. At this moment, Gu Yilin was already lying on the bed, but she didn't close her eyes and sleep. Ever since she woke up from her vegetative state, she had been very reluctant to close her eyes. She slept for 5 years and missed this world for 5 years. She was afraid that once she closed her eyes, she would turn into the living dead again. When Gu Beichun came in, he saw Gu Yilin with her eyes wide open, looking out the window. Lin. He called her softly, but Gu Yilin didn't respond at all. Gu Beichun sighed, walked up to her, and said softly, Lin, your brother came to see you. Aren't you happy? Happy? A sarcastic arc appeared on Gu Yilin's lips. If he really took her as his sister seriously, he would not have protected Lin Qian. His sister was harmed so tragically, and Lin Qian was implicated and sentenced to 5 years in prison. As her biological brother, he actually had no intention of pursuing the matter further. He didn't come to see her. He came to laugh at her. There is another point that Gu Yilin has always been confused about. It's been many days since I woke up. Why haven't my parents come to see me once? Before she was turned into a vegetable, her parents loved her very much. She didn't believe that her parents didn't come to see her after they found out she had woken up. There was only one possible reason why they didn't come. That is, they didn't know she had woken up. This means that Gu Beichun did not tell his parents the news of her awakening, because he knew that once his parents came, they would definitely try their best to find out from her what happened that year. In order to protect Lin Qian, he really did everything he could. Didn't you say you don't like Lin Qian? Didn't he pursue Lin Qian for 3 whole years in high school? Isn't it because of Lin Qian that you want to break off the engagement with Lin Qian? But when Lin Qian's evil deeds were about to be exposed, her good brother was unwilling to do so. He would rather deceive his parents, let her suffer injustice, and let Lin Qian continue to bear the charge of attempted murder, than let Lin Qian suffer the slightest harm. Ha! Ridiculous. So ridiculous. A man like him is not worthy of being her brother. He was even more unworthy of saying, Aren't you happy that your brother came to see you? Such words would only make her feel extremely hypocritical. Gu Yilin still didn't look at him. She just hoped that she would recover quickly. Seeing that Gu Yilin had no reaction to his words, Gu Beichun's smile gradually faded. But he still suppressed his inner displeasure and said to Gu Yilin in a very helpless tone, Are you still angry with your brother? After a pause, he continued, Brother knows what you are thinking, but brother can't do this. You are my biological sister. Everything I do is for you. For her? Gu Yilin sneered in her heart. Is she going to be wronged just for her? Is it to let the real murderer go unpunished? Before she woke up, she hurt Lin Qian so badly because of her. She has woken up. Why not send Lin Qian to jail for her? Does it mean that loving her, Lin Qian, means hurting her? If she could move at this moment, she would definitely slap him in the face. This time, Gu Yilin finally looked at him, but her eyes were full of disgust and hatred. She wanted to tell him to get lost, but she couldn't move or speak, so she could only look at him with hatred. Gu Beichun, however, acted as if she was being naughty, patted her head gently, and coaxed her. Lin, stop making trouble, okay? Your body hasn't recovered yet. Getting angry is not good for your health. He knew she didn't want to hear this, but he continued talking. Gu Yilin felt a surge of anger rushing to her head. Go. She screamed hysterically in her heart. Gu Yilin was so angry. She hated Gu Beichun for being blind, and she hated herself for being unable to move. Her eyes were filled with anger, as if she wanted to burn out this brother who had disappointed her so much. Gu Beichun felt a little uncomfortable with her hateful look. He looked away and pretended to tidy up the things on the bedside table, still muttering, When you feel better in a few days, I will send you abroad. It will be better for you to recover abroad. Every word he said was like rubbing salt into Gu Yilin's wounds. Going abroad? Her heart and eyes were now filled with the desire to make the truth known, to redress Lin Qian's injustice, and to make Lin Wana receive the punishment she deserved, but he was still thinking about sending her away. Gu Yilin's chest heaved violently, and every breath seemed to be spewing out anger. She stared at Gu Beichun intently. At this moment, looking at Gu Beichun's face, she felt that he was so hideous that she wished she could cut him into pieces. She mobilized all her strength. Her throat felt like it was on fire, and she tried her best to squeeze out just one word. Roll. Gu Beichun was stunned, as if he had not expected his sister to be so angry. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes, and then he sighed. Lin, you've grown up, and it's time for you to be sensible. The self-righteous look of preaching made Gu Yilin's anger burn like a bucket of oil. Her hands subconsciously clenched the bedsheets. Although she couldn't exert much strength, the hatred made her knuckles turn white from the force. Her lips trembled slightly, and she tried to say something else, but could only make heavy gasps. Gu Beichun didn't realize that Gu Yilin was on the verge of a breakdown and kept chattering. Lin Wana has grown up with you since childhood. You have been spoiled since childhood. Wana is the only one willing to be your friend. I don't want you to lose her, your only friend. Besides, you believe on that. She definitely didn't do it on purpose. She must be very regretful. Let's not pursue it any further, okay? You two are good friends. Don't you know how pure and kind Wana is? Every word that Gu Beichun uttered was like a blunt knife, cutting back and forth in Gu Yilin's heart. Gu Yilin's eyes were full of disbelief. She stared at Gu Beichun as if she was looking at a stranger. She screamed in her heart, "What best friend? That woman turned me into a vegetable and sent Lin Qian to prison. How can such a person be called a friend? Lin Wana is simple and kind." Ha ha! This was the funniest joke she had ever heard. If she hadn't accidentally overheard their conversation at the stairs that day, she would probably have always thought that Lin Wana was kind. It was precisely because she heard the secret of that scumbag father and daughter that she suffered this cruel attack. What's funny is that these two idiots, Lin's mother and Lin Yanshu, have been hurting their own daughter and sister in order to protect Lin Wana. Sooner or later, Lin's mother and Lin Yanshu will regret the stupid things they have done for the rest of their lives. Retribution. It's all retribution. Looking at Gu Beichun, he seemed to be drugged and couldn't tell right from wrong. Gu Yilin's breathing became more and more rapid. She felt as if an invisible hand was strangling her neck, and she was about to suffocate. Double vision began to appear in front of her eyes, and she felt dizzy. She couldn't breathe, her head tilted, and she passed out from Gu Beichun's anger. Chapter 89. Lu Chen's lawyer qualification is revoked. Lin's and Gu's companies are facing crisis. Her body fell limply on the bed, and her eyes, which were originally filled with anger, slowly closed. Gu Beichun shouted in panic, Lin, what's wrong with you? Someone, doctor." Gu Yilin would never have thought of it. Because of my coma, when I opened my eyes again, I was already abroad. Gu Beichun also specially hired 3 nurses to take care of her in 3 shifts and 20 bodyguards to protect her safety. She thought she would be able to return home after she recovered. But until then, she realized that she couldn't even leave the manor. The caregivers and bodyguards became the ones who monitored her. Fu family villa. Since Lin Qian came to this family, she has been very happy every day. She was lacking in love, but was filled with the love from old Mrs. Fu, Aunt Li and Aunt Wu. The happiest thing for Mrs. Fu every day is shopping. Of course, I didn't buy it for myself, but for Lin Qian, with the determination to dress Lin Qian up beautifully. My granddaughter-in-law is so young and beautiful, it would be a pity if she didn't dress up. Even though Lin Qian never left the house, the old lady still enjoyed buying things for her. Clothes, shoes, jewelry, bags, everything is available. Aunt Li and Aunt Wu prepared delicious food for Lin Qian in various ways. In just a few days, Lin Qian's pale face regained color. Even though she was still very thin, she looked less gloomy than before because she was very happy every day. However, except for meal times, she stayed in her room almost the entire day. Seeing this, Mrs. Fu became very worried about her mental health and wanted to enter her room and pull her out several times. Fu Shiye said, "Grandma, your birthday is in a month. Miss Lin is making a birthday gift for you personally. Please don't disturb her." When the old lady heard this, her eyes lit up and she was deeply moved. She stopped bothering Lin Qian. That morning, while Fu Shiye was having breakfast, his phone rang. It was Special Assistant Li calling. Fu Shiye picked up the phone and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. "Hello." Assistant Li's voice rang out from the other end of the line. "President, Liu Qian's legs have been broken by the people I arranged, and he is currently in a coma in the hospital. What arrangements do you have for us next?" Fu Shiye's expression changed when he thought that Liu Qian, as a lawyer, sent an innocent person like Lin Qian to prison. If lawyers can't do it well, then don't do it. Special Assistant Li knew that his CEO would never let Liu Qian go easily. As a lawyer, Liu Qian sent an innocent person, Lin Qian, to prison against his conscience. Moreover, the reason why Liu Qian was able to successfully graduate from college and become a lawyer was that Lin Qian worked very hard during the most busy times in high school, participated in competitions and won prizes, and used the money she earned to support him. Not only was he ungrateful, he also sent his benefactor to prison where he suffered 5 years of torture. The fact that he can work safely as a lawyer is mostly due to Lin Qian. Lin Qian's life was so miserable. How could he still live so high and mighty? Special Assistant Li mourned for Lu Momo in his heart. If you offend the old lady or someone the president likes, just prepare for severe revenge. After receiving the order, Special Assistant Li quickly began to arrange the relevant matters. He contacted familiar industry insiders, collected evidence of Liu Qian's violations of laws and regulations, and submitted the evidence to the Bar Association and other relevant organizations through various channels. With the careful operation of Special Assistant Li, Liu Qian's lawyer qualification was successfully revoked not long after. After the effect of the anesthetic wore off, the severe pain from his broken leg woke Liu Qian up from his coma. He was groaning in pain on the hospital bed, and he wanted to bang his head against the wall because of the pain. But this is far from enough. When Liu Qian learned that his lawyer's license was revoked and he was fined millions for illegal and irregular operations, he felt a black screen before his eyes. Although he had only been a lawyer for 5 years, he was able to buy a house and a car in a prosperous first-tier city like Haicheng thanks to his fame. However, after buying the garage and house, there was not much savings left. It is simply not enough to pay this huge fine. Unable to pay the fine, the house and car were confiscated, and after paying for surgery and hospitalization, there was little money left in the bank card. When he was discharged from the hospital, there was only 10,000 yuan left on the card. This little money is just a drop in the bucket in today's life. He tried to find a new job opportunity, but his broken leg made it difficult for him to move around, and he had also lost his lawyer qualification, so he ran into obstacles everywhere. Those colleagues who once greeted him with a smile now avoid him. He called his friends for help, but all he got was a cold response and a ruthless rejection. At night, Liu Qian sat alone in the dim rental house, surrounded by damp and moldy smells. He looked at the empty room, his heart filled with despair and regret. When Liu Qian was feeling frustrated, Lin and Gu also suffered severe blows, and their partners terminated their contracts one after another. Lin Ziyuan and Gu Beichun were busy every day, but they were unable to stop the company's stock from falling. At the same time, at the Fu family villa, Lin Qian was concentrating on preparing a birthday gift for Mrs. Fu. She sat at the desk in the room, the sunlight shining gently on her through the window, giving her a light golden edge. In front of her, a Suzhou embroidery work is about to be completed, and the peony pattern on the embroidery cloth has begun to show its charm. Lin Qian's hands were extremely agile, moving back and forth across the embroidery cloth. Her eyes were focused and determined as she stared at the embroidery cloth. Every stitch she made was precise and delicate, with the thread and cloth blending perfectly without any deviation. Her needlework varies. Sometimes she interweaves long and short needles to outline the contours of the peony petals, giving the petals a natural undulation and layering. Sometimes she uses flat needles to delicately fill in the colors of the petals, making each petal even in color and bright and eye-catching. In order to embroider the beauty of the peony, Lin Qian selected a variety of silk threads, from the lightest pink to the darkest rose red, with natural and smooth transitions between the layers. She carefully combined silk threads of different colors and used rolling needle technique to embroider the peony stamens. The golden stamens were particularly eye-catching among the layers of petals, as if emitting a faint fragrance. Lin Qianxiu was so serious that she didn't even realize Fu Shiye had been standing behind her and watching her for a long time. Fu Shiye was amazed. He really didn't expect that Lin Qian's embroidery skills would be so good, and it was exactly the same as the embroidery method of national beauty and heavenly fragrance. Those who don't know would think that both the main and secondary works were embroidered by Lin Qian. A month passed in a flash, and Mrs. Fu's birthday was getting closer. During this month, Lin Ziwan's face was exhausted and his eyes were bloodshot. He kept flipping through various financial statements, trying to find a way to save the company. Those partners who once made solemn promises to us are now indifferent, and all that come over the phone are ruthless notices of contract termination. He yelled at his subordinates, but he knew that this would not solve any problems. On the Gu Group side, Gu Beichun frequently attended various business activities in an attempt to recover the company's losses, but he returned disappointed every time. His hair became messy. The collar of his shirt was always open, and his former vigor and vitality had long disappeared. In desperation, the two placed all their hopes on Madame Fu's birthday party. They asked around for news about the birthday banquet and learned that it would be held in the most luxurious hotel in Haicheng. Not only would all the wealthy families in Haicheng be present, but also those large families with deep roots in Beicheng would come to celebrate. This is their only chance. Chapter 90 today is the old lady's birthday banquet. Lin Qian is dressed up as a fairy. Fu family villa. Lin Qian gently put down the embroidery needle in her hand and breathed a long sigh of relief. The entire painting, national beauty and heavenly fragrance, was finally presented perfectly. She rubbed her sore eyes and looked at the gorgeous peonies on the embroidery cloth, feeling a sense of accomplishment. She poured all her efforts into this work, and she believed that her grandmother would like it. Lin Qian stood up slowly. Her legs were numb from sitting for a long time. She staggered, but luckily she held onto the table. Only then did she realize that she had been up all night and her body was already exhausted. The early morning sunlight shone through the half-open curtains onto Lin Qian's slightly pale face, and the soft light seemed to coat her face with a layer of light gold. She narrowed her eyes slightly, feeling the warm light, and the warmth seemed to dispel a little fatigue from her tired body. She stretched her body, and every joint of her body made a slight click sound, as if protesting against the fatigue of the night. She carefully rolled up the embroidery cloth and put into the gift box she had prepared in advance. The gift box was specially prepared by Fu Shiya. It was carved with exquisite patterns, which complemented national beauty and heavenly fragrance perfectly. She walked out with the gift box and saw a tall man in a black suit. Lin Qian thought it was Fu Shiya, but when the other person turned around, she found out it was Assistant Li. When Assistant Li saw Lin Qian, a smile immediately appeared on his face. "Ms. Lin, thank you for your hard work." Lin Qian was slightly stunned. "Assistant Li, why are you here?" He walked quickly forward, took the gift box from Lin Qian's hand, and gently placed it on the table beside him. "Because we don't know when you will finish embroidering, the president has already taken the old lady to the banquet hall." Lin Qian nodded slightly. Grandma's birthday party really couldn't be held without a host. She glanced at the clock hanging on the wall of the living room and saw that the hour hand was pointing to 10 o'clock. She said a little embarrassedly, "Assistant Li, please wait a moment. I want to dress up first." She must look very haggard now, and it would be inappropriate for her to appear at Grandma's party like this. Unexpectedly, Special Assistant Li snapped his fingers, and suddenly a group of people walked in from outside the door, holding makeup boxes in their hands. "Ms. Lin, the president has already arranged a stylist for you. It will take at least half an hour to get it done. We will definitely be able to get to the banquet hall before the banquet starts at 11 o'clock. Then he said to the stylist, "Andy, Miss Lin is now in your hands." The male stylist named Andy is dressed quite charmingly. He crossed his arms and raised his index finger, looking Lin Qian up and down, and said with a look of disdain, "I don't know how a man as manly as Brother Sure could fall for a bean sprout like you." "Lin Qian," he pouted, "not only is your skin dry, but your complexion is also so bad. Ouch, look at your mouth, it's all chapped. TSK, you are still not a girl, you are not as feminine as me." "Lin Qian." Li Tezu's eyelids twitched, and he said coldly, "Andy, if you don't want to do this job, just say so." Okay, can't I just stop talking?" Then he rolled his eyes at Lin Qian, as if Lin Qian was his love rival. Lin Qian looked at Assistant Li with some suspicion. Assistant Li gave her a soothing look and said silently, "Don't worry. This guy is hostile to all women who approach the president, not just you." Lin Qian understood instantly. She gave Andy a big smile and said, "Thank you for your hard work, teacher Andy. Next, Andy began to direct the makeup artist to put makeup on Lin Qian. First, she used a cotton pad to gently wipe Lin Qian's face, evenly adjusting her skin tone, which was slightly dull due to staying up late. Then, she picked up the liquid foundation and gently patted it on Lin Qian's face with a makeup sponge. It was a thin layer, but it perfectly covered the dark circles under her eyes and signs of fatigue, making her skin look delicate and smooth. Then, he picked up the eyebrow pencil and outlined Lin Qian's eyebrows. Her eyebrows were originally as elegant as a painting, and the eyebrow pencil only slightly modified them to add a bit of agility and refinement. Use an eyeshadow brush to dip into light pink eyeshadow and gently sweep it on Lin Qian's eye sockets. Then use dark brown eyeshadow to lightly blend the tails of the eyes to create a deep and gentle look. With thin eyeliner and thick mascara, Lin Qian's eyes instantly became lively. When choosing blush, the makeup artist picked a light peach pink and gently swept it above Lin Qian's cheekbones, adding a hint of shyness. Finally, use a moist lipstick to apply a light rose color to Lin Qian's lips, making her lips look moist and plump, as if honey would drip with a slight touch. Andy looked left and right and nodded with satisfaction. Then, he twisted his slender waist and ran his fingers over a row of exquisite dresses one by one, finally picking up a light pink dress. The skirt is mainly made of tulle, and the hem drags slightly on the ground. Little girl, it is naturally more beautiful when it is fresh and tender. When Lin Qian wore this dress, she looked elegant and lively, forming a sharp contrast with her previous gloomy temperament. Andy made a low bun for Lin Qian, with a few strands of hair hanging naturally by her ears. With an exquisite pearl necklace, she instantly exuded a gentle fairy temperament. Reference, crazy. When Lin Qian saw herself in the mirror, she couldn't believe that this was still herself. She almost forgot how lively and cheerful she was before she returned to the Lin family. It turns out that I'm also so beautiful, lively, and youthful. Andy took a step back with satisfaction, admiring his work. As expected of me, I can turn decay into magic. Lin Qian, well, she had gotten used to teacher Andy's sharp tongue. Assistantly couldn't help but exclaimed, "Ms. Lin, you look especially beautiful today." He was looking forward to the president's surprised expression when he saw Miss Lin's fairy-like appearance. In fact, Miss Lin is really very beautiful, but she has been tortured too harshly, and she always unconsciously exudes inferiority from the inside out. In fact, several times when the old lady was nice to her, an expression of "I don't deserve it" would appear on her face. He would feel uncomfortable if this kind of petty behavior appeared on other people. But since he learned about Miss Lin's experiences from childhood to adulthood, he only felt sorry for Miss Lin. She is so kind, but she has never been rewarded. Fortunately, she met the old lady and the boss. I believe that Miss Lin's life will get better and better in the future. When Special Assistant Lee looked at Lin Qian, his expression became more sincere, and he made a gentlemanly gesture of invitation to her. The respectful look and the look of being extremely honored to serve Lin Qian made Lin Qian feel extremely sweet in her heart. It was so sweet that tears welled up her eyes. Very nice. Sure enough, the people around good people are also good people. Not like the Lin family. Lin's father, Lin's mother, and Lin Yanshu all hated her. The servants of the Lin family followed suit and looked at her with contempt. Lin Warner's driver was even more sarcastic towards her, as if to say, "Miss Warner is the cloud in the sky, and you, Lin Qian, are the mud on the ground." Lin Qian took a deep breath, straightened her chest, and raised her head and walked slowly towards the luxury car outside the door with elegant steps. Assistant Lee immediately bent down and picked up the long skirt behind her. The driver had been standing outside the car waiting for a long time. When he saw Lin Qian coming out, he stretched out his white-gloved hand and opened the door for her. He was also considerate enough to protect her head with his other hand. Andy stood at the door of the villa, looking at Lin Qian, who was spoiled like a princess, with envy. "Little girl, you are so lucky." Chapter 91. Fairy Lin Qian appears and amazes everyone present. Lin Qian got in the car and sat in the back seat. When she saw the interior decoration of the car, she was stunned. Everywhere you look, there's furry pink. Especially the co-pilot's seat, which was covered with a furry pink cushion and had the 4 big words, "Qian Special Seat," written on it. The rearview mirror pendant contains a photo of her sitting on the sofa in the living room of the Fu family villa, basking in the sun. She has a gentle face in the photo. Although there is no expression, one can feel that she lives a very happy life. Lin Qian looked at all the arrangements in the car that were related to herself, and her heart was touched. Her eyes were slightly red, and her fingers gently stroked the soft plush on the cushion, as if she could feel the care and warmth behind it. She still remembered the first time she rode in Lin Yanshu's car when she was released from prison. His car was full of traces of Lin Wanner. At that time, I was wearing a cheap t-shirt and jeans, and everything on my body combined was not as valuable as Lin Wanner's dress handbag. At that time, she was deeply inferior and never thought that there would be a day when she would be cherished and cared for by others. As if sensing Lin Qian's mood, assistantly smiled and said, "These were all arranged by the old lady herself. Do you like them, Miss Lin?" Lin Qian was slightly surprised, but soon understood that although Mr. Fu was nice to her, it was impossible for him to paint his car into such a pink and tender look. However, it is incredible that Mr. Fu would allow Grandma to do whatever she wants in his car and force her to occupy the passenger seat. "I like it very much," she said softly, her hands subconsciously stroking the dress on her body. This was the first time in her life that she wore dress. It was also the first time I wore such expensive and good clothes. She will never again be like she was before, wearing cheap clothes and looking out of place with luxury cars. The contrast between the Fu family's care for her and the Lin family's indifference to her is too obvious. However, since she had already left the Lin family no longer mattered to her. Assistantly looked at Andy, who was standing motionless at the door of the villa, and said, "Andy, get in the car quickly." Andy pouted, looking reluctant. "I don't want to see Brother Sher ye kissing another woman." Assistantly rolled his eyes speechlessly, but still tried to persuade her kindly. "You are Miss Lin's exclusive stylist today. What if Miss Lin's makeup is ruined? What can she do without you? The CEO specially asked someone to bring you from North City because he only trusts you." When Andy heard, "The president only trusts you," he was instantly overjoyed. He said proudly, "Since it is Brother Sher Ye's idea, then I will agree with it reluctantly." As he spoke, he walked with his slender, long legs, twisted his waist, and opened the passenger door in a charming manner. However, before he could get on the bus, the driver interrupted him. "Sorry, this is Miss Lin's seat. Please sit in the back." If it weren't for the fact that Lin Qian was wearing a dress and was dressed so beautifully that it was inconvenient for her to sit in the front, the driver would have let Lin Qian sit in her seat. Andy was stunned for a moment. He glared at the driver, then reluctantly closed the passenger door and sat in the back seat angrily. The car started slowly, but the atmosphere inside the car was a little subtle. Andy was still angry and glanced at Lin Qian from time to time. Lin Qian felt a little helpless because of him and could only smile awkwardly. Special Assistant Lee couldn't help but say, "Andy, stop being upset and protect Miss Lin's makeup. This is your important mission." When Andy heard this, he crossed his arms and said, "Of course, Andy, will help him to make sure that he can stay happy until the end of the party." Lin Qian couldn't help but laugh at Andy's expression, and the embarrassment in her heart also dissipated a lot. She said softly, "Teacher Andy, you have worked so hard today. If it weren't for you, I don't know what I would do." When Andy heard this, his tense face softened a little, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, but he still pretended to be arrogant. "Humph, you have good vision and know how powerful this master is. But don't worry too much. As long as you listen to me obediently, I guarantee that you will outshine all the other girls at the banquet." The car was driving steadily on the road. Lin Qian looked at the scenery flashing by outside the window, her heart full of anticipation. The black Rolls-Royce drove closer and closer like an elegant Black Panther and finally stopped at the door of the hotel. The car body reflects the surrounding light, exuding a low-key and luxurious luster. The car door hasn't even been opened yet, but a lot of eyes have already gathered around. The driver got out of the car first, walked steadily around to the back of the car, and opened the rear door with a quick movement. The first person to lean out of the car was Andy. He twisted his slender waist and walked down with a charming step. He deliberately put on a cool look, but his eyes could not hide his excitement. Andy's appearance has attracted the attention of many people around him, but his appearance is just a prelude. Then, Special Assistant Lee came around from the other side, stretched out his arm, and his posture was elegant and gentlemanly. A slender, white, and extremely beautiful hand slowly stretched out from the car and gently placed on Assistant Lee's arm. When seeing this hand, The people around subconsciously held their breath and watched intently, waiting to see what the owner of such beautiful hands looked like. Amidst everyone's anticipation, Lin Qian got out of the car gracefully. The sunlight fell on her unreservedly, outlining a layer of dreamy golden edge for her. Her hair was carefully tied up, with a few strands falling around her fair neck, fluttering gently in the breeze, adding a touch of playfulness to her. The pink long skirt fits her body shape. The tulle material is faintly visible, outlining her graceful figure. The hem of the skirt drags on the ground, swaying gently with her every step like flowing clouds. Her eyebrows were as dark as distant black. Her eyes were clear and bright, and under her high nose bridge were lips as delicate as rose petals. Her face and features are as delicate as a carefully crafted work of art. The people who stopped to watch had their eyes wide open, their mouths slightly open, and their faces filled with amazement and shock. The hotel entrance, which had been bustling and noisy, was now completely silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Qian, and they could no longer look away. It was as if time had stopped at this moment. The driver carefully picked up her long skirt, fearing that a slight wrinkle would ruin its beauty. The group slowly walked towards the hotel. Everyone's eyes followed them. Lin's father and mother, who were standing in the crowd, never expected to see Lin Qian in such an occasion. Father Lin stared at Lin Qian, wishing he could cut her into pieces. Damn little bitch. Why did she show up at the old lady Fu's birthday party instead of earlier? He knew that this little bitch was not a peaceful person. When she was forced to marry the prince of the Fu family, she agreed verbally but looked reluctant, as if she was a chaste and heroic woman. Now it seems that she is so despicable. She came up to me eagerly, dressed so coquettishly, just to seduce the prince of the Fu family at the banquet, didn't she? No, maybe her target is not just the prince of the Fu family, but all the people from the wealthy families at the banquet. This bitch has a really big heart. Lin's mother had different ideas from Lin's father. Lin's mother didn't think too much about it, but she wasn't very happy to see Lin Qian either. Even his brows were tightly knitted. Ever since she ran away from home, Yanshu had been drinking all day to drown his sorrows, and he drank so much that his stomach became perforated. I was worried about her all day long, afraid that she was not having a good life out there. They were so worried about her. But not only was she living a very good life, she also dressed up beautifully and appeared at the birthday party of the old lady of the Fu family. Lin's mother was furious. She rushed forward without saying a word and slapped him in the face. She was still shouting, "Lin Qian, you unfilial daughter, you are having fun out there. Do you know how worried we are?" Chapter 92. Father and Mother Lin suffered the consequences of their actions and were dragged away and had their legs broken. There was a whistling sound when Lin's mother slapped her, and it was obvious that she was not being polite to Lin Qian at all. In front of all the guests present, he was going to teach Lin Qian a lesson. The people around were suddenly in an uproar, and the originally quiet atmosphere became tense. Everyone held their breath, staring at Lin Qian, waiting for the slap to fall. However, before Mother Lin could slap Lin Qian in the face, her hand was grabbed by Assistant Li, who was standing next to Lin Qian. Assistant Li shook her hand away with great force. Mother Lin lost her balance and took several steps back, almost falling, causing exclamation from the crowd around her. Having lost face in public, Lin's mother felt hot on her face. She looked at Lin Qian with disbelief. His eyes were filled with shock, as if he had been betrayed by the person he trusted the most, angry and unable to accept it. Lin Qian looked at her with an extremely indifferent look. There was no longer any concern for her as a mother in her eyes. It was cold, as if Lin's mother was just an insignificant stranger. Such an indifferent attitude deeply hurt Lin's mother's heart. She originally thought that Lin Qian would feel guilty and scared when she saw her, and might even cry and throw herself into her arms, admitting her mistake of running away from home. But no, Lin Qian's mood was so calm. Mother Lin stood there in a daze, with an expression of disbelief written all over her face. She doesn't have to love Lin Qian, but she couldn't accept that Lin Qian didn't love her, even though Lin Qian had longed for her motherly love before. In order to keep his eyes on her a little longer, he tried to please her humbly. She pointed at Lin Qian with a trembling hand, her voice choked with sobs. Qian, how could you let him do this to me? I'm your mother." Lin Qian's lips curled up in a mocking arc, but there was no warmth in that smile, as if she was looking at a clown. "So Madame Lin knows that you are my mother, but what mother would slap her own daughter? Why, in your eyes, A slap in the face is a reward for me. If so, I can tell Madam Lin very clearly that I don't need such a reward. Madam Lin, please reward Lin Qian more in this way. Lin Qian's voice could be described as gentle, but the words were filled with irony, as if she was rubbing Lin's mother's face against the ground. The guests around were whispering and talking among themselves, and they all looked at Lin's mother with strange eyes. As a wealthy and noble lady, what Lin's mother values most is her own reputation. At this moment, Lin Qian didn't give her any face at all, and she was so angry that her face turned red and white. I hit you because I was worried about you. You are a girl. You ran away from home penniless. How did you live for the past month? The dress you are wearing is worth hundreds of thousands. How did you get it? Maybe you did something shameful outside. I'm your mother, so I have the responsibility to teach you how to behave. Every word Lin's mother spoke was full of wisdom. Even if she didn't say some things explicitly, everyone present could hear the meaning behind her words. Lin Qian looked at her mother with a look that was chilling to the bone. As a mother, she throws dirty water on her own daughter, which is extremely disgusting. Worried about me? Lin Qian sneered. Mrs. Lin, please stop pretending. When I was at the Lin family, you all beat and scolded me. When I was in prison, you wanted to distance yourself from me. Don't you think it's ridiculous to say you're worried about me now? Lin Qian was full of disdain. She straightened her back, and the pink dress made her look like a princess high above everyone else. She was completely different from the Lin Qian who used to be bullied by others. Mother Lin was choked by Lin Qian's words and was speechless. Seeing that Lin's mother was in such a difficult situation, Lin's father was immediately furious. He cursed, "If I had known that you would be so unrepentant, I should not have taken you back from the orphanage. I should have let you fend for yourself in that place. You've been away from home for a month. If you ask me, the clothes you're wearing were bought with the dirty money you earned from selling your body. Now you want to take advantage of Madame Fu's birthday party to seduce men? You are dreaming. I am your father, so I have the right to teach you a lesson, my shameless and lowly daughter." Father Lin's words were like a bombshell, instantly causing a stir among the crowd. There was a burst of whispers from the crowd around, and everyone looked at Lin Qian with contempt. Father Lin was very pleased when he saw this. "Little bitch, I'm your father, but I can't cure you. I was too soft-hearted and indulged you time and time again before. Now you have no sense of shame. If a son is unfilial, it is the fault of his father. I will beat you to death and will never allow you to do whatever you want." Father Lin opened his big hand like a palm leaf fan and waved it towards Lin Qian. Lin's mother also rushed over, trying to control Lin Qian so that it would be easier for Lin's father to beat Lin Qian. "Qian, please stop being stubborn. Don't you think this is embarrassing enough?" But before the two of them could get close to Lin Qian, they were kicked to the ground by Assistant Li and the driver. Father and Mother Lin wanted to resist, but they were pinned to the ground by the security guards called by Special Assistant Li, unable to move. Father Lin's face turned red, veins popped out on his forehead, and his eyes seemed to be bulging out. He is the chairman of the Lin Group and a well-known figure among the wealthy families in Haiqing. But now his head was pressed down, and he was kneeling on the ground in such a humiliating posture. Father Lin stared at Lin Qian viciously, wishing he could cut her into pieces. He shouted viciously, "Do you know who I am? If you dare to do this to me, I will not let you go." Lin's mother burst into tears and cried, Qian, we are your parents, and you just let others treat us like this? Now you remember they were her parents? How come she couldn't remember it when they treated her like air and subjected her to cold violence during those 3 years in the Lin family? How could she not remember when she was forced to take the blame for Lin Qian and suffered 5 years of abuse in prison? When he returned home from prison, he beat and scolded her, causing her to be hospitalized frequently, and he also forbade Gu Yilin to point out that she was really cruel. How could she not remember it? Just when she was in a high position and had the ability to look down on them, she finally remembered that they were her parents. Lin Qian looked at the scene in front of her, where Lin's father and mother were kneeling at her feet like dogs. She felt no pity, but only pleasure. Assistant Li, has President Fu sent them the invitation letter? Assistant Li said sternly, no. After saying that, he glanced at the security captain coldly. Give me an explanation. The security captain was so scared that he was sweating. I'm sorry, it's my negligence at work. I'll throw them out right now. Before Lin's father and mother could say anything, they were covered with their mouths by the security guard and dragged away. Special Assistant Li winked at the driver. The driver immediately understood and left with the security guard. Originally, The security guards planned to drag Lin's father and mother out of the hotel and then release them. Unexpectedly, Fu Shurye's driver's cold and emotionless voice suddenly sounded behind him. "So, what over there?" The driver pointed to the dark alley next to the hotel. The security captain swallowed his saliva, knowing that something was wrong, but still mustered up the courage to ask, "I wonder if you want to." The driver glanced at Lin's father and mother's legs. First, cripple their legs to prevent them from breaking into places they shouldn't break into. The security guard's pupils trembled. Chapter 93. Lin Qian hooks up with Fu Shurye's mother, and the two go to Haicheng to attend the birthday banquet together. Waste. The security captain's legs softened slightly. He swallowed and said with difficulty, This is not good, right? After all, they're the chairman and wife of the Lin Group." Before he could finish his words, the driver glanced at him coldly. His eyes were like ice knives, which instantly sent chills down the security captain's spine. He realized that he had said the wrong thing and quickly shut up. "It is said that the prince of the Fu family in North City is ruthless, but I didn't expect that even a small driver could have such a murderous aura." Just now, when he saw this man gently lifting Lin Qian's skirt, he thought this driver was easy to talk to. "I didn't expect him to be so cold-blooded." The security captain secretly regretted in his heart that he should not have let Lin's father and mother in so easily. Although the Lin Group has certain strength, it is not even on the same level as the Fu Group. The strength of the Fu family is obvious to all. Even wealthy families like the Lin family want to curry favor with them. How could a small security guard like him dare to offend them easily? But this cannot be entirely blamed on him, because Lin's yuan gave too much 100,000 yuan at a time. He did it for the money. Secondly, he felt that there were so many guests coming here today that even if the Lin couple were included, the people from the Fu family might not notice that they did not have an invitation. Now it seems that he really shot himself in the foot. If he didn't obey, he had no doubt that the driver in front of him would make him disappear from the face of the earth completely. After weighing the pros and cons, the security captain waved his hand and signaled his men to drag Lin's father and mother into the dark alley. After a while, screams like a pig being slaughtered were heard from inside. The driver stood at the entrance of the alley, listening to the screams. His heart remained calm, as if he had happened this thousands of times. He lit a cigarette and smoked it silently without saying a word. After finishing a cigarette, the screaming inside stopped. When the security captain came out, he saw the driver still standing there quietly. He secretly thanked his luck that he had not been hypocritical. He quickly dropped the bloody stick in his hand and came to the driver. "I have done as you said." The driver nodded, dropped the cigarette, but in his hand, and kicked it out. Then he patted the security captain on the shoulder and said, "Well done. I won't bother with you about letting people without invitations into the banquet." The security captain laughed dryly and said, "I will be more careful next time." The driver didn't say anything, but just looked at the security captain quietly. His eyes seemed to be able to see through his heart. After a long time, he slowly spoke. "You know, the Fu family doesn't like to have any handle in other people's hands." The security captain was startled. I know. I will delete all the surveillance cameras around here and clean up the bloodstains in the alley." The driver was very satisfied with the security captain's understanding. "Go ahead." The security captain nodded repeatedly, as if he had been pardoned. At this time, there was a noise in the alley. Lin's father and mother, whose legs were broken, were dragged out of the alley by security guards, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. The driver looked at the bloodstains, and his lips curled up. The revenge for the future young lady's broken leg has been avenged. But this is just the beginning. The luxurious nanny car slowly drove in a Haicheng. There were two women sitting in the car. One of them was wearing a red long dress, big wavy hair, and fiery red lips. Although she was old, she looked only in her 30s because she took good care of herself. She had a curvy figure and was extremely beautiful. At first glance, she was obviously a wealthy wife. The woman sitting next to her was wearing a white dress and had her hair tied up, which made her neck look slender. Her whole body exuded a clean and flawless aura, like a pure white jasmine flower. This woman was none other than Lin Qian, who was heading to North City. During the month in North City, Lin Qian had been trying her best to find out the news about Fu Shurye. Originally, she didn't believe the rumors that Fu Shurye was not good in that aspect, which led to his twisted personality and cruelty. But she didn't expect that the real Fu Shurye was such a self-disciplined and talented person. The rumors are all false. The reason for this rumor is said to be because Fu Shiya has a childhood sweetheart who grew up with him. The other party loves Fu Shiya madly, treats Fu Shiya as his own property, and does not allow any woman to approach him. But Fu Shiya was too outstanding, and women kept coming to him even though she used threats and inducements. In order to completely cut off those women's thoughts about Fu Shiya, she made up such unbearable rumors, describing Fu Shiya as an inhuman pervert. This method really worked. The women in North City all looked at Fu Shiya with strange eyes. As the successor of the Fu family, it would be easy for Fu Shiya to suppress the rumors with his strength and means. But he didn't. He even helped spread the rumor. Because, ever since the rumors started, those troublesome women no longer bothered him. Although he was happy to see this happen, he would not allow anyone to be harmed by others. At that time, when he was only 22 years old, he used thundering means to bankrupt Qingmei's family. He also did not care about the years of cooperation between the two families and through Qingmei to Samaida. The daughter of a wealthy family in Beicheng was reduced to a miserable life of eating pickles for every meal. It is said that in less than a year, she lost more than 30 kilograms and became depressed. 6 years have passed, and no one cares how that childhood sweetheart is doing now. I guess life isn't going to be much better. This is just the consequence of spreading rumors about Fu Shiya. Sure enough, the man who is called the living devil of the business world is not just a name. It was precisely because his methods were too ruthless that from then on, no one dared to approach him easily. Lin Qian leaned back in the soft chair, a confident smile on her lips. She did not back down because of Fu Shiya's cruelty, but became more interested in him. In her opinion, that childhood sweetheart was just a fool. She doesn't even understand what kind of women men like, yet she still dares to pursue men. She deserves to be thrown into the trouble of eating pickles. Men want face and self-respect, and what they like most is a daughter that depends on them, rather than a psychopath who spreads the word that they are incompetent. A man as domineering as Fu Shiya should be conquered by a woman as gentle as water as her. As long as she likes a man, she can get him. Lin Qian is like this. Gu Beicheng is like this. Fu Shiya will definitely not be an exception. Lin Qian looked at the beautiful woman beside her. This is Fu Shiya's mother. If you want to conquer Fu Shiya, you don't necessarily have to start with Fu Shiya himself. You can also use a roundabout tactic and please his mother first. As long as she could gain the favor of her future mother-in-law, she would be one step closer to winning over Fu Shiya. Lin Qian smiled a pure and innocent smile. Sister, we had a great time in North City. Why did you come to High City so quickly? Right? She called me sister, not Annie. From the very beginning, she decided to become best friends with Fu Shiya's mother. No woman can resist being praised for her youth and beauty. When she first saw Madame Fu, she was amazed and asked, Sister, how do you maintain your beauty? Your face is so white and tender, it's like a baby's skin, and your figure is so great. Can you teach me? A woman who is nearly 50 years old is called sister by a girl in her early 20s, who keeps praising her for her beauty. Mrs. Fu was immediately overjoyed. Of course, as a wealthy wife, there are many people around her who compliment her. But Lin Qian was from Haicheng, and one could tell from her manner that she was not a native of Beicheng. This made Mrs. Fu subconsciously feel that she did not know her and was not just saying polite words to please her. Moreover, one of Lin Qian's characteristics is pretending to be pure and innocent. Looking at her with eyes that were pure and without a trace of impurities, Mrs. Fu immediately believed that she was sincerely praising her. This brings the two people closer together. The clever thing about Lin Qian is that she pretended not to know even though she knew she was a member of the Fu family. Even though today was the birthday party for the old lady of the Fu family, she pretended not to know and just thought that her best friend was taking her to Haicheng for fun. She looked excited. Since you are in Haicheng, you must come to my house. My mother will be so happy to see that I have such a beautiful friend like you. The beautiful woman said, Today is my mother-in-law's 80th birthday. I went to Haicheng mainly to celebrate her birthday. After the birthday banquet is over, I can go to your house. Lin Qian immediately looked incredulous. No, you're married at such a young age? I wanted to introduce my brother to you. Chapter 94 Gu Beicheng came to the birthday party, but was stopped from entering. Mrs. Fu was so pleased with Lin Qian's praise that she smiled happily. Do you really think I look very young? I'm 23 years old, and you look only 3 or 4 years older than me. You must be under 30, right? I feel sorry for you getting married so early. Lin Wanner's words made Mrs. Fu extremely happy. You just coaxed me. How can I say this is coaxing you? I'm telling you the truth. Madame Fu looked at Lin Wanner solemnly. Wanner, there's actually one thing I have never told you. What's the matter? Lin Wanner roughly guessed what she was going to say, but still pretended to be ignorant. Mrs. Fu said, actually, I'm already 48 years old. When these words were spoken, Lin Wanner's eyes widened, and she looked like she was kidding me. Sister, please don't tease me. If you are 48, then I am 58. I really didn't lie to you. I am indeed 48 years old. Mrs. Fu said seriously. Really? Lin Wanner still couldn't believe it. Really? Madame Fu looked at Lin Wanner with an inquiring look and said, at my age, are you still willing to continue to be my best friend? After Lin Wanner was surprised, she hugged Madame Fu's arm and said, you must agree, but you must teach me the secret of skincare. How come you look so young? If I can be as young as you when I am your age, I will wake up laughing in my dreams. Mrs. Fu was so delighted by Lin Wanner's sweet words. Lin Wanner smiled secretly in her heart. As long as it was someone she wanted to please, she had never failed. It was so easy for her to make others like her. She pretended to be regretful and said, I originally wanted to introduce you to my brother and let you be my sister-in-law, but now it seems that the plan has fallen through. I don't know who is so lucky to marry a beauty like you. Mrs. Fu looked at Lin Wanner's lovely appearance and couldn't help laughing. She gently tapped her nose and said, silly girl, I'm so old. How can I not get married? Lin Wanner pouted, her face full of regret. Oh, what a pity. After that, she rolled her eyes and asked curiously, sister, how old is your child? Is it a boy or a girl? Mrs. Fu, who was smiling brightly just a second ago, froze on her face after hearing these words. Child. Her biggest regret was that she didn't give birth to a child for the Fu family. When she thought of the culprit who made her infertile, hatred flashed quickly in her eyes. If her child is born successfully, it will be in its 20s this year. It was all that bastard from the Fu family's fault. He caused her to have a miscarriage and lose her fertility. The Fu family's huge fortune should have had a share in it for her son, but now it's all inherited by that bastard. Thinking of this, her face became extremely distorted, but she could do nothing but hate. I can only watch helplessly as that bastard takes control of the entire Fu group. This time I came to Haicheng, celebrating the old lady's birthday, was secondary. The most important thing is to find out the little bitch who seduced her husband. When she thought of the photo she accidentally saw on her husband's mobile phone that night, she felt so angry that her teeth itched. That photo was sent by the old woman to her husband. She had always known that the old woman didn't like her, but she never expected that this old woman would secretly look for a young girl for her husband. And her husband replied to the old woman, very good. I have no objection as long as you are satisfied, Mom. They haven't divorced yet, and even if her husband has a woman outside, she will not agree to divorce. She went to great lengths to anger her original wife to death, and finally married into a wealthy family. No one can drive her away. Lin Wanna noticed the change in the other person's expression and immediately realized that she had said the wrong thing. She quickly shut her mouth and asked no more questions. The nanny car stopped steadily in front of the hotel. Madame Fu and Lin Wanner got out of the car, gracefully one after another. They thought they would receive everyone's astonished looks, but reality dealt them a severe blow. The people around them just glanced at them quickly and continued to do their own things. No one paid special attention to them. The smile on Lin Wanner's face froze for a moment, but she reacted very quickly and adjusted her state quickly, pretending that nothing had happened. But Mrs. Fu's expression was quite ugly. In North City, she is the focus of everyone's attention wherever she goes. With her noble status and outstanding beauty, she enjoys endless pursuit. But when we arrived in Haicheng, this special treatment disappeared without a trace. She naturally didn't know that this was because Lin Qian's previous appearance was too stunning and caused too much of a commotion. In comparison, she and Lin Wanner seemed too ordinary, so no one cared. Mrs. Fu tried hard to calm herself down. She told herself that this was only temporary. Once they entered the banquet hall, those country bumpkins would know their identities and would surely come around to try to please them like lapdogs. Lin Wanner took Mrs. Fu's arm and walked towards the hotel, but stopped at the door. I saw a tall man in a black suit being stopped by security. The security captain said with embarrassment, Boss Gu, please don't embarrass me. Fu's rule is that only people with invitation letters can enter. You don't have an invitation letter, so I really can't let you in. The security captain had been warned when he let the Lin group's couple in without permission. If he let the Gu group's president in again, he would never be able to survive in Haicheng again. Gu Beichen's face was gloomy, and he said in a cold voice, "Tell me, how can you let me in?" The security captain smiled bitterly and said, "Boss Gu, please don't force me. I'm also following the rules." Gu Beichen took a deep breath. He has seen a lot of people like this. After all the talk, isn't it just a roundabout way of asking for money? He took out a check from his pocket, swiped a few times, and threw the check into the security captain's arms. 1 million. That's enough. As he said that, he was about to walk in. The security guard stopped him again. The banquet was about to begin. Gu Beichen's eyes were filled with impatience. He gritted his teeth and said word by word, "Don't push your luck." In his opinion, money can solve almost all problems, but the security guard in front of him is so ungrateful. The security captain was also angry. This guy is a president after all, so why can't he understand what people say? I have made it clear that only invitation letters can lead to admission. Does he think he is so great just because he has some money? Giving money is tempting, but you have to be alive to spend it. He had seen how ruthless the Fu family's people were. If he took this 1 million, he had no doubt that his hand would be crippled. The security captain had a cold face and a very tough attitude. "Sorry, you can't go in without an invitation." Gu Beichen had never been treated like this before, and his face looked extremely ugly. He has to go in today. The stock price of Gu Group has been falling wildly recently, and many partners have terminated their cooperation with Gu. He must take advantage of the birthday party of the old lady of the Fu family to make more friends with partners. It would be even better if we could reach an agreement with Mr. Fu on the Dongjiao project. This birthday party is of vital importance to him, and no mistakes can be made. But no matter how he tempted the security guard with money, the security guard refused, which put him in a very embarrassing situation. At this stalemate, a gentle female voice suddenly came from behind. "Brother Beichen?" Gu Beichen was startled and turned around subconsciously and saw Lin Qian standing behind him with an extremely beautiful woman. "Wana, why are you here?" Chapter 95. Lin Qian ruined Lin Qian's look, but Gu Beichen asked Lin Qian to apologize. Lin Qian smiled and said, "I am accompanying my best friend to attend her mother-in-law's birthday party." As she spoke, she shook Madame Fu's arm and said coquettishly, "My dear sister, you are the old lady's daughter-in-law. Can you also bring Brother Beichen in with you?" "Brother Beichen? He calls me so intimately. I'm afraid this is the person this girl likes." Madame Fu smiled and patted her hands, then said to the security guard with a cold face, "Madame Fu is my mother-in-law. Are you going to stop me too?" When the security guard heard this, he immediately put on a smile and said, "Of course I don't dare to stop the Fu family, but the proper procedures must be followed. Since you are a member of the Fu family, you should have an invitation letter, right?" Mrs. Fu didn't waste any words and took out a golden invitation from her bag. The invitations of other guests were red, but the invitation of the Fu family was golden. The security guard took it and examined it carefully. His face was immediately filled with courtesy, and he said hurriedly, "Madam, please come in." Madame Fu raised her chin slightly, with an arrogant look on her face. "They are both my invited friends, and they will go in with me." The security guard hesitated. But considering that Gu Beichen knew the Fu family, it shouldn't matter if he didn't have an invitation. So he didn't dare to stop him any further and let him go. Lin Qian, Mrs. Fu, and Gu Beichen enter the hotel. The moment you step into the banquet hall, you are greeted by bright lights and lively voices. The gorgeous crystal chandeliers cast a soft light, illuminating the guests' exquisite gowns and sparkling jewelry. Gu Beichen's face was stern, and his eyes quickly scanned the banquet hall, looking for connections that could help the Gu group. Suddenly, he saw several familiar business partners. Without caring about Lin Qian and Mrs. Fu, he took a glass of wine from the tray in the waiter's hand and walked towards the crowd. Lin Qian held Mrs. Fu's arm and looked around, but she couldn't see the tall, straight, handsome, and noble figure. She frowned, feeling a little irritated and lost. She didn't come here to celebrate the old woman's birthday. Her mind was entirely on Fu Shiya. But now, with people coming and going in the banquet hall, she didn't even see a trace of Fu Shiya. She let go of Mrs. Fu's arm and said softly, "Sister, I'm going to the bathroom." After getting Mrs. Fu's consent, she hurriedly left the banquet hall and went to find Fu Shiya. She came to the bathroom door and hesitated for a long time, wanting to try her luck, but 10 minutes passed, and she still didn't see Fu Shiya coming out of the bathroom. She was unwilling to give up and started walking towards the hotel private room again. At the same time, inside the room, Andy glanced at his watch and said, "The party will start in 5 minutes. Let's go." Lin Qian nodded and stood up. Andy immediately walked over and carefully adjusted the hem of her skirt. When everything was ready, the two of them walked out of the room gracefully, one after the other. Unfortunately, when he came out, he met Lin Wanner. When Lin Wanner saw Lin Qian, her expression instantly turned ugly. She never expected that she would meet Lin Qian at this occasion, where she was looking forward to meeting Fu Shiya. Lin Qian, wearing a pink gauze princess dress, looked like a princess from a fairy tale. Under the light, her whole body seemed to be glowing. The hem of her pink dress was designed in layers, floating softly like a dreamy cloud. Lin Qian's face was made to look exceptionally beautiful by her delicate makeup. Her skin was as smooth as silk, with a faint blush. Her lips were painted with cherry-bright lipstick. The lines of her lips were round and full, and the slightly upturned corners of her mouth carried a faint smile, which made people feel excited. A few playful strands of hair fell down in front of her forehead, contrasting with the delicate hair accessories, highlighting her beauty to the fullest. Seeing Lin Qian like this, Lin Wanner's heart was like a fire burning. She hated to see Lin Qian so dazzling. Lin Qian's face inherited all the advantages of her father and mother. Just because she knew Lin Qian was pretty enough, she framed her again and again, wishing she could scratch her face. How come this bitch is here? Is it to seduce Fu Shiya? Thinking of this possibility, Lin Wanner felt even more disgusted with Lin Qian. Lin Qian simply glanced at Lin Wanner with no expression on her face. Today is Grandma's birthday party, and she doesn't want to bother with irrelevant people. Lin Qian tightened the gift box in her arms and said to Andy, "Let's go." Seeing that there was no one else around, Lin Wanner took off all her disguises. Her eyes flashed with jealousy and resentment as she stared at Lin Qian viciously. "You dress yourself up so coquettishly. Are you trying to seduce men at the party? A prisoner like you who has been in jail is only fit to be an old man's mistress." Her voice was sharp and piercing, echoing in the empty corridor. Lin Qian did not stop, and there was no displeasure on her face. She was well aware of Lin Wanner's bad character, and she was already accustomed to such unscrupulous insults. During her time in prison, she suffered countless humiliations, but they were nothing more than a few insults and were not a big deal. She didn't want to be ruined by someone like Lin Wanner. Today was her grandmother's birthday party, and everything had to be put first for her grandmother. The less Lin Qian cared, the angrier Lin Wanner became. In her opinion, Lin Qian should break down and cry under her insults, and then argue with her like a madman. Whenever Lin Qian was irritated by her, her parents and brother would protect her behind them and attack her together. This trick has always worked for her. But today the strategy went wrong. Lin Qian did not collapse, nor did she go crazy. She didn't even bother herself. This feeling of being completely ignored made Lin Wanner so angry that she lost her mind. She suddenly rushed forward, stretched out her hand, and grabbed Lin Qian's hair, her nails almost digging into Lin Qian's scalp, and kept yelling, "Bitch, why are you pretending to be noble? Today I will let you know that in front of me, you are nothing." Lin Qian was caught off guard by this sudden attack. She subconsciously tried to break free, but found that Lin Wanner was holding her tightly. Andy screamed when she saw that the look she had created for Lin Qian was ruined by Lin Wanner. "Where did you come from, you lunatic? Let me go right now." As he said that, he grabbed Lin Wanner's hair and pulled it hard. Lin Wanner felt pain and subconsciously let go of Lin Qian. But at this moment, a man's scolding voice was heard. "What are you doing?" Andy and Lin Qian looked in the direction of the voice. Then Gu Beichun, with a gloomy face, strode towards him. The hormonal atmosphere instantly made Andy's heart flutter. He quickly let go of Lin Wanner's hair and looked at Gu Beichun like a pervert. Lin Wanner recognized that it was Gu Beichun's voice. She looked like a madwoman 1 second ago, but the next she was trembling weakly, tears falling easily, and she looked at Lin Qian with fear in her eyes. "Sister, I really didn't mean to ruin your hairstyle. You misunderstood me." She was crying so hard that her eyes were wet. Lin Qian frowned and suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. Sure enough, the next moment, she heard Gu Beichun's rebuke, "Lin Qian, you've gone too far." As he spoke, he stopped beside Lin Wanner and hugged Lin Wanner, who was crying breathlessly and looked like she had suffered a great injustice, into his arms. Lin Qian leaned his arms and curled her lips proudly at Lin Qian. Gu Beichun didn't ask why, and ordered Lin Qian coldly, apologize to Qian. Chapter 96. You broke my wings that allowed me to fly, leaving me struggling in the mire. Andy's eyes widened, as if he had heard some huge joke. When I saw Gu Beichun for the first time, I thought this man was handsome and manly. The result is a brain bubble. He didn't even ask about what happened, and just ordered Lin Qian to apologize. Who does he think he is? It was the first time Andy had met such a rude man. Without waiting for Lin Qian to speak, Andy put his hand on her waist and cursed. Are you blind? She just grabbed Lin Qian's hair and almost pulled her scalp off. Didn't you see it? You protected her without knowing right or wrong, and even asked Lin Qian to apologize. You are totally unreasonable. Gu Beichun looked at Andy and was full of disdain for Andy's sissy. You have no right to butt in on Lin Qian and I. After he finished speaking, he turned his gaze back to Lin Qian. His eyes were full of aggression, and those cold eyes locked onto Lin Qian as if Lin Qian was his property. He opened his thin lips and uttered hurtful words. Lin Qian, this is not the first time you have bullied Qian. You don't have to pretend to be innocent in front of me. I know what kind of person you are. As long as you apologize to Qian, I can pretend that what happened today never happened. If you don't agree, I have plenty of ways to make you pay for it. Lin Qian just looked at him indifferently. She wasn't at all sad or distressed by his misunderstanding and threats. Having gotten used to being misunderstood and humiliated by the Lin family and Gu Beichun, she had long since been tempered to be indestructible and immune to all poisons. In fact, she didn't care about Gu Beichun's attitude towards her. 5 years have passed, and the boy who once chased after her, participated in competitions with her, and said more than once that he wanted to surpass her is still there. But now, she has become so ugly. But it doesn't matter, she no longer cares about it. But what Lin Qian was accustomed to was something Andy could never tolerate. What are you talking about? If you can't speak, just shut your stinky mouth. I see those 2 holes under your eyebrows are for venting anger. Which eye of yours saw Lin Qian bullying her? And which eye of yours saw Lin Qian pretending? Andy was so angry that he rolled up his sleeves and was about to tickle Gu Beichun, but was stopped by Lin Qian. Andy, Grandma's birthday party is about to start. Let's go. There's no need to get angry with irrelevant people. Gu Beichun felt a breath stuck in his chest, unable to move up or down. Am I just an irrelevant person in Lin Qian's heart? Her indifferent look was an eyesore to him, and he just wanted to destroy it. Even when facing him, she could be angry, cry, or feel pain, but she could not ignore him. Lin Qian turned around and was about to leave, but her arm was grabbed tightly by a big hand. The other party just pulled lightly, and she staggered and hit her whole body against the wall. She groaned in pain, and the gift box in her arms fell to the ground, with the embroidery inside rolling out. Gu Beichun pushed Lin Qian against the wall and said in a cold voice, "Apologize to Qian." Lin Qian hated his approach and pushed him hard with both hands. But his body was like a wall, and no matter how hard she pushed, she couldn't push it open. Andy couldn't stand it anymore, so he rushed over, forcefully pushed Gu Beichun away from Lin Qian, and cursed, "Apologize to Nima, you idiot." Gu Beichun frowned and kicked him in the stomach. Andy fell to the ground, holding his stomach, with a look of pain on his face, and could never get up again. Lin Qian was shocked and angry. Just as she was about to help Andy, she saw Lin Qian picking up the embroidery on the ground. Lin Qian's pupil shrank. She didn't care about anything else and rushed forward to grab it, but Lin Qian actually dodged. Lin Qian's rage completely exploded at this moment. She raised her hand and slapped Lin Qian hard in the face. The slap came unexpectedly and stunned Lin Qian. A red hand mark suddenly appeared on her face, and blood oozed slightly from the corner of her mouth. Lin Qian looked at Lin Qian in disbelief. She thought that with Gu Beichun present, Lin Qian would not attack her. Lin Qian screamed in her heart and wished she could tear Lin Qian to pieces. But she couldn't reveal her true nature in front of Gu Beichun. Tears immediately flowed down her cheeks. She cried like a pear blossom in the rain. "Sister, I was kind enough to help you pick up the things. Why did you hit me?" Gu Beichun's face was terribly gloomy. He looked at Lin Qian coldly, gritting his teeth. "Lin Qian, you've gone too far." However, Lin Qian seemed not to have heard his words at all. Her eyes were fixed on the embroidery in Lin Qian's hands. He took a few steps forward and said in a cold voice, "Give it back to me." Lin Wanner could see that Lin Qian cared very much about the thing in her hand, and she could roughly guess that this thing should be a gift that Lin Qian wanted to give to Madame Fu. Then she would definitely not return it to Lin Qian. Where Gu Beichun couldn't notice, her long nails were digging into the embroidery, and she kept provoking Lin Qian with her eyes. When Lin Qian saw that the embroidery was almost deformed by Lin Wanner's nails, she was furious. She no longer cared about anything else, and pounced over and started to beat Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner screamed, her voice almost crying, "Brother Beichun, save me." Gu Beichun just thought Lin Qian was crazy. He grabbed Lin Qian's arm and pulled her away forcibly. "Gu Beichun, you bastard, let me go." No matter how Lin Qian struggled, it was of no avail, and she was forcibly dragged into a private room nearby by Gu Beichun. Bang! The door was slammed shut, and Gu Beichun pressed Lin Qian against it. "Lin Qian, have you gone crazy enough?" Gu Beichun's voice was low and oppressive, and his face was almost touching Lin Qian's. Lin Qian was panting heavily, already shaking with anger. She stared at Gu Beichun, her eyes full of anger. "Let me go." Gu Beichun didn't let go. He held Lin Qian's wrist tightly, with a warning look in his eyes. "What do you want to do?" Lin Qian's breathing gradually calmed down, and her eyes became cold and firm. She raised her head and looked directly into Gu Beichun's eyes. "Gu Beichun, I also want to ask you what you want to do. I was wrongly imprisoned for 5 years, and you caused me to lose my education, my health, and my future. I have become the half-human, half-ghost that I am today, all because of you and the Lin family. What qualifications do you have to ask me what I want to do? I just want to stay away from you guys. Is that so difficult?" Gu Beichun's eyes flickered slightly, and a trace of heartache flashed in his eyes. Seeing the emotions in his eyes, Lin Qian laughed sarcastically. "Oh, you broke my wings so that I can't fly in the wider sky and can only struggle in the mud. I've been wondering why this happened. What did I do that angered the heavens and the people to persecute you two like this? I couldn't figure it out before, but now I finally understand. It turns out that my excellence is a mistake in your eyes." Gu Beichun's pupils suddenly shrank, his face turned pale in an instant. A trace of panic flashed in his eyes, but soon returned to coldness. "Lin Qian, don't talk nonsense. You dare to do it. Why don't you dare to admit it? I'm better than you, and you are feeling unbalanced, so you're so eager to suppress me, belittle me, and PUA me, try to control me mentally, making me feel like a worthless person with no skills at all. Stop talking." Gu Beichun roared. Lin Qian had already given up. "You can do such a tasteless thing. Why can't I say anything?" Lin Qian had no intention of stopping. "Gu Beichun, you are selfish and narrow-minded. You are jealous of my talent, and you are willing to destroy my life." Her voice echoed in the private room, and every word was like a sharp knife, stabbing into Gu Beichun's heart. Gu Beichun's face turned pale and red as he listened to these heart-piercing words. Looking at Lin Qian's face, which was flushed with anger, the defense line in his heart completely collapsed. Yes, he just wanted to clip her wings and didn't want her to become dazzling. Only if she is ordinary enough can she belong to him alone. Only if she becomes an ordinary person, he'll be worthy of her and keep her by his side. After she gets married, she can stay at home with peace of mind, take care of her husband and children, and be confined by him in his sphere of influence for the rest of her life. He didn't want her to become the top talent that the teacher talked about. The darkest part of his heart was touched, and Gu Beichun just wanted to shut her mouth quickly. He suddenly lowered his head and kissed Lin Qian's lips hard. In an instant, all of Lin Qian's words were swallowed by Gu Beichun. His kiss was crazy and overbearing, as if he wanted to convey all the guilt, longing, and unwillingness of these years to Lin Qian through this kiss. No matter what he did, it was all for her. Lin Qian was so shocked by his sudden action that her mind went blank. She opened her eyes wide, full of disbelief. Chapter 97, Your First Kiss only makes me feel sick. By the time she realized what was happening, Lin Qian was furious. She struggled hard and pushed Gu Beichun desperately with her hands. But Gu Beichun held her tightly, as if he wanted to rub her body into his. Lin Qian felt suffocated, and the anger and humiliation in her heart reached its peak. She suddenly slapped and bit Gu Beichun's lips hard. Gu Beichun felt pain and let go of Lin Qian. Blood seeped from his lips as he looked at Lin Qian, but all he got in return was a loud slap in the face from Lin Qian. Lin Qian panted heavily and wiped her lips fiercely, her eyes full of humiliation and disgust. Gu Beichun, you are so shameless. You make me feel sick. After hearing Lin Qian's words, Gu Beichun felt as if his heart was stabbed with a knife. He just kissed her, and she found him disgusting? He liked her so much, and had loved her for 8 years. He didn't mind, even if she had been in jail. He had been waiting for her to be released from prison for so many years, only wanting to marry her. He had never even touched other women. He even gave her his first kiss, and she just thought he was disgusting? This feeling of being rejected deeply hit Gu Beichun's self-esteem as a man. Lin Qian turned around indifferently, opened the door, and walked out. As soon as I came out, I saw Andy fighting with Lin Wanner for the beauty of the country. With a hiss, the embroidery was torn apart. Andy was stunned on the spot. A look of gloating flashed across Lin Wanner's face, but she quickly pretended to be innocent and looked at Lin Qian with tears in her eyes. Sister, I didn't mean to do that. He insisted on snatching it. I didn't give it to him because I wanted to keep it for you, but I didn't expect him to tear it. I'm sorry. Lin Qian felt dizzy as she watched the embroidery she had worked so hard to finish being ruined. She tried hard to control her emotions, but when she saw Lin Wanner's hypocritical expression, she could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. This was a birthday gift that Mr. Fu spent 20 million to buy for his grandmother. Now that her body has been torn into pieces, how can she explain this to Mr. Fu? How can I be worthy of my grandma? Today is Grandma's 80th birthday. Lin Qian looked at Lin Wanner with murderous eyes. She suddenly grabbed Lin Wanner's hair and slammed her against the wall. Go to hell, Lin Wanner, you deserve to die dash. Ah! Lin Wanner let out a scream and blood flowed from her head. Andy was stunned by the scene before him. He looked at Lin Qian with disbelief in his eyes. He never expected that Lin Qian would be so violent when angry. Gu Beichun heard Lin Wanner's screams and hurried out. When he saw Lin Qian banging Lin Wanner's head against the wall like a madman, he was shocked at first, then stepped forward and pushed Lin Qian away with force. Lin Qian, have you had enough of this? Lin Qian's eyes were filled with anger. I'm making trouble. Wasn't it Lin Wanner who tore my hair first? Wasn't it you who ordered me to apologize to Lin Wanner without asking why? Wasn't it Lin Wanner who tore my things into pieces? I never meant to provoke you. It's always you who are looking for trouble with me. I'm just making trouble when I resist. You bully me and I deserve it, right? Gu Beichun's expression froze, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. Lin Qian picked up the embroidery that was torn in two, and her heart ached to the point of bleeding. She held the embroidery in front of Gu Beichun. Gu Beichun, tell me, do I deserve to be bullied? I shouldn't resist when I'm bullied. If I resist, it means I'm ignorant and I'm making trouble, right? Gu Beichun felt upset. Qian, that's not what I meant. What I meant was, no matter what, you can't hit someone. Wanna has already said that she didn't mean it, so why are you still insisting on it? Lin Wanner looked at Lin Qian aggrievedly, tears glistening in her eyes, and said in a trembling voice, Sister, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. I am willing to compensate you. No matter how much money you say, I am willing to give it to you. Gu Beichun immediately responded, Qian, look, I told you Wanner is sensible. Wanna has already said she will compensate you, so don't be so fussy about it. He paused, then continued, It's just an embroidery, not worth much. Lin Wanner immediately smiled, seemingly innocent, but actually showing off. Sister, I have 1 million pocket money a month. Can I give it all to you as compensation? If you think it's not enough, I can go home and ask my parents and brother for it. They love me the most and will definitely give me money. Gu Beichun also agreed. 1 million is more than enough. Qian, you should be content. You and Wanner are a family. Why fight over such a small matter? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? The two of them sang the same tune, asking Lin Qian to forgive them, but in fact they were accusing Lin Qian of being stingy. Andy, who was standing by, thought it was too shameless. He couldn't bear it any longer and spit loudly. Who wants your filthy money? 1 million? Are you sending away beggars? This painting, National Beauty and Heavenly Fragrance, was bought by Fu Shiya at an auction for 20 million yuan as a birthday gift for the old lady. The smug smile on Lin Wanner's face suddenly froze. It's just an embroidery, but it's worth 20 million? Also, why did Fu Shiya's things end up in the hands of that bitch Lin Qian? When did this bitch Lin Qian get to know Mr. Fu? Thinking that Lin Qian might have caught Fu Shiya's eye a long time ago, Lin Wanner became jealous to the point of madness. Looking at Gu Beichun again, his expression was also very ugly. The main reason he came here today was to discuss the East Suburbs project with Fu Shiya. If this embroidery is really a birthday gift that Fu Shiria prepared for the old lady, then it's over. Not only did he ruin a big business, he might also completely offend Fu Shiria. Lin Qian looked at Lin Qian in disbelief, her voice a little flustered. Sister, this can't be true, right? Lin Qian took a deep breath. Not wanting to continue talking nonsense with him, she looked at Andy and said, Andy, call Mr. Fu and ask him to come over. Andy had a serious expression and was about to dial the number, but the phone was snatched away by Gu Beichun. No, Gu Beichun said sternly, his brows tightly furrowed. Fu Shiria must not be allowed to know about this. At least he couldn't let Fu Shiria know until he came up with a solution. Otherwise, his plan to participate in the Dongjiao project would be completely ruined. Andy was angry and tried to snatch the phone back from Gu Beichun. Just as the two were arguing, a woman's voice suddenly came from behind. The banquet is about to begin. Warner, why are you still here? It's so hard for us to find you. When Lin Qian looked up, she saw the graceful Mrs. Fu walking towards her with a group of wealthy ladies. Mrs. Fu was wearing a gorgeous dress with delicate makeup and noble temperament. However, when her eyes fell on Lin Qian's face, her expression suddenly became extremely gloomy. I finally found you, little bitch. Lin Qian was stunned, not understanding why the other party would harbor such great malice towards her. Just as she was about to ask if the other party had recognized the wrong person, she heard Mrs. Fu say to the people around her, she was the one who seduced my husband. Chapter 98. Lin Qian was misunderstood, but no one listened to her explanation. The high heels hit the floor, making a tat-tat-tat sound, crisp and rapid, like angry drumbeats. Mrs. Fu and a group of wealthy ladies quickly came to Lin Qian. Mrs. Fu didn't give any further explanation and raised her hand to hit Lin Qian. Lin Qian frowned. She didn't recognize the woman in front of her at all. She took a step back and dodged the slap. Madam, you got the wrong person. When Mrs. Fu saw Lin Qian avoiding her, she became even angrier, and her pretty face turned ferocious with anger. You shameless little bitch, you must have been so slutty when being played with by a man in bed. Why are you pretending to be innocent now? The group of wealthy ladies standing behind her looked at Lin Qian as if she was seducing their men. Disgust and contempt appeared on their faces, and all kinds of unbearable insults shot towards Lin Qian like poisonous arrows. Look at her coquettish look. I wonder how many men she has slept with. She exudes the slut's aura from the inside out. A wealthy lady in a golden evening dress cursed in a shrill voice, her eyes as big as bells, and a look of contempt on the corners of her mouth. Lin Qian was certain that this group of people had recognized the wrong person. She took a deep breath and patiently explained, I have never done this before. You really have the wrong person. Oh, you're quite good at pretending. I've seen a lot of bitches like you. You're probably used to hanging out in those dirty places, and you're the kind of slut who can pounce on men with just a snap of your fingers. A wealthy lady with big wavy hair hugged her chest with her hands, and the fat on her face trembled slightly with the twitching. The other bloated rich lady was not to be outdone. She squeezed forward, stretched out her short and thick fingers, almost poking Lin Qian's face, and cursed viciously. You're dressed up so fancy. You must have earned all this money by selling your body, right? You think you are young and beautiful, but you are just a piece of slut who has been played with by men. Along with the insults, several wealthy ladies started fighting and began to push Lin Qian. Lin Qian's already thin and frail body could not withstand such a push, and she staggered and almost fell. Just as she was about to fall, Andy was quick to reach out and hold her up. Andy glared at the group of wealthy ladies and said, Stop it. Don't blame me for not warning you. Get out of here if you don't want your family to go bankrupt. This group of wealthy ladies were brought here by their husbands, nominally to celebrate the old lady of the Fu family's birthday, but actually to make friends with Mrs. Fu. They thought that as long as they curry favor with the mistress of the Fu family, their men would be able to get a share of the East Suburb project. Even if he cannot participate in the Dongjiao project, being appreciated by the Fu family will be of great help to the development of his own company. Based on this, they must of course act as Mrs. Fu's pawns. Seeing that Andy was a sissy, these rich ladies didn't take him seriously at all. Warn us? Who the hell are you? You're worthy of warning us. A cheap bed-climbing girl and a dead sissy. Birds of a feather flock together. Neither of you two is a good person. Their curses became more and more unpleasant. Gu Beichun just stood aside and watched coldly. Lin Qian had just been released from prison not long ago, and during the time she had been out of prison, she had either been at the Lin family or in the hospital, so she had no chance to seduce men. He also didn't think that Lin Qian would do anything to seduce a man, as he knew Lin Qian's character very well. But even so, he had no intention of helping Lin Qian. Lin Qian's character is too stubborn. It's time for her to suffer a little so that she can change her stubborn character. As for Lin Wanner, she pretended to be very worried. She walked forward and took Madame Fu's hand. "Sister, she is my sister Lin Qian. Is there any misunderstanding?" When Mrs. Fu heard that the woman who seduced her husband was actually her best friend's sister, it was like adding fuel to the fire, and she became even more disgusted with Lin Qian. Because ever since she and Lin Wanner became good friends, Lin Wanner has mentioned, intentionally or unintentionally, that she was often bullied by her sister. She already had a very bad impression of Lin Qian, who bullied Lin Wanner, and now she discovered that the photo the old woman sent to her husband was of Lin Qian. She hated Lin Qian to bits. Besides, she knew Andy. Even though Andy is a sissy, he is also the best stylist in North City. Many of the popular looks of celebrities in the entertainment industry are created by him. It is not easy to invite him to do styling, but with the strength of the Fu family, it is not difficult to invite him. She never expected that the little bitch who seduced her husband was not only invited to the old woman's birthday party, but even Andy, the country's top stylist, was invited to style the little bitch. The damn old woman looked down on her so much. She has been married to Fu Lingxiao for more than 20 years. She has suffered all kinds of contempt and grievances in the Fu family, but she still can't move the old woman's heart. The old woman found a girl in her 20s for Fu Lingxiao because she saw that she was infertile and wanted Lin Qian, the bitch, to give birth to more children for the Fu family. When she thought of her child, she couldn't suppress her anger. She could have had a child, but that little bastard Fu Shiria viciously pushed her down the stairs when she was pregnant when she was only 5 years old. Not only did she miscarry the baby, but the little bastard also asked the doctor to remove her uterus. He was simply a monster. The painful memories made her completely lose her mind. She can't have children, and no woman can have children for the Fu family. She rushed over, grabbed Lin Qian's hair, and pulled it down hard, shouting frantically, "Do you think that men will be bewitched by you just by beckoning your finger? Today I will teach you a lesson, you shameless thing." Lin Qian felt pain and used both hands to pry Mrs. Fu's hand apart. "Let me go. I don't even know your husband." However, no one listened to her explanation, and he wanted to protect Lin Qian, but was stopped by several rich ladies. They scratched and clawed Andy, and soon his face was covered in blood. Andy was furious and shouted, "You can't touch her. She belongs to Fu Shiria. If you touch her, Fu Shiria will never let you go." Mrs. Fu had a ferocious look on her face. "Fu Shiria's people? Ha 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 ha. Fu Shiria is almost 30 years old and has never liked any woman. He has only been in Beijing for less than 3 months, and he already has a woman? Who would believe it?" Mrs. Fu grabbed Lin Qian's hair even more desperately. There were insults coming from all around. Lin Qian struggled with all her might, trying to break free from Mrs. Fu's control. But her struggle was in vain. Mrs. Fu grabbed her hair tightly and refused to let go. Lin Qian felt as if her scalp was about to be torn apart. The pain was so severe that she almost fainted. Her body was dragged involuntarily, and someone kicked her calf hard. The sharp high heels were like a sharp blade, kicking her leg and causing her pain deep in her bone marrow. With a plop sound, Lin Qian fell heavily to the ground, and his knees hit the hard floor with a dull sound. Before she could recover, 2 strong hands grabbed her arms from behind and forced her to kneel on the cold ground. Mrs. Fu let go of Lin Qian's hair. Her hair was disheveled, covering her face, but she could feel the contemptuous and hateful gazes around her, piercing her body like sharp arrows, tearing her dignity apart. Mrs. Fu stood in front of Lin Qian condescendingly, raised her right hand high, and slapped Lin Qian's left cheek hard with her palm, making a whistling sound. The slap was so powerful that Lin Qian's head tilted to one side, and she almost fell down again. Her left cheek quickly became red and swollen, and 5 bright red finger marks were clearly imprinted on her face. Mrs. Fu did not stop, but raised her left hand and slapped Lin Qian on the right cheek. The crisp sound of "pa" echoed in the corridor. After this slap, both sides of Lin Qian's cheeks became red and swollen, making her look extremely miserable. Bang! 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 The continuous slaps made Lin Qian's mouth bleed. Her mind went blank, her ears were buzzing, and she could no longer hear the sound around her. And he tried to rush forward to protect Lin Qian, but was stopped by several rich ladies. His face was covered with bloody scratches and his clothes were torn. He looked extremely miserable. During the whole process, Gu Beichen stood 3 meters away from Lin Qian, watching everything quietly. Chapter 99. Gu Beichen stood by and waited for Lin Qian to beg him. There was no expression on his face, but his eyes were flickering with complex emotions. Watching the scene of Lin Qian being beaten, my heart felt like it was being stabbed by needles. But he had no intention of stopping it. Lin Qian is too stubborn. He doesn't like her stubborn character. Only by breaking her stubborn bones and destroying her dignity can she learn her lesson. He didn't ask for much, just wanted her to be a little more ordinary and obedient, that's all. He was waiting for Lin Qian to ask him for help. As long as she opened her mouth, he would protect her under his wings without hesitation. He stared at Lin Qian intently. The emotion in his eyes was so obvious. Please me. Ask me for help. Lin Qian slowly raised her head in severe pain and humiliation, and her eyes met Gu Beichen's. Not only did she understand the meaning in his eyes, she also saw indifference, expectation, and hidden cruelty. At this moment, her heart was completely chilled, and her disgust for him was renewed. Ask him. Even if she was beaten to death, she would not beg him. Lin Qian had a mocking sneer on her lips, which looked particularly glaring on her red and swollen cheeks. She looked at Gu Beichen as if she was looking at an extremely funny clown. Gu Beichen's heart suddenly hurt, as if it was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand. He opened his mouth and wanted to explain, but his throat seemed to be blocked, and no sound came out. In such a scenario, any words seemed pale and powerless, and a trace of panic and embarrassment flashed in his eyes. His feet moved unconsciously, wanting to go forward to save Lin Qian, but Lin Qian's icy eyes were like a basin of cold water, instantly extinguishing the impulse in his heart. He hardened his heart and gave up the idea of helping Lin Qian completely. His face regained its cold expression, but his clenched fists revealed his inner unrest. When Mrs. Fu saw Lin Qianxiao, she thought she was laughing at her, and her anger instantly reached its peak. Who do you think you are? You dare to laugh at me. Why do you wear clothes when you're such a slut? Don't you like to seduce men the most? Then I will strip you naked and let you seduce as much as you want. She screamed and tore Lin Qian's clothes frantically with her hands. The 2 wealthy ladies who were holding Lin Qian's arms also joined in. Their hands were like eagle claws, leaving bloody marks on Lin Qian's fair skin. With a hiss sound, there was a big tear on Lin Qian's skirt. The gorgeous dress on Lin Qian had been torn to pieces by Mrs. Fu and the wealthy lady's frantic pulling. She was naked, her white back and slender shoulders exposed to the air, covered with scratches and bruises. The torn pieces of fabric hung on her limbs, fluttering in disarray as she struggled. Mrs. Fu's face was full of madness and distortion. Her eyes were red, like a wild beast that had lost its mind. Her hands continued to tear Lin Qian apart without any mercy, and every pull seemed to be venting the hatred deep in her heart. Bitch, I'm going to teach you a lesson today. The other rich ladies were not idle either, punching and kicking Lin Qian, and every punch and kick was merciless. Hit her, hit her! Fists rained down on Lin Qian. She subconsciously tried to protect her body with her hands, but those crazy women did not let go of any corner and continued to vent their malice wantonly. Her face was full of pain. Tears mixed with blood flowed down her cheeks. Her hair was tangled around her face, and she looked extremely miserable. She could no longer hear the sound around her, and her vision began to blur. Finally, Mrs. Fu seemed to feel a little tired. She stepped back a few steps, pointed at Lin Qian on the ground, and yelled, "Put her up! Doesn't she like to seduce men? Then throw her to the banquet and let those men admire her." Hearing this, the wealthy ladies all looked hesitant. One of them tried to probe. "Mrs. Fu, this is not good. After all, today is the old lady's birthday banquet." Mrs. Fu's eyes turned cold, and she stared at the rich lady who was speaking. "I'm here. What are you afraid of?" Under her pressure, the 2 wealthy ladies gritted their teeth, lifted up the half-dead Lin Qian, and dragged her towards the banquet hall. Lin Qian's feet dragged weakly on the ground, leaving a trail of blood. The tattered dress fell off further during the drag, and her body was almost completely exposed. Gu Beichen stood there, watching this scene, and his heart was filled with huge waves. He wanted to step forward to stop it, but as soon as he took a step, he was stopped tightly by Lin Wanner. "Brother Beichen, you can't offend the Fu family. You came to the banquet today to make friends with the Fu family, right? Gu Beichen's eyes were full of struggle. Seeing Lin Qian being dragged further and further away, the pain and guilt in his heart reached its peak. But Lin Wanner's words put him in a dilemma again. His feet were frozen in place, and he could only watch Lin Qian being led towards the unknown humiliation. Qian, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's your fault that you are in this situation. Who made you so stubborn? Who made you provoke Mrs. Fu? Who made you not beg for mercy? Being humiliated is not because of your character. He kept making excuses for himself. Finally, I convinced myself. It was as if Lin Qian really seduced someone else's husband and deserved to be beaten. Andy watched the naked and bruised Lin Qian being dragged away, and fear instantly enveloped his whole body. He knew Fu Shurye's methods very well, and he felt a chill in his heart when he thought about what would happen if Fu Shurye saw Lin Qian in this miserable state. Fu Shurye is well known in North City for his cruelty. Back then, Liu, now Mrs. Fu, found Fu Shurye's mother while pregnant and angered her to death. Fu Shurye, who was only 5 years old, pushed the pregnant Liu down the stairs, causing her to have a miscarriage. Not only that, he also asked the doctor to remove Liu's uterus, making Liu infertile for life. Although he seemed to become more restrained and gentler on the surface later, Andy understood that he was just hiding it well. A man who is almost 30 years old finally has a woman he likes, but he is tortured like this by Liu. Andy dare not imagine what Fu Shurye will do, and he is even more afraid that he will be taken out on. So he struggled desperately, completely ignoring the scars on his body from being scratched and torn. If you don't want to die, let her go, Andy shouted and rushed towards Lin Qian. However, just as he took a few steps, Lin Wanner secretly stretched out a leg, and he was unable to dodge and fell forward heavily to the ground. His chin hit the hard ground, his teeth broke his lip, and blood gushed out instantly. Andy fell to the ground, unconscious from the pain. Lin Qian was ruthlessly thrown to the floor of the banquet hall, making a dull sound. The guests in the banquet hall were originally laughing and talking, but were stunned into silence by this sudden change. Seeing this, Fu Lingxiao frowned and asked, "Liu, what are you doing?" There was a hint of reproach in his voice, and he was clearly unhappy with the farce. Liu didn't care at all. Instead, he laughed. "What am I doing? Of course I'm catching someone cheating." She pointed at Lin Qian, her face full of pride and madness. "Look, everyone, this bitch seduced my husband." Fu Lingxiao's face changed, and he quickly reached out to cover her mouth and whispered, "Today is my mother's 80th birthday. What are you doing?" Liu struggled to break free from Fu Lingxiao's hand and shouted to everyone present, "This shameless bitch, she used despicable means to seduce my husband and destroy my family." Her voice echoed in the banquet hall, attracting everyone's attention. However, before everyone could look in the direction of her finger, they heard a gloomy voice. When did today's protagonist become Ms. Li? Liu shuddered, turned around slowly, and saw Fu Shurye standing behind her. Chapter 100. Have you figured out how to repay the people who hurt me? Liu's face turned pale in an instant. I was hot-headed just now and just wanted to humiliate Lin Qian severely. Now that he had seen Fu Shurye, it was as if someone had poured a basin of ice water over his head. His feverish brain instantly regained its rationality, and his original arrogance disappeared at this moment. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind quickly, and she tried to defend herself, but her throat seemed to be strangled by an invisible hand, and she could not make any sound. Her eyes met Fu Shurye's eyes that were as cold as knives, and she felt a chill running from the soles of her feet to the top of her head, as if she would be tortured to death by his gaze in the next second. "Young master." Liu forced a smile, but his voice seemed to come out from between his teeth, dry and trembling. Today's protagonist is of course the old lady. I'm just livening up the atmosphere. The women who helped Liu hurt Lin Qian finally realized the seriousness of the situation, and they kept smiling. "Mr. Fu, we were just kidding." Yeah. Fu Shurye didn't even look at them. His gaze passed over them and fell on the disheveled figure on the ground. Lin Qian's clothes were almost torn to pieces. Her exposed skin was covered with purple scars, and her cheeks were so swollen that her original appearance was almost unrecognizable. Her hair was scattered on the ground in a mess, mixed with blood and tears, making her look particularly miserable. But even so, Fu Shurye recognized her at a glance. Fu Shurye's pupils suddenly constricted, his breathing suddenly stagnated, and the shock on his face instantly turned into raging rage. His eyes seemed to be able to burn everything around him to ashes. He quickly took off his expensive custom-made suit and put on Lin Qian's scarred body with urgent but gentle movements. Then, he picked up Lin Qian without hesitation and held her horizontally, subconsciously tightening his arms to wrap her tightly. "Mr. Fu!" someone exclaimed and took a half-step back. Everyone was shocked to see Fu Shiye, who was always obsessed with misophobia and kept strangers away, wrapping the blood-stained woman with his clothes. In the halo of the mother-of-pearl chandelier, the man's taut jawline was coated with a cold light. With his long legs wrapped in suit pants were slightly bent, the expensive fabric was immediately stained with Lin Qian's dark red bloodstains. Amid the sound of gasps in the banquet hall, Lin Qian suddenly twitched in his arms. He struggled to open his eyelashes that were stuck with blood, his dilated pupils reflected his sinister face, and he forced a broken smile. "Mr. Fu, are you here to save me?" The words were like an icicle stuck in my chest. Fu Shiye's arm muscles instantly tensed up, his Adam's apple rolled violently twice, and suddenly he pressed the person into his arms a little tighter. "Yeah," he responded softly, as if afraid of startling her. Through her sweat-soaked shirt, he could clearly feel how prominent her butterfly bones were, which made her look even more frail and pitiful. Fu Shiye's cold gaze was like a materialized sharp blade, slowly sweeping over everyone present, and finally like a nail, nailing it firmly on Li Yu's face. Li Yu felt his brain buzzing, his vision went dark, his legs went weak, and he almost collapsed to the ground. "Yushi," she spoke incoherently, her lips trembling, but she couldn't say a complete sentence. "Seal off the area." The man's voice was as cold as ice. "No one is allowed to leave until I come back. Everyone involved had better think clearly about the value of the parts on your body and whether they can offset the damage done to my people." The moment assistant Li took out the walkie-talkie, Li Yu suddenly rushed over screaming. She had already realized that something was wrong and was even more aware of Fu Shiye's methods. "Master, listen to me. It was this bitch who seduced your father first. That's why I—" "Seduction." Fu Shiye suddenly chuckled. "It seems that I need to teach Ms. Li again." As he spoke, he walked towards Li Yu, forcing her to step back and bump into the dining table. "How to tell the truth from lies. Just like when I taught you the difference between abortion and hysterectomy." Li Yu's carefully styled curly hair was stuck to her forehead by cold sweat. She whimpered unconsciously like a dying animal in her throat, and her carefully maintained nails scratched the tablecloth, leaving 5 tearing sounds. Fu Shiye was already carrying the person towards the side door. There were sporadic drops of blood on the black marble floor, and every step seemed to be stepping on everyone's tense nerves. When the man lowered his eyes, his thick eyelashes cast a shadow in his eyes. He suddenly turned to the old lady Fu, who was sitting on the main seat with a sullen face. "Can I borrow your grandmother's brocade cape?" Mrs. Fu felt so heartbroken when she saw her chosen granddaughter-in-law being bullied like this. She immediately took the cloak off her shoulders and handed it to Fu Shiye. "Grandma is here. Anyone who bullies Qian will not be able to escape." He took the dark red brocade embroidered with hundreds of descendants with one hand and wrapped Lin Qian from head to toe again, this time wrapping her tightly. The scarlet brocade made her exposed ankle look shockingly white. Amidst the dead silence, Fu Shiye walked straight out of the banquet hall holding the person in his arms. The doors slowly closed, and the last ray of light converged into a line on Li Yu's distorted face. There was a constant buzzing in her ears, and her face was even paler than before. She finally realized that she seemed to have misunderstood something, and this misunderstanding might cost her an unbearable price. She looked at Fu Lingxiao with eyes asking for help, her voice trembling and shrill. "Lingxiao, that woman is obviously the mistress you kept outside." Fu Lingxiao's expression also turned extremely ugly. He frowned and said, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Li Yu yelled at him like crazy. "How did I say that? I saw that the photo your mother sent you was of her, and you said that as long as your mother is satisfied, you have no objection. Your family found a young one for you because they saw that I couldn't have children. Can I blame myself? It's obviously—" Bang! Madame Fu slapped the table, interrupting Li Yu's next words. She looked down upon this daughter-in-law. She was so angry that her hands were shaking. "I sent it to Ling Xiao so that he could see his future daughter-in-law." This sentence was like a thunderclap, which not only shocked Li Yu, but also stunned him. It even frightened the wealthy ladies who helped Liu to hurt Lin Qian so much that they were trembling all over. Finished. It's all over. Everyone knows that Fu Shiya is the head of the Fu family now. Who doesn't know that Fu Shiya is ruthless and no one who provokes him has ever had a good ending? At this moment, they finally realized what Fu Shiya meant by think clearly about the value of the parts in your body. In an instant, the entire banquet hall exploded. The wealthy ladies who participated in the beating looked pale. They begged the old lady to let them go, but she remained unmoved. She beat the person she had chosen as her granddaughter-in-law for no reason, and now she wants to leave? No way. After their men learned the whole story, they were extremely angry and beat up their women, causing chaos in the situation. Fu Shiya didn't say how to punish them, but the process of waiting for him to come back can infinitely magnify the fear in one's heart. Liu's mind was filled with Fu Shiya's cruel methods of torturing people. Her body was like a leaf in the wind, shaking uncontrollably. Fu Lingxiao felt a little bit sorry to see her like this. No matter how big a mistake she made, she was still his wife. What's more, the person being beaten is a younger generation. Although it is wrong for a mother-in-law to beat her daughter-in-law, there is no need to make a big deal out of it. Fu Lingxiao sighed, walked up to Madame Fu, and said, "Mom, today is your 80th birthday. We should still live in harmony. Yi is a child who has always been careless, so let's not make trouble with him." Chapter 101. Gu Beichen and Lin Qian walked into the trap and waited to be caught. When Madame Fu heard what Fu Lingxiao said, she was so angry that she trembled all over. She hit Fu Lingxiao hard with her cane. "Shut up. If you hadn't married someone who was not presentable, would such a thing have happened today? Your wife has bullied my granddaughter-in-law so badly, and you are still trying to smooth things over." Fu Lingxiao felt humiliated when being beaten by his own mother in public. He clenched his teeth and did not lose his temper, but walked to the door of the banquet hall and tried to open it and leave. But the door had been locked and couldn't be opened at all. "Assistant Li, open the door." Fu Lingxiao's voice contained a command that could not be refused. Assistant Li kept smiling, but his tone did not show any sign of giving in. "If the chairman does not want President Fu to be angry, just wait here obediently." Fu Lingxiao was furious. "If you dare not listen to me, believe it or not, I will fire you." Assistant Li still smiled and said, "I believe it, so chairman, you should just wait." Fu Lingxiao clenched his fists in anger, but he could do nothing about it. When the guests saw that Special Assistant Li didn't even listen to the chairman's words, they became even more terrified and dared not even breathe. There was an oppressive atmosphere in the banquet hall, making it hard to breathe. Liu slumped on the ground with a blank look in his eyes. Those rich ladies were beaten black and blue by their own men, but they dared not complain. They just hoped that when Fu Shiya came back and saw their miserable condition, he would forgive them. Fu Shiya held Lin Qian in his arms as they walked along the long corridor of the hotel. Lin Qian leaned on his broad chest and listened to his heartbeat. The powerful rhythm made her feel unprecedented peace of mind. Just after turning a corner, a voice that made Lin Qian disgusted rang out. "Where are you going, Mr. Fu?" Gu Beichen was standing not far away, with a flattering smile on his face. Gu Beichen, who has always been proud, had to lower his posture when facing Fu Shiya. Lin Qian, who was standing next to Gu Beichen, stared at Fu Shiya and was stunned for a moment. Fu Shiya glanced at the two of them, and when his eyes fell on the torn embroidery in Lin Qian's hands, his eyes narrowed slightly. He could feel Lin Qian's nervousness in his arms. Although he didn't know what happened exactly, he could infer from the details that Gu Beichen and Lin Qian were definitely involved in Lin Qian's condition. He stood still, his expression gentle for once. "Boss Gu, why don't you go to the banquet hall?" Gu Beichen was flattered and nodded quickly. "We'll go right away." "Mr. Fu, what are you doing?" He tried to see clearly the person in Fu Shiya's arms, but Lin Qian was wrapped tightly, and Gu Beichen couldn't recognize her for a moment. But from the slender, white feet exposed, it can be seen that it is a woman. Lin Qian looked at Lin Qian in Fu Shiya's arms with an unfriendly look, but soon returned to her innocent and harmless appearance. A pair of pure and flawless big eyes flickered as they looked at Fu Shiya. Unfortunately, Fu Shiya didn't even look at her. Fu Shiya did not answer Gu Beichen's question, but just said calmly, "You go first, I'll be there in a while." Gu Beichen and Lin Qian didn't think much about it. After saying goodbye to Fu Shiya, they hurried to the banquet hall. Fu Shiya looked back at their hurried backs, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he said to the microphone on his collar, "Assistantly, let those two people in. The only way to catch them all in one fell swoop is not to lock up all those who bullied Lin Qian, right? Don't worry," he whispered soothingly. Lin Qian's stiff body slowly relaxed. Fu Shiye carried Lin Qian back to the private room. Lin Qian went straight into the bathroom, and Fu Shiye first ordered someone to buy clothes and medicine for Lin Qian, and then ordered his men to immediately retrieve the hotel surveillance footage. His men were extremely efficient, and the clothes, medicines, and surveillance videos were all prepared quickly. Fu Shiye looked at the picture on the screen with a frown. Lin Wanner provoked Lin Qian and tore Lin Qian's hair. Gu Beichun sided with Lin Wanner without asking the reason and even dragged Lin Qian into the private room. He also saw the whole process of Lin Wanner tearing up the embroidery and Li Yu and others beating Lin Qian. Fu Shiye became angrier and angrier as he looked, especially when he saw the bloody wound on Gu Beichun's lip. The fingers that were holding the phone turned pale with force. Just then, the bathroom door rang. Fu Shiye put down his phone and looked up. Then he saw Lin Qian walking out in a white bathrobe. Lin Qian's hair was wet and draped over her shoulders. Her originally bright eyes now looked as if they had been washed by water, becoming even clearer and more moving. Crystal clear water droplets hung on her long eyelashes, rolling down from time to time. The white bathrobe was soft and close-fitting, with the collar slightly open, revealing her fair neck and collarbone with beautiful lines. Her lips are slightly red, which makes her look delicate and yet with a hint of pitiful charm. But when Fu Shiye thought about what Gu Beichun might do after dragging her into the room, she felt that those slightly red lips were a bit annoying. He frowned slightly, but only for a moment before his outward emotions were suppressed. "Come over." The man's voice sounded a little deeper than usual. Lin Qian was a little nervous, but she didn't dare to disobey, so she could only walk over obediently and sit quietly on the bed. Fu Shiye dipped the cotton swab in ointment and was about to apply it on her when he smelled the fragrance coming from her body. For a moment, his fingertips hovered above Lin Qian's swollen cheekbones and did not fall. The steam from the bathroom still lingered on her eyelashes, condensing into tiny crystals, refracting tiny bits of light as she trembled restlessly. Lin Qian was surprised. "Mr. Fu, what's wrong?" "It will hurt." His voice was hoarse, his Adam's apple sliding in the shadows. "Bear with it." He leaned forward slightly and got closer to Lin Qian's face. "The ointment feels cool when applied to the skin, but it doesn't hurt much." He looked very serious, and his handsome face was very close to her, so close that Lin Qian could clearly see every detail of his face. Lin Qian's heartbeat suddenly quickened. She nervously tugged at the corner of her bathrobe, her eyes fixed on Fu Shiye's tall nose, not daring to move. The faint smell of shampoo mixed with tobacco on his body lingered at the tip of her nose, and his warm breath gently brushed across her neck, making her cheeks unconsciously flush. Fu Shiye seemed to have sensed her shyness, and he raised his eyebrows imperceptibly and deliberately moved a little closer, his warm breath blowing faintly on Lin Qian's neck. The itchy feeling made her tremble slightly. Fu Shiye noticed her reaction and raised his eyes. "Does it hurt?" "No, it doesn't hurt." Lin Qian's eyes were evasive, and she felt like she was suffocating. "I'll be gentle, just bear with it. It will be over soon." After applying the medicine, Lin Qian thought it was over. Unexpectedly, he also took the initiative to help her blow dry her hair. Until she was 23 years old, Lin Qian had never been taken care of in such meticulous manner. Mr. Fu and Grandma were so good to her. If she had the chance in the future, she would definitely repay them with everything she had. She was thinking about these things in her mind, and when she came to her senses, she was already pressed down on the bed by Fu Shiye. Lin Qian's pupils dilated. "Mr. Fu, isn't this bad? I'm not ready yet." Fu Shiye covered Lin Qian with a blanket and asked, "What are you going to prepare?" Lin Qian. Her face flushed, and she quickly turned her head away. "No, nothing." Fu Shiye chuckled. "It's still early. Let's go after you've rested well." Lin Qian didn't know what Fu Shiye was going to do, but from his attitude in the banquet hall, it was not difficult to tell that he would not give up. Lin Qian said gratefully, "Thank you, Mr. Fu." Fu Shiye stretched out his big hand and covered her eyes. "Sleep." With Fu Shiye's comfort, Lin Qian gradually fell asleep. Fu Shiye stayed beside her quietly, watching her sleeping peacefully, and the smile on his face disappeared without a trace in an instant. Time passed bit by bit, and the people in the banquet hall spent more than 3 long hours in fear and anxiety. The atmosphere in the banquet hall was as depressing as the dead silence before a storm. Everyone's heart was filled with uncertainty and fear, wondering how Fu Shiya would deal with them. As time passed, people's emotions gradually changed from initial fear to despair. They began to blame each other, quarrels broke out one after another, and the whole banquet hall became a mess. Finally, the door of the banquet hall slowly opened. Fu Shiya and Lin Qian walked in side by side. Lin Qian was wearing a light blue dress with her hair draped softly over her shoulders. The redness and swelling on her face had subsided a lot, and she looked fresh and refined. Fu Shiya's gaze was like a sharp blade, sweeping across everyone's faces one by one, and finally landed on Lin Qian. Thinking of the scene of her grabbing Lin Qian's hair and not letting go, he said in a low and cold voice, "Ms. Lin Qian's hair is messy." Lin Qian was stunned. She subconsciously thought that Fu Shiya was concerned about her. A hint of joy welled up in her heart, and her little face turned red instantly. However, Fu Shiya's next words were like a bolt from the blue, causing her smile to instantly freeze on her face. "Someone, shave her head." Fu Shiya's voice was not loud, but it was particularly clear in this quiet banquet hall. All the women present widened their eyes in horror. Only women know the importance of hair to them. A head of long, beautiful hair needs to be kept for many years and needs careful care and maintenance. Although shaving your head doesn't hurt, it causes great psychological trauma to women. "No, don't." Lin Qian screamed in horror. Several bodyguards immediately stepped forward, grabbed Lin Qian's arm, and dragged her out of the crowd. Chapter 1, Otugu Beichun is really noisy, so I stuff his mouth with smelly socks. Lin Qian's face was filled with fear. She struggled desperately, waving her hands wildly. "My father is the chairman of the Lin Group. You can't do this to me." Her voice was sharp and shrill, echoing in the banquet hall. The bodyguards remained unmoved. They clasped Lin Qian's arms tightly with their hands like iron pliers and pressed hard, forcing her to kneel at Lin Qian's feet. Lin Qian raised her head suddenly, and in an instant, she met Lin Qian's condescending and calm gaze. At this moment, she felt like a humble ant, being ruthlessly trampled underfoot. The scenes of the past when he was arrogant and bullied Lin Qian emerged in his mind one by one. At that time, she always acted condescendingly, treating Lin Qian as an inferior and wantonly trampling on her dignity. But now, the situation has changed, and the status of the two has undergone a drastic reversal, and their roles have been completely swapped. Lin Qian suppressed the overwhelming humiliation in her heart and tried hard to appear pitiful and weak. Her eyes quickly filled with tears, and her voice couldn't help but tremble. "Sister, why did you let President Fu do this to me?" The tears were like beads that had broken off the string, sliding down her pale cheeks, just like a delicate flower that was about to wither and die in a storm, and anyone who saw it would feel pity. However, Lin Qian stood there quietly, his eyes teasing and cold. Seeing that Lin Qian was unmoved, Lin Qian felt secretly resentful. She then quickly turned her tearful gaze to Fu Shiya, her eyes full of pleading and expectation, hoping that her weak and pitiful appearance could touch his heart. But how could she know that Fu Shiya's heart was as hard as a 1,000-year-old cold stone? No matter how hard she cried or how pitiful she acted, in Fu Shiya's eyes, it was just a ridiculous farce that could not stir up the slightest ripple in his heart. All he said was, "Do it." As the razor fell, Lin Qian felt a chill on her scalp, as if a bone-chilling chill went from the top of her head straight into her heart. Her body began to tremble violently and uncontrollably, and she couldn't help but let out a desperate roar from her throat. "No, no." As the razor moved, her long, black, smooth hair, which she was so proud of, was shaved off along her scalp, strands of hair falling onto the cold, hard ground. Lin Qian struggled desperately like a madman, her body twisting and her limbs flapping wildly. The sharp blade accidentally scratched her scalp, and blood slowly flowed down her cheek, leaving a shocking blood mark on her fair skin. Lin Qian let out a heart-wrenching scream that pierced every corner of the banquet hall and pierced the hearts of everyone present. The people around, witnessing this bloody and cruel scene, were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Especially the women who had bullied Lin Qian. Their faces turned pale and their legs became weak, as if they had already seen their own end. Shaving one's head is itself a great humiliation for women. But now that Lin Wanner's scalp has been cut by a razor blade, her hair follicles are likely to have been damaged, and she may never grow hair again. This is undoubtedly a devastating disaster for women who value beauty as their life, and is more cruel than killing them. When Liu saw this scene, his legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground. His eyes were empty and lifeless, as if his soul had left his body, leaving only an empty shell. Gu Beichen was extremely anxious when he saw Lin Wanner being treated so cruelly, and he felt like a lit powder keg. He rushed towards Lin Wanner regardless of everything, shouting as he ran, "Stop! Stop it now!" However, as soon as he got close, he was kicked in the chest by Assistant. Gu Beichun flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Almost at the same moment, two bodyguards pinned him to the ground. Gu Beichun struggled unwillingly and roared, "Fu Shiria! How dare you treat Wanner like this? I will never let you go." His eyes were bloodshot and his face was ferocious. But in Fu Shiria's eyes, his threat was nothing more than the powerless shouting of an ant. Fu Shiria was too lazy to even give him a spare glance. Unable to threaten Fu Shiria, he turned his attention to Lin Qian. "Lin Qian, Wanner is your sister. Are you just going to watch her get bullied? Are you still a human being?" Lin Qian sneered and did not agree with his words. Instead, she said sarcastically, "More than a month has passed. Gu Yilin should be able to speak now, right? Did she not tell you the real murderer? Or did you not give her a chance to reveal the real murderer?" Gu Beichen's face turned pale in an instant. The reason why he sent Gu Yilin abroad was that he didn't want to hear the answer from her that he didn't want to hear. It seemed that as long as she didn't say it, he had never made any mistakes, had never let Lin Qian down, and everything he did to Lin Qian was justified. He didn't want to continue Gu Yilin's topic, so he changed the subject and said, "I'm your fiancé, but you're kissing and kissing other men. How can you be so shameless? Lin Qian, tell them to stop right now, or I will never forgive you." Lin Qian just looked at Gu Beichen quietly. His accusations and insults were like a clown's funny performance. They did not stir up any ripples in her heart, only endless ridiculousness. Fu Shiria frowned and uttered 3 words coldly, "Too noisy." Hearing this, Special Assistant Li understood what he meant, quickly took off his socks, and stuffed them into Gu Beichen's mouth without hesitation. Gu Beichen's eyes widened instantly. He twisted his body, trying to break free from the bodyguards, but to no avail. He wanted to spit out the smelly socks in his mouth, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't. The pungent smell filled his mouth and made him almost vomit. He could only make vague woo-woo sounds and watch Lin Wanner's hair being shaved off strand by strand. Lin Wanner collapsed to the ground with a blank look in her eyes. There was an eerie silence in the banquet hall. Fu Shiria's eyes turned slightly and swept coldly towards the 4 wealthy ladies who were helping Liu beat Lin Qian. That cold and merciless look seemed to carry an invisible chill that made the 4 wealthy wives and their husbands standing beside them tremble all over. "Mr. Fu, we didn't know she was yours. If we had known, we would never have done anything." One of the wealthy ladies spoke first, her voice trembling, her eyes full of fear and flattery. Yes, we also heard that she seduced Chairman Fu, so we got angry for a moment and did a bad thing with good intentions. Please forgive us, since we were not aware of it." Another rich lady also quickly echoed, with a flattering smile on her face. Their men also stood up and said in a flattering manner, "Boss Fu, we have already taught them a lesson, and they all know they are wrong." He sneered slightly, with a hint of cold sarcasm in his voice. "Your so-called lesson is too painless. You have torn my people's clothes into pieces and left them naked in front of you. Just admit your mistake and let it go." The faces of the 4 wealthy ladies turned pale in an instant. They realized that Fu Shiria would never let them go easily. Their husbands were also panicked and tried to explain, "Mr. Fu, this is all a misunderstanding." Fu Shiria's mouth curled up a trace of cold arc. "I am not an unreasonable person. Since I know I am wrong, I will repay you in kind. If you like to beat people up, then we'll have you leave 1 finger on each of them, strip them naked, and throw them out of the hotel so that outsiders can have a good look at them." Upon hearing Fu Shiria's cold-blooded punishment decision, the 4 ladies' faces instantly lost all color and turned as pale as paper. Chapter 103, Revenge. The 4 wealthy wives live a life of luxury and domineering behavior on weekdays. But at this moment, they were like lambs to be slaughtered, and fear overwhelmed them like a tide. They were like fallen leaves shivering in the autumn wind, their once proud heads now drooping in extreme fear. One of the rich ladies, her legs shaking like sieves, every inch of her muscle cramping, begging in a sobbing voice. "Boss Fu, can you please change the punishment? We really know we are wrong." Her husband, who used to be full of vigor and vitality in the business world, now approached her like a pug with a fawning look on his face. "Mr. Fu, you are a magnanimous person. My wife is ignorant. Please forgive her this time. We are willing to pay any price." The other three wealthy ladies were already frightened to the point of bursting into tears, their tears mixed with their carefully applied makeup and flowing freely on their faces, making them look miserable. "No, I don't want to be stripped naked. It's too embarrassing, Mr. Fu. Please have mercy." Fu Shurie's lips curled up into a meaningful smile. His voice was low and magnetic. "Are you really willing to pay any price?" Seeing him relent, a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes. As a result, the next second, Fu Shurie's cold words hit us like a heavy hammer. "You're willing to go bankrupt?" In an instant, the entire banquet hall seemed to be cast under a spell. Everyone froze, and the smile that had not yet appeared on the corners of their mouths froze in an instant. You can still remarry if you lose your wife, but once the company goes bankrupt, all your years of hard work will be wasted, and making a comeback will be extremely difficult. Greed and struggle clashed fiercely in the eyes of the four men. After a moment's hesitation, the balance of interests ruthlessly tilted towards the company. They could only watch as Fu Shurie signaled the bodyguards to take action. The bodyguards grabbed the four women's arms, dragged them aside, and pressed their hands to the table. "No, let me go." The women struggled desperately and cried. Fu Shurie picked up the fruit knife gracefully. The blade flashed coldly under the light, reflecting his stern face. He handed the knife to one of the rich wives. The man looked horrified. Mr. Fu, what do you mean?" Fu Shurie had a faint sneer on his face and spoke slowly. "You can't discipline your woman at home, which is why your woman dares to commit crimes outside. Now I will give you a chance to discipline her." The man's hand holding the fruit knife kept shaking. His eyes moved back and forth between Fu Shurie's eyes, which were as cold as a cold pond and unquestionable, and his wife, who was crying her heart out and almost collapsed. It felt like millions of ants were gnawing at his heart. His lips trembled, and he wanted to beg for mercy, but his throat seemed to be strangled by an invisible hand, and he couldn't make a sound. "Husband, don't listen to him," his wife cried. The man glanced at his wife, and a trace of pain and pity flashed in his eyes. He tried to put down the fruit knife, but when he met Fu Shurie's cold eyes, he shrank back as if he had been electrocuted. "Boss Fu, please, can you change the punishment? I really can't do this." Fu Shurie was like an unshakable iceberg, saying nothing. Lin Qian stood aside, watching all this quietly, without a trace of pity in her eyes. These people humiliated and beat her wantonly. Did they ever think that this day would come? Watching these people struggling in fear, I felt only joy in my heart. She turned her head and looked at Fu Shurie. The light shone on Fu Shurie, outlining his tall and straight figure. The way Fu Shurie defended her made her feel extremely great. Her eyes were slightly warm, and a complex emotion surged in her heart, including being touched, relying on, and a sense of security she had never felt before. There was deathly silence in the banquet hall. Everyone held their breath, not daring to make any sound for fear of attracting Fu Shurie's attention. Only the man's heavy breathing and his wife's desperate cries echoed in this depressing space. "I'll count to 3. If you don't take action after I count, you'll have no chance." Fu Shurie's voice broke the silence. 3. The voice seemed to come from hell, cold and ruthless. The man's body shook violently, and the muscles on his face began to twitch uncontrollably. 2. The man gritted his teeth. The muscles on his face twisted in pain and struggle. His eyes were bloodshot, like a trapped beast forced into a desperate situation. 1. As the last number fell, he made up his mind, raised his knife, and chopped off his wife's thumb with a fruit knife. "Ah!" The woman screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Her body twitched violently, and then she fell straight back and fainted from the pain. However, the bodyguard showed no mercy and quickly picked up the ice water that had been prepared on the side and poured it mercilessly on the woman's face with a splash. The woman was suddenly awakened by the sudden cold. Looking at her bloody, severed fingers, she cried heart-wrenchingly again. The blood-stained knife in the man's hand fell to the ground with a clang, and his whole body was shaking like a sieve. His legs went limp, and he fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Everyone around was frightened pale by this bloody and cruel scene. Some women could not help but cover their mouths, not daring to make a sound. Some men turned their heads away, unable to bear to watch. Those who had been on good terms with the couple now backed away, fearing that they would be dragged into this terrible storm. The remaining 3 couples were all terrified. Fu Shiria looked coldly at the man kneeling on the ground. Without a trace of sympathy, his voice was still cold. Next. The men retreated back in fear. Their faces turned pale as paper. Their legs went weak, and they could barely stand. And their wives kept begging. Fu Shiria remained unmoved and began to beg Lin Qian. "Miss Lin, we are sorry. We were wrong. Please forgive us. As long as you spare us, we can do anything. Please." Lin Qian looked at their frightened faces and felt no sympathy at all. She has Mr. Fu's protection, so she can stand here and retaliate. If it weren't for Mr. Fu, the beatings and humiliations I suffered would have been buried in darkness forever. The next time I meet this group of rich ladies, I will be humiliated, beaten, and scolded. So, why do they think that if they ask her for help, she will be a saint and forgive those who hurt them? Lin Qian bent down and picked up the blood-stained knife on the ground. The blood on the blade slowly slid down the blade and dripped onto the smooth ground, forming a bunch of gorgeous blood flowers. She handed the knife to one of the men, with a faint smile on her lips. "I can't just let go of the injustice I suffered, right, sir?" The man looked at Lin Qian in horror. The woman in front of him looked so weak, as if a gust of wind could blow her down, but her eyes revealed a frightening determination. Her meaning was clear. She would not give up. Seeing that he was still not taking the knife, Lin Qian smiled and said, "I don't want to waste my time talking to you." The voice seemed to be wrapped in frost, causing the man's body to tremble violently. The man picked up the knife with trembling hands, and with a ruthless heart, he chopped off his wife's thumb like the first man did. Next, screams came one after another. The 4 wealthy ladies had their right thumbs chopped off and their clothes stripped off, leaving only their underwear. Their bodies were exposed to everyone's eyes, and the shame and pain made their cries even more miserable. The bodyguards dragged them out of the banquet hall while they continued to cry. 6 o'clock in the afternoon is the peak time for getting off work. There are a lot of cars and people coming and going on the road. The 4 women were thrown out of the hotel, which immediately caused a commotion. Pedestrians stopped to watch, their eyes filled with surprise, curiosity, and pity. Their faces are utterly lost, their hands are crippled, and the wealthy families will never allow such mistresses to exist. Their second half of life is doomed to be ruined. There was a suffocating and oppressive atmosphere in the banquet hall. Lin Wanner and Gu Beichen had witnessed Fu Shiria's cruelty and were so frightened that they dared not even breathe. They reduced their presence to the minimum, as if they would be the next to be punished if they moved. Fu Shiria turned to look at Liu, his voice low and cold. "Next, it's your turn." Chapter 104. He dared to use a knife when he was 5 years old. When he grew up, he was a devil and a madman. Liu's legs went limp, and he knelt straight down at Fu Shiria's feet. His knees collided violently with the ground, making a dull bang sound, like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart. "Master, please forgive me. I really know I was wrong." Her voice had completely changed in tone, with a crying tone, and every word seemed to be squeezed out with difficulty from a broken throat, carrying endless despair and fear. Tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes, flowing freely on her carefully carved face, ruining her delicate makeup. At this moment, she no longer had any of her usual pride and arrogance. She looked just like a terrified stray dog that was being hunted to the brink of despair by a hunter. She kowtowed continuously, her forehead hitting the cold ground again and again, making dull bang-bang sounds. In just a moment, her forehead became red and swollen, and fine blood seeped out from under the skin, quickly gathering into bright red blood beads and sliding down her cheeks. Everyone around her was stunned by her miserable appearance. Some people turned their heads away, not daring to look at this heart-wrenching scene. Others opened their mouths slightly, with shock written all over their faces. Through the thundering means that Fu Shiria had just used to punish Lin Wanner and the 4 wealthy ladies. Everyone deeply felt his cold-bloodedness and ruthlessness. As Liu was the mastermind behind the bullying of Lin Qian, everyone knew that the punishment that awaited her would only be more cruel. Fu Shiria was like an emotionless ice sculpture, standing there straight, his eyes as cold as frost, looking down at Liu, who was kneeling at his feet, without a single sign of softening his heart. He raised his stern chin slightly and said to Assistant Li, who was waiting at the side, in a low voice with unquestionable majesty, "Drag her into the private room." Special Assistant Li nodded immediately and stepped forward with several burly bodyguards. Their powerful hands were like iron clamps, tightly grasping Liu's arms and pulling her away from Fu Shire's feet. "No, no, let me go." Liu struggled frantically, kicking his feet wildly, his nails making harsh scratches on the ground. Her scream cut through the oppressive air of the banquet hall. Having been married into the Fu family for more than 20 years, she knew Fu Shire's methods too well. Anything he dared to do in public must have been done with confidence. Anything he did behind people's backs was done with extremely cruel means, but it would not leave any evidence. For example, just now, he wanted to chop off the fingers of those 4 rich ladies, but he let their husbands do it. Even if the police came, they would only define it as a family dispute between husband and wife. Even if the police came, at best they could define it as a family dispute between husband and wife. Fu Shire, this man, is cold-blooded and ruthless, but he always manages to walk on the edge of the law and is never stained with blood. He is a terrifying demon. "Please, let me go." Liu's voice was shrill and desperate. Her body was dragged, and her screams were chilling. Fu Lingxiao's face changed drastically when he saw this. He hurried forward to stop her. "Shiryi, your Aunt Li is your stepmother no matter what. You can't treat her like this." Fu Shiye slowly turned his head and stabbed Fu Lingxiao with a dagger-like gaze. "Since you were so reluctant to let her go, why don't you take everything for her?" His voice seemed to be wrapped in the wind and snow of winter, icy and chilling. In this warm banquet hall, people actually felt a bone-chilling chill, as if the temperature around them had dropped instantly. Fu Lingxiao was choked by these words, and his face turned red from the base of his neck to his forehead, like an angry rooster. Being treated like that by his own son in front of so many people, he felt completely humiliated and his heart was burning with anger. "Fu Shiye, no matter what you say today, I will not allow you to touch her." As he spoke, he took a step forward, opened his arms, and stood firmly in front of Liu like a wall. A glimmer of hope flashed in Liu's eyes. She desperately threw herself at Fu Lingxiao and grabbed his arm tightly, as if she had grabbed the last straw. "Lingxiao, save me," she cried, helpless and pitiful. Fu Shire's expression became colder and colder. He gave the order again, without hesitation. "Such deep affection really touches me. Then take him away with you." After receiving the order, the bodyguards immediately stepped forward, one on each side, and held Fu Lingxiao's arms. Fu Lingxiao struggled desperately. He twisted his body vigorously, trying to break free from the bodyguards, and kept shouting, "Fu Shiye, I'm your father. You can't do this to me. Mom, are you going to watch Fu Shiye, this rebellious son, committing treason?" Madame Fu, who had been watching coldly, felt a little reluctant at this moment. It is true that Fu Shiye is her grandson, but Fu Lingxiao is also her son. "Tokyo." As soon as she opened her mouth, Fu Shiye interrupted her immediately, his tone respectful but firm. "Grandma, I know my limits." Upon hearing this, Madame Fu sighed helplessly, slowly closed her eyes, and said no more. She knew in her heart that Shuri had experienced too much pain since he was young and had no feelings for his father at all. When he was 5 years old, his biological mother was angered to death by Liu, the mistress. Since then, the once sunny and cheerful little boy with a bright smile has completely changed. He has become extremely gloomy, as if he is forever shrouded in a dark haze. She still remembered the day when Liu married into the Fu family. The little Fu Shiye seemed to have gone mad. He rushed in the bridal chamber with a sharp knife in hand and almost stabbed Liu and Fu Lingxiao to death. What he said at that time made everyone present shudder. "Even if I kill you, I won't be held legally responsible." A 5-year-old child should be innocent and grow up happily under the care of his parents. But his heart is filled with hatred. Since then, he tried to kill Liu and Fu Lingxiao many times, but failed in the end because they were too young and the power gap was too big. In other families, it is usually the stepmother who abuses the stepchildren. But it was completely the opposite in the Fu family. Liu was really afraid of Fu Shiye, afraid to the core. Every time they met, he was like a mouse seeing a cat. Because Fu Shiye really dared to kill her by relying on his age advantage. She had finally married into a wealthy family, but she hadn't enjoyed the wealthy life enough and was very afraid of death. If she really died, it would be in vain because Fu Shiria was a minor at that time. As he grew older, Fu Shiria learned to hide his emotions and buried his hatred deep in his heart. It had been a long time since he openly attacked Fu Lingxiao and Liu like he did today. In the banquet hall, everyone was shocked and at a loss for what to do by this sudden change. Lin Qian and Gu Beichen were even more frightened. Fu Lingxiao and Liu's struggle seemed so futile in the face of the bodyguard's strong force. Almost at the moment the door closed, a woman's scream was heard from the private room. The sound was like being torn apart by a sharp blade, piercing the eardrums of people outside again and again. Immediately afterwards, the man's terrified roar was heard. Everyone outside stood still, not daring to breathe. The banquet hall was deathly silent, with only the screams and roars coming from the private room echoing in this depressing space, making people's heartbeats quicken involuntarily. They didn't know what had happened in the private room, but Liu's miserable screams made people's hair stand on end and break out in cold sweats. Every second of time seems to pass so slowly. I don't know how long it took, but the sound of the private room gradually weakened, and finally, there was only dead silence. The door of the private room swayed slowly, making a creaking sound. Under the horrified and curious gaze of the crowd, Liu was dragged out like a dead dog. Her miserable condition made everyone present gasp, and the fear in their hearts reached its peak. I saw her hands and feet twisted at a strange angle, obviously all broken, and the skin where the bones were broken was bulging high, as if it would burst at any time. The once beautiful and charming face was now covered with knife wounds in all directions. There was not a single piece of intact skin. Blood mixed with broken flesh slowly flowed down the cheeks, which was a shocking sight. Her mouth was full of blood. All her silver-white teeth had been knocked out, leaving only bloody gums. When she opened her mouth, a strong smell of blood filled the air. She was thrown harshly to the ground, her body curled up into a ball, motionless, with only her weak breathing proving that she was still alive. Anyone who saw her would have thought that she was not far from death. Fu Lingxiao, limp as mud, was dragged out by two bodyguards. There were no obvious wounds on his body, but his eyes were dull and empty, as if his soul had left his body. His lips kept trembling, but he couldn't make any sound. His spirit had completely collapsed, as if he had undergone inhuman mental torture and his mind had suffered great damage. Fu Shiria walked slowly towards the two of them with elegant steps. He lowered his eyes, looked at Liu and Fu Lingxiao on the ground, and said lightly, "The couple had a conflict, and Ms. Li punished Mr. Fu Lingxiao by hurting herself. Fortunately, my people intervened in time to stop it, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous." His tone was relaxed, and there was even a faint smile on his face, but that smile did not reach his eyes, revealing a chilling indifference. Chapter 1055. 5 years ago, Lin Qian was taken away by the police. 5 years later, it was Lin Qian's turn. Everyone present looked at Fu Shiria in disbelief. They knew clearly what happened behind the scenes, but no one saw it with their own eyes, and they could not provide any evidence to prove Fu Shiria's actions. I had heard before that Fu Shiria was ruthless, but when I saw him today, I was shocked to find that the rumors were not even 1/10 of what I saw with my own eyes. Everyone secretly sounded the alarm in their hearts, reminding themselves never to provoke this evil spirit in the future. Fu Shiria raised his head slightly, and his cold gaze seemed to be real as he swept over everyone in the banquet hall. In an instant, everyone lowered their heads silently, not daring to meet his gaze for fear of being stared at by his cold eyes and causing unnecessary disaster. At this moment, they deeply realized that Fu Shiria, the man standing at the pinnacle of power in the Fu family, must not be challenged. Fu Shiria looked indifferent and waved his hand gently. His tone was calm, but revealed an unquestionable majesty. "Take them away and send them back to North City." Several bodyguards immediately stepped forward and dragged Liu and Fu Lingxiao out of the banquet hall like they were dragging cargo. Liu's body slid weakly across the ground, leaving a striking trail of blood. Fu Lingxiao had a dull look in his eyes and allowed himself to be manipulated. The two figures gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. There was deathly silence in the banquet hall. As if drawn by invisible threads, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Qian and Gu Beichen, who were still being forced to kneel on the ground by the bodyguards. Although Lin Qian only had her hair shaved and received the lightest punishment in this incident, the fear in her heart at this moment was like a surging tide, one wave after another, almost drowning her completely. Her heart was beating so hard it seemed like it was going to burst through her chest, and every breath she took was trembling. Recalling today, just because she messed up Lin Qian's hair, Fu Shiya mercilessly made her bald. If Fu Shiya knew about the even more outrageous and vicious things she had done to Lin Qian, she couldn't imagine what kind of terrible and cruel punishment would be waiting for her. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. Her body couldn't stop shaking and her teeth began to chatter. What terrified her the most was that she never expected that the protagonist of today's banquet, Mrs. Fu, was actually the old lady who helped Lin Qian in Gu Yilin's ward. This discovery was like another sharp stab in her already anxious heart, causing her heart to fall into the abyss of despair. Lin Qian didn't dare to look up at Fu Shiya's expression. She was afraid of seeing her own end in those cold eyes. Chop off fingers, strip off clothes, break hands and feet, knock out teeth. These cruel punishment scenes kept flashing in her mind. Each one made her shudder, and she prayed madly in her heart that it would never be her turn to endure this. Gu Beichen's face was also pale. Ever since his father handed the company over to him, he believed that his methods were swift and decisive, and he was adept at maneuvering in the business world, seizing other people's pain points and attacking them continuously. Despite his young age, he was also a well-known figure in Haiqing's business circle and attracted much attention. But now, compared with Fu Shiya, he realized that his methods were nothing compared to his own and as immature as a child. Fu Shiya is a madman, and a smart and meticulous madman who can punish others and clear himself cleanly without leaving any evidence. His shirt had long been soaked with sweat and stuck tightly to his body, outlining his disheveled figure. Fu Shiya paced slowly, his leather shoes making crisp, tapping sounds as they stepped on the ground. Each sound was like a heavy hammer, stepping on everyone's hearts and making them terrified. He walked up to Lin Qian and Gu Beichen and looked down at them, his eyes as if he was examining two insignificant ants. The banquet hall was so quiet that one could hear everyone's pounding heartbeats. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Fu Shiya's decision. With an icy smile on his face, Fu Shiya took out his cell phone from his pocket and dialed the police number gracefully. His voice was low and clear. "Hello, is this the police station? I want to call the police. My embroidery worth 20 million was robbed by Lin Qian, the daughter of the Lin Group." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. Robbery is a felony. According to the law, the minimum sentence is imprisonment of not less than 3 years, but not more than 10 years. The value of this embroidery is as high as 20 million yuan, which is a huge amount, so the sentence will definitely be heavier. Everyone was whispering to each other, looking at Lin Qian with shock and sympathy in their eyes. When Lin Qian heard this, she felt like she was struck by lightning and her face turned as pale as paper in an instant. Her mind involuntarily emerged with all the terrible things Lin Qian had experienced in prison. If she really went to prison, with the power of the Fu family and Fu Shiya's vengeful character, it would be easy for him to kill her quietly in prison. "No, don't." Lin Qian struggled frantically, but the bodyguards pinned her down again effortlessly. She cried out at the top of her lungs, her eyes filled with fear. "Boss Fu, I didn't mean it. I can compensate you. Please call my parents, and they will send the money right away. Please don't send me to jail." Tears flowed uncontrollably, running down her pale cheeks. Fu Shiya seemed not to have heard her plea at all. He turned his head to look at Lin Qian, and his eyes instantly became gentle, as if the cold-blooded person just now was not him. "Are you satisfied with this?" he asked softly. Lin Qian stared at the man in front of her in a daze. She suddenly understood that the reason why Fu Shiya put Lin Qian in prison was to seek justice for her by giving her a taste of her own medicine. The painful memories of being bullied by Lin Qian and being wrongly imprisoned are now gradually dissipating under Fu Shiya's protection. Lin Qian's eyes instantly turned red, tears welling up in them. She had many words of thanks she wanted to say, but her throat seemed to be blocked by a ball of cotton, and she couldn't say anything. Thousands of words finally turned into a soft, tearful. Gu Beichen stared at Lin Qian intently, his eyes wide open like two marbles about to burst out of their sockets. It seemed as if he was accusing Lin Qian of being cruel and why she treated Lin Qian like that. He wanted to speak, but his mouth was stuffed with a sock, and he could only make unclear sounds. He began to struggle desperately. The two bodyguards almost had trouble restraining him. Upon seeing this, Special Assistant Lee frowned, with a hint of impatience in his eyes. He would not tolerate Gu Beichen's trouble like this. He raised his foot without hesitation and kicked Gu Beichen in the stomach. The kick was so powerful that Gu Beichen groaned immediately. His body hunched like a shrimp, twitching, his face full of pain, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead like rain. Fu Shiye had an indifferent expression. He slowly stretched out his foot and lifted Gu Beichen's chin with the tip of his shoe, forcing him to look up and look directly at him. Fu Shiye's voice was icy cold. "You are Lin Wanner's accomplice, and you are indispensable in going to prison." After hearing this, Gu Beichen's pupils contracted sharply and his eyes looked terrified. Lin Qian stood aside and watched it all. Looking at Gu Beichen's horrified expression at this moment, her disgust towards him deepened. It turns out that he also knows fear and knows that nothing good will happen to him if he goes to prison. But she was wrongly imprisoned and suffered 5 years in prison. He knew that she was wrongly accused, but he still chose to turn a blind eye. He was unwilling to listen to his own sister's truth and would rather numb himself. Over time, he really believed that she was guilty and Lin Wanner was innocent. Since he is so partial to Lin Wanner, let them go to prison together and experience prison life. Soon, the police arrived. Fu Shiye whispered a few words to the leading police officer, then pointed at Lin Wanner and Gu Beichen, who were collapsed on the ground. The police immediately stepped forward and handcuffed Lin Wanner and Gu Beichen. "No, I don't want to go to jail. I don't want to." Lin Wanner struggled desperately and kicked her legs, but it was all in vain. She was held by the police, and her cries echoed in the banquet hall. Lin Qian suddenly remembered that 5 years ago, she was handcuffed and taken away by the police at a banquet full of wealthy and noble people. At that time, she kept explaining, "It wasn't me, it was Lin Wanner who pushed." She had only said half of her words when Lin's mother slapped her in the face. "You are such a black-hearted person. You did something wrong and tried to frame Wanner. Your father and I saw it with our own eyes. It was you who did it." At that time, Lin Wanner was standing behind Lin's mother, looking at her with eyes full of mockery. It seems to be saying, "So what if you're a real daughter? You still have to be blamed by me." Lin Wanner was so proud at that time. She was completely different from now, with her head shaved, face full of tear marks, and bloodshot eyes. 5 years ago, Lin Wanner was the protagonist of the graduation banquet and was the little princess held in the palm of the Lin family's hand. 5 years later, the situation changed and Lin Wanner was taken away by the police one day. Gu Beichen was caught by the police, and the socks in his mouth were taken away by the police. When he passed by Lin Qian, he said with a look of disappointment, "Lin Qian, how did you become like this? You disappoint me so much. Don't expect me to forgive you so easily." Chapter 106. Lin Qian is wrong. You are punished to embroider again, and you are not allowed to leave the Fu family until you finish it. Lin Qian raised her eyes. Her gaze was as calm as water, yet seemed to be filled with sharp ice. Lin Qian just thought that he was arrogant and narcissistic. Where did he get the illusion that she would care about his forgiveness? He threatened her with something she didn't care about, and she cried because of his stupid action. Gu Beichen. Lin Qian looked at him, her voice like a glass vessel immersed in ice water. "Has anyone ever said that you are like a withered peony?" Her fingertips gently slid across the red wine stains on the gilded tablecloth. The petals are still holding on to their rich appearance, but the stamens have long since rotted away. During these 5 years, she struggled in darkness. Her body was tortured and riddled with wounds, but her mind became stronger. As for Gu Beichen, he seemed to be blinded by the years and exuded a laughable stupidity. Lin Qian turned her head away, not wanting to look at him again. Her disdainful gesture was like someone chasing away an annoying fly. Gu Beichen's Adam's apple rolled as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't utter anything. He finally looked into Lin Qian's pupils, where he saw the outline of Fu Shiye's well-tailored suit fitting perfectly against her thin shoulders. Fu Shiye had an upright figure and a stern temperament. Although Lin Qian was a bit weak, she was still beautiful. This scene of a talented man and a beautiful woman made Gu Beichen feel jealous like a poisonous snake, gnawing a bloody hole in his chest. It was obvious that he was the one who knew Lin Qian first. So why is the person standing next to Lin Qian, now surnamed Fu? No matter how unwilling he was, it was of no avail, and he could only be taken away by the police. After a brief period of silence, the atmosphere in the banquet hall gradually regained some vitality. The men looked at Fu Shiye with deep fear in their eyes, which was an instinctive fear of the strong. The women looked at Lin Qian with envy that she could receive such unreserved protection from Fu Shiye. The guests came forward one after another and presented the carefully prepared birthday gifts to the old lady. All of these birthday gifts are priceless, and each one carries the flattery and fawning of the giver. The old lady sat in the main seat with a kind smile on her face. She accepted birthday gifts one by one and thanked every guest for their kindness. Finally, it was Lin Qian's turn. She took a deep breath and walked forward slowly, her steps as heavy as if they were filled with lead. She lowered her head, her voice full of deep guilt and self-blame. "Grandma, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I didn't protect the national beauty and heavenly fragrance Suzhou embroidery that Mr. Fu prepared specially for you. During the month at the Fu family, her grandmother took meticulous care of her, and every detail was like a charcoal fire in winter, warming her cold heart. She was weak, so she cooked various nourishing dishes every day. In just 1 month, her cheeks became rosy. She had a leg disease and hired a masseur to relieve her leg pain every day. Lin Qian knew in her heart that she was full of flaws, but her grandmother never despised her. Although she looked haggard, her grandmother always praised her pretty face. Although she had once stabbed her parents out of anger and had a strong personality, her grandmother always said that she was gentle and kind. Although she was aware that she was much inferior to Mr. Fu in status and was a disabled person who would not live long, her grandmother always said that it was a great blessing for Mr. Fu to meet her. How could she not see that Grandma was trying to bring them together? But how could she dare to hope for anything? Mr. Fu is like an unreachable star in the night sky, shining brightly. He should be accompanied by a beautiful and charming woman with a similar family background, rather than a down-and-out person like her who is full of pain. Thinking of this, Lin Qian's eyes turned slightly red and tears welled up in her eyes. Seeing this, the old lady quickly reached out and held her hand, patting it gently. "Good child, you are not wrong. It is them who are wrong. It doesn't matter if the birthday gift is broken. Grandma can feel your thoughtfulness, and Grandma is very happy." The more tolerant the old lady was, the more touched Lin Qian felt. Her nose felt sore, and tears almost burst out. At this moment, Fu Shiye's voice suddenly rang out. "It is indeed your fault." Upon hearing this, the old lady suddenly turned her head to look at Fu Shiye, her eyes full of surprise, and muttered in her heart, "This child, how can he be so bad at speaking? Didn't he see that Qian was so guilty that she couldn't even raise her head?" She glared at Fu Shiye fiercely, and her eyes seemed to say, "If you don't know how to speak, don't speak so as not to make people dislike you." But Fu Shiye seemed not to notice. His expression was calm, and he continued in a light tone, "I will punish you to embroider it again. If you can't finish it, you are not allowed to leave the Fu family." Lin Qian was stunned. She raised her head and looked at Fu Shiye, her eyes stained with tears, clear and pitiful. Such a look made Fu Shiye feel a little hot. He loosened his dark patterned tie, and his Adam's apple rolled in a dangerous arc under the black silk. The old lady reacted and was overjoyed. This brat finally got it and realized that this method was enough to keep Qian, and her efforts were worth it. Although the reason was far-fetched, Fu Shiye had never been a reasonable person. He looked at Lin Qian. "What do you think, Miss Lin?" This kind of punishment is not a punishment at all for Lin Qian. At the Fu family, she had food, drinks, and people to serve her. She also had a very large bedroom with great lighting and her own embroidery room. When she was working, she was never disturbed, and everyone in the Fu family respected her. This is the life she has always dreamed of. "Okay," she responded softly, her voice slightly hoarse and filled with a hint of barely perceptible joy. The corners of Fu Shiye's mouth rose slightly, and an imperceptible raise of his eyebrows revealed the secret joy in his heart. "Little girl, you are still as gullible as ever." He narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Qian carefully. His gaze seemed to want to devour Lin Qian. The old lady took it all in and couldn't help but secretly smack her lips in amazement. No one knows better than her what kind of person her eldest grandson is. In front of the old fox Fu Shiye, Lin Qian was as tender as a little white rabbit. Afraid of being taken advantage of, everyone thinks that Mr. Fu is kind-hearted. Fu Shiye exchanged a few more pleasantries with the old lady before being asked to leave by a group of men in suits to discuss some obscure business matters. The old lady looked at Lin Qian, her eyes full of pity, Qian, you've been busy all day. You must be hungry, right? Go eat something. Chat with whoever you like. If you don't like them, just ignore them. Just do as you like. By the way, don't drink. The tone was as if he was admonishing his most beloved granddaughter, gentle and full of love. Lin Qian nodded obediently, picked up a glass of juice at random, turned around, and slowly walked towards the balcony. It was already dark outside. The night sky was like a huge piece of black silk, hanging heavily overhead, dotted with only a few dim stars. The night wind was a little cool, ruffling her hair gently. She stood there quietly, as if blending into the quiet night, and the fatigue and worries in her heart gradually dissipated. But my head was still buzzing, as if a swarm of bees were flying around in it. It was a persistent tinnitus. Ever since Li Yu and her gang had been punching, kicking, pushing, and shoving her crazily, her hearing had become very poor. She finished her juice, pulled over a chair, and sat down, resting her hands weakly on the balcony railing and leaning her head on her arms. Fatigue surged over her like a tide. She slowly closed her eyes, and soon, she fell into a light sleep. After an unknown amount of time, Fu Shiye finished his social event. He turned around inadvertently and saw the curled-up figure on the balcony. The dim light shone on her body, outlining her slender figure. Fu Shiye's eyes softened instantly, and he walked towards her involuntarily. He stood quietly beside Lin Qian, looking at her face carefully. Lin Qian's cheeks were a little red from lying down for a long time, and her brows were slightly wrinkled, as if she was not restful even in her sleep. Fu Shiye took off his coat and covered Lin Qian with it. Then he leaned over slightly and picked up Lin Qian horizontally. His movements were gentle, as if he was afraid of waking the person in his arms. Lin Qian moved slightly in her sleep, as if she felt the warmth, and snuggled into his arms. Fu Shiye looked at her like this, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. When Li saw this, he smiled gossipily. CEO, you are becoming more and more concerned about Miss Lin. Do you like her? Fu Shiye paused and looked at Assistant Li's smiling face. Your bonus for this month is gone. Assistant Li stopped smiling instantly and said with a bitter face, Why? Because you talk too much. Assistant Li was speechless. He wondered if the president had to be so authoritarian. Assistant Li quickly caught up with Fu Shiye, rubbing his hands, and said in a flattering manner, President, can you reimburse me for the money for my socks? When Fu Shiye thought of Gu Beichen's miserable appearance after being stuffed with smelly socks, a smile appeared in his cold eyes, and he seemed to be in a particularly good mood. Yes. Assistant Li was in a good mood again. CEO, you are the most handsome man in the world in my eyes. If you keep arguing, you'll have to go back to the company and work overtime. Special Assistant Li quickly covered his mouth and followed Fu Shiye happily. Chapter 107 Father and Mother Lin broke their legs. Didn't they fall accidentally? The night was dark, and the ink was like thick paint, splashed across the sky. Neon lights flowed on the black Rolls-Royce body. The driver saw Fu Shiye and opened the car door neatly. He bowed slightly, his lowered brows full of respect, waiting for Fu Shiye to get in the car. Fu Shiye hugged Lin Qian. The crystal cufflinks rippled in the night, and Lin Qian curled up in his arms like a tired cat. Suddenly, a black shadow suddenly tore through the champagne gold light. The man's swung fist was accompanied by a sharp wind, but was intercepted by Assistant Li 3 inches away from Fu Shiye's nose. The crisp sound of bones being dislocated made the man groan in pain, and the whole person was restrained by Assistant Li, unable to move. Fu Shiye, the man struggled and roared, We, the Lin family, have no grudges against you. Why did you let someone break my parents' legs? And you also sent my sister to prison. What on earth do you want to do? Fu Shiye narrowed his eyes slightly and took a closer look, only to find that the disheveled man in front of him was Lin Yanshu. At this moment, Lin Yanshu's suit was wrinkled like dried pickles hanging on his body. His hair was scattered messily in front of his forehead, and his face was covered with stubble, making him look particularly haggard and worn. The dark circles under his eyes were so dark as if he had been punched hard, and his eyes were full of bloodshot. Lin Qian was startled by the sudden noise. She moved in Fu Shiye's arms, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes, which were still hazy and confused as if she had just woken up. When she saw the tense scene in front of her and realized that she was being held tightly in Fu Shiye's arms, a blush instantly climbed on her cheeks. She said a little embarrassedly, Mr. Fu, put me down. Fu Shiya's arms suddenly felt empty. He frowned slightly, and a hint of displeasure flashed in his deep eyes. The look he gave Lin Yanshu, the culprit who woke up Lin Qian, became a little colder, as if covered with a thick layer of ice. When Lin Yanshu saw Lin Qian, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes, but it disappeared in a flash and was then replaced by anger. He recalled how he drank every day to drown his sorrows over Lin Qian's disappearance, got himself drunk, and eventually had a perforated stomach that landed him in the hospital. After being discharged from the hospital, he was like a walking corpse, confused all day long. Whenever he thought of Lin Qian's glorious award certificates and admission letters from Peking University and Tsinghua University in the utility room, he hated himself for ruining Lin Qian's life with his own hands. Over the past month, he had tortured himself to the point where he was no longer human, using this almost self-abused method to atone for his sins. But he never expected that Lin Qian had already climbed onto the high branch of Fu Shiya. Compared with a month ago, Lin Qian's complexion was obviously much better. Her face had become more fleshy and had a healthy glow. She was wearing a haute couture dress and was held intimately in Fu Shiya's arms. The sight stung his eyes. During the time she was missing, she must have lived a very comfortable life, right? But I was like a fool, kept in the dark and still worried about her. Lin Qian. His voice became a little hoarse due to excitement, like sandpaper rubbing against rough wooden boards, harsh and unpleasant. My parents' legs were broken by a man named Fu, and they are still in the hospital. How dare you stay with a man like him? Do you consider us family members? Lin Qian looked at Lin Yanshu quietly, her eyes as calm as a deep lake without a single ripple. Family? Do I have any? Her voice was very soft, but it was like a blockbuster bomb, with a power that penetrated people's hearts, echoing in the silent night. Lin Yanshu paused, a trace of guilt on his face. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but found that his throat seemed to be blocked. After a long while, he squeezed out a sentence. Qian, family ties cannot be severed. If you have any grievances, you can go home and resolve them. Lin Qian was unmoved. Her voice was like ice in the cold night, so cold that it made people shiver. I only get beaten when I return to the Lin family. When have you ever seen me being wronged? Well, have you ever thought about solving the problem in a peaceful manner? Her eyes revealed deep disgust, as if she was looking at something extremely disgusting. You, the Lin family, are always full of morality and justice, criticizing me from a moral high ground, but you never reflect on your own mistakes. I was deceived by you, not once or twice, but for 3 whole years. I chose to believe you time and time again, and gave you chances time and time again, but in the end I was sent to prison. I paid the price of breaking my legs and removing my kidneys, but it's enough to repay your parent for giving birth to me. Lin Qian spoke quietly. The painful memories of the past could no longer be found on her face, as if the pain had completely frozen her heart. Lin Yanshu knew that what Lin Qian said was true, but she was her parents' biological daughter, after all. He pointed at Fu Shiya. Are you really that cruel? You don't even care about your parents' lives, and you want to be with this murderer? Lin Qian was silent. Mr. Fu is so good and outstanding, it would be hard for any woman not to be moved by him. But she knew that she was full of wounds and was not worthy of him. Lin Yanshu considered her silence as consent. He suddenly lost control and yelled at Lin Qian. You are an adult. How come you don't even have the ability to distinguish right from wrong? My parents' legs were broken. Do you know how painful it is to have both legs broken? Lin Qian suddenly laughed. That smile was so ironic that it pierced Lin Yanshu's eyes like a sharp knife. His pupils suddenly contracted, and his eyes fell on Lin Qian's broken leg. In an instant, he seemed to have lost all his strength. He became listless and looked even more haggard and miserable. No one knows better than Lin Qian how painful it is to have a leg broken, because she has experienced it herself. Lin Qian said firmly, I believe that your parents' broken legs have nothing to do with Mr. Fu. She looked at Fu Shiya. Fu Shiya had a smile in his eyes and was extremely indulgent towards her. It has nothing to do with me. Special Assistant Li also hurriedly said, I can testify that our president has not seen the Lin couple today. What Fu Shiya insistently said was indeed true. Lin Qian had no doubt about this because she met Lin's father and mother when she was sent to the hotel today. At that time, the 2 men were still full of life. What happened afterwards, I'm afraid only the driver knows. She looked at the driver, and Fu Shiria, an assistant, Li also looked at the driver at the same time. The driver was indeed Fu Shiria's man. He was stared at closely by 3 pairs of eyes. His face was extremely calm, and he said calmly, "Mr. and Mrs. Lin fell down the stairs and broke their legs. Lin Qian, Fu Shiria, special assistant Li. You're talking nonsense." Lin Yanshu yelled at the driver. There are less than 10 steps at the entrance of the hotel. Even if someone really fell down, at most they would just get some scrapes. How could they break their legs, and 2 people break their legs at the same time? Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, you can ask the security guard guarding the door, and you will know. The driver said slowly. The security guards had already seen clearly what they were doing here. When the security captain heard himself being mentioned, his heart started beating fast. He hurried over, smiling. Mr. Lin, Chairman Lin, and Mrs. Lin did fall down the stairs by accident and broke their legs. We all saw it. The security guards at the hotel entrance all spoke in unison. Yeah, we all saw it. Lin Yanshu's eyes widened. He knew it was impossible, but everyone said yes. Lin Qian's lips were curled into a playful smile. Lin Yanshu must be very familiar with this feeling. After all, 5 years ago, Lin's father, Lin's mother, Lin Yanshu, Lin Wanner, Lu Qian, Gu Beiqian, and others treated her in this way. When Lin Yanshu met Lin Qian's half-smile, his heart felt like it was stabbed by a knife, and the pain was so severe that he could hardly breathe. Pain spread throughout his body. He felt suffocated by the feeling of knowing the truth, but having no evidence. He looked up sharply to find the surveillance camera. But Fu Shiria's cold voice came to my ears. My people always do things very cleanly. The meaning is very clear. Even if there was surveillance, it would have been deleted long ago. Just like 5 years ago, Lin's mother deleted the surveillance footage that could prove Lin Qian's innocence. Treating others in their own way has always been Fu Shiria's favorite thing. The lights in the fountain pool 10 meters away suddenly lit up, startling the koi at the bottom of the pool and shattering the stars and the moon in the pool. In the swaying light and shadow, Fu Shiria carelessly stroked his pinky ring and said to the driver, "Well done. Your year-end bonus will be doubled." A smile finally appeared on the driver's cold face. "Thank you, President." After a pause, he turned to Lin Qian again and said, "Thanks to Miss Lin." The blatant provocation made Lin Yanshu so angry that he almost fainted. You guys. Chapter 108. Lin Yanshu. Do you like Lin Wana? You are so disgusting. The street lamps emitted a dim light, lengthening and shortening Lin Yanshu's embarrassed figure. He stared at Lin Qian with his eyes full of despair, as if all hope had completely collapsed at this moment. Once upon a time, Lin Qian looked at him with eyes full of dependence and expectation, like a little deer longing for affirmation, simple and eager. Every time he came home, Lin Qian would always run over to get him slippers. With a twinkle in her eyes, she said admiringly, "Brother, you're back. You must be very tired after working all day. Come sit on the sofa, and I'll give you a shoulder massage." Those beautiful memories of the past were now constantly replaying in his mind like a kaleidoscope, forming a sharp contrast with Lin Qian, whose eyes were as cold as frost in a cold night. He struggled hard, but was pinned to the ground by assistant Li. He could not move and could only look up at Lin Qian and Fu Shiria in a humiliating posture. "Lin Qian, I'm your brother, and you're just going to watch outsiders treat me like this?" His voice was filled with reluctance. Lin Qian stood there quietly, without saying a word. Her thin figure revealed a sense of tenacity. Her eyes were as calm as a deep lake, without a ripple, and she seemed to be oblivious to Lin Yanshu's calls. Such silence was more destructive than any words, breaking his heart into countless pieces. He finally understood that the Lin Qian, who had once been manipulated by others and longed for family warmth, was gone forever. The anger and unwillingness in Lin Yanshu's heart were like a surging tide, running rampant in his chest, but he could find no outlet to vent. His face flushed red, his features were distorted, and he said viciously, "Let's put our parents' affairs aside for now. What about Wanner? You knew that Wanner loved beauty the most, yet you asked someone to shave her head. How can you still be as vicious as ever?" He deliberately emphasized the 4 words as always. It was as if he was looking for a reason to keep blaming Lin Qian, even though he knew in his heart that Lin Qian was not a wicked person in the past. Lin Qian just listened expressionlessly, as if Lin Yanshu's words were just an insignificant gust of wind blowing past her ears, unable to stir up a ripple in her heart. "If you think so, then it is. Her voice was soft, but revealed a coldness that was impossible to ignore. Lin Yanshu paused, as if he had punched cotton. He never expected that Lin Qian would not even bother to defend himself. He gritted his teeth, his eyes showing madness. Don't be complacent. I will rescue Wanner soon. Wanner is used to good things. It's just a broken embroidery. Wanner won't want it even if I give it to her for free. So why would she snatch it away? In my opinion, you deliberately ruined the embroidery and framed Wanner for it. Lin Qian has heard too many accusations like this. Once upon a time, she might have been sad and upset because of Lin Yanshu's accusations. But now, her heart has completely turned cold. She gently pulled Fu Shurye's sleeve and said calmly, Mr. Fu, let's go. I don't want to say anything more to him. Fu Shurye lowered his head and looked at Lin Qian. The coldness in his eyes instantly turned into endless tenderness. You get in the car first. Lin Qian nodded slightly, and under Fu Shurye's gentle gaze, she sat elegantly in the car. The driver stepped forward, carefully adjusted the hem of her skirt, then moved sideways to block Lin Yanshu's view of Lin Qian. Lin Yanshu's eyes widened to the point where his eye sockets seemed about to burst. He shouted hysterically, Lin Qian, get out here! Wanner must not suffer in prison. You must come with me to the police station and explain to the police in person that you staged all of this yourself. You spread rumors and caused trouble, and you are the one who should go to prison. Lin Yanshu's voice sounded particularly harsh in the night, as if he was still trying to save something in this way. Fu Shurye frowned, and a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. He had never seen such a stupid person in Beijing. Fu Shurye looked down at him, then stretched out his bony fingers to pinch the other's jaw, forcing him to look at him. Fu Shurye's eyes were like a bottomless cold pond, pitch black, emitting a chilling aura, as if they wanted to suck people's souls in. Even though Lin Yanshu was the high and mighty eldest son of the Lin family, and lived a life of luxury on weekdays, he couldn't help but tremble all over when he met such a sinister look. You care so much about Lin Wanner. Do you like her? Fu Shurye's voice was low and cold, with endless sarcasm. Lin Yanshu was so shocked by Fu Shurye's words that he was speechless. His mouth was slightly open, his face full of disbelief, as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. Before he could react, Fu Shurye uttered 3 words coldly. How disgusting. Fu Shurye released the hand that was clamped on Lin Yanshu's chin and frowned in disgust, as if he had touched something extremely dirty. Upon seeing this, the driver immediately handed over a handkerchief as white as snow. Fu Shurye took the handkerchief, wiped his hands slowly, and then threw it casually on Lin Yanshu's face. The white handkerchief slipped from his face and fell to the ground, covered with dust, just like Lin Yanshu's miserable and worthless dignity at the moment. Fu Shurye turned around and prepared to get in the car. Lin Yanshu was anxious, like a drowning man grasping at the last straw, and hurriedly shouted, Boss Fu, please let Wanner go. I can give you the 20 million as compensation. Fu Shurye paused, turned his head slightly, and glanced at Lin Yanshu with cold eyes. The last thing I lack is money. Then what do you want to do? Lin Yanshu has run out of ideas and can't think of any other way to make Fu Shurye let Lin Wanner go. Fu Shurye did not answer immediately. He just stood there quietly. After a moment, the corners of his mouth curled up in an imperceptible arc. Of course, he wanted to make Lin Qian happy. Let those who have hurt Lin Qian get the punishment they deserve. However, he didn't need to tell Lin Yanshu these words. Fu Shurye got into the car. After the driver got in the car, Special Assistant Li pushed Lin Yanshu aside and got in as well. The car started slowly. Lin Yanshu looked at the car going away and collapsed to the ground. He finally realized that he had destroyed the last bit of family affection between him and Lin Qian with his own hands. And all this is his own fault. Lin Yanshu stood up from the ground with difficulty, his steps unsteady, and walked towards his car in a daze. Start the engine and drive all the way to the hospital. When they arrived at the hospital ward, the anesthetic for Lin's father and mother had worn off. The excruciating pain made them roll over and wail on the beds, their cries echoing in the ward, sounding particularly miserable. Use the pain pump. Give us the pain pump quickly. Father Lin shouted hoarsely. Beads of sweat the size of beans kept rolling down his forehead, and his face turned pale because of the pain. The nurse was about to give him the pain pump when Lin Yanshu rushed in and shouted, "Don't use it!" His voice was hoarse and full of anger, like a mad beast. When Father Lin heard this, he was immediately furious. Regardless of the pain in his legs, He pointed at Lin Yanshu and cursed. What nonsense are you talking about? Are you trying to hurt me and your mother to death? Ha ha. Ah. Lin Yanshu suddenly burst into laughter wildly, with endless sadness in his laughter. This crazy look frightened Lin's father and mother so much that they were stunned and even temporarily forgot the pain in their legs. The nurse was also frightened by Lin Yanshu's crazy appearance and almost dropped the pain pump in her hand. Lin Yanshu rushed over and swept all the medicines on the cabinet to the ground. The glass medicine bottles shattered on the ground with a crisp sound. His bloodshot eyes widened as he stared at his parents on the hospital bed and roared. Qian's legs were broken in prison, and she couldn't even get treatment. She just had to endure it. You hurt her so badly, what's the use of it? Chapter 109. Lu Jinxiu discovered that Lin Qian had done a kidney matching. Mother Lin looked at the broken pieces of medicine bottles on the ground. Her eyes reddened, and she cried, Yanshu, how could you say that? You know Lin Qian's strong temper. She must have provoked someone in prison, so they beat her up. Otherwise, why would those criminals pick on her and not others? Her broken leg has nothing to do with us. Why do you insist on blaming your father and me for her pain? In your heart, Lin Qian is the only one who is your biological sister. Are we not your biological parents? Having said that, Mother Lin could no longer suppress her emotions. She covered her face with her hands, and her shoulders trembled violently. Her suppressed crying echoed in the ward, tugged at Lin Yanshu's heart. Seeing his mother crying so sadly, Lin Yanshu couldn't bear it. Just as he was about to open his mouth to comfort her, Lin Qian's cold and distant eyes suddenly emerged in his mind. That look was like a basin of cold water, instantly extinguishing the warmth in his heart. His heart suddenly tightened, and his tone became cold and hard. Qian doesn't want to have anything to do with us anymore. Are you satisfied now? Father Lin was originally leaning on the hospital bed. After hearing this, he struggled to sit up. The muscles on his face were twisted into a hideous shape due to anger and the severe pain in his legs. You unfilial son. Father Lin roared. Now you're blaming us? Lin Qian has evil intentions. She is the bane of our family. Lin Yanshu's eyes were burning with anger. Shut up. Back then, you forced Qian to take the blame for Wanner. Have her consciences been eaten by dogs? As he said that, he slammed his fist on the table next to him. With a loud bang, the things on the table jumped up and then scattered all over the floor. Father Lin was frightened by Lin Yanshu's momentum and subconsciously shrank back a bit, but he still gritted his teeth and said with his neck stiff, Don't forget, you were the one who identified Lin Qian as a witness in court. Now you're putting all the blame on me and your mother. Lin Yanshu's body shook violently, as if hit by a sledgehammer. How could he forget? Those past events were like nightmares, haunting him day and night and causing him unbearable pain. Retribution. Your broken legs are retribution. Lin Yanshu gritted his teeth and spoke word by word. As for himself, his health has been deteriorating since Lin Qian left home. He knows that this may be a punishment for himself. Father Lin really couldn't stand Lin Yanshu talking about Lin Qian every 3 sentences in front of him. She is just a worthless little bitch, but she deserves Lin Yanshu's protection. She is really bored. Father Lin was so angry that he pointed at Lin Yanshu and yelled, Get out. Lin Yanshu, however, stood motionless beside the bed like a statue, looking at his father coldly. Father Lin's leg was broken, and he wanted to teach him a lesson, but he was powerless. He could only worry. His face turned red, veins bulged on his forehead, and the pain in his leg made him feel dizzy, and he almost fainted. Looking at his father's painful appearance, Lin Yanshu suddenly felt a sense of revenge in his heart. Seeing the father and son quarreling fiercely, Lin's mother endured the pain and advised, Yanshu, don't get angry with your father because of Lin Qian anymore. We misjudged Lin Qian before. She was an ungrateful and unfilial girl who ran away from home on purpose. When all of us were worried about her, who knows how she would laugh at us. I really regret that I wanted to have a son and a daughter and gave birth to her. I didn't expect that I would give birth to a debt collector. Mother Lin wiped her tears, tried to calm herself down, and continued. Yanshu, Wanner is coming back from North City today to celebrate old Madame Fu's birthday. You should call her immediately and tell her not to come. If Lin Qian sees Wanner, she will definitely bully her with her vengeful personality. Father Lin also agreed. Yes, call Wanner quickly and tell her not to come. Thinking that Wanner had just undergone surgery a year ago and was still very weak, How could she withstand Lin Qian's torture? Lin's father frowned even more tightly. Lin Yanshu felt a pang of sadness when he recalled the miserable look of Lin Wanner at the police station. Lin Qian's methods were too cruel. How could she bully Wanner like that? He wanted to tell his mother about Wanner's arrest, but he didn't want to make his mother worry, so he had to keep it all to himself. He was silent for a while, then said, "I understand. You guys rest assured and recover in the hospital. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." Mother Lin wanted to say something, but seeing Lin Yanshu's unwillingness to say more, she swallowed the words back and could only sigh helplessly. Lin Yanshu walked out of the ward with heavy steps. Every step he took was like dragging a 1,000-pound burden. His back was stretched out under the light of the corridor, and he looked extremely lonely. Before he even walked out of the hospital building, he met Lu Jinxiu. Lu Jinxiu saw him, stopped and asked, "Yanshu, it's so late. Where are you going instead of staying with your parents?" Lin Yanshu said weakly, "I'll go find Lin Qian." He could see that Fu Shiye cared about Lin Qian very much, and it was impossible for Fu Shiye to release Wanner on his own initiative. The only way to save Wanner was to ask Lin Qian for help. Suddenly hearing Lin Qian's name, Lu Jinxiu's eyes suddenly lit up. "Where's Lin Qian?" "I'll go with you." "What are you going to do?" Lin Yanshu looked at him inquiringly. Lu Jinxiu naturally went to see Lin Qian because he had something very important to confirm with her. Some time ago, when he was sorting out files, he accidentally discovered that Lin Qian had undergone kidney matching in the first year she returned to the Lin family. Lin Qian was only 15 years old at that time. Why did she come to the hospital for matching? Who was the matching done for? Is the kidney she is missing already in the possession of some unknown person? Many questions lingered in Lu Jinxiu's mind, making him eager to find the answers. Unfortunately, he hasn't seen Lin Qian since she left the hospital without saying a word. He could have asked the Lin family about this matter, but when he thought of what the Lin family had done to Lin Qian, he subconsciously didn't want them to know. He had a feeling that he seemed to have discovered some incredible secret. When Lin Yanshu asked him, he pretended to be relaxed and said, "It's not that I'm going there for anything. It's that I want to go with you. Have you forgotten that the last time Lin Qian escaped, it was you and I who caught her back together?" He patted his chest and said, "I'm a professional when it comes to arresting people." Lin Yanshu had no doubts and said, "I went to beg her, not to arrest her. She has become more capable now. I don't know what means she used to get close to Fu Shiye." "Beg her?" Lu Jinxiu was puzzled. "When did you fall to the point of asking Lin Qian for help?" "It's because of her that Wanner was arrested by the police. They said that Wanner robbed embroidery worth 20 million. It's simply unreasonable. Our Lin family doesn't even care about a mere 20 million. Lin Yanshu became more and more excited and talked nonstop. Lu Jinxiu was impatient to listen to his nagging and interrupted him hastily. All right, let's go find her quickly. If we're any later, she might be asleep." The night is quiet and deep. In the Fu family villa, soft light shines through the windows and onto the path in the courtyard. Fu Shiye stood quietly in front of Lin Qian's door, holding a cup of steaming milk in his hand. He raised his hand and knocked on the door gently. The sound was particularly clear in the silent night. Once, twice, 3 times, but the room was dead silent, without a single response. Is he asleep? He pushed the door tentatively, and it opened. Through the crack in the door, he saw Lin Qian wearing a white nightgown, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. "Ms. Lin," he called softly, but Lin Qian didn't respond at all. Fu Shiye became more and more confused, wondering if she was so engrossed in her thoughts that she didn't even hear his voice. He walked into the room, gently placed the milk on the table, and said again, "It's late at night. Drink the hot milk and go to bed early." However, his words fell on deaf ears without causing any ripples. The room was so quiet that the only sound you could hear was the rustling of leaves in the wind outside the window. "Ms. Lin," Fu Shiye called out again, but the only response he got was still endless silence. Fu Shiye's doubts grew deeper and deeper. He raised his hand and gently patted Lin Qian's shoulder. Lin Qian was frightened by the sudden touch and trembled all over, turning around abruptly. Because she moved too quickly, she lost her balance, her broken legs went limp, and she fell backwards. Fu Shiye quickly stretched out his arms, hugged her slender waist, and held her firmly in his arms. Lin Qian raised her head in panic, and her slender fingers subconsciously rested on Fu Shiye's broad and strong chest. There was still some panic in her eyes. Just then, a black Bentley slowly stopped outside the Fu family villa. The car door opened, and Lu Jinxiu and Lin Yanshu got out of the car. When they looked up, they saw Fu Shiya hugging Lin Qian's waist tightly, and the two of them hugging each other intimately in the room on the second floor. Because of the angle, from a distance, it looked like they were kissing passionately. Lin Yanshu's eyes widened instantly, and a surge of anger burned from the bottom of his heart and rushed straight to his forehead. Lin Qian, do you still have any shame? Who allowed you to live with him? He was furious and shouted loudly, pointing at the second floor. Chapter 110. Fu Shiya kisses Lin Qian, irritating Lin Yanshu. The scene reflected in the floor-to-ceiling window of the second-floor bedroom made Lu Jinxiu's eyes widen instantly, and his face was full of shock. The ambiguous and intertwined figures were like a heavy hammer, hitting his cognition hard. However, he quickly came to his senses, frowned, reached out, and gently pulled Lin Yanshu's sleeve and advised, "Calm down first. Things may not be what we see. Maybe there is some misunderstanding." Lin Yanshu ignored them all. His eyes were bloodshot, like two burning flames, staring at the pair of figures on the second floor. His chest rose and fell violently, and he roared angrily. Misunderstanding? Open your eyes and look. They are hugging each other tightly. And even, what kind of misunderstanding can there be? After that, he looked up and roared at Lin Qian on the second floor. Lin Qian, are you so thirsty? Can't you live without a man? The sound of his gnashing teeth could be heard far away in the silent night. A pair of eyes that almost spit fire. Lin Qian was missing a kidney, and her body was too weak to withstand the torment of lovemaking. When he thought of this, an uncontrollable anger surged in his heart. He felt that Lin Qian did it on purpose, deliberately destroying her body in this way to make all of them worry about her. Looking at the figure reflected in the floor-to-ceiling window, as if it was integrated with the figure, the veins on his forehead bulged. Lin Qian, I'm warning you. If you dare to continue fooling around with that guy named Fu, I will never collect your body when you die in bed. Our Lin family can't afford to lose face like this. In the bedroom on the second floor, warm yellow light shines softly, adding a cozy atmosphere to the entire room. Fu Shiya's palm firmly supported Lin Qian's lower back. His movements were gentle yet powerful. Lin Qian's body was pressed tightly against Fu Shiya's chest, with almost no gap between them. Through the thin nightgown, Lin Qian could clearly feel the scorching heat coming from his body, which made her heart beat faster involuntarily. The tip of her nose was filled with Fu Shiya's unique cedar scent, mixed with a hint of tobacco. The unique aroma made Lin Qian's brain dizzy, and a charming blush quickly appeared on her cheeks. Thank you, thank you. Lin Qian's voice was as light as a mosquito, with a hint of shyness and panic. She subconsciously pushed Fu Shiya, but her hands were as soft and weak as if they were under a spell, unable to move Fu Shiya at all. Fu Shiya narrowed his eyes and stared quietly at Lin Qian in his arms. His eyes seemed to be able to see through every thought in her heart. Lin Qian's eyelashes trembled slightly, and her warm breath gently brushed Fu Shiya's Adam's apple. She had no reaction to Lin Yanshu's deafening abuse downstairs, as if she couldn't hear it at all. Lin Qian slowly raised her head, and her eyes met Fu Shiya's deep eyes. For a moment, she felt as if she had fallen into a bottomless whirlpool. Her heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and her face turned as red as a ripe tomato. She suppressed her inner throbbing and looked at Fu Shiya's beautifully lined, thin lips. Mr. Fu, can you let me go? Fu Shiya felt her gaze fixed on his lips, and his eyes darkened. Not only did he not let her go, he even hugged her tightly. The thin and petite Lin Qian was wrapped in the tall man, with her entire face almost buried in his chest. Only a pair of wide eyes were revealed, full of surprise. Fu Shiya rested his chin on her shoulder, and his handsome face, which seemed to be carved by a magic axe, came close to her ear and asked softly, Lin Qian, didn't you hear Lin Yanshu's voice? His voice was low and magnetic with deep inquiry. It was a long time since he finished speaking, but Lin Qian in his arms did not react at all. The surroundings were so quiet that they could only hear each other's heartbeats. At this moment, Fu Shiya was finally certain that Lin Qian couldn't hear. The reason why she could still communicate with him normally was probably because she knew lip reading. There was a flash of shock and anger in his eyes. He had already read Lin Qian's information and was very sure that there was absolutely no problem with Lin Qian's ears before she went to prison. Thinking of how she was often slapped in prison, Fu Shurye's breathing quickened. He hugged Lin Qian tightly, as if he wanted to embrace all her pain in his arms, which made him feel pity and protectiveness for her. Lin Qian felt Fu Shurye's tight embrace, and ripples appeared in her heart. She couldn't control her wild thoughts. Mr. Fu's behavior today is so abnormal. Is it because he likes her? As soon as this thought came to her mind, a sweet throbbing surged in her heart. But soon, the cold water of reality ruthlessly extinguished the flame of fantasy. With his scarred and frail body, he was simply not worthy of a gifted child like Fu Shurye. The blush that had just appeared on her face quickly faded away, replaced by endless loneliness and sadness. Fu Shurye raised his eyes and looked at Lin Yanshu downstairs. His eyes instantly became icy cold, as if they could freeze everything, and there was also a hint of provocation in them. When Lin Yanshu met such a pair of eyes, his heart was about to explode with anger. His finger trembled as he pointed at Fu Shurye and shouted, "Fu, I'm warning you. You're not allowed to touch my sister again." Lin Yanshu's anger ignited the cynical evil spirit in Fu Shurye's heart. The corners of his mouth slowly rose, revealing an evil smile, which looked particularly dazzling under the light. Suddenly, he turned his head and gently pressed his thin lips against Lin Qian's neck. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Lin Qian only felt a current of electricity spread throughout her body in an instant, and her heart almost jumped out her chest. Her hands suddenly clenched, and even her breathing became rapid and disordered. Lin Yanshu, who was standing outside the Fu family villa, saw it all clearly. His eyes were as big as copper bells. He was so angry that he jumped to his feet, rushed to the gate of the villa desperately, and banged on the door with all his strength. "Open the door! Open it for me quickly." "Fu Shurye, you bastard, don't kiss my sister. Take your dirty hands away." "Lin Qian, you are playing dead with me. Fu Shurye is not a good person. You will not be happy with him." The door of the villa's living room slowly opened, and Aunt Li and Aunt Wu walked out together. When Lin Yanshu saw Wu Ma, hope instantly lit up in his eyes. He shouted anxiously, "Auntie Wu, please open the door and let me in. That bastard Fu Shurye was touching Qian and even dared to kiss her. I'll beat him to death." Upon hearing this, Aunt Li and Aunt Wu looked at each other, and an unconcealable look of joy suddenly appeared on their faces. They said nothing, turned around, and closed the door. Then, the two of them ran to the old lady and told her the good news. When the old lady heard this, a smile immediately broke out on her face. Okay, great. She thought that Shurye was a blockhead who didn't understand romance, but she didn't expect that he would take the initiative to pursue girls. The relationship between these two people developed so quickly that she was a little caught off guard. "I didn't expect that we would kiss so soon. That's great." Seeing the door was closed, Lin Yanshu was so angry that he didn't leave. He could only continue to curse at Lin Qian and Fu Shurye on the second floor, completely forgetting his original intention of coming to see Lin Qian tonight. Lu Jinxiu looked at Lin Qian's thin back quietly, and a strong sense of weirdness surged in his heart. Lin Yanshu cursed so harshly and loudly, but Lin Qian acted as if she heard nothing and had no reaction. And there's Fu Shurye. His provocative look is really unpleasant to watch. Fu Shurye stared at the two people outside the villa without blinking. His lips slowly moved up along Lin Qian's neck. His breath was warm and gently brushed Lin Qian's skin, making Lin Qian's cheeks even hotter, as if blood could drip out. Lin Qian struggled slightly, but Fu Shurye held her even tighter. "Mr. Fu," Lin Qian called softly, with a hint of trembling in her voice. To Fu Shurye's ears, her voice was like a small hand gently scratching his heart, making his eyes even darker. Fu Shurye let go of Lin Qian slightly, but his hands were still gently around her shoulders. He lowered his head and stared at her, his voice low and gentle. "You should go to bed." Lin Qian nodded and was about to turn around to close the curtains when she was suddenly picked up by Fu Shurye. Lin Qian was slightly stunned, but soon relaxed and allowed Fu Shurye to gently place her on the bed. During the whole process, Lin Yanshu's hysterical curses continued to be heard, but Fu Shurye turned a deaf ear to them. He handed the hot milk to Lin Qian. Under his gaze, Lin Qian took the milk and drank it all. Fu Shurye chuckled at her and then walked to the window again. He looked coldly at Lin Yanshu outside the window. When Lin Yanshu saw Fu Shurye appear, his cursing stopped abruptly. The two looked at each other from a distance, and Fu Shire's eyes were filled with cold provocation. Lin Yanshu's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Fu Shire, Qian is not in good health. You are not allowed to touch her." There was a slight tremor in his voice, as if he was really worried about Lin Qian's health. Fu Shire sneered, with disdain flashing in his eyes. He quickly pulled the curtains shut, completely blocking Lin Yanshu's sight. Lin Yanshu's pupils suddenly shrank, and he stared at the tightly closed curtains, almost vomiting blood in anger. Chapter 111. I said I wanted to marry her, and she agreed without hesitation. Fu Shire slowly turned around, his eyes gently falling on Lin Qian. His well-defined jaw was coated with an amber halo by the bedside lamp, and his Adam's apple rolled gently as he whispered, "Go to sleep." Lin Qian's body trembled slightly in the goose-down quilt, and the blush on her cheeks turned a translucent red in the warm light. Her fingertips, gripping the edge of the quilt, turned white, but her eyes were like vines entwining the man's departing back. "Mr. Fu," Lin Qian suddenly called him. Fu Shire paused and looked back. The shadow at the entrance cut off half of his face. His untied collar revealed his collarbone, which glowed like cold jade in the dark. "What's wrong?" The air filled with a faint fragrance suddenly froze. Lin Qian looked at him and felt that the man in front of her was elegant and charming. After hesitating for a moment, she asked, "Why are you so nice to me?" This question had been lingering in her mind for a long time, and now she finally couldn't help but ask it. Fu Shire was slightly stunned, and then a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He walked back to the bed and sat down next to Lin Qian. The concave curve of the mattress made Lin Qian hold her breath. He opened his thin lips and spoke something in French. "Parce que je veux t'épouser." The syllables of French flow past my ears like the low hum of a cello. Lin Qian's pupils suddenly contracted, and the man's thin lips in her field of vision shone with a rosy glow in the warm light. She swallowed the bitter taste in her throat because she didn't understand what he said. But she still tried to raise the corners of her mouth in a gentle arc so as not to reveal any flaws. Fu Shire did not miss the fleeting stiffness on her face. Staring at the butterfly shadows cast by her fluttering eyelashes, a light laugh escaped from his throat. "Will you?" She understood this sentence. He was asking her if she was willing, but she had no idea what he said before. It seems that her lip reading needs to be improved. Fortunately, Mr. Fu did not notice that she had lost her hearing. She had already troubled Mr. Fu and Grandma too much, and really didn't want to make them worry about her because of her deafness. Although I don't know what he said, given Mr. Fu's character, he would never harm her. She immediately smiled and said, "I do." Thunder suddenly sounded outside the floor-to-ceiling window, and the lightning instantly outlined the dark currents surging in the man's eyes. How could she trust others so easily? She was as innocent as a cute little rabbit. He just said, "Because I want to marry you." Whether she understood it or not, she had already agreed. That means the proposal was successful. This realization made Fu Shire in a very good mood. He turned off the light for Lin Qian, and the room suddenly fell into a warm darkness. He walked downstairs with steady steps, and as soon as he stepped into the living room, 3 pairs of eyes looked at him eagerly. Madame Fu smiled so hard that her teeth were exposed. "Shirye, where's Qian?" "I'm asleep." "So what did you two do in the room?" Fu Shire said calmly, "I didn't do anything. I just proposed to her, and she agreed." "Propose." Mrs. Fu's eyes instantly widened into the size of copper bells, and her mouth opened in surprise. The good news came too suddenly, and she was unable to react for a moment. "How did you propose?" "I asked her if she would marry me, and she said yes." Madame Fu was completely speechless. After hearing this, Aunt Lee and Aunt Wu also looked embarrassed. Isn't this proposal too hasty? There are no flowers, no ring. There is nothing. Just Fu touches his upper lip to his lower lip, and it's done. Wu Ma's eyes were filled with heartache. She knew very well that the eldest daughter had suffered too much hurt, and she longed to be loved. Therefore, when she met a good family like the Fu family, she would agree to such a simple proposal without hesitation. However, she was still happy for the eldest daughter in her heart. After all, the eldest daughter finally found her own happiness. Mrs. Fu doesn't think so. Qian is the daughter-in-law she has chosen. So how can such an important event as proposing to her be so shabby? She glared at the unromantic Fu Shire and thought to herself that only Qian was easy to talk to. Any other woman would not agree so easily. Fu Shire crossed his legs and sat elegantly on the sofa. His voice was low and magnetic. "It's getting late, Grandma. You guys should go to bed." "Well, you should go to bed early too." Madame Fu, Aunt Li, and Aunt Wu did not ask any more questions and went back to their rooms. Fu Shiya was the only one left in the living room, and Lin Yanshu's shouting and thunder could be heard from time to time. Outside the villa, Lin Yanshu's voice was already a little hoarse, but he still had no intention of stopping. Lu Jinxiu frowned and advised, "Stop shouting. It's useless to continue shouting. Let's go back first." Lin Yanshu turned a deaf ear to him, his eyes fixed on Lin Qian's room. Lin Qian was not really asleep. She was delicate and sensitive, and she quickly noticed that there was something wrong with Fu Shiya's behavior just now. Lin Qian got up from the bed, walked to the window, opened the curtains a little, and saw Lin Yanshu and Lu Jinxiu outside the door. Lin Yanshu was jumping up and down like a madman, his face full of anger and madness. Lin Qian looked at him indifferently. Her eyes were like frost in the cold night, cold and ruthless. She knew in her heart that there was only one possibility for Lin Yanshu to come here, and that was for Lin Wanner. Judging from his angry look, he must be worried that Lin Wanner is suffering in prison. The corner of Lin Qian's mouth curled up into a mocking sneer. That smile was like the cold moon in the night sky, cold and desolate. Heavy rain came suddenly. The iron street lamps in the courtyard turned into a hazy light ball in the rain, and Lin Yanshu's distorted face flickered in the lightning. The moment Fu Shiya stepped into the rain curtain, the rain began to flow like a river along his back, which was tightly attached to his black shirt. When Lin Yanshu saw Fu Shiya, he was furious, as if he had seen an enemy. "How dare you come out, you bastard? Hand Qian over to me." He rushed forward like a mad bull, regardless of everything, and punched Fu Shiya. The movement of Fu Shiya raising his arm to block tore open the wet clothes, revealing the knotty blue veins on his forearm. Lin Qian's heart tightened, and she gripped the edge of the curtain tightly. Fu Shiya performed a beautiful spinning kick, and with just one kick, Lin Yanshu was kicked flying and fell heavily to the ground. He looked at Lin Yanshu coldly. "You are not worthy of being Lin Qian's brother." Lin Yanshu endured the pain and got up from the ground, with a ferocious look on his face. "I'm not worthy? Then you are worthy?" You knew Qian was not in good health, but you still wanted to make love with her. You don't care about her health at all. You are really as inhuman as the rumors say. The rain flowed down Fu Shiya's stern face. His body was soaked, outlining his resolute outline. His usually stern facial features now looked even more heroic against the backdrop of the rain. Fu Shiya's cold eyes shot towards Lin Yanshu like ice. Now Lin Qian is deaf, has a broken leg, and has had his kidney dug out. What do you think is more inhumane, huh? After saying this, Fu Shiya turned and walked into the villa, leaving Lin Yanshu slumped on the ground. Lin Yanshu looked in disbelief at the direction where Fu Shiya disappeared, his eyes full of fear and disbelief. "Stop right there. What do you mean by what you just said? What do you mean by deafness?" Lin Yanshu's voice was trembling and his eyes were full of fear. No, it couldn't be. It definitely wouldn't be what he thought. Lin Yanshu kept denying it in his heart, but Fu Shiya's cold eyes and ruthless words hit his heart like a heavy hammer. Qian's ear is also broken? No wonder. No matter how he made a fuss just now, she remained unmoved. It turned out that she couldn't hear it all. Lin Yanshu was heartbroken, and his tears mixed with the rain flowed down. He staggered to his feet, and Lu Jinxiu wanted to help him up, but he pushed him away. He looked towards the second floor with a sad face. His face was as pale as paper, and he shouted with trembling lips, Qian, I'm sorry. I really didn't expect it to turn out like this. Brother is sorry for you." Chapter 112. Your performance is boring. Lin Yanshu's legs went limp, and with a thump, the dull sound of his knees hitting the mud was drowned out by the thunder. The howling wind brought with it raindrops as big as beans, which hit him heavily and hurt him so much. However, compared with the pain in his heart, this pain was nothing. The rain flowed down his forehead and cheeks continuously, and he could no longer tell whether they were tears from God or the water of his regret. His roar was torn into pieces by the hurricane, and the taste of rust in his throat mixed with rain water poured into his lungs. Thinking back to all the harm he had done to Lin Qian in the past, all those scenes of humiliating her for Lin Wanner were like thorns embedded in his retina, tearing off a piece of flesh every time he blinked. Every scene was constantly magnified and played in a loop in his mind, making him feel extremely painful. Why am I such a bastard? How could I do this to her, Qian? Such a heart-wrenching confession even moved Lu Jinxiu, who was standing beside him. Lu Jinxiu frowned, his eyes full of pity. But I also feel that Lin Yanshu deserves it. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Although he was miserable, compared with the suffering Lin Qian had endured, his suffering was not even 1/10 of it. A promising student who was expected to be admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University was not only wrongly imprisoned and recorded in the file, but also suffered from multiple disabilities. He didn't even dare to imagine what Lin Qian had gone through in those 5 years in prison to have her ears deafened, one leg broken, and one kidney removed. How much torture did Lin Qian suffer during those days and nights that they couldn't see? Seeing Lin Yanshu's miserable state of being soaked to the skin, Lu Jinxiu couldn't bear it and advised, Yanshu, Lin Qian can't hear you. Let's go back first. But Lin Yanshu seemed to have lost his mind. He continued to kneel on the ground, kowtowing and apologizing towards Lin Qian's room on the second floor of the villa. His forehead hit the ground heavily, making a dull sound. After a while, a large purple lump appeared on his forehead, and blood slowly flowed down his forehead, mixing with the rain. Lu Jinxiu was frightened by his actions and hurriedly stopped him. Yanshu, what are you doing? Lin Yanshu pushed him away and roared. Qian can't hear it, but she can always see it. Even the pouring rain could not hide his tears. I ruined Qian. I want to atone for my sins. I am willing to kowtow until she forgives me. He had a look of grief on his face and continued to kowtow bang, bang, bang. Lu Jinxiu stood aside, looking at him like a madman, not knowing what to do for a moment. Lin Qian saw all of this. I wasn't moved, I just felt it was a pretense. This was not the first time Lin Yanshu had confessed, but after each confession, he would humiliate her again for Lin Wanner. Repeat this process. She was already tired of his performances. The only person Lin Qian cares about is Fu Shiya. It was because of her that Mr. Fu had a fight with that lunatic Lin Yanshu. Lin Qian turned around hurriedly, dragging her heavy legs, and trotted out of the room. She went downstairs desperately, just wanted to make sure whether Fu Shiya was injured. At this time, Fu Shiya walked in from outside. The black shirt he was wearing clung tightly to his body, perfectly outlining his chest and abdominal muscles. His black hair was wet, with water droplets constantly dripping down. Even though his whole body was soaked, it still couldn't conceal his innate elegance. This wet look exuded full sexual tension. Mr. Fu, when Lin Qian saw him, she quickened her pace, but accidentally stepped on empty air and was suddenly struck by a feeling of weightlessness. When Fu Shiya saw this, his heart suddenly sank. At that moment, everything around became a blurred background. Only Lin Qian's falling figure was extremely clear. He was like an arrow shot from a bow, breaking through the air and rushing towards her with big strides. The rain slid down from the ends of his hair, across his cold cheeks, gathered into droplets at his chin, and splashed out with his movements. Just when Lin Qian's body was about to have an intimate contact with the ground, Fu Shiya arrived. He stretched out his long arms forcefully, like an indestructible barrier, and firmly held Lin Qian's waist. Lin Qian seemed to be gently lifted up by a pair of gentle yet powerful hands, and sat steadily on Fu Shiya's long legs. Fu Shiya used his other hand to protect her back and held her tightly in his arms. At this moment, time seems to stand still. Outside, the wind was still strong and the rain was pouring. But in the living room, there was only the sound of the two people breathing. Fu Shiya was breathing heavily, his deep eyes full of concern and fear. He stared at Lin Qian's eyes tightly, as if to confirm whether she was okay. Lin Qian stared blankly at the handsome face, so close to her, feeling his strong heartbeat and the warmth coming from his body. She subconsciously grasped Fu Shiya's arms tightly with both hands, never wanting to let go. Fu Shiya keenly caught the worry in her eyes. That worry was like a gentle hand, gently plucking at his heartstrings, making the look in his eyes even deeper. His gaze was like a hot iron, locked onto Lin Qian tightly. The hand that was around her arm tightened involuntarily, driven by some emotion. Lin Qian suddenly felt the pain brought by the force and subconsciously groaned. This light snort was like a heavy hammer, waking up Fu Shiya, who was immersed in complex emotions. His pupils trembled, and almost instantly, he relaxed the strength on his hands. Take a deep breath and calm your inner waves. Then, he slowly pulled Lin Qian's hand. Under Lin Qian's surprised gaze, he took off his pinky ring. The simple and exquisite ring flashed a cold light on his slender fingertips. Fu Shiye put the ring on Lin Qian's middle finger, his movements slow and pious, as if he was completing a sacred ritual. The ring slid across Lin Qian's knuckles little by little, and finally stayed firmly on her middle finger. Lin Qian's heart seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand and was beating wildly. She looked up suddenly, her eyes full of confusion and shock. "Mr. Fu," Lin Qian's voice trembled slightly, as if she was shocked by this sudden action, or as if she was suppressing the complex emotions surging from deep in her heart. Fu Shiye stared at her, his voice low and powerful. With it, "You are mine, and I will protect you forever." His voice echoed in the quiet living room with a reassuring power. Outside the window, Lin Yanshu was still kowtowing and repenting in pain in the wind and rain. But at this time, Lin Qian had no time to care about anything else. She was overwhelmed by the sudden happiness and was unable to think. Lin Qian's eyes were slightly red, and she felt mixed emotions, touched, surprised, and more importantly, looking forward to the future. From the first time she saw him, she noticed the ring on his hand. He wore it all the time and never took it off. "I guess you like this ring very much." But now he took it off and put on her hand himself. Lin Qian really wanted to ask Fu Shiye what this meant. Was it what she thought? But she didn't dare to, for fear that she was just being wishful thinking, and also afraid that if it was really as she thought, she couldn't possess it selfishly. Lin Qian lowered her eyes showing a mixture of joy and sadness, her emotions struggling and changing constantly. The next second, she felt her body lighten. Fu Shiye picked her up easily and walked up the stairs step by step. Chapter 113. Lin Yanshu is too idle, so he should be busy by bankrupting Lin Corporation. Lin Qian sank into the goose-down pillow, the light from the bedside lamp shining on the ring on her ring finger. Her fingertips unconsciously rubbed the ring, which seemed to still retain the warmth of Fu Shiye. She curled her fingers close to her heart. Her satin nightgown formed charming folds at her waist, and the smile on her lips was like a rose soaked in honey wine, quietly blooming in the night mist. At the same time, in another bedroom, the frosted glass of the bathroom was hazy with mist. In the steaming mist, the man's back muscles undulated like continuous mountain ridges as he wiped. Water droplets clung to the well-defined grooves, reflecting a luster like broken diamonds under the warm light. More than 10 minutes passed quietly, and the moment the glass door clicked open, the damp cedar scent wrapped in heat waves swept through the entire space. He just casually tied a bath towel around his waist, and the water drops hanging from the ends of his hair fell and shattered in the depression of his chest muscles and sank into the edge of the bath towel along his mermaid line. He exudes a primitive yet seductive charm, which adds a touch of casualness and unruliness to his usually stern face. Fu Shiye picked up the towel beside him and wiped his hair slowly. His every move showed elegance and composure, and every action exuded irresistible handsomeness and temptation. After wiping his hair, he threw the towel on the chair beside him. He walked barefoot across the soft carpet. The vapor gradually dissipated behind him, leaving behind the powerful aura emanating from his body. Walking to the window, he nonchalantly pulled open the heavy curtains and leaned lazily on the goose-down cushion in the rocking chair. The arc of his crossed long legs was like an unsheathed tang sword. The rocking chair swayed gently with his movements, making a slight creaking sound. He half closed his eyes, and the rain cast flowing dark lines on his skin. His sight penetrated the rain curtain and fell on the kneeling Lin Yanshu. At this time, Lin Yanshu had already been soaked by the rain, and he looked like a drowned chicken. Fu Shiye looked at him, his sword-like eyebrows slightly raised, his thin lips slightly curled, and a glimmer of interest flashed in his eyes, as if he was appreciating a carefully choreographed farce. In his opinion, it was extremely stupid and ridiculous for Lin Yanshu to punish himself in this self-abuse way in an attempt to force Lin Qian to forgive him. He reached out and picked up the cigarette box from the table next to the rocking chair, took out a cigarette with his slender fingers, and lit it skillfully. He took a deep breath. The smoke slowly went down his throat into his lungs, and he slowly exhaled. The pure white smoke spread in front of him like a wisp of gauze, gradually blurring the sarcastic look on his face. While smoking, he leisurely appreciated Lin Yanshu's performance, exuding a lazy and evil temperament. It was as if he was the master of this world, teasing the mortals in the world at will when he was bored. Only when no one is around will he release his true emotions completely. He finished his cigarette quickly, and when he crushed the cigarette butt, sparks burst into tiny golden rays at his fingertips. The slender fingers with distinct joints tapped rhythmically on the table, making a crisp sound, breaking the brief silence in the room. Suddenly, he paused, and his half-closed eyelids slowly opened, revealing a pair of deep and somewhat cold eyes. He murmured in a low voice, "Lin Yanshu is still too idle. We need to find him something to do." After he finished speaking, he picked up the phone, tapped the screen with his slender fingers, and dialed Assistant Lee's number. However, no one answered the phone for a long time. Only the monotonous beeping sound echoed in the silent room. Fushie frowned slightly. He called again, but still no one answered. Called a third time until the call automatically hung up. Fu Shirie glanced at the time on his phone. It was 10 o'clock in the evening. There is no way that Special Assistant Lee could sleep at this time. Since I didn't sleep, that means I didn't hear the phone ringing. Thinking of this, Fu Shirie was not in a hurry. He put down his phone and continued to sit in the rocking chair to watch the lightning, thunder, and heavy rain outside. At this moment, on the coastal avenue, the black Maybach is tearing through the rain curtain. Finally, it stopped at the gate of Haicheng University of Science and Technology. The scent of sandalwood in the car and the jasmine in the girl's hair entangled each other. Assistant Lee glanced at the girl who was twisting her fingers in the passenger seat. Tears condensed into crystals on her eyelashes, and the wine-stained white t-shirt revealed the bony outline of her butterfly figure. She looked over and said softly, "Thank you for bringing me back." Her voice was soft, and her tone was sincere. Li Teshiguang raised his eyebrows with some inquiry and teased, "You are really a student." The girl pursed her lips, curled her fingers slightly, and looked a little uneasy. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Assistant Lee raised his eyebrows again. "Since you are a student, you should avoid places like bars. If you hadn't met me today, you would have been bullied." The girl lowered her head and hummed softly. She didn't want to do it, but working in a bar paid well. Her mother was fired by the Lin family, and she just wanted to work to reduce her mother's burden. Shinman nodded and whispered, I'm going back." As she said this, she was about to open the car door. "Wait a minute." Assistant Lee's voice suddenly sounded. Shinman paused and looked at him in confusion. The next second, Assistant Lee picked up an umbrella and handed it to her. The umbrella gleamed with metallic luster under the light inside the car, looking particularly exquisite. Shinman was stunned for a moment, then smiled gratefully and took the umbrella. "Thank you." Just as he was about to get off the bus, he suddenly thought of something and said, "Sir, how can I return the umbrella to you?" "No need to pay it back." Looking at the Maybach logo on the umbrella handle, Shinman shook her head firmly. "Such a valuable umbrella. I must return it to you." Her mother has been in the Lin family for so many years. She also recognizes the logos of luxury cars. She knew that umbrellas on luxury cars were not cheap. Assistant Lee had a playful look in his eyes. "Okay, I'll come pick it up myself tomorrow morning." Shinman didn't notice his interested look and said seriously, "Okay, I'll wait for you at the school gate tomorrow morning." She opened the car door, got out of the car, turned around and said, "Sir, be careful on the road." After saying that, she opened her umbrella and walked into the campus. Special Assistant Lee watched Shunman's back disappear in the campus. Then he started the car and slowly drove away. He was still thinking about the conversation he had just had with the girl, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly unconsciously. The girl's innocent and stubborn look actually added a bit of fun to his dull night. The car was driving smoothly in the rainy night, and raindrops kept hitting the windows, blurring the view outside. Assistant Lee held the steering wheel with one hand and casually took a look at his mobile phone with the other hand. When he saw 3 missed calls from Fu Shirie, the corners of his mouth twitched. With a sigh, he said to himself, "It must have been because we were at the bar and the music was too loud that I didn't hear it." He pressed the redial button, turned on the speakerphone, and waited for the other party to answer. "Fu Family Villa." Fu Shirie answered the phone. "You have a very rich nightlife." Assistant Lee smiled and responded, "As expected of the president, I can't hide anything from you." Fu Shirie chuckled and didn't ask what he had done. He was always decisive and went straight to the point, saying, "Lin Yanshu has been too idle recently, so let's bankrupt Lin first and give him some fun." This made Assistant Lee roll his eyes speechlessly. Making someone bankrupt is just for fun? This is too big a game. He knew that it was definitely not a good thing when his CEO called him in the middle of the night. However, if he does this too many times, he will no longer have empathy for the Lin family. What's the deadline? Fu Shiya looked at Lin Yanshu, who was still kneeling on the ground outside, with a shaky figure. He did not smile at all and coldly said 3 words, before dawn. Chapter 114, Lin's bankruptcy. Lin Yanshu was taken away for investigation as a legal representative. When Assistant Lee heard these 3 words, he felt his temples throbbing. Although the Lin group is not as powerful as the Fu group, it is not an easy task to completely destroy it in just one night. There is a huge loophole hidden within the Lin family that is fatal enough. He sighed helplessly in his heart. It looks like tonight will be another sleepless night. Just move your mouth above and run your legs off below. Although he earns $1 million a year, he is still a hardworking worker. After hanging up the phone, he stepped on the accelerator deeply, and the black car was like a cheetah, speeding through the rainy night and rushing towards the direction of the company. Outside the car window, the rain curtain was torn apart by the car body passing by at a high speed and then quickly closed again. His brain was also working rapidly, like a sophisticated instrument, frantically searching through Lin's various business segments, thinking about how to accurately find the opportunity to strike a fatal blow within just a few hours and push Lin into the abyss of bankruptcy from which there was no escape. Fu family. The rain is still falling tirelessly. Lin Yanshu had been kneeling in the rain for more than 2 hours. His face was as pale as paper, completely bloodless. Finally, he could no longer hold on. His body went limp, and he fell to the ground, splashing water. Lu Jinxiu stood aside and witnessed it all. He sighed helplessly, bent down, and dragged Lin Yanshu into the car with great effort. Then he quickly got into the driver's seat, started the car, and sped towards the hospital. Along the way, the wipers swung frantically, trying to wipe away the rain that kept falling in front of my eyes, but my vision was still blurry. Lu Jinxiu's brows were tightly furrowed, and from time to time he looked through the rearview mirror at the unconscious Lin Yanshu in the back seat. He really couldn't understand why Lin Yanshu treated himself like this. The harm he caused to Lin Qian has long become a scar that cannot be healed. What is the point of such self-mutilation confession now? It could be said that he doesn't care about Lin Qian, but he is thinking about Lin Qian everywhere. He doesn't want her to cry and doesn't allow her to escape. In order to seek forgiveness, he gives up his dignity and kneels down in the rain to admit his mistake. But if you say he cares about Lin Qian, he has repeatedly verbally abused and beaten Lin Qian for Lin Wanner, ruthlessly humiliating and hurting her, and personally destroyed Lin Qian's originally promising life and made her disabled. Lin Yanshu's behavior is too contradictory and too difficult to understand. If he had given Lin Qian the love and care she deserved when she returned to the Lin family, how could things have ended up like this, with siblings turning against each other and family ties broken? He couldn't even imagine that with Lin Qian's excellent grades, she should have shone in a wider world after graduation and had a wonderful life. But there is no if. The cruel reality is before her, and Lin Qian's life is ultimately completely ruined. Although Lin Yanshu looks pitiful now, he is not worthy of sympathy at all. The night deepened and darkness enveloped the entire city. Secretary Qin sat in the Lin Group's office, extremely anxious. He called Lin Yanshu over and over again, but there was only a monotonous beeping sound in the receiver, and no one answered. At this time, Lin Yanshu was lying on a hospital bed. His whole body was burning hot. He had a high fever and was unconscious. The medicine in the drip tube dripped drop by drop, but could not awaken his dormant consciousness. Secretary Qin had no choice but to call the chairman again, but what he heard from the other end of the line was a cold, shut-down tone. The company is facing an unprecedented bankruptcy crisis at this moment, but he can't contact the chairman and the president at all, and he is so anxious that he keeps pacing in the office. The long night finally passed, and the early morning sun broke through the clouds and shone down. The rain stopped, and the air was filled with a fresh scent. Lin Yanshu woke up slowly, and just as he opened his eyes, his cell phone suddenly rang. "Hello." His voice was as hoarse as sandpaper and weak, as if it was squeezed out from the depths of his throat. "President, why did you answer the phone just now? I've been calling you all night. Please come to the company as soon as possible. Lin's company has gone bankrupt." Secretary Qin's anxious voice came through the receiver, and that voice was full of panic and helplessness. "What?" Lin Yanshu suddenly sat up from the hospital bed, his eyes wide open, his face full of shock and disbelief. Please explain clearly. What do you mean by Lin's bankruptcy? The company was fine yesterday. How could it go bankrupt overnight? In fact, given the size and scale of the Lin Group, it would be extremely difficult for Special Assistant Lee to bring it down overnight. However, the Lin Group was already riddled with problems. Not only did it have serious financial problems, but it also had numerous tax loopholes. Under the seemingly bright and beautiful appearance on weekdays, there is actually only a shaky, empty shell, which is so fragile that it can be easily destroyed. As a result, Special Assistant Lee didn't have to put in much effort, and it didn't even take a whole night for Lin's to collapse. Lin Yanshu didn't even have time to change out of his hospital gown and rush to the company in a hurry. But as soon as he arrived at the company gate, before he could take a step, he was stopped by several policemen. Lin Yanshu roared, "What are you going to do?" The Lin Group is suspected of tax evasion. As the legal representative of the Lin Group, you need to cooperate with our investigation. These words were like a bolt from the blue, instantly leaving Lin Yanshu standing there in a daze, his mind going blank. What shocked him was not the fact that Lin had evaded taxes, but the word legal person mentioned by the police. How is that possible? When did he become a legal person? How come he doesn't know it himself? When he was escorted into the police car, his face was still full of disbelief, and his mind was quickly recalling all the company's recent affairs. But I can't remember when I signed the document becoming a legal person. He knew very well that if a company engaged in illegal activities, the legal person would have to bear huge risks, administrative penalties, fines, and even criminal liability. These consequences were enough to make a person lose everything and ruin his reputation. This is also why bosses of large companies generally do not easily serve as corporate legal persons. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Lin Yanshu came to his senses and struggled frantically. You must be mistaken. I'm not a legal person. I know nothing about these things. But the police remained unmoved and told him coldly that there was no point in resisting and that he must cooperate with the investigation. Special Assistant Lee came to the Fu family villa with two big dark circles under his eyes. He unceremoniously threw his tired body onto the sofa and let out a satisfied sigh. Comfortable. Aunt Lee, who was cleaning, was used to his lazy look and smiled indulgently. Working overtime again? Special Assistant Lee could hardly open his eyes and sniffed aggrievedly. I didn't work overtime. I just stayed up all night. If our president were in ancient times, he would definitely be a tyrannical tyrant. It's a pity that I'm so young, but I'm almost being squeezed dry by him. Assistant Lee, are you very dissatisfied with me? Fu Shurye's deep and magnetic voice suddenly sounded in the living room. Assistant Lee seemed to have been electrocuted. He sat up straight in an instant, with a big smile on his face. That smile was as bright as a flower blooming in spring. No, absolutely not. In my heart, President, you are the sun in the sky, warming my cold heart every day. As he spoke, he covered his chest with his hands, looking extremely sincere. After hearing this, Aunt Lee and Aunt Wu couldn't help laughing out loud, and the atmosphere in the whole living room instantly became relaxed. Fu Shurye walked downstairs and sat opposite Assistant Lee, raising his eyebrows slightly. How is it going? Assistant Lee puffed out his chest and said, Not only did Lin go bankrupt, I also made a major discovery. He paused deliberately, leaving the question in suspense, in order to arouse Fu Shurye's interest. Fu Shurye had little interest in Lin's affairs. He casually picked up a financial newspaper from the coffee table, leaned lazily on the sofa, looked at the newspaper, and asked casually, What did you find? Assistant Lee saw that Fu Shurye didn't seem to care much, but he still cleared his throat and said, Our people have found out that Lin Qian, the chairman of the Lin Group, has already sold his shares to cash out. And Lin Qian transferred all of this money to the account of a woman named Shun Wanru. The capital chain in the Lin Group's account is broken, and there are huge financial and tax problems. Even if we don't deal with Lin, it won't be long before Lin will go bankrupt. Also, the legal representative of the Lin Group was quietly replaced by Lin Yanshu a few months ago, and all of this seemed to be done at the instruction of Chairman Lin. Fu Shurye, who had not been interested just now, put down the newspaper after listening. Unexpectedly, not only was the Lin family shorted, but even Lin Yanshu, the eldest son of the Lin family, was involved. Lin Qian is a talented person. Fu Shurye narrowed his eyes slightly, with a meaningful arc at the corner of his mouth, and his tone was full of sarcasm towards Lin Qian. Even Special Assistant Lee couldn't understand what Lin Qian was thinking. He ruined a good company with his own hands, gave all the cash raised to his mistress, and finally, he even cheated his own son. This series of operations is simply unbelievable. Fu Shiria leaned on the sofa, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest, and said thoughtfully, I originally wanted to play with Lin Yanshu, but I didn't expect him to be so useless. That's right. He has probably been arrested by the police by now. Special Assistant Lee said, as a legal person, he will probably be sentenced to several years in prison. Just as the two were talking, an urgent voice suddenly sounded at the door of the villa. Auntie Wu, please let me in. I have something important to confirm with Lin Qian. Chapter 115, it turns out that her kidneys have long been targeted, and taking her home was a long-planned plan. Rubbing his tired eyes, he asked casually, Auntie Wu, who is it? It's Dr. Liu. Dr. Liu? Who is he? Special Assistant Lee's face was full of confusion. His eyebrows were almost twisted into knots. And then he cast an inquiring look at Fu Shiria, who was sitting next to him. Fu Shiria recognized the other person's voice and said calmly, let him in. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the villa was pushed open, and Lu Jinxiu strode in with a thick folder tightly in his hand. As soon as he entered the room, he looked around impatiently, searching the room for Lin Qian, muttering to himself, Where's Lin Qian? Aunt Wu explained, Dr. Liu, the eldest lady is still resting. Auntie Wu, please wake her up quickly. I have something very important to discuss with her. Aunt Wu looked embarrassed and subconsciously turned her gaze to Fu Shiria with a questioning look in her eyes. Fu Shiria's cold eyes fell directly on Lu Jinxiu, and his voice was low but revealed unquestionable majesty. If you're talking about the bankruptcy of the Lin family, then you can leave. I will talk to her about this matter in person. What Lu Jinxiu hated most was Fu Shiria's arrogant attitude. Every time they met, Fu Shiria exuded a powerful aura that was hard to ignore. He had seen many important figures in Haicheng, but this was the first time he had seen a young man like Fu Shiria who had wealth, good looks, status, and a strong sense of oppression. I used to think that Gu Beiqin and Lin Yanshu were outstanding among the younger generation in Haicheng, but compared with Fu Shiria, there was a huge difference between them. He raised his chin, looking unconvinced. You are the one who bankrupted the Lin family, right? After a pause, he added, Aren't you afraid that Lin Qian will hate you? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the living room suddenly became a little subtle. Fu Shiria, Assistant Lee, Aunt Lee, and Aunt Wu all looked at him with meaningful eyes. Lu Jinxiu felt uncomfortable being stared at like that. She muttered to herself, Okay, the Lin family has hurt Lin Qian so badly. If the Lin family goes bankrupt, she might even be secretly happy. Lu Jinxiu took a deep breath and tried to make himself look calmer. I have something very important to discuss with Lin Qian. Fu Shiria just sat quietly on the sofa, motionless, his eyes fixed on Lu Jinxiu. His eyes seemed to say that if he didn't explain things clearly, he would never see Lin Qian again. Fu Shiria was determined, so Lu Jinxiu could only reveal a little. I have some ideas about Lin Qian's missing kidney. As soon as these words were spoken, the living room of the villa suddenly fell into deathly silence. Fu Shiria's eyes instantly became as sharp as an eagle, and the dangerous light in his eyes seemed to be able to penetrate everything. Assistant Lee, who was so sleepy that his eyelids were fighting, suddenly perked up after hearing these words and sat up straight. Aunt Lee and Aunt Wu both widened their eyes, with shock written all over their faces. Even Madame Fu, who had just gone downstairs to have breakfast, was so shocked when she heard this that she froze in place and almost dropped the cane in her hand. Fu Shiria immediately turned to Aunt Wu and said, Aunt Wu, go call Miss Lin. Just as Aunt Wu was about to go upstairs, she looked up and saw Lin Qian standing quietly on the second-floor steps. Obviously, she heard what Lu Jinxiu said just now. Lin Qian seemed to be under a spell of immobilization. Her body was as tense as a fully drawn bow, and every muscle was trembling slightly. Her eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. The pain of having one of her kidneys removed was not only a severe physical injury, but also a scar in her heart that would never heal. A year has passed, and she still doesn't know who took her kidney and into whose body it was installed. Now, she actually heard news about her kidney from Lu Jinxiu. She walked down the stairs one by one, and each step seemed particularly heavy. She walked up to Lu Jinxiu, her face pale, and stared at him intently. Suddenly, she stretched out her hands and tightly grasped Lu Jinxiu's arms, her nails almost digging into his flesh, and shouted in a trembling voice, "Lu Jinxiu, are you telling the truth?" Then she asked anxiously, "Tell me quickly, who dug out my kidney and who got my kidney?" Lu Jinxiu felt pain from being grabbed by Lin Qian. Seeing her so excited, he quickly comforted her, "Calm down first." How could Lin Qian stay calm? But when she met Lu Jinxiu's soothing eyes, she still suppressed the turmoil in her heart and tried hard to control her emotions. Lu Jinxiu felt sad when he saw Lin Qian's excited and painful expression. Lin Qian's life is too miserable. Even he, an outsider, couldn't help but feel sad. At this time, Fu Shiria suddenly spoke. "Qian, come here." This was the first time he called her Qian so intimately. However, Lin Qian, who had her back to him, could neither hear nor see anything. Fu Shiria was stunned when he was ignored, and then he remembered that she couldn't hear him. He stood up, walked over to her, and took her hand. Lin Qian felt the warmth coming from her hand and turned back subconsciously, and saw Fu Shiria's lips moving. "Don't be anxious, sit down and talk slowly." Lin Qian followed Fu Shiria and slowly sat down on the sofa. Her eyes were fixed on Lu Jinxiu, not daring to move away for a moment, for fear of missing any key information. Lu Jinxiu sat down opposite her, cleared his throat, and tried to make his tone sound calmer. "Lin Qian, I know you're eager to know the truth, but this matter is too complicated. I don't know who dug out your kidney, nor do I know whose body your kidney is in. But I can be sure that your kidney was targeted before you enter prison." As he spoke, he took out the sorted documents from the folder and placed them one by one on the coffee table. "Take a look. Is this the kidney matching test you did 8 years ago? I want to know why you wanted to do the matching and who took you to the hospital for the matching." Lin Qian picked up the document slowly with trembling hands and scanned the contents eagerly. When she saw that the time displayed was 8 years ago, her pupils dilated instantly and her whole body shook violently as if she had been electrocuted. 8 years ago, after she returned to the Lin family, Lin's father and mother took her to Haicheng First People's Hospital on the pretext of checking her health. Over the years, she had only had that one full-body checkup. At that time, because her parents took her to the hospital personally, she was overjoyed and thought that they really cared about her and wanted to make sure that she was healthy. That day, she underwent many tests. She could no longer remember what they were exactly, but she only remembered that there were many items. The only thing that impressed her most was the blood test. It turns out that all this is not just concern, but a carefully planned conspiracy. They brought her back just for one of her kidneys? Realizing this horrible possibility, Lin Qian's body began to tremble uncontrollably, and the fear in her eyes instantly turned into burning hatred. 8 years ago, the day after I returned home, Mr. and Mrs. Lin took me to Haicheng First People's Hospital for a full-body checkup. Lin Qian's voice was shaking so much that she could barely utter a complete sentence. So, they're doing a matching test? Did they plan all this long ago? She could accept that they didn't love her. After all, she had never felt much warmth in the Lin family over the years. But she couldn't accept it. It would have been fine if they didn't love her, but they actually schemed against her and treated her as a tool to remove their organs at will. Lin Qian's eyes turned red and tears instantly burst out. Seeing her painful appearance, everyone present felt distressed. Fu Shiria, who has always been calm and reserved and never reveals his emotions easily, now exudes a cold, murderous aura for the first time, like a volcano that is about to erupt and may erupt at any time. I've seen a lot of scum, but I've never seen worse than the Lin family. However, even though he was extremely angry at this moment, he still remained rational. He pondered for a moment and then hit the nail on the head with one sentence. Who from the Lin family lived in a hospital a year ago? All eyes suddenly focused on Lu Jinxiu. Lu Jinxiu thought about it seriously, and then shook his head. A year ago, no one in the Lin family was hospitalized. However, a year ago, Lin Wanner studied abroad and only came back this year. There was danger in Fu Shiria's eyes. He never believed in coincidences. If you check whether you returned to China a year ago, you will know. Chapter 116, Am I That Annoying? No, it's their fault that you're so good. Assistant Li stood up suddenly, and the leather sofa made a harsh friction sound. He stared at the yellowed medical file on the coffee table and said, "I'll check it out." Miss Lin was so miserable. Just by hearing about it, his heart felt like it was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand. He felt sorry for her. He secretly sighed in his heart. If he hadn't experienced it himself, Who would have believed that there were such excellent parents in this world? If this was really done by the Lin couple, simply bankrupting the Lin family would be too easy for them. Just as Li was about to take a step, Fu Shire's deep voice suddenly rang out. Go and have a rest. Leave this matter to Xingye. Assistant Li paused and turned his head subconsciously. Fu Shire was seen sitting on a leather sofa, leaning forward slightly with his hands crossed on his knees. His eyes revealed an unprecedented coldness and determination. Xingye, full name Xiao Xingye. He once single-handedly wiped out a drug lord's lair in the rainforest of the Golden Triangle. After retiring, he was discovered by Fu Shire and became a driver. On the surface, he was always quiet, but behind the scenes, he relied on his extraordinary abilities to help Fu Shire deal with many difficult matters. Assistant Li knew his boss's temper very well, and this time, he was probably really angry. With Xiao Xingye's action, all the secrets hidden in the darkness will be uncovered one by one. The ugly deeds of the Lin family will probably be investigated clearly in 8 lifetimes. Assistant Li sat down slowly. For a moment, the whole living room seemed to be shrouded in an invisible haze and fell into a suffocating silence. Lin Qian felt very depressed. She slowly swept her eyes across the people present. Everyone looked at her with eyes filled with heartache and regret. Her heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible hand, and it ached violently. The pain was like a surging tide, sweeping over her like a tidal wave, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. She felt that she could no longer control her grief. But she didn't want to lose her composure in front of everyone, and she didn't want to make those who cared about her worry. Therefore, she could only try her best to pretend to be calm and try to make herself look calm, but only she knew that her heart was already broken. Lin Qian's voice was weak and trembling, but she was still trying to stay calm. I'll go back to my room first. As she spoke, she stood up, but her brain was dizzy. The scene in front of her eyes became blurry, and her body was shaky. Fu Shire, Assistant Li, and Lu Jinxiu stood up suddenly and reached out their hands almost at the same time, trying to support her. Madame Fu, Aunt Li, and Aunt Wu also instinctively took a step forward, their faces full of worry and heartache. But Lin Qian still relied on her stubborn will, gritted her teeth, and steadied herself. She raised her head and tried to smile. Don't worry, I'm fine. I just got up too hard just now. Although her smile was forced and her body was still a little unstable, she tried to get around the sofa and go upstairs. Miss, breakfast is ready. Please eat some. Aunt Wu said softly with concern. Lin Qian looked at Wu Ma's moving lips and shook her head slightly. Wu Ma, I have no appetite. You guys eat. Her steps were slow and heavy, and every step felt like stepping on cotton, weak and powerless. Aunt Wu felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife as she looked at her thin and limping back. Thinking of the indifference Lin Qian suffered in the Lin family for those 3 years, she felt so heartbroken that she almost cried. Not content with being mean to her, they now also covet the eldest lady's kidney. They are simply inhuman. Mother Wu's eyes turned red, and she almost burst into tears out of heartache. Lin Qian did not return to the bedroom, but went straight into the embroidery room. She walked to the window, and the warm sunlight shone on her pale face, but failed to bring her a trace of warmth. Outside the window, the flowers in the garden are in full bloom, red like fire, pink like clouds, white like snow, and even air is filled with the rich fragrance of flowers. Mr. Fu specially selected this room for her. He said, when you feel tired, just stand here, look at the beautiful scenery, and breathe the fresh air. It will help you get rid of most of your fatigue. It's very suitable for you. In the past, whenever she stood by the window, her mood would unconsciously improve. But this time, no matter how beautiful the scenery or how rich the fragrance, they could not dispel the haze in her heart. She slowly walked to the embroidery frame and looked at the originally colorful embroidery threads, which now seemed so dull in her eyes. Her hand unconsciously touched the embroidery cloth, her fingertips trembling slightly, and her mind kept surfacing all the experiences she had in the Lin family in the past. Those cold looks, harsh words, and the cruel truth that her biological parents might be trying to take her kidney were like sharp blades, piercing her heart again and again. Lin Qian picked up the embroidery needle with trembling fingertips, and the silk thread made a slight rustling sound as it passed through the taut silk cloth. She forced herself to concentrate on the painting National Beauty and Heavenly Fragrance, which she had just started on the embroidery frame, trying to numb her pain with embroidery. But as the third needle pierced the silk, a tear fell on the embroidery frame and was gradually absorbed. She hurriedly wiped her tears with her sleeve, but more tears fell uncontrollably, dripping onto the embroidery cloth and leaving a stain. Suddenly, the needle pierced in the index finger, and bright red blood gushed out instantly. Mixed with tears, and a strange red plum blossom bloomed on the silk, which was shocking. All of Lin Qian's persistence collapsed at this moment. She folded her hands over the table and burst into tears. All the grievances, pains, and despair of these years were released at this moment like a flood breaking through a dam. Fu Shiye stood quietly behind her without her knowing. Looking at her violently trembling back, his heart was filled with bitterness. He couldn't help but stretch out his hand, wanting to comfort her, but the hand hung in the air and did not fall. He could truly feel her pain, but he didn't know how to speak up or how to comfort her. I could only stand there silently and accompany her quietly. Sobs escaped from Lin Qian's arms. What did I do wrong? Why are you treating me like this? You know clearly that I long for family affection, yet you still hurt me cruelly. Am I so disgusting? Fu Shiye clenched his hands at his sides suddenly, and his knuckles turned white from the force. His voice was gentle but firm. You are fine. Not at all. We all like you very much. Everything is their fault. Lin Qian couldn't hear what Fu Shiye said and continued to cry. The room was filled with her crying, which was like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart again and again. The door was open. Madame Fu, Aunt Li, and Aunt Wu were standing outside, looking at Lin Qian inside. Their eyes were full of heartache, and tears welled up in their eyes until they soon burst into tears. Even Assistant Li and Lin Qian, who were in the living room, heard Lin Qian crying. Assistant Li clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Damn those bastards in the Lin family for bullying Miss Lin like this. He was no longer sleepy, and only anger remained in his heart. He strode out of the villa and got into the black Maybach. The engine started and the car sped away like an arrow, leaving only a trail of dust. Lin Qian only felt that the whole space was filled with an oppressive atmosphere, as if a huge rock was pressing on his chest, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. His mind kept recalling how harshly he had treated Lin Qian in the past. Thinking back on those stupid things I said and did inadvertently now hurts my heart like a knife. He felt ashamed of himself for having foolishly hurt her in the past. He couldn't stay there any longer, so he turned around and left the living room in a hurry. Shin Man stood at the school gate, holding an umbrella tightly in her hand, her eyes full of anticipation. The black Maybach drove over quickly, splashing water on the ground. When Shin Man saw this, a bright smile immediately appeared on her face. She hurriedly waved the umbrella in her hand and waved vigorously. However, the Maybach did not stop for a moment. It rushed past her eyes like a black lightning, and the wind it brought whistled and ruffled her long hair. Looking at the familiar license plate, she knew she was not mistaken. This is the gentleman's car last night. He said he came to pick up the umbrella himself this morning. Just one night passed, and he had forgotten about it, not even thinking about passing by her school. The smile on Shin Man's face disappeared instantly, and her eyes became cold. As expected, rich people are as arrogant as the Lin family. Chapter 117. Shun Man appears, and Li is ready to be played. Shun Man's lips curled up into an icy smile. That smile concealed a calculation that was difficult for others to detect. Arrogance is good, because she has no burden when lying to arrogant people. Ever since she witnessed with her own eyes that Sister Qian was schemed against by the beastly Lin family, she completely understood one truth. It is better to rely on yourself and on others. Only if you are strong enough can you stand up straight in this world, not be bullied at will, and not suffer any grievances. Sister Qian, please wait for me. When I save enough money, I will take you and my mother away from Haicheng and go to a place where no one can find us and start a new life. Shin Man swore secretly in her heart, then turned around and walked back to the dormitory with firm steps. The shrill laughter in the dormitory penetrated the thin door and pierced the eardrum like a poisoned steel needle. She just went out. She won't be back so soon. Let's hurry up and don't let that crazy Shin Man find out. She's obviously a little bastard born by a nanny, yet she acts so high and mighty in front of us every day. I've already disliked her for a long time. It is said that poor people have a miserable life. She is really not afraid of death. What can we do to her? This is the most abominable thing. If you can't touch her, just use her toothbrush to clean the toilet. Ha ha. Then I'll use her towel to wipe my feet. I filled her shampoo with toilet water. Every word was filled with malice. Shinman's eyes instantly became sinister, like a beast lurking in the cold night, but her lips were raised high, and her whole body was in an excited state of about to fight, exuding a dangerous aura. Ever since the rumor that she was a mistress of a rich man suddenly spread in the school not long ago, her reputation in Haicheng University of Science and Technology has been completely ruined. If Lin Yanshu hadn't stepped in, she would have been fired. Unfortunately, she won't be as grateful to Lin Yanshu as her mother is. She was not a fool, so she could tell at a glance that it was Lin Yanshu who did this, and his purpose was probably to control Sister Qian. How despicable. Ever since this incident happened, those roommates who once got along well with her suddenly changed their attitude and wanted to bully her unscrupulously, relying on their wealthy family background. She is usually taciturn and gives people the impression that she is weak and easy to bully. Others think she is a soft persimmon who could be bullied at will. Little did she know that she was deeply influenced by Lin Qian's previous experience. Since she started high school, she has become a madman who hates evil and is full of thorns. If anyone dares to bully her, she will really use a knife to kill him, at any cost. Shinman folded her arms across her chest and leaned quietly against the cold wall. After about 10 minutes, Shinman had carefully brushed the toilet with her toothbrush. She not only used the towel to wipe her feet, but also wiped the water stains on the toilet clean. She also filled the shampoo and shower gel with toilet water. It's almost time. Let's pack up and go to the cafeteria. One of the roommates' voice came, followed by the sound of packing up. Click! The sound of the door hinge turning broke the silence in the corridor and suddenly plunged the room into deathly silence. Shinman pushed open the dormitory door with a strange smile on her face, leaning on the threshold, and said leisurely, "Are you guys having fun?" The three girls with delicate makeup froze in place, their faces pale with fear. When they saw Shunman's half-smile, their brains buzzed and went blank. As Shinman walked in, she locked the door. This action frightened the three girls so much that their pupils suddenly contracted, and they looked at her in horror. "Ew, why are you back so early?" One of the girls was the first to react. Her lips painted with a man-attracting lip gloss opened and closed. "We are helping you clean up." Shinman suddenly laughed. The laughter made everyone's hair stand on end, like an ice spike suddenly breaking in a winter night, chilling them to the bone. Her peach blossom eyes were surging with undercurrents at this moment. "It seems that you like my toiletries very much. If you like them, just tell me earlier and I will give them to you." Shinman's voice was gentle, but carried an unquestionable sense of oppression. The three of them looked away, completely confused as to what Shinman was going to do, their hearts filled with fear and confusion. The next second, they saw Shunman reaching out her hand, her slender fingers pointing straight at the toilet, her voice as cold as frost. "Go in. I want to watch you use my toothbrush, shampoo, shower gel, and towel to wash yourself clean inside and out." The arrogant attitude of the three women when they were cursing before was long gone. No, we can just use our own." Shinman's smile disappeared instantly, replaced by a frosty look on her face. "I'm not discussing this with you." As she spoke, she pulled out a butterfly knife. The butterfly knife in her hand flexibly made beautiful knife flowers, and the cold blade flashed a cold light, which made people terrified. When the roommates saw the dagger, their faces turned paler than paper, and their bodies began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. "You, don't be impulsive. Isn't it okay that we are wrong?" Shinman was playing with the butterfly knife while she said, nonchalantly but threateningly, "Wrong? Just saying wrong is enough to get away with it? Wouldn't that make me lose face? Do you remember what I said to you more than 2 months ago? You can bully me, but I can also take your lives. I can exchange 1 life for 3 lives, so it's a profit. Do you want to try it?" Thinking of what she said and the bone-chilling coldness she felt when she held the knife against their lower backs, the 3 girls all cried in fear. Under Shunman's coercion, they could only walk into the bathroom step by step like lambs to be slaughtered, brush their teeth, wash their hair, take a bath with Shunman's toiletries, and finally dry their bodies with a smelly, dirty towel. Shunman smiled the whole time, but that smile didn't have a trace of warmth. That's right. Do you know why venomous snakes have fangs? Because there are some things that you can't avoid by just hiding. Shunman sneered in her heart, and then thought, "It seems that I need to go to the Xingyao bar tonight to wait for the man driving the Maybach. Money is such a good thing." Unfortunately, she didn't, and we can only do it from stinky men. She didn't feel any guilt about it. The sunlight shines through the mottled leaves and onto the corridor of Haicheng First People's Hospital, forming patches of light and shadow. Special Assistant Li drove all the way here. He changed into a clean white coat and wore a blue mask on his face, leaving only a pair of sharp eyes exposed. He strode into the ward where Lin Qian was. Lin Qian was leaning on the hospital bed. When he saw the doctor coming in, he thought it was just a routine physical examination for him, so he just glanced at him casually. He continued to flirt with Dean Shanwanru on the phone with his head down, with a lewd smile on his face. Assistant Li looked at the hateful man in front of him, anger burning in his heart. He walked step by step to Lin Qian, and without any hesitation, he suddenly stuffed the smelly socks he had prepared in advance into his mouth. Father Lin was horrified, his eyes widened, and just as he was about to reach out to pull the sock out of his mouth, his hands were grabbed tightly by Assistant Li's big hands like pliers, and then, with 2 clicks, his fingers were dislocated. Ouch! A heart-wrenching pain came instantly, and Father Lin almost fainted from the pain. His face was full of pain. However, Special Assistant Li had no intention of stopping and continued to beat Lin's father violently in the face. Lin's father's leg, which had just been reconnected, was broken again under this crazy attack. The sound of broken bones was horrifying. Father Lin struggled for a few times in severe pain, and finally passed out from the pain, his body limply collapsing on the bed. After letting out this anger, Assistant Li felt refreshed, and the haze in his heart was swept away. He let out a long sigh and turned around to see Lu Jinxiu standing at the door, looking at him in shock. "You are too impulsive. There are surveillance cameras in the ward." Lu Jinxiu frowned. Assistant Li raised his eyebrows, his eyes revealing a hint of unruliness. "So, what is Dr. Lu going to do?" Lu Jinxiu glanced at Lin's father, who was beaten black and blue, and said, "Go quickly. I'll handle the surveillance." Assistant Li walked up to him and patted his shoulder. "That's very nice. I'll buy you a drink tonight." As night falls and the lights come on, Haicheng becomes bustling at night. Assistant Li and Lu Jinxiu were drinking heavily in the bar. Assistant Li drank so much because he was so angry with the Lin family that he couldn't sleep. As for Lu Jinxiu, he felt so bad for treating Lin Qian in the past. Whenever he thought of those harsh words and actions, he felt like a big fool and extremely embarrassed. The guilt in his heart could only be slowly dissipated by the alcohol. I don't know how long he had been drinking, but Assistant Li was drunk, but he was still conscious. Lu Jinxiu's alcohol tolerance was not as good as his, and he was now drunk and unconscious on the sofa. Assistant Li staggered out, unaware that Shun Man had been staring at the two of them in the corner of the bar for a long time. Seeing him leave, Shun Man's eyes turned cold, and she walked up to Lu Jinxiu. She knew Lu Jinxiu, who was a good friend of Lin Yanshu and had often mocked Sister Qian. When Shun Man thought of this, she suddenly became furious. She raised her hand and slapped Lu Jinxiu in the face. With a slap, her face was swollen. After beating the man, she snorted coldly, turned around, and chased after Assistant Li. In her opinion, if he could be friends with Lu Jinxiu, then he must also be a friend of Lin Yanshu. These men are not good people. Outside the bar, Shun Man saw Special Assistant Li loosening his tie uncomfortably, taking off his gold-rimmed glasses, and sitting on the side of the road to enjoy the cold wind. To be honest, this guy is very handsome and well-mannered. She's the type who likes to play. She walked up to him and handed him the umbrella, speaking cautiously, like an innocent girl who knew nothing about the world. "Your umbrella, sir." Chapter 118. This little thing, Li Tezu, is very suitable for Sister Man's appetite. Special Assistant Li looked up drunkenly. The rosy cheeks revealed a somewhat ambiguous color in the dim light, and there were faint marks at the corners of the eyes caused by the glasses. The tie was wrapped around his collarbone like a dying snake, and the open collar of his shirt revealed a faint trace of his skin texture, which rose and fell slightly with his breathing, adding a bit of unruly to his usually active appearance. His Adam's apple slid up and down as he swallowed the alcohol, drawing an alluring arc on his cold white skin. Shun Man's lowered eyes were glued to Assistant Li's Adam's apple, and an inexplicable excitement welled up in her heart. That slender, white neck seemed to have a fatal attraction, causing her fingers to tremble slightly uncontrollably. She secretly thought that this neck must feel great to touch, and she even imagined pinching it with her own hands. As soon as this thought came to her mind, her hand seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and slowly reached towards Assistant Li's neck. Just before her fingertips were about to touch Assistant Lee's neck, Assistant Lee's hoarse and confused voice suddenly rang out. "Who are you? Just one day, and you've forgotten her? Or is it because you drank too much and got confused?" She curled her lips slightly, pulling out a casual and somewhat playful smile, and the slender fingers that were originally stretched towards her neck turned gracefully in the air and finally firmly pinched Assistant Lee's jaw. The girl's thin back was slightly arched, and her white shirt was tightly attached to her back, outlining the graceful curve of her spine like a streamline. She raised her eyebrows, with a sly gleam in her eyes, and she looked like she was teasing a well-behaved puppy. "Sir, you don't remember me?" Assistant Lee was indeed drunk. The scene in front of him was blurry, and he could not hear the different meaning in Shun Man's words at all. He waved Shun Man's hand away uncomfortably and tried to stand up shakily. I stumbled. The leather shoes made a messy, scraping sound on the ground. His body fell forward uncontrollably, and he almost fell to the ground. Seeing this, Shun Man reached out and hugged his thin waist, grabbing his waist and secretly exclaiming, "Wow, these abdominal muscles are really hard." Assistant Lee groaned in pain from the grab. He frowned and shook his head vigorously, trying to clear his mind, but it was as if a swarm of bees were buzzing around in his head, making it impossible for him to concentrate. "Go away," he mumbled incoherently, his voice full of drunkenness. Shun Man gave a meaningful smile, and the strength in her hands suddenly loosened. Assistant Lee felt his body suddenly lighten, and he lost his balance and fell uncontrollably to the ground with a dull sound. The fall actually sobered him up a bit, and the chaos in his head was slightly dispelled. Shun Man's eyes flashed with teasing as she stood leisurely by the side, watching Special Assistant Lee struggling on the ground with interest. However, at the moment when Assistant Lee turned around, Shun Man keenly noticed that his drunkenness seemed to have subsided a little, and there was a little more clarity in his eyes. The unbridled, flirtatious look on her face disappeared in an instant, replaced by a look of worry. She squatted down quickly and asked with concern, "Sir, how are you?" Assistant Lee reached out and fumbled to put on his glasses, and finally saw the girl in front of him clearly. I saw that pretty little face full of worry, and her eyes were staring at me nervously, as if she was really worried about his safety. "Is that you?" Shun Man's eyes shone brightly, and her tone was filled with joy. "Sir, you remembered me." Assistant Lee frowned. "Why are you here?" Shun Man blushed, lowered her head a little embarrassedly, and said softly, I came to bring you an umbrella." Assistant Lee's gaze then slowly fell on the umbrella that she was holding tightly in her hand. Assistant Lee looked at Shun Man inquiringly, as if he wanted to see through her. He was just drunk, but not stupid. After being with Fu Shurye for so many years, he was no longer surprised by the various methods that women of all kinds used to get close to them. Now, looking at Shun Man in front of him, he couldn't help but feel doubts in his heart. "How did you know I would be here tonight?" His voice was low and hoarse, and his eyes were scrutinizing as he stared straight at Shun Man. A gleam of light flashed quickly in Shun Man's lowered eyes. She thought to herself, "This man looks easygoing, but I didn't expect that he is so meticulous and not so easy to fool." However, she had already thought of an excuse in advance. When she looked up again, the calculation in Shun Man's eyes disappeared completely, and she turned back into the clear and innocent look of the college student. "I didn't expect you this morning, so I came to the bar hoping to run into you here." Special Assistant Lee tried hard to search for his memory in his confused thoughts, and suddenly remembered that he seemed to have passed by Haiching University of Science and Technology this morning. At that time, he was so angry about the Lin family's affairs that he didn't remember what he had promised her. Thinking of this, the doubts in his heart dissipated and he nodded, "So that's how it is." As he spoke, he propped himself up and tried to stand up, but his legs were weak and he struggled a few times but failed. Shun Man hurriedly said, I will help you." Assistant Lee looked at her and saw that her eyes were still clear and she was pulling him hard. He couldn't help but curl his lips and thought to himself, "This girl is quite innocent." Shun Man pretended not to notice the faint smile on the corner of his mouth and pretended to be struggling to help Assistant Lee up. At this time, Assistant Lee was still staggering as he walked, and his entire weight was almost on her. "I definitely can't drive like this. Can you drive?" Shun Man hesitated for a moment. "Yes." Assistant Lee took out the car keys from his pocket and handed them to her. "I'll trouble you to take me home tonight." Shun Man took the key, and a cunning look flashed across her eyes, but it was fleeting. She helped Assistant Lee walk to the car, carefully stuffed him into the back seat, and then closed the door. The moment she turned around, she raised her eyebrows and a smile of success appeared on her face. Special Assistant Lee leaned back in his chair with his eyes closed, seeming to be extremely tired. He gave his address in a daze and then fell into a deep sleep. Shin Man started the car, shifted gears skillfully, stepped on the accelerator, and the car drove out of the parking lot quickly. Haiching under the night sky is ablaze with bright lights and flashing neon lights. The car drove into the wealthy area in the center of Haiching City. After arriving at the destination, Shin Man helped the drunk assistant Lee to his door. After unlocking the door with fingerprints, the two walked into the spacious flat. As soon as she entered the door, Shin Man keenly noticed the surveillance camera with a small red dot flashing in the corner of the living room. She frowned slightly, but quickly regained her composure, supported Assistant Lee, and walked into the bedroom. She quickly glanced around the bedroom to confirm that there were no cameras, and the smile in her eyes deepened. She threw Assistant Lee onto the soft big bed. During the whole process, Special Assistant Lee was like a dead pig, allowing Shin Man to manipulate him without any reaction. Shin Man's eyes wandered around the bedroom, and she began to look at it carefully. The main color of the room is soft beige, matched with dark wooden furniture. It looks both luxurious and warm. There's an abstract oil painting hanging above the bed. The colors in the painting are colorful and warm. There is an exquisite bedside table on each side of the bed, on which are placed a table lamp and some sundries. Shin Man scanned the room, and after confirming that there were no cameras, her eyes instantly became sharp, like a hunter seeing her prey. She walked to the bed with light steps, looked down at the sleeping Assistant Lee, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. "Sir," Shin Man called softly, with a hint of temptation. No response. "Sir." She raised her voice again, but Assistant Lee still didn't make any movement. He just breathed steadily and slept soundly. Shin Man sneered. It seemed that he was really drunk and unconscious. Her plan could begin to be implemented. She tore open her shirt with force, and there was a crackling sound. The buttons of her shirt broke open in an instant, and the buttons fell on the bed and the floor like beads with broken strings, making crisp sounds. The open shirt reveals a large area of spring light wrapped in suspenders. She casually ruffled her hair, and a few strands of hair fell on her cheeks, making her look even more messy and helpless. Then a sharp cry came out. Sir, don't do this, Dash." Her voice was tearful, as if she had experienced something terrible. After shouting, she hugged her body tightly with her hands and rushed out of the bedroom, crying. Chapter 119. The money swindling routine is deep. Lee Tezu can't escape Sister Man's palm. Shin Man rushed out of the door, crying, stumbling all the way. Her hair danced wildly in the cold night wind, clinging to her tear-stained cheeks. Her shirt was open without buttons, revealing suspenders that shone coldly under the street light, making her look even more pitiful. Stepping into the street, the dim street lights stretched her shadow into a long slant, making her look lonely and helpless. Shin Man sniffed and walked forward in panic. But before she had walked far, she keenly sensed that there was a faint sound of footsteps following her closely from behind. "TSK, I'm being targeted. Robbery? Or rape? I had planned to go back to school like this." But her mind turned, and she suddenly wanted to put on another play. On the surface, Shin Man still pretended to be unaware, but her eyes began to search around silently. She noticed the dimly glowing surveillance camera on the street pole and immediately had an idea. As long as they are within the surveillance range, the person behind them will not dare to act rashly. The corners of Shin Man's mouth rose slightly, revealing an imperceptible sneer, and then she deliberately walked towards a dark alley where there was no surveillance. She took out her cell phone slowly and steadily, without any trace of urgency at all. However, when she spoke, her voice was trembling and fearful. "Hello, is this 110? I'm in lane XX, and someone is following me. I'm so scared. Can you please come quickly?" After hanging up the phone, Shin Man slowly walked out of the darkness. Just then, the figure that was following appeared at the entrance of the alley. With the faint moonlight, Shin Man could clearly see the outline of the other person. He was a tall man. Shin Man had a wicked smile on her face. "You followed me all the way. What? Do you like me?" It was obviously the first time the man met a woman like her. He was stunned for a moment, with confusion and surprise written all over his face. Shin Man approached him with a smile, her voice as sweet as honey. "Brother, there's a hotel ahead. Why don't we go there? Mun? Without waiting for the man to react, Shin Man wrapped her arms around the man's neck, brought her red lips closer, and exhaled a sweet breath. Brother, what do you think? Although the man felt that Shun Man's behavior was a little strange, his desire quickly clouded his mind, and he didn't think much about it. She looks innocent, but I didn't expect her to be so coquettish. The man raised his lips with an obscene smile. Don't you like it? Shin Man's smile deepened, but a hint of disgust flashed in her eyes. I like it. The man's turbid breath sprayed on her neck, and he raised his hand to hug Shin Man's waist. The next second, Shin Man raised her leg and accurately pushed her knee into the man's crotch. The man screamed, arched his body in pain, and covered his crotch tightly with his hands. Shin Man stood 3 steps away, watching him as if she was watching a play, with no intention of running away. After a long time, the man finally endured the severe pain, his eyes full of anger and murderous intent. Bitch, look, I'll catch you and kill you. After saying that, he pounced toward Shin Man. Shin Man screamed in fear, turned around, and ran back, with the man chasing her closely. The two ran all the way back to the entrance of the residential complex where Assistant Lee lived. There were dense cameras and bright lights here. It was also here that Shun Man deliberately slowed down and was caught by the man. Let me go, don't. Help dash. Shin Man began to struggle frantically, her shrill voice piercing the silent night sky. Bitch, it's too late to scream for help now, the man said viciously while pulling Shin Man hard. Shin Man's white shirt was torn into pieces in an instant, leaving only a white suspender on her upper body. She screamed, hugged her body, and trembled, her eyes full of fear. At this critical moment, the police arrived and quickly subdued the man. Shin Man lowered her head and smiled triumphantly where no one could see. The next day, the sunlight shone through the gaps in the thick curtains onto Assistant Lee's face, stinging his eyes. He woke up with a splitting headache, as if his head had been hit by a sledgehammer. He rubbed his temples, trying to relieve the headache that felt like a tight hoop. He looked around and saw that the bedroom was in a mess, especially on the bed and the floor, where some buttons that did not belong to him were scattered, looking particularly glaring in the morning light. Assistant Lee frowned, feeling an ominous premonition in his heart. Did someone break into his house? But his head hurt so much that he couldn't remember anything about last night. His mind was a mess. He quickly picked up his phone and called up the home surveillance video. In the picture, the girl from Hypocrisy University of Science and Technology helped him into the house. It turned out that she was the one who sent herself home. Assistant Lee breathed a sigh of relief, but then his eyes were fixed on the scene of Shun Man hurriedly leaving. In the video, Shun Man had messy hair and was very emotional. She hugged her chest and ran out of the bedroom crying. Underscore. Assistant Lee almost choked on his own saliva when watching this scene. His eyes widened and his face was full of disbelief. What is going on? Did he drink too much last night and become beastly? He denied it madly in his heart. No way, absolutely not. He is not that kind of person. But the surveillance video is right in front of him and he can't fake it. He has no choice but to admit it. Special Assistant Lee. He felt that he needed to find the girl and ask about the matter. He got up, washed, changed his clothes, and prepared to go out. But on the cabinet in the entrance hall, I saw a Maybach umbrella. The conversation between two people at the bar door vaguely emerged in my mind. It seemed like I asked her to send me back. Assistant Lee was speechless again. He was really drunk and dared to do anything. He actually let a girl he had only met twice and didn't even know her name send him home. Assistant Lee took a deep look at the umbrella and opened the door. Inside the elevator, the conversation between two middle-aged women came into his ears. Have you heard? Last night, a girl was almost raped at the entrance of our community. It spread throughout the group. It's really unsafe for girls to go out at night. Who said it wasn't? I don't know why that kid went out at 10 o'clock in the evening. Assistant Lee froze when he heard these words. Could they be talking about the girl who sent him home? Was he raped because he sent himself home? Thinking of this possibility, a feeling of guilt suddenly emerged. He quickly went downstairs and went to the security office to check the surveillance. At first glance, it was indeed Shin Man. Shin Man's helpless look in the video made Special Assistant Lee's heart ache. He was driving, planning to go to Hypocrisy University of Science and Technology to find Shin Man, but he didn't know her name. So he went directly to the police station and learned from the police that Shun Man was almost raped last night. Fortunately, the police arrived in time and saved her. I also got Shun Man's name and phone number from the police. There's a cafe opposite the school. The warm sunlight shines through the window onto the wooden table, forming patches of golden light. Assistant Li and Shin Man sat face to face. Shin Man looked extremely nervous. She clutched the hem of her clothes tightly with both hands. Her knuckles turned white from the force. Her eyes were panicked, and she looked around from time to time. It seemed that she had been frightened too much last night. Assistant Lee felt sorry for her when he saw her frightened look. "I'm sorry about last night." His voice was low and guilty, full of deep apology. Shin Man was breathing rapidly, as if to calm herself down. She picked up the coffee and wanted to take a sip to calm herself down, but her hands were shaking and the coffee cup collided with the saucer, making a crisp sound. This look made Special Assistant Lee even more uncomfortable. She was almost raped by two men overnight. No wonder she was so scared. Although it was not intentional, she was still frightened. If he hadn't asked her to drive him home, she wouldn't have encountered bad guys when returning to school late at night. Assistant Lee rubbed his brows, feeling full of self-blame. "I drank too much last night," he tried to explain, with a hint of helplessness in his voice. "No, it's okay. I know you, sir. You are a good person." Shin Man stammered. Although she said it was okay, tears were already glistening in her eyes, and her pitiful appearance made people feel distressed. Assistant Lee sighed, knowing that no matter how much he said, it would not be able to make up for the hurt she had suffered. He took out a card and pushed it in front of Shin Man. "There's $1 million in there. It's my compensation for violating you twice." Shin Man lowered her head even deeper, and her long bangs covered the twinkling light in her eyes. Assistant Lee thought she felt that he was humiliating her with money. Little did she know that Shin Man was so excited that she could hardly continue acting. She cheered in her heart. It was really a good idea. The 2 plays she performed last night were worth it. "Sister Qian, I will have money soon. Get the money today and leave tomorrow. I will study abroad, and you will take care of the house. Our family of 3 will definitely live in harmony." The only pity is that the man in front of her is really her type. She hasn't had time to eat yet, but it doesn't matter. How can a stinky man compare with Sister Qian? Chapter 120. Li Tezu likes men. Shin Man instantly loses interest in him. In the afternoon coffee shop, the warm yellow light shines through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting patches of light on the smooth floor. Assistant Lee saw that she had her head down, her hair like a curtain covering most of her face, and she didn't say anything for a long time. He just thought she was still bothered by what happened last night. So he softened his voice unconsciously and said softly, "I give you money not to humiliate you, but I sincerely want to compensate you." Shin Man slowly raised her eyes, tears welling up in her eyes. Her face looked pitiful in the watery light, as if she had suffered a great injustice. I'm not hurt, sir. You don't have to be like this. Take it, otherwise I won't feel at ease." Special Assistant Lee said earnestly, his eyes full of sincerity. Shin Man wanted to snatch the card immediately, but the show had to go on. She had an embarrassment on her face, her brows slightly furrowed, and she looked hesitant. Special Assistant Lee patiently persuaded him with a gentle but persistent voice. Just as Shin Man stretched out her hand slowly and reluctantly with a look of grievance on her face, a sharp voice suddenly rang out, breaking the slightly depressing atmosphere. "Look, who is this? Isn't this Shin Man, the top student in our Haiching University of Science and Technology, who receives scholarships every year?" A shrill female voice, filled with strong sarcasm, came straight from behind them. "Hey, has Shin Shueshen hooked up with another rich guy again?" Then a male voice followed jokingly. Assistant Lee and Shin Man turned around at the same time and saw a couple standing beside them. The girl had on delicate makeup and applied thick foundation, as if she was wearing a mask, but her eyes revealed undisguised meanness. The boy stood there nonchalantly, with his head tilted and a sarcastic smile on his lips. Shin Man looked the 2 men up and down, making sure she had never seen them before. However, ever since she was almost expelled from school by Lin Yanshu last time, it seemed as if everyone in the school felt they could step on her, and no matter who they were, they would mock her when they saw her. In the past, as long as it didn't affect her, she would just treat those people as if they were talking nonsense and let it go in one ear and out the other. But if it really affects her, for example, if someone in the dormitory uses her toiletries to flush the toilet and deliberately discuss her, she will never let it go easily. At this moment, a hint of cold murderous intent flashed in Shin Man's eyes. "If you dare to ruin her good deeds, you are seeking death." After the couple mocked Shin Man, their eyes fell on Assistant Lee. I originally thought that Shun Man was with a pot-bellied old man, but I didn't expect the man in front of me to be so young, looking only about 25 or 26 years old. He was wearing a neat suit with smooth lines, perfect tailoring, and every wrinkle showing exquisiteness. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, and his eyes behind the lenses were deep and bright. He had a handsome face and exuded a gentle and elegant temperament, which made him even more outstanding than the campus idol of Hypocrisy University of Science and Technology. When their eyes fell on the six-figure Rolex on Assistant Lee's wrist, their pupils suddenly shrank, and the flames of jealousy in their eyes suddenly jumped up. How could such a shameless woman like Shin Man be supported by such a handsome and wealthy man? Sir, don't be fooled by her. She was previously kept by an old man and was almost expelled from school. Yes. If her mother hadn't run to the school and kowtowed in the principal's office to beg for mercy, she would have long been out of our school. It's been less than 3 months since this happened, and I didn't expect that she would not change her bad habits again and want to cheat you of your money. You must not give it to her. The young couple sang in unison and cooperated with each other perfectly, and they looked as if they had really seen Shin Man becoming an old man's mistress with their own eyes. Special Assistant Lee was shocked and looked at Shun Man in disbelief. Shun Man gritted her teeth secretly. She was just a little bit away from successfully getting the money. If I take his money now, he will turn around and investigate me and find out that Lin Yanshu is using her to blackmail Sister Qian. As a friend of that bastard Lin Yanshu, this man will definitely not let me go and may even cause trouble for Sister Qian. Sister Qian has suffered enough, and I must not provoke a rich man again because of her. It seems that I can't take this money away. Shin Man was so angry that she wanted to kill those 2 idiots. She bit the tip of her tongue hard, and severe pain came instantly, and her eyes turned red. She bit her lower lip, her body trembling slightly, looking pitiful as if she was extremely humiliated but too scared to refute. She pushed away the hand that Special Assistant Lee handed over the bank card, and her voice was full of tears, aggrieved and helpless. Whether you believe it or not, I never thought of asking for your money. What happened last night was an accident. It's not your fault. After saying that, she stood up suddenly, pushed the couple away, and ran out of the cafe. When Special Assistant Lee saw this, he felt even more pity for them, and at the same time he felt extremely disgusted with the couple who had made unwarranted provocations. He also stood up and took a step forward, intending to chase after him. But the boy blocked her way with his hand. She's just pretending. That kind of woman doesn't deserve sympathy. Assistant Lee's eyes behind the lenses instantly became icy cold. He was not a patient man. Do I need you to interfere in my affairs? The couple was intimidated by his aura. Their faces turned pale and red, but they dared not act presumptuously anymore. Assistant Lee strode out of the cafe at a brisk pace. At this time, Shin Man had already run across the street and was about to enter the campus. Lee Tezu was anxious and shouted loudly, "Shun Man." He remembered that the 2 men called her that. Shin Man paused and turned her back to Assistant Lee. At this moment, there was no trace of pity on her face, only burning anger. Her eyes seemed to be able to burn people, and she wished to cut the person who ruined her good deeds into pieces. However, the moment she turned around, she quickly adjusted her expression, and the anger on her face disappeared without a trace. She thought that maybe she could perform again, and maybe she could get some money. However, when she turned around, the scene before her made her eyes widen and her jaw almost dropped. I saw a man dressed very flashy, like a koala, suddenly hugged Assistant Lee's waist, with his head buried in Assistant Lee's arms, crying miserably, and the sound could be heard from far away. Assistant Lee was suddenly hugged by someone. He was startled and instinctively wanted to throw the other person over his shoulder. Wow, you are all bastards. Why didn't anyone come to find me? Do you know how scared I was when I was locked in the bathroom for a day and 2 nights? You're all big assholes. The man cried and beat Assistant Lee's chest with his fists. He looked just like a wronged young wife. Assistant Lee looked down and realized that the person hugging him and crying was none other than Andy. If he hadn't seen Andy, Assistant Lee would have almost forgotten about this person. Andy looked horrible at this moment. His hair was a mess like a bird's nest, with strands tangled together. His face was scratched with several bloody marks, which had already formed scabs. His clothes were torn to shreds. Assistant Lee has known Andy for a long time. As a stylist, Andy has always loved beauty and cleanliness. She dresses herself up to smell good every day, like a proud little princess. But now Andy exudes a strong smell of toilet from head to toe. and the smell made Assistant Lee almost vomit. But looking at Andy's pitiful appearance, Lee resisted the urge to retch, patted his shoulder gently, and consoled him. What happened to you? Well, you still say, it's all your fault for leaving me alone in the hotel. I hate you so much, oh. Andy cried even harder, his face covered with tears and snot. Assistant Lee had a splitting headache from his crying, but he couldn't get angry, so he could only patiently comfort him. Shin Man, who was standing across the street, watched the two grown men hugging each other, one crying heartbrokenly, while the other patted the other's back lovingly to comfort him. This scene was like a bolt of thunder, which struck Shin Man so hard that she was burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. Depend on. It turns out he is gay. No wonder his abdominal muscles are so hard. It must have been trained in bed with that girl. For a moment, she didn't want to eat this dish from Assistant Lee at all. She felt that Assistant Lee gave her money not because he was taking advantage of her, but because he disliked her for tarnishing his innocence. Damn it, waste of my time. Shin Man cursed in her heart, turned around without looking back, strode into the campus, and never wanted to look at Assistant Lee again. Chapter 121, The Truth is Revealed. It turns out that Lin Qian is not the only one who lost a kidney. For the next 7 days, everything went on peacefully, as usual. But Shin Man was not idle. On a dark and windy night, the woods behind the campus were pitch black and eerily quiet. Shin Man disguised herself and wrapped herself tightly, leaving only a pair of cold eyes exposed. She lurks in the dark like a ghost, waiting for her chance to strike. When a young couple who had humiliated her in the cafe walked into the grove arm in arm, talking and laughing, ready to have sex, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in Shin Man's eyes. She approached silently and suddenly attacked when the two were off guard. She kicked the boy accurately in the vitals. The boy instantly let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered, covered his crotch with his hands, and rolled on the ground in pain. Eggs broken. The girl was frightened by this sudden change. Just as she was about to scream in fear, Shin Man rushed forward and smashed the brick in her hand towards the girl's face like raindrops. Only a few crisp crackling sounds were heard, and the girl's 4 front teeth flew out with blood splattering. The bridge of the nose also broke with the sound. She also collapsed to the ground, crying and wailing. After doing all this, Shin Man did not stop at all. She quickly found a secluded corner and took off her coat, gloves, and mask one by one. He took out the lighter he had prepared in advance and lit it, swallowing up the evidence. The couple later called the police, and the police conducted a thorough investigation in the grove for a long time, but there were no clues pointing to Shin Man at the scene. The matter was left unresolved. The reason why Shin Man retaliated against the couple so cruelly was not because she felt sorry for the 1 million that she didn't get, but because she felt deeply sorry for Lin Qian. If we rescue Lin Qian from her suffering 1 day later, she will have to endure 1 more day of suffering. If they dare to make her sister Qian suffer, those 2 idiots would suffer too. This was the real reason why she beat them up. At the same time, Lin Qian, who was at the Fu family's, had not stepped out of the door for 7 whole days. Every day, she concentrated on embroidering the painting National Beauty and Heavenly Fragrance for the old lady. On the 7th day, driver Xiao Xingye finally came back. The atmosphere in Fu Shuria's study was so depressing that it made people feel breathless. Xiao Xingye gently placed a thick stack of documents on the desk. The friction sound of the papers was particularly clear in the silent room. President, the information of all the people in the Lin family is here. Fu Shuria slowly stretched out his hand and turned the pages one by one with his slender fingers. As he read deeper, his brows furrowed more and more, and his originally stern face was filled with gloom and became increasingly gloomy. The information about Lin Qian that Special Assistant Lee found last time already made him feel worried about Lin Qian's rough life. However, what Xiao Xingye discovered this time was like a huge storm that completely overturned his cognition. Everything Lin Qian experienced was far more miserable than he had imagined. It was like falling into the 18th level of hell from which there was no escape. Fu Shurie's hands clenched unconsciously, with mixed feelings in his heart. He felt heartache for Lin Qian's tragic experience and anger towards those beasts in the Lin family. After a long silence, Fu Shurie stood up and picked up all the information. Xiao Xingye looked at him and couldn't help asking, "President, this information is too cruel. I'm afraid Miss Lin can't bear it." A complex light flashed in Fu Shurie's eyes. She has endured so much pain. She can't not know the reason for her suffering. Instead of living in confusion and self-pity, it is better to let her live more clearly. After saying that, Fu Shiria walked out of the study and headed towards Lin Qian's embroidery room. He has always been cold-hearted and aloof, and he is very adept at maneuvering in the business world. Facing his opponent's calculations and difficulties, he is fierce and decisive, and never hesitates or retreats. But at this moment, standing in front of Lin Qian's embroidery room, he didn't have the courage to push open the door. He imagined countless times in his mind what Lin Qian's expression would be when she saw these cruel truths. Is it shock? Is it pain? Or is it despair? Each one was like a blunt knife, slowly cutting at the tip of his heart and causing him dull pain. Xiao Xingye looked at Fu Shiria's hesitant expression, his heart filled with surprise. Having been with him for so many years, he was very familiar with the ruthless methods of the prince of the Fu family. But this was the first time he saw him care so much about a woman. In fact, during the in-depth investigation, he couldn't help but feel sorry for Lin Qian's experience. He has seen the darkness of human nature. But this was the first time he had seen people like the Lin family who took advantage of their own child and wanted to eat her flesh and drink her blood to squeeze out all her value. As the saying goes, even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. The Lin family is worse than beasts. Just as the two were hesitating, the door of the embroidery room suddenly opened with a creaky sound. A hint of surprise flashed across Lin Qian's face, but when her eyes fell on Xiao Xingye, her pupils suddenly shrank. Then, she quickly looked at the information in Fu Shiria's hand. With her intelligence, she understood instantly that Xiao Xingye, who had disappeared for 7 days, must have figured out all the mysteries. Have you found out? Lin Qian's voice was slightly hoarse. Fu Shiria nodded slightly. It's all here, do you want to see it? From his expression, Lin Qian guessed that the contents of the document might be more terrifying than she imagined. Her hands unconsciously clenched the corner of her clothes, and her heartbeat suddenly accelerated, pounding wildly in her chest. Although she tried hard to be strong, facing the truth that was about to be revealed, fear still flooded her heart like a tide. Lin Qian opened her mouth, but her voice seemed to be stuck in her throat. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. I want to know. Her tone was trembling, yet it revealed an unquestionable firmness. Fu Shirie's eyes flashed with hesitation, but he had to hand the information in his hand to Lin Qian. Lin Qian slowly reached out to take it, only to feel that the stack of papers was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. She opened the first page, her eyes swept over the words on it, and her face turned pale instantly. The file recorded in detail the Lin family's schemes and persecutions against her over the years. Those once vague memories became extremely clear under the catalysis of these words, and kept replaying in her mind like a nightmare. She always thought that she was stolen at birth by the hateful human traffickers. But the information shows that the person who stole her and abandoned her in an orphanage was actually her biological father, Lin Ziyuan. She always thought that Lin Wanner was adopted by Lin's father and mother because they were too heartbroken after losing her. But the information ruthlessly revealed that Lin Wanner was actually the daughter of Lin Ziyuan and Shun Wanru. When Lin Ziyuan's mother was pregnant with him, he had an affair with Shun Wanru, the female doctor who was doing prenatal checkups for Lin's mother. In order to make room for Lin Wanru's child, Lin Ziyuan cruelly abandoned her at the door of the orphanage when she was just born. Over the next 20 years, this obstetrician and gynecologist was gradually promoted to the position of dean. Lin Yuan. Lin Qian gritted her teeth, and tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes, blurring her vision. She took a deep breath, forced back all the tears, and continued reading the information. Lin Wanru has a hereditary kidney disease, and she happens to be a perfect match with Jiang Zhuiyue, Lin's mother. When Jiang Zhuiyue had a cesarean section, Lin Ziyuan immediately made a cesarean section for Shun Wanru, who was pregnant with Lin Weiner. The surgeon who had been bribed long ago removed Jiang Zhuiyue's kidney during the cesarean section and put it into Shun Wanru's body. Lin Qian was stunned when she read the text, and her mind went blank. No wonder Lin's mother had been suffering from back pain and fatigue easily in the 3 years since she returned to the Lin family. Whenever she and Lin Wanner had an argument, Lin's mother would scold her. If it weren't for giving birth to you, my health wouldn't have become so bad. Can't you get along well with Wanner now that you're back? You have to deliberately piss me off. You'll be happy if you piss me off to death, right? It turned out that Lin's mother's back pain and fatigue were not caused by giving birth to her, but because Lin Wanner's mother needed her kidney. and Jiang Zhiyue actually abused her own daughter for the sake of her enemy's daughter. Ha 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 ha. Lin Qian suddenly burst into laughter, and tears came out of her eyes. That laughter was filled with endless sadness and ridicule. Is this retribution in another sense? Chapter 122. Lin Ziyuan is a son-in-law who married into the family and made Lin's mother exterminate the family. The atmosphere was suffocating and depressing. Lin Qian's grief-stricken laughter seemed like a desperate roar torn out from the depths of her soul, and every syllable was filled with endless sadness and pain. Fu Shiye stood quietly aside. His eyes, which were usually deep and sharp, were now filled with a complex expression. He looked at Lin Qian and opened his mouth but found his throat dry. No matter how many words of comfort he said, they all seemed so pale and powerless in the face of such a painful truth. Xiao Xingye also lowered his head, unable to bear to watch any longer. Gradually, Lin Qian's laughter became lower and lower, and finally turned into a long sigh, as if she wanted to spit out all the grievances, pain, and unwillingness she had experienced over the past 20 years. Jiang Zhiyue, don't you always say that I'm a debt collector? Now it seems that the one who came to collect the debt was not me, but your beloved husband. Everything that happened to you was because you didn't know people well enough to fall in love with a scumbag like Lin Ziyuan. I don't know how you would feel when you find out that your biological daughter was abandoned by your beloved husband, that your kidneys were removed at your husband's instruction and transplanted into the body of his mistress, and that your daughter, who was brought up in great pampering, is the illegitimate daughter of your husband and his mistress. She closed her eyes, and the image of Lin's mother's grief-stricken look when she learned the truth emerged involuntarily in her mind. At that moment, Lin Qian felt an indescribable joy in her heart. She slowly opened her eyes, raised her hand to wipe away the tears that were flowing freely on her face, and her gaze was once again focused on the stack of documents in her hand that seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. His eyes quickly swept over the words, and in an instant his face, which was originally slightly pale due to crying, instantly turned ashen, like a dead leaf hit by frost. She had always believed that the Lin family's current huge foundation was all the result of Lin Ziyuan's extraordinary ability and unremitting efforts. But she never expected that Lin Ziyuan was just a son-in-law who married into the family, a complete phoenix man. She thought that Lin Ziyuan turned bad after he cheated on his wife and became a bad person because of his mistress and his illegitimate daughter Lin Wanner. But the information clearly told her that it was not the case. Lin Ziyuan was a scum who deliberately wanted to eat up Jiang Zhiyue and wipe out her family. Jiang Zhiyue, the only daughter of the wealthy Jiang family in Haicheng, was born with a silver spoon in her mouth and has been surrounded by love since childhood. Lin Ziyuan is a college student who worked his way up from a poor mountain village. His mother disappeared after giving birth to him. After Lin Ziyuan was admitted to Shanghai University of Science and Technology, he set his sights on Jiang Zhiyue, the daughter of a wealthy family who could change his destiny. Jiang Zhiyue's acquaintance, understanding, and love with him were all planned by Lin Ziyuan. Jiang Zhiyue's father has been in the business world for decades and has seen countless people. He saw at a glance that Lin Ziyuan was not a good match for him and would never agree to the two of them being together. However, Jiang Zhiyue, who was trapped in a quagmire of love, had his IQ reduced to 0. In order to be with Lin Ziyuan, she became pregnant with Lin Ziyuan's child before she graduated and was determined to be with him. The old man of the Jiang family had no choice but to compromise and agree to their marriage, on the condition that Lin Ziyuan must marry into the Jiang family. Lin Ziyuan agreed on the surface, but deep down he felt that this was a great humiliation. But in order to live the life of a superior person that he always dreamed of, he could only endure the humiliation and bury the hatred deep in his heart. After his son was born, Mr. Jiang insisted that the child take his mother's surname. Lin Ziyuan gnashed his teeth in hatred, but he had no other choice but to resort to some tricks in secret to sow discord between Jiang Zhiyue and old man Jiang. Jiang Zhiyue saw that her father embarrassed Lin Ziyuan time and time again, and she felt more and more distress for Lin Ziyuan. She even vowed that when she gave birth to her second child, the child would take Lin Ziyuan's surname. Lin Ziyuan agreed verbally, but his heart was full of resentment towards everyone in the Jiang family. In his opinion, everyone in the Jiang family looked down on him. This depression and resentment accumulated deeper and deeper in his heart, and he desperately wanted to be recognized and respected. At this moment, Shan Wanru was like a beam of light, illuminating his twisted inner world. He was intoxicated by the thrill of having an affair with Shen Wanru, especially under the nose of Jiang Zhuiyue, the daughter of a wealthy family. The thrill became even stronger. Even Shen Wanru's pregnancy was deliberately caused by him, just to disgust the Jiang family. If Jiang Zhiyue's second child was a boy, Lin Ziyuan would not have been thrown into an orphanage. After all, that child could continue the Lin family's bloodline and would have his own surname. But the second child happened to be a girl. What use was a dead little girl? Lin Ziyuan made a prompt decision to take Lin Qian away and abandon her. Then he took the child born by Shan Wanru home in the name of adoption and gave it to Jiang Zhuiyue, who had lost his beloved daughter, to raise. Whenever Lin Ziyuan saw Jiang Zhuiyue loving Lin Wanru as if she were his own daughter, he felt a twisted sense of pleasure in his heart. Jiang Zhuiyue had her kidney removed when she gave birth to Lin Qian, and she has been unable to get pregnant since then. In order to prevent the Lin family from becoming extinct, Lin Ziyuan became so crazy that he pushed Mr. Jiang down from the construction building while he was checking the situation, and then carefully faked the illusion of falling from the building. Lin Ziyuan took the opportunity to take over the Jiang group and renamed it the Lin group. Even Jiang Yanshu's surname was changed to Lin. Lin Qian's disappearance and his father's sudden death were like two heavy bombs that completely crushed Jiang Zhuiyue. Her health deteriorated, and she gradually became unable to handle the company's affairs. From then on, she stayed at home and seldom went to the company. At first, Lin Ziyuan had only one son, Lin Yanshu, and he paid considerable attention to him. But when Shen Wanru became pregnant again and gave birth to a boy, everything changed. Lin Ziyuan suddenly felt that Lin Yanshu, the son with Jiang family blood, was extremely annoying. In order to pave the way for Shen Wanru's son, he secretly made Lin Yanshu the legal person of the company, intending to let Lin Yanshu take the blame if the company had any problems in the future. Lin Wanru inherited Shen Wanru's kidney disease, and the first person Lin Ziyuan thought of was Lin Qian. He thought, since Jiang Zhiyue's kidney could be transplanted to Shen Wanru, then Lin Qian's kidney could probably also be transplanted to Lin Wanru. This was the real purpose of him bringing Lin Qian home from the orphanage. In order to successfully implement this plan, he did not hesitate to frame Lin Qian and put her in jail. After all, in his eyes, no one would care if a prisoner had his kidney dug out. Over the years, Lin Ziyuan quietly cashed out the company's assets and transferred them all to Shen Wanru's name. Originally, he was planning to cooperate with the Fu family to make a fortune and then dump all the debts on Jiang Zhuiyue and Lin Yanshu, and then take Shen Wanru, Lin Wanru, and his son away and settle abroad. Unexpectedly, the cooperation talks with Fu Group fell through, and his leg was broken, so all plans had to be put on hold temporarily. The information on the second page was like a nightmare, completely overturning Lin Qian's understanding of Lin Ziyuan's viciousness. He is simply a devil who eats people without leaving any bones. Mr. Jiang was brutally killed by him. Jiang Zhuiyue lost a kidney because of him, and now she has to raise the child of her mistress. Lin Yanshu was framed as the legal representative of the company and is now in prison, facing charges of embezzlement of public funds and tax evasion. And she herself, because of him, had her future ruined and was left with a lifelong disability. Lin Qian's fists were tightly clenched around the documents, her nails dug deep into her palms, leaving streaks of blood. Brute! Lin Ziyuan is worse than pigs and dogs. Her eyes were burning with rage and hatred. Although Jiang Zhuiyue and Lin Yanshu are hateful, they were also schemed by Lin Ziyuan. The three of them were treated more miserable than each other, but Lin Ziyuan was the only one who got away with it and received no punishment at all. Lin Qian was unwilling to accept this. Why can a person who does all kinds of bad things have so much wealth that he can't spend it all in a lifetime and live a happy life abroad? This hatred spread wildly and grew wantonly in her heart like weeds. At this moment, she wished she could cut Lin Ziyuan into pieces and make him pay a heavy price for what he had done. Lin Qian took a deep breath and tried to calm the surging emotions in her heart. Her hands trembled slightly as she slowly turned to the next page of information. When she saw the content below, her eyes widened instantly, and her pupils were filled with shock and disbelief. Then came ecstasy. Ha 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 ha. God is truly wise. Lin Ziyuan, there were times when you were kept in the dark, and your retribution is about to come. Chapter 123. Lin Wanru is not Lin Ziyuan's daughter. Lin Ziyuan is a big resentful person. When Lin Qian's eyes fell on the first line of the third page of information, It was as if a thunderclap exploded in her mind. In the first month after Jiang Zhiyue found out she was pregnant with her second child, Grandpa Jiang secretly gave Lin Qian sterilization drugs. Her eyes widened instantly, and she stared at the words. What does that mean? This means that it is impossible for Lin Qian to make Shen Wanru pregnant. His so-called fruit of love was nothing but a complete scam. Neither of the two children born to Shen Wanru was Lin Qian's own flesh and blood. Is this true? Such a dramatic reversal actually happened? If all this is true, then wouldn't everything that Lin Qian had carefully planned become an absurd joke? He tried his best, but in the end, he just made wedding clothes for others. Lin Qian couldn't wait to continue reading. She really wanted to know whose child Shen Wanru's was. When the three words Shen Qifeng came into his sight, Lin Qian was shocked again and speechless. Shen Qifeng? Isn't that Lin Wanru's personal driver? Lin Qian was left with a very deep impression of this driver. Among the many servants in the Lin family, his attitude towards him was the worst. In the past, Lin Qian was full of doubts, thinking that he felt that she had taken away Lin Wanru's position as the eldest daughter of the Lin family. So he was trying to trip her up and disliked her everywhere. But at this moment, she finally realized. It turned out that the reason for his bad attitude towards her was because he was Lin Wanru's biological father. Things are getting messy and more interesting. Lin Qian couldn't wait to continue reading. I have to say that Xiao Xingye is worthy of being a special forces soldier, and he is extremely professional in his work. Not only did he investigate Lin Ziyuan's background thoroughly, he also thoroughly investigated Lin Ziyuan's lover Shen Wanru and Shen Wanru's husband Shen Qifeng. No, to be precise, Zhao Qifeng. Shen Qifeng, whose original surname was Zhao, was named Zhao Qifeng. Shen Wanru and he had been childhood sweethearts. They loved each other and naturally entered into marriage. Life after marriage is plain but happy. However, the heavy blow of fate came without warning. Shen Wanru suddenly fell ill and was diagnosed with kidney failure. She urgently needed to find a suitable kidney as soon as possible and undergo a kidney transplant operation, otherwise her life would be in danger. Shen Wanru is just an ordinary prenatal examination doctor, and Zhao Qifeng is just an ordinary company clerk. With their meager salaries, even if they were lucky enough to find a kidney donor, they would be unable to afford the high transplant costs. Just when the two were at their wits' end and in despair, Lin Ziyuan accompanied Jiang Zhiyue to Haiqing First People's Hospital for a pregnancy checkup. With her convenient condition as a doctor, Shen Wanru easily detected that Jiang Zhiyue's kidney was a successful match with her own. She told Zhao Qifeng the news with trepidation. In order to let the woman he deeply loved survive, Zhao Qifeng was obsessed and came up with the absurd idea of letting Shen Wanru seduce Lin Ziyuan. From then on, everything went as they planned, and everything seemed to fall into place. Shen Wanru successfully survived after the kidney transplant. Shen Wanru and Zhao Qifeng's daughter Lin Wanru was also taken back to the Lin family by Lin Ziyuan. Zhao Qifeng missed his daughter madly. In order to be able to be with his precious daughter all the time, he decisively changed his surname to Shen. Shen Wanru took the opportunity to bring him to Lin Ziyuan and lied that he was her own brother. Shen Wanru pretended to be worried and said, "I'm really worried about Wanru. She's still young, and as a mother, I'm always worried that she'll be wronged in the Lin family. Qifeng is Wanru's uncle, and he can go to the Lin family to be Wanru's driver so that he can take care of her." Lin Ziyuan didn't suspect anything and nodded in agreement without even thinking about it. Since then, Zhao Qifeng has been responsible for picking up and dropping off Lin Wanru from school every day. Not only that, he could also meet Shen Wanru openly. Every time the two of them got along as real siblings, Lin Ziyuan had no doubts and just thought that they had a deep sibling love and a harmonious relationship. He never imagined that Shen Wanru, Zhao Qifeng, and Lin Wanru were a real family of three, enjoying family happiness and harmony every day. Thanks to Zhao Qifeng's unremitting efforts, Shen Wanru became pregnant again and successfully gave birth to a boy. Today, the boy is 20 years old and is studying abroad. Lin Qian doted on this so-called biological son and gave him 5 million yuan in living expenses every month, fearing that his darling son would not live as well as others abroad and would be outdone by others. However, he had no idea that he was a complete instigator who was kept in the dark. The daughter is not his. The son is not his either. Even the mistress he kept was someone else's wife. What's even more ridiculous is that his performance, which lasted only 5 minutes, was repeatedly disliked by Shen Wanru. This material analyzes the intricate relationship between them without reservation, revealing every detail. Lin Qian felt extremely happy when she read these contents. This is what it means when evil is punished by evil. Lin Ziyuan, you never thought that you would end up with nothing, right? Your only son was sent to prison by your own hands. All the money you worked so hard to cash out over the years was transferred to the hands of other people's wives. Now you are nothing but a useless person with crippled legs and despised by others. You deserve it. Very satisfying. Lin Qian laughed heartily at Lin Ziyuan's stupidity and patheticness, and then cried for Jiang Zhuiyue and the suffering she had endured. Her emotions were like a roller coaster, causing her eyes to suddenly go dark and her body to shake. Fu Shiye hurriedly supported her. Lin Qian looked up and saw Fu Shiye's concerned eyes. She forced a smile on her face and said softly, "Mr. Fu, I'm fine." After standing still, Lin Qian's eyes revealed a hint of determination, and she said, "Mr. Fu, I want to go out today and go to the hospital to see Mrs. Lin." Fu Shiye had already guessed the purpose of her trip. That's right. Lin Qian wants revenge. No matter if it was Lin Ziyuan, Jiang Zhuiyue, or Lin Yanshu, she wanted to take back all the harm they had done to her. Now that she already knew all the truth, how could she not tell it to her good mother and make Ms. Jiang happy? Fu Shiye had planned to drive Lin Qian to the hospital himself, but at this moment, his cell phone rang at an opportune time. After answering the call, he learned that the leaders of Haicheng wanted to meet with him to discuss the planning of the East Suburbs project. The Dongjiao project is related to the future development direction of Haicheng and has always received high attention from above. He really cannot shirk it. Fu Shiye was helpless and could only turn to Xiao Xingye and said, "Xingye, from now on you will be Miss Lin's personal bodyguard. You must do your best to ensure Miss Lin's safety." On the way to the hospital, Lin Qian couldn't calm down for a long time. Jiang Zhuiyue's expression after learning the truth kept appearing in her mind. Jiang Zhuiyue has lived a life of luxury and superiority all her life, but she is played around by a scheming phoenix man like Lin Ziyuan. Lin Qian is determined to let Jiang Zhuiyue see Lin Ziyuan's true face and let her taste the pain of being deceived and used by others. After arriving at the hospital, Lin Qian quickly calmed herself down. She walked towards Jiang Zhuiyue's ward with firm and powerful steps. When I pushed open the door of the ward, what came into view was Jiang Zhuiyue's haggard face. The image of the well-dressed, elegant, and graceful lady is long gone. At this moment, she is like a flower that has lost its water, withered and dull. Jiang Zhuiyue had already learned from Secretary Qin that Lin Yanshu and Lin Wanner were both imprisoned. She was extremely anxious and wanted to rescue her precious son and daughter, but her legs were broken and she couldn't even leave the hospital. She was trapped in this small ward, which only added to her anxiety. Just when she was filled with anxiety, Lin Qian walked in. The moment Lin's mother saw Lin Qian, flames of hatred instantly shot out of her eyes, as if the person standing before her was her mortal enemy. Her leg was broken because of Lin Qian, and her son and daughter were sent to prison because of Lin Qian, and the hatred made her want to eat Lin Qian alive immediately. Mother Lin struggled desperately on the bed. She used up all her strength and yelled at Lin Qian, "Why did I give birth to a cruel and merciless beast like you? If anything happens to Yanshu and Wanner, I will drag you to hell even if I have to sacrifice my life." Faced with such vicious humiliation from her biological mother, Lin Qian had long been accustomed to it and felt nothing inside. She stood quietly out of Lin's mother's reach, her eyes as calm as a bottomless lake, looking coldly at Lin's mother, as if she was looking at a ridiculous lunatic. No matter how madly Lin's mother yelled and cursed, or how she threw a tantrum, she remained unmoved and just watched quietly. Lin Qian has plenty of time and patience to waste time with her. In this way, she and Lin's mother were in a stalemate for a whole hour. Finally, Lin's mother was tired of scolding and collapsed on the bed, gasping for breath. Lin Qian then raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a mocking smile, and said softly, "Mrs. Lin, I have something very interesting here. Would you like to take a good look at it?" As she spoke, she gently placed the document on the bed. Mrs. Lin didn't even think twice before grabbing the document and tearing it into pieces without even looking at it. Lin Qian was not in a hurry and said calmly, "Mrs. Lin, are you sure you don't want to take a look? These are all the little-known secrets of your Lin family." Secret? What secrets could the Lin family have? Mother Lin glared at Lin Qian fiercely, but driven by curiosity, she couldn't help but lower her eyes. Not long after, Lin's mother suddenly raised her head and screamed at the top of her lungs. Impossible! You must have forged it! You vicious bitch! You just want to sow discord between me and Ziyuan. She screamed madly and shook her head desperately, as if trying to shake everything she saw out of her mind. However, tears welled up uncontrollably and filled my eyes in an instant. Her body began to tremble violently again, as if struck by a bolt from the blue, and she was enveloped in great shock and pain. Chapter 124. Mother Lin is in agony. She wants to make amends, but Lin Qian doesn't care. No, this is absolutely impossible. Ziyuan would never do this to me. He loves me. How could he do such a thing? Mother Lin's voice was trembling and her hands were shaking uncontrollably. The information was like a hot potato, slipping from her fingertips. Lin's mother's inner defenses had begun to collapse, but she still refused to believe it. How is that possible? Once upon a time, she was always sure that her family was happy. Her husband loved her deeply, and her son and daughter were her hope for the future. But now all of this turned out to be a lie, a scam carefully woven by Lin Ziyuan. But the facts gave her a heavy blow. There are not so many coincidences in the world. The coincidences happening one after another are enough to show that all this is man-made. Lin Qian was lost on the day she was born. Her father fell from a building and died accidentally on the third day after Lin Qian was born. Soon after, the Jiang group was quickly firmly controlled by Lin Ziyuan and renamed the Lin group. The change of power was completed overnight, but she was deeply trapped in the great grief of losing her loved ones and had no time to care about anything else. Later, Lin Ziyuan changed Jiang Yanshu's name to Lin Yanshu. Later, Lin Wanner was brought to the Lin family by Lin Ziyuan. At that time, she was filled with guilt for losing her daughter, so she poured her deep maternal love on Lin Wanner without reservation. Even though there was a nanny at home, she still insisted on doing everything herself, from feeding and changing diapers to teaching her first babbling and toddling. She was present at every moment of her growth. All her energy was focused on her children. All company affairs were decided by Lin Ziyuan, while she stayed at home to take care of her husband and children. Even though a trace of doubt occasionally flashed through her mind, she was helpless and alone after losing her father and daughter, and was the only one left in the huge Jiang family. She could only cling to Lin Ziyuan as a lifeline, immersing herself in self-righteous love and numbing herself with self-deception. However, the truth was far more cruel than she had imagined. During the cesarean section, Lin Ziyuan bribed the doctor and cruelly removed one of her kidneys. Over the years, she loved Lin Wanner unconditionally, and even let her biological daughter Lin Qian take the blame for this adopted daughter, causing Lin Qian to suffer torture in prison for 5 years. And now, she found out that the adopted daughter she held in the palm of her hand was actually the illegitimate daughter of Lin Ziyuan and his mistress. These truths, like heavy hammers, hit her heart so hard that she almost suffocated. Her world collapsed in an instant. Everything in front of her became blurred, and despair and powerlessness were like a surging tide, completely drowning her. Her mind involuntarily emerged with the suffering that Lin Qian had endured over the years. After Lin Qian returned to the Lin family, she was regarded as a thorn in the side by the whole family and was bullied and tortured everywhere. When a mistress's daughter was pampered and her biological daughter was tortured to the point of being completely exhausted, were Lin Ziyuan and the mistress Shun Wanru very proud. Ah, Lin's mother suddenly held her head and screamed, "Lin Ziyuan, you have such a cruel heart." Everything she had done to Lin Qian turned into sharp knives and stabbed her. Mother Lin felt extremely guilty and self-blaming. She simply didn't have the face to face Lin Qian. After a long time, she finally mustered up the courage to slowly raise her head, and the look she gave Lin Qian was filled with despair, guilt, and heartache. "I don't believe it. You fabricated all of this. You hate us for loving Wanner more than you love you. So you're taking revenge on me in this way. It must be like this, it must be." She shook her head frantically, her hair flying in disarray, and stared at Lin Qian intently, as if she wanted to penetrate her with her gaze, eager to find the answer from Lin Qian's face. But the only response she got was Lin Qian's indifferent expression like dead water, without the slightest ripple. There was one thing that Lin's mother said was right. She just wanted to take revenge on her. Therefore, she deliberately concealed the truth that Lin Wanner was the biological daughter of Shun Wanru and Zhao Qifeng. She wanted Lin's mother to deeply understand the pain of treating her husband's daughter with his mistress as a treasure, but treating her own daughter like a piece of trash. She didn't want to see Lin's mother's delighted look when she learned that Lin Qian was being toyed around by Shun Wanru and Zhao Qifeng. In her heart, those who had hurt her deserved to sink in pain. At this moment, Lin's mother was in so much pain that she almost fainted. She lost a kidney because of her husband, her father was killed by her husband, her daughter was first made an orphan by her husband, and then sent to prison, where she was tortured and even forced to donate a kidney to her husband's illegitimate daughter. Lin Qian, how could you do this to me? She suddenly let out a heart-wrenching cry, the sound piercing the silent ward, carrying with it endless despair and regret. Her heart seemed to be torn into countless pieces as if by an invisible hand. Each piece was dripping with blood. Lin Qian felt a surge of pleasure as she looked at her mother, who was in agony and filled with regret. But this happiness was fleeting and was replaced by deep sorrow. I feel sad that I have a stupid mother like Jiang Zhuyue. She is the daughter of a wealthy family, but she is unable to judge people and is deeply trapped in the quagmire of love. She is deceived by a phoenix man like Lin Qian and becomes the poorest of her family. If she had been reborn into an ordinary family, her life might not have been so miserable. Lin Qian didn't want to look at Lin's mother anymore, so she raised her foot to leave. Seeing this, Lin's mother struggled like crazy, using all her strength to grab Lin Qian's hand, crying and shouting, Qian, don't go. You're the only one I have. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Lin Qian's expression remained indifferent, without any emotion. She had heard the word wrong too many times and had become numb to it. She would never believe these cheap apologies again. Her eyes swept across Lin's mother coldly, and that look seemed to be able to freeze the air in an instant. Mrs. Lin, you are not wrong. I was wrong. I was the one who was shameless and insisted on believing you. But don't worry. I've already seen through your hypocritical faces and will never believe you again. You can rest assured. Even if I die out there, I will not bother you anymore. I have already cut off my finger to repay your kindness to me. From now on, we are done with all ties and owe nothing to each other. After saying that, she ruthlessly shook off Lin's mother's hand and walked out the door with big strides. No, Qian, don't go, forgive Mom again, dash. Lin's mother didn't care about her leg injury and struggled desperately to hold on to Lin Qian. A voice deep in her heart was screaming wildly that if she let Lin Qian leave this time, there would be no chance for them to turn back. Her tears flowed uncontrollably, dripping onto the bed sheets, leaving a dark stain. She struggled desperately, and with a thump, she fell heavily from the bed to the ground. But she didn't feel any pain at all. She lay on the ground in a mess, looking at Lin Qian's back with hope in her eyes, hoping that she would turn around and show concern to her. But no, Lin Qian couldn't hear any sound and walked forward firmly. Even if she heard it, she would not be soft-hearted. When her figure disappeared at the door of the ward, Lin's mother's pupils dilated instantly, and her face was filled with fear and despair. Don't go. Come back. Qian, come back. Mom begs you, dash. Chapter 125. Father Lin plotted against Mother Lin to let her pay to save Lin Wanner, but she didn't know that Mother Lin already knew the truth. Lin's mother lay on the ground in a humiliating manner, her body shaking violently. Her tears burst out like a dam. She stretched her hands forward, her fingertips scratching the air in vain, as if she could pull back Lin Qian, who was determined to leave and never look back. Qian, she screamed and cried out at the top of her lungs. Her voice became hoarse and shrill due to excessive grief and despair. Her cries were filled with endless pain and regret. However, in the empty ward, there was no other response except her mournful cries, and Lin Qian's figure had already disappeared outside the door. In the hospital corridor, Lin Qian walked forward step by step without any hesitation. When she reached the corner of the corridor, she suddenly stopped. Xiao Xinghan also stopped at her steps. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes, and he asked softly, "Why doesn't Miss Lin leave?" Lin Qian was in a perfect position, and she could see Lin Ziyuan's ward as soon as she raised her eyes. She narrowed her eyes slightly, and a sharp light flashed in her eyes, just like a meteor across the night sky. Then, a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. That smile was mixed with a bit of cunning and full of expectation. She whispered, "Guess what Mrs. Lin will do next?" Xiao Xinghan thought for a moment and said, "It is very likely that he will question Lin Ziyuan." Lin Qian chuckled, and there was no warmth in her laughter. I think so too. There will be a good show soon. It's not easy to get out once. How can we miss this good show? A hint of surprise appeared in Xiao Xinghan's eyes. He had known Lin Qian for more than a month and had felt that she was gentle and generous on weekdays. However, her ruthless revenge on those who had hurt her gave him a new understanding of this Miss Lin. He couldn't help but secretly sigh in his heart that this seemingly weak woman in front of him actually had such tenacity and courage in her heart. Those who once looked down on her would probably pay a heavy price for their actions. As expected by the two, not long after, they saw Lin's mother sitting in a wheelchair and suddenly pushing open the door of Lin Ziyuan's ward. There was a flash of excitement in Lin Qian's eyes that was hard to conceal, just like the excitement of a hunter discovering his prey, and she immediately hurried over. Xiao Xingye followed her closely like a shadow, ready to escort her at any time. In the ward, Lin Ziyuan's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. He had just learned from Secretary Qin that the Lin group had gone bankrupt, Lin Yanshu had been taken away by the police, and Lin Wanner had been arrested for robbery. He had anticipated the company's bankruptcy and Lin Yanshu's arrest when he was deliberately planning to short the company and let Lin Yanshu act as the legal representative, so he didn't feel too surprised. But what made him most sad and difficult to accept was that his precious daughter Lin Wanner was put in jail. Damn Lin Qian. He cursed inwardly, his eyes bloodshot with anger. If my legs weren't inconvenient right now, I would have gone to settle accounts with you, the culprit, long ago. Just when he was feeling annoyed and racking his brains to think about how to get Lin Wanner out of the police station, the appearance of Lin's mother startled him slightly. But in a flash, a barely perceptible gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and suddenly an idea came to his mind, which he thought was a brilliant one. If you want to save Wanner, you have to be willing to spend money. The embroidery damaged by Wanner is worth 20 million, and she must be compensated according to the price. But compensation alone is far from enough. With Fu Shuria's methods and style of doing things, if he wants to get Wanner out of the police station, he will need a large amount of money to run the operation. All in all, it would be at least 40 to 50 million. All his property had been transferred to Ruer's account a long time ago. Of course, there were 400 or 500 million, but they planned to keep the money to live a carefree life abroad and enjoy the wealth and glory. He was really reluctant to spend the money in vain in the country. So his greedy eyes, like a hungry wolf staring at its prey, locked onto Lin's mother. The assets that Lin Ziyuan could transfer were only those under his own name and the company's name. He could not touch a single cent of Lin's mother's assets. Lin's mother still holds some company shares. Add to that her savings and the Lin family's luxury villa registered under her name, and it would be no problem for her to raise 40 or 50 million. He might as well take advantage of Wanner's incident to squeeze out every last bit of value from Jiang Zhuiyue. Not only can Wanner be rescued from the police station, but Jiang Zhuiyue, that bitch, can also suffer and pay a heavy price. He thought of himself as a tall and handsome man, a top student who graduated from Haicheng University of Science and Technology, and a man of great talent. He could have made great achievements in the vast world of Haicheng, fully displayed his ambitions, and realized his own life value. However, he was forced to marry into the Jiang family by the stubborn old man and became a son-in-law who was talked about and looked down upon by everyone behind his back. This was a shame that he would never be able to let go of, and it was like a thorn in his throat. If that bitch Jiang Zhuiyue really loved me, she should have married him with Jiang as her dowry in a grand ceremony, instead of letting me become his son-in-law and suffer this humiliation. If he hadn't had the foresight to get rid of the old stubborn man early, he would have been unable to hold his head up for the rest of his life and would have been trampled underfoot by others. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and the resentment in his heart spread wildly like a raging fire. Over the years, he had kept Jiang Zhuiyue well-fed and had done his best for her. Now that his precious daughter is in prison, it is her turn to repay him. Thinking of this, he immediately put on a painful and helpless expression. The muscles on his face twitched slightly, pretending to be heartbroken, and said to Lin's mother, "Wife, you are finally here." There was just the right amount of fatigue and sadness in that voice. If it were in the past, with how much Lin's mother loved him, seeing his worried look, she would definitely ask him what was wrong with concern. In this way, he could also take the opportunity to tell the news that Lin Wanner was imprisoned. But this time, Lin's mother held a few pages of paper tightly in her hands. Her eyes were cold, as if they were thousands of years of ice, and she stared at him straight. Lin Qian was stunned, thinking that she was too sad because of her broken leg and didn't notice his sad expression. He stopped beating around the bush with her, sighed heavily, and continued. Warner has been arrested by the police. Wife, we must rescue Warner. Warner has never suffered a bit of hardship since she was a child. How can she endure the dark and miserable life in prison? As he spoke, he rubbed his temples with his hands, pretending to be exhausted and tired. Hearing this, Lin's mother's eyes turned red instantly. Lin Warner can't stand it. Then, can her Qian bear it? Anger was like a surging tide, instantly engulfing her completely. She asked coldly, how are you going to save Lin Warner? Father Lin frowned, feeling that something was very wrong with Mother Lin's current appearance. Why was she still calling his precious daughter by her full name? Bitch, your leg is broken, but your temper is getting worse. Snort. Once all your money is drained away, you will be of no use to anyone. A woman who has been a housewife for more than 20 years, with no house, no savings, her son in jail, and her daughter hating her. I'll see how arrogant you can be when the time comes. Just wait for you to end up on the streets and become a beggar. In this world, female homeless people are nothing more than tools for men to vent their sexual desires. Ha ha, he thought viciously in his heart, but his face remained expressionless, trying his best to hide the ugliness in his heart. Thinking that such a high-ranking daughter like Lin's mother would fall into a miserable end of being toyed with by a man, Lin Qian felt extremely happy. The joy in his heart made him unconsciously show a smug smile on his face. Once his mood improved, he no longer cared about Lin's mother's cold expression. He cleared his throat and said, Wife, the company has gone bankrupt due to the suppression of the Fu family, and my assets have been frozen. Now you're the only one who can save Warner. Don't you still have some shares in your name? I want to sell the shares and then sell your expensive bags and the villa that our father left for you. With the money together, I will definitely be able to save Warner. Money can be earned again if lost, but the most important thing is that the family is together in harmony. He spoke sincerely, as if he was only thinking about the reunion of his family, but the greed and calculation deep in his eyes could not be hidden. Lin's mother instantly understood Lin Qian's sinister intentions. He wanted to squeeze out her last bit of value, force her into a desperate situation, and leave her no way to survive. If she was still kept in the dark, she might really agree to his suggestion without thinking. But now she has learned that Lin Qian has been deliberately plotting against her all these years, and now he is trying to use her money to save the illegitimate daughter he had with his mistress. Mother Lin was so angry that her face instantly turned red, and she looked like a completely enraged female beast, exuding a dangerous aura all over her body. She pushed the wheelchair hard, rushed to Lin Qian, and without saying a word, raised her hand and slapped him hard. Lin Qian, you bastard! Lin's mother yelled at the top of her lungs, every word seeming to be squeezed out from between her teeth. You've lied to me for so many years, causing me to lose my father, my son, my daughter, and even took away my kidneys. You even tried to trick me into saving the illegitimate daughter you had with your mistress. You're worse than a pig or a dog. I must kill you today. She roared and waved her hands, looking as if she wanted to eat Lin Qian alive to vent her hatred. Chapter 126. Father and Mother Lin kill each other, and Mother Lin loses an eye. Inside the ward, the lights were pale and blinding. Lin's mother's hair was disheveled, and she looked crazy. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she rushed towards Lin Qian desperately. Her hands were like sharp eagle claws, grabbing Lin Qian's face, and she kept cursing, Lin Qian, you are such a heartless person. I will fight you today. Her voice was hoarse and desperate, and her voice was full of tears. She has lost everything, and her former happiness has been shattered like bubbles. Looking back over the past 30 years, her love is like a gurgling stream, never stopping. Even though she lost her daughter due to his negligence that year, she just curled up in the darkness alone on countless silent nights and cried silently, burying all the pain deep in her heart, unwilling to blame him at all. But what did he do? He personally pushed this family into an abyss of no return, hurt her so much that her body was completely broken and her family was destroyed. How could he be so cruel? Lin Qian gasped in pain for being tickled. He controlled Lin's mother's wrists with both hands, but Lin's mother was like an enraged lioness at this moment, with amazing strength, and he could hardly resist this crazy attack. Blood marks spread across his face, and blood slowly flowed down his cheeks. Jiangzhu, are you crazy? Lin Qian roared loudly. I am crazy. Haha, I am crazy. Mother Lin laughed miserably. Her laughter was full of despair and hatred. You, a beast, have ruined my family, and you still dare to ask me if I'm crazy? Lin Ziyuan's eyes flickered. He never thought that Jiang Zhuiyue actually knew what happened that year. However, he quickly calmed down, put on a puzzled expression, and said innocently, "What are you talking about? I don't understand a word you said." When Mother Lin heard this, she felt a surge of anger rushing to her head, and her whole body couldn't help but tremble violently. She suddenly threw the information in her hand hard in Lin Ziyuan's face. "This is the evidence. What else do you have to say?" Lin's mother's voice choked with sobs, tears welling up in her eyes, her tears flashing with uncontrollable anger and grief. When Lin Ziyuan saw the contents of the document, his heart suddenly sank, and he felt as if he was struck by lightning. Those secrets that he had buried for many years, those crimes that he thought would be swallowed by darkness forever, now appeared before his eyes like poisonous snakes, with bared fangs and claws, leaving him nowhere to hide. His face instantly turned as pale as paper, completely bloodless, and he froze in place, too surprised to react at all, just staring blankly at the information. When Lin's mother saw his miserable appearance after his hypocritical mask was exposed, the last glimmer of fantasy in her heart shattered like a bubble, and she was heartbroken. She could no longer deceive herself. The man she had loved for 30 years turned out to be an absolute devil. Her heart felt like it was being pierced by thousands of needles, and like it was being torn apart by a pair of invisible hands. The pain was so severe that she could hardly breathe. Anger, despair, regret. All these emotions intertwined together, turning into a violent force that made her lose her mind. "Beast! Beast!" While roaring, she pounced on Lin Ziyuan again like a hungry tiger, with an attitude of dying together, and fought desperately. Her nails dug deep into Lin Ziyuan's skin, and every scratch carried her deep hatred. Blood slowly flowed down his cheeks and neck, leaving shocking bloodstains on his body. At this moment, Lin Ziyuan's face was covered with bloodstains and blood was flowing. He was in a dishevel and looked extremely miserable. "Give me back my father. Give me back my son. Give me back my daughter." With every word Lin's mother spoke, the movements of her hands became more intense, and tears flowed out uncontrollably like a flood breaking through a dam. "What did I do wrong that you have to treat me like this? Are 30 years of love worthless in your eyes?" Lin Ziyuan's legs had been broken twice by Special Assistant Li and had not yet fully recovered. Facing Lin's mother's frantic beating, he could only parry helplessly without even the slightest ability to fight back. He waved his hands in the air in vain, trying to block Lin's mother's attack, and kept shouting, "Jiang Zhuiyue, that's enough." But Lin's mother had been blinded by hatred and was completely unmoved. She strangled Lin Ziyuan's neck with both hands, her finger joints slightly bulging from the force. "Go to hell, you devil. I'm going to kill you." Mother Lin's eyes were bloodshot, and she was so determined that she wanted to eat the other person alive. Lin Ziyuan used both hands to pry Lin's mother's hands apart, trying to break free from the fatal grip. But Lin's mother's hands were like two iron pliers, locking his neck tightly and could not be pried apart. His eyes were pinched so hard that they rolled up, revealing large areas of the whites of his eyes. His tongue stretched out of his mouth with difficulty, and he looked horrible. He struggled desperately, waving his hands in the air, trying to grab something to save his life. His body twisted violently on the bed. His legs twitched constantly due to pain and lack of oxygen, and the sheets were torn into a mess by him. Outside the ward, Lin Qian looked coldly at everything in the ward through the transparent glass on the door. She originally thought that Lin's mother would be an extremely generous person who would choose to endure silently and forgive easily when faced with betrayal. But now seeing Lin's mother fighting back so frantically, she suddenly realized that Lin's mother rose up to resist after being sad, painful, and hurt to the extreme. She couldn't help but sneer in her heart. Only when the whip actually hit her body would she truly feel the pain. Otherwise, she would never be able to empathize with it. Lin Qian had a playful expression on her face, and there was no sympathy in her eyes, as if everything in front of her had nothing to do with her, and she was just an indifferent bystander. Lin's mother has lived a wealthy life since she was a child, and has never lacked material things. What she desires and cherishes most is never money, but pure emotion. But now, everything she cared about disappeared in an instant like a dream, and she completely collapsed. Her hatred for Lin Qian had penetrated deep into her bones. She gripped his neck tightly with both hands and refused to let go. Seeing that Lin Qian was about to be strangled to death, he struggled desperately on the bed. His right hand groped around in panic and suddenly touched the fruit knife in the fruit basket on the bedside table. At that moment, the instinct for survival made him stab towards Lin's mother without thinking. Poochie, the sound of the sharp blade entering the flesh was particularly harsh. Immediately afterwards, Lin's mother let out a scream of ah. The sound was so heartbreaking that it seemed to penetrate one's soul. Her hands loosened immediately, and she fell backwards in pain. Blood spurted out like a fountain, splashing on Lin Qian's face. The warm touch brought him back to his senses from the fear of dying. Lin Qian breathed greedily, gasping for air in big gulps, his chest heaving violently. When he went to see Lin's mother again, his eyes widened in horror. Lin's mother's left, I was stabbed by a fruit knife. Blood flowed out from between her fingers, staining her hands red, and then dripped onto the ground, gathering into a shocking pool of blood. She kept rolling on the ground, her body twisted into strange shapes, and her screams echoed in the ward, making people shudder. Lin Qian looked at his mother in horror, his voice trembling. "No, don't blame me. It was you who wanted to strangle me to death. I was just defending myself." He was at a loss for a moment and didn't know what to do. But soon he calmed down. Anyway, they are husband and wife. He just blinded one of Jiang Zhiyue's eyes. According to the law, it can only be regarded as a family conflict at most, and it can be solved with a few words of criticism and education. Thinking of this, Lin Qian's fear instantly dissipated, replaced by cold calmness. He picked up his phone and quickly dialed Shun Wanru's number. "Hey, Rower, come to my ward. That bitch Jiang Zhiyue found out about us. She wanted to strangle me to death, but I stabbed her in the eye. It would be unlucky for me if you take someone to drag her away," he said with disgust. Jiang Zhiyue, who was in great pain, listened to Lin Qian's cold-blooded words, and as only remaining, I was full of hatred. She used up all her strength, her voice filled with endless resentment. "Lin Qian, you will not die well." Chapter 127. Lin's mother fought back and turned Lin Qian into a eunuch. Lin Qian raised his head and laughed wildly. His laughter echoed wildly in the ward, sharp and piercing. "Bitch, if it weren't for the remaining shares you have, do you think I would have let you live until now?" He grinned, with a twisted look of complacency on his face, with the corners of his mouth raised high like a dark, crawling, poisonous snake. "I feel extremely disgusted sleeping in the same bed with you every day, especially when we do sexual things. You are like a dead fish without any reaction at all. How can you compare with Ruer? You're not even worthy of carrying Ruer's shoes." As he spoke, he shook his head wantonly, as if he was showing off some unspeakable secret. "I'm not afraid to tell you that I never liked you from the beginning. If your family didn't have money, a fool like you wouldn't be worthy of my even a second glance. It is also thanks to your stupidity that I was able to take over the Jiang group. When I am discharged from the hospital, I will settle abroad with my beloved woman and children. What do you do to me?" "Ha ha ha." He laughed so hard that he fell backwards and his whole body began to shake. The bloodstains on his face became more hideous as he moved, like twisted centipedes slowly crawling on his face. Lin Qian's extremely arrogant words were like salt sprinkled on Jiang Zhiyue's wounds, completely causing her adrenaline to surge. At this moment, she seemed to be injected with a mysterious and violent power, and she could not even feel the piercing pain in her legs and eyes. Her chest rose and fell violently, and her heavy breathing was particularly clear in the ward. She supported herself on the ground, veins bulging from the exertion on her hands, which snaked along the backs of her hands, and she slowly stood up. Lin Qian, who was laughing wildly, caught a glimpse of this miraculous scene, and his laughter stopped abruptly, and the smile on his face froze instantly. His eyes were wide open, and his face was full of disbelief. Jiang Zhiyue's face was extremely distorted due to anger, and her originally gentle face now became extremely terrifying. The corners of her mouth were twisted, her teeth were chattering, and the muscles on her face were twitching uncontrollably. She looked like a demon from hell. "You beast, I'm going to kill you," she roared, her voice hoarse and broken, and threw herself on Lin Qian desperately. In extreme anger, she had amazing explosive power, and her hands were like iron clamps, forcibly snatching the knife from Lin Qian's hand. With one cut of the knife, Lin Qian screamed like a pig being slaughtered, and his crotch was covered in blood. Jiang Zhuye fell into madness, and the knife in his hand kept stabbing, one after another. Blood splattered everywhere, splashing on her face and body, but she was unaware and just kept repeating this action. Don't you love to cheat? I'll let you cheat. I'll let you cheat. Ha ha. She stabbed him madly and laughed loudly. And in a few stabbings, Lin Ziyuan's brother was pierced to pieces. Lin Ziyuan's blood stained the bed sheets red, and his body kept twitching due to the severe pain. The bloody smell filled the ward and drifted into the corridor through the crack in the door. Lin Qian stood outside the door, watching the scene of Lin's father and mother killing each other in the house. Her heart was as calm as water, without a trace of heartache. The indifference and hurt she suffered in this family over the years gradually consumed her feelings for her family. She felt that the two people in front of her fully deserved their current tragic ending. One lost an eye, and the other lost his male characteristics. Although such a tragic result was beyond her expectations, it also made her feel extremely happy. This is what they call evil will be punished by evil. How can it be that evildoers do not receive retribution? She thought silently in her heart, and the emotions that had been suppressed for days were finally released. A relaxed smile appeared on her face, and in that smile, there was the pleasure of revenge. Just then, a burst of hurried footsteps came from the end of the corridor, and Shun Wanra hurried over with several medical staff. Lin Qian was stunned, but it was too late to hide. At the critical moment, Xiao Xingye turned sideways, and his tall and straight body was like a mountain, completely covering Lin Qian's slender and petite figure. Lin Qian was sandwiched between Xiao Xingye and the wall, with her head lowered to reduce her presence. Shun Wanru didn't notice Lin Qian at all and rushed into the ward with her men. When they saw the beds and the floor covered in blood, even the medical staff who were used to seeing blood were frightened and turned pale. When Shun Wanru saw the tragic condition of Lin Ziyuan's crotch being stabbed, her head instantly buzzed. Although Lin Ziyuan was useless, he could at least be used. Now that he has lost his tools, he is completely useless. However, Shun Wanru was only surprised for a moment and sighed in her heart. It wasn't like she really liked Lin Ziyuan. How could she possibly be truly in love with a scumbag like Lin Ziyuan, who could even abandon his wife and children? She was even worried that one day Lin Ziyuan would dislike her and get rid of her without anyone knowing. In her opinion, a heartless person like Lin Ziyuan was born to be used and did not deserve to be treated sincerely. I really don't know what kind of genes could give birth to a jackal like Lin Ziyuan. Shin Wanru quickly calmed down, turned around, and said to the medical staff in a stern voice, "What are you still standing there for? Save him." The medical staff woke up as if from a dream and rushed to Lin Ziyuan, pushing him out in a panic. At this time, Jiang Zhuye had exhausted all his strength and fainted. Shin Wanru also had Jiang Zhuye taken to the operating room. It was not because she was kind, but because the medical staff around were watching, and as the dean, she had to pretend to save Jiang Zhuye even if she didn't want to. After they all left, Xiao Xingye finally revealed Lin Qian behind him. Why didn't Miss Lin tell Lin Ziyuan that Lin Wanner was not Lin Ziyuan? Wouldn't it make him heartbroken if you told him? Xiao Xingye asked. Lin Qian smiled. Tell him that it's too easy for him. Doesn't he like to squeeze out the value of others? Then I will learn from him and let the woman I love the most squeeze out all his value. Lin Wanner is in prison, and Lin Ziyuan will definitely do everything he can to rescue her. When he loses everything for his daughter who has no blood relationship with him, then he will be told that the children born to Shin Wanru are not his at all, and only then will he be devastated. For the sake of his non-blood related children, he sent his own son to prison. I believe Lin Ziyuan must have had a very interesting expression when he learned the news. Isn't he the one who cares most about incense? This time, the incense of his Lin family was completely cut off. Xiao Xingye raised his eyebrows. Ms. Lin is quite cruel. Thank you for the compliment. The two looked at each other and smiled. They left the hospital and were walking toward the parking lot when they ran into someone. The other person was sitting in a wheelchair. He no longer looked like the elite gold medal lawyer he once was. He was wearing shabby clothes and looked much thinner than the last time I saw him. His cheekbones were prominent, and there was a shadow under his eyes. He looked exhausted. This person was none other than Lin Qian's childhood sweetheart, Lu Qian. Lu Qian hadn't seen Lin Qian for almost 2 months. When they met suddenly without any warning, Lu Qian felt as if he was in another world. Lin Qian has changed a lot. Her face has become plumper, Her skin has become smoother, and her hair is no longer as dry and yellow as before. Her black hair falls straight on her shoulders. She exudes happiness from head to toe. On the other hand, he was extremely down and out. Such a contrast made Lin Qian wish he could find a hole to crawl into. In the past, he had always been glamorous and brilliant, but now the situation has changed, and he is particularly uncomfortable. When Lin Qian saw the tall, handsome, and tough man next to Lin Qian, he became jealous and asked subconsciously, "Who is he?" Chapter 128, Facing Lin Qian's Ruthless Humiliation. Lin Qian is immune to all poisons. Lin Qian's eyes were sharp and questioning, locked tightly on Lin Qian. His gaze was like that of a husband who had caught his wife cheating on him in bed, filled with anger and disbelief at the betrayal. Lin Qian glanced at Lin Qian coldly, as if she was looking at an insignificant stranger, and then quickly looked away, her eyes full of alienation, obviously not wanting to have any interaction with him. Ever since Lin Qian's legs were broken in the detention center, his emotions have been like a wild horse that has broken free from its reins. He can no longer control himself, sometimes furious, sometimes desperate. Coupled with the revocation of his lawyer's license, his proud career was completely shattered. Soon after, his house, car, and savings were confiscated one by one, and his life instantly plummeted from the clouds to the bottom of the valley, and he never recovered. The once high-spirited Lin Qian can only live in a dark and damp basement, with a musty smell and darkness erode his soul all the time. His former friends, colleagues, and even strangers all looked at him with ridicule and humiliation. This was the most humiliating thing he had ever experienced in his 20 years of life. Even during the difficult years in the orphanage, he had never been treated in such a way that trampled on his dignity. He lost everything. His career, status, and wealth all vanished overnight. And Lin Qian became the only light of salvation in his heart. He looked forward to seeing Lin Qian every day. After looking forward to it day and night, he finally got his wish today, but the scene before him was like a bolt from the blue. There was actually another man by her side. She treated him like a stranger. This was something he never expected. Lin Qian pushed the wheelchair with difficulty and stood in front of Lin Qian. His voice was trembling and anxious. Qian, I want to ask you a question. Who is this man?" Lin Qian looked impatient. "Who he is has nothing to do with you." These few short words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Lin Qian's heart hard and making his breathing pause. His fingers dug into the metal frame of the wheelchair so tightly that his knuckles turned white from excessive force. The biting cold spread through his fingertips throughout his body, but it was nothing compared to the chill in his heart. Is she trying to draw a line between herself and him? He doesn't allow it. Why is it okay? We grew up together. We were childhood sweethearts. Lin Qian sneered. "You are just my childhood sweetheart, not my father. How can you control who I associate with?" Lin Qian's face turned pale in an instant. He stared at Xiao Xingye beside Lin Qian, his eyes burning with flames of jealousy and anger. He gritted his teeth and said, Qian, have you forgotten our previous agreement? You said that you would always be by my side when I become successful." Lin Qian felt as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. The smile on her face became more and more sarcastic, and a deep sense of sadness and worthlessness surged in her heart. At that time, they depended on each other in the orphanage, and she felt that she would never leave Lin Qian for the rest of her life. Just because he said, "I want to study law and send all those who bully you to jail," she became obsessed with it. She worked very hard, participated in competitions very hard, and tried her best to win scholarships every year. Considering his self-esteem, she anonymously transferred all the money she earned to Lin Qian, hoping that he could suffer less and not have to work and study like other poor children. At that time, although she was suffering, she was also happy because she had faith in her heart. She fantasized that after graduation, Lin Qian would become a famous lawyer in Haicheng and protect her under his wings. However, reality slapped her hard in the face. Not only did lawyer Lu fail to send the people who bullied her to jail, but he sent herself, the victim of the bullying, to jail instead. What's even more ridiculous is that he didn't use the money she earned with great difficulty to buy study materials or to buy food, drink, and daily necessities. Instead, he used it to buy Nike sneakers worth thousands of dollars, Arc'teryx jackets worth $4,000 or $5,000, and Mont Blanc watches worth more than $50,000. He also bought gifts for Lin Qian many times. Lin Qian, the daughter of a wealthy family, looked down upon the cheap goods worth 1,000 or 800 yuan that Lin Qian gave her, and gave them to the servants as rewards when she got home. She had been used to being poor since she was a child, so she didn't recognize these brands at all, and she couldn't tell that Lin Qian, a college student, had an outfit that cost nearly 100,000 yuan in total. It was not until Xiao Xingye investigated the Lin family and discovered that Lin Wanner had pretended to be an anonymous donor to Lin Qian and then investigated what happened to Lin Qian during his college years that she woke up from her dream. It turned out that when Lin Qian was in college, he used her hard-earned money to create a rich second-generation persona for himself. He was no longer the same person she remembered. He had become greedy, selfish, and vain, and had become the type of person she hated the most. Lin Qian sneered, her eyes full of disdain. Promise? Lin Qian, are you worthy of it? You don't think I will choose to forgive you after you put me in jail, do you? During the time I was out of prison, wasn't my disgust for you obvious enough? Please put away your inexplicable self-confidence. In my eyes, you are worse than a stranger. At least strangers don't disgust me, but every time I see you, I feel sick. Lin Qian seemed to be deeply hurt by these words. His body shook violently, and a sickly blush appeared on his face, which was a mixture of anger and humiliation. No, I didn't put you in jail. It was you did it yourself. If you hadn't pushed Gu Yilin down the stairs and turned her into a vegetable, you wouldn't have been sentenced. You asked for it, so you can't blame me. Lin Qian's eyes instantly became filled with disgust. She no longer wanted to endure Lin Qian's unreasonable behavior, so she raised her hand and slapped Lin Qian hard in the face, screaming, "Are you blind or deaf?" Gu Yilin confirmed on the day she woke up that it wasn't me who did it. How long do you want to keep your head down? If you hadn't stopped me again and again, Gu Yilin would have pointed out that Lin Wanner was the murderer. You still have the nerve to throw dirty water on me. You really make me feel disgusted. Lin Qian's mind went blank after being beaten. He didn't want to admit that he had made a mistake 5 years ago, because once he was proven wrong, everything would be over between him and Lin Qian. That's why he couldn't wait to force the blame on Lin Qian, and it would be best if she bore the stigma of attempted murder for the rest of her life. Only in this way could she continue to rely on him. The reason why he sent her to prison was actually because he found out that Gu Beichen liked her and they were even engaged. He didn't want to watch them get married and didn't want to see the girl he raised become another man's. He would rather destroy her and let her be despised by everyone. Only in this way would she have to depend on him. He had a perverted desire to control Lin Qian, just like now. When he saw her walking with another man, he couldn't control his emotions. When his eyes fell on a ring on Lin Qian's left middle finger, Lin Qian's suppressed emotions completely erupted. What's with the ring on your finger? Are you engaged? Who allowed you to get engaged to another wild man? You can only have me in your heart, and only I can bring you happiness. But you hooked up with other men when I was at my lowest point. Lin Qian, how could you be so despicable? Hey, you slept with him a long time ago. You are so shameless. You are covered in wounds and have a missing kidney, but you are so horny. You can't live without a man, right? You seduced Gu Beichen back then, and now a wild man shows up. How many men have you slept with? Tell me. Lin Qian was like a madman, swearing at Lin Qian, as if she was his property and no one was allowed to touch her. Lin Qian took a look at the ring on her middle finger. It was Fu Shirye's pinky ring, and it fit perfectly on her middle finger. If it had been in the past, Lin Qian would have been so angry that her face would have turned red after being humiliated like this. But this time, not only was Lin Qian not angry, she also hugged Xiao Xingye's arm with a happy look on her face. Yes, we are together. As she spoke, she stroked her belly with her other hand and said, I have another good news to tell you. I'm pregnant. I came to the hospital today for a prenatal checkup. The word pregnant was like a bolt from the blue, which left Xiao Xingye burnt on the outside and tender on the inside, and Lin Qian in excruciating pain. Chapter 129. Lin Qian was hit hard when he found out that it was Lin Qian who funded the project. Xiao Xingye, Miss Lin, you can't play it like this. I haven't even had a girlfriend. You can't ruin my innocence. All of Lin Qian's strength was drained away in an instant. His body felt as if he was in an extremely cold place with ice and snow. The bone-chilling cold spread from his heart to his entire body. His lips opened and closed slightly, but he could no longer utter a complete syllable. He just stared at Lin Qian with his bloodshot, almost crazy eyes, as if he wanted to burn her with his gaze. You are shameless. He took great effort to squeeze out these words from between his teeth, with endless resentment and unwillingness. He began to make hysterical accusations. Do you know that a woman's best dowry is innocence? You haven't even gotten married yet, but you're pregnant with a wild man's child. Aren't you afraid that his family will use the child to control you and make you live in unrest? Lin Qian, you really disappoint me. You are so unruly. Even if I abort the baby, I will not want you anymore. Your womb has bred someone else's child. You are not worthy of me, let alone being the mother of my future child. You make me feel dirty and disgusting so that I want to vomit. As he said this, he frowned in disgust, and the expression on his face was distorted to an almost hideous level. Lin Qian looked at him coldly, without a trace of fluctuation in her eyes. Lu Chun, why didn't I realize that you had such a futile mindset before? If I didn't know you graduated from college, I would have thought you had never received higher education. If I had known that you, a college graduate, couldn't even tell right from wrong, I shouldn't have sponsored you anonymously. As a result, you became such an ungrateful bastard. These words made Lu Qian's heart tremble, and his eyes widened in disbelief. What do you mean? What do you mean by sponsoring me? His voice suddenly rose, trying to use the high decibel volume to cover up his inner panic and fear, but the slightly trembling tone still exposed his inner uneasiness. Lin Qian had an indifferent expression, without a trace of warmth in her eyes. She stared straight into Lu Qian's eyes and spoke word by word. I anonymously funded your college education. Her words were brief and clear, but they were like a bombshell, causing a huge storm in Lu Qian's heart. Impossible, Lu Qian almost blurted out. He shook his head vigorously, his eyes full of resistance, as if he was desperately resisting this cruel fact. He was unwilling to believe that his glory and pride had always been supported by Lin Qian. How was that impossible? Lin Qian took a step forward. Which of those expensive clothes and luxury goods you had during college was not bought with my hard-earned money? I worked very hard, participated in various competitions, and received scholarships every year just so that you could study with peace of mind and not worry about money. But what about you? You used the money to package yourself, pretending to be a rich second generation in front of everyone, deceiving everyone, and completely deceiving me. Lu Qian's body collapsed in the wheelchair. His mind instantly flashed back to the days when he wore famous brands and was sought after by everyone. He thought that the glory he had gained through his charm and ability, but at this moment, it was like a slap in the face. No, that's not true. You're lying to me. Lu Qian yelled at Lin Qian. You were just a high school student at that time. How could you possibly give me 10,000 yuan every month? Don't think I don't know who really funded me. It was Warner who funded me. Only a rich girl like Warner wouldn't care about a mere 10,000 yuan. You're not welcomed at all in the Lin family. The Lin family doesn't give you a dime. What can you use to support me? It turned out that he had always known about her difficult situation in the Lin family. But when she suffered all kinds of grievances in the Lin family, he simply dismissed her with a simple sentence, "You are just too sensitive." It turned out that he also knew that the Lin family would not give her a penny. But when he could earn 10,000 yuan every month, he was unwilling to give her even 100 yuan. How stupid was she to give him all the money she had worked so hard to earn without reservation? Lin Qian felt a surge of deep sorrow in her heart. She said coldly, "You've never participated in any competitions, so of course you don't know that there's a generous prize for winning first place in a physics competition. I really regret giving you all my bonus. If I'd kept the money, my life would have been so comfortable. No one knows this better than Lawyer Lu, who was wearing all the famous brands when he was in college." Her voice was very soft, but it was like a sharp blade, piercing directly into Lu Qian's self-esteem, making him feel humiliated. "Impossible. I don't believe it. You are lying to me." Lu Qian was still making his last struggle. Lin Qian no longer wanted to waste even a moment of her time with this unreasonable person. She looked calm and said calmly, Yes, I was lying to you." After saying that, he turned around and left with Xiao Xingye without hesitation, with no intention of arguing with Lu Qian at all. Her nonchalant attitude was like salt sprinkled on Lu Qian's wounds, making the rage in his heart burn even more fiercely. He pushed the wheelchair eagerly to catch up with Lin Qian. The wheels of the wheelchair drew sharp arcs on the ground, making sharp friction sounds. "Lin Qian, stop right there. Don't leave. And speak your mind clearly," he shouted at the top of his lungs, but Lin Qian couldn't hear him, and even if she could, she didn't want to hear him. Soon, Lin Qian and Xiao Xingye got in the car. Xiao Xingye started the engine, and the car quickly left the hospital. Lu Qian looked at the car going away, his body completely slumped in the wheelchair, his eyes empty and confused. He kept muttering impossible to himself, but his heart had already believed this cruel fact. He came to the hospital this time to check his leg injury, but now his mind and eyes were filled with Lin Qian's words, so he had no time to care about his legs. At this moment, he just wanted to see Lin Qian immediately and find out the truth of the matter. Lin Qian, the daughter of the Lin family, did something shocking at the banquet hosted by the old lady of the Fu family. She robbed embroidery worth 20 million yuan and was taken away by the police on the spot. Everyone in the banquet hall witnessed this scene, and the incident made headlines in major news that evening. Lin Qian naturally also saw the news, so he knew that Lin Qian was detained in the detention center. Inside the detention center, the lights were dim and there was a tense atmosphere in the air. Lin Qian and Lin Qian sat face to face, separated by a cold, hard iron fence. Lin Qian could never imagine that Lin Qian, who was once as proud as a white swan, would now become so miserable. Her hair was shaved, and the scalp on top of her head was damaged over a large area. The fallen scabs left shocking marks. No hair could grow in those places anymore, which formed a sharp contrast with the sparse new stubble around them. She looked like a Mediterranean and was extremely funny. The innate pride and arrogance that she once had long since disappeared without a trace. At this moment, she was like a peacock with all its feathers plucked out, looking disheveled and destitute. When she saw Lin Qian, her eyes lit up and hope suddenly arose in her heart, hoping that Lin Qian, the great lawyer, would rescue her. However, when he saw Lin Qian sitting in a wheelchair, his clothes full of wrinkles, and his face full of fatigue and vicissitudes, the fire of hope that had just been ignited was instantly extinguished, and his heart sank to the bottom. But these days, Lin Qian was the first person to come to see her. Even though she realized that Lin Qian was having a hard time, she still pretended to be pitiful and asked for help. "Brother Lin Qian, save me." If it were the beautiful Lin Qian who was as pure and elegant as a daffodil, she would look really pitiful when she acted pitiful. But now, she has no hair, a weird Mediterranean hairstyle, dull skin, and looks haggard, completely different from her former appearance. Such a woman could not arouse Lin Qian's sympathy in the slightest. Lin Qian held the iron fence tightly with both hands, looked at Lin Qian in front of him, and asked, "Lin Qian, tell me, who was the person who funded me back then?" Lin Qian didn't expect that he came here for this. Her eyes flickered, but the next second, she calmed down and lied calmly. "Of course it's me." "Stop pretending," Lin Qian roared. "Lin Qian said that she was the one who funded me. Did you lie to me? Why did you do this?" His eyes were full of questioning, as if he wanted to see through Lin Qian. It turns out it has been discovered. Lin Qian's heart tightened. Looking at Lin Qian's expression that seemed like he wanted to eat her alive, she knew she could no longer continue pretending. She suddenly burst out laughing, with a hint of madness and pride in her voice. "It took you 5 years to realize how stupid you really are." "That's right. It was Lin Qian who sponsored you back then. Tell me, isn't Lin Qian stupid? She transferred all her money to you anonymously, but she herself couldn't even eat or wear warm clothes. She didn't even know that you used her money to buy trendy brands and act cool in school." Ha ha. When Lin Qian thought of the suffering Lin Qian had endured over the years, she laughed so hard that she fell backwards. "You know what? Every time I see you using Lin Qian's money to buy me gifts to please me, I feel so happy. Lin Qian, that bitch, is she worthy of being compared with me? She deserved to be betrayed by her biological parents, brother, and childhood sweetheart. How could she be born into a wealthy family, while I—" Her voice suddenly choked, and a hint of resentment flashed in her eyes. "But she can only be the child of a doctor and a driver." Taking away Lin Qian's life, and watching the rich girl struggling under her feet, she felt a perverted pleasure in her heart. Listening to Lin Qian's crazy and vicious words, Lin Qian felt as if his heart was stabbed by a knife. A sharp pain came over him, and his whole face was twisted in pain. He gnashed his teeth and roared, "Lin Qian, eh." Chapter 130. The Love-Brained Mother. The father who eats the whole family. The unreliable brother. The childhood sweetheart who repays kindness with enmity. Lin Qian's roar almost broke through the cold iron fence. Veins bulged, and he wished he could tear this bitch who had ruined his life and hurt Lin Qian into pieces. "You vicious woman." Lin Qian's voice was almost hoarse, with anger bursting from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, he looked like a mad beast. But Lin Qian raised her head and laughed even more wantonly, which made her look like a devil in her disheveled appearance. Once upon a time, Lin Qian was a well-known elite lawyer in Haicheng, full of vigor and vitality. At that time, he had a lot of value to Lin Wanner, so she would naturally use sweet words and pretend to be gentle and lovely to coax him. But now, Lin Qian's legs were broken and he could only sit in a wheelchair. He was wearing cheap street stall clothes, his clothes were wrinkled, his face was sallow, and he exuded a disgusting, sour smell that came from not having taken a shower for a long time. For the selfish Lin Wanner, he was no longer of any use to her. How could she continue to flatter him? If you weren't hopelessly stupid, how could I have use to you? You have no right to blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being blind and stupid. Let me guess. The reason you know that it was Lin Qian who funded you back then, not me, must be because Lin Qian told you in person, right? She paused. A sinister smile appeared on her face and continued. Is Lin Qian heartbroken by you and extremely disappointed in you? No matter how much you beg, she refuses to forgive you anymore. After saying that, she covered her stomach and let out a sharp laugh. Oh, so pitiful. Pu ha ha. Lin Wanner is an extremely selfish person. She has fallen into such an embarrassing situation and is unhappy. She wants to transfer this pain to others. Lin Qian, who had lost his usefulness, became the target of her venting. She vented all the negative emotions that had accumulated in her heart towards Lin Qian. Looking at Lin Qian's face twisted by anger, guilt, and regret, she felt a perverted pleasure in her heart. Lin Qian shook the iron fence vigorously, looking so ferocious as if he wanted to eat Lin Wanner. Poisonous woman, bitch, you shall not have a good death dash. His mind recalled the days when he was deceived by Lin Wanner. He used Qianqian's hard-earned money to please Lin Wanner, and even caused Qianqian to be imprisoned for 5 years for Lin Wanner. His heart was filled with regret, and he felt as if he was being eaten by thousands of ants. Will I die a miserable death? I am a daughter of the Lin group. My parents and brother love me very much. They will soon find a way to rescue me. Lin Wanner raised her chin with disdain in her eyes. Lin Qian's face twisted when he heard this, but soon he showed a mocking smile. Lin Group's daughter? You don't deserve it. You don't know yet. Lin Group has gone bankrupt. Your brother was taken away by the police. Your parents offended the president of Fu Group and had their legs broken. They can't take care of themselves. How could they remember you? A poor, fake daughter. After Lin Qian said this, he felt extremely satisfied. Lin Wanner tortured him, and he wanted to retaliate against her. He thought Lin Wanner's face would show shock, anxiety, and other emotions, but she didn't. Lin Wanner looked at him with a half smile and suddenly said, "It's none of my business if they go bankrupt. My biological parents are worth over 100 million yuan. They will never watch me go to jail." Lin Qian's face froze instantly. He stared at Lin Wanner intently, as if he wanted to see through her with his eyes and prove that she was just bluffing. Don't be so mysterious here. If your biological parents really had that ability, why would they let you stay in the Lin family for so many years? He gritted his teeth, his voice filled with reluctance. Lin Wanner raised her lips in contempt. Do you think I want to stay in the Lin family? It's just my parents' plan. What plan? Lin Qian asked. Lin Wanner leaned back in her chair, looking relaxed, and looked at Lin Qian as if he were a fool. You think too highly of yourself if you want to trick me into talking. If you used all your abilities on Lin Qian. Do you know why I asked you to be my defense lawyer? It was because I saw that you and Lin Qian were childhood sweethearts. Only if you personally sent that bitch Lin Qian to jail, Lin Qian would be in agony. Lin Wanner's voice was full of pride. Otherwise, with you being a freshly graduated college student with no experience, do you think you are qualified to be a defense lawyer for a rich lady like me? Don't talk about you. I can find any lawyer to win the lawsuit. If it were someone else, they would become famous overnight in Haicheng because of the lawsuit. Do you really think you are so great? Even a pig can be blown up to the sky if it stands in the wind. You're just borrowing the east wind of our Lin family. How capable do you really think you are? TSK, TSK, TSK. Sometimes I feel sorry for Lin Qian. How could she be so unlucky? She has a love-brained mother, a father who eats up all the family wealth, an unreliable brother, and a childhood sweetheart like you who repays kindness with enmity. Lin Qian was bullied and wrongly imprisoned. It was not my fault. It was you, the people closest to her, who pushed her into fire pit step by step. Lin Wanner never thought that she was wrong. In her opinion, she would just try her best to gain benefits for herself in this world where the strong prey on the weak. If those people were sober enough and trusted Lin Qian enough, how could they be easily swayed by her few provocative words? She and Lin Qian have no blood relationship, so why should she give everything to Lin Qian when she comes back? She was able to trample Lin Qian, a real rich girl, into the dust. That was her ability. If Lin Qian had the ability, he could also step on her. Lin Wanner crossed her arms across her chest, admiring Lu Qian's face with great interest. His face was filled with hatred for her and regret for Lin Qian, but there was no trace of reflection on the wrong things he had done. Shut up! Shut up! Lu Qian yelled like a madman. His eyes bulged out and were bloodshot. Lin Wanner, you are a devil. I was used by you. You are the culprit. Devil. Lin Wanner sneered. The world is full of the weak, and the strong prey on the weak. I'm only doing this for my own benefit. Besides, aren't you also coveting my beauty and my status as the daughter of the Lin family? Do you want to get something out of me? Otherwise, how could you turn a blind eye to Lin Qian's sincerity? I did use you, but I never forced you to use Lin Qian's money to buy trendy brands and pretend to be a rich second generation in school. Her eyes were full of mockery as she stared straight at Lu Qian and spoke word by word. Lin Qian was slapped, forced to kneel, stabbed with needles, and had her legs broken in prison. Don't you know about this? And you didn't stop it. Lin Wanner's words were like a heavy hammer, hitting his heart hard. He had to admit that he was indeed blinded by vanity and made an unforgivable mistake. Lin Qian's grades during those 3 years in high school were excellent. The light emanating from her was too dazzling, completely overshadowing his. He felt a little jealous. He just wanted to suppress Lin Qian's brilliance. Lin Qian is just a woman. What's the point of being so good at studying? After graduation, you still have to get married, have children, and become a housewife who takes care of your husband and children. And he himself is not without the ability to make money, so he can just support Lin Qian in the future. Why is she so proud? He had always kept these thoughts deep in his heart. Although he felt that he was not wrong, he also knew that speaking them out would cause disgust. So, he watched Lin Qian being bullied and allowed others to torture Lin Qian. He thought that when outsiders smoothed out Lin Qian's edges, he would appear at the right time to give her warmth. By then, Lin Qian would only be able to rely on him and would never think about becoming a scholar, mentor, or professor again. He broke her wings because he didn't want her to suffer. He would become her safe haven, provide her with food and clothing, support her, and love her. Isn't that good? But what he never expected was that Lin Qian suffered so much inhuman torture in prison, and even though his edges had been smoothed out, he was still so stubborn. Not only did she not choose to depend on him, but she hated him to the core. They had spent more than 10 years together in the orphanage and had a deep bond, but Lin Qian said she would abandon him, which made Lu Qian feel that she was too cruel. Now she has found a wild man who has a tendency to domestic violence, and she is pregnant. How can you be so shameless? He hated Lin Qian for not being in a clear mind, and he hated Lin Wanner for using him even more. If Lin Wanner hadn't instigated them, how could he and Qian have reached this point today? Chapter 131. Lu Qian was beaten by a mysterious man and sent to the hospital and had both legs amputated. Lu Qian was completely overwhelmed by anger and shook the iron fence frantically and recklessly. Bang, bang, bang. The iron fence made a sound of being unable to bear the weight under his brute force, as if it would be torn in pieces at any time. Lu Qian's eyes were as big as copper bells. The muscles on his face were twisted violently with anger. His facial features were almost out of place, and his hideous appearance was like that of a demon from hell, which was creepy. You damn bitch! Lu Qian yelled at the top of his lungs. I'll kill you. His madness was like that of a rabid dog. Lin Wanner looked at Lu Qian's man-eating madness, and the joy in her heart was like a flood that broke through the dam, surging and reaching an unprecedented peak. She let out a sharp and piercing laugh, which mixed with Lu Qian's roar and seemed particularly strange. The crazier Lu Qian got, the more wantonly and wildly she laughed. Come on, kill me if you dare, Lin Wanner shouted at Lu Qian provocatively, her eyes full of contempt and ridicule. You coward, it's too late to regret now. While she was laughing, she deliberately twisted her body as if to show off her victory to Lu Qian. Such a huge noise soon attracted the guards. 2 policemen quickly came over, one on the left and one on the right, and held Lu Qian down. Lu Qian was still struggling, kicking his feet and twisting his body desperately, trying to break free from the police's restraints and continue to rush towards Lin Wanner. Let me go, let me go! Lu Qian screamed madly. His voice was completely hoarse and almost broken. I want to kill her, I must kill her! His eyes were fixed on Lin Qian the entire time, and his hatred seemed to want to burn her to ashes. Lin Qian looked at Lin Qian being dragged away by the police, and the smile on her face became brighter and brighter. She even made a face at Lin Qian and said sarcastically, "You can slowly regret it outside. When I get out, I will go abroad to enjoy life, and you can only fend for yourself in this endless pain." Bitch! As Lin Qian was dragged out of the detention center, his shouting and cursing gradually dissipated in the long corridor until it could no longer be heard. Outside, the night had already fallen. Lin Qian sat in a wheelchair in a daze. The dim street lights emitted a weak light, which weakly sprinkled on his face full of vicissitudes and fatigue. Finished. It's all over. His once glorious career has now shattered like a bubble. Qian, the one he cherished most, was also pushed into the abyss by his own hands and will never forgive him again. Now he is nothing but regret and loneliness. Lin Qian's eyes gradually became moist, and hot tears slid down his cheeks and dripped onto his tattered clothes. Qian, I really didn't mean it. I just wanted to support you, he muttered to himself, but unfortunately there was no one around and no one could hear his belated confession. Fu family villa. The warm light shines through the windows and onto the paths in the courtyard, adding a touch of softness to the night. Madame Fu looked at Lin Qian lovingly. Qian, you are not feeling well. Go back to sleep quickly. Lin Qian shook her head gently. Grandma, I'll wait for Mr. Fu. The old lady was filled with joy when she heard this. Her eyes inadvertently fell on the ring on Lin Qian's middle finger. Her smile became brighter, and the wrinkles on her face revealed a taste of happiness. That ring is of special significance. It is a relic of Shurye's mother. Over the years, Shurye has regarded it as a treasure. When he was a child, he hung it around his neck with a red string. When he grew up, he wore it on his little finger and never took it off. Now, he gave this precious ring to Lin Qian, which was enough to prove that he had really chosen Lin Qian and wanted to spend the rest of his life with her. Then Grandma will go upstairs. Don't wait too late. The old lady reminded with a smile. Lin Qian nodded obediently and watched the old lady go upstairs. She sat quietly on the sofa in the living room, but her thoughts drifted back to her days at the Lin family. At that time, when she came home from school, she was always faced with a dark living room, and the cold air seemed to swallow her. She stood alone in the darkness, the chill in her heart spreading inch by inch. The feeling of being ignored by her family and forgotten by the world is still hard for her to forget. Later, it was the light that Wu Ma left for her that lit a ray of warmth for her in the darkness and became one of the few comforts for her in the Lin family. Because she had deeply experienced the indifference of having no family care, Lin Qian especially cherished the warmth she felt in the Fu family. She wanted to wait for Mr. Fu to come back, just like she was waiting for herself to come home in the snow at the age of 15. Time passes by every second. The whole villa was very quiet, with only the ticking of the clock in the living room. Lin Qian was tired from sitting, so she fell on the sofa. She was in poor health and got tired easily. Feeling sleepy, she slowly closed her eyes. She curled up a little on the sofa, as if this would give her a greater sense of security. When Fu Shurye came back, he saw the skinny Lin Qian sleeping on the sofa. I glanced around the living room, but didn't see Grandma and Aunt Li. I guess they must have gone back to their rooms to sleep. Did she leave the light on for him and wait for him to come back? Fu Shurye's originally stern face softened slightly the moment he saw her. He could walk towards her with lighter steps. Then he leaned over, put his arms around her back and legs, and picked her up steadily. He walked upstairs with his long legs, put her on the bed, and covered her with a quilt. I was very careful throughout the whole process, for fear of waking her up. Ms. Lin, I wish you a sweet dream. Fu Shurye's voice sounded softly in the quiet room, with a hint of tenderness that he himself did not even notice. After saying that, he walked out with his long legs, closing the door gently. Fu Shurye did not return to the bedroom, but went straight to the study. He sat at his desk and turned on the desk lamp. The soft light illuminated his deep face. He began to process the pile of documents. The only sound in the room was the scratching of the pen on the paper. About 15 minutes later, the sound of a telephone ring broke the silence in the study. Hello. President, I saw Lin Qian. Assistant Li's voice came from the other end of the phone. After sending Fu Shurye home, Special Assistant Li drove back to his own residence. Halfway through the journey, I remembered that I had no cigarettes, so I stopped the car to buy some. But unexpectedly, I heard a faint groan. Driven by curiosity, he followed the direction of the sound and walked to the entrance of the alley. In the dim light of the street lamp, he saw Lin Qian lying on the ground covered in blood, looking extremely miserable. What Lin Qian said to Lin Qian in the hospital during the day had already been conveyed to Fu Shiye by Xiao Xingye, and Special Assistant Li, who was present at the time, naturally knew about it. Seeing Lin Qian beaten half to death, he called Fu Shiye to seek the president's opinion. Fu Shiye thought for a moment and said in a cold voice, "Send him to the hospital. Don't let him die, but don't let him live well either." After hearing this, Assistant Li was shocked and hesitated for a moment before asking, "Does the president mean to keep him alive half dead?" Fu Shiye's lips curled up in an icy arc, and there was no warmth in that smile. Since both legs are useless, there is no need to keep them. Just amputate them. After hearing this, Assistant Li felt his legs go cold, and a chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Although Lin Qian's leg was broken, he would be able to recover if he took good care of it. No one knew who had beaten Lin Qian into such a miserable state this time. If he was left lying in the alley all night, he would probably be dead soon. After hanging up the phone, Special Assistant Li followed Fu Shiye's instructions and sent Lin Qian to the hospital. The man who beat Lin Qian half to death was now slowly taking off his bloodstained clothes and gloves, his movements calmly and coolly. Then he took out his lighter and lit it. The flames rose up instantly, engulfing the clothes and gloves, and the firelight reflected on the face, flickering. Chapter 132, Shun Man beats Lin Qian violently. Your sister man is a god. The flames rolled in the night, devouring the blood-stained clothes and gloves into ashes. The firelight fell on her face, outlining a countenance that was extremely cold. He has a pale face, and his eyes and brows are like a cold pond, so deep that you can't see the bottom, distant and cold. Under the straight nose bridge are thin and cold lips, as if they were caressed by frost, exuding a coldness that keeps people away from them, just like a finely crafted jade sculpture, exuding a sense of alienation that keeps people away from them. The tall and slender figure is tightly wrapped in a black dress. With every movement, the muscle lines are looming, and in the extreme delicate beauty, a chilling sense of power is exuded. Shun Man looked at the pile of ashes, and the anger in her heart finally subsided. Why did she suddenly beat up Lin Qian? The story started an hour ago. Today is Friday, and we will have holidays tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Mother Wu has been concentrating on taking care of Lin Qian recently. Counting the days, she hasn't seen her precious daughter for almost a month. So, Mother Wu called Shun Man, and the mother and daughter made an appointment to have dinner at a hot pot restaurant. While Shun Man was basking in the tender slices of meat, she asked Lin Qian about her recent situation with concern. What she was most worried about was whether Sister Qian was doing well. With a gentle smile on her face, Aunt Wu recounted in detail the careful care that Fu Shi, old Mrs. Fu, and Aunt Li had given to Lin Qian. After hearing this, Shun Man's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally settled down. However, when Aunt Wu told Shun Man what Xiao Xingye had investigated, Shun Man's originally calm eyes were instantly ignited by anger. She clenched the chopsticks tightly, her knuckles turned white from the force, and she almost broke the chopsticks. Shun Man will never let anyone who bullied Sister Qian go. Just when she had no place to vent her anger, she inadvertently saw Lin Qian, who was sitting in a wheelchair and slowly passing by the front of the hot pot restaurant through the bright glass of the restaurant. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, and the only thing left in Shun Man's eyes was the familiar figure of Lin Qian. An idea grew wildly in her mind. This man must pay a heavy price for what he had done. She suppressed her anger and said to Wu Ma calmly, "Mom, my tutor just sent me a message saying he has something urgent to talk to me about. I have to go back to school. You should go back and rest early. I'll live on campus tonight." After giving her a few instructions, Auntie Wu watched her leave in a hurry. After Shaman left the hot pot restaurant, she quietly followed Lin Qian on a remote and deserted road. She quickly took out the prepared sack and threw it on Lin Qian without hesitation. Then, she started beating him violently. Lin Qian struggled desperately in the sack and screamed in pain, but Shun Man had no intention of stopping. Then, she dragged Lin Qian, who had no power to fight back, into a dark alley. She picked up a stone on the ground and smashed it hard at Lin Qian's legs, again and again. Lin Qian's legs were soon bloody, and he collapsed to the ground, breathing more out than in. Only then did Shun Man stop. After dealing with all this, it was almost 10 o'clock in the evening. Shin Man stood under the street lamp on the roadside, and the dim light made her figure look very long. She took out her cell phone and was about to call a taxi. Suddenly, a dazzling car light shone on her without warning. She subconsciously squinted her eyes and raised her hand to block it. But in a moment, a cool-looking Porsche stopped steadily in front of her. The car door opened, and a man in his 20s got out of the car. The man looked handsome, but there was a hint of cynicism in his eyes. With a flattering smile on his face, he said, "Sister man, are you waiting for the bus? Are you going home or back to school? I'll take you there." Shin Man took a closer look and realized that this man was very familiar to her. He was the man who forced her to drink with assistantly when she first met him, Lin Qian. He was extremely drunk at the time, reeking of alcohol, and spoke as if he had been dumped by his girlfriend. So he went to the bar to drown his sorrows in alcohol. When he drank too much, he started to get mad at her and insisted on forcing her to drink with him. When she refused, he poured a glass of red wine on her. At that time, several of his friends also joined in the fun, and when they saw that she refused, they began to touch her. She was ready to hit them with a wine bottle, but she didn't expect that Assistant Lee would show up halfway. When she saw that Special Assistant Lee was well-dressed and looked like a hero who wanted to save the beauty, she immediately had an idea and pretended to be a weak and helpless little white flower. It was also because of this that she was later sent back to school by Special Assistant Lee, and she returned the umbrella to him and cleverly plotted against him. I thought I wouldn't have much interaction with Lin Qian anymore, but enemies often meet on narrow roads, and I would run into him just by leaving the school gate. Lin Qian drank too much that night and might not remember her, but his friends recognized her at a glance. They felt that they had lost face last time because they failed to get her drink with them. So in the mall, several people forcibly dragged her into the men's restroom, intending to teach her a lesson. As a result, she stabbed them with a butterfly knife. Not only that, she also pushed their heads into the toilet, filled their stomachs with toilet water, and then picked up the mop used to mop the toilet and beat them until they were bruised and swollen, crying for their parents. After beating the men, Shin Man clapped her hands and walked away in style, leaving a few embarrassed men complaining in the toilet. But the next day, these people used some unknown means to find out her school and name. He threatened her that if she didn't work as a bartender, she would be kicked out of Haiching. So they met at the bar for the third time. Inside the private room, the luxurious coffee table was filled with wine. Lin Qian and the others pointed at the wine bottles and said smugly, "As long as you drink all 50 bottles of wine, our previous debt will be written off." They thought Shin Man would be afraid and compromise, but they didn't understand Shin Man at all. Shin Man is a lunatic. The moment these scumbags threatened her, she was ready to fight them to the death. So, drinking alcohol is out of the question. Before those people could react, Shin Man picked up the wine bottle and smashed them. He beat them until their heads were covered in blood, then pulled out a butterfly knife and forced them to drink all the remaining wine. Remember, I'm not scared. If I dare to beat you today, I will dare to kill you tomorrow. You can call the police to arrest me, but I advise you to be prepared for me to kill your entire family after I get out of prison. Shin Man didn't know that these men were all sons of wealthy families in Haiching. They were domineering and bullied others. This was the first time they were bullied, and they were beaten by a woman without any chance to fight back. Rich people fear nothing except death, and what Shin Man fears least is death. After being severely beaten twice by Shin Man and receiving death threats, these three young masters disappeared instantly. I don't know if they have masochistic tendencies, but these three people are both afraid of and admire Shin Man. They just think that this woman's crazy and fierce personality is extremely cool. When they discussed Shin Man in private, they couldn't help but respectfully call her Sister Man. At this moment, Shin Man looked at Lin Qian in front of her, calmly took out a butterfly knife, and twirled it gracefully between her slender and beautiful fingertips, and asked coldly, "Looking for trouble? Looking for death?" Seeing this, Lin Qian shuddered all over. To be honest, he loves and hates Shin Man. I love her cold and frosty face. I hate her hot temper that makes her get violent at the slightest disagreement. Although she looked so handsome when beating people that people couldn't take their eyes off her, she was also really hard to resist. However, this was the first time that young Master Lu had met such a generous and special woman. She was many times better than the women who had only tried to please him before. Conquer it. It's absolutely exciting. He smiled apologetically. Sister Man is really good at joking. I just saw you standing alone on the side of the road, so I wanted to give you a ride out of kindness. Really, The butterfly knife on her fingertips turned faster, reflecting cold light. When Lin Qian saw the cold knife, he felt his scalp tingling and couldn't help but feel cold. Yes, yes. Shin Man looked at him with a half-smile. What? You don't want me to drink with you anymore. Lin Qian swallowed his saliva. How could he dare to do that? He had seen how cruel this woman was. She was not someone to be trifled with. His family is so rich, and he hasn't enjoyed enough of the life of eating, drinking, and having fun every day, so he doesn't want to die. Seeing his cautious and terrified look, Shin Man raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a barely perceptible sneer, and then slowly put away the butterfly knife. Seeing her put away the knife, Lin Qian felt a little relieved. Sister Man, where are you going now? Shin Man raised her eyebrows slightly, and her eyes swept across his face like a sharp knife, as if judging the truthfulness of his words. After a moment, she said calmly, "Then take me back to school." Lin Qian quickly opened the car door for her. Shin Man was about to get in the car when suddenly, a black Maybach stopped in front of them. The car door was pushed open forcefully, and a man rushed out of the car. He took a few steps forward, pulled Shin Man behind him, and then, without hesitation, punched Lin Qian in the face. Chapter 133. The school gate is locked, and the house is locked. Miss Shin Man relies on me. Shin Man was stunned. She didn't expect that special assistant Li would suddenly appear. At that moment, her pupils dilated slightly, but soon she returned to her cold look. Before Lin Qian could react, Assistant Li had already rushed forward, and his fist, with a gust of wind, smashed straight into Lin Qian's eye socket. With a dull bang, the fist landed accurately on Lin Qian's face. The impact caused Lin Qian's body to tilt violently, and the area around his eye sockets instantly turned purple and swelled like ripe grapes. Lin Qian staggered back a few steps after being hit by the punch, and almost fell to the ground in a mess. He managed to steady himself with great difficulty, his face full of anger and shock, and he yelled at the top of his voice, "Who the hell are you?" Special Assistant Li did not say anything. He pursed his lips, his thin lips pressed into a straight line, his eyes showing a fierceness, and punched Lin Qian in the abdomen again. Lin Qian was also completely enraged. After all, he was the son of a wealthy family in Haiqing. He could get whatever he wanted on weekdays, except for the time he suffered at the hands of Shin Man, the crazy woman who didn't care about her life. He had never suffered such humiliation. He didn't know this man who suddenly appeared, nor did he provoke him, but he was beaten up for no reason. Lin Qian gritted his teeth, stretched out his hand to block Assistant Li's punch, then suddenly raised his leg and kicked toward Assistant Li's knee. After Shin Man came to her senses, she gently took a few steps back, leaned against Assistant Li's car, folded her hands on her chest, and watched the two people fighting with interest. Assistant Li's movements were incredibly fast. Before Lin Qian's leg could kick him, he was grabbed by the ankle and, with a sudden force, flipped him to the ground. Lin Qian fell heavily to the ground, and the pain made him break out in a cold sweat. Assistant Li looked down at him. His eyes were as cold as ice, but his tone was unusually calm. "If you don't want your family to go bankrupt, stay away from Shin Man." The night wind blew up the strands of hair on Shin Man's forehead. She looked at Assistant Li. When he was angry, his Adam's apple rolled and the veins on the sides of his neck bulged. His powerful appearance made two words flash through Shin Man's mind: sexy. Her fingertips carelessly curled the ends of his hair, and her eyes glanced over his strong and lean waist, secretly admiring him in her heart. He has an upright posture, broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He looks gentle and elegant, but I didn't expect that he could be so cruel in a fight, giving the impression of a gentleman who has gone astray. If she didn't know that he was gay, she would probably be interested in him again. Shin Man sighed inwardly. She really liked this type of person, but she was not interested in troublemakers. Just as he was thinking this, Special Assistant Li suddenly turned around. His eyes met Shin Man's, and what he saw was Shin Man's casual, scrutinizing look. In his impression, this girl was a college student with clear eyes. Every time he met her, she was bullied by men and looked weak and helpless. How could she show such an expression? He must have seen it wrong. Special Assistant Li looked at it carefully, and at this time Shin Man realized her own loss of composure and immediately put on an embarrassed expression. Her whole body was tense. Her hands unconsciously clenched the corners of her clothes. Her lips were tightly pursed. Her eyes were full of fear, and she looked pitiful. Assistant Li breathed a sigh of relief, and said, "Well, I must have seen it wrong." He walked over and stuffed Shin Man into the car without saying a word, then sat in the driver's seat, started the car, and the tires rubbed against the ground, making a sizzling sound. Lin Qian lay on the ground alone, looking at the car going away, his heart filled with resentment and grievance. "Sister man, I am your little brother. I was beaten, but you just stood there and watched, and even followed the person who beat me. You are too cruel." The car sped along the road. Assistant Lee held the steering wheel tightly with both hands, and Shun Man sat quietly in the car. For a while, neither of them spoke. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Assistant Lee frowned, took a deep breath, and said unkindly, "Why are you out alone again at night? The first time you were forced to drink with someone in a bar, luckily I saved you. The second time you were nearly raped by a gangster. Luckily, the police came in time. Today is the third time. If I hadn't just happened to pass by you, a girl would have been raped." Assistant Lee felt scared as he spoke. If he hadn't met Lin Qian on the way and sent him to the hospital, he would have been home long ago. After sending Lin Qian off, he returned home and encountered Shin Man being bullied. "You are a college student. Don't you have any sense of security?" Shin Man listened to his chattering and just said lightly, "Thank you." If she didn't know that he was good friends with Lu Jinxiu and Lin Yanshu, she would have had a very good impression of this man. What a pity. Birds of a feather flock together. Anyone who can become friends with someone like Lin Yanshu is definitely not a stupid good guy. Special Assistant Lee frowned. He said so much not to get a thank you, but because he hoped that she would not go out alone at night, as it was too unsafe. He wanted to say something else, but he saw from the rearview mirror that Shun Man turned her head and looked at the street scene flashing by outside the car window. Her cold attitude immediately made him lose the mood to continue speaking. The car sped all the way and finally stopped at the gate of Haicheng University of Science and Technology. The school gate was deserted, with only a few street lamps emitting faint light. Assistant Lee said unhappily, "Get out of the car." Shaman didn't care about his attitude at all. She opened the car door without saying a word and walked straight to the school gate. Only then did I realize that the school curfew had expired, the gate was closed, and the lights in the guardroom were off. She stood at the door, looking at the closed door, and frowned slightly. "Forget it, let's go home." She turned around and walked along the road towards home. Special Assistant Lee sat in the car, looking at Shun Man's back, and was so angry that he left. Today, when he learned that she was released from prison, he was actually quite happy and even postponed a multinational meeting to come to the prison to pick her up. Shun, he just said a few harsh words to her, and it was for her own good, but she still got angry. I wanted to ignore her, but it was already past 11 at night. If she were to encounter a hooligan and get bullied again, he would probably feel uneasy for the rest of his life. Assistant Lee sighed, started the car, slowly came to her side, and rolled down the window. "Get in the car." Shin Man kept walking and said in a cold tone, "It's none of your business." Assistant Lee was so angry that he pressed the horn hard. The beep sound scared Shin Man. She turned around and glared at him. "What's wrong with you?" Assistant Lee said with a hint of helplessness. "I also want to ask you what's wrong with you. You are a girl. Do you have to go out at night? What if I'm not here today and you were bullied by that man just now? Even if you successfully escape and return to school, you can't even get in the school gate. Do you still want to walk on the street alone?" Shin Man looked into his eyes. Her look was cold, yet revealed a hint of stubbornness. Assistant Lee looked at her and slowed down his voice. "Come up. I'll take you wherever you want to go." People have given her a way out. She can't just sacrifice her feet for the sake of face. Her home is more than 30 kilometers away from the school. If she walks back, her feet will definitely be bruised. After Shin Man got in the car, the two of them hardly spoke along the way, except for Shun Man occasionally reminding them how to go. The car drove in the night and soon arrived at Shin Man's house. Shin Man lives in the countryside in a self-built house. It was quiet all around, with only the occasional barking of dogs. But when I got to the door, I found that it was locked. Shin Man, she never expected that her mother did not go home, but returned to the Fu family. Moreover, she left the dormitory in such a hurry that she didn't even bring her house key. Now her only place to go was the hotel, but there were no hotels nearby. Shin Man looked up at the sky in silence. Assistant Lee, who was sitting in the car, couldn't help but burst out laughing when he saw her speechless look when she got home but couldn't get in. "Hey, are you pretending that you can't get in and planning to go home with me?"